Chapter 1, 2 SS level talents, 3 divine level talents. On September 1st, 2323, the global occupational awakening ceremony took place. In the eastern sea city of the Great Xia Kingdom, at the prestigious Sandong Lanxiang Vocational Academy, one of the finest advanced vocational institutions in the nation, youthful figures gathered in the campus square. Under the guidance of their mentors, they awaited their eagerly anticipated awakening ceremony. Meanwhile, beneath the enormous transference divine tablet, the announcements of students achieving their new professions echoed continuously. Yihei, profession completed, undertaker. Xiao Huahua, profession completed, apothecary. Bai Dachuan, profession completed, chef. Shi Hao, profession completed, dairy purification specialist. The dispassionate, synthesized voice emanating from the transference tablet lacked any emotional inflection. The uniformity of mundane professions furrowed the brow of Dean Song Yuan, who was tasked with recording the students' transitions. Glancing down at the roster, he noted that they were nearly 1/10 through the awakening process, and yet not a single conventional combat or auxiliary profession had emerged. This was hardly befitting of one of the most prestigious advanced vocational academies in the Great Xia Kingdom. However, in the next moment, Song Yuan's eyes lit up. His gaze shifted from the roster to the student standing at the forefront of the line. This student, with delicate features and standing nearly 6 feet tall, was so strikingly handsome that mere words failed to encapsulate his allure. Waving his hand, Song Yuan called out, "Shen Lang, it's your turn. Please come forward and prepare." At the mention of Shen Lang's name, a hush fell over the crowd, with all eyes drawn to the student approaching the transference divine tablet. In Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, no one was unfamiliar with Shen Lang. Hailing from a disadvantaged background, Shen Lang had grown up in an orphanage. He had gained admission to Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy with a perfect score in the transference theory examination and first place in the combat assessment. For 3 consecutive years, he had maintained his position at the top, unchallenged in his status. Moreover, Shen Lang's nearly flawless visage endeared him to both students and faculty alike, inciting admiration and envy, particularly among male students and younger male instructors. Dean Song Yuan gazed hopefully at the young man before him, pondering whether this time he might finally awaken a combat or auxiliary profession. If even a student of Shen Lang's caliber were to awaken a mundane profession, it would indeed defy reason. "Shen Lang, are you ready? If so, let us begin," Song Yuan said warmly. Shen Lang politely nodded in acknowledgement, then turned to face the transference divine tablet, which was inscribed with countless mysterious glyphs. Gazing at the tablet so close before him, he quietly murmured to himself, "As a transmigrator, is it too much to ask to become a master sorcerer?" Indeed, Shen Lang was a transmigrator, having arrived in this bewildering world 3 years prior. Based on his understanding of this world's history, it seemed to be set 3 centuries after the era of Blue Star prior to his arrival. 300 years ago marked the technological age, almost indistinguishable from his previous world. Yet 3 centuries later, it had undeniably transformed into an era of occupational transitions. All of it traces back to a cataclysmic transformation that occurred 3 centuries ago, when a plethora of bizarre and fearsome creatures emerged globally. Accompanying this upheaval were various dungeons and secret realms, which dealt humanity a near-apocalyptic blow, rendering even nuclear annihilation incapable of mutual destruction. Humanity was on the brink of being erased from Blue Star. Fortunately, at this juncture, a series of transmutation monuments descended from the cosmos, allowing individuals to acquire corresponding professions upon reaching the age of 18. This process not only granted them a professional attribute panel, but also enabled them to gain experience and equipment by vanquishing these formidable beasts and exploring dungeons, thereby bestowing upon them extraordinary powers. For Shen Lang, who hailed from 3 centuries ago, this was quite comprehensible. It mirrored the phenomenon of virtual gaming narratives manifesting in reality. Those novels had often helped him pass the lonely, desolate nights. Regrettably, in this era, no one was penning web novels anymore. All of humanity was engrossed in the process of class change. Of course, not everyone could awaken to a prestigious profession. The majority would merely attain ordinary livelihood roles. with only a select few achieving combat or support professions, these latter being the backbone of nations in their struggle against the monstrous entities. Among the various combat professions, the mage is particularly esteemed, renowned for its high burst damage and numerous area effect skills, coupled with long-range attacks, placing it in the elite echelon of combat prowess. Consequently, mages are affectionately dubbed Mage Lords by the community of professionals. However, mages do possess vulnerabilities, particularly in terms of defense. Yet, this is hardly a concern. Once one awakens to the mage profession, whether in teams or when joining guilds or official factions, the presence of protective warriors, tanks, and healers becomes a standard, alleviating any safety worries. Thus, it is not just Shen Lang who aspires to become a Mage Lord. An overwhelming majority share this ambition. Even if one cannot achieve mage status, becoming a Dragon Knight would suffice. With a wicked thought crossing his mind, Shen Lang inhaled deeply and, under the gaze of the gathered crowd, placed his hand upon the transmutation monument. As his palm approached, the myriad of runes on the monument began to shimmer, twinkling like stars in the night sky. Shortly after, one rune detached from the monument and gradually merged into his forehead. Simultaneously, a cold, mechanical voice emanated from the transmutation stone, announcing the results of Shen Lang's transformation to the gathering. Shen Lang, class change complete, hidden profession Beastmaster. As the announcement echoed, the square erupted into a cacophony of astonishment and speculation. My heavens, a hidden profession! Shen Lang has awakened a hidden class. He truly deserves to be the top of our academy. Hidden professions seem to guarantee the awakening of talent, right? Wah wah wah. As if being handsome wasn't enough, why must he also possess a hidden profession? A hidden profession is indeed formidable, with only a handful manifesting globally each year. But, ha ha ha, Shen Lang's class is Beastmaster. Beastmaster. Goodness, I initially overlooked that. Isn't a Beastmaster a gold-devouring profession? Indeed, it is an extravagant expenditure. Shen Lang is an orphan. Having relied solely on scholarships for his sustenance over the years, he likely cannot even afford the most basic of beast companions. What use is a low-tier beast companion? Let us not forget that as a Beastmaster, experience must be shared with one's beasts. If he possesses only low-tier companions, how excruciatingly slow will Shen Lang's progression be? Alas, one can only lament his fate. It seems that Shen Lang's life is forfeit, wasted even on a hidden profession. Upon the revelation of Shen Lang awakening as a Beastmaster, the students in the square first expressed astonishment, which swiftly morphed into ridicule and sympathy. Shen Lang, however, was oblivious to their reactions, for his mind was awash with a cacophony of notifications, his blood surging with exhilaration. Congratulations! You have successfully transitioned and officially become a Beastmaster. Congratulations! You have acquired an exclusive beast companion space. Congratulations! You have learned the fundamental skill of investigation. Congratulations! You have mastered the Beastmaster-specific skills of contract formation, summoning, and healing. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive SS grade active talent, Bloodline Insight. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive SS grade passive talent, Blessing. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive divine grade active talent, Bloodline Ancestry. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive divine grade active talent, Talent Extraction. Congratulations! You have awakened the Beastmaster exclusive divine grade active talent, Beast Companion Cultivation. Chapter 2. Strength is a singular word, and I shall speak it once. Upon the awakening of his hidden vocation as a Beastmaster, Shen Lang found himself utterly bewildered. After all, his aspirations were solely to become a mage or a dragon knight. He never anticipated that he would transition into such a rare and concealed profession. Hidden professions come with innate talents, typically at least at a B-grade baseline. This implies that those who embark on hidden vocations begin their journey with a significant advantage over others. However, the specifics warrant careful consideration. While the role of a Beastmaster is indeed commendable, for an affluent scion of a wealthy family, it would undoubtedly be a source of elation. In contrast, for Shen Lang, this profession appeared rather unfriendly. As his classmates remarked, the Beastmaster vocation is a veritable money pit. capable of inducing existential doubt through its financial demands. Since arriving in this world, Shen Lang had been diligently preparing for his vocational transition, with little inclination to earn money. He had been subsisting primarily on the academy scholarship, and his savings barely exceeded 2,000 coins. He was a veritable pauper, unable to afford even a single beast, let alone embrace the mantle of a Beastmaster. It was akin to being handed a Gatling gun without a single bullet, visually impressive yet utterly useless. Just as Shen Lang was about to vent his frustrations, the transmutation monument activated, unveiling his vocational attributes and talents. 2 SSS-level talents and 3 divine-level talents. Shen Lang was left in a state of shock. His instinct told him that his vocation as a Beastmaster was anything but ordinary. It was certainly not the typical incarnation of a Beastmaster. Could other Beastmasters boast such an array of supreme talents? Shen Lang had consistently achieved perfect scores in vocational theory, yet he had never encountered a Beastmaster of this caliber. This indicated that he was unique, the sole individual of his kind. It seemed reasonable, given that he was a transmigrator without a system or golden finger. Awakening such an extraordinary hidden profession was entirely plausible, was it not? At that moment, Shen Lang resolved to access his attribute panel to examine the specifics. However, he was interrupted by the words of Dean Song Yuan, who spoke to him with a complex tone. "Do not worry, Shen Lang. Have faith in the academy and the nation. We shall not allow your hidden vocation to be obscured. There are other students awaiting their vocational transitions. Please wait for me in the office, and I will provide you with further details shortly." Upon finishing his words, Dean Song offered Shen Lang an encouraging gaze, as if to comfort him. Fearing he might feel disheartened, Shen Lang inferred from his words that there seemed to be some benefit in store for him. When fortune presents itself, one should not hesitate to seize it. "Very well, Dean," Shen Lang replied nonchalantly, turning to make his way toward the academic building at the far end of the plaza. Yet, his hurried departure appeared somewhat desolate to onlookers, casting a shadow of melancholy over his future. "How pitiable! My eyes are stinging," one remarked. "Indeed, ladies. Shall we donate some money to Shen Lang to procure him a beast?" Another suggested. "You infatuated ones, did you not hear the dean? The academy and the nation will provide assistance. There is no need for your concern." Came the retort. "We are willing. Does it concern you?" The funding from both the nation and the academy is not infinite. It primarily hinges on the talents awakened by Shen Lang. One wonders what abilities he might awaken. At best, they could be B or A tier talents, as most hidden professions typically awaken at this level. If he is to become a Beastmaster with such abilities, the support from the nation and the academy may be limited, especially considering the exorbitant costs associated with nurturing beasts. Amidst murmurs of speculation, the class transfer ceremony in the square resumed its proceedings. At this moment, Shen Lang had entered the principal's office within the academic building, eagerly opening his attribute panel. Name: Shen Lang. Profession: Beastmaster. Level: 0. Strength: 23. Agility: 22. Constitution: 21. Spirit: 50. Talent: Bloodline Insight, SSS. Blessing, SSS. Bloodline Reversion, Divine. Talent Extraction, Divine. Beastman Armor, Divine. Skills: Exploration, Basic. Contract Art, Exclusive. Summoning Art, Exclusive. Healing Art, Exclusive. General Abilities: Swordsmanship LV7. Combat LV10. Equipment: None. Beasts: None. Free points: 0. Gazing at the talent and skills section of his panel, a smile broke across Shen Lang's face. An excitement surged within him. Typically, those undergoing class transfers can awaken only one talent, and in fact, 99% of them are unable to awaken any talent at all. Of course, there are a select few who might be fortunate enough to awaken dual talents, but they are rare prodigies, destined for prominence in the global class transfer community. Shen Lang, however, had awakened 5 professional talents in one go, including 2 SSS level and 3 divine level talents. It was nothing short of extraordinary. Without further ado, Shen Lang hastily clicked on his first talent to examine it closely. Bloodline Insight, exclusive SSS level talent for Beastmasters. By utilizing this talent, one can detect the bloodline of any beast with no level restrictions and no cost. Note: it is recommended to use in conjunction with the divine level talent Bloodline Reversion. Upon seeing the advisory text at the end, Shen Lang immediately shifted his gaze to Bloodline Reversion and clicked on it. Bloodline Reversion, exclusive divine-level talent for Beastmasters. By utilizing this talent, one can revert any beast directly to its strongest bloodline, with no level restrictions and no cost. To revert to the strongest bloodline directly? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. The strength of a beast is intricately linked to its bloodline potential. The more potent the bloodline, the greater the potential for future growth. The challenge lies in the fact that conventional methods cannot detect the hidden bloodlines of beasts. Even if one were to spend a fortune on professional identification of a beast's bloodline, activating that bloodline to achieve a reversion state entails even greater costs, high levels, countless spiritual herbs, and more. This is fundamentally why Beastmasters are deemed a gold-consuming profession. Beasts either consume money or are on the path to consuming it. However, for Shen Lang, these are no longer issues. The Bloodline Insight allows for unrestricted exploration of beast bloodlines, and the bloodline return to ancestry is limitless and direct, such is the grandeur of his abilities. Truly deserving of the SSS-level talent, truly a divine gift. Remaining composed, Shen Lang reminded himself of his other SSS-level talents and divine abilities. He settled his emotions and turned his gaze to the other two divine talents. Deciding to examine the divine talents first. Talent Extraction, exclusive divine talent for beast tamers. By utilizing this talent, one can extract a talent from a beast without any level restrictions or consumption. Once again, the absence of limitations marks this as a fundamental characteristic of divine talents. Gazing at this divine ability and recalling the earlier bloodline return to ancestry talent, Shen Lang felt a rush of excitement. To return a beast to its ancestral form, he must select a beast with a powerful bloodline. Since there are no restrictions, he must seek a contract with a beast of divine potential. Once a beast returns to its divine form, the talents it awakens can hardly be weak, starting at least from the S level. This implies that as long as Shen Lang can find a beast with divine bloodline potential, he essentially acquires a talent above S level. Moreover, a crucial point is that a beast tamer is not limited to contracting a single beast. There is no cap on the number of contracts. This is remarkable. In the future, I could potentially possess a multitude of talents above S level. This role of beast tamer is undoubtedly mine, and none shall impede me. Shen Lang's smile stretched nearly from ear to ear as he then clicked on the final divine talent. Beast Equipment, exclusive divine talent for beast tamers. By utilizing this talent, beasts can don equipment without any level restrictions or consumption. Typically, beasts cannot wear equipment. They rely solely on their unique talents and skills in battle. However, this equipment talent allows them to wear gear and gain its enhancements. Imagine a divine beast clad in magnificent armor. Who could withstand such a sight? It would be a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 3. I strive towards the pinnacle. Why should I conceal my ambitions? Shen Lang chuckled softly, continuing to examine the final SSS level talent. Blessing, exclusive SSS level talent for beast tamers. Passive talent. When casting skills exclusive to beast tamers, there is no mana consumption, no cooldown, and the effect is quintupled. Undoubtedly, this is yet another extraordinarily potent talent. The profession of beast tamer derives its primary combat strength from its beasts. The beast tamer themselves are not particularly formidable. In battle, the beasts rely not only on their own prowess, but also on the buffs bestowed by the beast tamer, such as enhancements to attack, mana recovery, and health regeneration. In essence, the beast tamer serves as the nurturing support for their beasts, providing vital assistance. From this, one can readily discern the formidable nature of the blessing talent. In the future, during combat with his beasts, Shen Lang will be able to freely stack various skill buffs onto them, as there is no cost or cooldown associated with the skills, and their effects are amplified fivefold. Thus, Shen Lang immediately directed his gaze to the skills section of his panel, where he now possessed 4 skills, 1 foundational skill, and 3 exclusive skills for beast tamers. Examination, basic universal skill for practitioners. By using this skill, one can view the level information of a target, provided the target's level does not exceed their own by more than 10 levels. The so-called basic universal skill is one that every practitioner possesses, facilitating the viewing of essential target information. Unfortunately, this is a common foundational skill and is not influenced by the blessing talent. Otherwise, Shen Lang would be able to assess targets up to 50 levels above him. Contract Art. Exclusive basic skill for beast tamers. By using this skill, one can establish a master-servant contract with a beast. The success rate depends on the level difference between the beast and the beast tamer. The greater the level disparity, the lower the success rate. Conversely, a smaller disparity enhances the likelihood of success. However, with my Bloodline Insight and Bloodline Ancestry, there is no need to seek out beasts of higher levels. I only need to find those with sufficiently potent bloodlines. Additionally, the Blessing talent can be applied to Contract Art, further increasing the success rate fivefold. After analyzing this in his mind, Shen Lang's gaze shifted downward to continue examining the remaining 2 exclusive skills for beast tamers. Summoning Art. Exclusive basic skill for beast tamers. By using this skill, one can summon beasts from the beast space or call forth beasts engaged in external combat, consuming basic mana for the skill. Clear and straightforward, but with Blessing, this consumption can be disregarded. Healing Art. Exclusive basic skill for beast tamers. By using this skill, one can restore the mana and vitality of their beasts, as well as their own life force. The higher the practitioner's level, the greater the restoration capability, consuming basic mana. This is also considered a standard skill for beast tamers and is rather unremarkable. However, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Under the passive Blessing talent, Shen Lang incurs no skill consumption or cooldown, meaning he can continuously cast Healing Art on his beasts, with quintupled effects for restoring mana and vitality. His beasts can essentially maintain their peak condition and engage in combat without sustaining any injuries. Certainly, this is predicated on the premise that the summoned beast will not be vanquished by a single strike from the adversary. Otherwise, no matter how swift the healing, it would be rendered futile. However, the beasts that Shen Lang intends to contract in the future will undoubtedly possess formidable bloodlines, returning to their most potent ancestral forms. With divine beasts being merely the baseline, it is quite rare, if not entirely absent, within the professional realm for anyone capable of dispatching such an ancestral divine beast in a single blow. Furthermore, Shen Lang is not so irrational as to provoke these practitioners without cause. Subsequently, Shen Lang examined the universal abilities, skills that all practitioners can master and which can be honed even prior to class transition. These universal abilities may also be upgraded through experience, thereby enhancing their combat efficacy. After 3 years of diligent training, Shen Lang has achieved a swordsmanship level of LV7 and a martial arts level of LV10, surpassing some lower-tier practitioners. However, for practitioners, these universal abilities are merely embellishments, especially since he is now a Beastmaster, rendering them less applicable. A Beastmaster must charge into battle themselves. What purpose does the beast serve otherwise? Regarding Shen Lang's attributes, they are somewhat superior to the average, a testament to his years of hard work. He scrutinized the information on his panel multiple times, thoroughly researching it. He possesses unwavering confidence in his vocation as a Beastmaster. If he cannot soar with this, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it. Nevertheless, before he can take flight, he faces a pressing dilemma, the matter of finances, as acquiring a beast requires funds. While the wild regions outside the city may harbor ferocious beasts suitable for summoning, unfortunately, novices below level 5 lack the qualifications and capability to venture beyond the city. Although there are dungeons within the city, the beasts therein are only available for leveling and cannot be contracted as summoned beasts. Thus, Shen Lang's sole avenue to acquire a beast now lies in spending money at the city's professional trading market. However, at present, he finds himself devoid of such funds. Yet, this is not an insurmountable issue. After all, Dean Song has assured him that the Academy and the nation will not allow a gem like him to fall into obscurity. Indeed, the policies in this world 300 years hence are remarkably favorable. Otherwise, surviving as a pauper like him would be a challenge, let alone attending the prestigious Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy. There are various scholarships available, particularly for practitioners. Naturally, the state would not support the inept. If one's potential is limited, the assistance received would be correspondingly meager. Given my profession as a Beastmaster and the talent I have awakened, I should be eligible for substantial support. Shen Lang's requests are modest. A mere 10 to 18 million would suffice as the initial capital for his ascent. As for revealing his talent, Shen Lang has contemplated this seriously, understanding the adage that the tall tree attracts the wind. Should he shine too brightly before fully maturing, It might invite calamity upon him, a common theme in the web novels of 3 centuries past. However, for Shen Lang, a man without power or influence, even if he wishes to conceal his brilliance, it may not be entirely feasible. With such innate talent, regardless of how one attempts to conceal it, attention is inevitably drawn. Those with discerning eyes can easily uncover the truth through subtle clues. Rather than hiding, it would be more prudent for him to showcase his potential. Under the gaze of the masses, he would indeed find greater security. Moreover, as I strive towards the pinnacle, why should I shroud myself in secrecy? Nevertheless, Shen Lang would not be foolish enough to reveal everything. It is wise to retain a few essential cards close to his chest. While Shen Lang contemplated the path ahead, the Academy's transfer ceremony concluded splendidly, and Director Song Yuan finally returned to his office. Shen Lang, I trust you haven't been waiting long? Song Yuan entered, closing the door behind him, his face adorned with a beaming smile, a stark contrast to the furrowed brows he had during the commencement of the transfer ceremony. This shift in demeanor indicated that several formidable combat and support professions had emerged from the subsequent transitions. Shen Lang rose and replied, "Not at all. It has only been a short while. Please, take a seat." Song Yuan gestured for Shen Lang to sit, and he settled into the chair opposite him. The smile on his face became somewhat subdued as he continued, "Shen Lang, you have always been a beacon for our academy, and you have once again lived up to expectations by awakening the hidden profession of Beastmaster. Excellent, truly excellent. However, I must admit that this profession may present a challenge for you. Rest assured, both the Academy and the state provide support in this area. Indeed, there is a scholarship tied to hidden professions." Shen Lang nodded, refraining from interjecting. He was well aware of the scholarship system prior to the transfer, but less informed about the post-transfer details. Song Yuan continued, "Upon awakening a hidden profession, the state will award a scholarship of 1 million, and our Academy will contribute an additional 500,000. This constitutes the basic reward of 1.5 million. Furthermore, additional sums will be awarded based on the level of the awakened talent. For C-level talents and below, the reward is 1 million. For B-level talents, it is 3 million. For A-level talents, 5 million. And for S-level talents, 10 million. At this point, Song Yuan paused, smilingly inquired, "Shen Lang, may I ask what level of talent you have awakened?" The awakening of hidden profession talents is generally commendable, typically falling within the B or A levels. It was evident that Song Yuan anticipated Shen Lang to be among these ranks, merely expressing a hint of hope when mentioning the S-level talent rewards. As for SS and SSS levels, there was no need to discuss. The rewards would undoubtedly be higher, yet the likelihood of such occurrences is exceedingly rare, with only a few emerging worldwide each year. To mention specific amounts that Shen Lang could not attain would be akin to driving a dagger into his heart. Upon hearing that an S-level talent would yield a reward of 10 million, Shen Lang's heart soared with joy, envisioning the wealth sufficient to procure 1 or 2 first or second-tier beasts. He would simply seek out those with powerful bloodlines, without the need to pursue higher-tier beasts. Regrettably, it appeared that he did not possess S-level talent. His lowest was SSS level, a lamentable reality. Shen Lang indulged in a moment of self-congratulation in his thoughts before turning to Song Yuan with earnestness, asking, "Director, may I inquire about the scholarship amount for SSS level talent?" An SSS level talent, such a prestigious scholarship. Song Yuan was about to casually respond to the question, but as he spoke, he suddenly stood up from the sofa, staring intently at Shen Lang. Chapter 4. The First Beastmaster. No compromises allowed. "What did you say? An SSS level talent?" Song Yuan exclaimed, abruptly flipping the tea table and leaning closer to Shen Lang, his voice tinged with urgency. "Have you awakened an SSS level talent?" It seems so," Shen Lang replied, shifting uncomfortably as the garlicky breath wafted towards him. "Come on, you rascal. What do you mean by it seems so? Show me your talent panel, quickly," Song Yuan insisted, his excitement palpable. "All right, Director," Shen Lang acquiesced, inching aside before revealing his talent display. Since merely possessing an SSS-level talent had already astonished Song Yuan, there was no need to showcase his divine talents. An SSS-level talent should suffice to garner attention from higher authorities, he reasoned. Thus, he concealed the other talents, leaving only the SSS-level blessing visible. Typically, practitioners would keep their panels entirely hidden. After all, everyone possessed the common skill of probing. and none wished their panel information to be exposed to other practitioners. Consequently, this probing skill was predominantly employed against ferocious beasts. Probing another practitioner could be seen as a provocation, potentially inviting unnecessary trouble. Blessing, exclusive SSS level talent for Beastmasters, passive talent. When utilizing exclusive Beastmaster skills, there is no mana cost, no cooldown, and effects are multiplied by 500. Song Yuan's gaze was fixed on the panel, his expression shifting like the flickering of a flame. It truly is an SSS level talent. Why does Lanxiang rank among the finest advanced vocational academies? It is because Lanxiang has produced several SSS level practitioners in the past, who now occupy high positions within the Great Xia Empire. However, it has been nearly a decade since Lanxiang has seen an SSS level practitioner emerge. At last, one has appeared. He is Shen Lang, a potential dragon poised to soar through the skies. The exhilaration within Song Yuan was akin to a tidal wave, compelling him to share this news with everyone. Yet reason restrained him. The current international landscape was particularly treacherous. While nations appeared to coexist peacefully, the undercurrents of rivalry within the professional realm never ceased. Assassinating the prodigies of other countries was a common practice among nations. Before Shen Lang matured, he must be safeguarded. If Shen Lang can grow, the Great Xia's war god camp will undoubtedly gain another formidable warrior. Taking a deep breath, Song Yuan exhaled slowly, adopting a calm yet grave tone as he addressed Shen Lang. Shen Lang, while an SSS level talent is indeed remarkable, you have just transitioned into your role. There lies a long journey ahead, so do not act too ostentatiously in the future. Do you understand? Yes, Director, I understand, Shen Lang replied. Recognizing the director's concern and bowing respectfully, Song Yuan nodded, placing his hands behind his back, and said with composure, "Very well, you may return for now." "Excuse me, Dean, regarding the scholarship?" Shen Lang asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Song Yuan waved his hand dismissively, chuckling as he said, "Rest assured, it will soon be deposited into your account. As for the specific amount, you will find out in due course. Then I shall take my leave. Dean, goodbye." With the Dean's assurance, Shen Lang refrained from pressing further, confident that the sum would undoubtedly be substantial. He would simply await its arrival. However, just a few steps out the door, he heard the sound of someone banging on a desk from the office, accompanied by muffled laughter that resembled the braying of a donkey. Clearly, after Shen Lang's departure, Song Yuan had transformed into a spirited husky, exuberantly wreaking havoc to release his pent-up excitement and joy. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Shen Lang's mouth. If he were to reveal some of his extraordinary talents, wouldn't the Dean leap from the building in shock? He decided to head home first, awaiting the scholarship funds before venturing to the trading market. Hailing a taxi at the academy's entrance, he hurried home, planning to grab a bite to eat. However, the deposit of his scholarship arrived more swiftly than he had anticipated. Not long into the ride, his phone chimed with a text message, "BAU Daxia Industrial and Commercial Bank. Your account ending in 6789 has received a transfer of 101,500,000 yuan at 11:23 a.m. Current balance, 101,500,984 yuan. Kindly note, our bank will never ask for your card password or mobile verification code. Beware of scams." Shen Lang counted the digits and confirmed that the amount was indeed 100,150,000. He had anticipated a considerable sum, but never imagined it would be so vast. It was evident that the additional 150,000 represented the foundational scholarship for hidden professions provided by the school and state, while the 100 million constituted the supplementary scholarship for his SSS level talent. One cannot help but commend the government's robust support for potential professionals. It is only reasonable, as we now reside in an era of professionals, and the country requires these individuals, particularly those with potential. To the state, money is merely a number, exchanged for the goodwill of these promising professionals, making it a worthwhile investment. Of course, this hinges on whether the professionals remember their debts of gratitude. 300 years ago, many so-called high achievers, having received substantial scholarships, turned their backs and sought opportunities abroad. Such traders were not uncommon. Today, 300 years later, the same holds true. The intricacies of human nature are indeed perplexing. Shen Lang was uncertain about the future. To be honest, he felt a slight sense of belonging to the current daxia, though it was not overwhelming. For such a sum, he would not be compelled to toil endlessly. Should the occasion arise and he possesses the capability, he would not hesitate to contribute when necessary. As for undertaking more responsibilities, that would depend on how Daxia treats him in the future, especially considering the numerous crises that may arise before he fully matures. Master, turn around and head to the professional trading market. With the funds in hand, why bother with a meal? Let us first procure a divine beast. Not long after, Shen Lang arrived at the bustling practitioner trading market in the heart of EC City. This market, spearheaded by the government, comprised both state-owned enterprises and privately funded businesses, offering an extensive array of items essential for various professions. From equipment and potions to beast-taming tools and miscellaneous items, it was a veritable cornucopia of goods. Given that today marked the Global Job Transition Day, countless students had recently completed their transitions and were in dire need of fundamental items for their respective professions, resulting in a vibrant and crowded marketplace. In addition to established storefronts, numerous street vendors had set up stalls, their calls to customers creating a lively atmosphere. At this moment, Shen Lang's primary concern was acquiring a beast companion. Other items were of secondary interest. Fortunately, he had utilized his phone on the way to research the largest store specializing in ferocious beasts within the market, leading him swiftly to his destination, the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. The beasts available for taming were originally fierce creatures, merely rebranded as beast companions through contracts. The 10,000 Beasts Pavilion operated as a public-private partnership, ensuring the quality of the ferocious beasts it sold, and boasted a wider variety and greater number of species than other establishments. Possessing a divine bloodline talent for insight, Shen Lang required a diverse assortment of beasts. With an ample selection, he was confident he would discover a formidable beast with a potent lineage. His first beast companion must not be a mere compromise. Chapter 5. A plethora of fierce beasts and pitiful creatures. The Beast Pavilion sprawls across a vast expanse, its entrance marked by a grand loft that leads into a spacious hall, flanked by rows of exhibition stands. Within these stands are various fierce beasts of all shapes and sizes. Behind the displays lies a secluded courtyard, which houses a multitude of these creatures. The entire decor is lavishly opulent, reminiscent of a royal palace. As Shen Lang stepped inside, he observed that the hall was already bustling with numerous adventurers selecting fierce beasts, most of whom were freshly transitioned professionals, often accompanied by their parents. After all, newly transitioned adventurers typically lack financial means and rely heavily on familial support during their initial endeavors. Naturally, beast tamers, being a rare hidden profession, were not commonly seen among them. Thus, these adventurers sought to acquire fierce beasts solely to enhance their experience for leveling up. The Beast Pavilion offers fierce beasts of varying levels, all carefully controlled by special means, allowing lower-tier adventurers to purchase them for the purpose of gaining experience through combat. As long as one possesses sufficient funds, it is quite feasible to slay beasts up to level 5. Consequently, following each global transition day, the business of the Beast Pavilion flourishes immensely. Scanning the hall, Shen Lang noticed a number of attractive salespersons enthusiastically explaining the details of the fierce beasts to their customers. At that moment, a young saleswoman, no older than 18 or 19, hastily approached Shen Lang, eager to engage before her colleagues. "Hello there. How may I assist you today?" she inquired, her tall and graceful figure radiating charm. "Are you looking to purchase a companion beast? We have an extensive selection of delightful creatures. Would you like me to provide some recommendations?" "I prefer to browse on my own, thank you," Shen Lang politely declined. Though a hint of disappointment flickered in her eyes, she maintained her professional smile. "Should you need anything, feel free to seek me out." Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Lang navigated through the throngs of people towards the display stands. At the far right stand, he encountered a fierce beast reminiscent of a Komodo dragon, yet adorned in a fiery crimson hue, with certain scales reflecting the shapes of flames. It exhaled wisps of fire, clearly indicating its fiery nature. An electronic screen beside the stand detailed the creature's information. Fire-breathing lizard, level 3, ordinary grade 2-star fire dragon bloodline, possessing commendable fire manipulation abilities. The term ordinary grade 2-star refers to the quality classification of fierce beasts. Ordinary grade is akin to the commonplace wild creatures found in games, with further classifications such as elite, legendary, king beasts, and divine beasts. The designation of 2-star corresponds to the second transition for adventurers. Each professional can undergo a transition every 30 levels, with 2-star indicating the second transition. Thus, while this fire-breathing lizard carries the bloodline of a fire dragon, it can only reach a maximum level of 60 and cannot evolve into a true fire dragon. Desiring to evolve once more, one would require a fortuitous opportunity. Otherwise, reaching level 60 would be the pinnacle. However, this was merely the information provided by the Beast Pavilion, and Shen Lang still performed a Bloodline Insight on the fire-breathing lizard. Fire-breathing lizard, level 3, bloodline cap, ordinary 2-star fire dragon, growth cap, level 60. The results of the Bloodline Insight were nearly identical to the information from the Beast Pavilion. With little discrepancy, Shen Lang glanced at the price, 8 million. For someone like him, possessing wealth exceeding 100 million, purchasing it was certainly within reach, even affording 10 of them. Indeed, Shen Lang could utilize Bloodline Reversion to transform the fire-breathing lizard directly back into a fire dragon. But what use would a level 60 ordinary fire dragon serve? It would squander the divine talent of Bloodline Reversion. Without the quality of a divine beast's bloodline, it would be a disservice to such a divine ability. Better to have none than to settle for mediocrity. Without hesitation, Shen Lang approached the display ahead. Swift Wind Wolf, level 4, bloodline cap, ordinary silver-backed flying wolf, growth cap, 1-star, a 30-level silver-backed flying wolf? What utter trash. Next, Flamingo, level 3, bloodline cap, elite flame red sparrow, growth cap, 2-star, a 60-level elite? Not bad, yet still inferior. Onward to the next. Ironclad bull, level 4, bloodline cap, elite diamond bull, growth cap, 2-star, a divine bull, you say? A 60-level divine bull is truly pathetic. Next, as Shen Lang continued his journey, he was suddenly captivated by a particular display, for it contained a skeleton. Could this creature also be classified as a fierce beast? It seemed reasonable, as skeletons were quite common in the wild and various dungeons. Under the Bloodline Insight, the skeleton's information was laid bare. White Jade Skeleton, level 5, bloodline cap, legendary crystal skeleton general, growth cap, 6-star. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. This skeleton was quite impressive, possessing a legendary bloodline. With a growth cap of 6 stars, it could potentially reach level 180 upon reversion to a crystal skeleton general. Shen Lang instinctively glanced at the price, 99 million. Reflecting on his scholarship, he sighed internally. The government was undoubtedly aware of the value of beast taming, and offering a scholarship of 100 million was likely intended to ensure his first beast was of legendary caliber, providing a solid foundation. For an ordinary SSS-level Beastmaster, a fierce beast with a legendary bloodline indeed represented a remarkable beginning. However, this level of beast was still too subpar for Shen Lang. After a moment of silence, he continued towards the other displays, reiterating his stance. He would not settle for anything less than exceptional. Half an hour later, Shen Lang had perused all the fierce beasts showcased in the hall. Most of the beasts are of ordinary and elite bloodlines, with only a scant few being of legendary lineage, and even a solitary royal beast present. This royal beast is a young lion cub, harboring the bloodline of the Golden Lion King. Setting aside whether Shen Lang holds the Golden Lion King in high regard, the price alone is quite staggering. In truth, he simply cannot afford it at the moment. As for beasts of divine lineage, none are available. A sense of melancholy washed over Shen Lang, which the female sales representative noticed as she approached him once more. Sir, might I inquire if you are dissatisfied with the beasts at our beast pavilion? Shen Lang met her gaze and asked, Is this exhibition hall all the beasts you have? Taken aback by his question, the sales representative quickly replied with a smile. Of course not. This is merely a small selection of the beasts at our beast pavilion. Most of them are suitable as pets or companions, primarily for display purposes. In the back warehouse, we have many more precious beasts. Upon hearing the word precious, Shen Lang realized that he would not be able to acquire those beasts. Indeed, they are expensive and beyond my means. The sales representative, having encountered countless customers, could easily discern Shen Lang's financial constraints. However, the typical disdain for those of lesser means did not manifest. She continued in a warm and friendly tone. It seems you have just completed your class transition, and you are likely seeking to purchase some beasts to level up and expedite your progression through the novice phase. Am I correct? As she spoke, She gestured towards a bustling entrance in the exhibition hall, adding, "That area is specifically designated by our beast pavilion for new adventurers to train. Inside, you will find beasts of uncertain bloodlines, of lower quality and rank. Would you care to take a look?" Chapter 6. The 10-star Medusa Queen of Divine Beasts. The low-level ferocious beasts signify affordability, making them suitable for those with limited resources, and they serve as an effective means for mass slaughter to gain experience points. However, this was not what captivated Shen Lang's interest. Rather, it was the uncertainty surrounding the bloodlines of these ferocious beasts. Shen Lang possessed the divine talent of Bloodline Insight, rendering him independent of the bloodline judgment provided by the Beast Guild. Moreover, the ferocious beasts with confirmed bloodline potential were either beneath his notice or priced beyond his means. At present, there remained ferocious beasts with uncertain bloodlines, providing an opportunity for Shen Lang's Bloodline Insight to shine. This also opened a door for him to discover hidden treasures. What if among those uncertain bloodline beasts, there lay a powerful bloodline beast, yet to be uncovered? This possibility was not to be dismissed. After some contemplation, Shen Lang turned to the female sales representative and said, "Let us take a look, if you would be so kind." "Not a bother at all, kind sir. Right this way." The saleswoman blushed with surprise, eagerly leading Shen Lang toward the entrance. There was quite a crowd at the entrance, but once inside, the throng thinned, revealing a spacious interior devoid of the elegant displays outside, replaced instead by towering cages. Within each cage resided a single type of ferocious beast, ranging from a handful to 20 or more. Before long, Shen Lang was met with a strong scent of blood. As he walked further in, he observed several newly transitioned adventurers engaged in slaying low-level ferocious beasts within the cages, while their family members stood outside, cheering them on. Shen Lang found himself shaking his head in amusement at the sight. The low-level ferocious beasts within the cages had long been subdued by the Beast Guild through certain means, rendering them incapable of resistance against the novice adventurers. With the saleswoman leading the way, Shen Lang soon encountered more cages and ferocious beasts. "These beasts, dear sir, are all captured from outside the city by our esteemed Beast Guild. Though they are merely ordinary low-level bloodline beasts, when it comes to quality, no one dares claim superiority over us. Of course, due to their controlled state, the experience gained from slaying these beasts will be somewhat diminished for the adventurers. However, in large quantities, it can still be compensated for." The two walked side by side as the saleswoman patiently described the various low-level ferocious beasts in the cages and the services offered. Shen Lang meticulously examined each cage, utilizing his bloodline insight to probe each beast within. As the saleswoman had indicated, these beasts were indeed common creatures from beyond the city, predominantly possessing one-star bloodlines. It was precisely because these beasts were so commonplace that the Beast Guild saw no need for bloodline investigation, offering them directly to novice adventurers for leveling up. After passing by more than a dozen cages, Shen Lang had yet to discover anything remarkable. Still, he remained undeterred, diligently investigating each ferocious beast within the cages. After all, if one could casually find a beast with a powerful bloodline, this world would have long been dominated by Beastmasters. The female salesperson maintained her composure and continued to lead Shen Lang through the rows of animal cages, patiently and attentively providing explanations. After a little over half an hour, they arrived at a cage containing several pythons, each as thick as a bowl. These pythons lay listlessly on the ground, their bodies a pale red, yet under the light, they exhibited an eerie, iridescent sheen. The fire python, a rather common low-level beast of one-star rating, did not exceed a growth level of 30. As before, Shen Lang utilized his bloodline insight to skin all the pythons, initially expecting little to gain. However, suddenly, his gaze fell upon one particular fire python, causing his pupils to constrict sharply. This fire python bore no distinction from the others, save for the numerous wounds adorning its body in the more grievous areas. One could even see the internal organs writhing within the gaping holes, its overall vitality exceedingly weak, as if it were on the brink of death, with its tongue flickering incessantly. Fire python, level 5. Bloodline limit. Divine beast level 10-star Medusa Queen. Growth limit 310 stars. A divine beast level bloodline limit. Shen Lang stifled his excitement and, maintaining a calm demeanor, inquired of the female salesperson, "How much for the fire pythons in here?" Startled for a moment, The salesperson quickly replied, "These fire pythons are all level 5, originally priced at 10,000 yuan each. If you wish to purchase, I can offer you a 50% discount, making it 5,000 yuan each. What do you think? 10,000 yuan each." The disparity in price compared to the exhibition outside was staggering. Moreover, how could an ordinary salesperson so casually offer a 50% discount? Shen Lang discreetly observed the female salesperson, then nodded, saying, "All right, 5,000 it is. I will take all the fire pythons in this cage." "Wonderful, sir." The salesperson seemed unfazed. For anyone who dared to visit the Beast Pavilion certainly possessed some financial means. The 20 or so fire pythons in the cage totaled merely a little over 100,000 yuan. In comparison to the millions commanded by beasts in the exhibition hall, this was but a trifling sum. Under the salesperson's guidance, Shen Lang swiftly completed the payment and returned to the cage containing the fire pythons. The Beast Pavilion offered delivery services, yet Shen Lang had no space at home for such a large cage. Thus, he opted to have the fire pythons dispatched at the pavilion, which would also buy back the corpses at a low price, a rather commendable service. "Sir, the door is now open for you. I shall not disturb you further." The salesperson gestured invitingly before retreating, granting Shen Lang his privacy. Shen Lang glanced around before stepping into the beast cage. The 22 fire pythons fixed their gazes upon him, and he was grateful that they were restrained. Otherwise, he would not have dared to enter, for these were level 5 beasts, any one of which could easily swallow him whole. Shen Lang approached the fire python, a creature possessing the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast Medusa Queen, and squatted down to scrutinize it. Who could have imagined that such an utterly ordinary low-level ferocious beast harbored the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast? It must be acknowledged that he truly is the protagonist. Fortune favors him indeed. The fire python was entirely immobilized, with only its 2 amber eyes shifting as if observing Shen Lang in return. However, that brief flicker of vitality quickly dimmed, as if it had resigned itself to the inevitability of death. Yet, at that very moment, the human before it placed a hand upon its head. What could this mean? In the next instant, a golden magic circle enveloped both the creature and the human. It was the exclusive skill of a Beastmaster, contract art. The fire python's forked tongue suddenly froze in midair, and its amber eyes displayed a look of human-like astonishment. If it could speak, it would undoubtedly exclaim, "Goodness gracious, are you blind, human? I am so abysmal, and yet you wish to forge a contract with me?" Chapter 7. Very well, let us be affectionate in the future. Though the fire python was immensely curious as to why this human sought to form a contract with it. Its body was honest, and in an instant, it accepted the pact. The fire python had witnessed countless fierce beasts confined within cages, yet it had never seen one leave alive. This beast cage was indeed their place of demise. Now, someone wished to contract with it, which implied a chance at survival, sparing it from death. Even the lowliest of creatures strive to live, let alone a fierce beast. Upon accepting the contract, Shen Lang immediately sensed a unique bond established between himself and the fire python. Simultaneously, a series of notifications erupted in rapid succession. "Congratulations, you have successfully contracted the beast. Fire python, beast, fire python attribute, fire, level 5, strength 51, agility 50, constitution 54, spirit 68, talent F-grade fire attack 15, skills, fire armor technique, fire spike." Following the information about the fire python, a new wave of notifications rang out. SSS level talent Bloodline Insight triggered, detecting that the contracted beast possesses a faint trace of the divine beast level 10-star Medusa Queen's ancient bloodline. Divine level talent Bloodline Reversion triggered. Do you wish to activate the fire python's ancient bloodline, reverting it to become the Medusa Queen? Divine level talent extraction triggered. Do you wish to extract talents from the contracted beast? Divine level talent beast implantation triggered. Do you wish to implant the beast? Listening to the subsequent notifications, Shen Lang did not hesitate and promptly selected no. He had not considered the notion of hiding himself entirely, but rather selectively revealing himself to certain individuals. Evidently, the Beast Pavilion was not among them. As the master of the beast, Shen Lang could distinctly sense the fire python's current weakness and suffering. Therefore, he immediately cast several exclusive healing spells designated for Beastmasters upon it. Under the effect of the SSS level talent blessing, his healing spells were amplified fivefold. With no consumption or cooldown, in the blink of an eye, the battered fire python returned to a state of perfection, its previously lifeless eyes reigniting with vigor. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The fire python flicked its tongue incessantly, seemingly eager to express affection towards Shen Lang, yet the control effect upon its body had yet to dissipate. Shen Lang was well aware of this and promptly retrieved a blue pill from his bag, placing it at the python's mouth and feeding it directly. This blue pill, sold to him by a female vendor, could dispel the control seal within the fire python. As the fire python swallowed the blue pill, a small hexagram appeared on its forehead before dissipating into nothingness. Finally regaining its mobility, the fire python swiftly lifted part of its body, affectionately rubbing its head against Shen Lang's thigh, as if to express gratitude for allowing it to become his beast and for saving its life. Shen Lang reached out to stroke the python's head and said, "Very well, let us be affectionate in the future." As the words fell, Shen Lang's gaze settled upon the other 21 fire pythons within the cage. "Let us first eliminate them," he commanded. Upon hearing their master's directive, the fire python turned its head to glance at its kin, its amber eyes filled with a fierce intensity. In the next moment, the beast ascended towards the nearest fire python. Simultaneously, the scales of the fire python transformed into a vivid crimson, signifying its flame armor technique. Under the aegis of this skill, the fire python was endowed with enhanced defense and offensive capabilities. Suddenly, the fire python arched its tail, resembling a fiery spear as it descended with a piercing sound upon the head of the unfortunate fire python. With a sickening crunch, the controlled creature offered no resistance. Its skull shattered instantaneously. Your beast has slain a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 8 experience points. Shen Lang was aware that the ferocious beasts provided by the beast hall yielded minimal experience. Yet he was taken aback by the meager reward. Only 8 points each for him and his beast, totaling a mere 16 points. Under normal circumstances, slaying a typical level 5 beast would yield at least 3 to 5 times that amount. However, this was to be expected, as these beasts remained passive targets in their cages, merely awaiting their fate. In contrast, engaging in combat with beasts in dungeons or the wild came with inherent risks. Even the threat of death. The relationship between risk and reward was indeed proportional. While Shen Lang pondered this, the fire python did not pause, relentlessly crushing the skulls of the remaining fire pythons. Your beast has slain a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 8 experience points. Your beast has slain a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 7 experience points. Your beast has slain a level 5 fire python. You and your beast each gain 9 experience points. Before long, all 21 fire pythons lay lifeless. Their bodies, stained crimson with blood, filled the cage with a pungent, metallic odor that made Shen Lang furrow his brow as he hastily exited. With an average of 8 experience points per python, he accumulated a total of 168 points. This paltry sum was insufficient to elevate him from level 0 to level 1, and he had no intention of pursuing further. Indeed, such a slaughter posed no challenge. A mere investment of several million could potentially elevate him to level 5, a trivial matter for one with over 100 million in scholarship funds. Yet, despite his wealth, he was not inclined to spend it so frivolously, especially with more pressing matters at hand. Once the fire python evolved into a 10-star divine beast, the Queen Medusa, would he still lack experience? Dungeons and the wilds were brimming with opportunities for growth. As the fire python emerged from the cage, its scales returned to their normal hue and it slithered to Shen Lang's side. He looked down at the creature and softly remarked, "Let us proceed, shortly. You shall embark on a new chapter of your existence, or rather, your beastly life." The fire python tilted its head, seemingly contemplating the meaning behind Shen Lang's words. A flash of brilliance illuminated the scene, and the fire python, once lost in contemplation, vanished from sight, as Shen Lang seamlessly transported it into the exclusive realm of a beast tamer. He lifted his leg to depart, but paused momentarily to glance back at the gruesome tableau of the beast cage. After a moment's reflection, he chose to disregard the lifeless bodies of the fire pythons. Deliberately disposing of their remains might yield unintended consequences, potentially leading to misunderstandings. In such a scenario, it was conceivable that no one would even notice the absence of a fire python carcass. Moreover, Should any discerning individuals truly take note, they would likely conclude that he was merely a beast tamer, one so impoverished that he could only contract low-tier, low-star ferocious beasts. As Shen Lang stepped outside, the familiar female sales associate approached him with a smile, inquiring, "Young sir, do you require any additional ferocious beasts?" "No, thank you," Shen Lang replied courteously, nodding before making his way out of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion. As he disappeared from view, the saleswoman suddenly kicked the ground in frustration, biting her silver teeth as she muttered, "Ah, I forgot to ask for his phone number." When she reached the entrance, Shen Lang had already vanished. At that moment, another saleswoman, noticing her scanning the area, inquired, "Miss, what are you doing?" "None of your business. Also, I'm merely an ordinary sales associate at the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion now. Do not refer to me as Miss." "Very well, Miss." Chapter 8. Is it not reasonable for me, at level 0, to defeat those at level 100? After leaving the Beast Pavilion, Shen Lang chose not to return home, but instead opted for a hotel room. His modest apartment in the shanty town outside the 10 rings of Donghai City was merely a meager 10 square meters, leaving no space for his fire python to stretch out. And that was only the fire python. Should it revert to the Medusa Queen, he feared the very structure of his abode might succumb to its form. Nonetheless, given his newfound wealth, he could entertain the prospect of purchasing a larger residence in due course. The hotel, named the Adventurer's Home, boasted 5 stars. Shen Lang's choice was not driven by a desire for opulence. Rather, its proximity to a novice dungeon made it a strategic selection for his endeavors. Donghai City is vast, housing 3 novice dungeons, 1 for ferocious beasts and 2 for the undead. The dungeon adjacent to the hotel is the ferocious beast one. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to initiate the bloodline reversion of the fire python, for without that, he would lack the qualifications to enter the dungeon. Thus, once the attendant led him to the suite, Shen Lang eagerly summoned his cherished fire python from the beast space. Upon its arrival, the creature surveyed the room with curiosity before nuzzling against Shen Lang's leg. "Prepare yourself for a new life, my beast," Shen Lang mused, gazing down at the fire python with anticipation as he silently invoked the Bloodline Reversion talent. In the next instant, a notification resonated in his ears. Godly talent. Bloodline Reversion activated. Initiating compatibility with SSS level talent. Bloodline Insight detection of Beast Bloodline. Detection successful. Your beast, the fire python, harbors the bloodline of the 10-star divine beast, the Medusa Queen. The godly talent. Bloodline Reversion has been successfully triggered. Your beast, the fire python, is activating the 10-star divine beast bloodline of the Medusa Queen. As the notifications echoed, the fire python before Shen Lang erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. The vibrant hues enveloped its entire form, and amid this spectacle, its body contorted, the upper half transformed into a feminine shape, while the serpent's head morphed into a human silhouette. Long, flowing hair cascaded from her head, resembling a waterfall. Yet, upon closer inspection, one would discover that these were not ordinary tresses, but rather slender serpents. Simultaneously, scales began to scatter from its serpent body, interweaving to form what appeared to be garments. Before long, the radiant colors faded, revealing a humanoid entity before Shen Lang, adorned with a crown of serpentine hair. Is this the Medusa Queen? Shen Lang gazed upward at the being of similar height, his expression tinged with astonishment. The serpentine hair, which one might expect to be terrifying, instead evoked an unexpected allure beneath her exquisite visage. Complemented by delicate, elfin ears and skin that shimmered with starlit hues, she radiated an aura of sanctity, one that inspired reverence from afar, rather than casual approach. With a voluptuous figure and a waist so slender it could be grasped with a single hand, she was partially enveloped in a crimson brocade robe, from which a segment of a scarlet serpent tail tantalizingly emerged. Whether by design or happenstance, the serpent tail swayed gently, exuding an aura of wild, enchanting allure. Yet, what was truly captivating was her pair of amber vertical pupils, cold and piercing like the depths of a frigid abyss. They resembled a solitary, ice-clad starry sky, drawing one in with an irresistible pull. Indeed, she embodied the essence of a regal queen. Congratulations, beast tamer. Your beast, the fire python, has successfully reverted to its ancestral form, becoming the 10-star divine beast, Medusa Queen. As the notification faded, The serpentine hair of the Medusa Queen cascaded down, all the serpent heads turning their gaze toward Shen Lang. In that instant, her previously aloof expression softened, transforming into one of warmth and submission, as she excitedly swayed her tail and approached him. "Thank you, Master, for rescuing me from those detestable humans. Thank you for allowing me to evolve back into my divine beast lineage." It was no surprise that a divine beast, now classified as a being of supreme intelligence, could articulate speech. However, her voice was strikingly delicate, ethereal, and refined, an impeccable embodiment of a mature woman's tone that sent shivers down one's spine. Noticing Shen Lang's silence, the Medusa Queen, akin to a chastised child, nervously inquired, "Master, do you not like me?" No, I do. I truly do." Shen Lang cleared his throat and added, "Well then, let us ensure we stick together from now on." The Medusa Queen nodded, elongating her response, "Yes, my master." Shen Lang felt an exhilarating thrill coursing through his entire being. While conversing with Medusa, he also examined her attribute panel. Beast, Medusa Queen attribute, Fire, level 5, Strength, 1512, Agility, 1314, Constitution, 1598, Spirit, 1945, SSS class talent, Queen's Gaze, Fire attack 500, Eye contact can petrify enemies, with a certain chance to incinerate them. SSS class talent, Queen's Resilience, Health recovery 500. Skills, Death Stare, Secret Technique, Enchanting Serpent, Heart Devouring Flames, Ninefold Fire Shield, Meteoric Fire Fall. Gazing at the information regarding Medusa, Shen Lang found himself momentarily breathless. 2 SSS class talents. All 4 primary attributes exceeded 1,000, with an average nearing 1,600. Examining the skills, their names alone hinted at their formidable nature. These were indeed the pinnacle of powerful abilities. It was evident that the Medusa Queen was truly a 10-star potential divine beast. Crucially, this 10-star potential divine beast was currently only at level 5. Yet, even at this level, the Medusa Queen, armed with such statistics, could easily dominate 4-star or lower equipped professionals and any beast below level 120. Moreover, Shen Lang himself was still just at level 0. How delightful it was that a level 0 beast tamer could effortlessly overpower a level 100 professional, wouldn't you agree? Just then, another notification echoed in his ears. The divine talent extraction has been triggered. Do you wish to extract the talent from your beast? Shen Lang, of course, did not forget that he still had 2 divine talents unused, and thus promptly responded, "Extract immediately. Congratulations, you have successfully extracted the SSS level talent, Resilience of the Queen, from your beast." Upon hearing this notification, Shen Lang couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The Medusa Queen possesses 2 SSS level talents, Gaze of the Queen and Resilience of the Queen, both of which are passive talents. Gaze of the Queen falls under the category of offensive support talents, necessitating the use of fire-based skills, which begs the question of its utility for Shen Lang as a Beastmaster. However, Resilience of the Queen is exceptionally potent, offering a 5-fold recovery of vitality. When paired with the SSS level talent Blessing, Shen Lang essentially enjoys an unending barrage of power during combat. Indeed, it is certainly not merely because this talent allows him to endure for an entire day and night. Chapter 9. From Queen to Handmaiden. All it takes is a master. A day and a night. Tenacious and unyielding. Seamlessly interwoven. One might ponder, what man does not aspire to possess such abilities? If one does not, then they are hardly a true man. Shen Lang, having lived 2 lifetimes, is undoubtedly sound in both mind and body, and he is no exception. At that moment, the professional notification chime echoed once more, drawing Shen Lang's attention back. Godly talent. Beastmaster transformation activated. Would you like to choose to transform your beast companion? Upon hearing the notification, Shen Lang glanced at Queen Medusa, nearly forgetting he possessed this divine talent. However, it seemed of little use at present. He had no equipment to don. How could he bestow it upon Queen Medusa? Nonetheless, he decided to proceed with the transformation. For the absence of equipment now did not preclude its acquisition in the future. When the time came, he would equip it directly. Next, he thought to have a bite to eat before delving into the instance dungeon. Shen Lang contemplated, then addressed Medusa, Queen Medusa. I shall simply call you Medusa from now on. Please, return to the beast space for the time being. To his surprise, Medusa blinked her large eyes and said with a plaintive tone, "Master, I wish to remain by your side always, may I?" Implicit in her words was her reluctance to return to the confines of the beast space. Hearing this, Shen Lang hesitated. He indeed wished for Medusa to accompany him, as summoning her would inevitably entail a time lag. Should an adversary exploit this interval to eliminate Shen Lang, the Beastmaster, even Medusa's formidable prowess would be rendered moot. If feasible, Shen Lang would prefer Medusa to remain by his side, a constant guardian 24 hours a day. Yet, Medusa's current form was undeniably challenging to endure. The Medusa before him was indeed beautiful, commanding, and somewhat terrifying. Particularly striking were her serpentine locks and the crimson serpent tail that trailed from her gown. Were she a typical beast form, it would be one matter. The profession had its share of beastmasters who kept their companions outside, such as a bear of the earth or a golden dragon, which exuded a certain intimidation, making it clear that they were not to be trifled with. However, Medusa was not entirely beastly, but rather a half-beast, half-human. In her current guise, she would undoubtedly draw the gaze of every onlooker, instantly revealing her identity as a 10-star divine beast. This was not in line with Shen Lang's intentions. He had never considered remaining hidden forever, for such a facade could not be maintained indefinitely. Yet, at this juncture, Shen Lang wished only for a select few whom he deemed worthy to be informed, rather than disclosing it to all of humanity. As a 10-star divine beast, Medusa's intellect was certainly on par with that of humans. Noticing Shen Lang's sidelong glance at her serpentine hair and tail, Medusa immediately comprehended her master's predicament. Without uttering a word, a faintly confident smile graced her exquisite features. Then, to Shen Lang's astonishment, he observed the tips of Medusa's serpentine locks, those delicate snake heads, gently curling inward. Thus, the most terrifying serpentine locks of Medusa appeared strikingly akin to genuine hair. Simultaneously, her tresses became slightly voluminous, gracefully obscuring much of her pointed ears. The crimson serpent tail, previously visible beneath her skirt, was now entirely concealed within its folds. Beholding this transformed Queen Medusa, Shen Lang found himself utterly captivated, his gaze fixated in awe. The former Medusa was unmistakably inhuman, yet the present incarnation bore an uncanny resemblance to a true human being. Although she had lost the wild beauty of her half-beast form, her voluptuous and mature allure was exponentially more enchanting. "My lord, do you see? Is it acceptable now?" Medusa inquired, her crimson lips gently biting as her captivating eyes brimmed with hope, evoking a sense of tenderness. Indeed, Shen Lang fervently nodded, more than satisfied. This was beyond acceptable. However, he soon added, "When we're alone, let us not maintain this guise." The earlier version was quite delightful as well. A beast maiden, after all, understands the allure of such displays. "Very well, my master," Medusa replied with a charming smile, her serpentine hair and tail re-emerging with effortless grace. Shen Lang, thoroughly pleased, nodded approvingly and said, "Now, Medusa, accompany me for a meal. We shall venture into the dungeon for leveling up shortly thereafter." "Certainly, master, I shall heed your every command." Medusa responded obediently, bending her slender waist demurely. As Shen Lang's gaze inadvertently traversed her silhouette, he found himself momentarily breathless. Overwhelmed, he yearned for a taste of excitement. Perhaps, upon returning from the dungeon, he might indulge himself? If Su Xian and Xiao Huahua dared, why should he falter? Yet, he pondered whether beneath Medusa's splendid robe lay a serpentine or human form. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang temporarily quelled his tumultuous thoughts and led Medusa to the restaurant downstairs for lunch. Medusa's stunning beauty undoubtedly stirred a commotion within the dining establishment. However, upon witnessing the strikingly handsome Shen Lang beside her, none dared to approach. With a handsome man and a beautiful woman, they were deemed unworthy of conversation by mere mortals. Male patrons gazed at Shen Lang with envy and admiration, not only for his looks but also for being accompanied by a tall, strikingly beautiful, and seemingly aloof Medusa. Female patrons, in turn, envied Medusa for her beauty and the presence of the extraordinarily handsome Shen Lang by her side. Amidst these envious glances, Shen Lang and Medusa shared a modest meal before departing the hotel to the perilous beast dungeon 2 kilometers away. Throughout their journey, whether in the hotel or on the road, they encountered numerous individuals, yet none saw through Medusa's disguise. It must be said, at that moment, Medusa's presence beside Shen Lang was exceptionally beguiling. No one would suspect that beneath her human facade lay a fearsome 10-star divine beast capable of wreaking havoc. As a major city, Donghai City boasts merely 3 novice dungeons, while some smaller towns lack any such facilities altogether. Consequently, those newly transitioned into novice professions must journey to other cities to engage in dungeons and navigate through the initial 5 levels of their careers. Today marks the Global Transition Day, and regardless of the location of the novice dungeons, they are invariably teeming with participants. Fortunately, access to and from these novice dungeons is unrestricted, whether undertaken individually or as a team. Each foray occurs within a distinct space, thereby eliminating the need for queues. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa arrived at the entrance of the Beastly Dungeon, one after the other. The Beastly Dungeon presents itself as a vast altar, surrounded by a shimmering void adorned with arcane star array runes, with numerous freshly transitioned adventurers bustling in and out. Most enter with exuberance, only to emerge breathless. This illustrates that, although merely a novice dungeon, it poses a considerable challenge for new adventurers. Chapter 10. Not choosing the Hell level would be a disservice to our Medusa. Chapter 10. To eschew Hell difficulty would be an affront to our Medusa, much like a hotel. The appearance of Shen Lang and Medusa continued to captivate the attention of the young men and women outside the dungeon. Even though Medusa had disguised herself in human form, she remained, after all, the 10-star divine beast, the Queen of Medusa, with a lineage that was inherently noble and powerful. In her eyes, these novice adventurers were merely insignificant ants, easily extinguishable with a mere breath. Aside from her devotion to her master, Shen Lang, she held no inclination to even bestow a glance upon any other human, regardless of gender. As for Shen Lang, he had long since grown accustomed to such attention and chose to disregard it entirely. Before long, Shen Lang led Medusa to the altar of the ferocious beast dungeon. As the runes flickered, an enigmatic power swept over Shen Lang, and a prompt materialized before him. Great adventurer, welcome to the novice dungeon number 1314, Howling Jungle. Please select your challenge mode, solo mode, team mode. Without hesitation, Shen Lang reached out and selected solo mode. Please select your challenge difficulty, easy, normal, hard, nightmare, hell. Shen Lang glanced sideways at Medusa, a subtle smile gracing his lips. To not select hell difficulty would indeed be a disservice to the 10-star divine beast, the Queen of Medusa. Any moment of hesitation would be a sign of disrespect towards her. Adventurers below level 120 and the ferocious beasts posed no challenge to Medusa. She could dispatch them at will. This novice dungeon, even at the hell difficulty, would not feature bosses exceeding level 10. Adventurer has selected hell difficulty. Adjusting data for the Howling Jungle. Data adjustment successful. In 10 seconds, you will be transported to the Howling Jungle. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the final number appeared, a circle of star formations emerged beneath Shen Lang and Medusa, and they vanished from the altar. When they reappeared, Shen Lang found himself amidst a foreboding jungle. The dim sky seemed to threaten to descend, dark trees loomed ominously, and tangled vines were ubiquitous. The entire environment felt desolate and damp, filled with the scent of decaying foliage, while the eerie howls of wolves echoed incessantly in his ears. No wonder it was called the Howling Jungle. Shen Lang silently critiqued the atmosphere, while Medusa stood guard before him, her amber eyes gleaming with a fierce glint. Clearly, the howling had disturbed her master, causing her displeasure. Do not fret, Medusa. Listen closely, it appears there are ferocious beasts nearby. Shen Lang offered a slight reassurance to her and began to move towards the source of the howling. True to his intuition, after traversing less than 100 meters, they stumbled upon a small clearing, where 2 gray wolves were playfully howling and frolicking. Upon a mere investigation, Shen Lang swiftly discerned the attributes of the 2 gray wolves. Jungle Gray Wolf, level 9, Strength 145, Agility 160, Constitution 139, Spirit 16. Both Jungle Gray Wolves possessed identical attributes, with their total attribute value reaching 460. While their spirit attribute was somewhat lacking, the other attributes were remarkably robust. Of course, this assessment is relative to other novice practitioners. Typically, Even those who have amassed experience to reach level 5 possess raw attribute totals around 150, averaging in the 40s or 50s. However, practitioners benefit from equipment and skill enhancements. Thus, one cannot solely rely on raw attributes to gauge combat prowess. Moreover, most novice practitioners would not opt to tackle beginner dungeons solo. They are more inclined to form teams for cooperation. Furthermore, not everyone is like Shen Lang, who boldly selected hell difficulty upon his first venture into a dungeon. In simpler and normal difficulties, the attributes of beasts would undoubtedly be significantly weaker. According to 3 centuries of global records concerning novice dungeons, only a handful of practitioners have managed to conquer the hell-level beginner dungeons. Particularly, those who have triumphed in solo challenges can be counted on one hand. For Shen Lang, encountering stronger beasts is undoubtedly advantageous. The stronger the beast, the greater the experience gained, leading to swifter leveling. There is even a chance to acquire equipment, as beasts within novice dungeons may drop items. Shen Lang cast a glance at the 2 jungle gray wolves before turning to Medusa and declaring, "Medusa, it's your turn. Eliminate them." "Certainly, my master." Medusa replied with a radiant smile, then confidently approached the jungle gray wolves. The 2 level 9 jungle gray wolves were hardly formidable. Proud Medusa had no thought of ambushing them, nor was there any need to do so. As she advanced, the 2 wolves promptly sensed her presence and turned to face her. Initially, they bared their teeth at Medusa, but soon, as if overwhelmed by a profound terror, they cowered to the ground, whimpering and trembling, their tails tucked beneath them. The bloodline of a 10-star divine beast was an exalted presence to these low-star, low-level beasts. Not only did they refrain from attacking, but they could scarcely stand. In fact, under the oppressive aura of Medusa's 10-star divine beast bloodline, the 2 jungle gray wolves disintegrated into nothingness amidst their terrified quaking, obliterated without a single skill employed. It was merely the bloodline suppression that vanquished these ferocious beasts. Congratulations. Your beast has slain the jungle gray wolf. You and your beast each gained 25 experience. Congratulations. Your beast has slain the jungle gray wolf. You and your beast each gained 25 experience. Before Shen Lang could fully comprehend the situation, he had already acquired 50 experience points. This was astonishingly effortless. Turning to Medusa, he found her smiling gently at him, her lips pursed in a soft expression. It seemed to convey the sentiment that it was all so effortless. So simple, yet did you not offer me any praise, my master? Shen Lang hurriedly approached, chuckling as he remarked, "Haha, well done. My Medusa, you are impressive. Let us continue onward to vanquish more beasts." "All right, my master," Medusa replied in her soft, endearing manner, nearly causing Shen Lang to burst into laughter. They resumed their search for ferocious beasts in the jungle and soon encountered 3 gray wolves. Unlike the previous 2, these 3 wolves were significantly larger, with long, menacing fangs and fur that stood erect like iron needles. Jungle Giant Wolf, level 9, strength 153, agility 140, constitution 180, spirit 22. Their attributes were indeed stronger, though not by a wide margin. This time, Shen Lang remained silent, leading Medusa past the 3 jungle giant wolves without a word. Trembling in fear, the 3 wolves dissipated into nothingness. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain a jungle giant wolf, and both you and your beast have each gained 25 experience points. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain a jungle giant wolf, and both you and your beast have each gained 25 experience points. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain a jungle giant wolf, and both you and your beast have each gained 25 experience points. Listening to the notifications, Shen Lang felt a profound sense of reflection. This was no mere dungeon raid. It was evidently a leisurely excursion. Chapter 11, The Gaze of Death. The boss reduced to ashes. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa encountered the 3rd batch of ferocious beasts, numbering not a few. There were 5 jungle wolves, adorned with bat-like wings on their backs. Jungle Flying Wolf, level 9, strength 150, agility 190, constitution 140, spirit 21. Their attributes were comparable to the previous jungle wolves, save for their wings, which granted them the ability to fly. As Shen Lang and Medusa passed by, these 5 jungle flying wolves were leaping about in the trees. The outcome was inevitable. Upon spotting Medusa, they lost all strength to remain airborne, plummeting to the ground like dumplings, crushed to death by the bloodline of the 10-star divine beast. Congratulations! Your summoned beast has slain a jungle flying wolf. You and your summoned beast each gain 25 experience. 5 another 125 experience points credited. At that moment, a faint white light caught Shen Lang's attention, emanating from the spot where a jungle flying wolf had fallen. Could it be an equipment drop? Shen Lang hurried forward and, upon closer inspection, indeed discovered a piece of white leather armor nestled within the soft glow. To have equipment drop from the third batch of ferocious beasts, what luck! Shen Lang picked up the leather armor and instinctively cast his appraisal skill upon it. Evil wolf leather armor, white ordinary, defense, 50, spirit, 5, agility, 10. To his surprise, it was still white. As he pondered, Shen Lang realized that equipment for professionals varied in quality based on color, generally classified as gray, rough, white, ordinary, green, excellent, blue, fine, purple, epic, and orange, legendary. Thus, his first piece of equipment being a white ordinary item was indeed unexpected. However, considering he had chosen the highest difficulty level of the hellish dungeon, it was reasonable for the rewards to be relatively high. Weighing the leather armor in his hands, Shen Lang silently thought, equip evil wolf leather armor. Professionals can don or change equipment without the need for physical wearing. A mere thought suffices to switch gear, which is quite convenient. Congratulations! You have equipped evil wolf leather armor, white ordinary, spirit, 555, agility, 2210. It is noteworthy that Shen Lang was still at level 0. With the enhancement of the evil wolf leather armor, his spirit attribute had already reached 60, and his agility was now 32. As for the additional 50 points of attack from the evil wolf leather armor, it held little significance for him. As a beast tamer with a 10-star divine beast, it would be illogical to charge into battle like a warrior against ferocious beasts. Let us go, Medusa, onward. With Medusa by his side, Shen Lang shortly discovered 3 jungle gray wolves and 2 jungle flying wolves. Once again, there was no difficulty. They all transformed into experience points for him and Medusa. Minutes later, a pack of 10 gray wolves with spiraled horns came into view. Shen Lang furrowed his brow and immediately cast his appraisal skill upon these gray wolves. Jungle Horned Wolf, level 9, strength 165, agility 195, constitution 159, spirit 25. It is evident that this jungle horned wolf possesses considerable strength. With a total attribute value of 544, averaging close to 140. More importantly, there are 10 of them at once. If Shen Lang were to face them alone, the odds of victory would be exceedingly slim. Not to mention, even in a team, the challenge would still be formidable. Shen Lang turned to Medusa, who smiled playfully and extended her delicate hand towards the group of jungle horned wolves. Perhaps feeling bored, Medusa chose to take action this time. Without any elaborate gestures, she merely clenched her palms slightly, causing fiery arrows to descend from the void. Though these horned wolves were slightly stronger than other beasts, it was not by much. Upon Medusa's arrival, they immediately fell to the ground, and as the fiery arrows rained upon them, they were instantaneously reduced to ashes, transforming into experience points for both master and servant. Congratulations, your beast has slain the jungle horned wolf. You and your beast each gained 30 experience. 10 congratulations. You have leveled up. Your profession level has risen from level 0 to level 1. Congratulations, your fixed attribute points of 10 have been automatically allocated. Strength, 1, agility, 2, constitution, 2, spirit, 5. Congratulations, you have 10 free attribute points. I have leveled up. The 10 jungle horn wolves provided 300 experience. Combined with the previous 10 beasts and the experience gained from the beast pavilion, have propelled Shen Lang to level 1. How should I allocate my free attribute points? Well, my spirit attribute is already the strongest, so I shall enhance it further. After some contemplation, Shen Lang allocated all 10 of his free attribute points to his spirit attribute and proceeded to open his profession panel. Name, Shen Lang. Profession, Beastmaster. Level, 1. Strength, 24. Agility, 24. Constitution, 23. Spirit, 55. He glanced at the panel briefly before closing it. Eager to press on and conquer the howling jungle, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa, ventured deeper into the jungle. However, they encountered no further wolf packs. Instead, atop a small hill, they spotted a massive wolf adorned with 2 spiral horns and a pair of fleshy wings, larger than any wolf they had seen before. Comparable in size to an old water buffalo. Particularly striking were the golden spiral horns. A boss, Shen Lang pondered, promptly activating his scouting skill, revealing the information of this giant wolf before his eyes. Golden Horn Flying Wolf Leader, Boss, Level 10, Strength, 210, Agility, 250, Constitution, 320, Spirit, 330, indeed. It is a boss, and worthy of its title, far surpassing the ordinary beasts encountered earlier. The Golden Horn Flying Wolf Leader possessed an astonishing total of attributes surpassing 1,000, with an average of 277. 5, approaching the formidable threshold of 300. At that moment, the previously crouched leader suddenly rose to its feet, having detected the presence of Shen Lang and Medusa. Its cold, cautious gaze fell upon them. Upon seeing Shen Lang, the leader's expression remained utterly impassive. However, upon laying eyes on Medusa, its fur bristled in sheer alarm. A divine beast, no less, and a high-ranking one at that. Despite being a dungeon boss, merely a level 10 mini-boss, it was nonetheless subjected to the overwhelming pressure of Medusa's divine bloodline. Shock and trepidation flickered across the leader's countenance. Yet, the rules of the dungeon dictated that it must annihilate all beings that entered, a directive that transcended its primal instincts. With a howl of defiance, the golden-horned flying wolf leader, battling against its overwhelming fear, unfurled its wings and released a thunderous roar to the heavens. In the next instant, a pack of ferocious wolves surged forth from the mountainside, 5 to the left and 5 to the right, totaling 10. These formidable creatures included the earlier gray wolves, flying wolves, giant wolves, and horned wolves. Perhaps emboldened by the presence of their boss, these fierce wolves, although still wary of Medusa, were no longer paralyzed by fear. They crouched, baring their teeth, as if ready to charge. The golden-horned flying wolf ascended into the air once more, howling loudly as golden light erupted from its horns, enveloping the 10 ferocious wolves. Under the radiant golden glow, the wolves' vitality surged, and they charged directly at Shen Lang and Medusa. Unfazed, Shen Lang crossed his arms and declared, "Medusa, let us go? After all, it is a boss. Show us your skills." "At your command, my master," Medusa replied obediently, turning to face the oncoming wolves with a subtle smile. Her captivating eyes transformed into swirling vortices, and in an instant, they erupted with a brilliant crimson light. In a heartbeat, the scarlet radiance engulfed the golden light emitted by the golden-horned flying wolf leader. Simultaneously, under the pulsating crimson glow, the very fabric of space and time seemed to freeze. Both the charging wolves and the airborne leader were suspended in a blue luminescence, their forms visibly transforming into crimson stone at an observable pace. Medusa blinked, and the scarlet light dissipated into nothingness, restoring the surroundings to their normal state. However, the 10 wolves and the golden-horned flying wolf boss, now petrified, fell to the ground, shattered into countless fragments. Chapter 12, The Ascendant Beast Maiden. Together we shall conquer the world. Medusa fulfilled Shen Lang's wish, unleashing her skill to obliterate all ferocious beasts, including the dungeon boss. This was one of her many abilities, the gaze of death. Under Medusa's gaze, all living beings would be petrified into fiery red stone, provided that the adversaries were not stronger than she. Otherwise, it would merely inflict petrification damage and control, with the possibility of the opponent breaking free from its constraints. However, the beasts in this novice dungeon were nothing but feeble creatures, swiftly succumbing to the gaze of death. Congratulations, your beast has slain the jungle gray wolf. You and your beast each receive 25 experience points. Congratulations, your beast has slain the jungle giant wolf. You and your beast each receive 25 experience points. Congratulations, your beast has slain the jungle horned wolf. You and your beast each receive 30 experience points. Congratulations, your beast has slain the jungle flying wolf. You and your beast each receive 25 experience points. Congratulations, your beast has slain the howling jungle boss, the golden-horned flying wolf leader. You and your beast each receive 100 experience points. Congratulations, you have completed the howling jungle solo challenge mode. Friendly reminder, you have 5 minutes to collect and tally your loot. After 5 minutes, you will automatically exit the howling jungle dungeon. Upon exiting, your performance in the dungeon will be evaluated, and you will receive corresponding feedback and rewards. The incessant notifications resonated in Shen Lang's ears, making him feel as if he were about to float away. The sheer joy of doing nothing but relishing the moment was utterly delightful. This was the essence of being a true Beastmaster. And this was merely with one beast. In the future, he would command 3, 5, 10, or even 100. The thought alone was exhilarating. The Ascendant Beast Maiden would join him in conquering the world. Hey, let us tidy up the battlefield, Medusa. You've done well. Shen Lang praised Medusa before turning to gather the equipment. This is all part of my duty, my master, Medusa replied softly, trailing behind with delicate steps. Entirely unrecognizable as a fierce 10-star divine beast. The boss and the 10 ferocious wolves dropped a total of 2 pieces of equipment, one from the boss and one from the jungle giant wolf. Shen Lang first approached the spot where the jungle giant wolf had fallen, marked by a sphere of white light, clearly indicating a white normal grade item. Wolf Bone Short Sword, white normal. Physical attack 60, spirit 8, agility 11. This short sword bore attributes similar to the previous leather armor. Shen Lang glanced at it before stowing it in his backpack, then proceeded to the area where the boss had petrified and fallen. As expected of a dungeon boss, the equipment dropped was more formidable, radiating a green glow. Wolf Tooth Ring, green excellent. Spirit 15, Constitution 15, converted. This amounted to 30 attribute points, which was quite commendable for green-grade equipment. He donned the Wolf Tooth Ring. With a mere thought, the Wolf Tooth Ring materialized upon his left ring finger, prompting his professional panel to automatically manifest. Name, Shen Lang. Profession, Beast Tamer. Level, 1, Strength, 24, Agility, 2410, Constitution, 2315, Spirit, 5520, Talents, Bloodline Insight, SSS, Blessing, SSS. Bloodline Reversion, Divine. Talent Extraction, Divine. Beast Taming Armament, Divine. Skills, Detection, Basic. Contract Technique, Exclusive. Summoning Technique, Exclusive. Healing Technique, Exclusive. General Abilities, Swordsmanship LV7. Combat LV10. Equipment, Evil Wolf Leather Armor, worn. Wolf Tooth Ring, worn. Wolf Bone Short Sword, equipable. Beast, Queen Medusa, 10-star Divine Beast. Free points, 0. Note: future professional panels will not be fully detailed to avoid excessive verbosity. Without a doubt, bolstered by upgrades and equipment, Shen Lang had significantly enhanced his prowess, with his attributes likely surpassing those of other professionals. However, it seemed rather inconsequential. Since entering the dungeon, apart from issuing commands to Medusa, he had accomplished nothing, breezing through the challenges without even affording Medusa a chance to cast a healing spell. As the 5-minute countdown drew near, the dungeon's notification sounded once more. Your dungeon completion score has been finalized, following a comprehensive assessment. Your completion score for the Howling Jungle Dungeon is rated SSS. Congratulations, you have obtained a Supreme Treasure Chest, which has been automatically added to your inventory. Note: treasure chests are classified into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and supreme levels. Your completion record will be preserved in the dungeon player's achievement display, and you may choose to use your real name or an alias. Your completion score of SSS will be globally announced, and you may choose to use your real name or an alias. The SSS rating was undoubtedly expected. Shen Lang was not surprised in the least. With Medusa's method and speed of completion, who could possibly contest for an SSS rating? Receiving a Supreme Treasure Chest for an SSS completion rating seemed entirely justified. As for the preservation of completion records, Shen Lang was aware, having noticed a virtual screen outside the altar displaying the completion records of professionals, ranked according to their evaluations, with the top 100 visible. However, he was less familiar with the global announcement of the SSS completion rating. Once Shen Lang's completion rating was publicly broadcasted worldwide, he would undoubtedly become the center of attention, drawing the gaze of the global professional community. This was not particularly favorable for him, akin to being thrust into the scorching spotlight. While Shen Lang was indifferent to exposure, he was not foolish enough to hastily place himself in the eye of the storm, as that would only invite unnecessary trouble. Confidence does not equate to arrogance, for he is yet to attain true invincibility. Fortunately, the global reporting system is rather humane, allowing professionals to either use their real names or adopt pseudonyms. Although the latter offers limited utility, diligent investigation will invariably lead to his identity. It nonetheless grants him a semblance of respite. During this interval of reprieve, Shen Lang can continue to fortify himself and Medusa, while also gauging the stance of the Great Xia upon him. While foreign powers may take time to uncover his whereabouts, it would pose no significant challenge for the Great Xia to ascertain the identity of one of its own. Ultimately, the level of importance the Great Xia places on him will dictate the nature of their response. I hope they do not let me down. The Great Xia's attitude toward Shen Lang will ultimately shape his perspective towards them. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang chose the codename Hidden Dragon. Codename entry complete. Your achievements and global broadcast will be displayed under the codename Hidden Dragon. Time's up. You will exit the instance immediately. Chapter 13. Finding him. What he wants, what we offer. 5 short 1. 5 short 1. We need a healer. I am a hidden profession, a paladin, versatile in both offense and defense. Come quickly to form a team. I can hardly wait. The guild is recruiting a 5th-tier guild. Newcomers will be paired with dedicated mentors, with exceptional benefits. Is there a wizard among us? We could use one, preferably fire-based. What are you flaunting about? Is your support role truly so remarkable? Who decreed that our crafting professions cannot partake in dungeons? Call forth a scrawny one. If you dare, face me in a duel. How dare you belittle the crafting professions, seeking your own demise? Come on, for heaven's sake, we are all level 0. Who fears whom? Step forward if you have the guts to eliminate me right now. In Donghai City, outside the Beast Dungeon, the atmosphere was as vibrant and boisterous as ever, with disputes erupting among the crowd. However, this cacophony soon fell silent, as every practitioner present felt a resonating announcement echo in their minds. Global announcement. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon. Global announcement. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon. Global announcement. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codenamed, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon. The successive announcements rendered the novice practitioners near the altar speechless, the air seemingly frozen in that moment. Following this, a torrent of expletives surged forth, erupting like boiling water. What the hell? Did I hear that correctly? An SSS rating. I just completed my job change today, and within mere hours, not only did he clear the dungeon, but he also received an SSS rating? I nearly perished in there, having dispatched only a single creature, while he achieved a flawless clearance. By the way, this is from our Great Xia Kingdom. If we wait a few more years, another formidable powerhouse will emerge from our nation. What a fitting codename, truly a. Wait, the announcement only mentioned, no one else was acknowledged. Could it be that he soloed the novice dungeon? Hiss. He cleared the Hell Level Novice Dungeon alone. An SSS rating. Who is this divine being? An SSS rating. I heard there are rewards, possibly the Supreme Treasure Chest. My heavens, a Supreme Treasure Chest could yield an epic piece of equipment or even a dark gold legendary item. The envy among the guild members is palpable. But who is this? Are they from Donghai City? Male or female? Who knows? Using a code name clearly indicates a desire to conceal their true identity. Never mind. They are impressive. Their affairs concern us not. Let us proceed with our dungeon runs. Astonishment and envy, while palpable, dissipate swiftly, leaving individuals to resume their respective pursuits. After all, the feat of conquering a novice dungeon with an SSS rating is an aspiration far removed from their reach, an envy that cannot be attained. In other words, they inhabit disparate realms. It is far more prudent to focus on one's own endeavors. Lacking the fate of a prodigy necessitates acceptance of one's own mediocrity. Amidst the bustling crowd, Shen Lang and Medusa exchanged glances, both breaking into smiles. There exists a peculiar delight in the sensation of being near, yet entirely unrecognized. However, Shen Lang did not linger. He promptly led Medusa back into the howling jungle dungeon. The novice dungeon restricts entry to practitioners above level 5. Yet those below level 5 face no such limitations and may grind indefinitely. The howling jungle dungeon gradually returned to normalcy, but the repercussions of Shen Lang's global announcement extended far beyond. In the capital of the Great Xia Kingdom, the prestigious Qingbei Academy, the annual Global Transference Day rendered the admissions office its busiest, tasked with recruiting elite practitioners from across the nation. However, within the admissions office's conference room, a cadre of tutors and administrators stood, their expressions a mix of astonishment. The silence was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop. Clearly, they had received news of Shen Lang's SSS rating achievement in the hellish novice dungeon. The sharp sound of a communication alert pierced through the office, snapping the tutors back to attention, and a projection materialized within the room. The figure was an elderly man adorned with black-rimmed spectacles, his demeanor equally animated. His gaze swept across the office, settling on a balding middle-aged man, as he declared with unwavering conviction, "Old Guan, I care not what means you employ. You must locate this potential dragon. He must come to our Qinghua Academy. It is imperative." Yet, the balding man appeared somewhat troubled. He too desired such a genius. But the individual had concealed his identity. Before he could articulate his concerns, the elder interrupted him, stating in a grave tone, "There are no alternatives, at all costs. Find him and bring him to me. If you fail, then you may as well resign as the admissions director and let someone capable take your place." With that commanding statement, the projection faded, revealing the elder's hurried departure. The admissions office's overt actions were but a facade. As the president of Qinghua Academy, he must devise other strategies to uncover this potential dragon. A practitioner who achieved an SSS rating mere moments after their transference could not be allowed to join other prestigious academies or be absorbed by rival guilds. Failing to secure him would mark the gravest loss for Qingbei Academy in nearly a century and signify a monumental dereliction of duty for him as president. Simultaneously, in the coastal port city of Shen City, the Shundan Academy, another of the Great Xia Kingdom's top-tier vocational institutions, exhibited a reaction almost identical to that of Qingbei Academy. Even the president of the Shundan Academy, fully armed, stormed directly into the admissions office. "Investigate. I demand a thorough inquiry. Utilize every conceivable method and resource at our disposal to uncover the true identity of Shen Lang. We at Shundan Academy require him. Locate him and offer him the most exceptional benefits. No, let him dictate his desires. Whatever he wishes, we shall provide. This is a divine opportunity for us to surpass the esteemed Qingbei Academy. Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry, mobilize. We must find him before Qingbei does." The president of Shundan Academy bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder. Once the admissions staff regained their senses, they dashed out like startled rabbits. In the southeast coastal region of the Great Xia Kingdom lies Yangqing, a bustling metropolis. Although Yangqing boasts several institutions of higher learning, its most renowned establishment is a labor union known as the Mythical Celestial Court. This union is among the nation's select few 10-star unions, representing a formidable assembly of 10-star professionals. The transition day holds significant importance for the union, as it presents an opportunity to recruit a wealth of fresh talent, particularly those with potential, who are favored by both the prestigious academies and the union alike. Chapter 14. The Great Xia Kingdom cannot produce another dragon blood war god. In the Great Xia Kingdom, the esteemed higher education institutions in various cities are officially established and directly affiliated with the State Council. Conversely, the guilds are recognized as civil organizations by the government, and the two are fundamentally distinct. Compared to the government-backed higher educational institutions, the major guilds face a more challenging recruitment process, often resorting to competition. Thus, every year on the day of job transition, the president of the Mythical Celestial Guild personally oversees the recruitment affairs. In the headquarters of the Mythical Celestial Guild, President Wang Teng is convening a recruitment meeting. In the conference room, besides the relevant personnel from the headquarters, the management from branches of other cities is also projected. Wang Teng, with an indifferent gaze, scanned the room and, with a robust voice, inquired, 3 hours have passed since the transition day. The candidates nationwide should have completed their transitions by now. I wish to know your achievements this year." Upon his words, a senior executive from the headquarters promptly responded, "President, the recruitment situation across the branches is quite satisfactory. So far, we have absorbed a total of 38,000 newcomers, with over 20,000 in combat professions and more than 17,000 in support roles. There are 972 hidden professions, and aside from 3 individuals with B-grade awakenings, all possess A-grade talents or above. Among them, the highest talent level is SS grade, hailing from the Yangqing Advanced Vocational Academy, and the profession is the rather rare ghost swordsman among hidden professions." Hearing such a report, Wang Tung furrowed his brows and asked, "Not a single SSS grade talent?" The senior executive, with a wry smile, replied, "Apologies, President. Not at this time." He then continued, "However, President, we are still working on contacting advanced vocational academies nationwide, and we may have further developments soon." Wang Tung sighed and remarked, "Our Great Xia Kingdom has a large population, yet each year, there are only 3 to 5 individuals with SSS grade talents. Those prestigious academies will vie fiercely for them, and at times the military also intervenes in the competition. While our guild is not lacking, our competitiveness remains somewhat insufficient. Having an SS grade ghost swordsman is commendable. Everyone, let us do our utmost." Just as Wang Tung's words faded, a global announcement suddenly resonated throughout the room. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the Great Xia Kingdom's practitioner, codenamed, for achieving an SSS level evaluation in the Hell level novice dungeon. In the conference room, everyone was momentarily stunned, exchanging bewildered glances. How could this be possible? Wang Tung rose abruptly, his eyes sparkling with excitement and disbelief. It was merely 3 hours after the transition, and to clear a novice dungeon so swiftly was nothing short of astonishing. As the president, Wang Tung himself was an SSS grade talent and had once held the record for clearing a Hell-level novice dungeon, but that was at level 5 and in team mode. Fundamentally different from the SSS clearance record of this, bearing a significance that was worlds apart. If all goes as planned, the individual known by the code name is unlikely to exceed level 1, achieving an SSS rating while conquering the hellish novice dungeon at just level 1, and in solo mode at that. If it weren't for the global announcement, Wang Tung would deem it a far-fetched fantasy. It is worth noting that the last individual in the Great Xia Kingdom who, upon transitioning to a new profession, cleared the hellish novice dungeon with an SSS rating was subsequently coveted by numerous academic guilds, ultimately being absorbed by the military's war god camp, and has since become a formidable force renowned both domestically and internationally, earning the title of Dragon Blood War God. However, even this Dragon Blood War God accomplished the SSS rating in the novice dungeon at level 3. Taking a deep breath, Wang Tung declared solemnly, "Find him. All branches across the nation, locate him. Whoever brings forth valid information regarding will be rewarded with a piece of blue quality equipment. If you find, the reward will be a piece of purple epic equipment, and whoever can invite him to join will be awarded a piece of dark gold legendary equipment, with the position of national branch president at their discretion." Upon hearing these rewards, the members present regained their composure, their gazes ignited with fervor. While they may not covet blue or purple equipment, dark gold legendary equipment remains a treasure beyond measure. However, someone dared to inquire, "President, what conditions shall we offer if we find him?" At this, Wang Tung's expression grew stern, and he pondered, "Such a figure will undoubtedly attract the attention of various factions, including foreign powers that will not idly watch him evolve into another invincible Dragon Blood War God. If we locate him, inform him that should he join us, he will become the first vice president of our mythical celestial court, second only to me. Once he ascends to 10 stars, the mythical celestial court shall belong to him. Furthermore, as long as he joins the mythical celestial court, I shall personally safeguard him until he reaches 8 stars. These conditions elicited an uproar among the crowd. Yet no one dared to refute, for the mythical celestial court was indeed the creation of Wang Tung alone. Is it worth relinquishing the mythical celestial court for merely an SSS rating in a hellish novice dungeon? The answer is unequivocally yes. A future invincible powerhouse is more than sufficient to secure the mythical celestial court's position at the pinnacle of national guilds, granting it greater influence within the Great Xia Kingdom. Across the nation, various esteemed academies and prominent guilds are experiencing similar scenarios. As for abroad, tranquility is also elusive. In the land of the rising sun, at Chio City, the council chamber. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I demand to hear of this demise within 3 days. No, 1 day. I shall grant you but a single day. In the Bang Bang Nation, at the Light Roof Pavilion, the Parliament. How could such a prodigy arise in the Great Xia Kingdom? Such bloodlines can only belong to us Bang Bang Nation. Our spies in the Great Xia must bring back to acknowledge his roots. In the land of Hindustan, at the Federal Cabinet Secretariat. What significance does achieving an SSS rating by conquering a hellish novice dungeon hold? Our population in Tianju has already surpassed that of the Great Xia Nation. We The people of Tianju are the mightiest race in the world. I hereby decree that all novice practitioners this year must partake in 10 liters of Ganges water and endure a 10-day regimen of cow dung and urine baths. Across the vast ocean, in the beautiful nation of the United States, yet another practitioner from the Great Xia has attained an SSS rating for clearing a hellish novice dungeon. Indeed, the Great Xia nation stands as our most formidable obstacle in our quest for global supremacy. Arrange for the agents of the Shield Bureau to intervene. Instruct them to leave no stone unturned in locating this hidden dragon and eliminate him. We must not allow the Great Xia nation to produce another dragon blood warlord. Chapter 15. The notion of becoming a babysitter is out of the question. In the grandiose confines of the Forbidden City within the Great Xia Kingdom, the venerable monarch, aged over 60, reclined in his chair, pressing his fingers against his temples. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Straightening his posture, the weariness vanished from his countenance as he called out, "Is that you, Xiao Wang? Please, come in." As the door swung open, a middle-aged man, similarly attired in a Zhongshan suit, entered. "Your Majesty," he declared, standing upright within the office. "The data on this year's novice transmuters has been compiled and is ready for your review." Upon finishing his statement, the middle-aged man pressed a button on the remote control he held, and a virtual screen materialized before them. Displayed on the screen were the data and statistics pertaining to this year's novice transmuters in the Great Xia Kingdom, complete with comprehensive reports and charts. The old monarch perused the information briefly and smiled, remarking, "Not bad. The number of SSS-grade gifted novice practitioners has increased by 1 compared to last year. Both combat and support professions have seen a rise of 3%. These individuals represent the future of our Great Xia Kingdom. Indeed, the situation this year appears to be more favorable," the middle-aged man concurred, also smiling. Nodding thoughtfully, the old monarch continued, "Xiao Wang, as you have recently assumed the role of Minister of Professions, there are matters that require your utmost attention. Each practitioner embarks on their extraordinary journey. As the ancients once said, heroes tread carefully in the realm of martial arts. Thus, we must prioritize management in this regard. Furthermore, we cannot afford to be lax regarding scholarship matters. Any signs of corruption or misconduct must be thoroughly investigated and dealt with sternly. Scholarships must genuinely reach the pockets of those with potential. With a vast population and various internal and external challenges, fostering a sense of national and ethnic belonging among practitioners is paramount. While means may not be the most fitting term, our leadership can only navigate in this overarching direction." The middle-aged man replied solemnly, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will ensure that the potential practitioners are treated fairly." At that moment, a global announcement regarding Shen Lang's successful completion of the novice dungeon resonated in their ears. "Congratulations to the Great Xia Kingdom's practitioner, codenamed, for achieving an SSS grade rating in the Hell-level novice dungeon." The old monarch paused, and a broad smile illuminated his face. "Excellent, excellent, excellent." Though not as overtly exuberant as others might be, the 3 repeated exclamations sufficiently conveyed the joy within his heart. However, the smile soon faded, and a glint of wisdom flickered in his eyes as he spoke with a knowing grin. "Xiao Wang, it seems you have more work ahead of you." Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man snapped out of his astonishment, reflecting on the old monarch's words and comprehending their implications. After a moment's contemplation, he replied in a serious tone, "I will make the necessary arrangements immediately." "Very well, go ahead. This is an opportune moment to cleanse the domestic landscape." The old monarch waved his hand dismissively. The middle-aged man smiled in understanding, turned, and exited the office, closing the door behind him. The former sovereign sat silently at his desk for a moment before once again opening the recent data, locating the table that recorded the awakening of SSS-level gifted professionals nationwide. The number was scant, merely 3 individuals, allowing him to swiftly peruse the names listed. Hong Qing, 18 years and 9 months, a combat profession frost mage. Duan Zijin, 18 years and 5 months, a hidden profession storm knight. Shen Lang, 18 years and 3 months, a hidden profession beast tamer. Which of you could it be? The former sovereign tapped his fingers on the desk, murmuring to himself, "Clearly someone who knows how to use a code name. Not a fool, far more astute than that young lad. However, my dear, you possess too little faith in our Great Xia." "In the Great Xia? No one can harm you, not a soul." With that declaration, the The former sovereign sealed the personal information of these SSS-level gifted professionals. Yet, this alone was evidently insufficient. Whether it was Minister Wang's arrangements or the potential of these professionals, more preparation was required. Consequently, the former sovereign retrieved his private communicator and initiated a projection call to a contact noted as Little Rascal. At the same time, within a SSS-level danger zone in the northeastern region of Great Xia, an endless expanse of Gobi Desert unfolded. A golden dragon-shaped phantom soared through the air, within which stood a cold and ruthless man. He appeared to be in his 30s, with fierce eyes, a strong brow, and a square face, exuding an aura of authority even without anger. A group of two-headed griffins confronted him, roaring defiantly. The cold man raised his hand, and a gleaming great sword materialized within his grasp, which he then held with both hands. A mere bunch of trash dares to obstruct you, my lord? Die! With a sharp command, the cold man swung the great sword, cleaving straight towards the group of two-headed griffins. A resounding dragon's roar echoed, the sword's brilliance slicing through the air, transforming into a golden dragon that rampaged through the flock of griffins, slaughtering them mercilessly. In mere moments, over a dozen two-headed griffins, each nearing level 300, were reduced to mere flesh and blood, plummeting from the sky. The cold man's expression remained unchanged as he sheathed the great sword upon his back, landing with divine steadiness upon the ground. Instantly, the stones on the adjacent Gobi were sent flying several meters high, and the earth trembled, cracking open with deep fissures. At that moment, the special communication device on the cold man's person chimed. This device was a dedicated line, with scarcely a handful of individuals throughout Great Xia able to contact him through it. Clearly, someone had sought me out. The cold man grimaced in annoyance, pressing a button at his waist to connect the call. In the next instant, the projection of the former sovereign materialized before him. Without allowing the former sovereign to speak, the cold man interjected. Let me clarify. If you expect me to play the role of a babysitter, this matter is off the table. He had certainly heard the report regarding Shen Lang's SSS level evaluation clearing the Hell level novice dungeon. Thus, it is not difficult for him to surmise the purpose for which the old sovereign summoned him. Upon noticing this, the old sovereign chided with a smile, "You little rascal, have you forgotten to call me grandfather in my presence?" He added, "For heaven's sake, I am already 33 years old, and you still refer to me as a little rascal." The cold-hearted man replied, his expression one of exasperation. "If anyone were to hear this, how could I, the illustrious dragon blood warlord, maintain my dignity? Must I forfeit my pride?" This formidable figure was none other than Chu Jinhua, who had previously achieved an SSS rating by conquering the hellish novice dungeon, and is now renowned throughout the Great Xia Kingdom as the Dragon Blood Warlord. He is also the grandson of the old sovereign, although few are privy to this fact. All right, our Dragon Blood Warlord, let us speak of serious matters. The old sovereign's demeanor shifted to one of gravity as he declared, "You must return at once." What other pressing matter could it possibly be but that young lad mentioned in the global announcement? Admittedly, I concede that this young fellow possesses remarkable prowess, accomplishing feats that I was unable to achieve in my youth. However, if you expect me to attend to him, you might as well send me to the beautiful country instead. Chu Jinhua boldly rejected the notion, asserting, "Let those old fellows from the warlord camp handle it. They have nothing to do anyway, while I am rather occupied. It is not your duty to escort him." The old sovereign lamented. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua inquired with curiosity, "Then what am I to do upon my return?" The old sovereign regarded him thoughtfully and replied slowly, "Have you forgotten what transpired after you achieved an SSS rating in the hellish novice dungeon?" At this, Chu Jinhua's eyebrows arched, and a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Chapter 16, Satan. Anthony, the Demon King. 15 years ago, Chu Jinhua, much like the present-day Shen Lang, achieved an SSS grade in the hellish novice dungeon of his city. Although he completed the SSS level hellish novice dungeon at the 3rd tier, the announcement reverberated globally, causing a significant stir. Similar to Shen Lang, Chu Jinhua opted for a codename to shield his identity from unforeseen circumstances. However, this disguise proved fleeting. Within just a day, his true identity was revealed. In a single phrase, it can be said that exceptional individuals, no matter how deeply they conceal themselves, will inevitably radiate brilliance through the slightest fissures. Among the myriad of people across the globe, There are always those brilliant minds capable of discerning where this light emerges from even the tiniest clues. Undoubtedly, Zhu Jinhua became the target of foreign forces seeking his demise. It is worth noting that he was the beloved grandson of the former national leader. Despite the apparent lack of protection, there were formidable guardians safeguarding him in secrecy. Alas, foreign powers invested heavily in their assassination attempt, infiltrating numerous skilled individuals from various countries. Zhu Jinhua could never forget that battle, where the Great Xia nation suffered the loss of several 10-star professionals and thousands of innocent civilians. A significant portion of the city lay in ruins, with rivers of blood flowing. Logically, such catastrophic casualties should not have occurred within the confines of Great Xia, as even the mightiest dragon does not tread upon the lair of the earthworm. This is the stronghold of Great Xia. However, no one could have anticipated that the United States would dispatch a national-level 10-star superpower to hunt down a mere Tier 3 professional. Anthony Curios, the foremost powerhouse of the United States. He was a hidden-class demon summoner, capable of calling forth fallen angels, a well-established figure, and a level 10 agent of the Shield at the time. Consequently, Anthony earned the moniker of Satan, symbolizing the king of demons and the lord of hell. It was precisely due to Anthony's leadership in this assault that Great Xia's professionals suffered devastating losses, and Zhu Jinhua nearly faced a premature end at Tier 3. Fortunately, the elite troops of Great Xia's war god camp rallied together, ultimately driving Anthony away, allowing Zhu Jinhua to preserve his life. Following this incident, the former national leader was filled with both astonishment and fury. His beloved grandson had nearly been killed, and right within the homeland. In response, the entire nation of Great Xia initiated a year-long, bloody internal cleansing campaign. The ease with which foreign powers infiltrated Great Xia was largely due to the abundance of traitorous professionals within the country who provided them with cover and intelligence, including some high-ranking individuals acting as national betrayers. That year, various television networks frequently broadcasted live executions of foreign spies and domestic traitors, instilling fear and trepidation across the globe. However, for Zhu Jinhua, this held little significance. He chose not to remain hidden any longer and directly enlisted in the military. With relentless pursuits of power and external slaughter, he earned the title of the Dragon Blood War God. Over the past decade, in battles both domestically and abroad, Zhu Jinhua has slain countless foreign professionals. However, what Zhu Jinhua yearned to eliminate most was Anthony Curios. Unfortunately, Anthony had assumed the role of director of the Shield Bureau in the beautiful nation many years ago and had seldom made an appearance since. Even when Zhu Jinhua personally provoked the territory of the beautiful nation, Anthony did not take action, which filled him with regret. After all, no matter how formidable he was, he could not possibly breach the lair of the Shield Bureau, akin to how Anthony had once refrained from confronting the War God camp directly. For that would be tantamount to courting death. Reflecting on this, how could Zhu Jinhua not be consumed by murderous intent? He solemnly inquired of the old monarch, Satan, will he come? The likelihood was slim, yet it was certain that one of his subordinates would arrive. The old monarch provided a reasonable conjecture. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinhua felt a tinge of regret, yet the murderous glare in his eyes remained undiminished. He further asked, has the identity of that little fellow been clarified? Which city is he from? I shall await him in that city. Not yet, but it will be soon. If you return, you should know, the old monarch replied. Zhu Jinhua nodded and stated, very well, I understand. I shall return to the Forbidden City first. Grant me half an hour. With these words, Zhu Jinhua abruptly severed communication with his grandfather, his eyes brimming with an insatiable bloodlust. Satan, do not send mere pawns, otherwise it would greatly disappoint me. If you could come yourself, that would be even better. With a snort, Zhu Jinhua soared into the sky, no longer concerned with the SSS-level secret realm, and directly departed the instance to return to the Forbidden City. Meanwhile, in East Sea City, within the beastly dungeon, Shen Lang had once again entered the Howling Jungle instance. He could imagine that his record of clearing the dungeon would undoubtedly cause a global sensation. Yet he never anticipated that it would even draw the attention of the old monarch and the formidable Zhu Jinhua, the first powerhouse of the War God camp. Little did he know that while the old monarch ordered protection for him, he was simultaneously orchestrating a hunting operation against external forces surrounding Shen Lang. This was a blatant maneuver, a grand and open scheme. Our great Xia has produced an unparalleled prodigy, and dare you come to slay him. As long as you dare approach, be prepared to remain in great Xia forever. Upon re-entering the howling jungle, Shen Lang was already aware of the locations of all the ferocious beasts, making the task considerably simpler. Let us get to work, Medusa. Let us make it swift this time. Shen Lang turned to Medusa and said, as there were still 5 minutes left after eliminating the wild monsters. There was no need to waste time. Medusa glanced at Shen Lang and replied, Master, this instance is quite small. I've tested it, and I can sense all the ferocious wolves within the dungeon. If you wish to be quick, I might be able to eliminate them all right here. All of them here. Shen Lang's astonished gaze met Medusa's. Medusa nodded in affirmation, responding, Yes, it is possible, Master. Shen Lang swiftly recalled the theoretical knowledge concerning beginner dungeons. Typically, the diameter of such dungeons does not exceed 2 kilometers, with the largest measuring nearly 3 kilometers. The howling jungle of Donghai City appeared to be less than 2 kilometers in diameter. It seemed rather unsurprising that Medusa, as a 10-star divine beast, possessed a skill that could encompass a dungeon of such modest dimensions. Very well, let us proceed. Shen Lang readily agreed. Yes, my master, Medusa replied with a gentle smile, her form shimmering as she ascended into the air. Her serpentine tail coiled beneath her, and her snake-like hair billowed majestically. In the next moment, an endless crimson radiance emanated from Medusa, transforming her into a resplendent sun. Hundreds of meters away, the 2 gray wolves in the jungle remained oblivious to the unfolding events, their bodies igniting with ethereal blue flames from within, instantly reducing them to ashes without a single cry of despair. Even farther in the jungle, the forest-flying wolves and giant wolves met the same fate, igniting spontaneously. Chapter 17, No Exceptions. The fastest completion record in history. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle gray wolf, and both you and your beast have gained 25 experience points. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle giant wolf, and both you and your beast have gained 25 experience points. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle flying wolf, and both you and your beast have gained 25 experience points. Congratulations. Your beast has slain a jungle horned wolf, and both you and your beast have gained 30 experience points. Congratulations. Your beast has slain the howling jungle boss, the golden horned flying wolf leader, and both you and your beast have gained 100 experience points. Congratulations. You have completed the howling jungle solo challenge mode. Friendly reminder, you have 5 minutes to collect and tally your spoils. After 5 minutes, you will automatically exit the howling jungle dungeon. Upon exiting, your performance will be evaluated, and corresponding rewards will be given. The notification sounds continued to echo until the announcement of the dungeon's completion finally ceased. Shen Lang blinked, surprised that he had not yet prepared, yet Medusa had already finished the battle. Medusa then gracefully descended from the air, inquiring, Shouldn't all the fierce wolves here be eliminated by now, Master? As a summoned beast, she naturally did not receive notifications like Shen Lang did, hence her need for confirmation. Indeed, all have been vanquished, including the dungeon boss. Shen Lang replied, his expression brimming with excitement as he gave Medusa a thumbs up, exclaiming, Impressive, my Medusa. To eliminate all monsters in the dungeon with a single strike. How could that not be remarkable? If all went as expected, this might very well be the fastest completion record since the inception of the howling jungle. Shen Lang had just received a notification that the skill Medusa had employed was called Heart-Devouring Flames, a powerful area of effect damage skill. If ignited by the heart fire and lacking sufficient defense, one would be consumed by the flames. The weak, fierce wolves of the howling jungle stood no chance against the skill of a 10-star divine beast, resulting in their swift demise. I'm glad to assist my master. Medusa smiled softly. However, Shen Lang noticed a hint of fatigue in her expression, indicating that the usage of such a wide-ranging skill had significantly drained her energy. Observing her condition, he realized that her magical power was nearly depleted. It was only natural, such a formidable skill required a substantial amount of magical energy to wield. Though Medusa had acquired this powerful skill due to Shen Lang's bloodline ancestral return ability, she was still only at level 5. The amount of magical power a level 5 beast possessed was already impressive for sustaining an area damage skill like Heart-Devouring Flames. Regrettably, Shen Lang currently had only healing spells at his disposal and lacked any means to replenish her magical energy swiftly. While there was little concern for health or stamina, the depletion of magical power was a pressing issue. He hoped to acquire a spellbook for magical restoration or perhaps obtain a piece of equipment that could facilitate magical recovery in the future. Pondered for a moment, not neglecting the pressing matter at hand. Since previous dungeons had yielded equipment, it was certain that this one would as well. Thus, he set off with Medusa to search the death of the fierce wolf. As before, the Howling Jungle dungeon produced 3 pieces of equipment, 2 ordinary white items and 1 excellent green item. Wolfskin armor, ordinary white. Defense, 50, spirit, 5. Agility, 10. Wolfbone staff, ordinary white. Spell attack, 50, spirit, 10, agility, 5. These 2 pieces were dropped by the common fierce wolves, 1 wolfskin armor and 1 wolfbone staff. Currently, wore the wolfskin armor, which provided little benefit, and the newly acquired wolfbone staff was similarly unremarkable. Wolf Mage robe, excellent green. Defense, 80, spirit, 15, agility, 15 clearly. This robe was dropped by a boss. Unfortunately, it was not of the blue superior quality, merely excellent green. Yet, compared to the wolfskin armor, the wolf mage robe was undoubtedly superior, presenting a more flamboyant appearance. Without hesitation, equipped the wolf mage robe, replacing the wolfskin armor. Instantly, the armor returned to his inventory, replaced by a flowing gray mage's robe. With the removal of the wolfskin armor, there was a decrease in some attributes. However, the wolf mage robe ensured that overall stats only improved. Strength, 24, agility, 24-15, constitution, 23-15, spirit, 55-30. Glancing at his experience bar, noticed it had reached 87, leaving him just a short distance from leveling up. Medusa had gained equal experience, but her requirements for leveling were greater. After 2 dungeon clears, her progress was only at 31. Before long, the 5-minute timer concluded, and the completion evaluation notification chimed. Your dungeon completion score has been assessed. Based on a comprehensive evaluation, your completion score for this Howling Jungle dungeon is SSS level. Congratulations, you have received a diamond chest, which has been automatically placed in your inventory. Note, platinum level and above chests can only be obtained once per novice dungeon, in sequence. Your completion record will be saved in the dungeon player's leaderboard, and this record will continue with the previously used code. You will now exit the Howling Jungle. As with his previous dungeon completion, naturally received an SSS evaluation this time as well. However, there were 2 notable differences. He received a diamond chest rather than a supreme chest. The notification clearly stated that each novice dungeon could yield only 1 platinum level chest, meaning that for his next SSS evaluation, he would only be able to claim a platinum chest. This was a reasonable regulation, otherwise could potentially farm dozens of supreme chests. Nonetheless, this was not a significant issue, as Donghai City still had 2 novice dungeons available, thus could still obtain 2 supreme chests. As for the notion of endlessly traversing to other cities in pursuit of treasure chests, such an idea is undeniably impractical. For one must remember that the novice dungeon is exclusively accessible to those at level 5 or below. Moreover, it is inconceivable for Shen Lang to remain perpetually at level 5 solely for the sake of acquiring supreme treasure chests. Indeed, even if he wished to, it would be an impossible endeavor. Each time he successfully completes a dungeon run, he inevitably gains experience, which he cannot simply forego. Another notable distinction this time is that there was no global announcement upon his completion of the dungeon. Achieving an SSS rating signifies his formidable prowess, rendering further announcements unnecessary for subsequent SSS level completions. Shen Lang smiled wryly, vanishing alongside Medusa into the Howling Jungle dungeon. In light of these regulations governing novice dungeons, Shen Lang resolved to alter his initial strategy. Originally, he intended to repeatedly engage with the Howling Jungle, a ferocious beast dungeon, which is why he had chosen to reside in a nearby hotel. However, the allure of the supreme treasure chest nearby was simply too enticing to ignore. Thus, Shen Lang made the decision to delve into the Howling Jungle once more. After obtaining the platinum treasure chest, he would proceed to the next novice dungeon in EC City. Chapter 18. The Unveiling of the 3 Treasure Chests. Upon exiting the dungeon, Shen Lang and Medusa wasted no time and promptly re-entered the Howling Jungle. Due to Medusa's significant expenditure of magical energy during their previous victory, she refrained from employing her devastating area of effect attack to eliminate all the monsters in one fell swoop this time. Nevertheless, their journey through the jungle was swift and effortless, as the creatures within paled in comparison to the might of a 10-star divine beast bloodline, swiftly crushed underfoot. After conquering the howling jungle for the third time, Shen Lang was delighted to claim the platinum-level treasure chest as his reward. Consequently, the perilous dungeon held little value for him thereafter. The golden and silver treasure chests beneath the platinum level seemed superfluous, merely wasting his attempts at clearing the novice dungeons. Should he secure the top 3 treasure chests from the novice dungeons without reaching level 5, and find himself unable to venture to other cities for additional chests, he might begrudgingly consider acquiring them, as there was little to lose if he could not obtain anything superior anyway. To avoid drawing attention, Shen Lang swiftly changed back into his original attire, and thereafter, he and Medusa departed the ferocious beast dungeon, heading to the hotel to check out. The other 2 novice dungeons lay a considerable distance of 30 to 40 kilometers away, and it would be impractical to return. Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang and Medusa boarded a taxi, making their way to the nearest novice dungeon located in the western part of the city, a necromancer dungeon. During the taxi ride, Shen Lang seized the opportunity to open his backpack, his gaze falling upon the 3 treasure chests. 1 platinum level, 1 diamond level, and 1 supreme level. These represented the highest 3 tiers of treasure chests. Yet this did not necessarily imply that the contents within were unrivaled or the very best. Notably, the upper right corner of each chest bore a single star, indicating that all 3 chests belonged to the 1-star category, which was invincible and optimal only for levels below 30. This design was quite logical and easily comprehensible. If a novice were to acquire a 10-star supreme level chest and unveil legendary equipment suitable only for level 300 characters, it would be of no use to them. With no practical utility, such rewards would lose their significance. By the time one struggled to reach level 300, the equipment would be gathering dust, and they might well have passed on to the next realm. Without further contemplation, Shen Lang directly opened the lowest tier platinum level chest. Platinum level chest successfully opened. Congratulations. You have received the Thorned Armor. Thorned Armor, Red Perfect. Defense, 250, Constitution, 15, Strength, 14, Physical Defense, 1. 5. Wearing Requirement. Constitution 80. The previous equipment acquired did not have any wearing requirements, but this Thorn Shield necessitated a Constitution of at least 50 to equip. In addition to the fixed defense increase, it also offered a percentage enhancement. It must be said, this indeed lived up to its status as Red Perfect grade equipment, providing a significant boost to a character's combat prowess. Unfortunately, for Shen Lang, a Beastmaster, it proved to be of little utility. As for Medusa, it was entirely unsuitable for her as well. Certainly, while Shen Lang may find himself unable to utilize it, that does not imply that other professionals do not wish to. The Thorned Armor is, for the Knight and Warrior classes that charge to the front lines, considered a veritable treasure for novices. A novice warrior donning the Thorned Armor would find themselves nearly impervious to attacks from equally leveled adversaries. Selling it for 100 to 80,000 should pose no significant issue. Shen Lang stowed the Thorned Armor back into his inventory, his gaze falling upon the Diamond Grade 1-star treasure chest, which he promptly chose to open. Diamond Grade treasure chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the Fire Earth Ring. Fire Earth Ring, Purple Epic, Mentality 20, Agility 25, Mana Recovery 3, Fire Skill Attack Damage 0, 5. Equipping Requirement, Mentality 110. This ring is rather formidable. The Mana Recovery is noteworthy, and it also amplifies skill damage. Just moments ago, he mentioned seeking a piece of equipment for Medusa that could restore mana, and now it has arrived. Additionally, as Medusa is also a fire-type divine beast, it is perfectly suited for her. Medusa's mental attribute has long surpassed 1,000, making her fully qualified to wear it. The Fire Earth Ring seems tailor-made for Medusa in her current state, despite merely being a 1-star epic item. Yet, one must not forget that Medusa is only at level 5. The enhancement provided by the Fire Earth Ring may appear modest, but Medusa currently exists in a 10-star divine beast state. Her inherent mana recovery speed and attack damage rival those of 100-level professionals. Thus, even a mere 0.1% increase is not insignificant. Particularly, the ring's mana recovery rate of 3 perfectly resolves Medusa's mana insufficiency. However, Being in a taxi is not the most opportune setting for Medusa to benefit from it. It would be wiser to wait until the next dungeon to bestow it upon her. Thus, Shen Lang secured the Fire Earth Ring and proceeded to open the next chest, which happened to be the final Supreme Grade Treasure Chest. Supreme Grade Treasure Chest opened successfully. Congratulations, you have obtained the Wolf Spirit Pendant. Wolf Spirit Pendant, Dark Gold Legend. Mentality 25, Agility 25, Mana Recovery 5, Stamina Recovery 5. Equipping Requirement. Mentality 140 Dark Gold Legendary Equipment indeed possesses remarkable attributes, enhancing all 4 primary stats. This undoubtedly surpasses typical 2-star equipment, at the very least comparable to a Green Excellence tier, perhaps even rivaling 2-star blue quality. However, with my mentality at merely 85, it appears I am unable to equip it. Medusa could utilize it, yet this pendant lacks an attack enhancement, making the ring far more suitable for her. With no alternative, Shen Lang ultimately placed the pendant in his inventory, intending to revisit it once his mentality attribute increased, which should not take long. As today marks the day of class advancement, the traffic was quite congested, and it took over half an hour for Shen Lang and his companions to arrive at the Novice Dungeon in the western part of the city. This Novice Dungeon is a necromancy-themed one, populated by zombies, skeletons, and other undead beings. Similar to the Howling Jungle, the Necromancer Dungeon here was teeming with people, with various calls for team formations echoing incessantly. During the wait, Shen Lang even overheard some individuals discussing the achievement of an SSS level clearance. Naturally, the striking duo of handsome men and beautiful women continued to capture the attention of countless onlookers, yet they dared only to observe from a distance. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa arrived at the dungeon's altar and stepped boldly into its depths. Great adventurer, welcome to the Novice Dungeon number 3567, the Blood Red Tomb. Please select your challenge mode. Solo mode, team mode, please select your challenge difficulty. Easy, normal, hard, nightmare. Hell, there was no need for deliberation. They would embark on the Hell difficulty in solo mode. The adventurer has chosen the Hell difficulty level. Adjusting data for the Blood Red Tomb. Data adjustment successful. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the Blood Red Tomb. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Chapter 19. The Skill Book of Explosions, Queen Medusa's Upgrade. As the scene shifted, a dilapidated structure came into view before Shen Lang, with crumbling walls and shattered remnants. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that the exterior was surrounded by a graveyard, albeit in a state of disarray due to some unknown calamity. Through the dimly lit crevices, the interior was ensnared by thick cobwebs, and the occasional sound of insects added to the eerie atmosphere. Particularly startling for Shen Lang was the sudden appearance of a flickering green will-o'-the-wisp, which nearly took him by surprise. It was not that Shen Lang was timid. Rather, the abruptness of the apparition caught him unawares. Beside him, Medusa seemed to sense Shen Lang's emotional turmoil and swiftly cast her gaze, causing the flickering wisp to vanish into thin air. "Master, are you all right?" Medusa inquired softly. Shen Lang shook his head. "I am fine. Oh, by the way, I have something for you." As he spoke, he retrieved the fire ring from his backpack and presented it to Medusa. Upon gazing at the intricately designed red ring, Medusa's eyes sparkled with delight, and she hesitantly asked, "Master, is this for me?" "Yes, it is for you. Take it. It will enhance your abilities." Shen Lang replied with a smile. Hearing this, Medusa accepted the ring, adorning her wrist and playfully waving it before Shen Lang. "Master, does it look good?" Shen Lang glanced at her and praised. Indeed, it looks splendid. The crimson fire ring complemented Medusa beautifully, accentuating her enchanting allure. "Thank you, Master." Medusa's eyes gradually filled with warmth. Shen Lang felt a surge of heat within him, and he cleared his throat, saying, "Ahem, Medusa, this is an equipment piece. Familiarize yourself with it, and let us commence our adventure." "Yes, my master," Medusa responded obediently. At that moment, a clattering sound of bricks and stones echoed from not far ahead, prompting both Shen Lang and Medusa to turn their attention toward the source. They beheld a section of debris parting ways, from which 2 skeletal heads emerged, quickly revealing their full forms. The 2 skeletons crawled forth from the earth, immediately charging towards Shen Lang and Medusa with remarkable speed. Bone skeleton, level 9, strength 143, agility 169, constitution 109, spirit 15. In terms of statistics, these skeletons bore a resemblance to the howling wolves in the Fierce Beast dungeon, indicating that the difficulty across new novice dungeons was relatively consistent. Without needing any command from Shen Lang, Medusa had already fixed her cold gaze upon the approaching skeletons. Though the skeletal figures advanced swiftly, reducing the distance in the blink of an eye, to Medusa, they appeared no more formidable than ants. 2 crimson orbs shot forth from her fingertips, instantly engulfing the skeletal forms. In the next moment, the red orbs transformed into flames, consuming the skeletons entirely, even as they continued to run. Their bones were reduced to ashes within the inferno. Congratulations! Your beast has slain the skeletal remains, and both you and your beast have each gained 25 experience points. The accumulation of experience and the cacophony of howls seemed almost indistinguishable, as the 2 skeletal entities contributed a total of 50 experience points. Yet, within Shen Lang's heart, there were no ripples of emotion. It was already a considerable honor for the 2 skeletons to have been dealt with by Medusa, who personally incinerated them. Let us proceed. We must secure that SSS rating first, Shen Lang declared. The implication was clear. Haste was of the essence. For achieving an SSS rating necessitated a swift completion of the endeavor. Understood, my master. Medusa responded without further ado. With her formidable mental prowess extending through the realm, the secrets of this necromantic dungeon were laid bare before her. Even in the howling jungle, Medusa had commanded her abilities with complete dominion, and the blood-soaked cemetery would be no different. Before long, under Medusa's guidance, they encountered 3 aimlessly wandering zombies and 2 additional skeletal figures within the cemetery. Remarkably, these zombies possessed rudimentary skills, unleashing fiery arrows from their decayed mouths. Hungry zombie, level 9, strength 153, agility 165, constitution 119, spirit 14, with no superfluous chatter. Medusa stomped her foot, and the 3 zombies, along with the 2 skeletons, shattered upon impact. Congratulations! Your beast has slain a skeletal figure, and both you and your beast have gained 25 experience points. 2 congratulations! Your beast has vanquished a hungry zombie, and both you and your beast have gained 25 experience points. 3 As they harvested the experience, both Shen Lang and his beast pressed deeper into the cemetery. However, at that moment, from the remnants of a shattered zombie, a glimmer of light emerged, quietly resting upon the ground. Ah, drop! Shen Lang exclaimed with delight, striding forward to investigate. To his astonishment, it was a grayish-white skill book. Employing his basic detection spell, the information about the skill book materialized before his eyes. Skill book, Fire Breath, consumes a certain amount of magical energy to unleash fiery arrows, inflicting fire-based magical damage. Learning requirement, Fire Mage, Shen Lang pondered. While Medusa was indeed a fire-type entity, she merely assumed a form and was not a genuine player, thus unable to learn skills. Moreover, even if she could, what use would a 10-star beast have for such a trivial skill? I have no need for it, but it could fetch a small sum, and it won't be inexpensive. Skill books are consumable items, vanishing upon use, making them essential for both individuals and professionals. Particularly for those that align with specific skills, they can sometimes command exorbitant prices. Given that novice professionals had only recently transitioned into their roles, skill books were a scarce resource, and discarding them would undoubtedly lead to a supply-demand imbalance. Having secured the skill book, Shen Lang and Medusa resumed their experience harvesting endeavors. Both the skeletons and zombies have increased in number by 2, showing a slight enhancement. Yet it hardly posed any hindrance. After harvesting the experience from 11 skeletons and 9 zombies, they finally encountered the dungeon boss. However, the so-called dungeon boss was no different from ordinary wild creatures under Medusa's command, being effortlessly reduced to mere fragments with a single strike. Congratulations! Your summoned beast has slain the skeleton mage. You and your summoned beast each gain 100 experience points. Congratulations! You have successfully completed the solo challenge mode of the Crimson Tomb. Completion evaluation is currently underway. Please hold on. Shen Lang remained unperturbed. For given their pace in clearing the dungeon, an SSS level completion rating was to be expected without any surprise. Yet, unexpectedly, the alert tones began to sound almost incessantly. Congratulations, Beast Tamer. Your summoned beast, Queen Medusa, has reached level 6, and you have been awarded 100 fixed attribute points. Shen Lang was taken aback. Had Medusa just leveled up? Chapter 20. The most extraordinary among the extraordinary, the true enigma. Medusa, clearly receiving the corresponding hint, displayed a look of joy upon her face and exclaimed excitedly, "Master, I have leveled up." As she spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. Once, she was merely an unremarkable fire python, destined perhaps to remain at level 5 for the entirety of her existence, until she either perished or was slain. Yet now, she had not only awakened a 10-star divine beast lineage, but had also ascended in level. All of this was due to the presence of her master. Her master had been right. Her beastly existence had undergone a dramatic transformation the moment she encountered him. Seeing the excitement radiating from Medusa, Shen Lang comforted her. "Yes. Let us continue to strive forward. Level 6 is merely our beginning." Medusa pressed her lips together and nodded emphatically. "Indeed, this is just the start for us." It was worth noting that Shen Lang and Medusa had completed the novice dungeon 4 times, each yielding several hundred experience points, making Medusa truly due for an upgrade. However, the attribute point reward was rather astonishing. When Shen Lang leveled up, he received a total of 20 attribute points, 10 fixed and 10 flexible. In contrast, Medusa's upgrade granted her a staggering 100 attribute points. Although all were fixed points, that still amounted to 100, equivalent to a professional leveling up 5 times. It was indeed fitting for a 10-star divine beast. As Medusa leveled up, her attribute panel appeared before Shen Lang. Beast Mastery, Queen Medusa, Element, Fire, Level 6, Strength, 1537. Agility, 133925, Constitution, 1613, Spirit, 197020. SSS Class Talent, Queen's Gaze, Fire-based attack 500, Gaze can petrify enemies, with a chance to incinerate them. SSS Class Talent, Queen's Resilience, Health Recovery 500. Skills, Death Stare, Mystic Serpent Art, Heart Devouring Flames, Ninefold Fire Shield, Meteoric Fire. Equipment, Earth Fire Bracelet, equipped. Shen Lang calculated that the 100 fixed attribute points were evenly distributed across her 4 primary attributes. This indicated that, purely from the perspective of leveling up, Medusa's attributes were exceptionally balanced, devoid of any weaknesses. After a cursory glance, Shen Lang closed Medusa's attribute panel. Medusa had just vanquished the skeletal magician boss, which had dropped equipment. He needed to collect it before being forced to exit the dungeon. Without hesitation, Shen Lang moved towards the location where the skeletal magician had disintegrated, retrieving a green bracelet. Bone Bracelet, Green Excellent. Spirit 12. Constitution 12. In comparison to the wolf tooth ring dropped by the boss in the Howling Jungle dungeon, this bone bracelet was slightly inferior, yet still comparable. Moreover, it similarly enhanced both spirit and constitution attributes without any specific requirements. Shen Lang cast a few glances and effortlessly donned the newly acquired item, which immediately manifested as a white bone ring adorning his arm. At that moment, the assessment notification appeared. Your dungeon clearance performance has been evaluated. Following a comprehensive assessment, your performance in the Bloodred Cemetery dungeon has been rated SSS level. Congratulations. You have received a supreme treasure chest, which has been automatically placed in your inventory. Your clearance record will be preserved in the Dungeon Player's Achievement display. Your SSS level clearance will be announced globally. It has been detected that you have the codename in other dungeons. Your achievements and global announcement will be displayed under the codename. Thumbs up. You will immediately exit the dungeon. As the notification sound faded, Shen Lang and Medusa's figures vanished from the Bloodred Cemetery dungeon. Simultaneously, the announcement of Shen Lang's clearance record echoed in the minds of global adventurers. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codename, for achieving an SSS level clearance in the Hell level Novice dungeon. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codename, for achieving an SSS level clearance in the Hell level Novice dungeon. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom, codename, for achieving an SSS level clearance in the Hell level Novice dungeon. Another practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom? Curse it. What fortune has befallen them? No, that was indeed. This must perish. He must die, or else the Great Sun Empire will have no peace. Contact the Ninja Division. Eliminate. This is the highest imperial decree. Having achieved SSS level clearance twice in a hell level dungeon confirms it. This must be one of our progeny. Find him, bring him back. Furthermore, instruct the media and online platforms to swiftly announce to the world that is of our bloodline. Release the latest cabinet order. This year, all novice practitioners must consume 50 liters of Ganges water and undergo a month-long bath of cow dung and urine. How is this possible? Having just cleared a hell-level novice dungeon with an SSS rating, now another one, still with an SSS rating. Find him. He must be found. This must die. He must die? At any cost. Even if it means exposing some key pieces, we must determine the whereabouts of this and eliminate him. If he survives, our beautiful nation will be doomed in the next national battlefield. Across the globe, especially in countries antagonistic towards the Great Xia Kingdom. The news of Shen Lang's second SSS level clearance sent shockwaves once again. This further solidified their resolve to eliminate Shen Lang. Domestically, a storm brewed, even more intense than the last. The recruitment offices of academic institutions and guilds were nearing madness. In the mythical celestial guild, Wang Tong, who had been awaiting information on the mysterious figure known as Qianlong, was nearly beside himself with astonishment. How could he have accomplished this? Wang Tong had achieved an SSS rating in the novice dungeon and was acutely aware of the implications of a second global announcement. It was inconceivable for the same player to receive an SSS rating in the same dungeon twice. This meant that, following his first SSS rating in one novice dungeon, this enigmatic Qianlong had subsequently achieved an SSS rating in yet another novice dungeon. This revelation rendered Wang Tong utterly incredulous. While one might attribute an SSS rating in a novice dungeon to the advantageous attributes of this player, to achieve consecutive SSS ratings in two novice dungeons transcended mere attribute advantages. Thus, there remained only one explanation. This novice player, codenamed Qianlong, was truly an extraordinary prodigy among prodigies. A genuine marvel. Chapter 21. Identity on the brink of exposure. Undercurrents surging. Yet, how did he accomplish this? Wang Tong could not fathom the means by which this mysterious figure, achieved an SSS rating in two hell-level novice dungeons. Was it due to dark gold legendary equipment? Upon further reflection, that seemed implausible, as there was at most level 1 or 2, thus lacking the qualification to don such prestigious gear. Regardless, it was imperative to recruit him into the guild. Wang Tong's resolve grew stronger. He promptly opened the guild's task panel and issued a new quest to locate the. Finding someone with a novice dungeon SSS rating would undoubtedly pose a challenge. However, given that the had achieved another SSS rating in a novice dungeon, the search parameters could be considerably narrowed. Firstly, the two SSS completions occurred within a short time frame, indicating that they must have been grinding in the same city. This implied that the city in question must be a major metropolis housing two novice dungeons. This revelation allowed them to eliminate the vast majority of cities in the Great Xia Kingdom, focusing their efforts on those with more than two novice dungeons. Next, they would investigate the records of these cities' novice dungeons, gradually uncovering this whereabouts. Once they identified the city, locating them would not prove overly difficult. While a code name can obscure one's identity, for a guild of their stature, it is always possible to trace the roots and unveil the true individual. Therefore, the guild task issued by Wang Tong was specifically designed to pursue this objective. By identifying a city with two SSS completion records, they could secure a guild reward. First, ascertain the city, then determine the individual's true identity. In truth, even if Shen Lang had not achieved a second SSS rating, his exposure would not take long. After all, the code name, coupled with an SSS rating, pointed directly to Donghai City, a fact that would soon become common knowledge. However, the sheer number of cities in the Great Xia Kingdom, along with the inherent delays in novice dungeon inquiries, had thus far kept this information under wraps. Meanwhile, in the forbidden city of the Great Xia Kingdom, within the national leader's office, the dragon blood battle god, Chu Jinhua, had already returned from the secret realm. He was currently in the office, reviewing the data of novice job changers alongside the former national leader. The announcement of Shen Lang's second SSS rating in a hell-level novice dungeon had already sounded. Chu Jinhua's reaction was no less profound than Wang Tong's. He too was taken aback. Achieving consecutive SSS ratings in two hell-level novice dungeons left Chu Jinhua pondering this potential and future. As the dragon blood battle god, his pride was immense. Even during Shen Lang's first SSS rating, he regarded the young man as merely competent. Yet now, following the second global announcement, though unspoken, Chu Jinhua felt that this might one day surpass him. Certainly, provided he survives and does not meet an untimely end along the way. The former sovereign, noticing that Chu Jinhua remained silent, tirelessly sifting through the documents, inquired, "What is it?" "If I am correct, this potential dragon should be in EC City." Without lifting his gaze, Chu Jinhua replied. Upon hearing this, the old monarch remarked, "Are you implying that this potential dragon is the young lad named Shen Lang?" Closing the documents, Chu Jinhua turned to the old sovereign and elaborated. Firstly, EC City houses 3 novice dungeons. Aside from that, there exists only one novice practitioner within the city, namely that young rascal, Shen Lang, who has awakened an SSS level talent. Moreover, he is a Beastmaster. If his beasts are sufficiently formidable, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for him to conquer a hell-level novice dungeon with an SSS rating. The old monarch pondered for a moment and asked, "What about the other 2 youngsters who have also awakened SSS-level talents? Could it possibly be them? Furthermore, perhaps it is not limited to these 3 SSS talent awakeners. It could be other novice practitioners? After all, talents can remain concealed. There exists such a possibility." Chu Jinhua nodded but then stated, "Yet, I firmly believe it to be him. That is my intuition." Just then, there was a knock on the office door, and Minister Wang from the Occupational Department hurriedly entered. "It has been confirmed," Minister Wang exclaimed excitedly upon entering. "Both SSS level completion records originate from EC City, and the holders of the SSS level completion records for the 2 novice dungeons are none other than the potential dragon." Chu Jinhua glanced at the old monarch and smiled. "See, I was right, wasn't I?" The old monarch chuckled as well, saying, "The records come from EC City, and there is but one SSS level talent awakener there. Thus, the likelihood of the potential dragon being that young lad Shen Lang is quite high. However, his SSS level talent must be supportive in nature, right? How could he be so formidable? Did you not also mention that talents can be concealed?" Chu Jinhua replied meaningfully. The old monarch paused, narrowing his eyes, and asked, "Are you suggesting that he has awakened more than one SSS level talent? It is not unheard of to have dual talent practitioners. You have one right before you." Chu Jinhua stood up and said to the old monarch, "Of course, we still need to ascertain whether it is indeed him. I shall head to EC City now." Before his words had fully settled, Chu Jinhua had already vanished from the office. That fellow always possesses such a hasty disposition. The old monarch shook his head with a smile, then turned to Minister Wang, speaking solemnly. EC City must cooperate fully with Jinhua. The speed must be swift. They must confirm the connection between EC City and Shen Lang, as external forces, even if delayed, will soon locate their target. Therefore, we must seize the initiative. Understood. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Minister Wang replied promptly before darting out of the office. After he departed, the former monarch once again opened Shen Lang's personal profile. After a brief moment of contemplation, he murmured to himself, "Using a code name indeed reveals a clever little fellow. However, he lacks sufficient caution and underestimates the world's professionals." At this point, the old monarch couldn't help but chuckle. After all, Shen Lang was merely an 18-year-old youth. How could he possibly engage in the intricate games of these seasoned foxes? Outside the blood-red cemetery novice dungeon in EC City, Shen Lang remained blissfully unaware that his identity had been compromised and that the dragon blood war god was en route. Fortunately, Shen Lang was mentally prepared. Should circumstances spiral beyond his control, he would indeed have to make a hasty retreat. At this moment, Shen Lang had re-entered the blood-red cemetery for a second run. After successfully acquiring the platinum treasure chest during his 3rd attempt, he was poised to venture towards the next novice dungeon. Just then, his phone rang. The caller ID displaying an unfamiliar number. Chapter 22. If you wish to survive, seek a place to conceal yourself. Shen Lang is a reincarnator, struggling to find common ground with his peers, leaving him nearly friendless. Over the past 3 years of his transmigration, he has been primarily focused on preparing for a job transition, resulting in minimal interaction with others. Consequently, very few are privy to his contact number, and even those who possess it seldom reach out. Thus, the unfamiliar number before him piqued his curiosity. After pondering for a moment, a smile broke across his face as he realized he might be overthinking the situation. If someone truly meant him harm, a mere message would not suffice. they would have confronted him directly. Shen Lang promptly answered the call, and a familiar voice resonated from the other end. Shen Lang, where are you? You're at the Blood-Red Cemetery's novice dungeon in the west of the city, aren't you? It was Song Yuan, the principal of the Sandong Lanxiang Vocational College. His voice was deep and somewhat strained, as if he were suppressing his emotions, imbued with a muffled quality. Just as Shen Lang was about to respond, another voice unexpectedly interrupted the call. This speaker exuded confidence and a casual demeanor. Qianlong, remember what I am about to say. You have recently achieved consecutive SSS ratings in the hell-level dungeons. Haven to you? If you wish to survive, find a place to hide and cease your dungeon runs. With that, the caller fell silent. Song Yuan, however, was visibly agitated, exclaiming, Yes, yes. Shen Lang, did you hear that? Stop running dungeons immediately. You must conceal yourself. Hide well. Listening to both Song Yuan and the mysterious caller, Shen Lang's eyes narrowed. It was evident that his identity had been compromised. Efficient indeed, he mused inwardly, then turned to Song Yuan and replied, Understood. With that, he abruptly disconnected the call. If it had been someone else contacting him, he might have suspected a conspiracy. But since it was Song Yuan, it signified that the other caller was likely an official. Nonetheless, Shen Lang harbored some doubts. He had anticipated that upon the revelation of his identity, officials would arrange for someone to approach him directly. Yet, they were aware of his whereabouts, yet only opted for a phone call without any direct engagement. They merely instructed me to hide, suggesting that my identity has not been entirely exposed. Their reluctance to send someone to meet me seems to be a measure to protect my identity. But what is their ulterior motive? At this moment, Medusa, noticing Shen Lang's unusual demeanor, inquired, Master, what has transpired? Well, it appears we cannot continue with the dungeon for the time being. Shen Lang turned to Medusa with a smile and said, Let us go. Since I must remain concealed, we should find a suitable place to hide. Given that the authorities were already aware of his identity, it was reasonable to believe they would not act unfavorably towards him. Firstly, over the past 3 years, Shen Lang had not offended anyone. Thus it was unlikely that any petty officials would seek to suppress him. Secondly, the policies of the Great Xia Kingdom regarding promising professionals were indeed commendable. Although Shen Lang was uncertain of the authorities' true intentions, their motives were likely benevolent, aimed at safeguarding him. Otherwise, they would not have suggested he hide. However, the individual speaking through the communicator had a tone that was quite irksome, exuding an air of arrogance. Nevertheless, for the time being, it was prudent to cooperate with them. Moreover, Shen Lang was curious to discover what the authorities were truly plotting. In fact, he could surmise a few possibilities, which was the fundamental reason for his willingness to actively collaborate with them. After all, the authorities had already uncovered his identity, and it was possible that other factions were not far behind in their investigations. The officials might very well be seeking to leverage this situation for some purpose. If that were the case, Shen Lang felt a sense of anticipation for what would transpire next. Medusa, naturally, obeyed Shen Lang unconditionally, and thus they did not proceed to another beastly dungeon. Upon emerging from the altar of the Blood-Red Cemetery, Shen Lang once again overheard discussions concerning him. Initially, he had not paid attention, but it dawned on him that the recent global announcement had emanated from their current Blood-Red Cemetery dungeon. Your information is quite outdated. Aside from the Blood-Red Cemetery, the first global announcement originated from the Howling Jungle. Both global announcements came from our Donghai city. Does that imply 2 future superpowers have emerged here? I have heard it is not 2. Both instances of SSS-level dungeon completion were by the same individual. No way. It is indeed one person. The president of the Mythical Celestial Guild has already issued several quests to locate this novice and recruit him into the guild. What quests are there? To find this potential dragon. The previous task was to report the location of the SSS-level completion, which has long been accomplished. Now everyone is seeking this potential dragon. For locating him will earn the finder a dark gold legendary equipment. How powerful is that? The individual has not even joined yet, and they are already offering legendary gear? Apologies, the reward is for the one who finds the potential dragon, not for the dragon himself. The president of the Mythical Celestial Guild has declared that if the potential dragon is willing to join, he will immediately be offered the position of president. My goodness. Aside from envy and jealousy, I am at a loss for words. I wonder who this potential dragon truly is. Everyone is eager to know. Listening to these conversations, Shen Lang realized he had underestimated the influence of completing the SSS-level Hellish Novice dungeon. Merely providing his information could yield a legendary piece of equipment. He could truly be considered the coveted Tang Sing meat. Of course, this pertains to the Guild of the Great Xia Kingdom, which, after all, constitutes his compatriots, merely wishing for his membership to further their collective growth. Conversely, for the adversarial forces of the Great Xia Kingdom, the desire to eliminate such a promising individual would warrant an even greater price, perhaps even exceeding that of legendary equipment. It is conceivable that the foes are already en route, and they are unlikely to be insignificant characters, but rather formidable high-level professionals. Contemplating this, Shen Lang, who was initially poised to exit the dungeon, abruptly halted, remaining amidst the crowd instead of proceeding outward. "What troubles you, master?" Medusa inquired, puzzled. Shen Lang pondered for a moment before responding. "Never mind. Let's not depart just yet. We shall return to continue grinding in the dungeon. The authorities have advised him to find a place to conceal himself, indicating that he may soon face peril. In light of this, what location could be more secure than the novice dungeon?" Chapter 23. They will all be sent to the afterlife. For Shen Lang, with Medusa guarding him, even a level 120 professional seeking trouble would be akin to serving a meal. Yet, no one could guarantee that the foes would be below level 120. What if they were stronger professionals? Should the combat strength of these adversaries surpass that of Medusa, the outcome would be unpredictable. Shen Lang could not place all his hopes in the protection of the authorities. No matter how much potential he possessed, he remained merely a fledgling, not even level 5. Outsiders will always be just that, outsiders. They cannot be expected to value your life as their own. Life is one's own, and thus must be grasped firmly in one's own hands. The global novice dungeon is governed by strict rules, barring professionals above level 5 from entry. Moreover, each professional enters a novice dungeon that exists in a separate dimensional space. This means that as long as Shen Lang is within the novice dungeon, no one else can enter his designated instance. Thus, at this stage, the novice dungeon truly stands as the safest haven for Shen Lang. As long as he remains within, no one can pose a threat. The authorities may have advised him against continuing to grind in the dungeon, perhaps intending to stir up trouble there. But his presence in the dungeon would render such plans ineffective. Therefore, accompanied by Medusa, Shen Lang resolutely stepped back onto the altar of the dungeon, re-entering the blood-red tomb instance once again. As Shen Lang and Medusa's figures vanished upon the altar, a number of professionals exceeding level 5 appeared in the plaza outside the altar, some even boasting 3- and 4-star rankings. These professionals had shed their original gear, masquerading as lower-level practitioners, scanning the crowd around the dungeon altar. Most of them were dispatched by various major factions of the Great Xia Kingdom, but there were also spies from rival forces among them. Shen Lang's second SSS level completion record had been achieved in the blood-red tomb instance, drawing an increasing number of individuals to this location. Not far atop a tall building, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard surveyed the bustling blood-red tomb dungeon altar. As he observed the scene, he instructed through his communicator, "Ensure you all find your positions. Use the detection spell on every novice exiting the dungeon. With multiple people using detection, they won't notice you. Do not worry about the authorities causing you trouble. You are not the only ones using detection spells. Also, this Shen Lang has cleared the dungeon more than twice, so he should be above level 2, and his equipment is likely decent. Pay close attention to these details. Report any suspicious targets immediately." After delivering his orders, the bearded man initiated communication with another number, stating, "My team has arrived at the blood-red tomb dungeon. Good work. But move swiftly. Locate him as quickly as possible." The other party's Great Xia dialect was fairly standard, yet upon closer listening, one could discern a peculiar accent. This individual was not a native of the Great Xia. The bearded man confidently declared, "Rest assured. As long as he remains within the blood-red tomb instance, he cannot hide. I shall undoubtedly locate him. However, the promises you made to me. Once you retrieve him, everything will be resolved," came the response from the communicator, accompanied by a chuckle. "At that time, simply travel to our beautiful country, and there will be those who assist you in obtaining citizenship, along with the items you desire." "Very well, I shall await your good news." The bearded man ended the call, lighting a cigar for himself, his gaze cold and indifferent. In other locales near the blood-red tomb instance, similar scenes were unfolding. Foreign hostile forces could not openly appear in this area. They required the assistance of traitorous spies to carry out their deeds. Thus, It is evident that in any world or era, there has never been a shortage of traitors willing to betray their compatriots for personal gain. Meanwhile, in a quaint inn in Donghai City, a one-eyed man inquired of a bespectacled young man who had just entered, "Have you identified who is involved?" "Yes, more or less." The young man adjusted his glasses and replied in a measured tone. "The most formidable foreign power in our nation is William, an 8-star professional from the beautiful country's H-I-E-L-D, an old acquaintance of ours. He entered the Great Xia Kingdom under a false identity half a month ago and has since vanished without a trace. He arrived quite early," the one-eyed man commented, though he did not appear particularly surprised. After all, each year before the transition day, various nations arrange for powerful individuals to venture into other countries. Their aim is, of course, to assassinate potential professionals from other nations or to subvert these promising novices. The Great Xia Kingdom has also dispatched several strong individuals abroad prior to the transition day. As for William's disappearance, it is not unexpected. An 8-star professional is considered among the elite globally, and given that he has been cultivated by S-H-I-E-L-D, if he wishes to remain hidden, tracking him down is naturally quite challenging. The one-eyed man smirked coldly and then asked, "Has his network here been uncovered?" "It has already been uncovered." The bespectacled young man opened a file and stated, "Though we do not know William's whereabouts, his subordinate is in contact with a teacher in Donghai City. This individual is named Hu Dongying, the vice president of the Donghai Advanced Vocational Academy, and he is currently outside the Blood Red Tomb instance." Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man's expression darkened, and he scoffed. The vice president of a prestigious vocational academy is willing to serve as a pawn for foreigners. It seems that after this matter, it will be time to conduct a thorough self-examination of our domestic institutions. The bespectacled young man nodded in agreement and continued. In addition to S-H-I-E-L-D from the beautiful country, other nations have also dispatched numerous individuals to Donghai City, with levels generally ranging from 5-star to 7-star. Here are their specific profiles, including the pests they have cultivated domestically. As he spoke, he handed over the entire document to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man took it, flipping through the pages while inquiring, "How is the bait arrangement coming along?" "Rest assured, boss, everything has been meticulously arranged, and we can act at any moment," replied the bespectacled young man with a smile. The one-eyed man nodded, tossing the documents back to the young man, saying, "Keep a close watch. When the time comes, we will send them all to the other side." "Understood." The bespectacled young man stood at attention. At that moment, a figure emerged from another room of the suite. If Shen Lang were present, he would be utterly astonished, for this figure bore an uncanny resemblance to him. "Boss, are we not moving yet?" asked the girl, whose voice was a melodious and ethereal echo, yet strikingly identical to Shen Lang's. Chapter 24. The Perils of Opening Treasure Chests in Live Broadcasts Within the Blood Red Cemetery Dungeon. Shen Lang and the Queen Medusa were meandering through the instance, no longer hastily dispatching monsters as they had previously. There was no longer any necessity for such urgency. He was not here to grind experience, but rather to pass the time while casually acquiring a modicum of experience. However, the novice dungeon still imposed a time constraint, as novice adventurers could not linger indefinitely within its confines. Each time a novice entered the dungeon, they were permitted to remain for a maximum of 1 hour. When the time elapsed, they would be forcibly ejected from the instance. Shen Lang meticulously timed his dungeon completions, allowing the Queen Medusa to vanquish the boss of the Blood Red Cemetery only at the last moment. Upon emerging from the dungeon each time, he would observe the fluctuations in the external environment. Although his own level and strength were rather feeble, the Queen Medusa, being a mature 10-star divine beast, could sense the presence of numerous formidable energies even without the use of probing techniques. Each time they exited, the number of such energies had increased, signifying that more high-level adventurers had arrived in the vicinity. On occasion, Shen Lang himself felt a probing presence sweep over him. Nevertheless, he had taken measures to disguise himself, donning ordinary white attire, which drew little attention. As night descended, Shen Lang remained at the altar of the dungeon, leisurely continuing to slay monsters. However, after the last 2 exits from the Blood Red Cemetery, he noticed something amiss outside. The number of high-level adventurers in the plaza beyond the altar had suddenly diminished. Through the Queen Medusa's heightened senses, he discerned that the count of high-level adventurers near the dungeon altar was decreasing, with each instance revealing fewer than the last. This peculiar situation left Shen Lang bewildered. With a hint of confusion, he and Medusa re-entered the dungeon for nearly an hour, only to find upon their exit that there were virtually no high-level adventurers lingering near the altar, as if none of the previously stealthy adventurers had ever been there. What had transpired? Had the officials taken action? Shen Lang pondered, while Medusa inquired, "Master, shall we not continue?" "It appears we cannot." Shen Lang replied with a shake of his head. If circumstances permitted, he would gladly remain within the dungeon, but he could no longer proceed. Since he had decided to re-enter the dungeon, he had completed a total of 6 runs, yielding considerable rewards. He had acquired nearly 20 pieces of equipment, most of which were green quality, with a few blue exceptional items. Most importantly, these 6 forays into the dungeon had granted him a substantial amount of experience. He had ascended from level 1 to level 4. The Queen Medusa had similarly advanced by 1 level, rising from level 6 to level 7. Shen Lang, level 4. Experience, 39. 72. Queen Medusa, level 7. Experience, 53. 68. Though the Queen Medusa had surpassed level 5 as a Beastmaster, she was not classified as an adventurer, and thus was not subject to the level restrictions of the novice dungeon. However, Shen Lang is now nearing level 5, and once he reaches that milestone, he can no longer enter the novice dungeon. Logically, he still requires approximately 60% of the experience points to attain level 5. Yet Shen Lang must also reserve a certain amount of experience for the next novice dungeon. There are 3 treasure chests awaiting him in this new novice dungeon. Although he chose to forego the treasure chests in other cities, he is determined to acquire these 3. With 3 chests to claim, he must conserve his experience progress bar. Otherwise, he will be unable to secure all 3 chests. Furthermore, the situation outside has changed, and Shen Lang is eager to discern what is amiss. If things appear suspicious and the officials cannot be relied upon, he will need to stealthily depart from Donghai City tonight and seek refuge elsewhere to develop his skills. It is now just past 9 in the evening, and the square outside the blood-red cemetery, this necromantic dungeon, is still bustling with novice adventurers. Having finally succeeded in their class transitions, these fledgling adventurers are eager to elevate their levels to 5 as swiftly as possible to leave behind their novice phase. However, Shen Lang finds it curious that, aside from a few adventurers entering and exiting the dungeon, many of the others are gathered in groups, clutching their communication devices as if engrossed in something, animatedly discussing amongst themselves. Listening closely, Shen Lang discovers that their conversations revolve around him. Supreme-level treasure chests, diamond-level treasure chests, platinum-level treasure chests. Oh, how it makes me feel like a mere lemon. After all, who wouldn't he be envious of someone capable of achieving an SSS rating in a hellish novice dungeon? It is remarkable to think that Donghai City could produce such a remarkable individual. Surely, Shen Lang is destined to become a formidable figure. Their dialogue openly mentions Shen Lang by name, no longer merely referring to him as the alias, Shen Lang. Undoubtedly, Shen Lang's identity has been thoroughly exposed, and even his true name is no longer a secret. Maintaining his composure, Shen Lang surveys his surroundings, relieved that no one is paying attention to him and Medusa, while the discussions continue unabated. You may not be aware, but I am an alumnus of this, or Shen Lang. We both hail from Sandong Lanxiang, excelling in theoretical knowledge and physical skills. Many believed he was doomed when he awakened the Beastmaster class. The Beastmaster class is incredibly powerful. A hidden profession. How could it possibly be deemed worthless? It turns out that Shen Lang comes from a humble background, an orphan, and the Beastmaster profession is notoriously expensive. Yet, regardless of the cost, gold always shines. With 2 SSS ratings for clearing a hellish dungeon, his future is boundless. Indeed, he is strikingly handsome. I cannot believe I overlooked him while he was clearing dungeons. While there is no denying Shen Lang's prowess, do you not think he is rather arrogant? To dare to appear in a live stream while opening treasure chests, what a foolhardy decision. Are you suggesting that foreign competitors may pose a threat to him? Not to worry. I have faith in our homeland. I certainly have faith in my homeland. Yet I cannot help but feel discomfort at their ostentatious display and the brazen manner in which they present themselves. Aren't they merely granting foreign powers an opportunity? As a once impoverished individual who has now risen, It is understandable that he wishes to flaunt his newfound status. But what does it matter? For ordinary professionals like us, we merely observe the spectacle. Speaking of which, the treasure chest is set to be opened at 10 o'clock, correct? Yes, indeed, it's 10 o'clock. And there are still over 40 minutes remaining. That seems like quite a while. Let us proceed to tackle another dungeon first. I am on the verge of reaching level 2. Listening to these exchanges, Shen Lang found himself quite perplexed. He was to live stream the opening of the treasure chest at 10 o'clock, yet as the protagonist, how could he be unaware of such an event? Chapter 25. My name is Shen Lang. What is wrong with the waves? Filled with puzzlement, Shen Lang decisively retrieved his communicator. We now reside in an era dominated by professionals, yet remnants of past entertainment persist, reminiscent of the short video applications that flourished 3 centuries ago. Presently, the app is called Professional Circle, aptly named to signify the domain of professionals. Within the professional circle, various short videos abound, ranging from whimsical to serious, including guides for conquering certain dungeons. Additionally, there are promotional segments featuring professional gear and equipment. A multitude of professionals engage in live streaming, showcasing their dungeon raids and monster encounters, making this software exceedingly popular. As Shen Lang opened the Professional Circle application, he found no need to search. The homepage presented a vibrant live streaming room. The stream was titled Master Dragon, enticing viewers with the promise of opening a supreme treasure chest. Beside this, an official certification read, Global Prodigy, twice rated SSS for conquering hell-level dungeon, Master Dragon. In the streaming room's visuals, 2 tiers of treasure chests were displayed. At the top, a supreme chest. In the middle, a diamond chest. And at the bottom, a platinum chest, totaling 6 chests, precisely matching the number Shen Lang had acquired. However, this was not the pivotal detail, nor was it what Shen Lang was most concerned about. His gaze fixated on an individual in the stream, casually perched beside a treasure chest, legs bouncing idly as he munched on sunflower seeds. It was no wonder that someone had recently remarked on Shen Lang's petty triumphs, as this individual was brazenly flaunting his exploits. Such a demeanor could only be described with 2 words, utterly obnoxious. Shen Lang's attention was riveted on this streamer. A sardonic twitch at the corner of his mouth, for the streamer bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Beside him, Medusa also caught sight of the Shen Lang on screen, her mouth agape in astonishment. What are you staring at? That isn't me, Shen Lang muttered darkly, promptly shutting off the communicator, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. There was no need for speculation. This was undoubtedly a scheme orchestrated by the authorities. They had intended for him to remain hidden, yet they conjured a counterfeit version of himself. Were they attempting to bait him? Though he could surmise the officials' intentions, he could not help but wonder if they could not have chosen a more suitable actor. He felt an overwhelming urge to reach into the streaming room and confront this inferior imitation. While his mind was awash with sarcasm, Shen Lang complied, promptly donning a plain white mask of ordinary quality. This mask, an item acquired during the novice dungeon, was perfectly suited to conceal his identity. It served a dual purpose, to protect himself and to prevent the exposure of his true self, thus thwarting the authorities' fishing expedition. Turning his attention to Medusa, he realized that while he had masked himself, she had previously appeared alongside him. Given the precariousness of the moment, Shen Lang was determined not to allow Medusa to return to her beast space. Fortunately, he had obtained 2 masks in the blood-red cemetery, and Medusa, having undergone transformation, could also equip gear. Thus, 2 masked figures, a man and a woman, traversed the crowd and departed from the altar of the blood-red cemetery dungeon. For novice players, everything about seasoned adventurers was utterly novel, hence the presence of numerous masked individuals nearby did not render them conspicuous. Now that Shen Lang found himself unable to remain in the dungeon, he and Medusa truly needed to seek refuge. After all, in Shen Lang's view, the officials' fishing tactics were rather clumsy. To say nothing of other matters, a mere cursory investigation into Shen Lang would reveal him as an imposter. Of course, this fishing operation was evidently directed at external forces, likely deceiving those foreign individuals without much difficulty. However, there was no guarantee that there would not be citizens from the Great Xiao among them. If they encountered someone astute, they would certainly not fall for such tricks. Thus, for the sake of his own safety, Shen Lang deemed it imperative to conceal himself. Before long, Shen Lang led Medusa away from the blood-red cemetery dungeon. intentionally avoiding the roadside surveillance cameras. Ultimately, they found a modest inn nestled within an old alleyway and secured a private room. The rationale for choosing this particular establishment was straightforward. It did not require real name registration for check-in. It was not that identification was unnecessary, but rather that the process was more manageable. Shen Lang offered an additional 100 yuan, and the proprietor promptly utilized his own identification to register a room for Shen Lang and Medusa, out to steal identities while donning masks. The youth of today truly know how to navigate the system. Under the proprietor's disdainful gaze, Shen Lang and Medusa ascended the dimly lit staircase, locating their room and swiping their card to enter. Had it been any other time, the intimacy of a small hotel room would likely have sparked a myriad of thoughts between Shen Lang and Medusa. However, Shen Lang's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of the imposter, so upon entering the room and switching on the light, he retrieved his communicator and launched the professional circle software. The imposter's live stream continued to feature prominently on the homepage, with the viewer count ominously soaring to an astonishing 16 million. Glancing at the time, Shen Lang noted that it was nearly 10 o'clock, and as he surveyed the barrage of comments, they scrolled by in a frenzy, faster than he could comprehend. Amazing, brother. You truly fear nothing. This is the first time I've seen a supreme-level treasure chest. Can you open it soon? We're about to head into another dungeon. Shen Lang, this is Park Changda from Class 9, Grade 3 of Lanxiang High School. Do you remember me? In times of wealth and fortune, do not forget your friends. Please take me along in the future. You act as if you're invincible, but it's clear you're courting death. Indeed, individuals like you squander the talents bestowed by heaven, only to bring trouble to our nation. I hope you mature. If another dragon blood warrior emerges in Great Xia, our nation will surely soar on the battlefield. Given this fellow's temperament, I fear for him. Who knows, he might meet his end one day. Meanwhile, the imposter, while munching on sunflower seeds, occasionally responded to comments, primarily delivering retorts. Afraid of death? We lived 18 years and don't even know how to write the character for death. What is my flaw? If you possess the capability, you too could triumph in the hellish novice dungeon with a SSS rating, just as I have. Why must there be another Dragon Blood Warlord? Am I not capable of surpassing the Dragon Blood Warlord as the hidden dragon? My name is Shen Lang. What is wrong with my audacity? Listening to the taunts of this imposter, Shen Lang felt a surge of frustration. His persona was being tarnished in such a manner. How could he possibly face others afterward? Before long, the clock struck 10. The imposter in the live stream finally ceased his snacking and banter, removing his feet from the table. Brothers, the time has come. Let us commence. No more idle chatter. Let us open the treasure chests. He declared with enthusiasm. Let us begin with the supreme treasure chest. The imposter wiped his mouth, clapped his hands, and then lifted the two supreme treasure chests from the top, placing them before himself. As the chests were opened, a dazzling array of colors erupted from them. When the brilliance faded, the supreme treasure chests had vanished, replaced by two orbs of dark golden light. Within the dark golden radiance lay a broad sword and a shield. Oh no, I am a Beastmaster. These two items are utterly useless to me. The imposter lamented with a disheartened expression. Damn it, this has completely ruined my mood. I'm done streaming. With that, he disregarded the flurry of comments and abruptly ended the live stream. Shen Lang could only respond with a sigh. Chapter 26. Shen Lang, I have a penchant for audacity. What does it mean to be willful? This is what it means, deciding to end a live stream without a hint of forewarning. Unburdened by any preconceived persona, one can indeed act as they please. Observing the shut-down live stream, the dark screen was inundated with various comments, predominantly extending warm regards to the imposter's family. It is, however, quite reasonable to consider that the imposter serves as bait, now that the bait has been cast. It is merely a matter of waiting for the bigger fish to take the hook. As for the imposter himself, his presence in the live stream has become inconsequential. One can easily imagine the undercurrents surging in Donghai City under the cover of night, especially in the vicinity of the imposter, where countless eyes are undoubtedly fixated. The imposter's live stream made it exceedingly simple to pinpoint his location. What Shen Lang remains unaware of is that while he was engaged in the Scarlet Graveyard dungeon, the imposter had actually appeared outside the very same dungeon, parading around in Shen Lang's likeness before ultimately departing from the dungeon square. Consequently, once Shen Lang exited the dungeon, the shadowy figures of elite practitioners vanished, having all scurried off to pursue the imposter. It remains uncertain how many will fall for the bait. As Shen Lang gazed out the window, these thoughts crossed his mind. In truth, Shen Lang had envisioned numerous scenarios following the exposure of his identity. Yet he had not anticipated that the authorities would orchestrate such a trap. To put it charitably, one might call it an adept utilization of opportunity. Conversely, one could cynically assert that the authorities possess a rather unscrupulous nature. Nevertheless, Shen Lang relishes this audacity. Thus, despite the officials never having directly approached him, he found himself harboring a slight fondness for their methods. When dealing with adversaries, one must seize every opportunity to eliminate them. What use is there for chivalry in the world? Less than 10 kilometers from Shen Lang, a vibrant high-rise known as the West City Grand Hotel stood aglow with flickering neon lights. This esteemed 5-star establishment was the very dwelling of the imposter. After terminating the live stream, the imposter did not abandon his computer, but rather continued to grumble as he opened 4 additional treasure chests. He had left the window ajar, allowing the exterior to clearly witness the unfolding scene within. Surrounding the hotel were countless pairs of eyes scrutinizing his room, incessantly communicating with one another. It was confirmed that the chests were indeed genuine, and he had truly opened them. Our operatives had just pretended to be wait staff, passing by him face to face, while also utilizing reconnaissance scrolls for confirmation. He is indeed Shen Lang from Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, currently a level 5 Beastmaster. All aspects have been verified. He is the hidden dragon. This is troubling. Someone has already infiltrated the hotel. Accelerate the pace. Numerous figures could be seen converging towards the imposter's room, whether from the ground or the air. There was even a team of unknown origin forcefully breaching the door. Eliminate him. The leader bellowed loudly, and those behind him surged towards the imposter Shen Lang. In response to this scene, a fleeting expression of panic crossed the face of the imposter Shen Lang, yet his hands and feet moved with remarkable swiftness. A mere group of trash dared to threaten your father? What a foolish dream. The imposter Shen Lang swiftly gathered the newly unboxed equipment, vaulted over the table, and made a beeline for the window ahead. With a resounding crash, the floor-to-ceiling glass shattered upon impact with the imposter Shen Lang. Simultaneously, he began his descent amidst the shards of glass. However, before he could fall 2 stories, a hexagram summoning array materialized in the air, from which emerged a magnificent azure-feathered bird enveloped in purple lightning. With a triumphant call, the bird flapped its colossal wings and caught the falling imposter Shen Lang. In the next instant, the azure-feathered bird soared into the sky, not glancing back as it flew away into the distance. Almost instantaneously, the pursuers of the imposter Shen Lang activated their investigation skills upon the appearance of the azure-feathered bird. Beast Mastery, Purple Thunder Azure Scale Eagle, rank 3 stars, level 118. Upon receiving the results of their investigation, the pursuers became even more convinced that this imposter Shen Lang was indeed Qianlong. Undoubtedly, this Purple Thunder Azure Scale Eagle was Shen Lang's tamed beast. It was this 118 level eagle that enabled Shen Lang to achieve an SSS rating in the Hell level dungeon. A beast nearing 4 stars could only make sense for rapid completion of the novice dungeon. As for how Shen Lang, as a novice, managed to contract a beast of such caliber, it was evident that this was his unique talent, an extraordinary gift. Thus, after the imposter Shen Lang fled, the pursuers hastened after him. Once the pursuers had chased far away, several figures emerged by the shattered window of the hotel room where the imposter Shen Lang had been. Leading them was the previously encountered one-eyed man and the bespectacled individual. The one-eyed man peered through the broken window at the direction in which the imposter Shen Lang had escaped, speaking into the communicator at his ear. All units, attention. The first school of fish is expected to reach net 1 in 1 minute. Prepare to net. Prepare to net. After finishing, the one-eyed man switched communication channels and remarked, the first school of fish does not include Huadongying or William from S.H.I. Eel.D. They must be in the temporary second school of fish, replied the other with a smile. The one-eyed man pondered for a moment before stating, it's highly likely that the little rascal disobeyed and left early. He was probably discovered. Tell me the location of net 2. I will head there immediately. The other responded ambiguously. The one-eyed man's eye twitched several times before he solemnly replied, I have just sent you the coordinates for net 2. Oh, I didn't notice that. Cut the line, the other said, abruptly severing the communication. The bespectacled man, having overheard the communication, wore a rather intriguing expression as he glanced at the one-eyed man and remarked, "Is our dragon blood war god indulging in some fanfare? Does it concern you in the slightest? Do you wish to bask in the limelight as well?" The one-eyed man, maintaining a stern demeanor, barked, "Wrap it up." "Understood." The bespectacled man smirked, promptly leading his companions to leap from the window and flee in the direction of the imposter Shen Lang. Meanwhile, at the modest inn where Shen Lang was located, not far away, a bearded middle-aged man was swiftly navigating through the alley with a dozen professionals. This bearded man was none other than the spy of significant concern to the authorities, the vice president of the Donghai Advanced Vocational College, Hua Dongying. Suddenly, Hua Dongying raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt, as he retrieved the ringing communicator. Upon glancing at the caller ID, he answered with a tone of reverence, "Mr. William." "Indeed, Hua, your intuition is correct. This place is indeed a trap," William replied in a grave tone. "Thanks to your warning, my shield bureau would have fallen into a dire predicament otherwise. By the way, what is the situation on your end?" Hua Dongying surveyed his surroundings and responded, "I have already identified a suspicious individual and am currently searching. They should be nearby." "Good. Send me your coordinates, and I shall come over," William replied. Hua Dongying hung up, quickly transmitted the coordinates, and then resumed his swift movements through the alley. Chapter 27. How can you be certain that no one is protecting me? Not long ago, the imposter posing as Shen Lang departed from the blood-red cemetery instance, and this information swiftly circulated among various parties, including the revelation that Shen Lang was indeed Qianlong. Hua Dongying was no exception. He even witnessed Shen Lang exiting the blood-red cemetery instance and entering a taxi. Initially, Hua Dongying believed this to be the genuine Shen Lang. However, during the live broadcast featuring the imposter, he began to suspect that this might be a false representation, as if the entire affair was a carefully orchestrated ruse. His suspicion arose from his acquaintance with Shen Lang. As the vice president of Donghai Advanced Vocational Academy, Hua Dongying was primarily responsible for managing new students, and thus could not be oblivious to the situation regarding their competitor, Sandong Lanxiang. Particularly, a top student like Shen Lang had always been a coveted asset among schools, as every institution aspired to cultivate exceptional talent within their ranks. For instance, at present, various universities were fervently seeking to locate Shen Lang, hoping to entice him to pursue his studies at their esteemed institutions. The previous year, Hua Dongying had even dispatched someone to approach Shen Lang, attempting to persuade him to transfer from Sandong Lanxiang to Donghai Academy, offering a more lucrative scholarship as an incentive. However, Shen Lang declined, as the resources provided by different schools were relatively comparable prior to his career transition. Thus, Hua Dongying concluded that the Shen Lang in the broadcast was an imposter. According to the information he possessed, Shen Lang was not a flamboyant or eccentric individual, but rather a reserved and somewhat reclusive student. Although Hua Dongying's associates conducted a thorough investigation into the imposter and confirmed that he indeed resembled Shen Lang, this did not quell Hua Dongying's doubts. After all, the professional realm is not devoid of tools designed to impersonate others. While it is generally challenging for practitioners to acquire such devices, it would be understandable if the authorities, in a bid to safeguard Shen Lang and potentially set a trap for external forces, were able to procure such tools. Consequently, Hua Dongying commenced a meticulous re-examination of the circumstances surrounding the blood-red cemetery instance, instructing his subordinates to employ hacking techniques to disable all nearby surveillance cameras. Scrutinizing each recording one by one, unfortunately, he still could not locate the authentic Shen Lang. Nevertheless, although Hua Dongying did not unearth Shen Lang in the footage, he did identify a suspicious figure. Since the instance and the altar square lacked surveillance, he could only access the recordings from several entry and exit points surrounding the square. Among these, he discovered the initial footage of Shen Lang entering the blood-red cemetery instance. By juxtaposing this with the images of the imposter departing the cemetery, Hua Dongying discerned a notable discrepancy. When Shen Lang first arrived at the blood-red cemetery instance, he was not alone. A beautiful woman accompanied him. However, upon his departure, the woman was nowhere to be found, leaving only Shen Lang behind. This revelation further solidified Hua Dongying's conviction that something was amiss with this Shen Lang, prompting him to continue his investigation into the entry and exit points surrounding the instance. It must be said that Hua Dongying possesses a remarkable intellect. His ascent to the position of vice dean of an academy is no mere stroke of luck, for he undoubtedly possesses considerable ability. Alas, as a native of the great Xia, he harbors a heart that yearns for beauty, wishing fervently to be reborn in a splendid land as a mere grandson. During the subsequent investigation, Huadongying failed to locate Shen Lang's whereabouts, yet he did catch a glimpse of what appeared to be Shen Lang's figure. Around 9 o'clock at night, a masked couple, one male and one female, departed from the blood-red tomb instance. While many novice practitioners don masks, it is rare to see a pair journeying together, which led Huadongying to recall the scene when Shen Lang first arrived at the blood-red tomb instance. His instincts told him that this was indeed the genuine Shen Lang. Consequently, Huadongying initiated a fervent search for the masked pair's trail. Shen Lang took a circuitous route and deliberately avoided the roadside cameras, yet he was no expert in counter-surveillance and inevitably left behind some traces. Ultimately, the cunning Huadongying and his associates tracked him to a location perilously close to the inn where he was staying. At that very moment, Shen Lang stood by the window, gazing intently in the direction from which the faux Shen Lang had fled. The commotion had not gone unnoticed. Queen Medusa had promptly alerted him, allowing him to witness the azure-scaled eagle surrounded by crackling lightning, along with several practitioners in pursuit of it. These individuals had indeed fallen into a trap. Shen Lang gazed at the night sky, a faint smile gracing his lips, pondering the substantial gains the authorities would likely reap from this endeavor. Would they acknowledge his contribution in due course, regardless of the outcome? This situation had been instigated by him. Had he not achieved an SSS level completion of the hellish novice instance, the officials would not have had such an opportunity. Though he had played no direct role, it could be argued that he deserved some credit. At that moment, Queen Medusa suddenly spoke. "Master, someone is approaching our room, and their level is quite high." Shen Lang turned to the door, his brow furrowing slightly. His first instinct was that the visitor might be an official, come to make formal contact. Given the resources of the authorities, Shen Lang believed they would not struggle to find him. Yet upon further reflection, something felt amiss. After all, the officials should still be preoccupied with hunting down the imposters, leaving them no time to seek him out. Who else could be searching for him? A cold glint flickered in Shen Lang's eyes. If it were not the officials, then it must be an enemy. It seemed there were indeed some astute individuals among them. Shen Lang murmured under his breath and turned to Queen Medusa, inquiring, "What level are they? Can we handle it?" Just as Queen Medusa began to respond, she flickered and teleported to stand before Shen Lang. Listening to his question, she cast her gaze towards the door and confidently replied, "Rest assured, Master. The strongest among them is merely level 119. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. They were not yet at 4 stars, and thus could not pose a threat to Medusa. Just then, the individuals outside arrived. Without any hesitation, the door was forcefully shattered with a resounding crash. In the next moment, the bearded Hyungying stormed into the room accompanied by a dozen or so professionals. Without further ado, these individuals, most of whom were at least 2-star practitioners, swiftly encircled Shen Lang and Medusa. Upon entering, Huadongying's dark gaze immediately fixed upon Shen Lang. "Shen Lang, you are indeed quite easy to find," he remarked with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. He continued, "Now that we've found you, why bother wearing a mask? Remove it." Indeed, as he spoke, Shen Lang took off his mask, his gaze unwavering in the face of Huadongying. "It appears you are truly Shen Lang," Huadongying exclaimed upon seeing Shen Lang's true visage, then added with a hint of intrigue, "The official invitation to your demise is commendable, but it is regrettable that they allowed you to remain unprotected." Upon realizing that Shen Lang was residing in this modest inn, Huadongying had dispatched individuals to scour the surrounding area, finding no formidable presence. This implied that Shen Lang was indeed alone in the small inn, with no official protection assigned to him. Hearing this, Shen Lang chuckled lightly and replied, "How can you be so certain that no one is safeguarding me?" Chapter 28. Leave no one alive. How do you know that no one is protecting me? Upon hearing these words, Huadongying felt a slight shock in his heart, but it quickly transformed into a smile. There were certainly nearby professionals, yet not a single one above the 2nd star. Who could possibly safeguard Shen Lang? As for Queen Medusa, Huadongying dismissed her existence entirely. In his eyes, Queen Medusa was merely an ordinary individual, not even a professional. After all, in her transformed state, Queen Medusa not only had the ability to wear equipment, but could also nullify all forms of detection, unless she voluntarily revealed her true form and strength. No one could see through her disguise. Attempting to deceive me? Your temperament is quite commendable. Huadongying glanced at Shen Lang and then continued. It is a pity about your remarkable talents. Having just transitioned to your profession, you passed the Hellish Novice Dungeon with an SSS rating, a feat few have achieved since the dawn of the professional era. You are destined to become a 10-star powerhouse. But alas, you were born in the Great Xia Kingdom. Take him away. With a single command, the other professionals moved forward to seize Shen Lang. Huadongying, merely a spy from the beautiful country, had no authority to deal with Shen Lang himself. He could only take him back to hand over to William. However, at that moment, Medusa made her move, her speed surpassing that of the professionals by an unfathomable margin, nearly imperceptible. In truth, she did not perform any specific action, merely raising her hand slightly. Skill, secret art, enchanting serpent. Then, the 6 professionals closest to Shen Lang froze in place, a small red snake emerging from their foreheads. These red serpents did not originate from within their bodies, but rather appeared from the void, swiftly burrowing into them, wreaking havoc upon their minds before breaking free from their skulls. The entire sequence transpired so rapidly that it seemed as though the serpents had directly drilled out from their brains. Hiss, 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 accompanied by the sound of the snakes. The 6 professionals collapsed to the ground, their eyes wide open, unable to close them in death. Once the red serpents had exited their heads, they transformed into crimson light, dissipating into the air. Witnessing such an eerie scene, Huadongying's expression changed dramatically, his gaze darkening as he scanned the surroundings, exclaiming, "Who?" He had failed to notice that it was Queen Medusa who had struck. Instead, he suspected that a hidden powerful entity was at play nearby. The fact that he could not sense this presence implied that this individual was stronger than him. In that moment, Huadongying felt a twinge of regret. He lamented his reckless intrusion to seek out Shen Lang. He should have waited for William from the Shield Bureau to arrive before taking action. William was an 8-star professional, unafraid of typical adversaries. Aside from Huadongying and the 6 deceased professionals, another 6 professionals were equally gripped by terror, considering how silently their companions had perished, and the manner of their demise was exceedingly horrific. Seeing everyone on edge, Shen Lang smiled and said, "So, do you still wish for me to accompany you?" However, Huadongying paid him no heed, instead vigilantly scanning the surroundings, and once more barked, "Cowards who hide and reveal themselves, come forth. Brothering, what shall we do? They must surely be formidable adversaries." A trembling voice inquired nearby. As spies for external forces, they typically scurried like rats in the sewers, merely providing bits of intelligence. Had it not been for the exceedingly generous terms offered by Huadongying and the beautiful nation, they would not have dared to stand against the authorities, even if given 100 times the courage. Especially now, with evident powerful protectors lurking in the shadows around Shen Lang, their resolve was nearly shattered. Retreat. Huadongying hesitated for a moment before decisively making his choice. The presence of an unseen powerhouse instilled in him the urge to withdraw, fearing confrontation. After all, he had already relayed their location to William, confident that the latter would arrive swiftly. He could leave the rest to him. Without further ado, Huadongying turned and hastily made his exit from the inn. Yet at that moment, Shen Lang coolly interjected, "Do you think you can come and go as you please without consulting me? Medusa, leave none alive, eliminate them all." These individuals had seen his face, and therefore must perish. Failing to eradicate them could jeopardize the authorities' subsequent plans and potentially pose a greater threat to Shen Lang himself. Thus, he saw no reason to show mercy. Moreover, these people harbored ill intentions towards him, even plotting his demise. If they sought to kill him, was it not entirely justifiable for him to retaliate? "Yes, my master." After a brief exchange, the figure of Queen Medusa transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before Huadongying and his companions, blocking their path, while extending her slender right arm towards them. A layer of fiery crimson light enveloped Medusa's right arm, resembling a shield. This was indeed her skill, the 9-fold fire shield. However, in this instance, she wielded it not for defense, but as a weapon, launching it directly at Huadongying and the others. The 9-fold fire shield swept forth, with Huadongying at the forefront. Upon recognizing that it was Queen Medusa who struck, his pupils dilated in shock, yet he had no time to question. As the 9-fold fire shield descended upon him, he could only instantaneously summon his weapon, a massive black sword, in a desperate attempt to block the attack. Boom. Huadongying, being at level 119 and on the verge of becoming a 4-star professional, though no match for Medusa, was not one to be effortlessly vanquished by a mere shield. The clash of the giant sword and shield erupted with a deafening sound, shattering the glass doors and windows of the small inn. Huadongying felt an overwhelming force radiating from the sword in his hands, tearing through his grip and sending him hurtling against the wall with tremendous impact. Medusa refrained from pursuing her advantage. The ninefold fire shield, with a deft flick, transformed into a fiery blade that flashed through the air. With a series of muted thuds, 6 heads soared into the sky, blood gushing forth like a torrential downpour. Yet, as this crimson torrent erupted, it was instantly incinerated by the ninefold fire shield, leaving no trace to scatter upon the ground. Meanwhile, Huadongying, having collided with the wall, staggered to his feet, gazing at Queen Medusa in disbelief. Who on earth are you? In Huadongying's eyes, Queen Medusa had merely been an ordinary person. However, the formidable power she displayed was far beyond that of an ordinary individual. She was undoubtedly a practitioner of the 4th tier or higher. Up until that moment, Huadongying had not grasped that Queen Medusa was not human, but rather a beast tamer. Yet, this realization was of little consequence, having previously been too fearful to remain. He now found himself even more compelled to flee upon witnessing her might. Regaining his composure momentarily, he prepared to escape once more. However, just as he lifted his leg, his gaze inadvertently met that of Queen Medusa, and in that instant, he felt his body grow sluggish, his limbs stiffening and numbing. What is happening? Panic surged within Huadongying as he watched in horror as his body transformed into burning stone. No, with a cry of despair, his entire being was consumed by the flames, ultimately dissolving into nothingness. Chapter 29. Dare to cause chaos in the Great Xia with mere 8 stars? Huadongying and his entourage of 13 professionals, all boasting a rank of 2 stars or above, constituted a formidable little group. However, under the command of Queen Medusa, they were swiftly annihilated in an instant. Even Huadongying, a quasi-4-star professional, was gravely injured by a single blow from Medusa, ultimately reduced to ashes by a subsequent strike. Logically, Huadongying should have been able to exchange a few blows with Queen Medusa, yet after a mere slap, he was overcome by an urge to retreat, utterly lacking the will to continue fighting. Consequently, he fell victim to Medusa's deathly gaze and was ultimately petrified and consumed by flames. At that moment, in the hotel room, aside from the lifeless bodies of Huadongying and his companions, numerous pieces of equipment lay scattered beside them. The brutal skirmishes among professionals invariably resulted in the drop of equipment items, with a guaranteed 100 drop rate. In addition to the gear worn at the time of their demise, any other belongings stored within their professional backpacks would also be relinquished. This meant that upon the demise of a professional, the killer would claim all possessions of the victim. As such, within the realm of professionals, some predators emerged, thriving on the slaughter and plunder of their peers. Indeed, there are always those who take risks for the sake of wealth. It is noteworthy, however, that the mutual slaying among professionals worldwide does not yield experience points for level advancement. To obtain such experience points, one must engage in monster hunting in the wilderness or within dungeon realms, or partake in specific event missions, such as the previously mentioned global battlefield. This global battlefield is an expansive arena, existing in a realm independent of Earth, akin to a vast dungeon. It periodically opens its gates to professionals worldwide, allowing eligible participants to partake. Naturally, such a battleground is still a distant prospect for Shen Lang, who has yet to even surpass the novice phase. Currently a mere level 4 rookie, thus lacking the qualifications to enter the global battlefield. Nonetheless, the slaughter proved to be a bountiful harvest for Shen Lang. It is essential to note that Huadongying and his companions were all 2-star professionals above level 60. They were not impoverished novices, each possessing various equipment items to some degree. As a result, the room was densely populated with an array of equipment items, radiating diverse colors and glows. Shen Lang glanced around and noted that the majority were white common and green excellent items, with a scarcity of blue fine and red perfect ones. However, the overall quantity was substantial, totaling around 120 pieces, indeed, quite considerable, if converted into monetary value. Selling them externally could yield an income exceeding several tens of millions. Yet, with such a plethora of equipment items, Shen Lang found himself unable to collect all of them. For a newly transitioned professional's backpack accommodates only 100 slots. To increase this capacity, one must utilize expansion cards, which Shen Lang evidently lacked at present. However, the transformed Queen Medusa, aside from being able to equip items, also possessed a basic backpack with 100 slots. After all, Medusa requires a change of attire. She cannot simply bear the burdens of her equipment on her shoulders and in her hands. Thus, the over 120 pieces of gear and items were mostly stored in Queen Medusa's backpack by Shen Lang. While collecting the equipment, he casually glanced at the two exquisite pieces of red perfect gear. The first was dropped by a certain mage, although classified as a red perfect item. It was merely a 2-star piece. Golden flowing robe, red perfect. Level, 2-star, mentality, 25, agility, 25, defense, 5, wearing requirement, mentality 550. The enhancements to mentality and agility seemed comparable to those of his legendary Wolf Soul pendant, but the defense boost was rather excessive, offering a direct 5% increase. For a low-level mage, it could be considered a minor artifact. Shen Lang contemplated replacing his wolf hair robe, yet his level was insufficient to meet the wearing requirements of the golden flowing robe. Hence, it remained in his backpack, gathering dust for the time being, awaiting an opportunity for future use. The second piece of equipment was the black greatsword previously wielded by Huadongying. As a warrior on the verge of advancing to 4 stars, the quality and attributes of this weapon were commendable, truly a 4-star item. Black Tiger Greatsword, red perfect. Strength, 45, agility, 38, attack, 450, damage enhancement, 4/5, wearing requirement, strength 1400. This sword was indeed impressive, but regrettably, it held no utility for him as a Beastmaster, nor for his beast, Queen Medusa. Shen Lang felt a pang of regret, but selling it seemed a pity. It might prove beneficial for future beast companions. After all, Queen Medusa was merely his first beast, and others would surely follow. Carefully storing the Black Tiger Greatsword, his eyes brightened once more as he discovered 2 skill books had also been dropped. Skill books were far more valuable than ordinary equipment. Shen Lang grinned broadly, eager to inspect the details of these skill books, when Queen Medusa spoke again. "Master, another group is approaching us." Her tone was grave, brow furrowed as she added, "The newcomers are formidable. I cannot contend with them." If even Queen Medusa considered herself outmatched, it was evident that the approaching individuals possessed strength exceeding 4 stars, beginning at least from level 155 stars. Shen Lang hastily returned the skill books to his backpack, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it, these fellows have likely summoned foreign powerhouses. We must flee." "Yes, master." Without further ado, Queen Medusa enveloped Shen Lang in her embrace, transforming into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from the inn room. At level 4, Shen Lang's speed was limited, necessitating that he be carried by Queen Medusa. Almost as soon as they departed, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner, accompanied by a group, entered the room, immediately spotting the lifeless bodies of Huadongying and the others. Upon witnessing this scene, the foreigner's expression shifted dramatically. "Cursed be the people of the Great Xia. This place is also a trap. Retreat swiftly." The foreigner with golden hair and blue eyes is none other than William from the illustrious Shield Agency of the beautiful nation. Though Dongying possesses formidable strength, he met his demise here, clearly indicating that formidable adversaries from the Great Xia are lying in ambush. It is plausible that this trap was specifically laid for him, waiting for his arrival. Thus, William promptly resolved to withdraw, unwilling to confront the official powers of the Great Xia. After all, this is the homeland of the Great Xia, where even the mightiest dragon cannot dominate the local snake. The elimination of the prodigy Shen Lang is of paramount importance to the beautiful nation, as it would eradicate a future formidable enemy. However, as an 8-star operative of the Shield Agency, his intrinsic value far surpasses that of an unripe potential dragon. Just then, a flippant voice echoed through the room. "How dare a mere 8-star challenge my Great Xia?" Chapter 30. The Dragon Blood War God, a figure of such terror. Though he had not yet appeared, his voice resonated like thunder, instantly filling the entire room. William, an 8-star professional, managed to hold his ground. Yet his subordinates were in agony, clutching their ears. Some were even struck down by the sheer force of the sound. collapsing to the ground with blood pouring from their ears. William's complexion turned pale, not due to the sound itself, but because he recognized the identity of the voice's owner. The Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua. To think that a novice professional would come personally to Eastern Sea City. A mix of shock and rage surged within William. Yet he refrained from fleeing, fully aware that escape was futile. Among the elite professionals of the Great Xia Nation, Chu Jinhua stood out as the most formidable, having slain countless powerful opponents from the beautiful nation, earning the title of the strongest in the Great Xia Nation, and being listed as the highest level threat by the beautiful nation. Even his mentor, the director of SSS-rank, Satan, had once admitted that he might not be a match for Chu Jinhua. Faced with such a superpower, William was but a mere 8-star professional. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized in the void, arms crossed behind his back. It was none other than Chu Jinhua. He hovered in the air, gazing down at William with an imposing presence, and remarked, "Why aren't you running?" As he spoke, Chu Jinhua wiped chili oil from his mouth, confirming that the bespectacled man had indeed been correct. He had just been enjoying some noodles. Hearing Chu Jinhua's words, William forced a grim smile and retorted, "Now that you are here, what meaning would there be in my flight? You possess a certain self-awareness, much like your mentor." A smirk of derision crossed Chu Jinhua's face as he continued, "So, you've been hiding in SHIELD all this time, knowing you are no match for me. Chu, you are undeniably strong, as even my mentor acknowledges, but he does not fear you." William replied, furrowing his brow. Chu Jinhua chuckled softly and inquired, "Oh, is that so? Then shall I visit the beautiful nation shortly? Would he dare to confront me?" William found himself at a loss for words, for the answer was undoubtedly negative. As the director of SHIELD in the beautiful nation, Satan occupied a high position. It was inconceivable that he would stoop to engage in a deadly duel with Chu Jinhua out of boredom. Nevertheless, William took a deep breath, allowing the look of terror on his face to gradually fade, replaced by a profound sense of determination. He fixed his gaze on Chu Jinhua and declared, "I am aware that I am not your rival, and you shall not permit me to leave alive. Therefore, allow me to choose a death that befits my dignity. I, William Rams, a level 9 agent of the SHIELD of the beautiful nation, hereby challenge the Dragon Blood War god of the Great Xia Nation." Implicitly, he conveyed that although he would meet his end, he would do so in the name of challenge, and the news would return to the beautiful nation, where he would be hailed as a hero. "You, however, are not worthy of my teachings." With that, Chu Jinhua extended his right hand toward William and struck down with a single, powerful blow. A mere 8-star professional, Chu Jinhua showed no intention of wielding a weapon. With a simple gesture, he was poised to crush his opponent with overwhelming ease. However, this seemingly innocuous hand transformed in the void into an immense golden dragon claw, lunging directly at William, as if intent on reducing him to mere pulp. Its speed was astonishing, arriving before William in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react. Was this the might of the first war god of the Great Xia Kingdom? This thought lingered in William's mind, accompanied by a sense of shame for his earlier arrogance. With a swift motion, the dragon claw ensnared William, akin to a mountain of fingers, and blood and shredded flesh oozed from between its grasp. Under Chu Jinhua's claw, William stood no chance of counterattack. He was instantaneously crushed to death. The so-called challenge was nothing more than a grand jest. Furthermore, this single strike not only extinguished William, but also claimed the lives of his subordinates, who were caught in the aftermath, including several 6-star and 7-star professionals, all meeting their doom without exception. The Dragon Blood War god of the Great Xia was truly terrifying. Previously, when the Queen of Medusa had slain Huadongying, Shen Lang had acquired over 100 pieces of equipment and items. Now, with Chu Jinhua's annihilation of numerous 6-star and 7-star professionals, including an 8-star like William, a substantial bounty of equipment and items was undoubtedly dropped. Chu Jinhua stepped forward, arriving at the site of William's demise, and coldly remarked, "Uninvited guests are akin to thieves. Such entities have no right to choose a dignified death." With that, he waved his hand, collecting hundreds of items into his backpack. For a powerhouse like Chu Jinhua, his backpack had long since undergone countless expansions, rendering the capacity for such equipment a trivial matter. After completing this task, He turned his gaze towards an old 5-story building 100 meters away, smiling as he addressed the rooftop. Little rascal who refuses to listen. Do you wish for me to personally invite you out? On that rooftop stood Shen Lang, his eyes ablaze with fervor, alongside the vigilant queen of Medusa. They had indeed been fleeing, but upon Chu Jinhua's appearance, Shen Lang urged Medusa to return with him. Having recognized the voice of the very person who had previously called him, the subsequent words from William revealed the identity of this individual, the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua. To be frank, Shen Lang had never anticipated that this legendary Dragon Blood War God would appear in East Sea City on his behalf. The name of the Dragon Blood War God was known far and wide, an idol in the hearts of countless professionals from the Great Xia Kingdom, an almost invincible presence globally. Chu Jinhua's arrival could not possibly signify a threat. He was evidently there to rescue Shen Lang, which was why he chose to return. If even the Dragon Blood War God could not save him, then few on this earth would stand a chance to do so. As Shen Lang returned in haste, he witnessed the scene where Chu Jinhua effortlessly crushed William with a single claw. This epitomized the essence of a true strong man. Even from a distance, Shen Lang felt his blood surge with fervor. Medusa, on the other hand, was utterly intimidated by Chu Jinhua's overwhelming might. Had his claw descended upon her, she would have met the same fate as William, reduced to mere pulp, a thought that filled her with an acute sense of peril. This was not merely a survival instinct. In the presence of such formidable power, she realized that even the possibility of fleeing alongside her master was utterly non-existent. When Chu Jinhua's words reached Shen Lang and Queen Medusa, they snapped back to reality from their astonishment. Shen Lang then addressed Medusa, saying, "Let us proceed, take me down." However, Medusa appeared reluctant to descend. With a reassuring smile, Shen Lang added, "It's all right, there is no need for concern. He is not our enemy." Only then did Medusa nod in agreement, leaping from the rooftop with Shen Lang in her embrace, swiftly arriving before Chu Jinhua. Upon their arrival, Chu Jinhua first cast a glance at Medusa, then turned his gaze to Shen Lang, stating meaningfully, "Young one, your beast tamer is quite extraordinary. How about you let me study her?" At these words, Shen Lang's expression stiffened. Chapter 31. Hope that one day you can become my comrade. Upon witnessing Shen Lang's reaction, Chu Jinhua chuckled. "Are you frightened?" It was merely a jest. I, Chu Jinhua, have not yet fallen to the depths of pilfering from the younger generation. As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward Queen Medusa, remarking, "However, your beast companion is indeed quite remarkable." In truth, Chu Jinhua had already arrived at the small inn where Shen Lang resided, even before Hua Dongying and the others. Earlier, he had instructed Shen Lang to conceal himself, but when Shen Lang did not heed his advice, Chu Jinhua intended for him to face some hardship before intervening. Little did he expect that Shen Lang would vanquish all the professionals himself. It was at that moment that Chu Jinhua realized the woman beside Shen Lang was his beast companion. Indeed, before this revelation, Chu Jinhua had failed to recognize the identity of Queen Medusa as a beast companion. Reflecting on it now, it made sense. With a beast capable of instantly slaying quasi-4-star professionals, it was no wonder Shen Lang could conquer an SSS-rated dungeon. Yet even now, Chu Jinhua could not discern the true form of Queen Medusa. The primary reason being her disguise was so impeccable that he did not wish to embarrass himself by employing detection skills on her. Thus, in Chu Jinhua's eyes, Queen Medusa merely maintained her human form, and he had not considered her to be a 10-star divine beast. Transforming a beast, even a fierce one, into human form is not an impossibility. There exists a mystical fruit known as the transformation fruit, which, when consumed by a fierce beast or beast companion, enables them to attain a human shape. Additionally, some beast tamers, through monster hunting or by acquiring transformation vouchers, can facilitate the metamorphosis of their beasts. However, both of these items are exceedingly rare, and Chu Jinhua had no intention of probing further. As he asserted, with his own abilities and knowledge, he was not particularly interested in such matters. In response to Chu Jinhua's subtle insinuations, Shen Lang abruptly shifted the topic, stating, "I am eternally grateful for the God of War's life-saving grace. I shall never forget it." The abrupt change in conversation was so clumsy that it elicited a chuckle from Chu Jinhua. The expression of indebtedness was somewhat exaggerated, even had he not arrived. Queen Medusa's prowess would likely have sufficed for her to evade William's pursuit. Chu Jinhua, disinterested in dismantling Shen Lang's little ruse, adopted a serious demeanor, and continued. You are now virtually on the kill list of numerous nations. We have already eliminated a significant number, which should serve as a deterrent. However, they will not easily relent. Before you mature, they will undoubtedly seek ways to eliminate you. Unfortunately, we do not have the resources to assign someone solely for your protection. Therefore, you must rely on yourself and strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you quell all adversaries that dare to approach. Furthermore, a flower that remains sheltered in a greenhouse can never truly become strong. Only those forged in the crucible of life and death are the true warriors. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang nodded earnestly. I understand. Indeed, Shen Lang harbored a genuine apprehension of being placed under official protection or being led to various avenues for enhancing his strength. Admittedly, such an approach would facilitate his empowerment with remarkable ease. Yet, as Chu Jinhua astutely remarked, a flower nurtured in a greenhouse would falter when confronted with the tempests of the wild. Most importantly, Shen Lang harbored numerous secrets, and it would be preferable for them to remain undisclosed. Chu Jinhua nodded approvingly and remarked, You, my young friend, possess considerable potential for the future. Therefore, I aspire for a day when you shall stand as my comrade, side by side, as we conquer the realms together. Such a day will indeed come. Shen Lang replied with a smile. Overall, Shen Lang felt quite satisfied with the series of actions taken by the authorities towards him, which substantially strengthened his sense of belonging to the Great Xia Kingdom. Should the opportunity arise in the future, he would undoubtedly stand with the Great Xia Kingdom, fighting alongside this dragon blood war god. With a sidelong glance, Chu Jinhua chuckled, You certainly exhibit a fair amount of confidence. By the way, I recently acquired 2 trinkets, which I shall bestow upon you as a token of our meeting. Young man, strive diligently, for becoming my comrade is no easy feat. With that, Chu Jinhua ascended into the sky like a golden dragon, vanishing in an instant. However, in the wake of his departure, 2 items hovered in the air, 2 gilded cards. With a wave of her hand, Queen Medusa summoned the cards to her, presenting them to Shen Lang, while resolutely declaring, Master, rest assured, unless I perish, no one shall harm you. Shen Lang accepted the cards and replied, Indeed, I trust you. However, he is correct. We must continue to strive forward. Yes, Master. I shall endeavor earnestly. Queen Medusa affirmed with a vigorous nod. It was evident that the encounters with both William and Chu Jinhua had sown the seeds of strength within Queen Medusa's heart. Patience is key. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. Shen Lang reassured the disheartened Medusa as he examined the 2 cards left by Chu Jinhua. Item, Second Information Card. Function, allows the user to set a secondary base information for external display. Skills cannot discern the user's true information. Note, the details for the secondary information must not exceed the level of the practitioner. Upon reading the description of the card, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Without a doubt, this was a remarkable boon. Due to the alias, Hidden Dragon, he had become thoroughly exposed to the gaze of the world. Now, the second information card perfectly addressed his predicament, enabling him to traverse the world under a different identity. The names and bore no connection to me, XXX. Without hesitation, Shen Lang activated the second information card, and in the next moment, relevant prompts emerged. Please set your second information. Please proceed with caution, as it cannot be altered once successfully set. Name, occupation, level. Shen Lang pondered for a moment before swiftly filling in the blanks. Name, Shun Sanliang. Occupation, Beastmaster. Level, level 4. He merely changed his name. As for the other 2 items, to be frank, their alteration bore little consequence. Shortly thereafter, another message popped up. The second basic information has been successfully configured. Your information has now been switched to the second basic profile, and you may toggle between them at will. Moreover, you can set an entirely new appearance in your second basic information. Would you like to configure it now? Upon reading this, Shen Lang was taken aback. This item was indeed remarkable, capable of altering even one's visage. If his appearance could be changed, then truly, no one would recognize who he originally was. Chapter 32. Let us go. I'll personally teach you how to wash. Shen Lang touched his face and had to admit that he was indeed strikingly handsome, almost to an excessive degree, with an unmistakable presence. Wherever he went, he was invariably the center of attention, drawing a remarkable number of glances from the ladies. Nevertheless, Shen Lang decided to alter his appearance slightly. he remained handsome. Yet no one would be able to recognize him as Shen Lang anymore. Thus, the second information card had effectively allowed him to undergo a complete transformation. A new identity, a new visage. Gazing at the avatar on the second basic information page, Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction before turning his attention to the second item left to him by Chu Jinhua. Item: second career transfer card. Function: consuming this card and completing the relevant transfer tasks will enable the practitioner to awaken an additional profession. Requirement: practitioner level 30. After reading the details of this item, Shen Lang couldn't help but look up towards the direction in which the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, had departed. The words Chu Jinhua had spoken to him were anything but polite, reminiscent of a stern parent. He had bluntly stated that he would not be monitoring Shen Lang closely in the future, and that everything would depend on Shen Lang's own struggle and perseverance. Yet, he turned around and left him with these two items. Both the second information card and this second career transfer card were nothing short of exquisite treasures. There was no need to elaborate on the second information card. Selling it would easily fetch 100 or 80 billion without a doubt. It would sell in an instant. As for the second career transfer card, its value was even more extraordinary. One could not even begin to estimate its worth. The second career transfer card could only be dropped by high-tier world-class bosses, and the drop rate was exceedingly low. Even 10,000 5-star or above world-class bosses might not yield a single transfer card. Furthermore, upon activating the second career transfer card, one would be faced with a transfer task, which was notoriously difficult and fraught with peril. Naturally, those who could complete such tasks to obtain a second profession were essentially renowned global powerhouses. Most of these elite warriors possessed a second profession, as acquiring an additional profession was tantamount to undergoing two career changes. In essence, it was as if one had transformed into two individuals. The second profession was linked to the practitioner's level but existed independently. Take Shen Lang, for instance. With each level he ascended, he could gain 20 attribute points, half allocated as a Beastmaster and half freely distributable. If he obtained a second profession, his rewards would double. 10 fixed attribute points and 10 freely distributable points from the second profession would grant him an additional 20 attribute points. Coupled with his Beastmaster profession, he would accumulate a total of 40 attribute points, equivalent to the rewards of 2 practitioners leveling up. This was indeed a considerable favor. Shen Lang sighed inwardly. He had never anticipated that the 2 small items Chu Jinhua had mentioned would be of such grand significance. One cloaks himself in disguise to ensure his protection, while the other paves the way for his future strength. It is often said that one who receives favors is bound to be indebted. Thus, Shen Lang cannot help but harbor additional thoughts regarding Chu Jinhua and the Great Xia Kingdom. Perhaps this is merely an investment in a promising individual from the perspective of the Great Xia Kingdom. Yet Shen Lang is unable to disregard this personal favor. I hope that one day, I can truly fight alongside you. A glimmer of light flickered in Shen Lang's eyes as he stowed the secondary class transfer card into his backpack. This item would not be of use until he reached level 30, but with Medusa's formidable combat prowess, he believed that this milestone would not take long to achieve. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared before Shen Lang. Congratulations, esteemed Beastmaster. You have been incorporated into the honor contribution system of the Great Xia Kingdom. You have slain 13 traitors. You are awarded 10,000 contribution points. Your contribution value has reached the standard of a level 5 honor warrior, and you shall receive attribute point rewards. Level 5 honor warrior reward standard. All attributes increase by 10. Honor attribute rewards are applicable only within the borders of the Great Xia Kingdom. Shen Lang was familiar with the honor contribution system from his studies at the academy. Every nation possesses such a system. It is akin to the contribution point system found in fantastical novels, where sects assign tasks and disciples earn contribution points upon completion, which can then be exchanged for treasures and skills. The only difference is that in this case, the benefactor is the nation itself. Beyond the ability to exchange items with the Great Xia Kingdom's official channels, the all-attribute increase is particularly formidable. At lower levels, one has only a handful of attribute points. Thus, a mere 10% increase yields little. However, at higher levels, when attribute points number in the hundreds or even thousands, such a percentage becomes significant. Because of this, domestic powerhouses are typically stronger within their own nation and generally refrain from venturing into foreign lands. Individuals like Chu Genhua, who frequently challenge the Divine Shield Bureau in the beautiful country, remain the exception rather than the rule. Even if one possesses a slight edge in attribute points within their homeland, they would not be easily intimidated. This embodies the pride of true strength. Unfortunately, the director of the Divine Shield Bureau, Anthony, also known as Satan, never dares to accept such challenges. Of course, none of this concerns Shen Lang, for now. The threat he faced has subsided. His rapid ascent to a level 5 honor warrior is likely due to the dragon blood battle god, reporting his slaying of individuals like Huadongying. It is only natural for someone on the verge of a 4-star rank, along with several 3-star and 2-star individuals, to attain the status of a level 5 honor warrior. Well, I should leave this place for the time being. With his newfound basic information and altered appearance, Shen Lang swiftly vanished into the alley. The small inn he had just occupied was already under official control, and given the magnitude of the recent events, it was impossible for him to remain there. Consequently, he found lodging in another modest hotel a few streets away. Although Medusa lacks secondary foundational information, those who discovered her, such as Huadongying and others, have already fallen victim to her wrath, alleviating any concerns. Furthermore, with Medusa's adept disguise, even the formidable dragon blood warrior, Chu Genhua, could not discern her true nature, highlighting her considerable strength. It is also believed that the authorities will make every effort to eradicate any information pertaining to her. In the hotel room, Shen Lang first took a shower, and after drying his hair, he settled onto the sofa. He did not forget that Medusa had dropped 2 skill books when she dispatched Huadongying and those treasonous scoundrels. Upon seeing Shen Lang retrieve the skill books, Medusa instinctively leaned closer. Shen Lang glanced at her and suggested, "Medusa, how about you take a shower as well?" "A shower? Is it like what you just did, where you let water wash over your body?" Medusa, being a beast tamer, was oblivious to such concepts. Upon hearing her words, a flicker of annoyance ignited within Shen Lang. "Well, never mind. Come, I shall personally teach you how to bathe." With unwavering resolve, Shen Lang tossed the skill books back into his backpack and rose, leading Medusa toward the bathroom. Chapter 33, Queen Medusa. Please adjust your tail. An hour and a half later, in the disheveled bed of the inn, Shen Lang leaned against the headboard, skill book in hand, and uttered, "Queen Medusa, please adjust your tail." "All right, my master," Medusa lazily replied from her position beside him, her long purple serpent tail retracting from Shen Lang's waist into the covers. "I still have a little while. You should rest," Shen Lang said, his gaze drifting back to the skill book as he began to examine its detailed information. Skill book, Ghostly Cry of Death. Skill description, consumes stamina to manifest ghostly shadows, inflicting dual damage to enemies based on level attributes. Learning requirement, 2-star assassin. To his surprise, it was a skill book for warrior-type assassins, offering impressive dual damage. Shen Lang nodded in satisfaction, placing it back into his bag, contemplating its potential future use. Who knows, he might one day transition into an assassin himself, even if he couldn't utilize it. Perhaps his new summoned beasts could benefit from it. Having secured the Ghostly Cry of Death, Shen Lang retrieved another skill book, probing its specifics. Skill book, Magic Tide. Skill description, exclusive skill for beast tamers, consumes mana to provide a 60 mana recovery for summoned beasts, lasting for 25 minutes. Learning requirement, beast tamer profession. Upon perusing the details of this skill book, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To his astonishment, it was a skill for beast tamers. Those fellows truly are my financial benefactors. He grinned widely, his heart brimming with joy. Since his transition, he had possessed only basic skills, and now he had acquired a new ability. The basic skills were rather ineffective against a 10-star mature divine beast like Queen Medusa, rendering Shen Lang, merely a spectator in dungeons, exceedingly dull. However, with the Magic Tide skill, he could replenish Queen Medusa's mana in the future, thus earning his place as her master. With Shen Lang's SSS level talent blessing, the effects of his exclusive beast tamer skills would be amplified by 500. This meant that one cast of Magic Tide would triple Queen Medusa's mana recovery speed. Furthermore, with the addition of the Earth Fire Ring, which also facilitated her mana recovery, the cumulative effect would enable her to unleash her area damage skills continuously, alleviating concerns over mana depletion. This, undoubtedly, would enhance Queen Medusa's combat prowess significantly. Consequently, Shen Lang unhesitatingly learned the magic tide skill, eager to test it on Queen Medusa. Regrettably, her mana was currently full, so he would have to wait until their next dungeon run tomorrow to experiment. As soon as the 3 treasure chests from the final dungeon were secured, Shen Lang would be on the cusp of reaching level 5. At that point, he would be free to venture into the wilderness, where ferocious beasts roamed in greater numbers. Truly the moment for his ascent. Early the next morning, Shen Lang, accompanied by Queen Medusa, checked out of their lodging and made their way to the 3rd novice dungeon in EC City. Naturally, some measures of disguise were employed during this time. However, he refrained from revealing his true identity as Shen Sanliang, opting instead to present himself in his original form, albeit with a mask, as was the case with Queen Medusa. Following last night's decisive actions against foreign hostile forces and internal spies, Shen Lang's identity posed no immediate concern, as it was unlikely anyone would scrutinize him further. Moreover, due to the significant events of the previous night, attention was drawn elsewhere. The number of professionals who perished was not limited to those Shen Lang witnessed being slain on the spot or apprehended later in the night. The total exceeded 1,000. And this was merely in EC City. This clearly illustrated that Chu Jinhua's declaration of an internal purge was no idle threat, extending beyond the educational system to other sectors as well. The mid to high-ranking officials in EC City were already in a state of trepidation, leaving little room for them to focus on Shen Lang's affairs. Shen Lang and Queen Medusa swiftly joined the queue to enter the novice dungeon. This time, Shen Lang had no inclination to meander through the dungeon leisurely. Instead, he directed Medusa to unleash a wide-ranging area damage skill, swiftly clearing the novice dungeon. As it was yet another beginner's dungeon, Shen Lang's completion record was undoubtedly announced globally once more. However, he paid little heed to such accolades. His singular aim was to secure the 3 treasure chests, swiftly attain level 5, and then venture into the wilderness, which would undoubtedly be his paradise. While Shen Lang remained indifferent to the global announcement, others were not so dismissive, and it stirred quite a commotion, particularly in the United States capital. A group was engaged in futile outrage over the events that transpired in East Sea City last night. How could they have overlooked such a simple trap? Were the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. raised on dung? Truly a pack of fools. The losses incurred, 1 8-star, 3 7-stars, and 8 6-stars, constituted the most significant setback for our nation in recent years, aside from the national battlefield. Where was that old tortoise, Anthony? Why was he absent from the meeting? He must provide the House with an explanation. Mr. Speaker, Director Anthony is on leave, citing that his dog is giving birth and he has no time to attend. Damn it, what does he think he is? Before the high-ranking official could finish, the global announcement reverberated in the minds of all present. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom. Codename, for achieving an SSS level completion rating in the Hellish Novice Dungeon. Global broadcast. Congratulations to the practitioner of the Great Xia Nation, codenamed Hidden Dragon, for achieving an SSS rating in the Hell Level Novice Dungeon. The news reverberated globally. Once again, the announcement struck like an invisible whip, stinging the faces of all present. It was as if the Hidden Dragon were taunting them. Come and slay me, hurry. The old crone with the face of a monkey pounded the table in fury, bellowing. Tell that scoundrel Anthony that if this hidden dragon does not perish, then his shield of God becomes utterly obsolete. Hearing this, others looked up to the heavens, with many casting scornful glances at the old witch. The Shield Bureau is the backbone of the professional era in the beautiful nation, and it cannot simply be abolished at the whim of a mere speaker. Moreover, Anthony, the director of the Shield Bureau, is the foremost powerhouse in the beautiful nation. Even the president must accord him some respect. As for the old hag, it is likely that Anthony wouldn't even deign to glance her way. After all, he doesn't even bother to attend meetings. The beautiful nation merely represents a microcosm of external forces. Other countries suffered similarly last night and in the following hours, with many intelligence organizations painstakingly established by the Great Xia Nation being uprooted. Even within the Great Xia, certain powerful factions have fallen silent. Chapter 34. Is it too soon for him to go this year? The mythical Heavenly Guild ceased its search for the elusive Shen Lang yesterday. All tasks related to him were annulled following the midnight hour. Consequently, a high-ranking official of the guild arrived early at headquarters, seeking out Wang Tung. who was resting with his eyes closed in the president's office. This official was the vice president of the guild, a formidable 9-star practitioner in his own right. Upon finding Wang Tong, the vice president immediately inquired, "President, we have already uncovered the identity of Shen Lang. Why have we ceased our pursuit?" In response, Wang Tong rose from his seat, remaining silent. The vice president's gaze sharpened, noticing a long gash across Wang Tong's chest. It was noteworthy that Wang Tong was clad in legendary dark gold armor, indicating that the assailant's strike had managed to breach such formidable defenses, which would ordinarily render him unharmed. "Did that man named Chu confront you?" the vice president asked, furrowing his brow. Wang Tong nodded slightly, after a moment of silence. He replied, "I exerted all my strength, yet he employed less than half of his." The vice president's expression shifted, astonished. Is he truly that powerful? Wang Tong offered a wry smile, shaking his head as he resumed his seat. "Let us not concern ourselves with Shen Lang any longer. He has been unofficially designated by the authorities. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, he will inevitably join the war god camp. Alas, we were overthinking. Such a person is unlikely to be allowed to fall into the hands of other factions." The vice president remained silent for a considerable time before finally exclaiming, "This is utterly excessive. We are not outsiders, nor do we wish him any harm." Faced with Chu Jinhua, the dragon blood war god, the vice president could only succumb to his helplessness. Wang Tong, with an expression devoid of emotion, remarked, "A sharp blade is best wielded in one's own hands, for therein lies true security." At that moment, the global announcement of Shen Lang achieving a 3rd SSS level evaluation in the novice dungeon echoed in their ears. Congratulations to the practitioner codename from the Great Xia Nation for obtaining an SSS level evaluation in the Hell Grade Novice Dungeon. The vice president and Wang Tong exchanged glances, both ultimately succumbing to a weary sigh. In the eyes of the national authority, even as a 10-star guild, they were merely a grassroots organization. In the capital, within a small courtyard of the Forbidden City, the old monarch was pruning the vines on the trellis with a large pair of scissors, while the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua, sat nearby at a round stone table, gleefully slurping noodles, the sound resounding loudly. "Can you not be more mindful of your image?" the old monarch chided, casting an admonishing glare at Chu Jinhua. Chu Jinhua lifted his bowl and drank heartily, letting out a long belch before responding, "There are no outsiders here. So what need is there for pretense? Besides, one must eat noodles with zest. You taught me that in my youth, did you not? You mentioned that was in your childhood." The former ruler snipped a new vine from a grape branch and remarked, "Now, you are indeed the dragon blood war god." Chu Jinhua wiped his mouth and replied, "What does it matter if I am the dragon blood war god? In your eyes, am I not just a little rascal? You do have a sharp tongue." The former ruler set down his scissors, approached the round stone table, and took a sip from his purple clay teapot. He then said, "By the way, it would be wise for you to keep a low profile during this major purge. Let Xiao Wang handle it." "Well, I suppose I will just support old Wang. After all, he has just ascended to his position," Chu Jinhua replied noncommittally. The former ruler nodded, then chuckled. "I have heard that you left quite a few treasures for that young lad. It seems you have taken quite a liking to him." "I wouldn't say liking. I simply don't dislike him," Chu Jinhua retorted casually. The former ruler laughed again and remarked, "Not many can earn the favor of the dragon blood war god. I also heard that this young fellow managed to slay a quasi-4-star professional and several 3-star professionals, all by himself. His prowess is hardly his own. It is thanks to his beast." Chu Jinhua scoffed, adding, "That lad is hiding something. He will not turn out to be a good individual as he grows." However, the fact that he contracted a beast capable of dispatching quasi-4-star professionals right after his promotion suggests it is likely a descendant of a high-ranking divine beast, and its level appears quite significant. He is a Beastmaster. The strength of his beasts equates to his own strength, the former ruler said with a smile. Chu Jinhua rolled his eyes, choosing not to engage further. Yet, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura emanating from Shen Lang's beast, as if he had encountered it somewhere before. But he couldn't recall where. At that moment, the former ruler inquired, "Have you sought out Wang Tong?" "Yes, I gave him a cut," Chu Jinhua replied, drawing his thoughts back to the conversation. The former ruler pondered for a moment and sighed. "Things shouldn't have escalated between you two. You once. That was then. This is now," Chu Jinhua interjected, cutting off the former ruler's words. The former ruler seemed poised to say more but, sensing Chu Jinhua's tone, refrained. The two remained silent for a long while, until the former ruler finally broke the silence. The national battlefield is about to commence. How prepared are you? Life and death are inconsequential. If one is unwilling, they shall fight. Chu Jinhua shrugged. The former ruler responded. Just then, Shen Lang's global announcement resonated timely. Congratulations to the professional codename from the Great Xia Kingdom for achieving an SSS level evaluation in the Hell level novice dungeon. The two exchanged glances, and Chu Jinhua frowned. He truly is the type to risk everything for a treasure. What use is a one-star treasure chest? After a pause, he added, I had intended to wait a year before bringing him to the national battlefield, but it seems I must take him this year to witness the brutality of the profession. Isn't it a bit too early for him this year? The former ruler queried. Zhu Jinhua scoffed. It's hardly early. This is merely his first day in a new position, and he has already managed to eliminate a prospective 4-star professional. Should he refrain from participating in the national battlefield? Are we to allow him to engage in a genius-ranking battle alongside those fledgling students from the academy? Might as well award him the championship right away. The former monarch pondered for a moment before responding. In that case, you may oversee the arrangements. However, I must make one point abundantly clear. This young lad possesses considerable potential, and we cannot afford to let him falter in the national battlefield. That would represent a significant loss for our Great Xia nation. All right, I understand, Zhu Jinhua replied with impatience. The former monarch chuckled while chiding. Enough. If there is nothing of importance, do not linger here and bother me with these grapevines. And please, remove that food container at once. It reeks. Chapter 35 Farewell to the Mists of the Beast Pavilion. In East Sea City, outside the third novice dungeon, Shen Lang, accompanied by the Queen of Medusa, hailed a taxi and began to wander through the city. The 3 treasure chests from the final novice dungeon had successfully found their way into his inventory. And after several more dungeon runs, the experience gained had elevated Shen Lang directly to level 5, allowing him to officially transcend the confines of the novice phase. It is noteworthy that, counting every moment, less than 30 hours had passed since the global transition for novices. In contrast, most other novice adventurers were likely still at levels 2 or 3, with only those fortunate enough to have affluent backgrounds, who could afford to slay a plethora of ferocious beasts day and night, perhaps reaching level 4 at most. It is no exaggeration to assert that Shen Lang is undoubtedly among the fastest novice adventurers globally to attain level 5. While he may not be the sole individual to achieve this feat, given the vastness of the world, it remains uncertain whether anyone else possesses unique methods for rapid advancement. For instance, if novice adventurers wielded area of effect skills, their experience accumulation could also be remarkably swift. Nevertheless, even with such advancements, they would merely be increasing their levels without significant enhancements to their combat prowess. Moreover, even if these individuals were to reach levels 10 or 20, they would still be mere younger siblings in Shen Lang's eyes. Since the moment he contracted the Queen of Medusa, his rivals no longer included his contemporaneous novice adventurers. They simply do not measure up. At present, only those of 4 stars or above could warrant Shen Lang's regard. Of course, Shen Lang did not allow himself to become arrogant, recognizing that his future adversaries would not be limited to mere 4 or 5-star opponents. That would be far too lacking in ambition. His true contenders would be those formidable 9-star and 10-star adventurers, or even stronger practitioners, as well as the divine beasts lurking within the wild, secret realms. Therefore, Shen Lang had no intention of lingering in East Sea City. He was determined to venture into the wild to hunt monsters and level up. It is worth mentioning that upon Shen Lang reaching level 5, the Queen of Medusa also ascended to level 8. Although her combat power saw only a slight increase with this elevation, any improvement is indeed a positive development. During this outing, Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa truly roamed the city, changing taxis 5 times. Throughout this process, Shen Lang's appearance information continuously shifted between his original and secondary profiles, ultimately settling into the visage and basic information set by the latter upon disembarking from the final taxi. Despite his eagerness to exit the city and commence monster hunting, one matter required his attention first: the contents of his backpack. Together, Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa had a total of 200 slots, of which more than half were already occupied, with most items being of no use to either of them. Hence, it was imperative to sell some of these items to free up space in their inventory for their forthcoming adventures in the wild. This is not an unwarranted concern of Shen Lang, for with the Medusa Queen's efficiency in monster spawning, even with low drop rates, it is certain that he would acquire a considerable amount of equipment and items. Thus, necessary preparations must be made. During his last taxi ride, Shen Lang had already designated his destination as the Adventurers Trading Center in East Sea City, although he could have directly approached the official institutions. As a level 5 honor warrior, he could exchange his unwanted equipment for some contribution points. However, he preferred to avoid excessive contact with the administrative agencies for the time being. The exchange points at the administrative office were also quite distant. Hence, he opted for the Adventurers Trading Center instead. This marked Shen Lang's second visit to the trading center, although it was merely yesterday's affair. Returning to this place stirred a sense of nostalgia within him, for it was here that he forged a pact with the Medusa Queen, the very place where his journey took flight. The Medusa Queen, too, seemed to recognize the location, her eyes glistening with a hint of mist. It was in this very place that she had once been a fiery python on the brink of demise, had it not been for Shen Lang's sudden appearance. She might have long since become mere experience points for some other adventurer. Yet now, thanks to Shen Lang, she had shed her ordinary form and transformed into a noble 10-star divine beast. The two of them exchanged a glance, and smiles broke out. "Let us go inside." Indeed, Shen Lang and the Medusa Queen navigated through the throng and entered the trading center. After meandering for a while inside, Shen Lang chose a shop called Wanbao Pavilion and stepped in. The reason for selecting Wanbao Pavilion was primarily its name, reminiscent of the Beast Pavilion, which was his lucky spot. To his surprise, upon entering, he encountered a familiar face. "Hello, handsome. Are you here to buy items or equipment?" A beautiful young lady approached him, and fortuitously, she was the same one who had attended to him during his previous visit to Wanshou Pavilion. Shen Lang had a vivid recollection of her, especially since he had questioned her identity when she casually offered him a discount. Little did he expect to see her again in Wanbao Pavilion. It seemed that the owners of the Beast Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion were likely the same. Shen Lang mused internally, while verbally he replied, "No, I'm not purchasing. However, I wish to sell some items." The shops in the city, of course, did not solely sell to the public. They also acquired items, for from where would their merchandise originate? Equipment, items, and fierce beasts were all procured from external sources. Some adventurers specialized in this, organizing teams to capture fierce beasts and farm equipment, subsequently selling them to these shops. The young lady scrutinized Shen Lang, evidently perceiving him as one of these adventurers, and with a professional smile, she inquired, "May I ask what items this gentleman wishes to sell?" Evidently, the young lady did not recognize the transformed Shen Lang. He responded, "Just some equipment." The young lady nodded and said, "Indeed, our Wanbao Pavilion accepts equipment. Please, show me what you have." She then suggested, "Or shall we find a more private location?" Shen Lang gestured towards the bustling crowd of customers surrounding them. The young lady paused, then quickly realized her oversight, apologizing, "My apologies, sir. Please, follow me." Conducting a transaction for equipment, of course, could not be done in the public eye of the hall. Wanbao Pavilion had designated reception areas for such dealings. Shen Lang, unaware of this protocol, was primarily concerned that revealing all his equipment at once might incite a stir among the patrons. After all, the items he intended to sell were not merely one or two. Chapter 36. At last, this young lady has secured a handsome gentleman. Under the guidance of the young lady, Shen Lang and his companions traversed from the exhibition hall to an office in the backyard. "Sir, miss, please take a seat." The young lady welcomed Shen Lang and the Queen of Medusa to sit, before turning to brew them a cup of hot tea. Subsequently, she settled across from Shen Lang and inquired once more, "Sir, may I ask what equipment you wish to sell?" "Rest assured, our Wanbao Pavilion will offer a fair price. But first, we need to appraise the items." As her sentence trailed off, the young lady noticed Shen Lang rising, a look of confusion crossing her face as she assumed he intended to leave. However, Shen Lang replied, "Did you not ask me to present the equipment for appraisal? This table is rather small. Perhaps placing it on the floor would suffice?" Upon seeing the young lady's puzzled expression, Shen Lang added, "I have quite an array of equipment." Quite a bit. Then placing it on the floor is acceptable," the young lady responded, coming to her senses. Shen Lang nodded, casting a glance at the Queen of Medusa, who promptly emptied her backpack, spilling forth an abundance of equipment. Shen Lang followed suit. releasing all items of little utility from his own pack onto the floor. In an instant, the office was illuminated with a vibrant green glow, interspersed with a few white and several blue hues. Shen Lang had resolved to sell all equipment of blue quality and below. The young lady, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but feel a twinge of astonishment. There was simply an overwhelming quantity of equipment. Most notably, aside from a handful of items, the majority were of green excellent quality, even including a few pieces of blue good quality. Moreover, there was a skill book among them. The total number of equipment and items exceeded 100. The young lady's peripheral vision fell upon the composed Shen Lang, and a fleeting thought crossed her mind. Could this handsome gentleman possibly be a raider? Impossible. A man so strikingly handsome could never stoop to the notorious role of a raider. Naturally, she dismissed this notion and turned her attention back to Shen Lang, stating, "Sir, your quantity of equipment is rather substantial. I fear I may struggle alone and will need assistance in counting and appraising." "Very well, I am in no hurry," Shen Lang replied, returning to the sofa with an air of patience. Noticing his demeanor, the young lady refrained from further chatter and promptly exited the reception room. Shortly thereafter, she returned accompanied by a middle-aged man and 2 female sales assistants. The middle-aged man was one of Wanbao Pavilion's appraisers, tasked with assessing the quality and grade of the equipment, as well as estimating their value. The 2 female sales assistants were merely there to lend a helping hand. With the 4 of them, including the young lady, a flurry of activity ensued, and nearly half an hour later, they completed the inventory and appraisal of all the equipment. "Xiaoyi, here are the estimated values of these items. Please take a look," the middle-aged man said as he handed over the recorded details to the young lady. "Thank you, esteemed master. Please, you may step outside for the time being," she replied. After sending the appraisers away, the young lady returned to face Shen Lang, perusing the documents in her hands. "Sir, you are selling a total of 108 pieces of equipment, including 4 pieces of blue quality, 97 pieces of green quality, and 7 pieces of white quality. According to our appraiser's evaluation, the total value amounts to 64.78 million. As she spoke, she closed the file and added, "Your visit to our Wanbao Pavilion signifies your trust in us. Therefore, I will take the liberty of rounding it up for you to a total of 65 million. What do you think?" "All right, that price is acceptable," Shen Lang replied without further thought. In his estimation, these items would fetch around 30 to 50 million, so he was pleasantly surprised by the higher valuation. The young lady stood and extended her delicate hand toward Shen Lang, saying, "In that case, let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. I hope that should you have the opportunity in the future, you will consider trading with us again at Wanbao Pavilion. We would be most welcoming. Indeed, a fruitful partnership." Shen Lang also rose to shake her hand. "Sir, please provide me with your account details, and I will arrange for our staff to process the transfer," the young lady continued. After a moment of consideration, Shen Lang replied, "There's no rush. I would also like to purchase some additional items." "Oh, what might you be interested in acquiring? Props or equipment?" she inquired eagerly. Without hesitation, Shen Lang asked, "I recall there is a type of prop that allows professionals to automatically collect equipment dropped by monsters. Do you have such an item?" During his time at the Sandong Lanxiang, Shen Lang had learned about this. Certain monsters would drop such equipment, and upon activation, it would enable one to pick up the dropped items effortlessly, saving professionals valuable time. A highly convenient and useful tool. Shen Lang had long desired to acquire this item, especially since the Medusa Queen's abilities covered such vast areas, often defeating multiple monsters at once. If any equipment were to drop, he would have to collect it piece by piece, which would be quite cumbersome. The young lady smiled and replied, "We do have that, sir. However, these automatic collection cards come in 3 tiers. The 3rd tier has a collection range of 100 meters and is priced at 1 million. The 2nd tier has a range of 500 meters, priced at 6 million, and the 1st tier boasts a range of 1,000 meters, priced at 15 million. Which one would you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lang furrowed his brow slightly. While he recognized the value of the item, he found it a tad expensive. "Is there no discount?" he inquired. The young lady paused for a moment before responding, "Very well, I can offer you a discount of 20. How does that sound?" "All right. I will take the 1,000 meter automatic collection card," Shen Lang declared generously, thinking it foolish to pass up a good deal. The young lady nodded in agreement and then asked, "Sir, is there anything else you wish to purchase?" "Yes, let's maintain that 20 discount." This reminded Shen Lang that he indeed needed some additional items, such as skills exclusive to beast tamers. The Beastmaster possesses unique skills, each tier equipped with its own set. Currently, as a 1-star Beastmaster, Shen Lang is endowed with 3 exclusive skills. Previously, he had acquired the skill of Magic Tide, leaving him in search of the remaining 2. After some contemplation, he resolved to procure them all at once and inquired, "Do you have the skill books for the Force Tide and Invisibility for a 1-star Beastmaster?" "Oh, so you are a Beastmaster." The saleswoman responded with a radiant smile, continuing, "We at the 10,000 Beast Pavilion have both skill books available, each priced at 120,000. Very well, I will take them along with the one-click pickup card." Shen Lang was not one to skimp on his profession's exclusive skills. "Excellent, sir. Is there anything else you require?" the saleswoman inquired. Shen Lang shook his head, replying, "Not for now." With a cheerful demeanor, she said, "All right then, please hold on a moment while I fetch your items." Before long, she returned bearing the one-click pickup card and the 2 skill books. Concurrently, the remainder of the Daxia coins from his purchase was promptly transferred to Shen Lang's account. After securing the skill books and cards, Shen Lang prepared to depart from the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion, but the saleswoman called out to him. Gathering her courage, she proposed, "Sir, would you like to add me as a friend?" Shen Lang blinked at her, somewhat perplexed. Hadn't they merely conducted a transaction? Why did she wish to add him as a friend now? "No misunderstanding intended, sir," she quickly clarified. "I merely thought that if we were friends, it would facilitate future transactions. Should you wish to sell equipment again, you could contact me directly. Professionals are indeed able to add each other as friends. However, the friend slots are limited to 100. Thus, apart from close comrades, it is rare for professionals to add friends, as communication devices in the real world are equally convenient, making the professional friend system unnecessary for contact. Of course, the professional friend system serves purposes beyond mere communication, allowing for remote trading as well." Considering her proposal, Shen Lang found it quite sensible, as he would undoubtedly have more equipment to sell or skill books and items to purchase in the future. Having a friend would indeed simplify matters, sparing him the need to visit the trading center repeatedly. Moreover, the saleswoman's status appeared to be noteworthy. She might very well be the daughter of the owners of the 10,000 Beasts Pavilion and the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, granting her credibility. Thus, the saleswoman ultimately succeeded in acquiring Shen Lang's first friend slot, not to mention her initial professional friend. After Shen Lang and the Queen Medusa departed, she triumphantly exclaimed, "Yes, I have finally added a handsome guy." Eagerly, she opened her friend list to peruse Shen Lang's information as they disappeared from view. Name: Shen Sanliang. Occupation: Beastmaster. Level: Confidential. The young lady chuckled, "Truly a Beastmaster, but undeniably handsome. Not inferior to the young man I encountered at the Beast Pavilion." She paid no heed to the confidentiality of his level. The reason for the term confidential was that Shen Lang had concealed it. Unless specific probing skills were employed, it would not be revealed. After Shen Lang exited the Treasure Pavilion, he promptly departed from the Adventurers Trading Center, during which he perused the young lady's personal information. Name: Yihong Yu. Occupation: Thunder Mage. Level: 69. Upon observing this information, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. This young lady was indeed a combat-oriented Thunder Mage. However, considering her emerging 2-star level, it appeared she had completed her job transition just last year, making her roughly a year his senior. Subsequently, Shen Lang retrieved his communicator to investigate the Beast Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion, discovering that the proprietors of both establishments were indeed the same individual, with considerable backing, standing behind the Lord of East Sea City. Furthermore, the Lord of East Sea City bore the surname Yi. Of course, this bore little significance to Shen Lang. He merely glanced at it casually, as he was already on his way to the city exit. Chapter 37. Departing the City. The Phantom Forest. Monster Farming. The presence of a novice dungeon within the city serves a crucial purpose. It mandates that fledgling adventurers must attain level 5 before venturing outside. This regulation is in place to safeguard them from the ferocious beasts that roam the wilderness, all of which are above level 5. Such measures are a common global standard, ensuring that adventurers below this threshold remain within the safety of urban confines. Exceptions exist, however, for those who insist on braving the wild. They must be accompanied by a seasoned adventurer of level 10 or higher and undergo a registration process. Currently, the the wilderness presents considerable peril, with monstrous creatures lurking at every turn. Consequently, public transportation is virtually non-existent in the outside world. While the more formidable individuals might employ their own means of transport, the majority of adventurers rely on teleportation arrays, particularly for intercity travel, as these are the preferred option for most. The teleportation arrays are entirely under the control of the authorities, which keeps the costs of travel relatively affordable. At this moment, Shen Lang has no intention of journeying to another city. He simply desires to venture into the wild to farm monsters and level up. Thus, he heads directly to the eastern city gate of East Sea City, as it is conveniently close to the Adventurer Trading Center, rendering other exits unnecessary. After passing through the city's defense verification system, Shen Lang effortlessly secures his exit authorization. Upon stepping through the city gates, he gazes upon the vast wilderness, feeling an immediate sense of exhilaration. While safety resides within the city's confines, it also harbors numerous constraints. Now, in the wild, he feels as if the sky is the limit. In the 3-kilometer zone outside the city, officials routinely deploy adventurers for cleansing operations, making this area relatively safe, with little risk of encountering monstrous beasts. Should one happen to cross paths with such a creature, it would merely be a stroke of unfortunate luck. Not far from the city gates, a massive electronic display screen reveals the territorial map of East Sea City. This map delineates various small regions, indicating the approximate levels of the beasts within and the types of creatures one might encounter. It is undeniable that the authorities show great consideration for adventurers, thoughtfully addressing various aspects of their safety. At this moment, the flow of individuals exiting the city is sparse, with only a handful of adventurers hurrying past, none paying heed to Shen Lang and his companion. Shen Lang casts a glance at the map on the electronic screen, but refrains from making an immediate decision about his destination. First, he intends to learn the 2 skills associated with his rank 1 Beast Tamer class. Finding a relatively secluded corner, he retrieves the skill book for Force Tide. The name suggests a similarity to Magic Tide, which restores a beast's magical energy. Force Tide, on the other hand, evidently replenishes a beast's physical stamina. Moreover, the enhancement effect of this skill appears to mirror that of Magic Tide, with the blessing of Shen Lang's SSS level talent, akin to Magic Tide. Force Tide can also provide his beast with a 3-fold recovery rate for stamina. Before long, Shen Lang successfully learns the Force Tide skill and proceeds to extract the second skill associated with his rank 1 Beast Tamer class. Whether it be the skills of the Force Tide or the Magic Tide, these abilities are directed towards the beasts under one's command. However, the invisibility skill is uniquely utilized by the Beastmaster themselves. Skill book, invisibility, level, 1 star. Skill description, consumes a certain amount of magical power to temporarily obscure external senses, lasting for 3 minutes. If the caster moves, the invisibility will automatically dissipate, but casting other skills remains unrestricted. Class requirements: Beastmaster, Assassin, Hunter, Rogue. From the perspective of class requirements, the invisibility skill is not exclusive to the Beastmaster. Various other professions can also acquire it. Nevertheless, for the Beastmaster, particularly at the 1-star level, the skills available are limited to just these 3. This skill serves as a means of self-protection for the Beastmaster, albeit with a rather short duration of merely 3 minutes. Though Shen Lang felt a hint of dissatisfaction, he quickly reminded himself that it was simply an ordinary 1-star skill, thus it was acceptable. However, it was not a significant concern. Compelling him to use invisibility to escape was not an easy feat, having completed the learning of both skills. Shen Lang did not delay further. He looked up at the map displayed on the electronic screen, needing to determine his next destination. After perusing the entire map, he decisively chose the nearby Ghost Shadow Forest. The Ghost Shadow Forest is classified as a 1-star area, meaning the wild creatures within range from level 3 to 30. Perfectly suitable for Shen Lang. Of course, wild creatures below level 30 posed no challenge to either Shen Lang or the Queen Medusa. However, what Shen Lang required most at present was to level up, and he did not need to concern himself with the specifics, as long as there were ample creatures available for him to engage. The Ghost Shadow Forest lies to the south of the main road leading out of the city. After making his decision, Shen Lang set off on foot into the forest alongside Medusa. The outskirts of the forest presented no wild creatures, but after venturing nearly a kilometer in, Shen Lang encountered peculiar beings floating in the air, upper bodies resembling humanoids, while the lower halves were shrouded in black mist. Clearly, these were the so-called ghost shadows. Without hesitation, Shen Lang activated his exploration skill. Ghost Shadow Swordsman, level 5, Strength 88, Agility 78, Constitution 67, Spirit. Upon reviewing the information on the Ghost Shadow Swordsman, Shen Lang felt no particular surprise. In truth, this was the correct manifestation of wild creatures. The monsters he had encountered in dungeons were spawned from hell-level instances, and thus could not be compared to ordinary wild creatures. If one were to make a comparison, the monsters in those dungeons were akin to elite creatures. Wild beasts in the open world can indeed be contracted. Shen Lang did not forget his identity as a Beastmaster. He promptly used a bloodline item on the Ghost Shadow Swordsman. Ghost Shadow Swordsman, level 5, Bloodline Limit. Ordinary level 1-star Ghost Shadow, Growth Limit. Level 30, Shen Lang could not help but curl his lip. Such a pitiful creature was nothing short of an affront to the divine talent of Bloodline Insight. Medusa, go ahead and eliminate it. With a lackluster demeanor, Shen Lang issued a command to the Queen Medusa, but soon added, "Well, let us eliminate one first. I wish to test my skills." "As you wish, my master," replied the Queen Medusa obediently. A flicker of flame erupted from her fingertips, striking one of the Shadow Swordsmen. In an instant, a flash of fire swept through, and the Shadow Swordsman engulfed by the blaze was reduced to nothingness. Your summoned beast has slain a level 5 Shadow Swordsman. You and your summoned beast each gain 6 experience points. A mere 6 experience points nevertheless, my level has risen. And this Shadow Swordsman is indeed inferior to the wild monsters found in dungeons. A slight decrease in experience is inconsequential. The wilderness is abundant with monsters. Just as Shen Lang sought solace in his thoughts, the demise of one Shadow Swordsman swiftly attracted the attention of other drifting Shadow Swordsmen. Simultaneously, the names of these Shadow Swordsmen turned crimson. Medusa's slaughter had successfully incited the wrath of this group. All Shadow Swordsmen within a 50-meter radius charged towards them. The fury was directed not only at Medusa, but also at Shen Lang himself, for the Queen Medusa was his summoned beast. Chapter 38. The Extension of Bloodline Insight Function. As a multitude of shadowy swordsmen advanced menacingly, Shen Lang remained utterly unfazed. A mere assembly of 5th-tier wretches, with a modicum of seriousness from Queen Medusa. She could effortlessly annihilate them with but a breath. "Take your time, Medusa," Shen Lang advised, before activating the newly acquired skills of Force Tide, Magic Tide, and Invisibility. Upon the activation of Force Tide and Magic Tide, his passive talent, Blessing, was simultaneously triggered. Your summoned beast, Queen Medusa, Mana Recovery Speed, 300. Your summoned beast, Queen Medusa, Stamina Recovery Speed, 300. With the initiation of Invisibility, a corresponding notification chimed in. You have successfully activated Invisibility. For the next 3 minutes, your presence will diminish, rendering you nearly undetectable. Concurrently, the skills of Force Tide and Magic Tide enveloped Queen Medusa. A subtle glow manifested around her form, a visible testament to the effects of these two abilities. Observing the ethereal halos, Shen Lang felt a newfound sense of worth as her master. Turning gently to smile at Shen Lang, Queen Medusa gracefully approached the shadowy swordsman. With each step, she dispatched more than one shadowy swordsman, either crushing them or reducing them to nothingness. In the interim, the swordsmen who had initially targeted Shen Lang abandoned their pursuit, converging instead upon Queen Medusa. This shift was not merely due to her relentless slaughter. Rather, Shen Lang's aura had nearly vanished under the veil of invisibility, causing the swordsmen to redirect their wrath towards the now hostile Medusa. To Shen Lang's surprise, 2 new types of shadows emerged amidst the carnage. As Queen Medusa continued her leisurely slaughter, additional shadowy figures inexplicably appeared. Shen Lang recalled how Queen Medusa had come into being, despite his outward disdain for these shadows. Who could say that among them, one might not possess the latent potential of a divine beast bloodline, akin to Medusa herself? Thus, upon discovering the new entities, Shen Lang activated his Bloodline Insight talent, scrutinizing the newly revealed shadow creatures. Shadow Swordsman, level 5, Bloodline Limit. Ordinary 1-star Shadow, Growth Limit. Level 30, Shadow Archer, level 5, Bloodline Limit. Ordinary 1-star Shadow, Growth Limit. Level 30, regrettably. These newly appeared shadows were still subpar, lacking even a second-star bloodline. Much like a novice dungeon, Shen Lang, after initially bestowing 2 skills upon Queen Medusa, spent the remainder of the encounter idly. Meanwhile, Queen Medusa pressed on relentlessly, harvesting the experience offered by the shadows every moment. As the Queen of Medusa continued her relentless onslaught, Shen Lang and his companions advanced several hundred meters, only to encounter a new batch of phantoms. These specters were considerably larger, their upper bodies clad in heavy, dark armor. Yet, such armor was no match for the Queen of Medusa. Nevertheless, Shen Lang employed his Bloodline Insight once more against the new phantoms. A cursory glance revealed them to be of little value. Suddenly, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow and broke into a smile, for he had finally discovered a specimen of slightly greater worth. Heavy Armor Phantom, Level 5, Bloodline Limit, 4-star Phantom Commander, Growth Limit, Level 120. Although it possessed a 4-star Bloodline Limit, it did not pose much significance for Shen Lang. What truly piqued his interest was the sudden appearance of an ellipsis in the Bloodline Limit section, indicating the presence of additional information. Without hesitation, he clicked on the ellipsis, which promptly revealed a message. Congratulations, esteemed Beastmaster. Your proficiency in Bloodline Insight has reached the intermediate level. The Bloodline Limit will now present you with specific limit information. Please take note. Upon reading this message, Shen Lang was taken aback, astonished that his innate talent possessed an extension feature. The information swiftly transformed into another message. 2-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 75. 3-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 29. 4-star Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 3. It was evident that this referred to the Bloodline Evolution Success Rate of the Heavy Armor Phantom. Judging by the data, if a typical Beastmaster were to carefully nurture it, this Heavy Armor Phantom would likely evolve to a 2-star level. However, advancing to 3 stars would require significant investment and dedication, with a probability of less than 30%. The chance of genuinely advancing to a 4-star bloodline stood at a mere 3, an almost negligible possibility. This 3 chance would likely necessitate the assistance of certain items or spiritual materials. Of course, if Shen Lang so desired, he could effortlessly awaken the 4-star Commander bloodline in this Heavy Armor Phantom, as his bloodline ancestral return ability allowed him to disregard the so-called evolution success rates. With a success rate of 3, as long as it was not 0, Shen Lang could ensure its successful evolution directly into a mature 4-star form. Yet, such a 4-star bloodline was hardly worth the expenditure of his ancestral return ability. Thus, he made no attempt to impede the Queen of Medusa's massacre, and the 4-star bloodline Heavy Armor Phantom was swiftly dispatched. Suddenly, Shen Lang recalled something. They had been in the Phantom Forest for quite a while, and Medusa had slain numerous phantoms, yet not a single piece of equipment had dropped thus far. Was the drop rate in the wild truly so dismal? Shen Lang felt a twinge of frustration, especially since he had spent a considerable sum on a one-click loot card, which had proven utterly useless. Just then, a phantom swordsman fell, leaving behind a gray glow, unmistakably signifying the emergence of equipment. Shen Lang promptly activated the one-click pickup feature, and instantly, a gray radiance appeared in his backpack. Inferior Iron Sword, Gray Rough, Attack 20, Spirit 1, Agility 5. Shen Lang shook his head in amusement. This truly was abysmal. One must understand that the equipment dropped in novice dungeons is at least white tier of ordinary quality. Yet, upon venturing into the wilderness, his first acquired item was of the Gray Rough caliber. Fortunately, at that moment, a notification of level up sounded. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your class level has ascended from 5 to 6. Congratulations, your fixed attributes of 10 have been automatically allocated. Strength 1, Agility 2, Constitution 2, Spirit 5. Congratulations, you have 10 free attribute points. Upon hearing this notification, the discontent in Shen Lang's heart dissipated instantly. The drop rates and quality of equipment in the wilderness are indeed inferior compared to the novice dungeon. Yet there is a silver lining: the abundance of ferocious beasts. Shen Lang had just reached level 5 before leaving the novice dungeon, and within less than half an hour after exiting the city, he had gained a level. Observing the additional 10 points of free attributes, Shen Lang chose to allocate them directly to his spirit attribute, fully committing to his specialization. Chapter 39, Slaying Monsters, Leveling Up. Your familiar has slain a level 5 phantom archer, and you and your familiar each gain 4 experience points. As Shen Lang had just reached level 6, he discovered that Medusa's kills of these phantoms yielded significantly diminished experience points. Previously, they had received 6 points, but now it had plummeted to 4. It seemed the disparity in levels was the reason for the reduced experience. Shen Lang quickly grasped this concept. After all, defeating lower-level foes naturally awards less experience. In fact, if the level gap becomes too vast, even slaying formidable beasts would yield no experience. Just as Medusa had eradicated the last of the nearby phantoms, Shen Lang spoke. "Medusa, let us proceed." "Very well, my master," replied Medusa. She swiftly dispatched the final 2 phantoms in the vicinity, and together they ventured deeper into the forest. Since the phantom forest was classified as a 1-star area, Shen Lang and his companion encountered no other adventurers along their journey. After all, even the least proficient adventurers from the previous year would have reached level 30 and would not return to such a low-level zone. As for this year's newly transitioned novice adventurers, they were still striving to reach level 5 and were unqualified to leave the city. Even if some fledgling adventurers had managed to enter level 5, the vastness of the wilderness made it unlikely for them to cross paths. In this scenario, the Phantom Forest had essentially become a personal dungeon for Shen Lang, utterly devoid of competition for monsters, making his endeavor remarkably effortless. Due to the level considerations, Shen Lang, seeking efficiency, accompanied Queen Medusa into the territory of level 6 wild beasts, directly advancing to the area of level 7 ferocious creatures. Moreover, defeating higher-level foes granted relatively more experience. However, Shen Lang was cautious not to venture too far beyond his level. As the wild beasts of the Phantom Forest were not infinite, resources needed to be maximally utilized. True to his style, upon encountering ferocious beasts, he employed Bloodline Insight as his initial strike. It must be noted that the level 7 phantoms in this area were indeed stronger than those previously encountered, and their bloodlines reflected this. Phantom Mage, level 7, bloodline limit, 3-star Phantom Squad Leader, growth limit, level 90, 2-star evolution success rate, 90. 3-star evolution success rate, 12. Shen Lang cast a glance and turned to Queen Medusa, saying, "Continue." "Understood, my master." Medusa responded, promptly advancing toward the Phantom Mages. Resuming her slaughter. Your familiar has slain a Phantom Mage, and you and your familiar each gain 20 experience points. 20 experience points? Shen Lang anticipated a modest increase in experience, but this was beyond his expectations, exceeding even the figures from novice dungeons. It is quite reasonable to think that in beginner instances, there is hardly any life-threatening danger. Even if peril arises, one can promptly exit the instance. However, in the wilderness, no one will be able to facilitate your departure. When danger strikes, one must bear it alone. The increase in experience points is undoubtedly beneficial for Shen Lang, who immediately urged Medusa, "Medusa, please hasten our pace." "Understood, my master." Medusa, slightly more serious now, accelerated her pace in eliminating the specters. After a few minutes, the level 7 specter zone was nearly cleared by Queen Medusa, with only 7 or 8 specters remaining on the outskirts, yet to aggro. Medusa's figure flickered, and with each swift movement, another specter's experience points were credited to Shen Lang. When the last level 7 specter fell at the hands of Queen Medusa, 2 notification sounds resonated simultaneously in Shen Lang's mind. "Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast, Queen Medusa, has reached level 9, granting you 100 fixed attribute points. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your profession level has increased from level 6 to level 7. Congratulations, your fixed attribute points have been automatically allocated. 10. Strength. 1. Agility. 2. Constitution. 2. Spirit. 5. Congratulations. You have 10 free attribute points." Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. He had leveled up simultaneously with Queen Medusa. This, of course, was attributed to the ample number of specters in the level 7 zone, which provided considerably higher experience points. Shen Lang chose not to rest, but instead began to clear the battlefield, activating the one-click loot feature. The level 7 specter zone spanned less than a kilometer, thus the entire battlefield fell within the one-click loot range. Soon, all the dropped equipment and items automatically entered Shen Lang's backpack. Alas, the drop rate is truly dismal. Shen Lang sighed. lacking even the inclination to inspect the equipment. The combined number of specters from both areas had long surpassed 1,000. Yet he had only collected a meager 12 pieces of equipment, 1 green quality, 2 white common, and 8 gray rough items, an utterly disheartening sight. Let us move on to the level 8 Spectre Zone. Shen Lang decisively disregarded the equipment and, alongside Medusa, ventured deeper into the Spectre Forest. Before long, they arrived at the level 8 Spectre area. The Spectres in this zone predominantly wielded weapons. Some brandished spears, while others carried axes or blades, showcasing a variety of armaments. Being level 8 Spectres, their battle prowess was naturally superior. However, for Medusa, this slight enhancement in strength was virtually negligible. As the level 8 Spectres aggroed, Shen Lang's Bloodline Insight remained active, continually scanning the specters that were converging upon Queen Medusa. Among them was a specter wielding a spear, whose bloodline capacity appeared quite commendable. Long Spear Phantom, level 8, bloodline limit, 6-star Phantom General, growth limit, 180, success rate of 2-star evolution, 99, 3-star evolution, 73, 4-star evolution, 43, 5-star evolution, 18. 6-star evolution, 5. This was the first encounter for Shen Lang with a 6-star bloodline in the wild, which was quite impressive. However, Shen Lang's first tamed beast was the 10-star Medusa Queen, and to be candid, he truly regarded anything below 10 stars with disdain. Consequently, this beast seed, which ordinary beast tamers would vie fiercely for, soon perished under the flames of the Medusa Queen. The number of phantoms in the level 8 region surpassed that of the level 7 area, and before long, having slain about half. Medusa enabled Shen Lang to ascend from level 7 to level 8, with a pace of advancement akin to that of a rocket. Not long after, all phantoms in the level 8 area were eradicated by the Medusa Queen. As Shen Lang activated the one-click loot feature to gather equipment, he inquired of the Medusa Queen, "Shall we take a moment to rest?" "No need, Master. It is quite effortless, not tiring at all," Medusa gently replied. A horde of lesser creatures, none even reaching level 10, were easily dispatched by Medusa with a mere flick of her hand, requiring little exertion. Shen Lang nodded, smiling. "Then let us continue and see how many levels we can ascend today." Chapter 40. The Legendary Boss, Ghost Shadow Vice Commander. In the Ghost Shadow Forest. Within the level 9 Ghost Shadow area, Shen Lang leaned against a fallen ancient tree, casually crossing his legs as he observed Medusa mercilessly slaughtering the level 9 Ghost Shadows. The surrounding Ghost Shadows had been thoroughly scanned by his Bloodline Insight ability, revealing that the strongest among them was merely a 3-star elite. A 3-star elite Ghost Shadow could be likened to a 5-star ordinary creature, yet that was the extent of its prowess. Shen Lang had effortlessly dispatched a 6-star ordinary creature moments earlier without a hint of hesitation. Thus, a 3-star elite posed no challenge. Under Medusa's swift onslaught, the level 9 Ghost Shadow area was soon cleansed of its inhabitants. After swiftly collecting the equipment, Shen Lang and Medusa pressed onward to the level 10 Ghost Shadow area. The scenario was no different. They continued their path of destruction, with every Ghost Shadow transforming into experience points for both man and beast. Upon exterminating the level 10 Ghost Shadows, both Shen Lang and Queen Medusa leveled up once again. Shen Lang advanced from level 8 to level 9, while Queen Medusa ascended from level 9 to level 10. Such a rapid rate of progression was unparalleled. Shen Lang grinned, noting that this was achieved without Medusa utilizing her area of effect skills. Otherwise, their advancement would have been even swifter. Regrettably, the drop rate for equipment remained dismal, yielding only a meager handful of low-quality items. With little else to discuss, they ventured deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest. The forest's expanse was vast, spanning at least 30 to 40 kilometers in diameter. Having journeyed nearly 10 kilometers, they found themselves in a region relatively close to the center. In areas above level 10, formidable beasts, including bosses, could emerge. The trek to the level 11 area consumed a considerable amount of time. Although they encountered a few scattered level 11 Ghost Shadows along the way, the massive swarms of dozens or even hundreds of Ghost Shadows were conspicuously absent, leaving Shen Lang somewhat puzzled. Before long, Queen Medusa suddenly spoke. "Master, there is a presence ahead that feels considerably stronger." "Really? Let's investigate," Shen Lang replied eagerly. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they peered through the gaps in the trees and beheld a colossal ghost shadow ahead. Clad in black armor that appeared to meld seamlessly with its form, the creature possessed two formidable arms entwined with black chains that clinked ominously as it moved, emitting a disconcerting sound. Compared to the previous ghost shadows, this one was at least twice their size, towering nearly 3 meters high. This time, Shen Lang did not employ his Bloodline Insight first. Instead, he cast a probing skill. Ghost Shadow Vice Commander, Legendary Boss. Level 16, Strength 320, Constitution 350, Agility 300, Spirit 250. To his astonishment, it was indeed a boss. Shen Lang was taken aback, never expecting to encounter one so early in the wilderness, as bosses were exceedingly rare in the wild. At that moment, the Shadow Deputy Commander in the distance seemed to have noticed Shen Lang's probing gaze. With a thunderous roar, he scanned the surroundings with his enormous eyes, fixing his gaze directly upon Shen Lang and the Medusa Queen. Suddenly, with a booming sound, the Shadow Deputy Commander charged towards them. However, it appeared that he had only then recognized the Medusa Queen, abruptly halting in his tracks. As a formidable boss, his intelligence naturally surpassed that of ordinary creatures, allowing him to sense the terror emanating from this humanoid entity. After a brief pause, the Shadow Deputy Commander turned and fled in the opposite direction. Indeed, upon realizing the Medusa Queen's formidable presence, this legendary boss did not hesitate to choose flight. Medusa, quickly pursue him. He is escaping, Shen Lang exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. It was a rare encounter with a legendary boss. There was no reason to let this creature escape. He wanted to get away. Before the Medusa Queen could finish her words, the figure had vanished from sight. Shen Lang had only taken a few steps when he saw the Shadow Deputy Commander, who had already distanced himself by several dozen meters, suddenly collapse to the ground. Simultaneously, the Medusa Queen appeared in midair, reaching forth to grasp the floating chain. Return. With a firm tug, the weapon that belonged to the Shadow Commander became hers. The chain swayed briefly before ensnaring the Shadow Commander's neck, sending his entire form arcing through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, not far from Shen Lang. Meanwhile, the Medusa Queen reappeared, holding the other end of the chain. As for the fallen Shadow Deputy Commander, he could not rise. Not only was escape impossible, but he was also subdued by the Medusa Queen's overwhelming aura. Had the earlier encountered shadows experienced the Medusa's might, they too would have succumbed. Much like in the Novice Dungeon where the Medusa required no effort to obliterate those lowly shadows. The Medusa Queen tightened the chain and inquired, "Master, shall I eliminate him directly?" "Wait, let me take a look first." Shen Lang stepped closer and immediately utilized Bloodline Insight on the Shadow Deputy Commander boss. Shadow Deputy Commander, Legendary Boss. Level 16, Bloodline Limit. 3-star Legendary. Growth Limit. Level 120. 2-star Evolution Success Rate. 98. 3-star Evolution Success Rate. 80. The evolution rates were quite high, but the Bloodline Limit was disappointingly low, capped at merely 3 stars. Although it was a legendary bloodline, 3 stars fell woefully short, equating to little more than an 8-star ordinary rank. 10-star ordinary ranks were considered worthless, let alone an 8-star ordinary rank. In an instant, Shen Lang lost interest in the Shadow Deputy Commander, waving his hand dismissively. "Eliminate him." "Very well, my master." As Queen Medusa's words faded, she deftly hurled the chains in her grasp, piercing through the skull of the Phantom Shadow's Vice Commander like a javelin. The Vice Commander's head shattered, his form dissipating swiftly like the dark mist of his lower half. Simultaneously, a notification echoed in Shen Lang's mind, signaling the demise of the Phantom Shadow's Vice Commander. "Your beast has slain the Phantom Shadow's Vice Commander, legendary level boss, and you and your beast each receive 180 experience points." In the place where the Vice Commander had vanished, a radiant glow began to flicker. At last, some valuable loot had emerged. Otherwise, this boss would have truly tarnished its own reputation. Shen Lang scoffed internally and promptly activated the one-click loot feature. To his delight, it proved remarkably effective, directly transferring the items into his backpack. In the next moment, the radiant glimmers upon the ground vanished, now residing within Shen Lang's inventory. Upon inspecting his backpack, he exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, splendid. This time, I even acquired a skill book." Chapter 41, The 10-Star Divine Beast Bloodline, Shadow King. Given the previous plethora of wild monsters and the quality of their drops, Shen Lang did not harbor excessive expectations for this particular boss. However, it could only be said that the outcome was indeed delightful. In addition to a skill book, he also obtained a beast crystal and 2 pieces of equipment. Notably, one was of blue quality, while the other was a perfect red grade, making the previous loot seem like a mere trifle in comparison. The red item, in terms of equipment dropped from monsters, represented the highest quality Shen Lang had acquired thus far, excluding those obtained from treasure chests. Shen Lang first retrieved the skill book, activating the skill probe, which promptly revealed its information. Skill book, Phantom Summoning. Skill description, consumes a certain amount of magical power to summon a specified number of phantoms to engage enemy combatants. The higher the level, the stronger and more numerous the summoned phantoms. Class requirement, Summoner. This skill appeared promising. Alas, it could only be learned by a summoner. Shen Lang felt a twinge of regret. Although the phantoms seemed feeble before Medusa, they were still quite formidable. Summoning 1 would create a 2-on-1 scenario. Summoning 10 would yield a 10-on-1 advantage. Summoning a multitude would truly overwhelm the opposition. He decided to keep it for the time being, for who knows? Perhaps his second profession might indeed be that of a summoner? With that thought, Shen Lang tossed the skill book into his backpack and subsequently extracted a fist-sized, jet black crystal. Dark Beast Crystal. Level, 1 star. Description: formed from the aggregation of dark power, it can be used for crafting, magical formations, alchemy, and more. Shen Lang was well versed in the nature of beast crystals, knowing that these items could only be obtained from ferocious beasts in the wild. The drop rate for boss-level beasts was nearly 100%, while that of other beasts was significantly lower. Ordinary ferocious beasts had to possess high stars and levels to drop beast crystals. Given their broad utility, he opted not to sell it, placing it in his backpack instead. Typically, he kept necessary items on his person, while those intended for sale were stored in Medusa's backpack. Next, Shen Lang examined the blue equipment dropped by the boss. Phantom Pendant, blue quality. Mentality 12, Agility 10. Wearing requirement, Mentality 70. Though classified as blue quality, the attributes it conferred were rather modest, making it suitable only for sale. Shen Lang tossed it into Medusa's backpack and then retrieved the red perfect equipment. Phantom Mask, red perfect. Defense 30, Strength 16, Agility 12. Mentality 15. Wearing requirement, Mentality 150. This item was quite impressive. While the enhancements were not exaggerated, they were indeed suitable for him. Oh, this was certainly a marked improvement over his previous mask. Shen Lang admired the Phantom Mask, noting that its design was rather aesthetically pleasing. What was referred to as a mask was, in truth, more akin to a half-ornate helmet or a crown, adorned in hues of black and red, exuding an air of the uncanny. Shen Lang donned the ghostly mask with a mere press of a button, placing it atop his head. It felt rather peculiar. His current attire was a hodgepodge, mismatched in style and character, yet there was little he could do about it. He mused silently, wishing for a complete set of divine armor in the future. Despite this, he chose not to remove the ghostly mask, which, upon reflection, appeared rather cool. Overall, the defeat of the ghostly vice commander boss proved to be a significant triumph, rekindling his anticipation for the wild beasts of the wilderness. Let us proceed, Medusa, onward. Shen Lang turned to Medusa and led the way deeper into the ghostly forest. Perhaps due to the presence of the ghostly vice commander boss, the nearby apparitions were scarce. Much like before, with only a few ghostly figures appearing intermittently, swiftly dispatched by Medusa. Logically, they should have reached the level 11 ghostly area by now. Yet still no apparitions were in sight. Do you think we might have taken a wrong turn? Shen Lang inquired, glancing at Medusa. Master, we have not strayed from our path. Medusa pointed ahead, assuring him, there are many ghostly presences up ahead. Then let us hasten. Shen Lang trusted Medusa's instincts, particularly given her exceptional 10-star divine beast sensing ability. They continued onward for a few more minutes when suddenly, a thick black mist loomed ahead. The mist was dense, limiting Shen Lang's visibility to about 10 meters. Beyond that, all was obscured. Medusa, is there danger within? Shen Lang asked. Medusa, glancing into the black mist, smiled and replied, Master, there is no danger within, but what? Shen Lang queried, intrigued. Medusa chuckled and said, there is a shadow within the black mist, emanating from it. Could such a vast expanse of black mist signify another boss? Shen Lang's eyes brightened with excitement. Medusa, let us draw it out and take a look. As you wish. My master. Medusa nodded, her form darting into the thick mist like an arrow released from its bow. In mere moments, the swirling black mist began to churn and rapidly dissipate, and before it fully cleared, Medusa emerged from within. Naturally, Medusa would not return empty-handed. In her grasp was a creature resembling a diminutive shark. Its sharp teeth and fierce jaws trembled in her hold. What a tiny creature, Shen Lang observed, noting its size akin to that of a small puppy. However, as Medusa had indicated, the black mist had emanated from this little being, suggesting it possessed extraordinary qualities. Without even employing his probing skills, Shen Lang directly unleashed the Bloodline Insight. Shadow of the Dark Mist. Level 10. Bloodline Limit. 10-star Divine Beast Level Shadow Monarch. Growth Limit. Level 300. Upon witnessing the 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline Limit, Shen Lang stood in stunned silence for quite some time. A 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline. Such unexpected fortune has caught me completely unprepared. A brilliant smile had already blossomed on Shen Lang's face, as he inexplicably discovered a 10-star Divine Beast Bloodline. Truly a stroke of extraordinary luck. As for the success rate of the Bloodline's evolution, was there even a need to consider it? Even if the evolution success rate of this Shadow of the Dark Mist were 1 in a billion, for Shen Lang, it would undoubtedly be 100%. Queen Medusa, noticing Shen Lang's beaming smile, couldn't help but lift the Shadow of the Dark Mist and inquire, Master, do you find this little creature to your liking? Indeed. It shall become our new companion. Shen Lang replied with a smile, moving towards them, and he placed his hand upon the head of the Shadow of the Dark Mist. Contract Technique. Initiate. Chapter 42. Shadow King. Shadow Traversal. Shadow Transformation. As the Dark Mist Phantom observed Shen Lang approaching, an instinctual urge to resist surged within it. However, ensnared by Medusa, it found itself utterly immobilized. Yet, as Shen Lang's hand rested upon its head, particularly when the contract star array illuminated, the Dark Mist Phantom finally comprehended that this human did not intend to slay it, but rather sought to forge a pact, transforming it into a beast of burden. Upon this realization, the terror reflected in its dark red eyes gradually morphed into an expression of acceptance. Moments later, the contract ceremony was completed, and the star array melded into the essence of the Dark Mist Phantom. In that instant, a master-servant bond was established between Shen Lang and the Phantom, accompanied by notifications of the successful contract. Congratulations, you have successfully contracted the Beast, Dark Mist Phantom. Beast, Dark Mist Phantom. Attribute, Dark. Level, 10 Strength, 168. Agility, 160. Constitution, 150. Spirit, 8. Talent, F-grade Dark Power Attack 39. Skill, Dark Mist. Just like with Medusa, the initial information of the Dark Mist Phantom emerged first, followed by a series of notification sounds. SSS-grade Talent Bloodline Insight triggered, detecting that the contracted beast possesses a faint Divine Beast Level 10-star Shadow King Bloodline. Divine Talent Bloodline Reversion triggered. Would you like to activate the Dark Mist Phantom's bloodline, reverting it to the Shadow King? Divine Talent Extraction triggered. Would you like to extract talents from the contracted beast? Divine Talent Beast Colonization triggered. Would you like to transform the contracted beast into a colonized form? Having experienced these processes before, Shen Lang adeptly declined the last two divine talents. Both talent extraction and beast colonization would naturally wait until the Dark Mist Phantom underwent its bloodline reversion. At this moment, the Dark Mist Phantom, now belonging to Shen Lang, began to struggle in Medusa's grasp, desiring to approach its new master. Medusa, please release it, Shen Lang implored. Medusa nodded in agreement, responding, very well, master. Upon her release, the creature immediately darted to Shen Lang, circling around him as if intently assessing its new master, ultimately settling upon his shoulder. Observing this interaction, Queen Medusa could not help but lightly chide, get down. The Dark Mist Phantom trembled, locking eyes with Medusa for a brief moment before reluctantly dismounting Shen Lang's shoulder, refraining from further movement. Shen Lang, amused by the scene, grinned and addressed the slightly envious Medusa. It's all right, Medusa, do not frighten it. Like you, it possesses a powerful bloodline, which is precisely why I contracted it. Oh, is that so? No wonder you chose such a small creature. Medusa remarked as she scrutinized the dark mist phantom anew. However, I am the eldest sister. I was the first to follow you. Indeed, you are the queen, Shen Lang remarked with a smile. Just two beast companions vying for affection. One can only imagine how chaotic it will be once more beasts join the fray. With Shen Lang's assurance, the Medusa Queen revealed a satisfied expression, casting a condescending glance at the Shadow Phantom. In response, the Shadow Phantom swiftly retreated behind Shen Lang, appearing rather endearing in its demeanor. Shen Lang chuckled softly and declared without hesitation, "Ancestral Return." The divine-level talent of Bloodline Ancestral Return has been successfully activated. Your beast companion, Shadow Phantom, is in the process of awakening the 10-star divine beast bloodline of the Shadow Monarch. As the notification chimed, the Shadow Phantom involuntarily ascended into the air, enveloped in layers of dark mist that gradually concealed its form, hinting at a transformation within. Shen Lang was intrigued by what form the Shadow Phantom would take after this ancestral return, though the dense mist obscured his view. Before long, the black mist began to dissipate, revealing the final form of the Shadow Monarch, the 10-star divine beast. To Shen Lang's astonishment, it bore a resemblance to Medusa, manifesting in a semi-human shape. Ah, another girl. Shen Lang observed the successfully transformed Shadow Monarch with a sense of surprise and delight. She possessed waist-length, flowing hair, a delicate porcelain-like visage, and donned an outfit reminiscent of a small black suit. Her slightly reddish eyes added to the overall dark allure, perfectly embodying her namesake. Notably, the Shadow Monarch shared a similarity with Medusa. She too lacked legs. More accurately, her lower limbs were enveloped in a short skirt, giving way to a swirling mass of black mist, rendering her appearance somewhat ethereal. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your beast companion, Shadow Phantom, has successfully undergone ancestral return and become the 10-star divine beast, Shadow Monarch. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang swiftly diverted his gaze from the Shadow Monarch and accessed her information. Beast companion, Shadow Monarch, attribute, dark, level, 10, strength, 1400, agility, 1300, constitution, 1600, spirit, 1300, SSS level talent, shadow jump, allows traversal through shadows, SSS level talent, shadow transformation, transforms into a shadow, reducing damage by 500. Skills, ultimate darkness, shadow clone technique, peerless shadow arrow. Shen Lang examined this information, noting that the four-dimensional attributes were comparable to those of the current Medusa Queen. However, the Shadow Monarch exhibited superior constitution, indicating a pronounced defensive capability. Additionally, like the Medusa Queen, the Shadow Monarch possessed two formidable SSS-level talents. The Shadow Leap allows one to traverse within shadows, seamlessly moving from one shadow to another, whether for escape or assassination. It is indeed an extraordinary technique. On the other hand, the SSS tier talent of Shadow Transformation is even more formidable, serving as an absolute defensive capability with a damage reduction of 500. What difference is there? One might wonder, between this and encasing oneself in a tortoise shell? Imagine this. When you unleash a strike inflicting 10,000 points of damage, only 2,000 points would actually impact her. It transforms a devastating ultimate attack into merely a basic strike. Shen Lang gazed at this with envy. As a Beastmaster, he found little need for direct attacks himself. Hence, his greatest vulnerability lay within. Should he acquire this talent, it would significantly bolster his personal safety. Even if his summoned beasts occasionally faltered, unable to intervene in time to ward off an enemy's approach and injury, he could minimize the damage sustained. Without delay, Shen Lang proclaimed, Talent Extraction. Although he found Shadow Transformation impressive and appealing, Shadow Leap also represented a commendable means of escape. Thus, regardless of which talent he extracted, it would be advantageous for him, he reassured himself. Congratulations. You have successfully extracted the SSS tier talent, Shadow Transformation, from your beast, the Shadow King. Soon enough, the notification chimed, confirming his acquisition of Shadow Transformation. Chapter 43, The Onslaught of Shadow Waves, The Ultimate Darkness. It must be said that Shen Lang's fortune is rather remarkable. He has indeed extracted the talent of Shadow Transformation. A quintuple damage reduction skill is something even the most formidable equipment could scarcely achieve. Speaking of equipment, Should Shen Lang acquire a divine armor that offers sixfold or even sevenfold damage reduction, such formidable defense would surely bring adversaries to tears. At this moment, the Shadow Monarch emerged from her ancestral bloodline awakening. She gazed down at her form, now entirely transformed, imbued with the legacy of a 10-star divine beast. This sudden clarity allowed her to comprehend her circumstances. Timidly, she glanced at Shen Lang and exclaimed, "Master." Floating to his side, she bowed deeply, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for activating the divine beast bloodline within me and allowing my ancestral return to fruition. There's no need for thanks. Simply accompany me well in the future." Shen Lang replied with a smile. The Shadow Monarch vigorously nodded, affirming, "Yes, I will, Master." Shen Lang then pointed to the Medusa Queen, stating, "She is my first beast companion, and you are the second. Allow me to introduce you. Medusa, who is also a 10-star divine beast. You may refer to her as sister." After all, Shen Lang had promised Medusa that she would take the lead, so he felt it necessary to facilitate their relationship to prevent any discord. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Monarch turned her gaze towards the Medusa Queen. Perhaps due to the events that transpired during the shadowy state, she felt a lingering unease around Medusa. Softly, she greeted, "Shadow, I've met my sister." "Indeed," Medusa replied, her tone neither warm nor cold. The Shadow Monarch, feeling somewhat helpless, cast a pleading look towards Shen Lang, silently conveying her inability to handle this aloof queen. Noticing this, Shen Lang addressed Medusa. "All right, Medusa, from now on we are all partners, particularly you two. Not only must you assist me in leveling up, but you are also responsible for my safety. You need to cooperate effectively. Rest assured, Master, I will cooperate with her splendidly," Medusa asserted, casting a glance at the Shadow Monarch. "Shadow, your attributes, talents, and skills should lean towards defense. Henceforth, you shall be responsible for Master's safety while I primarily aid him in leveling up. Do you understand?" Her command left no room for negotiation. In response, Shen Lang refrained from intervening. He might acquire more beast companions in the future, and having Medusa manage them could prove advantageous. Since she was willing to assume the role of leader, he saw no issue in allowing her to do so. Before the Shadow Monarch could respond, Medusa continued, "Should Master sustain even the slightest injury while under your protection, you'll face my wrath." At this moment, the Shadow Monarch's strength and intelligence were not inferior to that of the Medusa Queen. However, the latter's cool demeanor exerted a subtle pressure on the younger monarch. Notably, she was perceptive enough to recognize that Shen Lang did not oppose Medusa's arrangement. Thus, the Shadow Lord, both clever and resolute, declared, "Very well, Sister Medusa. I shall undoubtedly safeguard our master. As long as I draw breath, I will not allow a single hair on his head to be harmed. That is for the best," replied Queen Medusa, maintaining her inscrutable demeanor. It was evident that this aloof sovereign reserved her tender side solely for her master, Shen Lang, while she upheld her regal disposition towards all others. The Shadow Lord's countenance darkened slightly, and Shen Lang recognized that it was time for him to interject. However, at that moment, Medusa suddenly addressed Shen Lang. "Master, a multitude of ghostly figures is converging upon us." As she spoke, she cast a glance at the shadow, then continued, "It may be due to her ancestral bloodline." Indeed, when the shadow's bloodline was awakened, it had inadvertently released a significant amount of its essence, an irresistible temptation for the ordinary spirits. Should they manage to absorb even a fraction, it would catalyze a profound transformation within them. Shen Lang glanced in the direction Medusa indicated and inquired, "How many?" "At least several thousand." Medusa's eyes flashed with intensity as she replied, "However, they are not particularly strong, and none possess the aura of a boss-level entity. I can handle them." Given her current combat prowess, if she were to truly engage, facing not just several thousand, but tens of thousands of level 10 spirits would merely require her to exhale a few more breaths. Shen Lang was well aware of this, so upon hearing of the impending onslaught, he did not exhibit any signs of distress. "Shadow, protect our master," Medusa commanded before preparing to confront the phantoms that had begun to materialize throughout the forest. Yet, Shen Lang called out to her with a smile, "Medusa, this time, allow yourself to be protected by me. The shadow has only just joined us, and I have yet to witness her in action. Let her demonstrate her abilities. You have been the one to engage thus far. It is only fitting that you take this opportunity to rest." Medusa, upon hearing this, eventually acquiesced, saying, "Very well, master." The shadow, taken aback, stood momentarily stunned until Shen Lang prompted, "Aren't you going?" "Ah, yes, master. I shall not let you down." With that, the shadow excitedly glided towards the approaching throngs of spirits. This was her first chance to showcase her prowess before her master, and she was determined to impress him. Meanwhile, Shen Lang reassured Medusa, "Medusa, since you aspire to be the elder sister, you must earn the shadow's loyalty, not through mere strength, but through her willing devotion. You are the queen of divine beasts, and she too is a sovereign of her kind. Do not underestimate her due to her smaller stature, for she possesses royal blood. Do you understand? Then, master, what should I do?" Medusa inquired softly, evidently invested in the matter. Shen Lang smiled and replied, "In my homeland, we have a saying, a stick accompanied by sweetness." "I do not comprehend, master," Medusa remarked, shaking her head. After pondering for a moment, Shen Lang replied, in simpler terms, "One cannot merely coerce others into action. One must also extend kindness towards them." "Ah, I shall endeavor to do so in the future." "Thank you, master," Medusa said, eagerly tugging at Shen Lang's arm, her heart brimming with joy at having her master's support. Suddenly, both Shen Lang and Medusa sensed a gradual dimming of their surroundings, as if a thick shroud of darkness were sweeping in upon them. They looked up and beheld an ominous shadow ascending into the air, unbeknownst to them until now. The dark mist beneath her feet swirled wildly, rapidly extending from her as a focal point towards the encroaching phantoms that sought to assail them. This was indeed one of the shadow's devastating area of effect abilities, the ultimate darkness. Chapter 44. I have a business worth over $1 billion to discuss with you. Beneath the shroud of black mist, the day seemed to succumb to the night, as the shadows took on the semblance of a sovereign queen reigning over darkness. However, the ultimate darkness encompasses more than merely releasing black fog. As the mist spread, the ghastly figures that surged forth began to dissolve at a pace visible to the naked eye. Upon their dissolution, they became part of the black fog, which then swirled anew towards other specters. These apparitions were not only numerous, but also formidable, with many exceeding level 10, some nearing level 20. It was evident that the shadow's ancestral return had attracted an excessive number of these spirits, drawing in nearly all below level 20 in the vicinity. During the dissolution of these phantoms, the notifications of the shadow vanquishing the specters echoed incessantly in Shen Lang's mind. Your beast has slain a winged phantom. You and your beast each gain 9 experience points. Your beast has slain. The notifications were relentless, to the point where Shen Lang could scarcely discern the types of specters being defeated. Nonetheless, the experience was surging. Indeed, it was skyrocketing, increasing by 2 or 3 digits every passing moment. The completion of level experience was also escalating rapidly. Level 9, 12, level 9, 34, level 9, 58. It is worth noting that Medusa was present, merely observing without engaging in battle. However, as long as the beast was summoned, she would receive corresponding experience. Regardless of her involvement, this is one of the attributes of the Beastmaster profession. Thus, the experience gained from the specters felled by the shadow utilizing the ultimate darkness was shared among Shen Lang, her, and Medusa. The rapid enhancement of Shen Lang's experience underscored the staggering number of kills executed by the shadow. The group damage dealt by a 10-star divine beast is no exaggeration. Shen Lang sighed in earnest. During the novice dungeon, Medusa had showcased her prowess, and now the shadow's area damage was similarly explosive. As the tide of ghastly figures continued to perish, the range of black mist released by the shadow began to diminish, lingering only in the areas where specters remained, swiftly dissolving into nothingness. As the black mist dwindled, a new notification resonated in Shen Lang's mind. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Your profession level has risen from 9 to 10. Congratulations, your beast Medusa Queen has ascended from level 10 to 11. Congratulations, your beast Shadow King has advanced from level 10 to 11. This wave of slaughter against the tide of specters resulted in Shen Lang and his 2 beasts achieving a simultaneous level increase. Such rapid advancement is quite remarkable, yet I find it delightful. Shen Lang chuckled, deeply satisfied with the shadow's formidable skill. Although the shadow leaned towards a defensive 10-star divine beast, it proved no slouch in offensive capabilities, adept in both defense and attack. Certainly, The reason they were able to level up this time was not only because Shadow had vanquished thousands of phantom spirits, but more significantly, it was the phenomenon of lower-level entities defeating higher-level ones that allowed them to acquire additional experience. Otherwise, Medusa and Shadow might not have been able to level up. Nonetheless, leveling up is undoubtedly a fortunate occurrence. Shen Lang was delighted to receive 10 fixed attribute points and 10 free attribute points. Shadow, akin to Medusa, acquired a remarkable 100 fixed attribute points upon leveling up, which filled Shen Lang with envy. However, considering they were both his summoned beasts, he found solace in the fact that everything belonging to them was, in essence, his own. Although it seemed to take a while, in reality, it had been less than a minute since Shadow unleashed the ultimate darkness. It was just slightly over 30 seconds. Before long, thousands of level 10 and above phantom spirits had been completely devoured by the ultimate darkness. The endless black mist dissipated, transforming back into Shadow's feet, and she swiftly floated back towards him. Master, they have all been eliminated. Shadow returned to Shen Lang's side, as if seeking praise. Shen Lang nodded, gently patting her small head, and smiled. Well done, Shadow. You are quite formidable. Thank you for your praise, Master. I will strive to improve. Shadow beamed with joy, resembling a child in her excitement. At that moment, Medusa, who had previously maintained a cold demeanor toward Shadow, changed her tone and encouraged her. Keep it up. Hearing Medusa's voice, Shadow glanced at her in surprise and replied, Yes, Sister Medusa, I will do my best. If I ever make a mistake in the future, you must remind me. All right, Medusa responded, casting a glance at Shen Lang. She could sense that after she initiated a conversation with Shadow, their relationship had unconsciously grown closer. Thus, her gaze toward Shen Lang was filled with admiration. He was indeed remarkable, understanding everything. Shen Lang returned Medusa's gaze with a pleasing look and remarked, With so many phantoms defeated, a considerable amount of equipment has dropped. It seems we should collect the loot. While speaking, Shen Lang activated the one-click pickup feature, and immediately, items began to materialize in his backpack. In an instant, his backpack was filled to capacity. He quickly switched to Medusa's inventory, which also filled up just as rapidly. Fortunately, he now had Shadow weight. At that moment, Shen Lang recalled that he had yet to apply a talent to Shadow. Transmutation. Without delay, Shen Lang performed the transmutation on Shadow, thereby granting her an additional 100 slots in her backpack. However, these slots were filled in an instant as well. Notification: there are still a certain number of equipment items within the pickup range that have not been successfully collected. Notification: to continue collecting, please clear your backpack. Although the probability of encountering fierce beasts in the wilderness is not particularly high, the sheer volume of kills has accumulated significantly. Medusa alone has been slain thousands of times, and now Shadow has met a similar fate, bringing the total well over 10,000. Even with the lowest of drop rates, acquiring more than 300 items seems entirely reasonable. As the notification appeared, Shen Lang found himself somewhat resigned. It appeared that having such a formidable beast could be a double-edged sword. His inventory was overflowing with equipment, and he sighed inwardly, reflecting on the irony of his situation. After all, the countless items he obtained were the fruits of his arduous efforts. Well, perhaps it was more a matter of casually dispatching those phantoms. He certainly couldn't afford to disregard them. A sudden thought struck him: Wanbao Pavilion. Shen Lang recalled that he had added the lovely attendant from Wanbao Pavilion as a friend when he exited the city. His intention had been to sell equipment, and he nearly forgot about it. Without delay, he accessed the professional friend system and swiftly located Yihong Yu's name in his friend list, as she was his sole companion. Miss, are you there? I have a lucrative business worth over 100 million to discuss with you. Shen Lang wasted no time and sent a message directly to Yihong Yu. Chapter 45. I am not a casual woman undeniably. Shen Lang has acquired an astonishing array of equipment this time, far exceeding 300 pieces. The previous haul of over 100 items fetched several million at the Beast Pavilion, and it is evident that this time's yield will not be insignificant either. Although the majority of the gear obtained in the wilderness this time comprises white and gray items, the sheer quantity renders it valuable. While claiming it to be a business worth over 100 million may be somewhat exaggerated, it will undoubtedly generate several million at the very least. Especially now, as novice practitioners across the globe are just transitioning into their new roles, the affordable and reliable white and gray equipment naturally becomes their preferred choice. It is reasonable to assume that the Beast Pavilion would not dismiss these slightly lower-tier items. At the moment, Shen Lang was sending messages. At the Practitioner Trading Center in Donghai City, outside the Beast Pavilion, Yi Hongyu had just arrived from the Wanbao Pavilion. She was approached by a middle-aged man, the very head of the Beast Pavilion. "Miss, you have arrived," he said, slightly bowing, demonstrating utmost respect towards Yi Hongyu. Yi Hongyu smiled at him and replied, "Uncle Hong, please do not address me in such a formal manner. I am here to assist, and if my father finds out, he may scold me again. Just call me by my name or simply Xiaoyi." "Very well, Miss Xiaoyi," the middle-aged man responded with a smile. Yi Hongyu cast a helpless glance at him and said, "I shall get to work now. You two should remain busy, Uncle Hong." As Shen Lang had surmised, Yi Hongyu indeed possesses a remarkable identity, being the only daughter of Yi Yunchang, the city lord of Donghai City. Moreover, as Yi Yunchang had a child later in life, he dotes on her excessively. Last year, Yi Hongyu successfully transitioned into a formidable lightning mage, much to Yi Yunchang's delight. Initially, Yi Yunchang intended for her to further her studies at the prestigious Qinghua Academy in the Forbidden City this year. However, Yi Hongyu was resolutely opposed, expressing her desire not to be separated from her father and to remain by his side, adamantly rejecting the idea of attending the academy. Yi Yunchang, well aware of his daughter's sentiments, understood that her reluctance extended beyond merely disliking the Qinghua Academy. She was even hesitant to pursue a career as a practitioner. Given her lineage and innate talent, attaining a 3-star or even 4-star rank within a year would be well within her reach. Yet, Yi Hongyu currently languishes at just above 2 stars, indicating her lack of focus on professional leveling. Yi Hongyu aspires to engage in business, much like her uncle. Her uncle, Yi Yuchang, Yi Yunchang's elder brother, is merely a life-oriented practitioner, his combat prowess hardly distinguishable from that of an ordinary individual. Nevertheless, he has managed to build an impressive business empire, not only in Donghai City, but also in several neighboring towns. Branches of Wanbao Pavilion and Beast Pavilion flourish. Now that Yi Yuchang's enterprise has reached such formidable heights, many believe he has benefited from the influence of his brother Yi Yunchang, the officially appointed city lord of Donghai. A mere gesture of assistance from Yi Yunchang would make it nearly impossible for Yi Yuchang not to prosper. However, only their contemporaries understand that Yi Yuchang's current success is not attributable to Yi Yunchang. Before Yi Yuchang's business flourished, Yi Yunchang had merely established a modest reputation within the domestic professional circles. In other words, had it not been for Yi Yuchang's triumph, Yi Yunchang might not have achieved his present stature. After all, upon his career transition, Yi Yunchang's ascent to the position of city lord of Donghai was entirely reliant on the resources provided by his brother. Of course, once Yi Yunchang assumed the role of city lord, he did extend certain benefits to Yi Yuchang. Even if Yi Yunchang was fair and impartial, the knowledge of their familial ties would undeniably influence his decisions regarding Yi Yuchang's status. This dynamic fostered an immense admiration in Yi Hongyu, his niece, who, as she matured, showed little inclination to remain at the city lord's residence, preferring instead to stay by Yi Yuchang's side. Despite Yi Yuchang's lack of children, he had long regarded her as a daughter, showering her with affection that rivaled that of her biological father, even expressing intentions to bequeath both the Wanbao Pavilion and the Wanshou Pavilion to her. Yi Hongyu, initially reluctant to attend the Qinghua Academy, found herself staying in Donghai City with Yi Yuchang's tacit approval, leaving Yi Yunchang with no choice but to accommodate her. Consequently, Yi Hongyu sought a position from her uncle, which involved assisting at the Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion, alternating between both establishments throughout the day. Yi Hongyu relished the world of commerce, tirelessly shuttling between the two, never uttering a word of complaint about fatigue or hardship. Today, her spirits soared. Not only did she successfully close a significant deal at Wanbao Pavilion, but she also forged a professional friendship with an exceptionally handsome gentleman. Now, as she gazed upon the fearsome beasts displayed in the showroom of Wanshou Pavilion, she found them utterly endearing. This fascination could be attributed to her penchant for aesthetics. She had a weakness for handsome men. Yet, her admiration for beauty did not render her foolish. She was not the type to be rendered immobile in the presence of a handsome face. Although she had granted Shen Lang discounts, his attractiveness was but one factor. The greater influence stemmed from her uncle's teachings. Everyone enjoys a bargain. Therefore, throughout her business dealings, She endeavored to ensure her customers felt they were securing advantageous deals, often yielding results more effective than costly promotional campaigns. It was indeed this very notion that prompted Shen Lang's visit to Wanbao Pavilion today. Thus, while Yi Hongyu might be perceived as infatuated with handsome men, she was far from being a mindless admirer. Upon arriving at Wanshou Pavilion, she first reviewed the day's transaction details in the front office before preparing to personally attend to the guests. However, as she approached the showroom, a notification sound echoed in her mind. Unlike Shen Lang, Yi Hongyu had numerous friends within her professional network, and the familiar chime indicated that one of them had sent her a message. "Oh dear, it has only been a week since I last returned home. Must my father urge me so insistently?" Yi Hongyu muttered to herself, initially assuming it was her father pressing her to come back. Yi Yunchang had compromised with Yi Hongyu regarding their business dealings, yet he imposed a condition. She was not to remain at the Wanshou Pavilion or the Wanbao Pavilion indefinitely, and was required to return home each day. However, Yi Hongyu, ever indifferent to such stipulations, often went several days without returning home. Consequently, Yi Yunchang found himself in daily correspondence with her, fervently urging her to come back. This persistent communication led Yi Hongyu to mistakenly believe that the messages were from her father. Yet, upon opening her friend list, she was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, Shen Lang, isn't he the handsome fellow I added this morning?" The impatience on Yi Hongyu's face vanished, replaced by a glimmer of anticipation as she pondered the reason for his message. Casting a glance around, she darted into a corner and opened the message sent by Shen Lang. Upon reading it, her cheeks flushed with color. As a 19-year-old on the cusp of adulthood, she was certainly aware of the implications that accompanied a business deal worth millions. After much internal deliberation, Yi Hongyu finally replied, "I apologize, young sir, but I am not a woman of loose morals." Chapter 46. This is absolutely impossible. To be candid, Yi Hongyu felt a tinge of agitation within her heart. While she indeed had an affinity for handsome gentlemen, she yearned for their inner essence to embody virtue, kindness, and beauty, rather than embodying chaos and disarray. The gentleman named Shen Lang was undeniably impeccable in appearance. Yet he approached her with the intent to discuss a business transaction exceeding 100 million. Yi Hongyu's heart felt as though it were shattering. Perhaps it would be best to delete him. The mere sight was causing her distress. Biting her lip, she seemed to resolve to remove Shen Lang's friend from her contacts. However, just as she was about to take action, Shen Lang sent her another message. A flurry of question marks. "Shen Lang. Shen Lang. Miss Yi, what are you thinking? I meant to say that I want to sell equipment to you." Upon reading these two messages, Yi Hongyu blinked, first feeling her cheeks flush, followed by a rosy hue creeping up her neck. Her 10 toes encased in red high heels wished to dig a hole in the ground to bury her head. How could I have misunderstood him? I thought to myself, a gentleman so strikingly handsome could not possibly harbor such unsavory thoughts. Yi Hongyu's mood swiftly brightened, and she promptly replied, "Haha, dear sir, I was just joking. By the way, didn't you sell equipment this morning? Why are you selling again now?" "Shen Lang, you needn't concern yourself with that. Will you accept it or not?" Yi Hongyu replied without hesitation, "Absolutely. I will take as much as you have." "Shen Lang, great. I will transfer it to you immediately. Please keep an eye out. Also, you all should calculate the price yourselves. You know my account. Just transfer the funds directly to it when the time comes." Yi Hongyu quickly responded, "Your trust in our Wanbage is indeed an honor. Rest assured, we will provide you with a price that is absolutely fair based on the market value. Now, please send over the equipment. I will extract it and proceed to appraisal." "Shen Lang. All right, please hold on." Yi Hongyu refrained from replying further, instead waiting for Shen Lang to send her the equipment. This is the advantage of the professional friend system, allowing for the direct transmission of items across distances. As long as the recipient accepts the extraction, the items will materialize in their backpack or directly before them. As Yi Hongyu needed to take the equipment for appraisal, she set the extraction to occur right in front of her, patiently awaiting the arrival. Shen Lang did not keep her waiting long. Within mere seconds, a prompt appeared in her friend system. "Your friend has sent you a mail. Do you wish to extract it immediately?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Hongyu silently intoned in her mind, "Extract." Conversations, too, need not be manually typed. They can be conveyed through thought, either in written or spoken form. This is precisely why the professional friend system is regarded as invaluable. One does not easily add friends. Initiating mail extraction. Extraction successful. Accompanied by the notification sound of the friend system, Yi-Hong-Yu felt a sudden blackout before exclaiming a startled ouch in a muffled voice. The reason for her astonishment was simple. The sheer volume of equipment that Shen Lang had sent was overwhelming, forming a small mountain that nearly engulfed her. This spectacle unfolded in the Beast Pavilion, and despite Yi-Hong-Yu being situated in a corner of the exhibition hall, the sudden appearance of such a large quantity of equipment inevitably drew the attention of all present. "What is going on? So much equipment!" exclaimed one onlooker. "Aren't we in the Beast Pavilion, known for selling ferocious beasts? Why is there such an abundance of equipment?" Indeed, there appeared to be at least 300 to 500 pieces. While an excess of low-value items might not seem impressive, the aggregate worth was staggering. At current market prices, it could easily amount to several million. It seems that among them, there are even a few blue and green items. Another noted, this plethora of low-tier equipment likely originated from the neighboring treasure pavilion, temporarily stored at the Beast Pavilion. Such a possibility was reasonable, considering that both establishments were under the same ownership. The patrons, not giving it much thought, assumed that the treasure pavilion's thriving business necessitated this temporary relocation of goods. With the recent transition of novice players into their new roles taking place just a day ago, these low-level items were in high demand. Although the danger level in novice dungeons was relatively low, possessing some equipment could significantly enhance their experience in defeating monsters and leveling up. However, the sales staff and management of the Beast Pavilion were utterly bewildered, having no inkling of the situation. They overheard the patrons' discussions, but had received no prior notification about any inventory transfer from the treasure pavilion, nor had anyone approached them with such information. Their management was notably stringent, making the occurrence of such an event highly improbable. One of the staff, known as Uncle Hong, whose full name was Hong Lei, was a seasoned veteran of the Beast Pavilion. He had been a key figure alongside Yi Yuzhang in the past, which explained his current role in overseeing the establishment. Just moments ago, he had been tasked with ensuring that Yi-Hong-Yu, the esteemed young lady of the Yi family, was well taken care of. Hence, he was present to witness this unusual scene. Furrowing his brow, Hong Lei turned to the front desk manager and commanded, "Let us go investigate this matter." Thus, under Hong Lei's leadership, accompanied by several security personnel, they hastily approached the mountainous pile of equipment. Just as they reached the front of the heap, a head suddenly emerged from within the chaotic assortment. Startled, Hong Lei gasped and, upon recognizing the individual, exclaimed, "Little Yi." The other staff members were equally bewildered, completely at a loss as to how the young lady was present in such numbers. Not to mention them, even Yi-Hong-Yu felt her mind buzzing, and she vigorously shook her head to regain her composure. How could there be so many? Yi-Hong-Yu looked down at her tightly wrapped equipment, her heart filled with astonishment. It was known that the young gentleman had only sold over 100 pieces of equipment to the Wanbao Pavilion earlier that morning. It had merely been a couple of hours since then, and now hundreds more had been delivered, at least 300, possibly even 500. Where on earth had he procured all this equipment? The notion that he had acquired it through personal endeavors never even crossed Yi-Hong-Yu's mind. Considering the drop rates for such items in the wild, who could possibly amass such a quantity of equipment within 2 hours? This was undoubtedly an impossible feat. Chapter 47. The Resolute Medusa Queen. A meteor falls from the sky. "Xiaoyi, are you all right?" Hong Lei inquired cautiously as he approached Yi-Hong-Yu. With this, Yi-Hong-Yu snapped back to reality, noticing the curious stares and whispers from those around her. She waved her hand dismissively, replying, "It's nothing, really." As she spoke, the scattered equipment around her vanished without a trace. As the daughter of the city lord and the sole heir of one Beast Pavilion's treasure house, such minor tricks were hardly noteworthy. Moreover, being a 2-star professional, Yi-Hong-Yu landed gracefully on the ground after the equipment disappeared. The earlier incident of being engulfed by gear was merely due to her momentary distraction. After all, who could have anticipated that Shen Lang would suddenly bestow upon her hundreds of items? Once she had gathered her thoughts, Yi-Hong-Yu promptly addressed Hong Lei, "Uncle Hong, I must head over there for a moment. I'll be back shortly." With that, she dashed out the door, leaving the crowd in a state of bewilderment, and hurried to the treasure house. With so many items, she needed the appraiser's expertise to evaluate their worth. She couldn't possibly manage it all on her own. Before long, she found herself in the familiar office once more, the same appraiser present, though the assisting staff had increased from 2 to 5. Yi Hongyu chose not to engage in the appraisal process directly. Instead, she sat on the couch, chatting with Shen Lang. "Hey there. How did you come into possession of such an abundance of equipment?" "You have no idea. I was nearly buried under it all," Yi Hongyu exclaimed. "Rest assured, the source is entirely legitimate," Shen Lang replied. Yi Hongyu pouted, realizing that the handsome young man was reluctant to disclose the origins of the items. However, reflecting on her interactions with Shen Lang, despite his somewhat aloof demeanor, he did not seem to be a bad person. After some contemplation, she surmised that Shen Lang must have a team dedicated to farming equipment for sale. After all, as a Beastmaster, a profession notoriously expensive to maintain, one must possess considerable wealth to thrive. Yet, Yi Hongyu refrained from probing further and responded, "All right, I'll let you know once the appraisal is complete. No need for that. Just transfer the funds directly. They aren't particularly valuable items anyway," Shen Lang remarked. Yi Hongyu felt a lump in her throat. Although his statement held some truth, considering the array of white and gray gear hardly constituted anything remarkable, the total value still amounted to several million. Why did he speak of them as if they were mere refuse? "Understood," she replied, but her two simple words effectively ended the conversation. And Shen Lang did not respond further. Outside East Sea City, in the Ghost Shadow Forest, Shen Lang was not about to wait for Yi Hongyu to transfer funds before continuing his monster hunting. That would simply waste time. Besides, to him, those items were nothing but trash. Initially, he had held on to the blue-quality equipment, but now he had no desire for anything below Red Perfect grade. Thus, his backpack contained only Red Perfect gear, discarding everything else to Yi Hongyu. After concluding his conversation with Yi Hongyu, Shen Lang turned to Medusa and Shadow, saying, "Let us proceed and continue slaying monsters, striving to level up." "Certainly, my master." Both Medusa and Shadow replied in unison. Subsequently, Medusa took the lead while Shadow remained by Shen Lang's side, providing protection. It was evident that they had embraced their respective roles assigned by Medusa. She was responsible for engaging the monsters, while Shadow ensured Shen Lang's safety. The bond between Shadow and Medusa had grown significantly, and they displayed no signs of resistance towards this arrangement. As they ventured deeper into the Ghost Shadow Forest, transforming from one person and one beast into one person and two beasts, they encountered a few ghostly shadows after traversing approximately a kilometer. The recent tide of ghostly shadows had drawn too many nearby, all of which Shadow had eradicated. Despite this encounter, there were still not many shadows to be found, which greatly displeased Medusa. Suddenly, Medusa halted and turned to Shadow, commanding, "Shadow, protect our master." She then addressed Shen Lang, saying, "Master, I shall be departing for a moment." "Very well, go ahead," Shen Lang replied, feeling reassured with Shadow by his side. Besides, it was clear that Medusa intended to seek out more monsters. Medusa nodded, her figure soaring into the sky and vanishing into thin air. Once Medusa had disappeared, Shadow stuck out her tongue and remarked to Shen Lang, "Master, Sister Medusa is quite fierce. You little rascal, you mustn't speak ill of others behind their backs." Shen Lang chided, glancing at Shadow with a smile. "If you interact with her more, you'll find that Medusa is quite amiable. Indeed, I do like Sister Medusa, but she is still rather fierce," Shadow responded, tilting her head in contemplation. Shen Lang observed the innocent and pure demeanor of this little girl and reflected on Medusa's aloofness. Despite both being 10-star divine beasts, their personality differences were stark. At that moment, Shadow suddenly looked up towards the distance, exclaiming, "So many ghostly shadows. What is Sister Medusa gathering all these shadows for?" Her delicate, porcelain-like face was filled with suspicion. Following Shadow's gaze, Shen Lang too perceived a dense wave of dark energy sweeping through the air. He could even see a group of winged, ghostly shadows converging in the sky, pursuing a crimson light. And that crimson light could only belong to Medusa. As Shen Lang observed, a smile graced his face. Unlike the naive Shadow, he understood the situation. Queen Medusa was drawing the monsters, intentionally provoking their ire to gather them all in one place. The root cause of her actions was none other than Shadow, who had just obliterated thousands of ghostly shadows with a single skill. Medusa, proud and assertive, could not possibly settle for being merely the Beast Queen. Undoubtedly, Medusa's competitive spirit had ignited, and she was preparing for a grand display of power. Shen Lang harbored no objections. Previously, He might have considered the possibility of discovering a high-star divine beast lineage within the Ghost Shadow Forest, which could have deterred Medusa from unleashing her large-scale attacks, as she feared that such rampant slaughter might inadvertently eliminate the high-star divine beast lineage. However, now that Shadow, a 10-star divine beast lineage, had become his familiar, those concerns had dissipated. Moreover, it was unlikely that there would be another 10-star divine beast, the Shadow Monarch, lurking in the Ghost Shadow Forest. Even if one existed, killing it would be inconsequential. Initially, Shen Lang had contemplated capturing ferocious beasts to sell to the Beast Pavilion, akin to the equipment he currently possessed. Yet, he deemed it too troublesome. While he had an affinity for wealth, he no longer found himself in dire need of it. Equipment could be obtained through monster farming, while capturing ferocious beasts required returning them, a task he found too time-consuming. Instead, he preferred to level up through monster farming while selling unnecessary equipment. At this moment, Medusa was still busy attracting monsters, with an unquantifiable number of ghosts gathering behind her, predominantly of level 10 or higher, with many exceeding level 20. While Medusa had run quite a distance. Nevertheless, Medusa possessed combat prowess on par with 4-star professionals, and her speed was extraordinary. Often, it was Shen Lang who slowed her down. Now, her solo expedition was nothing short of swift. After approximately 10 minutes, Medusa finally paused in midair. The sky was filled with countless flying ghosts, while the ground and trees of the forest were equally dense with them. Only Shen Lang and Shadow remained at a distance, outside the range of their aggression. Otherwise, those ghosts would have surrounded and attacked them as well. The number of gathered ghosts was no less than those previously slain by Shadow. Shen Lang murmured to himself, while Queen Medusa in the sky was poised to strike. With a flourish, Medusa spread her arms, revealing her previously concealed serpentine hair and the crimson serpent tail hidden beneath her skirt. In that moment, she unveiled her complete form. Instantly, an invisible pressure emanated from Medusa, reminiscent of a divine beast. Under this immense pressure, the flying ghosts that had been swirling in the air began to plummet like dumplings. Simultaneously, Medusa's amber eyes ignited with 2 fiery glimmers. Following this, a multitude of flames manifested in the sky, as countless fire elements converged. In the next instant, these flames transformed into individual fireballs. The crimson light illuminated the surroundings, making the Ghost Shadow Forest below appear as though it were ablaze, with fire illuminating the heavens. Medusa's serpentine hair suddenly stiffened, emitting a series of shrill cries. Amidst the cacophony of her serpent hair's wails, the fireballs in the sky descended upon the ghosts like shooting stars. This was one of Medusa's area of effect skills, the falling fire of destruction. Meanwhile, not far from this location, 3 armored professionals were traversing through the forest. They were not novices, but rather seasoned 3-star professionals. They were not engaged in monster hunting within the Ghost Shadow Forest. Instead, they had come from other regions and were navigating through the forest to return to the city swiftly. Upon encountering the distant glow of flames ahead, the 3 professionals instinctively halted, raising their gazes to the sky. Their position afforded them a perfect view of the fireballs plummeting from above. However, what captivated their attention was not merely the fireballs, but the serpentine figures soaring above them. One of them, transfixed, murmured, "Could that possibly be the divine beast? Queen Medusa?" "Forget the could that possibly be," exclaimed another professional, swallowing hard. "That is undoubtedly Queen Medusa." As for the third professional, he had already begun to flee, shouting as he ran, "You 2 fools are courting death. Hurry and get away. We are within the range of Queen Medusa's ultimate move, the falling firestorm." Chapter 48. Do not linger there. Keep your distance from me. Upon receiving the warning from his companions, the 2 professionals finally grasped the gravity of the situation and fled in sheer terror. However, at that moment, fireballs descended from the sky, akin to meteors plummeting from the heavens. The resounding explosions reverberated throughout the phantom shadow forest, causing the very earth to tremble. Meanwhile, as he witnessed this astonishing spectacle, Shen Lang instinctively shielded his eyes from the blinding flames, his heart stirred by a profound sense of awe. It was only due to the fact that the Medusa Queen was his beast that he felt a semblance of safety, had it not been for her. And if this were an assault against humanity, the consequences would be unfathomable. One must understand that the current Medusa was merely at level 11. Had she reached the pinnacle of level 10 stars, her power would be unimaginable. Wherever she might appear, it would undoubtedly spell catastrophe. Furthermore, since the advent of the professional era, 10-star divine beasts have not been absent. For instance, the Medusa Queen, apart from Shen Lang's, exists elsewhere in the world. Naturally, any 10-star divine beast is closely monitored by nations globally. After all, the emergence of such a creature would herald a tragic event for any country. Nevertheless, humanity still endures. They have not been eradicated by these ferocious beasts. This underscores the significant role played by human professionals. Indeed, humanity possesses formidable champions. At least for now, they are capable of repelling these monstrous threats. These thoughts raced through Shen Lang's mind, filling him with relief and soaring ambition. A single 10-star divine beast could wreak havoc upon humanity, and now he possessed not one, but two. Although they had yet to reach their full potential, this was hardly a concern. During this tumultuous period, as the fiery meteors continued to rain down, countless phantoms perished within the inferno, leaving no survivors. Consequently, the notifications regarding his slaying achievements did not cease. Much like the previous massacre orchestrated by the Shadow, the progress bar in his information panel surged sharply upward. Despite the rapid growth, Shen Lang was already at level 10. Thus, a swift ascent to the next level remained somewhat elusive. However, the meteor shower persisted, and many phantoms still awaited their demise. The area of effect for Medusa's ultimate skill far exceeded a kilometer, surpassing the limits of item collection. From the recent carnage wrought by the Shadow, it was evident that the number of monsters summoned by Medusa had likely surpassed 10,000. Who else could possibly eliminate such a multitude of ferocious beasts in a single strike? Truly, she was a reaper of monsters. It must be noted that in comparison to the defensively inclined 10-star Shadow, despite possessing area damage capabilities, the Medusa Queen truly epitomized an offensive divine beast, surpassing in both the visual impact of her ultimate and the magnitude of her destruction. The Shadow's eyes gleamed with admiration as it spoke. "Sister Medusa, you're truly remarkable." Shen Lang nodded in agreement and remarked, "The scope of this ultimate move is vast. Let us gather our equipment." In the wake of the Shadow's extensive slaughter, the ground was illuminated with the glimmer of fallen gear, some shimmering even a kilometer away. To avoid wasting time later, they decided to collect the nearby equipment first. "Understood, Master." With the Shadow's protection, Shen Lang swiftly traversed the area, continuously activating the one-click pickup feature. After visiting just 2 locations, he halted. Unfortunately, with 3 backpacks filled to capacity, he could no longer carry any more. Without hesitation, Shen Lang sent all the surplus gear to Yihongyu, having become accustomed to the process. Meanwhile, at the East Sea City's professional trader center in the Wanbao Pavilion, Yihongyu was diligently accompanying the appraiser as they assessed the hundreds of items collected earlier. Given the sheer volume, the meticulous examination required considerable time. In addition to Yihongyu, 2 others were present in the office. One was Su Qian, the current head of Wanbao Pavilion, an elder who had once fought alongside Yi Yuchang. The other was an elderly man, Yihongyu's uncle, the true master of Wanbao Pavilion and Wanshou Pavilion, Yi Yuchang himself. Both Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion were under Yi Yuchang's ownership, part of the Wanwan Group. Although Yi Yuchang still served as the chairman of Wanwan Group, he had largely delegated authority, rarely visiting the trader center. His visit today stemmed from a desire to see his beloved niece and to persuade her to return home, prompted by his brother, the East Sea City Lord, Yi Yunchang. However, upon arrival, he found his niece engrossed in substantial business dealings, assessing and cataloging the equipment. Having weathered many storms, Yi Yuchang was unfazed by the sight of hundreds of ordinary items. Even a plethora of red gear would not faze him. Instead, he felt immense satisfaction observing Yi Hongyu's industriousness. Without children of his own, Yi Yuchang intended to pass on his vast enterprises to his sole niece. He took great joy in her passion for business, pleased to see her dedicated efforts for Wanbao Pavilion. Yet, in this era of professionals, Yi Yuchang understood that financial power was not everything. Only true professionals could secure their place in this world. He recalled the challenges he had faced in his early business endeavors, having managed to survive despite adversity. However, once his brother Yi Yunchang became the lord of East Sea City, no one dared to provoke the Wanwan Group again. Thus, while Yi Yuchang hoped for Yi Hongyu to inherit his legacy, he also wished for her to focus on enhancing her own strength. Yi Yuchang reclined on the sofa beside Yi Hongyu and remarked, "Hongyu, your father inundates me with over a dozen messages daily. Just the sight of the communicator gives me a headache. You ought to find some time to visit home, and perhaps pay a little more attention to your professional training instead of lingering here at the Treasure Pavilion and Beast Pavilion all day. We are the bosses. After all, there are employees beneath us." "All right, uncle," Yi Hongyu replied without lifting her head. Yi Yuchang sighed in resignation and then took out his communicator, addressing a middle-aged man who bore a resemblance to him. "Ergo, I'm not deceiving you. I've relayed everything that needed to be said. Look, I can't seem to manage our little auntie here." After hanging up, he turned to Yi Hongyu, increasingly satisfied with her presence. Although her professional level and strength were somewhat lacking, he mused, we could always hire a few 10-star experts for protection when the time comes. However, deep down, he truly hoped that Yi Hongyu would grow stronger. After all, it is preferable to have one's fate firmly in one's own hands. But alas, Yi Hongyu was simply unwilling to heed his advice. At that moment, Yi Hongyu lifted her head from the pile of equipment, a look of suspicion crossing her face as she murmured, "Who is trying to contact me now?" Her professional friend system emitted a series of notification tones. Upon opening it, she exclaimed in surprise, "It's him again." "Who is it, Hongyu?" Yi Yuchang asked with a hint of wariness. His niece was attractive and of notable status. He couldn't allow some young man to sweep her away. Yi Hongyu glanced at him and replied, "It's the person who sold me all this equipment, Shen Lang. What does he want with you?" Yi Yuchang's concern intensified. The name alone suggested that he was male. "Let me check," Yi Hongyu said as she opened the friend chat window. Frowning, "There's no chat information." "Wait, no, he has sent me an email." At this point, Yi Hongyu glanced at Yi Yuchang and then at the small pile of equipment she had just cleared, an odd thought creeping into her mind. He wouldn't be sending me another batch of equipment, would he? The more she pondered this idea, the more plausible it seemed. After a moment of silence, she stood up and addressed the appraisers. "Please take the identified equipment out for now. I'll call you back in shortly." "Understood, miss," the appraisers replied, albeit confused, as they obediently carried the equipment away and closed the door behind them. Yi Hongyu also stood, her expression now one of vigilance, only to realize that Yi Yuchang and Su Qian were still seated on the sofa. "Uncle and Uncle Su, you both should move away from there. Give me some space." Yi Yuchang and Su Qian exchanged glances, entirely unaware of Yi Hongyu's intentions. "Well, Lao Su, let us step back," Yi Yuchang said, showing respect for his niece as he was the first to rise and moved behind the sofa. Su Qian naturally dared not remain seated, instead moving to stand beside Yi Yuchang. Yi Hongyu glanced at them a few times, pondered briefly, and then said, "Uncle, perhaps you should step back a bit more, towards that desk." Oh, certainly." Yi Yuchang and Su Qian retreated another 2 meters, approaching the desk at the back. Yi Hongyu also stepped back considerably, before redirecting her focus to the friend system, her expression grave as she declared, "Accept." Noticing Yi Hongyu's earnest demeanor, both Yi Yuchang and Su Qian looked on with curiosity, unsure of her intentions. However, it wasn't long before their eyes widened in astonishment. Suddenly, before Yi Hongyu, an array of equipment erupted forth with a thunderous sound, cascading chaotically across the ground. In tandem, Yi Hongyu, who had been prepared, swiftly retreated until she was once again beside Yi Yuchang and Su Qian. Meanwhile, the equipment continued to materialize, piling up and rising higher. The trio's gaze gradually ascended, and before long, the equipment reached a height of over 2 meters. The sofa they had previously occupied was now completely submerged beneath a diverse collection of gear. Chapter 49. Perhaps it would be wise to retreat a little. Yi Yuchang, Su Qian, Yi Hongyu. Logically speaking, Yi Hongyu had previously encountered such situations and should not have been so astonished. Yet, it was precisely due to her prior experiences and the fact that Shen Lang had already bestowed upon her several hundred pieces of equipment that her astonishment was magnified. After all, the quantity of equipment before her now surpassed even that of the previous batch. Altogether, it amounted to nearly 1,000 pieces. How could there be such an abundance of equipment? At present, during the global transition period, there were some professionals who, in pursuit of profit, would farm low-level equipment to sell. This fortunate timing allowed them to cash in, and the sources of low-level equipment for Wanbao Pavilion relied on these professionals. However, these individuals typically only gathered a few pieces at a time, merely enough to enhance their livelihoods. Wouldn't it be more gratifying to level up by defeating monsters rather than farming low-level creatures? Yi Hongyu had already traversed between the Wanshou Pavilion and Wanbao Pavilion prior to the global transition, and she had never witnessed a single instance where so many items were offered at once. While it was understandable that Shen Lang had previously tossed out a few hundred pieces as stock from their team, the sheer volume of this new offering, surpassing even the last, raised questions. Was this an accumulation from last year? Yi Yuchang was equally taken aback. While he had encountered numerous pieces of equipment before, he had never seen such a multitude presented before him at once, especially low-tier ones, with the highest being merely blue quality. As the chairman of Wanwan Group, he had seen countless dark gold legendary grade items. However, witnessing an individual produce such a vast quantity of equipment at once was a first for him, and the sight was undeniably captivating. Yi Yuchang shifted his gaze from the pile of equipment to Yi Hongyu and inquired, "Is this from the person who sold to you earlier?" "Yes, it is." Yi Hongyu nodded in affirmation. Yi Yuchang pondered for a moment and remarked, "It seems their team is quite sizable. They may have been monitoring the market during this period." Su Qian interjected, "Indeed, similar situations have occurred before. Some underperforming professionals from 2 years ago would venture into low-level areas to farm monsters, specifically targeting low-tier equipment. However, the quantities were never this substantial." At that moment, Yi Hongyu suddenly interjected, "Underperforming professionals? But that young man is a Beastmaster." "Beastmaster?" Yi Yuchang's expression shifted to one of understanding. "That makes sense. Whether acquiring or nurturing beasts, a Beastmaster requires substantial funds. No wonder he would farm so much low-level equipment to sell. Indeed, a Beastmaster can enlist quite a number of individuals to assist in farming equipment." Su Qian chuckled. "After all, while it is a hidden profession that may seem lackluster without development, once it matures, it can become a formidable class of professionals. Perhaps this could be considered their investment in the Beastmaster." The two engaged in a lively exchange, instinctively deducing the circumstances surrounding the equipment seller. As astute merchants, their reasoning was sound. After all, who in their right mind would squander their time grinding for low-level gear? Unfortunately, while their logic was precise, the outcome was entirely misaligned. Listening to the conversation between the two elders, Yi Hongyu could not help but envision Shen Lang's visage. Although she somewhat concurred with the perspectives of Yi Yuchang and Su Qian, an inexplicable feeling lingered within her, suggesting that the matter was far from straightforward. Yi Yuchang cast a glance at the equipment before turning to Yi Hongyu and remarked, "All right, I shall not linger here any longer, old Su. I must rely on you to keep a closer watch on Wanbao Pavilion." "It is my duty, Chairman," Su Qian replied with a tone of respect. Yi Yuchang nodded and added, "You, my dear girl, must not overexert yourself. Take some time to visit home." However, before he could finish his sentence, Yi Hongyu interjected, "Here we go again. Oh, it's not that I'm being nagged by you, uncle. After all, he is your dear father. Surely, he would not wish you any harm?" Yi Yuchang spoke earnestly, clearly misunderstanding Yi Hongyu's intent. Shaking her head, she clarified, "No, uncle, I meant the Beastmaster. He has sent me another email." "Another piece of equipment?" Yi Yuchang asked, momentarily taken aback. "I don't know, but it's highly likely." Yi Hongyu quickly opened the email in her friend system, intending to accept it immediately, yet she hesitated. After a brief pause, she turned to Yi Yuchang and said, "Uncle, perhaps we should withdraw a bit more? Is that really necessary?" Yi Yuchang hesitated. In his view, even if the Beastmaster had a multitude of individuals assisting him in grinding for equipment, having over 1,000 pieces should suffice. There might be more, but surely not in substantial quantity. Yi Hongyu contemplated for a moment and insisted, "I believe we should withdraw further." As she spoke, she personally guided Yi Yuchang and Su Qian to retreat against the wall. Meanwhile, Yi Hongyu advanced a few steps, as if facing an imminent threat, and then silently recited the command to accept the email. In the next moment, the atmosphere around the three dimmed. The familiar sound of clashing equipment echoed within the office as another wave of gear cascaded from the void, scattering around them. After a brief interval, this batch of equipment was finally received, and its quantity surpassed the previous collection significantly. Before the expressions on Yi Yuchang and Su Qian's faces could fully register the change, Yi Hongyu looked up at him and remarked, "Uncle, perhaps their team is indeed quite large." Yi Yuchang replied with a wry smile, "It seems so." Yi Hongyu vigorously shook her head and said, No, uncle, he has sent another email. What? Again? Yi Yuchang's eyelids twitched uncontrollably. Yi Hongyu refrained from further commentary and sought a somewhat spacious area, whereupon she promptly received and released a batch of equipment. The familiar sound echoed once more, accompanied by an avalanche of items. As these pieces were released, Yi Yuchang turned to Yi Hongyu and tentatively inquired, "Is there more?" Su Qian, too, regarded Yi Hongyu with curiosity. Yi Hongyu shook her head and replied, "It seems there are none left." "Ah, wait. Here it comes." The familiar sound erupted again, followed by yet another substantial collection. More. The resounding clamor filled the air once more, as yet another formidable pile emerged. Without a moment's respite, Yi Hongyu received several messages, to the point that the entire office was nearly inundated. "Phew, it's been 5 minutes this time. Surely that must be it?" Yi Yuchang, who had been pushed into a corner by the equipment, spoke with a hint of uncertainty. Yi Hongyu remained fixated on her professional friend's system, hesitatingly stating, "It seems there are none left. Perhaps." The three of them waited in silence, and thankfully, it appeared that no further items were forthcoming. Chapter 50. This matter must be reported to the Lord's mansion. Yi Yuchang gazed around at the plethora of equipment in the room, feeling an undeniable sense of astonishment. It was inconceivable to amass such a multitude of low-level gear without the efforts of hundreds of adventurers vanquishing low-tier monsters across various regions. Yet, how could an unseasoned Beastmaster garner such support? There was undoubtedly something amiss with this Beastmaster. Initially, Yi Yuchang had dismissed the figure, but curiosity now piqued his interest. After a brief pause, he inquired, "Hongyu, what is the name of this Beastmaster?" "Shen Lang," Yi Hongyu replied candidly. Upon hearing the surname Shen, a name flashed through Yi Yuchang's mind, Shen Lang. It was no wonder he recalled this name. After all, the events surrounding Shen Lang had reverberated throughout the realm just yesterday. While the common folk might have been oblivious to the happenings of the previous night, someone of Yi Yuchang's stature was acutely aware of the seismic disturbances that had rocked Donghai City, rippling outwards across the nation. Reminiscent of the aftermath following the legendary Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua's triumphant completion of the novice dungeon at an SSS level. Consequently, information regarding Shen Lang was readily accessible to the powerful figures of various factions. Naturally, Yi Yuchang had perused Shen Lang's dossier, which explained his immediate association of Shen Lang with this situation. Moreover, it appeared that Shen Lang was also a Beastmaster. However, Yi Yuchang did not conflate the two individuals, though he committed the name Shen Lang to memory. "Well, I must take my leave. A meeting awaits me," Yi Yuchang stated, turning to navigate through the heap of equipment. He glanced back at Yi Hongyu, advising, "Remember, girl, to check in on your father, and be sure to summon more people for identification and sorting, otherwise, you shall be entangled in this task indefinitely." "Understood," Yi Hongyu replied weakly. Promptly, she called upon the appraisers, plunging once more into the meticulous process of inventory and assessment. Meanwhile, in the Ghost Shadow Forest, Medusa's meteoric descent was not merely directed at the phantoms she had drawn ire from. Rather, a radius of several kilometers was encompassed within the scope of her fiery wrath, expanding outward from the center. Thus, Shen Lang had sent multiple pieces of equipment to Yi Hongyu, only to find his inventory filled to capacity immediately upon dispatch. There was simply no alternative. He needed to acquire some backpack expansion cards. He had forgotten to do so during his last visit to the Treasure Pavilion. As Medusa's ultimate ability neared completion, the spectral foes below were nearly annihilated. While it was impossible for Shen Lang to tally the exact number of vanquished adversaries, it was undeniably more than 10,000. Whether it reached 20,000 remained uncertain. Shen Lang certainly had no intention of opening the panel system to count each kill notification one by one. In any case, Medusa's devastating strike had propelled them directly to the next level. Medusa and Shadow, the two summoned beasts, each ascended from level 11 to level 12. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, whose own level was somewhat lower, managed to leap 2 levels with just 1/3 of the required experience. This meant that he had now reached level 12, catching up with his 2 summoned beasts. As Shen Lang was reviewing the attributes of himself and his beasts, he caught a glimpse of 2 notification messages out of the corner of his eye. "You are attacking other professionals. You and your summoned beasts have entered combat mode. You are attacking other professionals. You and your summoned beasts have entered combat mode." You are attacking other professionals. You and your summoned beasts have entered combat mode. Perplexed by these 3 notifications, Shen Lang wondered what was happening. Upon exiting the city and venturing into the shadowy forest, he had not encountered a single professional aside from the specters. Whom was he attacking? However, he quickly regained his composure, glancing towards Medusa, who was returning. And then at the areas of the shadowy forest still smoldering from her earlier assault. He mused, could it be that other professionals were caught within the range of Medusa's devastating spell? The era of professionals bore some resemblance to a game. Yet it was not entirely so. Skills would not spare allies or fellow professionals from harm. For instance, Medusa's meteoric descent would indiscriminately strike any living being within its area of effect. If there were indeed professionals in the shadowy forest, and they happened to be within the reach of her spell, they would naturally be subjected to its wrath. As Shen Lang pondered the notifications, he waited until the combat mode with his beasts had fully engaged before exhaling in relief. The absence of a kill notification indicated that the professional inadvertently harmed by Medusa's spell had not succumbed to death. Having traversed into this world, Shen Lang certainly did not shy away from killing. However, the thought of unintentionally slaying another professional, perhaps even one from the Great Xia Kingdom, left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, it dawned on him that any professional who could survive Medusa's spell must possess considerable strength. Shen Lang's expression shifted slightly as he promptly instructed Medusa and Shadow, who had returned, to retreat. Unsure of the strength of the opposing professional, he considered that if they were of lesser ability, he would have no qualms. However, if they were formidable, perhaps a 4-star or higher professional, dealing with them could prove troublesome. Should they be of a volatile temperament, a confrontation might be inevitable. If he could overpower them, that would be one thing, but if not, in any case, the best strategy was to retreat. It appeared that in the future, the powerful skills of Medusa and Shadow should not be unleashed recklessly. To avoid any unforeseen conflict, Shen Lang hastily retreated from the shadowy forest, with Medusa and Shadow supporting him. As Shen Lang fled, the 3 professionals in the ghost shadow forest were in a frantic rush as well. How close it was! They nearly lost their lives. My hair has been scorched away, and I've even ruined a piece of green gear. That was Queen Medusa. Surviving is already a blessing. Thankfully, we were at the edge of her ultimate attack range, allowing us to escape in time. Otherwise, we would have been doomed. The 3 professionals appeared quite disheveled. Although they had not perished under the rain of falling flames, they had nearly lost half their lives. Each bore wounds, and one was completely bald. His hair truly burned away. After running a considerable distance, they finally paused, leaning against a great tree, gasping for breath. The bald man vigorously consumed a stamina potion, cursing as he exclaimed, "What on earth is going on? In a 1-star ferocious beast area, how is it possible for a 10-star divine beast like Queen Medusa to appear? Who knows? However, such high-level divine beasts typically have their own lairs and do not wander far from them," one remarked. Another professional, his scorched brows furrowed, added, "Yesterday was Global Job Change Day. It's likely that in the coming days, this year's novices will venture out to grind monsters for experience." If they encounter Queen Medusa as he spoke, the expressions of the 3 turned grave. If that were the case, it would undoubtedly spell doom for novice professionals. Not only for the newcomers just exiting the city, but even for seasoned veterans like themselves, should they inadvertently cross paths with Queen Medusa while traversing the ghost shadow forest. It would likely result in their demise. The bald man immediately stood up and said to the others, "We cannot pretend that nothing has happened. This matter must be reported to the Lord's manor. Indeed, let us go. We must return to the city swiftly." The trio quickly reached a consensus, consuming various restorative potions as they hurried along an alternate route back to the city. Chapter 51. Be cautious and withdraw immediately. Shen Lang was moving in the opposite direction, swiftly returning to the safety of the city gate. There were few adventurers around, and as he scanned his surroundings, he noticed no signs of injured or battle-worn individuals. Upon arriving at this location, he felt a sense of calm. After all, even if a practitioner, unexpectedly attacked by Medusa, were to pursue him, it would be unlikely they could easily identify him as the culprit. Moreover, Medusa had concealed her snake hair and tail once more, appearing merely as an attractive adventurer. However, Shen Lang found himself uncertain about his next destination. Ultimately, he resolved to return to the city instead of venturing into other areas to grind and level up. primarily out of concern for inadvertently harming fellow practitioners. He intended to take a moment to ascertain whether any other adventurers were present. Shen Lang was not truly afraid, but the official stance towards him was one of leniency. With the significant favor extended to him by Chu Jinhua, he could not treat the lives of other practitioners from the Great Xia Empire as trivial matters. That would be rather disrespectful to the authorities. Furthermore, Medusa S and Shadow S powerful abilities might attract the attention of higher-level adventurers, and Shen Lang had no desire to become a target. However, the prospect of Shadow entering the city posed a challenge, as Shadow lacked feet, with her form shrouded in darkness. Fortunately, this issue was easily resolved, much like with Medusa. Under Shen Lang's guidance, Shadow S' short skirt transformed into a long gown, effectively concealing the dark mist below her. Thus, the trio, one man and two beasts, returned to East Sea City. Shortly after their arrival, the three practitioners who had been mistakenly harmed also made their way back to the city gate. Upon reaching the entrance, they did not proceed directly inside. Instead, they hurried to the nearby defense office to seek out the city's defense forces. In the current era of practitioners, the wilderness was predominantly occupied by various dungeons, secret realms, and ferocious beasts. Although the city was protected by a barrier that safeguarded its citizens, it could only withstand lower-level beasts. Should a high-level beast or a pack launch an assault on the city, the defense forces would certainly be called upon to confront the threat. Naturally, powerful practitioners would be needed to lead the charge, but the defense forces were the backbone, the iron-willed warriors who followed orders without question. During his time at the academy, Shen Lang had studied some history and learned that in earlier times, certain small cities had been overrun by wild beasts, leaving the entire populace trapped in a tragic fate. However, that was during the infancy of the practitioner era when humanity had not yet produced sufficient strong individuals to fend off such incursions. Now, 3 centuries later, humanity's practitioners had developed rapidly, and such human tragedies had become a rarity. The 3 practitioners arrived at the entrance management office and sought out the team leader of the defense squad responsible for this exit, a man named Zhou Cheng. After Zhou Cheng listened to the reports of the 3 individuals, he scrutinized them from head to toe and, with a furrowed brow, inquired, "Are you certain that the fearsome beast you encountered in the Shadow Forest is indeed the 10-star divine beast, Queen Medusa?" The 2 border guards nearby struggled to suppress their laughter, clearly skeptical of their claims. After all, they had been stationed there for nearly 2 years and had never heard of any 10-star divine beasts in the vicinity of East Sea City, especially not in a 1-star zone like the Shadow Forest. How could that be possible? Even if they had genuinely encountered Queen Medusa with their mere 3-star rank, what chance did they have of returning alive? Zhou Cheng shot a stern glance at the 2 guards, who immediately straightened up, their faces adopting the grim demeanor of soldiers. The bald-headed professional nodded emphatically, declaring, "I am absolutely certain. Indeed, Captain, the 3 of us witnessed it ourselves, a head adorned with serpents and a serpent's tail." At that moment, Queen Medusa appeared to be engaged in combat with a formidable professional, unleashing a powerful attack. The injuries we sustained were merely from the residual shockwaves. Fortunately, we were caught in the periphery of the blast. Otherwise, we would have been reduced to ashes. The other 2 professionals shared their thoughts as well. After listening, Zhou Cheng nodded slightly and said, "All right, I understand what you are saying. You may rest here for a while." With that, he offered no further explanations and promptly exited the room. The 2 city defense soldiers remained stationed at the entrance. The trio of professionals exchanged bewildered glances, pondering whether they had just been confined. "Hey, what's going on?" "We were here to report," the bald-headed one shouted. Zhou Cheng's voice echoed back from outside. "Rest assured, I will report this to the city lord's mansion. But before that, you must stay here. After all, should you be found guilty of misreporting military matters, the consequences would be severe." "We did not misreport. It is all true," the bald-headed one called out again. Yet, Zhou Cheng had already moved away. As the captain of the Exit City's defense team, he possessed his own discernment and decisiveness. Personally, he found it hard to believe that a 10-star divine beast like Queen Medusa would appear in the Shadow Forest. However, in the interest of his military duty, he could not disregard the report. Thus, he immediately set out with the soldiers to investigate the Shadow Forest. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Cheng and his team cautiously entered the Shadow Forest, discovering a vast expanse of charred foliage. In certain areas, flames flickered and thick smoke billowed. covering a considerable distance of several kilometers. The intense fluctuations of fire elements indicated that this place had indeed undergone a brutal battle. Zhou Qing's pupils constricted slightly, and he swiftly communicated with his soldiers through the communicator, instructing, maintain stealth, and execute an immediate withdrawal. Upon witnessing the haunting scenes within the ghostly shadow forest, Zhou Qing, despite his disbelief, found himself compelled to acknowledge the veracity of the claims made by the three professionals. Even if the fabled Medusa Queen had not manifested herself in that place, it was undoubtedly a creature of immense and fearsome power. Such a beast was far beyond the capabilities of their mere city defense team, prompting an immediate retreat. However, prior to their withdrawal, he captured footage of the eerie forest. Once they had exited the ghostly shadow forest, Zhou Qing wasted no time in contacting the senior officials of the city defense department to report the matter. Initially skeptical, the higher-ups were rendered serious upon viewing the footage Zhou Qing provided. After receiving the video, they promptly reached out to the Lord's office to report the situation. In the administrative building of the Lord's office, upon receiving such critical information, there was no time for delay. The message was swiftly relayed to the current Lord of East Sea City, Yi Hongyu's father, Yi Yunchang. At that moment, Yi Yunchang was preoccupied with concerns about how to persuade his daughter to return home when a knock on the door drew him to sit up straight. "Come in," he called out robustly. Unfortunately, he barely finished his sentence before the door swung open, and a middle-aged man clad in military attire strode in briskly. "Something has occurred. Old Yi," the newcomer stated as he entered. Yi Yunchang glanced at his City Defense Corps commander with a furrowed brow. "What is it, Old Chen?" Old Chen, named Chen Dong, served as the commander of the East Sea City Defense Corps. Upon receiving reports from his subordinates, he had hastily come to find Yi Yunchang. "Take a look for yourself." Chen Dong handed the video device to Yi Yunchang. Yi Yunchang accepted the widescreen communicator and beheld a desolate expanse of charred earth, with wisps of smoke still rising from certain areas. This is the ghostly shadow forest? As the Lord of East Sea City, he was naturally familiar with the boundaries of his domain and recognized the footage immediately. Chen Dong nodded gravely. "Indeed. But what is the situation?" Yi Yunchang, still unclear about Chen Dong's intent, continued to scrutinize the video. After a moment, a flicker of sharp insight crossed Yi Yunchang's eyes as he looked up at Chen Dong. Frowning, was this caused by a ferocious beast? Indeed, a fire-type divine beast. Chen Dong replied with a weighty demeanor. "According to eyewitness reports, it is a 10-star Medusa Queen." Upon hearing this, Yi Yunchang could no longer remain seated and sprang to his feet. "What? The Medusa Queen?" Even the mere mention of Medusa's name elicited a gasp of astonishment from Yi Yunchang. Chapter 52. Chu Jinhua. I will find a few 10-star companions to join me. Yi Yunchang and Chen Dong exchanged a glance, both succumbing to a profound silence. The emergence of a 10-star divine beast outside Donghai City undoubtedly posed a formidable challenge, perhaps even a calamity for the city. If the 10-star divine beast were merely passing through, the situation would not be dire. However, should it choose to launch an assault on Donghai City, who could possibly withstand such an onslaught? No one could. Not only in Donghai City, but across the globe, there are scarcely any cities capable of repelling the assault of a 10-star divine beast on their own. In terms of raw power, ferocious beasts surpass practitioners of the same rank. While practitioners may benefit from equipped items, the disparity remains significant. Furthermore, the differences among ferocious beasts can be vast. Even between two 1-star beasts, there exists a notable gap. It is not uncommon to encounter 1-star divine beasts in the wild. A 1-star practitioner may vanquish a level 30 ordinary ferocious beast, yet defeating a 1-star divine beast is utterly impossible. They would be thoroughly annihilated. And now, what has emerged from the Ghost Shadow Forest is a 10-star divine beast. Ordinary 10-star practitioners would stand no chance against it. Only top-tier warriors like the Dragon Blood War God might contend, relying on sheer numbers for any semblance of victory. If victory is even achievable. If it were otherwise, there would be no 10-star divine beasts left in the world. They would have been eradicated by humanity's united efforts long ago. Donghai City, at best, is a mid-sized city, devoid of 10-star practitioners to defend it. How could it possibly withstand the siege of a 10-star divine beast? It can be said that once this divine beast arrives in Donghai City, it could effortlessly rend apart the city's barriers and wreak havoc. After a prolonged silence, Yi Yunchang spoke. Are we certain it is the Queen Medusa? Uncertain, Shen Lang replied with a bitter smile. Can we afford to take such a gamble? We cannot. Yi Yunchang inhaled deeply. If we make a misstep, it is likely that 99% of the populace in Donghai City will meet their doom here. Yi Yunchang continued. Then we must seek assistance from the War God Palace. Aside from the independent 10-star practitioners beyond governmental control, the War God Palace is the gathering place for 10-star warriors of the Great Xia Kingdom. It also serves as the strongest bastion against ferocious beasts and hostile nations. However, the War God Palace is directly under the military. To summon its warriors, we need the approval of the old sovereign in the Forbidden City. With that, Yi Yunchang promptly retrieved a specialized red communicator and dialed the number for the vocational department. Although he was the lord of the city, his status did not grant him the privilege to directly contact the old sovereign. Thus, he had to reach out to the vocational department, which would relay the message to the sovereign, who would then make the final decision. Hello, this is the vocational department office. A gentle female voice soon greeted him through the communicator. Yi Yunchang spoke with gravity. I am Yi Yunchang, the lord of Donghai City. Please connect me with Minister Wang. Master Yi, Minister Wang is currently in a meeting which will not conclude for another hour. I will assist you with the registration. The communicator spoke politely, clearly indicating that they would not transfer the call to Minister Wang. However, Yi Yunchang shouted loudly, 10-star Divine Beast. Here in EC City, a 10-star Divine Beast has appeared. I do not care what method you employ. Immediately contact Minister Wang. Otherwise you and Minister Wang will all be sinners in the eyes of tens of millions of our compatriots in EC City. Master Yi. The secretary on the other end of the communicator was taken aback by the reprimand. Responding to her was Yi Yunchang's furious roar. Hurry up. Minister Wang was indeed in a meeting, but it had already concluded. He was now in the office of the old national leader, discussing matters. A small secretary in the professional department had no authority to contact Minister Wang. However, when a city lord expressed rage, the secretary understood the gravity of the situation. Although she did not fully grasp the details, she had heard the term 10-star Divine Beast, so she quickly sought out the office director to explain the situation. The office director had Minister Wang's private contact information and promptly dialed his number. In the old national leader's office, aside from Minister Wang, there was also Chu Jinhua, and they were listening to updates regarding the recent large-scale purge and its partial outcomes. Chu Jinhua reclined on the sofa and remarked, Old Wang, you still lack the ruthlessness required. Once seated in this position, one cannot afford to be lenient. Moreover, for those who have betrayed their country and fellow countrymen, the only response is one word: kill. You are still so bloodthirsty. The old national leader chuckled reproachfully, then turned to Minister Wang, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he stated, However, young Wang, this fellow is indeed correct. We must show no mercy to these traitors. When it is time to kill, we must kill. Understood, Your Excellency. Minister Wang nodded solemnly. Chu Jinhua continued, If anyone is dissatisfied, they may come to find me, Chu Jinhua, and I will make them submit. To this, Minister Wang could only respond with a dry laugh, choosing not to engage further. At that moment, Minister Wang's communicator rang, prompting him to glance at the old national leader. The old national leader nodded, saying, Answer it. With the old national leader's consent, Minister Wang connected the call. Get to the point. All right, I understand. Upon ending the call, Minister Wang did not pause. Directly searching through his contacts for the note on EC City, dialing Yi Yunchang's number. Old Yi, what is the situation? Speak quickly. Minister Wang's voice carried a hint of urgency. The old national leader and Chu Jinhua exchanged glances, keenly sensing that something was amiss. Indeed, moments later, Minister Wang hung up the phone, his expression turning grave as he scanned Chu Jinhua and the old national leader, exclaiming, Your Excellency, Jinhua. Something has happened in East Sea City. East Sea City, is that not the city where that fellow Shen Lang resides? Chu Jinhua furrowed his brow and inquired, What has happened in East Sea City? Minister Wang immediately spoke. Lord Yi Yunchang of East Sea City reports that a 10-star Divine Beast has appeared outside the city. Elaborate on the matter. The old monarch, upon hearing about the 10-star Divine Beast, rose from his chair, his expression grave. Chu Jinhua also stood, though he was a 10-star powerhouse. The news of a 10-star Divine Beast unsettled him as well. After all, should he encounter a 10-star Divine Beast, he could only hope for a stalemate. Minister Wang then relayed Yi Yunchang's report in detail to the old monarch and Chu Jinhua, presenting the accompanying video. Once the video concluded, the old monarch turned to Chu Jinhua and said, "The Medusa Queen is a rarity on a global scale, and indeed, there is one within the borders of our great Xia. Jinhua, have you received any information regarding the departure of that Medusa Queen?" "No. We monitor the 10-star divine beasts within our territory 24 hours a day. Any movement, we are immediately aware of," Chu Jinhua replied with certainty. "I have received no such information." Minister Wang interjected. "It should not be the Medusa Queen from within our borders. If I recall correctly, that one possesses ice attributes, whereas the one outside East Sea City exhibits fire attributes. Then, could it be that a foreign Medusa Queen has crossed into our great Xia?" The old monarch furrowed his brow and said to Chu Jinhua, "If that is the case, you will need to make a trip to East Sea City." Chu Jinhua nodded and responded, "It remains uncertain whether it is a mature Medusa Queen. I will have some personnel from the War God Palace come over. Otherwise, if it is indeed a mature specimen, I may not be able to safeguard the citizens of East Sea City." "Very well, expedite the process," the old monarch urged. As Chu Jinhua turned to leave, he paused after a few steps. "Old Wang, you mentioned that the Medusa Queen appearing outside East Sea City has fire attributes, correct?" he inquired of Minister Wang. Minister Wang nodded affirmatively, replying, "Yes, it is of fire attributes." Upon receiving this confirmation, a vivid image flashed through Chu Jinhua's mind. After a moment of contemplation, he said to Minister Wang, "It seems Yi Yunchang mentioned that someone survived under the Medusa Queen's skill. Contact Yi Yunchang immediately and instruct him to inquire with those survivors whether they entered a combat state after sustaining skill damage." "Huh? What do you mean?" Minister Wang asked. Bewildered, Chu Jinhua sighed. "What do you mean? What do you mean? Hurry, make the call and ask as I instructed." Without further questions, Minister Wang swiftly contacted Yi Yunchang, relaying Chu Jinhua's words verbatim. Although Yi Yunchang was puzzled by the request, he happened to be at the city gate, conversing with 3 professionals about the Ghost Shadow Forest. Thus, he did not end the call and directly posed the question to them. A combat state? Only battles between professionals would trigger a state of combat, right? The bald professional, looking utterly bewildered, remarked, "That was Queen Medusa's skill damage. We shouldn't have entered a combat state." After pondering for a moment, Yi Yunchang said, "Check the prompt records. You 3, look together." The bald man and his companions were genuinely perplexed about what Yi Yunchang, a government official, intended to do. Yet they obediently opened the prompt information records and began to examine them. Upon doing so, the 3 were even more baffled. For within their prompt information records was a singular message. "You are being attacked by a professional. You have entered a combat state." How could this be? We returned without encountering any professionals. Indeed, I would swear we did not engage with anyone. This is impossible. It is truly strange. How could we have entered a combat state? Upon receiving this information, Yi Yunchang immediately understood the intent behind Minister Wang's request and promptly exited the reception room. Minister Wang, "Enough. You need not say more. I have already heard them," Yi Yunchang replied with a wry smile. "This esteemed individual, they are from our great Xia nation, correct? Might I inquire when our nation has seen the emergence of a 10-star powerhouse? Is it a Beastmaster or a druid? That is not for you to know. Just deactivate the crisis alert." With that, Minister Wang hung up the phone. Yi Yunchang glanced at the communicator in his hand and then cast a look towards the direction of the Ghost Shadow Forest, murmuring under his breath, "Damn, that's truly impressive." Whether it be a Beastmaster commanding Queen Medusa or a druid transforming into her, there is no doubt that such a figure is among the elite of 10-star professionals, likely rivaling the strength of the Dragon Blood War God, Zhu Jinhua. How could one not be in awe? Yet, why would such a formidable character come to East Sea City and rampage through the Ghost Shadow Forest? The Ghost Shadow Forest is a sacred training ground for novice professionals. This esteemed individual, in a fit of madness, has rendered the forest nearly uninhabitable for the time being. It may take several weeks for recovery. Chapter 53, One Down. Another down. Yi Yun let out a long sigh, a hint of joy gracing his features. He felt a mixture of relief from the earlier scare and exhilaration at the prospect of his homeland being graced by another formidable warrior. During the broad daylight, the shock had indeed been overwhelming. With a smile, Yi Yun turned and returned to the reception room, lifting the state of combat readiness for the city defense forces. He then proceeded to meet the trio of professionals led by the bald man. After all, these three individuals were also three-star professionals, and while they initially lacked clarity, the situation had now become abundantly evident. In a state of battle, conflicts only arose between professionals. The trio was certain that they had encountered no other professionals on their return journey. Yet they had all simultaneously received alerts indicating that they were under attack and had entered a state of combat. This meant that they had all been assaulted at the same moment by other professionals. In their recollections, there was only one point in time when they had been attacked, which coincided with the range of the 10-star beast, the Queen Medusa's ultimate skill. Thus, even the dimmest among them could comprehend that the 10-star beast, the Queen Medusa, was not merely a wild monster, but rather a creature controlled by a professional. It was precisely this fact that explained why they received alerts upon being struck by the residual energies of the Queen Medusa's attack. The mere thought of a professional capable of controlling a 10-star beast was terrifying. Yi Yun gazed at the trio with a contemplative expression and remarked, "You three are indeed fortunate. The city lord is right. We have indeed been quite lucky," the three responded, their faces reflecting the relief of having survived a close call. Had they not been on the periphery, they might have met their demise long ago. To be mistakenly slain by a professional capable of controlling a 10-star beast would have been a grim fate. Would the authorities even consider punishing such a powerful figure? Perhaps there would be some form of reprimand, but it would hardly be significant. Yi Yun's gaze swept over the three of them before he continued. "This matter is of great significance, thus. Rest assured, City Lord, I will not speak a word of this." The bald man was the first to pledge. "I too shall remain silent," came the second voice. "Me as well." The final two echoed, all vowing not to disclose anything regarding the Queen Medusa to anyone else. Yi Yun nodded approvingly and remarked, "Your awareness is commendable. Although your report contained inaccuracies, your intentions were pure, aimed at the welfare of the citizens of East Sea City. Therefore, as City Lord, I shall reward you with the title of 2-star honorary warrior, along with 500 contribution points." "Ah, really? Thank you, City Lord, thank you." The trio erupted with excitement. For ordinary professionals like them, this was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Yi Yun chuckled, "No need for thanks. This is what you rightfully deserve. However, a confidentiality agreement must be signed. It is protocol." "Very well, we will sign. It is essential." The three readily agreed. Subsequently, under Zhou Cheng's guidance, the three professionals were escorted to another office to sign a confidentiality agreement regarding the events of the day. As for Yi Yunchang, he hastily made his way to the Ghost Shadow Forest. A being capable of wielding the power of the 10-star divine beast, the Medusa Queen, was not someone to be overlooked. Surely he ought to make an acquaintance, to curry favor. The outcome, however, was predictable. Yi Yunchang did not even catch a glimpse of her, and had to return to East Sea City in disappointment. Upon his return to East Sea City, Yi Yunchang happened to pass by the vicinity of the Professional Trading Center and was reminded of his daughter, Yi Hongyu. After a moment of contemplation, he made his way directly to the center. Meanwhile, in the office of the old ruler of the Imperial Palace, the once palpable tension had dissipated. Minister Wang remarked, "What a false alarm this turned out to be." The old ruler nodded in agreement, then turned his gaze towards Chu Jianhua and inquired, "It appears you know this individual?" "One would presume I do," Chu Jianhua replied with a smile. The old ruler frowned and insisted, "What do you mean by one would presume?" "I require a definitive answer." "An individual capable of controlling a 10-star divine beast or transforming into one. A figure of such caliber does not exist in the Great Xia Kingdom. If such a being were to exist, they would surely not be listed in our official database, or they might be a foreign power. Hence, the old ruler's demeanor was markedly grave. After all, such a formidable entity posed an extremely high level of danger. Chu Jinhua smirked and said, "Surely you must know him as well." "We?" The old ruler and Minister Wang exchanged puzzled glances, utterly bewildered. If they were acquainted with this professional, they would not have appeared so apprehensive moments before. Minister Wang sighed. "Huazi, please do not keep us in suspense." "Very well, I shall not tease you any longer." Chu Jinhua smirked and stated, "This is a Beastmaster. I previously visited East Sea City for whom?" Upon hearing this, both the old ruler and Minister Wang began to grasp the implication, yet upon reflection, their eyes widened in shock. Minister Wang was the first to express disbelief, exclaiming, "Shen Lang? He just transitioned. How could that be possible?" The old ruler's gaze flickered momentarily as he asked, Are you certain? Not with certainty, but do not forget. I have seen him, along with his beast. Chu Jinhua pondered. Although I could not discern the true form of his beast at the time, I witnessed its prowess. It is of the fire attribute. I previously mentioned that his beast could vanquish 4-star professionals. I was perplexed by the beast's extraordinary strength. It turns out it is a 10-star Medusa Queen. At this point, Chu Jinhua added, it may not yet reach the 10-star level. Perhaps it possesses the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. Otherwise, upon encountering me, it would not have shown fear. The old ruler, hearing these words, felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead and spoke gravely. So, everything that transpired earlier was merely your conjecture? Upon witnessing the old sovereign's demeanor, Chu Jinhua coughed lightly and promptly remarked, do not be hasty. I shall ascertain the truth at once. Hurry. The old sovereign bellowed, striking the table in frustration. This is utter nonsense. You are trifling with the lives of tens of millions of citizens. Although it was now confirmed that the 10-star divine beast, the Queen Medusa, was connected to a professional, her true identity remained uncertain. If she were a formidable adversary from a rival nation, the threat to Donghai City would be far greater than that posed by the Queen Medusa alone. Very well, I concede my error. Do not scold me further. I am indeed trying to reach him. Despite the old sovereign's fury, Chu Jinhua felt rather intimidated and hastily retrieved his communicator, eager to contact Shen Lang. However, he suddenly remembered that he did not possess Shen Lang's contact information. Fortunately, a spark of inspiration struck him, and he activated the professional friend system, promptly sending a friend request to Shen Lang, muttering within, "You rascal, approve it quickly." Fortunately, just moments later, a notification chimed, indicating that Shen Lang had accepted his request. Shen Lang, true dragon blood, war god? Upon seeing this message, Chu Jinhua could not help but exclaim, "You brat. Tell me, was the incident in the Ghost Shadow Forest outside Donghai City orchestrated by you?" Shen Lang, war god, I am unaware of what you are referring to. Chu Jinhua, do you believe I will come to Donghai City and hang you up for a beating? Shen Lang, all right, it was me. The professional who was mistakenly injured by my beast should be fine. I did not receive a kill notification. Chu Jinhua, consider yourself fortunate. Wait, I shall contact you again shortly. After conversing with Shen Lang, Chu Jinhua felt a sense of relief. It truly was Shen Lang behind this. Meeting the anxious gazes of the old sovereign and Minister Wang, Chu Jinhua grinned and declared, "It has been confirmed. It is indeed that rascal." Upon hearing this, the old sovereign and Minister Wang felt a tremendous weight lift from their hearts. However, the old sovereign furrowed his brow once more, pondering, how could a newly transitioned novice professional possibly contract the Queen Medusa? Perhaps a unique talent, Chu Jinhua casually replied. In truth, he too was taken aback. When he first encountered Shen Lang, he sensed that his beast was extraordinary, likely a divine beast, but he had never imagined it to be a Queen Medusa. Yet, one question continued to plague Chu Jinhua's mind. It was evident that this Queen Medusa possessed a 10-star divine beast lineage, yet she could not be a mature specimen. After all, mature Queen Medusas possess a combat power of 10 stars, and Shen Lang, as a novice professional, would not qualify to form a contract with one. This implied that Shen Lang's Queen Medusa was indeed a tamer's beast, but merely in her juvenile form, a mere cub. However, therein lies the quandary. How could a juvenile Queen Medusa wield a formidable move like the falling fire from the sky? The ultimate skills of the Queen Medusa are fundamentally similar, differing only in their attributes and the presentation of their powerful abilities. The fiery Queen Medusa, known as the Falling Meteor, stands in contrast to the water-type variant, aptly named the Falling Heavy Water. During her juvenile phase, the Queen's level is undeniably modest, perhaps not even possessing her ultimate ability. How, then, could she invoke the Falling Meteor? This little creature harbors quite a few secrets. Chu Jinhua mused quietly, yet he dismissed it, for a proud individual like him had no inclination to pry into others' affairs. Just then, Minister Wang interjected, saying, "Jinhua, this little one has just transitioned and has already contracted a juvenile Queen Medusa, as you mentioned, with a bloodline of the 10-star divine beast. Her future accomplishments could be remarkable, perhaps even surpassing yours. Just a 10-star Queen Medusa? Do you truly believe I am intimidated?" Chu Jinhua retorted with a cold smirk. While he did not underestimate the 10-star Queen Medusa, he bore no fear. If it came down to a life-or-death struggle, he was confident he would be the one to survive. Minister Wang chuckled, preparing to speak, but the old kingdom leader seized the moment, stating, I recall that this little one is a Beastmaster, correct? That's rather redundant. If he weren't a Beastmaster, how could he contract a Queen Medusa? Chu Jinhua replied, rolling his eyes. The old kingdom leader turned to Minister Wang with a knowing look and inquired, Tell me, Xiao Wang, are there limitations on the number of beasts a Beastmaster can contract? There are none, Minister Wang responded in earnest. The old kingdom leader nodded, saying, Then tell me, is it conceivable for Shen Lang to contract another 10-star divine beast? It is indeed a possibility, Minister Wang replied with solemnity, observing the duo's banter. Chu Jinhua frowned and interjected, Enough already. Do you truly think 10-star divine beasts are as common as cabbages? If this little one manages to contract another 10-star divine beast, I shall willingly concede the position of leader of the war god camp to him. Should that time come, you wouldn't need to concede, Minister Wang chuckled. Chu Jinhua shrugged nonchalantly, Then I shall accept it. The new generation surpasses the old. Is that not a good thing? The old kingdom leader nodded in approval, affirming, That is a valid point. Our great Xia must indeed grow stronger with each generation. By the way, this little one has a high starting point and is still quite young. He must be guided well to avoid straying down the wrong path. I have reviewed his profile and found him to be an honest child. Minister Wang continued, How about this, Jinhua? Why not let him directly enter the war god camp? No rush. Despite his seemingly honest demeanor, he possesses a wild nature. Chu Jinhua pondered before concluding, He is a promising seedling, but he needs to experience some tumult before we proceed. The old kingdom leader agreed, but cautioned, His safety cannot be overlooked. We must ensure he grows up securely. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. Jinhua Chu reclined on the sofa and continued. The second information card I provided him is specifically designated for the War God Brigade's reserve team. He will undoubtedly utilize it. Once he activates this second card, he will be marked with the insignia of the War God Brigade. Anyone domestically who dares to covet him will have to reckon with the wrath of me, Jinhua Chu. As for those wretched beings abroad, at this juncture, Jinhua Chu's tone turned frigid. One that comes, I shall slay. Two that arrive, I shall vanquish. Chapter 54. This Shen Sanliang is quite extraordinary. In the bustling city of Donghai, within the esteemed professional trader center, Yi Yunzhang returned from the outskirts and swiftly made his way to the Beast Pavilion. He was well aware that his daughter spent her mornings at the Wanbao Pavilion and her afternoons at the Beast Pavilion. However, upon arriving at the latter, he discovered that Yi Hongyu was not present. She was, in fact, at the Wanbao Pavilion. Yi Yunzhang paid this little mind, turning away from the Beast Pavilion and soon arriving at the Wanbao Pavilion instead. Both establishments were familiar territory for him, and naturally, he was recognized by many. After all, Yi Yunzhang was not merely the lord of Donghai City, but also the brother of the chairman of the Wanwan Group. As soon as Su Qian learned of Yi Yunzhang's arrival, he personally came to greet him. Lord, you must be here to find the young lady. Su Qian inquired with a smile. Yi Yunzhang nodded, replying, Indeed, this girl spends so much time away from home. I thought I'd come check on her. I appreciate the effort you and Old Hong have put in during this time. You flatter us, Lord. The young lady has been performing admirably, Su Qian responded cheerfully. At this, Yi Yunzhang sighed. It is precisely for this reason that I am more concerned. Su Qian, being a core member of the Wanwan Group, was well aware of Yi Hongyu's situation and understood Yi Yunzhang's implication that Yi Hongyu was neglecting her training as a professional due to her fervent business pursuits. However, as an outsider, Su Qian felt it inappropriate to comment further. Yi Yunzhang pressed on. By the way, I heard from Old Hong that the girl is here. Where is she? I have yet to see her. Yes, the young lady is indeed here, but not in the exhibition hall. Su Qian recalled the equipment that had nearly buried both him and the chairman, and he could not help but chuckle. I am not quite sure where she found a Beastmaster, but today, she was provided with over 1,000 pieces of equipment. She is currently inside sorting and appraising them. 1,000 pieces of equipment? Yi Yunzhang asked, intrigued. Su Qian nodded, indeed. But they are mostly low-tier items and do not hold much value. Upon hearing that they were low-tier, Yi Yunzhang's interest waned. Oh, where is she? I would like to take a look. Right this way, my lord. Su Qian replied. Stepping back to guide Yi Yunzhang toward the office where Yi Hongyu was engaged in her inventory task. Though Su Qian had mentioned the considerable amount of equipment. Upon entering the reception office, Yi Yunzhang was momentarily taken aback by the sheer volume, which resembled a small mountain. It was a rare sight for anyone to behold such an abundance of equipment. Indeed, there is quite a lot, Yi Yunzhang murmured, stepping further into the office. Unfortunately, Yi Hongyu was so engrossed in her work that she failed to notice her father standing right behind her. However, the appraiser, upon rising and seeing Yi Yunzhang, quickly bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord." "Ah," Yi Yunzhang replied with a smile, nodding in acknowledgement. Upon hearing the voice, Yi Hongyu turned to see Yi Yunzhang and muttered, "Dad, what brings you here? Is it permissible for you to disregard home and neglect to visit me all day, yet I am not allowed to come see you?" Yi Yunzhang replied sternly, though his demeanor resembled that of a petulant spouse. "Did we not agree that I would return tonight?" Yi Hongyu gestured towards the array of equipment scattered throughout the room, exclaiming, "Look at all this. I'm quite busy." Yi Yunzhang scoffed. "You never seemed this dedicated when someone took you to a secret realm. How dreadfully dull it is to engage in such mindless combat." However, upon surveying the equipment, a smile crept across Yi Hongyu's face as she remarked, "These are far more entertaining than grinding through dungeons." At this, Yi Yunzhang could only sigh in resignation. "Alas, how did I end up with such a daughter?" he lamented. Yi Hongyu chuckled. "Well, you've already brought me into existence. It's not like a business transaction where one can simply return an unsatisfactory product, right, Dad? If returns were an option, I'd certainly send you back." Yi Yunzhang glared playfully. "If only I could." Yi Hongyu rolled her eyes and inquired, "Mom, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhang's expression shifted dramatically, and he turned to look, only to find no one present. "You little rascal." Yi Yunzhang laughed wryly, then shot Yi Hongyu a warning glance. "Don't worry, Dad," she said with a grin. "If you ever decide to return me, I won't tell Mom." "That's more like it," Yi Yunzhang replied with a snort. Yi Hongyu stretched and said, "Dad, you should head back. I'll return once I finish up here. I promise. I'll wait for you then," Yi Yunzhang declared, settling into a chair with evident skepticism regarding his daughter's assurance. Yi Hongyu shook her head in resignation. "Well, if you choose to wait, then wait you shall." Meanwhile, under the guidance of the appraiser, everyone resumed the process of evaluation and appraisal of the equipment. Su Qian, noting the affectionate rapport between the father and daughter, excused himself to attend to other matters. Feeling somewhat bored, Yi Yunzhang inquired, "Hongyu, I heard from Lao Su that you personally collected this equipment?" "Indeed, I gathered hundreds before. This is the second batch," Yi Hongyu replied without lifting her gaze. Yi Yunzhang casually inquired, "Is it all from a single individual?" "Yes, one person, a Beastmaster," Yi Hongyu answered. "A Beastmaster?" At the mention of this profession, Yi Yunzhang paused, involuntarily recalling the esteemed Beastmaster he had encountered outside the city. However, he quickly reasoned that there was surely no connection between the two. After all, how could an individual capable of commanding a 10-star divine beast-level Medusa Queen possibly be involved in acquiring such low-level equipment? Like Yi Yunzhang and Yi Hongyu, Yi Yunzhang was convinced that the individual supplying Yi Hongyu with equipment must be part of a team. Otherwise, it would be implausible to amass such a volume of low-tier gear. However, it appears there have been no reports of any teams engaging in extensive monster hunting or equipment farming outside the city. The first batch comprised several hundred items, and now the second has reached over 1,000. Acquiring such a vast quantity of low-level equipment is no trivial task. Yi Yunzhang fell into a moment of silence before inquiring, "Hongyu, are you familiar with this Beastmaster?" Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyu lifted her head and replied, "Not particularly. We only met this morning when he came to sell equipment." "Just selling equipment?" Yi Yunzhang probed further. Yi Hongyu pondered briefly and responded, "He did purchase a few items as well. I recall he bought 2 skill books for a 1-star Beastmaster, along with a one-click equipment pickup card. Oh, and we also added each other as friends in the profession. All these items were sent via mail." "Ah, that explains it. No wonder I haven't seen anyone else." Yi Yunzhang glanced around and asked, "What is his name?" "Shen Lang," Yi Hongyu answered. Yi Yunzhang frowned slightly, muttering to himself, "Shun, a Beastmaster." A multitude of thoughts flooded his mind at that moment. Without delay, Yi Yunzhang exited the office, retrieved his communicator, and dialed the head of the East Sea City's professional management. "Please investigate a professional by the name of Shen Lang for me," Yi Yunzhang instructed through the communicator. "He is a Beastmaster, likely specializing since last year, but it is also possible he transitioned this year. Have you found anything? Lord City Master, we have located information. Came the uncertain reply from the other end of the communicator. This Shen Lang is quite extraordinary. May I inquire what your intentions are with him? Chapter 55. What does the Dragon Blood War God want from me? This evaluation is indeed extraordinary. Yi Yunzhang pondered, what is the situation? The other party responded, Shen Lang. A Beastmaster, level 12. As for other information, it is classified. Yi Yunzhang pressed, which department has imposed this confidentiality? The reply came in a subdued tone. The War God Reserve. Upon hearing this, Yi Yunzhang's brows furrowed in surprise. The mention of the War God Reserve clearly astonished him. All right, I understand. With that, he terminated the call, his eyes shimmering with fluctuating brilliance. How could a member of the War God Reserve emerge from Donghai City without my knowledge? Names flashed through Yi Yunzhang's mind, each belonging to students of considerable talent or profession who had recently transitioned in Donghai City. As the city lord, he naturally had access to the list of individuals who had undergone professional transitions at various academies. After all, the names reported to the capital were dispatched from his office. Eventually, Yi Yunzhang squinted slightly, a smile creeping upon his lips. Shen Lang. Shen Lang, that name is rather hasty. It was evident that Yi Yunzhang had surmised Shen Lan's true identity. This was not due to any extraordinary foresight. Rather, it stemmed from his exposure to information seldom accessible to ordinary individuals, allowing him to deduce that Shen Lang was indeed Shen Lang. Firstly, among the novice transitioners in Donghai City, none possessed the qualifications to enter the War God Reserve. It is essential to recognize that the War God Camp stands as the elite force of the Great Xia Kingdom, akin to a special forces unit among special forces. Those who gain entry are invariably top-tier professionals, most of whom boast a ranking above 10 stars. Any individual drawn from this pool could easily dominate ordinary practitioners. The War God Reserve, as its name implies, consists of potential members of the War God Camp. Typically, those who become part of the reserve are destined to transition smoothly into the camp itself. This implies that the future achievements of War God Reserve members are bound to reach 10-star status. Though 10-star professionals can vary in strength, much like Long Blood War God Chu Jinhua, who could effortlessly overpower 10 10-star professionals, ordinary 10-star practitioners remain figures whom 99% of others can scarcely aspire to rival. Thus, those who qualify for the War God Reserve are indeed the prodigies of the Great Xia Kingdom. This year, the only individual in Donghai City with such talent is none other than Shen Lang, who achieved an SSS rating by conquering the Hell-level Novice Dungeon. Moreover, Yi Yunzhang was aware that Chu Jinhua, the Dragon Blood War God, had visited Donghai City yesterday. It was only natural that someone of Shen Lang's caliber would warrant an audience with Chu Jinhua, who is among the few in the Great Xia Kingdom capable of directly bestowing a position in the War God Reserve upon a practitioner. All these factors led Yi Yunzhang to deduce that Shen Lang is indeed Shen Lang. Regarding the matter of names, setting aside the fact that Yi Yunzhang is the lord of the city, he is also the younger brother of the chairman of the Wanwan Group. Surely, he is well aware of the existence of the Second Information Card, a tool that allows professionals to reinvent themselves. It appears that Chu Jinhua indeed holds Shen Lang in high regard. As he contemplated this, Yi Yunzhang smiled wryly. After all, achieving an SSS rank in the Hellish Novice Dungeon right after a job transition is no small feat yet. He pondered whether there was a connection between Shen Lang and that Beastmaster outside the city. After a thoughtful pause, he concluded that there was likely a relationship, though he was uncertain of the specifics. At that moment, Yi Yunzhang's communicator buzzed. Upon seeing it was his elder brother Yi Yunzhang, he promptly answered, "Hello, brother. Yunzhang, I need to confirm something with you," Yi Yunzhang immediately stated. Yi Yunzhang replied, "What is it, brother?" Yi Yunzhang directly inquired, "That's Shen Lang, the Beastmaster who sold equipment to Hong Yuki. Brother, that information is confidential. I cannot divulge more." "You understand?" Yi Yunzhang interjected. After a moment's contemplation, he added, "However, I am currently at Wanbage. I will inform Hong Yu that regardless of how much equipment Shen Lang sells, Wanbage will accept all of it." "Good," was all Yi Yunzhang said before hanging up. Though Yi Yunzhang did not directly provide an answer, both brothers were astute enough to infer the implications of the conversation. After placing the communicator down, Yi Yunzhang turned and walked back into the room filled with equipment, smiling as he observed his daughter bustling among the gear. He refrained from saying anything further, knowing that even without his input, his daughter would likely accept all offers as long as Shen Lang was willing to sell to her. It's beneficial for her to engage more. Yi Yunchang mused inwardly. Being the lord of a city is indeed a commendable position, akin to a regional governor before the era of job transitions. However, in the present age, strength reigns supreme. If Yi Hongyu can forge a close relationship with a future war god, it would be advantageous for both her and the Yi brothers. Of course, this was merely Yi Yunchang's own speculation. The future would ultimately depend on Yi Hongyu herself, as he would not overly interfere in his daughter's life. Just then, Yi Hongyu lifted her head from the pile of equipment and opened the chat box of the professional friend system. The sound of notifications chimed. Accompanied by the flashing of an avatar, it was Shen Lang. Shen Lang, do you have backpack expansion cards at Wanbage? Yi Hongyu quickly responded. Yes, we do. How many would you like, young man? Shen Lang, what is the price? Yi Hongyu, it's a bit pricey, but for you, it shouldn't be a problem. It's 12 million each, but I can make it 10 million. Shen Lang, oh, that's quite expensive. Yi Hongyu, my dear friend, to be frank, this 10 million is already the price received. Shen Lang, very well. How much are those items of mine worth? Yi Hongyu, I am nearly finished tallying them up. The preliminary estimate is just over 100 million, with a few million as a remainder. Shen Lang, then please provide me with 9 backpack expansion cards. Transfer the remainder to my account. Yi Hongyu, all right, I will first send you the backpack expansion cards. Once I finish the tally and settle the account, I will transfer the remaining funds to you. Shen Lang, no problem. Yi Hongyu closed the professional friend system and promptly went outside to obtain the backpack expansion cards from Su Qian, which she then directly transferred to Shen Lang. Meanwhile, at a small inn in Donghai City, Shen Lang received the email containing the 9 backpack expansion cards, which instantly appeared before him. Backpack expansion card. Function. Increases the number of backpack slots by 100. Without hesitation, Shen Lang utilized all 9 backpack expansion cards, and his slots surged to 1,000. With the addition of the Medusa Queen and the Shadow Lord, he now possessed a total of 1,200 slots. This should alleviate any concerns regarding storage space. Although it did feel somewhat exorbitant, such a small amount of items had already cost nearly 100 million. Shen Lang felt a pang in his heart. But at that moment, his professional friend system chimed. What could the Dragon Blood War God want from me now? Chapter 56. Assign Mission. Proceed to the 8th Forbidden Zone. Due to the incident involving friendly fire, Shen Lang felt a twinge of guilt. Particularly alarming was the fact that even the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Zhenhua, had come seeking him for answers, which left him quite taken aback. He had not anticipated that such a seemingly trivial matter would attract the attention of such a formidable figure. Unbeknownst to Shen Lang, this incident had not only roused Chu Zhenhua, but had also reached the ears of the elder sovereign of the Great Xia Empire. From this situation, Shen Lang deduced that his bond with the Queen of Medusa must have already been known to Chu Zhenhua. Otherwise, he would not have approached him directly to inquire about the unfortunate incident involving other practitioners. The only asymmetry in this matter was that Chu Zhenhua had initially failed to recognize the Queen of Medusa, discovering her identity only after the incident had unfolded. Furthermore, Chu Zhenhua was unaware that Shen Lang had now acquired a second beast of his own, and it was yet another 10-star divine beast. Fortunately, the incident was indeed just a mistake and did not result in any fatalities. Shen Lang thought the matter had been settled, only to find that Chu Zhenhua sought him out once more, leaving him uncertain of the reason. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang opened the chat interface. Chu Zhenhua, this matter has considerable repercussions. Had I not known it was you, there might have been 10-star war gods seeking you out. Chu Zhenhua, the destructive power of your beast is too great. Therefore, it would be prudent to refrain from using such skills in low-level wilderness areas. For your safety, it is best to avoid these locations altogether. If another incident occurs and you truly harm another practitioner, the consequences would be dire. Upon reading these 2 messages, Shen Lang furrowed his brow and responded, But, War God, I need to grind for levels. If he was barred from low-level areas, venturing into high-level zones was not entirely off the table. However, there were certain high-level regions he could not access, and he could potentially encounter formidable beasts or ill-intentioned practitioners, which would undoubtedly place him in jeopardy. He firmly believed in the wisdom of the ancients. A gentleman does not stand beneath a dangerous wall. After a brief pause, Chu Jinhua replied, "Not allowing you to grind in low-level areas does not mean you cannot grind at all. Rest assured, I will find a location where you can safely level up without the risk of accidental injury or fatality, one that suits both you and your beast's combat prowess." Seeing this, Shen Lang promptly replied, "Is there truly such a place? Thank you in advance, War God." It must be said, after the unfortunate incident, Shen Lang would inevitably have some reservations during his subsequent grinding sessions, leading him to restrain Medusa and Shadow from using their area of effect attacks, which would undoubtedly affect his leveling speed. If, as Chu Jinhua suggested, there existed a safe zone for him to grind, he would be able to level up with abandon. With unrestrained enthusiasm, he eagerly anticipated Chu Jinhua's response while awaiting his takeout. Chu Jinhua did not keep him waiting long and quickly replied, "I have sorted it out for you." "What has been sorted out?" Shen Lang appeared bewildered, and just as he was about to inquire further, a notification popped up above the chat window. "Your friend Chu Jinhua has sent you a limited-time quest. Please check it." A limited-time quest? What could that possibly mean? Shen Lang had a vague recollection of the quest system, which had emerged after he became an honor warrior. This quest system operates at a national level, serving as an official template for quests. Through this system, official agencies disseminate mission information. Those seeking to earn contribution points can access this platform to find suitable tasks to undertake. Upon completing these tasks, they can earn corresponding contribution points. For the vast majority of ordinary professionals, this represents a means to elevate their strength and status. After all, the official honor warriors can exchange contribution points for equipment and other items. Taken aback, Shen Lang promptly opened his quest system. Indeed, beside the quest interface, a limited-time task shimmered with golden light, and he hurriedly clicked to open it. Limited-time quest. Eliminate creatures in the 8th zone of EC City. Task description. Clear the wild beasts in the 1-star area of the 8th zone of EC City. Task reward. 1,200 contribution points. Task duration. None. Task location. Wilderness outside EC City. Task difficulty. 1 star. Task issuer. Chu Jinhua. Task designated for Shen Lang. Gazing at this so-called limited-time quest, Shen Lang blinked as information regarding the restricted zones surfaced in his mind. Such zones are characterized by their extreme danger levels. A 1-star restricted zone implies that it is essentially a one-way trip for professionals below level 30. On the electronic display outside the city, he had observed several skull icons marking these perilous areas. However, since this was merely a 1-star restricted zone, Shen Lang did not take it to heart. After all, even the fiercest beasts within would be below level 30, for someone like him, who possessed 2 10-star divine beasts. Venturing into such territory might be akin to a leisurely stroll. Furthermore, this task was designated by the Dragon Blood War god, specifically tailored for him to farm creatures. Hence it should not pose significant difficulty. Consequently, Shen Lang did not hesitate and accepted the quest. After all, with no time limit imposed, if any danger arose, he could simply choose to abandon it. Upon accepting the quest, a route map to the 8th restricted zone materialized before him, conveniently aligning with the direction he had previously taken to exit the city. Eager to explore the 8th restricted zone, he decided to first satisfy his hunger. Before long, the takeout he ordered arrived. As an individual of considerable wealth, Shen Lang never skimped on his meals. Lavish feasts were a necessity. Given the presence of Medusa and Shadow, he even ordered extra. Though Medusa and Shadow possess humanoid forms, they have only recently reverted to their ancestral state as mature 10-star divine beasts, rendering them somewhat unfamiliar with the consumption of cooked food. However, under Shen Lang's guidance, both have developed a fondness for such fare, indulging in a delightful feast alongside him. After relishing a sumptuous meal, Shen Lang led Medusa and Shadow beyond the confines of EC City, venturing into the wilderness. Thanks to the task system's detailed map, Shen Lang did not need to consult a physical map. He simply followed the outlined path. The 8th Forbidden Zone, classified as a 1-star zone, was not situated far from EC City, nestled in a relatively secluded area just outside the city limits. It did not take them long to reach the outskirts of the Forbidden Zone. A cave? Even from a distance, Shen Lang could discern a massive entrance looming ahead. Chapter 57. Novices, it is best for you to depart swiftly. The cave entrance, though not particularly expansive, emanated an unusual odor from afar, an amalgamation of fishiness and foulness that was quite pungent. Inside, the dimness was palpable, yet glimpses of light could be discerned, obscured only by the cave's mouth. Shen Lang turned to look at the shadow and said, "Shadow, you may enter my shadow." The shadow, capable of merging into shadows, could seamlessly conceal itself within Shen Lang's shadow, effectively becoming one with it. This arrangement would ensure that in the face of any impending peril, the shadow could swiftly mount a defense. This indeed was a trump card retained by Shen Lang. It must be noted that the Shadow Lord was undoubtedly the epitome of impenetrable defense. "Very well, my master." The shadow, having spent considerable time with Medusa, had adopted her catchphrases, which sounded remarkably impressive when uttered. Once the shadow melded into Shen Lang's form, he proceeded with Medusa towards the nearby cave entrance. At the entrance, there were guardians. As this was a restricted zone, the authorities had assigned personnel to prevent the feral beasts within from emerging, while also deterring the unwary from entering and meeting their demise. Thus, it was evident that these guardians possessed formidable capabilities, all ranking above level 30. Naturally, they could not be overly powerful, otherwise, there would be no need for them to stand guard at the entrance. Although this 8th restricted zone was merely a low-level wilderness, it was manned by 5 guardians who were currently seated cross-legged at the cave's mouth, connected by a unique aura. Additionally, a barely perceptible halo enveloped the entrance, clearly indicating the presence of a barrier. The special barrier formed by the 5 was sealing off the cave. Without their permission, the beasts could not escape, nor could any outsider enter. This was a power and duty conferred upon them by the city of East Sea. As Shen Lang approached the cave entrance, the gaze of the 5 guardians fell upon him. One of them, regarding Shen Lang with a cold stare, spoke, "This is a restricted area. Entry is forbidden without permission. Novice, depart at once." Shen Lang, unhurried to reveal his mission, smiled and inquired, "Brother, I understand this is a restricted zone, but may I ask why it has been designated as such?" The guardian regarded Shen Lang momentarily, perhaps charmed by his address as brother, and explained in a neutral tone, "The restricted area is fraught with ferocious beasts. Low-level practitioners who venture inside are swiftly besieged, with little chance of survival. Even some 2-star practitioners risk being overwhelmed by the beasts, which is why it has been classified as a restricted zone." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang felt a surge of elation within. The Dragon Blood warrior was indeed astute, knowing precisely what he needed most. For others, the multitude of ferocious beasts might spell disaster, but for him, it represented a paradise. How could such a restricted area persist in a low-level wilderness? Shen Lang asked. His curiosity piqued. The guard responded with indifference, stating, "You make a valid point. Every year following the transition day, officials send personnel to conduct a thorough sweep, after which the area is opened for a duration of 2 months to allow novice transferees to level up by battling monsters. However, for the remaining 10 months, entry is strictly prohibited." The guard continued, "Logically, it is about time for someone to come and clear the restricted zone. It should be imminent. Given that you 2 fledglings have reached the wild area so swiftly, your professions must be commendable. Nevertheless, it would be prudent for you to vacate this place for now. Return once the strong have arrived to purge the restricted zone." His words did not carry a tone of disdain. Rather, he recognized that Shen Lang was merely a novice, genuinely concerned for their safety. Shen Lang, however, had no intention of leaving. He replied, "Good sir, is it not possible that I am, in fact, the designated individual sent by the authorities to clear this restricted zone? You?" The guards scrutinized Shen Lang from head to toe, their disbelief palpable. Shen Lang refrained from further pleasantries and promptly revealed the task system, displaying it before the 5 guards. As they gazed at the task panel, astonishment flickered in their eyes as they exchanged glances. It was not surprising to have someone assigned to cleanse the restricted zone, but to send a novice barely past level 10 was nothing short of reckless, akin to sending them to their demise. Yet, at that moment, one of the guards suddenly exclaimed, "This task was issued by the Dragon Blood War God." Upon hearing this, the other guards redirected their attention to Shen Lang's task panel, focusing on the task issuer. Indeed, it was the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Genhua. Their perception of Shen Lang shifted dramatically, and as they examined the designated task further, they discovered even more details. Task designated recipient, Shen Sanliang, War God Camp Reserve. Although the task was specifically assigned to Shen Lang, His secondary information card could effortlessly substitute for such basic identifiers. As for the War God Camp Reserve, that was a tactic employed by Chu Jinhua to keep Shen Lang unaware of his true status. The guard regarded Shen Lang once more and sighed. So you belong to the War God Camp Reserve. It is no wonder you have been dispatched here to clear the restricted zone. Proceed, you may enter. As he spoke, he and the other guards nodded, allowing a breach to open in the barrier at the cave's entrance. Thank you, esteemed sirs. Shen Lang expressed his gratitude before stepping through the opening alongside Medusa. In the next instant, their figures vanished into the cave, which was evidently just a facade, concealing an entirely different realm within. Once Shen Lang and Medusa had entered, the 5 guards restored the barrier, and expressions of envy surfaced on their faces. Who could have anticipated that the higher-ups would assign a member of the War God Camp Reserve to cleanse the restricted zone? Oh, the War God Reserve, surely destined to become a 10-star war god in the future. Perhaps this was meant to be a trial for this novice. Speaking of which, when I called him a fledgling earlier, I hope he does not hold a grudge against me. Humph, what significance do you hold that would warrant such animosity? Indeed, it is true that as mere insignificant individuals, we could hardly attract the attention of others. Furthermore, upon entering the cave, Shen Lang and Medusa found their surroundings transformed. What had initially appeared as a cavern now revealed itself as a vast expanse of desert. The ground was a kaleidoscope of colors, teeming with serpents of every conceivable variety. There were colossal pythons as thick as water barrels, serpents with elongated wings, and vividly patterned snakes adorned with long horns. Even those with formidable claws were present, large and small, densely clustered together, creating what could only be described as a veritable sea of snakes. It is no wonder this place has been designated a forbidden zone. In this seemingly small area alone, there were likely tens of thousands of snakes. The moment Shen Lang and his companions stepped into this realm, countless heads reared up, and an array of colored eyes turned towards them, as if they were witnessing a delectable feast, surging towards them like a relentless tide. Chapter 58. Ascending 11 levels in one breath. Who else can compete? A myriad of vividly colored serpents writhed and coiled together, presenting a sight both terrifying and repulsive. Yet, in the depths of Shen Lang's mind, joy blossomed. Outside, while engaging in monster hunting, he was constrained by various concerns. Even the possibility of inadvertently harming other practitioners weighed heavily on him. After all, the outside world was populated by others, limiting Shen Lang's ability to unleash his full potential in combat. With the formidable prowess of Medusa and Shadow, both 10-star divine beasts, monster hunting would indeed be a formidable endeavor. However, such an undertaking would inevitably attract undue attention. The authorities had only just managed to suppress the news of his SSS grade evaluation for conquering the hellish novice dungeon. The Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, had even gone so far as to procure a second information card for him. If things escalated, he would undoubtedly become a target of public scrutiny. Yet, within this 8th forbidden zone, apart from ferocious beasts and wild monsters, no other practitioners were present. In other words, Shen Lang could truly revel in his freedom here. Gazing at the surging tide of serpents, he suppressed his disgust and foul odor, exclaiming with excitement, "Medusa, it's your turn." Simultaneously, he cast various auxiliary skills such as Magic Tide and Power Tide upon Medusa, alleviating any concerns she had regarding her magical energy and stamina. "Very well, my master." Medusa replied with a graceful smile, her gaze fixed upon the seemingly endless wave of serpents. In a certain sense, Medusa was also a serpent, but not just any serpent. She was the queen among them. The unique aura of a 10-star divine beast erupted from Medusa's being, as if a long-dormant volcano had finally unleashed its fury, pouring forth an overwhelming torrent of fiery energy akin to molten lava directed at the serpents. In an instant, the serpentine horde was enveloped by Medusa's 10-star divine presence. These serpents, the strongest merely at level 30, stood no chance against the might of the queen. The weaker ones were immediately subdued and forced to the ground, while those slightly stronger fled in a panic. Yet, how could Medusa allow the serpents to retreat? Not only Shen Lang, but even she had consistently suppressed her power while hunting in the wild and within the novice dungeon. Now that the opportunity to unleash her fury presented itself, how could she refrain from doing so? Medusa's amber eyes flickered with flames wherever her gaze fell. Those serpents, either pinned to the ground or fleeing, instantly transformed into fiery red stones. As soon as her gaze shifted, these serpentine stones crumbled into dust. Your summoned beast has slain the blue-armored flying serpent. You and your summoned beast each gain 20 experience points. Your summoned beast has slain the twin-tailed red serpent. You and your summoned beast each gain 15 experience points. Your summoned beast has slain the red-horned giant python. You and your summoned beast each gain 20 experience points. Your summoned beast has slain the heavy crown viper. You and your summoned beast each gain 28 experience points. The relentless sound of notifications rang out like an unyielding chorus, each second yielding hundreds, if not thousands, of experience points. As Medusa cast her gaze around, thousands of serpentine beasts fell lifeless at her feet. However, within the confines of this serpentine abyss, known as the 8th Forbidden Zone, the sheer number of these creatures was overwhelming. Even after the demise of over 1,000, it appeared as though there was little reduction, for as one turned to ash, another would swiftly take its place. It was not that these serpentine beasts were unafraid of Medusa's divine aura. Rather, it was her very presence that instilled terror, causing them to riot amidst their ranks. Their chaotic escape was further exacerbated by their sheer numbers, leading to a frenzied stampede. Some of the smaller creatures were not slain by Medusa, but were tragically crushed underfoot by the larger serpents. Such a pity, for experience points come in all sizes. Queen Medusa pressed on, her powers bolstered by Shen Lang, allowing her to cast skills without concern for dwindling mana. With each skill unleashed, hundreds, if not thousands, of serpentine beasts transformed into experience points. Shen Lang, overwhelmed by the bounty, found himself in a quandary. The first wave had filled a third of his backpack. It is worth noting that he currently possessed 1,000 slots. Medusa had scarcely unleashed a handful of skills, yet his inventory was already brimming, including those of Medusa and Shadow. With no alternatives, he resorted to his usual practice, dispatching all equipment of red quality or lower to Yihongyu. After a brief moment, the elemental fire energy surrounding Medusa began to subside. A glance at the area spanning several kilometers revealed not a single living serpent, nor even a corpse remained. All that was visible was a thick layer of crimson dust, the only remnant of the serpentine tide that had been petrified and incinerated. How many serpentine beasts had perished at the hands of Queen Medusa? Shen Lang could not provide a precise figure, but it was at least over 60,000, possibly even 70,000. For in merely clearing this vicinity, he and his two beasts had each gained 11 levels. This meant that Shen Lang, Medusa, and Shadow had all ascended to level 23. Remarkably, they had achieved this within no more than 15 minutes since entering the 8th Forbidden Zone. Had it not been for Shadow dividing the experience amongst them, their levels would have been even higher. Furthermore, as their levels increased, the experience gained from slaying these beasts diminished. Otherwise, it is conceivable they might have ascended another level. In addition to leveling up, Shen Lang also reaped significant rewards and equipment. After all, the serpentine beasts within the 8th Forbidden Zone were predominantly of a higher level, ranging between 20 and 30, leading to a relatively higher drop rate. The blue quality gear and below need not be mentioned. However, he now possesses nearly 30 pieces of exquisite red-level equipment in his backpack. Shen Lang gazed into the distance at the fleeing serpents, pondering how if Zhu Jianhua were before him, he would surely rush forth to take a bite. This 8th Forbidden Zone is truly a paradise for monster farming, seemingly tailor-made for him. Moreover, this is merely under the influence of Medusa, should the shadows also intervene, with both beasts simultaneously hunting monsters. It is conceivable that they would all be above level 30 by now, and the bounty in terms of equipment would be doubled. Yet, as the thrill of rapid leveling subsided, Shen Lang did not allow the exhilaration to cloud his judgment. Instead, he earnestly contemplated a pressing matter: how to fully exploit the vast array of serpent-like beasts within this 8th Forbidden Zone. After all, with both he and his two summoned beasts ascending in levels, the experience gained from slaying these ferocious creatures would no longer be as abundant as before. However, there remain millions of serpent-like beasts here, and it would be unwise to squander such an opportunity. Chapter 59. Join forces and revel in the carnage. With the ferocious beasts lurking within this serpentine lair, Shen Lang and his two summoned beasts are poised to ascend to level 30, reaching the pinnacle of a one-star practitioner. The prospect of nearly 10 million ferocious beasts propelling them to level 30 is entirely justifiable, especially considering their current levels are below 30, making the experience required for advancement far from astronomical. However, once they achieve level 30, the experience gained from slaying these beasts will dwindle significantly. They may manage to elevate their levels further, but the number of ferocious beasts they must vanquish to do so remains uncertain. Crucially, the experience gained from hunting ferocious beasts is not the primary concern. Rather, it is the fact that once they level up, their chances of acquiring equipment from beasts below their level will diminish, potentially to the point where no equipment will drop at all. Thus, this represents the most substantial loss. Based on the previous drop rates, the rewards have been immense. It is reasonable to expect several hundred million in profits from equipment below the blue quality tier. And Shen Lang is still in possession of some red perfect grade gear. If only he could maintain his level at 23, the drop rates and experience gained would remain unaffected. Shen Lang's mind raced as he quickly devised a plan. On his personal information panel, aside from his talents and skills, there exists a category for universal skills. Universal skills are those that any practitioner can learn, including those from life-oriented professions. Strictly speaking, these skills do not belong to practitioners alone. Even ordinary individuals can acquire them. For instance, Shen Lang currently possesses 2 universal skills, swordsmanship at level 7 and combat at level 10. These skills were honed under the tutelage of his instructors at the prestigious Shandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy, where he had dedicated himself to his studies and excelled as the top student. However, in comparison to his professional skills, they now seem somewhat superfluous. Nevertheless, Shen Lang is convinced that the presence of these skills in his attribute panel signifies their inherent value. Universal skills are indeed skills. There are no worthless skills. Only practitioners who fail to utilize them effectively. Currently, his swordsmanship and combat skills are at levels 7 and 10, respectively, against practitioners of lower tiers. He would likely find himself unmatched in close combat, demonstrating the utility of universal skills. What if he were to elevate these universal skills to levels 70 and 100? How formidable would he become? Shen Lang is uncertain about the upper limits of these universal skills, as no practitioner, once they undergo job advancement, tends to focus on enhancing these skills. Furthermore, the leveling of universal skills can be accomplished not only through diligent practice, but also by utilizing experience points. Consequently, few practitioners are inclined to squander their experience on these universal skills when they could be investing it in their level advancement instead. For Shen Lang, his preference undoubtedly leans towards leveling up. However, the current situation is one where an abundance of experience points lies unused before me. Such a scenario is nothing short of a disgraceful waste. Yet, there remains a question. I am indeed able to utilize these experience points to enhance general skills. But what of Medusa and the Shadow? Shen Lang could not help but cast his gaze upon Medusa and the shadow that had emerged from his own shadow. Their attribute panels revealed no general skills. After a moment of contemplation, a smile crept across his face. This absence was simply due to the fact that they had never learned such skills. Both Medusa and the Shadow had previously been mere ordinary beasts, possessing a modicum of intelligence perhaps greater than that of their peers, yet still exceedingly limited. Driven primarily by instincts of survival and slaughter, devoid of any general skills. Could one truly expect a common fire python or an ordinary ghostly figure to possess swordsmanship or combat techniques? As for whether reality would unfold as he envisioned, why not simply test it? With that thought, Shen Lang addressed the two. Medusa, I shall teach you some sword techniques. Let us see if you can grasp them. Sword techniques? Very well, my master. Medusa replied obediently. Shen Lang nodded and retrieved 2 fiery red long swords from his backpack, both exquisite pieces of crimson equipment. Such equipment, meant for the execution of general skills, was indeed an extravagant use of resources. Yet, at that moment, Shen Lang had no equipment of lesser quality. He tossed one of the long swords to Queen Medusa, instructing, "Watch closely." With those words, Shen Lang began to practice a set of basic sword techniques from the prestigious Shandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational Academy. While it was termed swordsmanship, it primarily comprised patterns. Provided one was not a fool, one could easily learn the foundational techniques by merely following along. In under a minute, Shen Lang completed his demonstration and looked up at Queen Medusa, inquiring, "How was that? Master, may I give it a try?" Medusa asked. gripping the long sword with a serious expression, clearly invested in the endeavor, as it was her master's request. With that, Medusa's form flickered slightly, and the long sword in her hand began to dance gracefully. Shen Lang's eyes twitched involuntarily at the sight. Despite this being merely an introductory set of sword techniques, it was improbable for someone who had never wielded a sword to execute it perfectly on the first attempt. Yet, Medusa's swordplay mirrored Shen Lang's almost flawlessly, truly impeccable. After completing the sequence, Medusa anxiously turned to Shen Lang and asked, "Master, how was my performance?" "Excellent, truly excellent," Shen Lang replied with a smile. One could only say that as a 10-star divine beast, her capacity for comprehension was remarkable, grasping the concepts with ease. However, Shen Lang did not continue instructing Medusa in swordsmanship. Instead, he eagerly summoned her attribute panel, his gaze sliding down the four-dimensional attributes. Sure enough, in the skills section, a new entry had appeared: General Skill, Swordsmanship LV12. Upon seeing this information, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. It was quite disheartening. After 3 years of arduous training, he managed to attain a mere level 7 in swordsmanship, while Medusa, having only practiced a basic introductory sword technique, astonishingly reached level 12. This is truly remarkable. Of course, this is a fortunate development. The emergence of a universal skill category for Medusa substantiates his theory. As long as Medusa and Shadow acquire universal skills, their attribute panels will reflect this addition. With the inclusion of universal skills, they too can enhance these abilities through experience points. Consequently, when the three of them collectively utilize their experience points to elevate their universal skills, the nearly 10 million fierce beasts in the 8th Forbidden Zone, the Serpent's Lair, will find their purpose, ensuring that the drop rates for equipment and items remain unaffected, while also preventing any waste of experience points. Thus, Shen Lang continued to instruct Medusa in martial arts, inviting Shadow to join as well. Before long, both Medusa and Shadow, much like Shen Lang, possessed the dual universal skills of swordsmanship and martial arts. With the universal skill category established, Shen Lang did not hesitate any longer. He set the experience points for himself, Medusa, and Shadow to be allocated towards enhancing their universal skills. Gazing into the distance at the faintly discernible swarm of serpents, he smiled and proclaimed, "Now, you all may strike forth and revel in the thrill of slaughter." Chapter 60. Kill, Gather, and Prosper. At the behest of Shen Lang, Medusa and Shadow exchanged a glance before vanishing from sight. Prior to their departure, Shen Lang had already bestowed upon his two beast companions every auxiliary skill he could muster. As their devoted master, it was only fitting that he contribute. Concurrently, Shen Lang activated the first-tier skill of beast mastery, invisibility. Since Medusa and Shadow were to venture out and engage in combat, he deemed it prudent to ensure his own safety. After all, it would be unfortunate should a ferocious beast unexpectedly appear. In an instant, Medusa and Shadow materialized at the edge of the expanse strewn with red sands, each positioned on opposite flanks. Without further ado, both unleashed their respective skills. One conjured a blaze of fire, while the other summoned a shroud of darkness, followed by a cacophony of slaying notifications echoing in Shen Lang's mind. Under the prowess of the two 10-star divine beasts, no feral creature stood a chance. Swiftly transforming into experience points. Your beast has slain. Your beast has slain. As the notifications rang out, vast swathes of emptiness re-emerged. Medusa alone could sweep across a radius of several kilometers, and with Shadow by her side, the area of carnage nearly doubled. Correspondingly, the number of serpentine beasts they vanquished also escalated. Shen Lang, seizing the opportunity, drew closer and activated the one-click loot function to collect the fallen equipment. Gather, 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 the backpack is full. Without a second thought, he dispatched the items to Yi Hongyu. Gather, gather again. How is it full once more? Hand it over to Yi Hongyu. Gather, gather, gather again. Oh dear, it's full yet again. Yi Hongyu, be ready to receive. At that moment, Yi Hongyu had become Shen Lang's virtual backpack. Any equipment rated below red perfection was scarcely glanced at. Once his bag reached capacity, everything was promptly transferred to her. The exact number of transfers was lost on Shen Lang, but he was certain that Yi Hongyu would not deceive him when it came time to settle accounts. During this interval, neither Shen Lang nor his two beasts experienced a level increase, nor did the experience progress bar fluctuate. However, The universal skills they had set up were soaring rapidly, akin to a rocket. After all, elevating the level of universal skills was significantly less complex than that of professional levels. The experience points required for each increment of universal skill were minimal. Even when divided among the three, the speed of advancement remained incessantly dynamic, yielding leaps of 3 to 5 levels in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in Donghai City, Yi Hongyu had painstakingly cataloged a batch of equipment and was preparing to remit the balance to Shen Lang before returning home with Yi Yunchang for some much-needed rest. However, just as they reached the entrance of the exhibition hall, Yi Hongyu halted. Noticing his daughter's pause, Yi Yunchang inquired with curiosity, "What's the matter, Hongyu?" Yi Hongyu lifted her gaze to her father and remarked, "Dad, it seems that Shen Sanliang has sent me another email. Could it be more equipment?" Yi Yunchang instinctively inquired. Yi Hongyu shook her head and replied, "I don't know." After speaking, she surveyed her surroundings and added, "Shall we return to the reception room?" This was not merely a question but a notification to Yi Yunchang, as she had already turned to walk back. Sighing, Yi Yunchang helplessly shook his head and followed her toward the reception office. However, just as he had taken a few steps, a cacophony of clanging sounds erupted, and a surge of equipment burst forth from the reception office's door, cascading outward in a tumultuous flow. Yi Yunchang stood in stunned silence for a moment. The deluge of equipment was surely no less than 1,000 pieces. "No, Hongyu." He quickly regained his composure and dashed toward the reception office. Despite not matching the 10-star powerhouses of the war god camp, as the lord of the city, he was no weakling. A radiant purple light erupted from him, causing the oncoming equipment to scatter as he swiftly entered the reception office. Moments later, Yi Yunchang emerged from the office, cradling a disheveled Yi Hongyu in his arms. When Yi Hongyu received the email, she had prepared herself mentally due to their previous transactions. Yet, no amount of preparation could have anticipated that the spacious reception office would be unable to contain the influx of equipment. In an instant, the entire office was filled, leaving her with no room to react, and she found herself buried beneath the equipment. Fortunately, Yi Yunchang's timely intervention rescued her from the pile. With his support, the father and daughter continued to retreat. There was no other option. Equipment continued to surge from the reception office, resembling a fountain, threatening to spill over into the exhibition hall. "Dad, move them back inside. We can't let them reach the exhibition hall. Now alert." Yi Hongyu urgently urged Yi Yunchang to assist, while she also invoked her own magical abilities. If such an abundance of equipment were to scatter into the exhibition hall, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion akin to the previous incident at the Myriad Beast Pavilion, which would be disastrous. "Leave it to me," Yi Yunchang replied, interrupting Yi Hongyu's spell and pulling her behind him. In the next moment, he unleashed his skill, conjuring a wall of wind that surged forward to block the equipment. The powerful gust also swept through the relentless tide of incoming items. Standing outside the wind wall, the father and daughter watched as the equipment continued to multiply within. Initially, they were somewhat taken aback, for the array of equipment dispatched by Shen Lang this time surpassed that of the previous 2 occasions. However, as they continued to gaze upon the staggering quantity, their astonishment gradually gave way to a sense of numbness, primarily due to the sheer volume. 3,000 pieces? 5,000? 10,000? Yi Hongyu suddenly spoke up. "Father, it seems I won't have the time to return with you today." Yi Yunchang remained silent, his gaze fixed resolutely on the equipment. Despite his growing numbness, a profound curiosity stirred within him. Shen Lang, undoubtedly impressive, had not only conquered the hellish novice dungeon with an SSS rating, but had also been personally granted a reserve slot in the God of War camp by the legendary warrior Chu Jinhua. Nonetheless, considering Shen Lang had only recently transitioned to his new class, how could he possibly possess so many low-tier items? Given Chu Jinhua's esteemed status and character, even if he held Shen Lang in high regard, it would be implausible for him to bestow such an abundance of low-level equipment. Moreover, Yi Yunchang was acutely aware of Shen Lang's background. It was inconceivable that any elder would provide him with such a vast quantity of low-tier gear. Hence, it raised the question, could it be that all this equipment was acquired through Shen Lang's own efforts? This seemed utterly impossible. To amass such a collection of items, how many ferocious beasts would one need to vanquish? 100,000? 1,000,000? Chapter 61. The extended abilities of high-level general skills. Yi Yunchang suddenly felt overwhelmed. as if the decades of his life had rendered his mind somewhat insufficient. The sheer volume of low-level equipment could only have been dropped by tens or even hundreds of thousands of low-level ferocious beasts. However, employing common sense, it was clear that a typical practitioner, one who had yet to reach level 30, could never have slain such a multitude of beasts in a short span of time. Thus, the question arose, where on earth did Shen Lang acquire such an abundance of equipment? Could it be that, akin to a tale from a novel, this fellow had stumbled upon an extraordinarily fortunate encounter with a fallen practitioner who had dropped their gear? Yet, that seemed improbable. Who in their right mind would engage in such a fruitless endeavor of hunting low-level gear? Yi Yunchang struggled to comprehend the situation and resorted to the most rudimentary method of elimination, reaching out to contacts to inquire whether there were any practitioners outside the city engaged in extensive hunting of ferocious beasts. Aside from the individual possessing the 10-star beast Medusa, it appeared that this person had seemingly vacated East Sea City. Ultimately, Yi Yunchang received an unexpected revelation. Within the public zones outside the city, from low to high-level wild regions, there were no significant casualties among the ferocious beasts. However, he learned of a task issued by Chu Jinhua, which was considered a public mission, albeit a designated one. The most astonishing aspect was that the target of this quest was none other than Shen Lang. Although he was publicly known as Shen Sanliang, Yi Yunchang was nearly certain that this Shen Sanliang was indeed Shen Lang. Furthermore, Yi Yunchang was well acquainted with the 8th Forbidden Zone. He had even ventured there himself in the past to eliminate the serpent-like beasts, providing novice practitioners with opportunities to level up. He was acutely aware of the vast number of serpent-type ferocious beasts inhabiting that area. It could be described as a veritable multitude, for even a single nest of serpent eggs contained numerous offspring, and with no natural enemies present. It was not uncommon for millions of these beasts to dwell within prior to any cleansing efforts. Given the sheer quantity of ferocious beasts, coupled with Shen Lang undertaking tasks within that zone, it was indeed plausible for him to have slain enough creatures to amass such an extensive collection of equipment. Yet, Shen Lang had only just transitioned to a new class. However, this was a designated mission, and only Shen Lang was permitted access to the 8th Forbidden Zone. Despite Yi Yunchang's skepticism regarding the notion that all this equipment had been farmed by Shen Lang, the current reality insisted that there was no room for doubt. It was indeed Shen Lang who had amassed it all. It was not merely hard for Yi Yunchang to fathom. Anyone would find it difficult to entertain such a thought. Even though Shen Lang had triumphed in the hellish novice dungeon, the ferocious beasts within, regardless of the hellish difficulty, capped at a mere level 10, and were only marginally stronger than their wild counterparts. Conversely, the serpent-like beasts in the 8th Forbidden Zone boasted levels as high as 30, with the majority exceeding level 10. To slay tens or even hundreds of thousands of these ferocious beasts would require considerable effort. How could a mere fledgling like Shen Lang possibly accomplish such a feat? After much contemplation, Yi Yunchang's heart, filled with uncertainty, transformed into a complex sigh. Perhaps this is the nature of humanity, bewildering and enigmatic. Yi Yunchang mused inwardly, secretly resolving that he should seek an opportunity to meet Shen Lang. Regardless of the motivation, encountering someone as extraordinary as Shen Lang could yield beneficial connections. One never knows when their paths might cross again, especially in the universal battlefield where their chances of meeting are significantly heightened. A practitioner like Shen Lang is destined to enter that arena. Yi Yunchang even sensed that Shen Lang's future achievements might rival or even surpass those of Zhu Jinhua. After all, achieving hundreds of millions in monster hunts right after transitioning to a new profession is an unprecedented feat in the 3 centuries since the dawn of the professional era. Moreover, Shen Lang is also a Beastmaster, just like that one outside the city. Could it be that Shen Lang is the illegitimate son of that individual? 2 such remarkable Beastmasters from the same lineage would undoubtedly cause a sensation in the global professional community. Yet, Yi Yunchang pondered. What kind of formidable beast was Shen Lang's first companion? He dared not speculate further. Such a powerful ally would be invaluable to embrace if given the chance. If opportunities did not present themselves, he would have to create them. As Yi Yunchang contemplated this, his gaze inadvertently fell upon his daughter, Yi Hongyu, who was busily sorting through equipment. Surely, his own daughter would be an excellent candidate for creating such opportunities. In Yi Yunchang's memory, Shen Lang seemed to be an exceptionally handsome man, while his daughter was undeniably a beauty enthusiast. If Shen Lang were to become his son-in-law, the future of the Yi family would transcend merely the East Sea City. Thanks to his two sons, the Yi family's standing in East Sea City is currently quite solid. However, in this era of professionals, strength ultimately speaks volumes, and unfortunately, the Yi family lacks a profound foundation. Of course, his elder brother Yi Yuchong has made acquaintances with some 10-star warriors. Yet, while these 10-star warriors might assist the Yi family out of obligation, they are not members of the family, and such favors must eventually be repaid and can be exhausted. They cannot be expected to serve the Yi family wholeheartedly. However, if the Yi family were to produce a 10-star warrior, all problems would be rendered trivial, especially considering that Shen Lang's future is not that of an ordinary 10-star warrior, but rather akin to the invincible warrior Zhu Genhua. It seems imperative to return and further explore all of Shen Lang's information. Yi Yunchong felt a surge of impatience and sought out Yi Hongyu, refraining from urging her to return home. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "Hongyu, I see you are quite busy here, so I shall not wait for you. Come back when you can. If not, it is of no consequence. Well, I will take my leave now." Finally, Yi Yunchong added, "By the way, Hongyu, when you have some free time, do engage in conversation with Shen Sanliang." Upon hearing these words, Yi Hongyu lifted her head in confusion and inquired, "What? Ah, never mind, never mind. You may continue with your tasks. I shall take my leave." Yi Yunchong refrained from clarifying, for he understood that some matters, if approached too directly, might provoke resistance from the other party. He preferred to let things unfold naturally, doing what he could to subtly influence when the opportunity arose. "Oh," Yi Hongyu responded absent-mindedly before returning to her task of cataloging and identifying the equipment with others. Yi Yunchong soon departed from the Wanbao Pavilion and made his way directly back to the Lord's Manor, promptly summoning information regarding Shen Lang from the moment of his birth. As for Shen Lang, he remained unaware within the confines of the 8th restricted zone, oblivious to the fact that he had caught someone's attention once more, and that this time, it was with the intention of taking him as a prized son-in-law. Meanwhile, under the relentless onslaught of Medusa and the Shadows, the three of them had elevated their shared skills to level 30. Swordsmanship, LV 30. Ability, your swordsmanship has reached an exceptionally high level. Simultaneously executing skills related to swordsmanship can enhance damage by 30. Observing this ability, Shen Lang mused that indeed, the enhancement of these universal skills truly exhibited a remarkable extension of effect. Chapter 62. Have you not encountered those snakes since you entered? Initially, the universal skills did not possess such effects. However, Shen Lang had not paid attention to the specific level at which the extended effects of these universal skills manifested. It was likely that such effects began to appear only after reaching level 20. Similarly, Shen Lang's combat universal skill had ascended to level 31. Medusa and Shadow, too, had elevated their universal skills to the same level. Perhaps it was due to their formidable original forms that their universal skills required slightly more experience to level up. After all, in the beginning, their universal skill levels surpassed Shen Lang's, but now they had reached parity without advancing further. In addition to the extended effects of these two universal skills, Shen Lang sensed various other transformations. It felt as though he had honed countless sword techniques in his memory, enabling him to wield any sword style with effortless grace. In other words, Shen Lang had become a master swordsman of the highest caliber. For practitioners lacking in defense, those below level 20 would be vulnerable should I approach. They might find themselves cleaved in two by my blade. At the very least, a single punch could suffice to vanquish them. Of course, such prowess was an added advantage, as most confrontations among practitioners still primarily revolved around equipment and skills. Nevertheless, possessing this additional combat strength was undoubtedly advantageous. Consider the scenario where both parties possessed similar skill and equipment levels, and all magical energy had been exhausted, leaving only barehanded combat. Naturally, the practitioner with superior universal skills would emerge victorious. Shen Lang's high-level universal skills could very well serve as a means of self-preservation. Though he may not require such a strategy, one must consider the possibility of needing it. If Shadow and Medusa were restrained while adversaries specifically targeted Shen Lang, and it seemed imminent that this Beastmaster would be eliminated, what if Shen Lang suddenly unleashed his fury, cleaving his opponent in twain? That would certainly turn the tide of battle. Moreover, the extended capabilities of these universal skills were quite impressive. Sword techniques corresponded to swordsmanship skills, while combat skills aligned with close-quarters warriors, each granting corresponding enhancements. Although Shen Lang was currently a Beastmaster, one must not forget that Chu Jinhua had gifted him a secondary class transfer card. He was now at level 22, particularly in this 8th restricted zone. And whenever he desired to reach level 30, he could easily do so. At that juncture, he would need to carefully contemplate his choice of a secondary profession. As Shen Lang pondered this, he retrieved his communicator to check the time. The afternoon had slipped away. The twilight had already descended upon this 8th restricted area. It was evident that this zone was indeed a genuine wilderness, not merely a secret dungeon. It experienced the cycles of day and night, albeit isolated from other wild regions through the use of special means by powerful beings, effectively creating an artificial sanctuary. At that moment, Shadow and Medusa returned to inquire whether they should press deeper into the 8th restricted zone. With a smile, Shen Lang remarked, "There is no need to rush, after all. Only we have access to this place. Let us return and rest for the night, and we shall continue our endeavors tomorrow." Naturally, Shadow and Medusa had no objections to their master's decision. Under Shen Lang's guidance, they prepared to depart from the 8th forbidden zone. However, at that moment, the friend system emitted a series of beeps. As he walked towards the cave entrance, Shen Lang checked the notifications, discovering a message from Yi Hongyu. "Yi Hongyu, there shouldn't be any left, right?" Upon reading her message, Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle, sensing that the young lady from the Yi family was quite exhausted. It was understandable. Even he had lost count of how many pieces of equipment he had sent her way, certainly a substantial number. After a brief pause, Shen Lang responded, "There is nothing left for today. Yi Hongyu. All right, otherwise, I won't be able to sleep tonight. But wait, if there's nothing today, what about tomorrow?" Shen Lang glanced back at the vast area teeming with serpentine beasts and replied, "There should still be plenty in the near future. TSK, you wouldn't consider refusing, would you?" "Yi Hongyu, we shall collect as much as possible." "Shen Lang, that's good to hear. By the way, do you have any backpack expansion cards left? Please send me 10 more. The funds should be sufficient." 10 expansion cards would amount to around 100 million, and the equipment he had dispatched today undoubtedly exceeded that value. "Yi Hongyu, all right, I will arrange for it. The money is sufficient." "Shen Lang, very well. Let's proceed with this. Once you tally the accounts, remember to help me profit." "Yi Hongyu, yes, I will do so promptly, dear sir." Meanwhile, outside the 8th forbidden zone, the 5 guards gathered at the cave entrance. The entire afternoon has passed. Why hasn't he emerged yet? Surely he hasn't perished inside. Impossible. This young man is a reserve member of the God of War camp. He cannot fall so easily. Indeed, a designated mission issued personally by the Dragon Blood War God cannot be intended for his demise. Yet, he was merely a 1-star professional, and the survival odds for such individuals entering the 8th forbidden zone were exceedingly slim. However, he was also a professional appointed by the Dragon Blood War God. A reserve of the God of War is not someone we can easily comprehend. Nevertheless, I cannot shake this unease. If he truly perishes within, the Dragon Blood War God may hold us accountable. Shall we not venture in to check? The 5 guards exchanged worried remarks, pondering whether Shen Lang had met his end within the forbidden zone. Just then, Shen Lang and Medusa emerged slowly from the ethereal cave entrance. While Shadow had already concealed himself within Shen Lang's shadow, a prearranged strategy for when they were outside. Upon seeing Shen Lang, the guards' pupils widened in astonishment as they scrutinized him from head to toe. There were no visible injuries, and his magical and physical energies remained as steady as when he had entered the forbidden zone, showing no signs of having endured a fierce battle. Could it be that the serpentine beasts within had entered a state of hibernation? One of the guards, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired, "You have been inside for quite some time. Have you not encountered any of those serpents?" Upon hearing this, Shen Lang turned his gaze toward the man, comprehending his thoughts, and replied, "We encountered quite a few, but we dispatched them all. The area within approximately 10 kilometers of the entrance should be devoid of any serpentine beasts." After uttering these words, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa, proceeded towards the direction of Eastern Sea City. Meanwhile, the 5 remaining guards exchanged glances, their minds still buzzing with disbelief. He mentioned that within 10 kilometers of the entrance, there were no more ferocious creatures, implying that they had eradicated all the beasts. It seemed implausible. Even if he managed to emerge alive, He was merely a one-star practitioner. Whether this was true or not could be confirmed by venturing inside. But what if the beasts within? Let us simply take a glance at the entrance. If anything seems amiss, we shall withdraw immediately. Very well. Let us proceed and investigate. Gather around me. Let us enter together. Once the 5 of them huddled together, they promptly activated their guard identities, and in the next moment, they vanished into the cave's mouth. Chapter 63. Shall you report us to the city lord's mansion? The 5 guards were not particularly formidable, merely possessing strength just above a single star. Otherwise, they would not have been assigned to guard duty. As sentinels, they could utilize the protective barrier to enter the forbidden zone. However, they were acutely aware of the perils within and, despite their qualifications, had never ventured inside. After all, this forbidden area had been thriving for over half a year, and the entrance was likely swarming with countless serpentine beasts. A moment's carelessness could lead to being devoured by those ferocious creatures. Yet, at present, their curiosity eclipsed their trepidation, and they chose to unite and explore further. In a flash of light before them, they found themselves within the serpent cave of the 8th Forbidden Zone. They remained on high alert. Any hint of danger would compel them to retreat immediately. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they stood frozen in astonishment. The first sight that greeted them was the entrance where Medusa had initially slaughtered the beasts, now reduced to a haze of crimson dust. The wind, inexplicably stirring from some unknown direction, shaped this area into undulating sandy hills, while crimson particles danced in the air. There was no trace of blood. Yet the spectacle left the 5 guards profoundly shaken. Indeed, there were no beasts here, nor were there any in sight. As they gazed into the distance, they discerned the absence of serpentine creatures altogether. Beyond the crimson winds and desolation, the beasts had vanished from view. They could even spot some serpentine beasts far off, but they were a staggering 10 kilometers away. Moreover, they noticed an anomaly. The area surrounding the entrance, extending roughly 10 kilometers, seemed to instill such dread in the distant beasts that they dared not approach, as if a great terror loomed here, evoking an instinctive aversion deep within them. In this extraordinary moment, the 5 guards could not help but swallow hard. How had this been achieved? One of them remarked incredulously, struggling to fathom how a novice who had only transitioned just over a day ago could accomplish such a feat. Another guard sighed wistfully, reiterating, as I've said before, he is a reserve of the god of war core. The specifics of his profession, the extraordinary skills and talents he possesses, these are beyond the comprehension of ordinary practitioners like us. The chasm between individuals was indeed vast. Sighing, the 5 guards departed the serpent cave, their envy palpable, returning to their duties. At this moment, Shen Lang and Medusa had passed through the city gates and re-entered Donghai City. Beneath the setting sun, their silhouettes elongated on the path. A handsome man and a beautiful woman, they were truly the envy of all. This time, Shen Lang was in no rush to return to his modest inn. Instead, he sought out a more upscale hotel, intending to enjoy a fine dinner first. He was now a man of wealth and, with prospects for even greater fortune ahead, he could not afford to neglect the sustenance of his body. In a secluded corner, Shen Lang summoned his shadow companion, who emerged from the darkness and masked the swirling black mist beneath his feet, joining Shen Lang and Medusa as they entered the hotel. Given that it was mealtime, the hotel restaurant was already bustling with patrons indulging in their meals. Aware of the conspicuousness of their trio, 1 man and 2 women, Shen Lang opted for a relatively inconspicuous table. The ordering and serving of food proceeded smoothly, and the 3 of them began to dine. Medusa and the Shadow had already partaken of food, but Shen Lang, having primarily relied on takeout previously, found the gourmet offerings of the Grand Hotel to be a delightful experience, albeit his eating habits might have appeared somewhat unrefined. Nevertheless, he remained unconcerned about such trivialities. Suddenly, as Medusa was savoring a large blue shell shrimp, a flicker of fire ignited in her amber eyes. In the next moment, a table approximately 7 or 8 meters away erupted into flames. Simultaneously, a rocket shot forth, piercing through the chest of an unsuspecting professional. The sound of sizzling flesh filled the air, mingling with the aroma of roasted meat. The injured professional gazed down in shock at his chest, feeling his life force rapidly waning. His dining companions, startled by the conflagration, leaped away in confusion, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Shen Lang received an alert in his mind. Your beast is attacking another professional. You have entered battle mode." He exchanged a glance with Medusa, understanding the situation without needing to voice his thoughts, and continued to eat calmly. On the other side, the injured professional was finally noticed by his comrades, who rushed to provide assistance. Fortunately, Medusa had merely executed a casual attack. Had she unleashed a skill, the entire table would have faced annihilation, reduced to mere ashes. After a short while, the injured professional was stabilized by his fellow cleric, who managed to halt the bleeding and seal the wound. Though his life was spared, he succumbed to unconsciousness. At that moment, a diminutive young man in a vest shifted his gaze from his fallen companion to Shen Lang. "My friend," he began, his tone laden with menace. "Though Xiaoya may not comprehend your customs, your actions were excessively severe. You nearly took his life." The young man's dark expression deepened as he added, "Were it not for the comprehensive array of professions within the Donghai Guild, you would bear the weight of a murder charge." His words hinted at a reliance on his guild's backing, revealing a sense of arrogance typical among such individuals. Shen Lang recognized the Donghai Guild, a relatively respectable establishment in Donghai City, reputed to be a 6-star guild with several 6-star professionals at its helm. However, to Shen Lang, it was hardly noteworthy. After all, the legendary 10-star guild, Mythical Heaven, had once implored him to assume the role of reserve president. To him, 6-star professionals were merely stepping stones, and given time, they would be no challenge at all. Shen Lang was never one to cower, and given the righteousness of his position, he felt no trepidation in confronting the group of professionals from the EC Guild. In response to the remarks of the masked youth, Shen Lang replied without lifting his gaze. "When he initiated his inquiry into us, he should have anticipated this outcome. An inquiry is a form of provocation. As the targets of such provocation, do we not possess the right to retaliate? Perhaps you would prefer to report us to the City Lord's office?" Engaging in brazen inquiries against others is indeed a provocation, and the subject of such inquiries is entitled to respond, even to the point of lethal force, without incurring guilt. This is an official decree, albeit a rather unreasonable one. However, it arose from the fact that an overwhelming number of professionals have taken to probing others, leading to numerous disputes. This regulation is evidently designed to curtail the use of the probing skill by professionals. The effect has been quite pronounced, at least during ordinary times. When there are no conflicts among professionals, inquiries are seldom made, except for a few self-important individuals, such as the professional who was recently gravely injured by Medusa. Chapter 64. This does not conform to the development of a Klitsch plot. Upon hearing Shen Lang suggest that they report to the City Lord's mansion, a flicker of malice flashed in the eyes of the young man in the vest. They had taken the initiative to investigate others, and were then met with retaliation, resulting in their injuries. Regardless of where they reported this incident, it was well-deserved. The young man in the vest regarded Shen Lang with a cold gaze and remarked, "Are you provoking our Donghai Guild, my friend?" "Friend? Who considers you a friend?" Shen Lang set down his chopsticks and replied, "Moreover, do not forget that it is you who is provoking me, not the other way around." As soon as these words left his lips, Shen Lang slightly raised an eyebrow and said in a low voice, "Dare you continue to investigate me? Do you truly think I would hesitate to kill?" At the same moment, Medusa also set down her chopsticks, her eyes ablaze with fire, clearly ready to take action. Fortunately, at that very moment, a man in armor, appearing to be in his 40s, strode forward and respectfully bowed to Shen Lang, sincerely stating, "Young brother, we sincerely apologize for today's events. It is my failure to properly manage our members. On behalf of the Donghai Guild, I extend my apologies to you. All your expenses in the restaurant today will be charged to our Donghai Guild. Moreover, we shall now, immediately, vanish from your sight." Having said this, the armored man turned sharply and shouted at the young man in the vest and his companions, "Why are you not leaving at once? Uncle Gong, you." The young man in the vest attempted to say something, but the armored man struck him across the face with a resounding slap, bellowing, "I told you to leave." At this point, even the young man in the vest could sense that something was amiss, and he hurriedly led the others away, not daring to cast another glance at Shen Lang. As for Shen Lang, he gazed meaningfully at the armored man who was bowing and gradually retreating, making no move to obstruct him. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. They had gone to such lengths, and if he continued to pursue the matter, it would be rather ungracious. Furthermore, they did not share any enmity. It was merely an investigation. Nevertheless, Shen Lang felt a tinge of surprise, for this was the very armored man who had previously employed the investigation technique against him. He had expected this armored man to seek retribution for the practitioner injured by Medusa, but instead, the man had come to apologize, which struck Shen Lang as peculiar, as it diverged from the expected trajectory of a Klitsch plot. After all, this armored man appeared quite formidable, likely holding a significant position within the Donghai Guild. According to the usual narrative arc, one would expect a confrontation to escalate. Yet here was a retreating turtle instead. Logically, he should not recognize me. Nor could he possibly see through Medusa and Shadow's disguises. Why, then, was he so afraid of me? Shen Lang pondered, while simultaneously recalling the armored man's behavior since his arrival. The man had not been present in the restaurant earlier. It seemed he had entered only after Medusa had harmed someone, and subsequently conducted his investigation. Investigation? Was it possible he could uncover something from me? Shen Lang furrowed his brow, involuntarily summoning his personal information panel for a glance. Oddly enough, there was nothing amiss. Under Zhu Jinhua's manipulation, Shen Lang remained unaware that a suffix was concealed behind his secondary information card, invisible to him. Once the armored men exited the restaurant, the other patrons seated nearby cast astonished looks towards Shen Lang's table. He had effortlessly incapacitated a member of the Donghai Guild. Yet the Dongqing Guild had the audacity to apologize? The expression of that guild's high-ranking official suggested an unmistakable fear of Shen Lang, a demeanor that seemed far from feigned. Moreover, the two beautiful women beside him elicited not just envy, but a profound sense of bitterness. After the armored man left the restaurant, he swiftly turned and caught up with the vest-clad youth and his companions, who were waiting for them not far off. Upon seeing the armored man, the vest-clad youth approached him, glancing warily towards the restaurant. Tentatively, he inquired, "Uncle Gong, who exactly is that individual? Doesn't he seem particularly formidable, so why did you just—" The sequence of actions from earlier struck the vest-clad youth as exceedingly peculiar. As the Donghai Guild, known for their arrogance and dominance in Donghai City, it was customary for them to behave in such a manner. Not to mention, Uncle Gong himself was not known for his amiable temperament. He could be even more overbearing than they were on any given day. Furthermore, Uncle Gong was no slouch in terms of strength, being a bona fide 5-star professional and one of the vice presidents of the Donghai Guild, a genuine powerhouse within Donghai City. Yet, after encountering Shen Lang, he appeared as submissive as a meek rabbit, which left the vest-clad youth in a state of bewilderment. "I was just being humble. Wasn't he?" Uncle Gong replied, maintaining a serious expression, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Had I not humbled myself, you might have already faced death." "How could that be?" the vest-clad youth retorted, eyes wide with disbelief. Uncle Gong's tone remained unchanged, chillingly stating, "It would not be merely your demise. It could have jeopardized the entire Donghai Guild. You should consider yourselves fortunate that he did not pursue you further. Otherwise, even I, let alone the president, would have had to bind you and hand you over to him." Upon hearing this, the vest-clad youth and the other professionals felt beads of cold sweat trickling down their backs as they tended to the unconscious individual among them. Expressions of resentment surfaced on their faces. This one person's probing had nearly brought upon them utter catastrophe. Steadying himself, the vest-clad youth finally asked, "Uncle Gong, who exactly is that person?" "The Warlord Corps," Uncle Gong replied, his voice laden with trepidation. At the mere mention of those 3 words, everyone inhaled sharply. The vest-clad youth's complexion drained of color as he stammered, He is a warlord?" They had inadvertently provoked a warlord. Was this not tantamount to courting death? However, Uncle Gong shook his head, clarifying, "He is not a warlord yet, but he is destined to become one. He is a member of the Warlord Reserve." At last, Uncle Gong revealed the true identity of Shen Lang. It was evident that he had discerned the suffix of Shen Lang's fundamental information through his investigation. Judging by his current prowess, it was clear that Uncle Gong surpassed Shen Lang. However, the mere mention of the reserve forces instilled in him a sense of caution. For the name of the war god camp was synonymous with ironclad invincibility throughout the vast realm of the Great Xia Kingdom. No civilian organization would dare to provoke the war god camp, particularly those guilds, as they were well aware of the ambition of the dragon blood war god, Zhu Jinhua, who once sought to abolish all guild organizations, a policy that was ultimately suppressed by the former sovereign. To provoke a member of the war god reserves was tantamount to inciting the war god camp itself, thereby providing the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua, with a pretext. Perhaps, should he take action against Shen Lang, by the time he returned to the headquarters of the Eastern Sea Guild, their stronghold would have already been overturned by the war god camp. Chapter 65. The Master says this is more provocative. Under ordinary circumstances, the guild in Donghai City would exhibit a respectful demeanor towards the reserve members of the war god camp. However, their attitude today was markedly more subservient. After all, the esteemed figures of the war god camp seldom interacted with such a modest guild. A mere 6-star guild had never even had the privilege of encountering the war god. It is safe to assert that a small entity like the Donghai Guild would hardly attract the notice of the war god camp. Yet, the reality was different. The Donghai Guild had established itself as a noteworthy grassroots force within Donghai City, possessing relatively reliable intelligence. They were fully aware of the events that transpired the previous night. The Dragon Blood War God, Zhu Jinhua, the foremost powerhouse of the war god camp, had descended upon Donghai City. With the arrival of the Dragon Blood War God, countless professionals lost their lives last night. Although Zhu Jinhua came to Donghai City for the SSS-level Hell Mode Novice Dungeon known as the Hidden Dragon, his mere presence loomed over all professionals like Mount Tai. No one dared to overstep their bounds, as doing so would be a grave insult to the mightiest warrior of the Xia dynasty. Indeed, the Dragon Blood War God may have already departed Donghai City, yet his residual power lingered. Moreover, the appearance of a reserve member of the war god camp here undoubtedly signified that others from the camp remained in Donghai City. In such circumstances, even with 1,000-fold courage, the Donghai Guild would not dare to offend. The armored man, Uncle Gong, along with the young man in the vest, left in haste, not daring to linger for even a moment. As for Shen Lang, he was merely curious about the armored man's unexpectedly humble attitude towards him. But he did not dwell on it too deeply. The meal, which had begun joyfully, had been marred by recent events, particularly as numerous eyes turned towards him, whispering and pointing, which left Shen Lang quite displeased. Consequently, it wasn't long before Shen Lang and his companions departed the restaurant and returned to their modest inn. By the time they arrived, night had completely fallen. Upon entering, Medusa promptly addressed Shen Lang, saying, "Master, should I go take a bath now?" Hearing this, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback, memories of the previous night flashing through his mind, and he nodded. "Yes, go ahead." However, Shadow, curious, inquired, "Sister Medusa, may I join you in the bath?" "Of course," Medusa replied, glancing at Shadow. Shadow then turned to Shen Lang, asking eagerly, "Master, is that all right?" Shen Lang's gaze flitted between Shadow and Medusa, and a flurry of provocative thoughts surged within him. Two, indeed, were quite tantalizing. Go ahead." Shen Lang inhaled deeply before waving his hand. Thus, Shadow and Medusa made their way to the bathroom, and soon the sound of splashing water filled the air, accompanied by the soft murmur of their conversation. "Sister Medusa, your hair is so beautiful, even more so than usual," Shadow remarked. "Indeed, last night. The Master also mentioned that this looks better." "No, it seems the Master said it was more exhilarating." As Shen Lang listened to these words, a dark line crossed his forehead, and he could not help but divert his gaze from the translucent glass of the bathroom. The scene before him was truly mesmerizing. The rapid flow of blood was quite overwhelming. "Namo Amit Ba, boundless is the heavenly sovereign, Amen. I have yet to take a bath." Shen Lang turned his head away, attempting to forcibly redirect his focus, and suddenly, he recalled something he had neglected. Since the commencement of the second novice dungeon, he had not opened his treasure chests. This meant that Shen Lang currently possessed 2 1-star supreme treasure chests, 2 1-star diamond treasure chests, and 2 1-star platinum treasure chests in his backpack. Consequently, Shen Lang promptly retrieved these 6 treasure chests. Instantly, a dazzling array of brilliance manifested before him. Fortunately, this quaint inn was relatively secluded, preventing any external discovery. However, to avoid disruption, Shen Lang silently intoned, "Open the platinum treasure chests." Subsequently, a series of notification sounds resonated continuously. "Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star platinum treasure chest, and you have obtained the Crimson Blood Bracelet. Congratulations, you have successfully opened a 1-star platinum treasure chest, and you have obtained the Ethereal Arrow." As the 2 platinum treasure chests vanished, they were replaced by 2 orbs of red light. One contained a scarlet bracelet, while the other housed a bow adorned with crimson edges. Shen Lang's gaze swept over, and the information regarding these two pieces of equipment materialized before him. Crimson Blood Bracelet, Red Perfect. Defense 50, Constitution 16, Strength 14, Health Recovery 2. 5. Wearing Requirement. Constitution 180, Ethereal Arrow, Red Perfect. Attack 250, Agility 16, Strength 14, Damage Bonus 2. 5. Wearing Requirement. Agility 180. Both pieces of equipment were of the Red Perfect grade, which was hardly surprising, as the items previously obtained from the Platinum treasure chest had also been of the red caliber. These two pieces were precisely a defensive and an offensive item. Shadow has just begun to accompany me, and she has yet to acquire any equipment. These two would be perfectly suited for her. Chapter 66. I shall vanquish you two little spirits. Though the ethereal arrow was not ideally suited for the shadow, it was not a divine artifact either, nonetheless. The shadow met its equipping requirements. I shall first adorn the shadow with it, utilizing it as long as possible, and later, I can replace it with a more fitting piece. Shen Lang returned the two crimson items to their place, and then retrieved the two diamond-grade treasure chests. The equipment obtained from a diamond-grade chest is invariably of purple hue, indicating it is either an epic item or equipment. Without hesitation, Shen Lang proceeded to open the two diamond-grade chests. Congratulations! You have successfully opened a 1-star diamond-grade treasure chest and acquired the Gale Boots. Congratulations! You have successfully opened a 1-star diamond-grade treasure chest and acquired the Desolate Magic Ring. Amidst the two shimmering purple auras lay a pair of boots and a black ring, both of which were epic-grade equipment. Gale Boots, Purple Epic. Defense 60, Constitution 20. Agility 18, Movement Speed 60. Equipping Requirement. Spirit 180, Desolate Magic Ring, Purple Epic. Constitution 17, Spirit 20. Magic Consumption 5. Equipping Requirement. Spirit 180. Upon gazing at these items, Shen Lang smiled, deeming them quite satisfactory for his use. Thus, he immediately donned both pieces of equipment. With two supreme treasure chests remaining, and now at level 22, he believed he could equip 1-star dark gold legendary items. With a hint of anticipation, Shen Lang extracted the treasure chests and decisively opened them. Congratulations! You have successfully opened a 1-star supreme treasure chest and obtained the Fiery Mystic Sword. Congratulations! You have successfully opened a 1-star supreme treasure chest and acquired the Radiant Staff. Fiery Mystic Sword, Dark Gold Epic. Attack 250, Agility 25, Spirit 25, Strength 25. Damage bonus 7. Apart from Constitution, the other three attributes each increased by 25. Shen Lang assessed the sword, which appeared to be forged from magma, and assigned it to Medusa. Although this sword did not provide Medusa with a substantial enhancement, it was better than nothing. Turning his attention to the staff, he found it to be a mage's scepter. Radiant Staff, Dark Gold Legendary. Magic Attack 250, Spirit 25, Constitution 25, Agility 25, Damage bonus 7. In contrast to the Fiery Mystic Sword, the Radiant Staff augmented Constitution instead of Strength, enhancing damage while simultaneously boosting defense. Compared to the Radiant Staff, my current scepter is utterly inferior. Shen Lang toyed with it for a moment before promptly replacing his original staff with the Radiant Staff. Alas, amidst all these items, few truly suited me. It was a source of great vexation. Just then, the voice of Queen Medusa echoed from behind him, inquiring with curiosity, "Master, do you intend to vanquish me again?" She vividly recalled his words from the previous night. Upon hearing those words, Shen Lang could not help but turn around, only to find Medusa and Shadow already prepared, standing by the bed. Taking a deep breath, he approached them while declaring, "Indeed, it is you I intend to target. I shall vanquish both of you mischievous little spirits." In the ensuing period, Shen Lang, Medusa, and Shadow plunged headlong into the depths of the 8th Forbidden Zone. Their shared skills were rapidly advancing. However, as their proficiency grew, so too did the experience required for subsequent levels, causing a slight deceleration in their progress. Fortunately, the serpent lairs within the 8th Forbidden Zone teemed with formidable beasts to hunt, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding insufficient experience. Nonetheless, the number of ferocious creatures in the 8th Forbidden Zone was finite, which explained why annual cleansing expeditions were necessary. After a month of relentless slaughter, the serpent beasts had been reduced by 99%, leaving Shen Lang unable to continue enhancing his skills. At present, both he and his companions, Medusa and Shadow, had forcibly elevated their two shared skills to level 60, thanks to an overwhelming influx of experience points. Had it been feasible, Shen Lang would have eagerly continued to advance. However, the dwindling number of beasts necessitated a pause to consolidate their levels. Beyond skill enhancement, the most significant gain was monetary wealth. Each day, their hunts yielded over 1 million beasts, resulting in an astounding array of dropped equipment, the sheer volume of which Shen Lang had yet to quantify. In summary, the funds transferred to him by Yihong Yu had exceeded 2 billion, despite his considerable expenditures, such as on backpack expansion cards. Currently, Shen Lang's backpack boasted 3,000 slots, while Medusa and Shadow each possessed 1,000. The bulk of their wealth stemmed from the sale of low-grade equipment, predominantly below the Red Perfection tier, while Shen Lang's inventory still held over 100 pieces of Red Perfection gear. Selling these would yield at least several hundred million in profits. Unfortunately, throughout the month spent grinding in the 8th Forbidden Zone, no 1-star purple epic equipment had dropped. Yet, even without epic gear, Shen Lang had several pieces of dark gold legendary equipment and felt little urgency in seeking better armaments. After all, should he so desire, his level could soar rapidly, rendering low-tier equipment obsolete. Thus, lacking superior gear at this stage was not a matter of great concern. On this day, Shen Lang, accompanied by Medusa and Shadow, once again ventured into the 8th Forbidden Zone. Compared to a month prior, the atmosphere had undergone a complete transformation. The once pungent stench had dissipated, replaced by swirling crimson sands that obscured all else. Casting a glance at the two women, Shen Lang declared, "I shall modify our settings. From here on, we shall focus on leveling up. Previously, we deliberately left some fearsome beasts in the central region. These formidable creatures should undoubtedly elevate us to the pinnacle of 1 star without issue." "Indeed, my master," the two maidens responded obediently. Shen Lang nodded, promptly resetting the experience to facilitate level advancement, and then they proceeded toward the heart of the Forbidden Zone. The central area of the Forbidden Zone was a place Shen Lang had initially refrained from disturbing. Here, not only resided a plethora of serpentine beasts, but also a particularly powerful creature, presumably the boss of this Forbidden Zone, though its bloodline level remained unknown. Along the way, some remnants of serpentine beasts were easily dispatched by Medusa and Shadow, transforming into their experience points. Before long, they approached the center of the Forbidden Zone. In stark contrast to the outer regions, the number of beasts in this vicinity had significantly increased, and slaughter ensued once more. "Your beast has slain a flying serpent. You and your summoned beasts. Your level has risen from 23 to 24. Your summoned beast, Queen Medusa, has leveled up from 23 to 24. Under the relentless onslaught of the two maidens, Shen Lang and their levels swiftly surged towards the pinnacle of 1 star, that is to say, level 30. Chapter 67. The reappearance of a legendary boss. Instant kill. Level up, level up, level up. After numerous serpentine beasts met their demise at the hands of the two women, Shen Lang was the first to reach level 30. Congratulations, Beastmaster. Your level has risen to 30, achieving 1-star excellence. Before completing the star-up task, your beasts will no longer gain experience from slaying ferocious beasts. Note: if your beast is below level 30, it will still gain experience. However, if your beast has reached level 30, it will not acquire experience points from slaying ferocious beasts until you complete the star-up task. Would you like to initiate the star-up task immediately? Upon hearing these notifications, Shen Lang was not particularly surprised, as such information was merely common knowledge. Once a professional reaches level 30, they must complete the star-up task. Otherwise, neither their level nor strength will progress further. This applies from 1 star to 10 stars. The era of professionals has been established for 3 centuries, and in earlier times, even achieving 1 star was quite arduous. However, in this current age, the tasks from 1 star to 5 stars have become relatively manageable. The community of professionals has matured, and even if one cannot complete the lower star tasks alone, assistance can be sought, or one can simply pay for help. Of course, tasks above 5 stars are considerably more challenging. In a certain sense, these tasks are akin to the tribulations faced in cultivation novels. While minor tribulations can be weathered, the subsequent major tribulations become formidable, often requiring personal strength to overcome. Relying on others can be futile, as they may also be unable to assist despite their intentions. Furthermore, even if one can enlist help, the costs involved are typically beyond the means of low-star professionals. Thus, the journey of star advancement is seldom smooth, and attaining higher stars necessitates significant sacrifices. A substantial number of professionals may find themselves unable to progress beyond a certain star level due to these tasks, leading to a lifetime of stagnation. This depends on their profession, interpersonal relationships, and individual opportunities. However, for Shen Lang, the task from 1 star to 2 stars did not seem particularly daunting, and he remained unbothered by it. Fortunately, having reached level 30 did not impede Medusa and Shadow, who continued to gain experience. Indeed, they were both nearing level 30 as well. Although Shen Lang could no longer gain experience, he was still able to cast supportive skills on Medusa and Shadow. As time passed, Medusa finally reached level 30, shortly followed by Shadow achieving the same milestone. Thus, the trio of master and servants had all attained the pinnacle of 1-star level. At this moment, within the 8th Forbidden Zone, there still lingered some serpentine beasts. After all, Shen Lang deemed it unnecessary to eradicate every creature in this area, as the guards had mentioned. Those who had previously ventured to clear the Forbidden Zone often left a portion for novice adventurers. However, one beast would not escape his grasp, the one in the central region. Suspected to be a boss, the experience points might elude them, yet the potential for equipment drops remained. Boss-level beasts held great allure, not to mention, the equipment was guaranteed to be of red, perfect quality, or higher. There was even a possibility of obtaining purple epic gear. Let us pursue the boss, Shen Lang declared, leading the charge deeper into the heart of the zone. Medusa and Shadow swiftly flanked him, ready to dispatch any beasts that dared obstruct their path. Before long, the serpentine creatures ahead multiplied. To say many was relative. In reality, only a few thousand slithered about. Among this throng, a colossal triangular head emerged, larger than a grinding wheel, revealing itself as a jet-black silhouette, while the rest of its body remained obscured by a multitude of serpentine beasts crawling over it. Activating his reconnaissance skill, Shen Lang soon discerned the information regarding this giant serpent. Black-armored Viper King, legendary boss. Level 30. Indeed, it was a boss. A legendary one akin to the Ghost Shadow Vice Commander. The latter had not only dropped equipment, but also a skill book. How many treasures might this creature yield? Shen Lang felt a surge of anticipation, simultaneously casting a Bloodline Insight toward the Black-armored Viper King. Black-armored Viper King, legendary boss. Level 30, Bloodline limit. 5-star legendary. Growth limit. Level 150, 2-star evolution success rate. 65, 3-star. 40, 4-star. 3, 5-star. 0, 2. A 5-star legendary bloodline was barely acceptable, yet the success rate for evolving to 4 stars was dismally low. A mere 0.2% chance for 5-star evolution? Utterly disappointing. Shen Lang grimaced and turned to Medusa, saying, "Medusa, it is time for you to act. Slay it, and we shall be on our way." "Very well, my master." Medusa responded eagerly, striding forth toward the black-armored Viper King. In an instant, the pressure of a 10-star divine beast surged forth like a torrential flood, crashing upon the serpentine horde. The creatures, sensing the overwhelming force, fled in panic. Had Medusa harbored any intent to kill, those beasts below level 30 would have had no hope of escape. Meanwhile, the form of the black-armored Viper King finally became fully visible. Indeed, the black-scaled viper lives up to its name. The scales adorning its immense body are larger than an outstretched hand. The color of its triangular head is as pitch-black as the scales themselves, and were it not for the gaps between the armor-like plates, one might be led to believe it was merely a colossal serpent of ebony skin. The black-scaled viper had seemingly been ensnared in a state of slumber, undisturbed even during the carnage wrought by Shen Lang and his companions in the Forbidden Zone. However, the sudden flight of the serpentine horde finally roused it from its repose. Its eyes, a vivid shade of green, opened for the first time. Yet, scarcely had the black-scaled Viper King's eyes fluttered open when an overwhelming inferno enveloped its entire being. In the midst of this fiery tempest, the black-scaled Viper King let out a tormented roar, yet the sound was abruptly silenced. Medusa showed no mercy, with a single skill unleashed. She effortlessly dispatched the formidable black-scaled Viper King. It is worth noting that even at level 10, Medusa was already comparable to a level 120 professional, and now she had ascended to level 30. To think that a mere level 30 legendary boss could withstand even one of her skills would be an affront to her prowess. Congratulations. Your summoned beast has slain the legendary boss, the black-scaled Viper King. You have received. Chapter 68. The surprisingly simple Star Ascension task. The notification chime resonated in his ears, yet Shen Lang no longer needed to heed it. For the moment of the drop, it had been automatically retrieved. At this juncture, 6 items had mysteriously appeared in his backpack. It is a well-known fact that defeating wilderness bosses yields beast crystals. Thus, the presence of a single beast crystal was a foregone conclusion. Fire Element Beast Crystal, Level 1 star. Description: formed from the convergence of fire elemental power. It can be utilized in crafting, magical arrays, alchemy, and more. Without even taking the beast crystal out for inspection, Shen Lang promptly retrieved another item, for he had no immediate use for this particular object. The second item was a skill book. Previously, after vanquishing the Phantom General, he had obtained a skill book, albeit one that could only be learned by summoners. This time, however, the black-scaled Viper King had yielded a skill for beast tamers, and it was a 2-star skill at that. Indeed, it was a legendary boss of level 30. Shen Lang's excitement was palpable. After all, he was on the cusp of reaching 2-star status, and it was inevitable that he would soon be purchasing a 2-star skill book. Compared to a 1-star skill book, the price of a 2-star one would undoubtedly increase several-fold, if not 10-fold. Thus, acquiring the 2-star Beast Tamer skill book ahead of time was a significant financial boon. Even if he was currently lacking in wealth, who relishes watching their riches dwindle? Eagerly, Shen Lang extracted the skill book to peruse its detailed information. Skill book: Beast Blood Boiling. Skill description: consumes a certain amount of magic power to enhance the beast's damage output by 25, with duration proportional to the Beast Tamer's level. Class requirement: Beast Tamer. The skills of a beast tamer primarily focus on supporting their beasts. Hence, Shen Lang found no surprise in the effect of this skill. As a beast tamer, it was indeed prudent to remain sheltered behind their beasts. Surely, one would not expect a beast tamer to charge into battle at the forefront. Nonetheless, this skill was quite formidable. Once activated, it could amplify the beast's damage by an impressive 25%. Moreover, it bore no restrictions on attributes, meaning that whether the beast tamer was a magic user or a combat specialist, both regular attacks and skill damage would benefit from the beast blood boiling skill. Coupled with the quintuple enhancement from the SSS grade talent, it would effectively double the beast's damage during the skill's duration. Now, that was rather excessive. Shen Lang grinned widely, clearly thrilled by the prowess of his SSS grade talent, which indeed provided a 5-fold effect. In a short while, he would examine the Star Ascension task, and upon its completion, he would become a 2-star tamer, at which point he could learn this skill. The timing of this skill book's arrival was nothing short of fortuitous. Contentedly, Shen Lang returned the skill book to his backpack and proceeded to retrieve the remaining 4 pieces of equipment. Indeed, the black-scaled Viper King had dropped not only the beast crystal and skill book, but also an astonishing 4 pieces of equipment at once. Among them was even a purple epic grade item. However, the other 3 items were somewhat less impressive. 1 green item was excellent, 1 blue item was of good quality, and 1 red item was perfect. Shen Lang had long since disregarded equipment of inferior quality to red, so he simply stowed the blue and green items back in his backpack, intending to send them to Yihong Yu when the time came. He only retained the red and purple items for further inspection. Onyx shoulder armor, red perfect. Defense 35, strength 12, agility 14. Spirit 16. Wearing requirement: Spirit 180. Glancing at it, Shen Lang frowned, remarking, "The mask of the same level only requires a spirit of 150, yet this item demands 180. Nonetheless, he fulfilled the requirement without hesitation, admiring it for a moment before equipping it on his right shoulder. The dark shoulder armor complemented his shadow mask quite well. With a cloak, he would undoubtedly look even more striking. Soon, Shen Lang's gaze fell upon the last piece of purple epic equipment, and its details appeared before him. Black armor, purple epic, defense 280, constitution 19, strength 17, defense bonus 3. Wearing requirement: constitution 300. Without much contemplation, Shen Lang handed it to the defense-oriented shadow. perfectly suited for her. He also passed her the previous item. Once Shadow received it, she equipped it immediately and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Master. I owe my ability to obtain equipment to your efforts. It is only fitting." Shen Lang smiled, turning to glance at the ferocious snake beasts that had already scattered in flight. He then said, "We shall not return to such places again. I must admit, I've been smelling a hint of snake on myself while sleeping these past few nights." At this point, Medusa's expression turned somewhat aggrieved. "Master, are you referring to me?" After all, Medusa was also a serpent, and they shared the same bed at night. "Oh, no, I meant the smell here." Shen Lang quickly waved his hand, shifting the subject. "All right, let us head out." They then made their way towards the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. During this time, Shen Lang busied himself by initiating his star upgrading task. Star upgrading task initiated, generating task for you. Star upgrading task generated. Your star upgrading task. Obtain 3 1-star beast crystals of different attributes. He had expected some challenge, yet this was the task? Undoubtedly, for ordinary practitioners, acquiring 3 beast crystals would be quite a formidable endeavor, especially for solitary cultivators. However, for Shen Lang, it was hardly a concern. 1-star beast crystals were dropped by outdoor bosses, and he had already slain 2 such bosses. This meant that as long as he defeated 1 more outdoor boss, he would complete the star upgrading task. By the way, where's my second-class promotion card? As Shen Lang walked, he attempted to activate the card, yet to no avail. It was evident that he would need to ascend in rank before it could be truly utilized. At that moment, they had emerged from the entrance of the Forbidden Zone. The 5 guards had not been replaced. For the past month, they had been stationed at the 8th Forbidden Zone. "Brother, you're out? When will you return tomorrow?" One of the guards inquired with a grin. After a month of limited interaction, Shen Lang had become somewhat acquainted with them, though their familiarity remained superficial, akin to mere nodding acquaintances on the road. Shen Lang smiled gently and replied, "I want to be coming back tomorrow." "Not coming back?" The guards exchanged puzzled glances. Shen Lang responded nonchalantly, "Indeed, I shan't return. Farewell, everyone." With that, he departed, accompanied by Medusa and the shadow from the shadows, gradually fading from the guard's sight. One guard, observing Shen Lang's retreating figure, speculated, "If he says he won't return, does that imply the Forbidden Zone has been thoroughly cleared?" "That seems likely," another replied, blinking with a smile. "If so, we might soon be leaving this wretched place." The other 3 nodded in agreement. Since the first day they entered the Forbidden Zone, they had never doubted Shen Lang's capabilities. They understood well that had it not been for other circumstances, the 8th Forbidden Zone might have already been purged. 1 day? 2 days? It would certainly not exceed 3. However, they were acutely aware of their roles and their relationship with Shen Lang, and thus refrained from inquiring why he required such time. Yet, one thing was certain. In the near future, Shen Lang would undoubtedly become a legend in the realm of Xia and the global professional community. Chapter 69. The National Advanced Vocational College Transfer Competition. Before long, Shen Lang and Medusa arrived at the square outside the city. It suddenly struck Shen Lang that after completing the task of clearing the 8th restricted zone, he had yet to mark it as complete. Promptly, he accessed the task system and located the ongoing task. Previously, he had noted that it was still in progress, but now it had transformed into a completed status. A button to submit was displayed below. Clearly, the task would only be considered finished once he clicked on submit. With a mere thought, Shen Lang clicked on the button. Verification in progress. Verification complete. You have completed the limited task clearance of the 8th restricted zone in Donghai City. You will receive a reward of 1,200 contribution points. At present, Shen Lang had no immediate use for the contribution points, and thus did not dwell on them. During the time spent submitting the task, he and his companions had already returned to Donghai City. After indulging in a sumptuous meal at a restaurant, they made their way back to the small inn. Upon returning to the inn, Shen Lang's communicator rang. To his surprise, the call was from Song Yuan, the dean of Sandong Lanxiang Advanced Vocational College. After their previous phone conversation, Shen Lang had saved his contact information. Meanwhile, Medusa and Shadow had already grown accustomed to bathing as soon as they entered the room, and Shen Lang had come to accept this routine as well. He waved to the 2 women, who promptly proceeded to the bathroom, and then he answered the call. "Hello, Dean," Shen Lang greeted politely. He held a favorable impression of Song Yuan, who had genuinely advocated for his interests. On the other end, Song Yuan returned the courtesy. "Student Shen Lang, There was no room for casualness. Should nothing unforeseen occur, Shen Lang was poised to become one of the most successful practitioners from their institution, destined to be honored at the pinnacle of the college's wall of fame. Detecting a peculiar tone in Song Yuan's voice, Shen Lang inquired, "Is there something you need, Dean?" Cough, cough. Song Yuan cleared his throat before continuing. "Although you are currently a member of the God of War Reserve, your student status will remain with us at Sandong Lanxiang until you officially become a member of the God of War camp. Thus, you are still one of our students." "Wait, Dean, what do you mean by God of War Reserve?" Shen Lang keenly sensed he was unaware of something significant. Song Yuan responded, "As if it were obvious, the God of War Reserve, you didn't know?" Shen Lang was familiar with the concept of the God of War camp. Yet the term God of War Reserve was new to him. It seemed to be related to the God of War camp. "I'm not aware of it," he admitted candidly. There was a brief silence from Song Yuan's end before he quietly remarked, "Little Chu hasn't informed you." "Oh dear, I shouldn't have let that slip." Zhu Jinhua and Song Yuan share a camaraderie. Otherwise, he would not have sought Song Yuan's assistance in contacting Shen Lang. After parting ways with Shen Lang, they had met again, which means that Song Yuan is aware of what Shen Lang received from Zhu Jinhua. Furrowing his brow, Shen Lang inquired, "Director, what exactly are you implying?" Sighing, Song Yuan replied, Well, he hasn't given me any orders to keep silent, so it should be fine to tell you. Young Zhu, that esteemed dragon blood war god, gifted you a secondary information card, did he not?" "Indeed, he did," Shen Lang acknowledged. Song Yuan continued, "If all goes as expected, you must have already utilized it. This card belongs to the War God Core, for practitioners below level 10. Using this card will designate them as reserve members of the War God Core, indicating they are future members." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang suddenly understood. It seemed that he had unwittingly become a reserve member of the War God Core. It felt as though he had been sold out. Truly, why not just have Zhu Jinhua directly inform him? He would have certainly considered accepting the offer. Being a reserve member of the War God Core provides a sense of security beneath the great tree of the core. Although Shen Lang might initially hesitate, he would undoubtedly be inclined to join. However, the fact that Zhu Jinhua did not consult him left a slight discomfort in his heart. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Lang, and he asked, "Is this designation visible on my information card?" "Yes," Song Yuan confirmed. "If you employ the detection skill, your information will reveal that you are a reserve member of the War God Core." Shen Lang nodded slightly, as this clarified an incident from a month prior. At that time, he had dined with Medusa in a restaurant, inadvertently provoking members of the East Sea Guild. The practitioner from the East Sea Guild had shown deference towards him, promptly apologizing and hastily departing, which was due to having employed the detection skill on him. It now appeared that this practitioner had discerned the reserve member information behind his assumed name, Shen Sanliang, which had intimidated him into behaving respectfully. As for why he himself could not see this information, it was likely due to some means employed by Zhu Jinhua. After all, this secondary information card belonged to the War God Core, and as its current commander, Zhu Jinhua would naturally possess such capabilities. Perhaps he wished to prevent Shen Lang from feeling overly confident in his status and thereby bullying the weaker. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang again inquired, "By the way, Director, what business do you have with me?" Indeed, there is a matter." Song Yuan, regaining his focus, quickly responded, "As you might be aware, following the annual Global Job Change Day, novice job changers from our esteemed Advanced Vocational Academy are invited to participate in the National Advanced Vocational Academy Job Change Competition, provided they are above level 10. As you still retain your student status at our academy, it appears, Director, that you wish for me to participate in this occupational transfer competition?" Shen Lang remarked in a somewhat peculiar tone. Song Yuan also spoke with a hint of awkwardness, stating, "Well, if you are available, Shen Lang, I would certainly hope you could bring glory to our academy. By the way, regarding your identity issue, I will find a way to resolve it. You need not participate under your current 2 identities. It seems he has thought of everything for me. Yet, upon reflection, this truly is a splendid opportunity for our esteemed academy to shine. Given Shen Lang's exceptional talent and prowess, he is bound to excel in the competition, thereby bestowing honor upon Sandong Lanxiang as well." Noticing Shen Lang's silence, Song Yuan continued, "Shen Lang, I am well aware of your strength and potential. Competitions of this level may not even pique your interest. However, the rewards for the champion are quite substantial." "What rewards?" Shen Lang inquired with curiosity. As Song Yuan had mentioned, Shen Lang participating in such a novice competition would indeed be a case of a dimensional assault. There is little comparison to be made. Even if all competitors joined forces, they would scarcely match the prowess of a single skill from Medusa or Shadow. However, Shen Lang has always had an affinity for wealth, and the rewards did intrigue him. Song Yuan replied, "This year's champion reward includes a piece of exquisite red gear and 4 vials of 1-star attribute potions." Chapter 70. Do you truly believe that I, Chu Jinhua, am a fool? Merely a piece of equipment of the red perfect grade. Such worthless items are abundant in my inventory. Shen Lang scoffed inwardly and inquired, "What exactly is an attribute potion?" "It is a potion that can enhance attribute points." Song Yuan looked at Shen Lang and elaborated. The organizers of this grand competition are rather generous, providing 4 attribute potions at once. A 1-star attribute potion can elevate a single attribute by 10 points. The 4 potions this time encompass strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. In other words, if you manage to secure the championship, all your cognitive attributes will be boosted by 10 points, equivalent to an increase of 4 levels in fixed attributes. Upon hearing this explanation, Shen Lang nodded and subsequently asked, "When is the competition?" "Tomorrow," Song Yuan promptly replied. Shen Lang pondered for a moment, frowning. "So soon?" Song Yuan sighed. "This is typically the time of year, Shen Lang. Do you think you could possibly make some time?" It was clear that he sought an affirmative answer from Shen Lang. After all, once Shen Lang agreed, the championship would undoubtedly belong to Sandong Lanxiang. However, for Shen Lang, while 40 attribute points were substantial, they were not particularly compelling. Gaining 4 levels would not take long. His primary concern was to prepare for the star upgrading task, if he consented to compete on behalf of Sandong Lanxiang. It was uncertain how much time it would delay him, inevitably disrupting his leveling pace, which felt rather unworthy. Yet, with Song Yuan approaching him personally, it felt quite difficult for Shen Lang to decline. Just then, Shen Lang's professional friend system chimed, and he initially thought it was Yi Hongyu checking the accounts as usual. To his surprise, upon opening it, he found it was the Dragon Blood warrior, Chu Jinhua. What could he want at this moment? Shen Lang's thoughts quickly clarified the reason. It was likely due to his completion of the 8th restricted area clearing task that had drawn Chu Jinhua's attention. Indeed, that was the case. The message from Chu Jinhua pertained specifically to the 8th restricted area. Chu Jinhua, according to my original plan, the 8th restricted area should not take you more than a week to clear. Yet, you managed to drag it out for a whole month. Pray tell, what were you secretly up to? Dean Song, the Dragon Blood warrior is reaching out to me. I will respond to you shortly. Shen Lang informed Song Yuan before replying to Chu Jinhua. Not at all, warrior. I have been busy hunting fierce beasts this past month. Chu Jinhua, I know you have been hunting fierce beasts, but tell me, where did all that experience from those beasts go? Shen Lang, of course. It went towards leveling up. Chu Jinhua, young one, do you truly believe you are the most clever in the world? Or do you think I, Chu Jinhua, am a fool? Zhu Jinhua, the monstrous beasts in the 8th forbidden zone of Donghai City number at least 20 million. With such abundant experience, you could have easily reached level 30 10 times over, yet it is only today that you achieve this milestone. Is there not something amiss here? Shen Lang, the god of war, is indeed astute, discerning even the minutest details. Regardless of the intentions of this blood dragon war god, a compliment tossed in their direction is undoubtedly harmless. Zhu Jinhua, you must have utilized that experience to enhance your general skills, right? You think you can keep this from me? I initially intended to wait until you were close to level 30 to inform you, urging you to focus on your general skills, but it seems you have already arrived at this conclusion yourself. I must admit, your insight is commendable. Do not underestimate general skills. Once you reach 10 stars, their true utility will become evident. Upon receiving this revelation, Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. To be candid, his choice to enhance his general skills was not driven by profound contemplation. It stemmed more from a desire not to squander the plethora of beasts and experience within the 8th forbidden zone. Now, however, the renowned Zhu Jinhua was suggesting that general skills held significance beyond what he had imagined. Clearly, upon reaching 10 stars, the capabilities of a practitioner's general skills would be extraordinary. In this regard, it appeared he had inadvertently stumbled upon a fortunate discovery. At that moment, Zhu Jinhua continued, "By the way, you have reached level 30, and it is time for you to ascend. How difficult is the task at hand?" Shen Lang replied, "Thank you for your concern, God of War. It should pose no significant challenge. Zhu Jinhua. Indeed, the task of advancing from 1 star to 2 stars is not particularly daunting for you. Complete it swiftly. Aim to reach 3 stars within 3 months. And then we shall journey to a certain location together. 3 months to achieve 3 stars? Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed a trivial matter. Shen Lang, where are we going? Zhu Jinhua. That is not for you to inquire about. When the time comes, you shall naturally be informed. Of course, this is contingent upon your achievement of 3 stars within 3 months. Shen Lang, very well. God of War, there is something I wish to ask you. Zhu Jinhua, what is it? Shen Lang, about the reserve members of the God of War camp. What is the situation? Zhu Jinhua, you are aware? Who informed you? Before Shen Lang could respond, Zhu Jinhua added, what? Do you have objections to becoming a reserve member of the God of War camp? Do you look down upon us? Shen Lang, this line of questioning seems to have inverted the situation, as though I were the one being reprimanded. Shen Lang, no, not at all. The God of War camp is indeed formidable. I would never belittle those who protect the great Xian nation. However, it would have been courteous to provide a heads-up as a sign of respect. Zhu Jinhua, it suffices that you have no objections. Well, this matter was indeed my unilateral decision. I enrolled you in the reserve without your consent primarily because you are a person of great potential. Our nation requires individuals like you. You do not harbor any resentment towards me, do you? Suddenly, Shen Lang realized that this dragon blood war god was rather formidable, monopolizing the conversation. What more could he say? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang replied, the nation does not forsake me, nor shall I forsake the nation. Zhu Jinhua remarked, you are quite intriguing, young man. I shall remember your words and look forward to your performance. By the way, who informed you of this? Shen Lang gazed at the ceiling, struggling to keep up with the rapid flow of thoughts. He did not conceal the truth and responded, it was Director Song. Zhu Jinhua exclaimed, that old rascal Song Yuan? What a blabbermouth. But wait, why does he seek you? Shen Lang explained, he called me, asking me to represent Sandong Lanxiang in the National Advanced Vocational College competition. Zhu Jinhua scoffed, he wants you to participate in that trivial competition? I can't believe he thought of that. You shouldn't go. If you do, what is the point of competing? The new professionals from all those colleges combined wouldn't even be worth a single glance from your beast. He continued, moreover, the prizes for competitions of such a low caliber are mere trifles. They hold no real significance. Shen Lang countered, one cannot dismiss it so easily, war god. I am only at level 30, and Director Song mentioned that the champion's reward this time includes a 4th grade, 1-star potion capable of enhancing 40 attribute points. Zhu Jinhua retorted, what a lack of ambition. A mere 1-star potion is enough to have you risking your life for that old coot Song Yuan? Remember my words. If you can elevate yourself to 3 stars within 3 months, I will show you what true treasures are. Chapter 71, The Clash of Beasts. Contending for the throne. With a parting remark, Zhu Jinhua ceased all communication, leaving no further messages. Shen Lang, too, closed the chat interface and sat on the sofa, his fingers drumming on his thigh. The so-called grand competition had not weighed heavily on his mind. However, Zhu Jinhua's insistence that he elevate his rank to 3 stars within 3 months piqued his curiosity about where they might venture together. Why dwell on it? The answers would unfold in due course. Shen Lang chuckled to himself, confident that rising to 3 stars in 3 months would be a mere trifle for him. Thus, he returned a call to Director Song, who answered promptly. Director, regarding the competition, I fear I shall be of no assistance. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied with the rewards? Upon hearing Shen Lang's intention to abstain from the competition, Song Yuan expressed concern. If that is the case, the Academy would still offer certain support. Director, it is not a matter of rewards, but rather my status. Shen Lang deftly shifted the responsibility onto Zhu Jinhua, explaining, as you are aware, I am currently a reserve member of the War God camp. I was recently contacted by the Dragon Blood War God, who specifically instructed me to refrain from participating in any events unrelated to the War God camp, lest I jeopardize my reserve status. Upon receiving this explanation, Song Yuan sighed. Very well, we must not hinder your future. My apologies, Director, Shen Lang replied. Song Yuan chuckled softly, responding, there is no need for apologies. You possess a promising future. Even if you do not bring glory to us at Sandong Lanxiang now, you will assuredly become our pride in the future. Should the opportunity arise, do visit the Academy. Indeed, I will, Director. Very well, I shall await your return. I hope to still be in this position when that time comes. After ending the call, Shen Lang felt no remorse for his fib. Just then, Shadow, wrapped in a towel, glided into the room. Master, it is your turn. Upon turning, Shen Lang noticed Medusa, similarly attired, tending to her serpentine tresses by the bedside. All right, I shall be there shortly. Wait for me. With a swift motion, Shen Lang entered the bathroom, the sound of rushing water soon filling the air. Moments later, he called out, Shadow, come in and help me scrub. The long night of battle gave way to dawn. As Shen Lang emerged from the embrace of sleep, he discovered the familiar notification of his professional friend system flashing, indicating he had mail awaiting his attention. What could this be? Shen Lang opened it to find an email from Chu Genhua. Without hesitation, he chose to receive the message, which promptly materialized before him. 4 small bottles, each a deep emerald hue, were inscribed with the characters for strength, body, agility, and spirit. Upon activating his examination skill, the details of the bottle marked strength were revealed. Power Potion, Grade, 1 star. Effect, increases strength attribute by 10 upon consumption. A 1-star attribute potion? Shen Lang was taken aback, astonished that Chu Genhua had sent him an attribute potion. Upon checking the time of dispatch, he realized it had been sent last night, coinciding with the moment he was embroiled in a fierce battle with Medusa in the shadows. At that time, Shen Lang had been oblivious, eventually succumbing to slumber, only to awaken now to discover the awaiting email. Was he so doubtful of my ability to attain a 3-star rank within 3 months? Shen Lang shook his head, bemused. Nonetheless, when fortune presents itself, one should seize the opportunity. Rising from his slumber, he wasted no time and consumed the entire 4-grade attribute potion. The effects were unmitigated. His 4 core attributes surged by 10 points each. Seeing Shen Lang finally awake, the 2 beast companions no longer harbored any desire to linger in bed. In truth, they no longer required sleep. They simply relished the comfort of slumbering alongside Shen Lang. The trio quickly refreshed themselves before descending to enjoy a hearty breakfast, thereafter setting forth towards the outskirts of the city. Given Chu Genhua's earnest desire for him to elevate to a 3-star rank within 3 months, Shen Lang had no intention of slacking off. Today, he aimed to reach a 2-star rank first. Shortly thereafter, they departed from Donghai City, traversing the Ghost Shadow Forest, and ventured towards higher-level wilderness areas. Along the way, they encountered a fair number of ordinary ferocious beasts. However, Shen Lang's sights were set on boss-level beasts, rendering him disinterested in the commonplace creatures. He felt no inclination to summon Medusa or Shadow, for defeating them would yield no experience points. While equipment and items might still drop, the meager drop rates in this wilderness were hardly worth the effort. An hour slipped by, and Shen Lang grew somewhat exasperated. They had yet to encounter any boss-level ferocious beasts. Even Medusa and Shadow had scouted the surrounding wilderness, confirming the absence of any boss-level creatures. How peculiar. When not in need, one might occasionally stumble upon a beast, yet now that he sought them, none appeared. Shen Lang scanned his surroundings, then pointed to the right ahead, expressing his frustration. Let us venture that way and test our luck. Very well, my master. The 2 women readily acquiesced, continuing onward with Shen Lang. After approximately half an hour of progress, Medusa and Shadow exchanged glances before turning to Shen Lang. Master, there are numerous presences of professionals ahead, they informed him. Moreover, there are several ferocious beasts. It seems 2 of them are engaged in combat. Shadow added, initially disinterested due to the absence of boss-level beasts. Shen Lang reconsidered upon hearing Shadow's words. His eyes gleamed with intrigue as he replied, let us proceed and investigate. Shen Lang sensed the fierce struggle between 2 formidable ferocious beasts, their battle appearing quite brutal, a true struggle for survival. Particularly intriguing was the fact that these 2 beasts appeared to be of the same kind. Under normal circumstances, creatures of the same species seldom engage in conflict, let alone mortal combat. However, there exists an exception to this rule, which is the contest for dominance. This contest, commonly referred to as the struggle for kingship, involves vying for the position of alpha within their respective packs, akin to the lion kings of a pride or the wolf leaders of a pack. While this may seem trivial, what truly matters is that the leader of a beast pack is typically regarded as the boss of that particular group. It is noteworthy that the boss of a wild region is not a fixed entity. Some emerge anew, while many are the result of natural growth within the wilderness itself. Once they ascend to the throne of their pack or awaken the latent power within their bloodline, they have the potential to become a boss. Presently, the fierce battle between these two creatures of the same kind is likely a contest for kingship. Given this context, the victor among these two formidable beasts is highly likely to ascend as the boss. Shen Lang, having come with the intent of confronting the boss, certainly cannot let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 72. The Marksman Guild commits murder on the spot. Shen Lang was not far from the site of the beastly skirmish, merely a few kilometers away, and thus they quickly arrived. However, they did not reach their destination, for they were intercepted approximately 1 kilometer from the battleground. Not only Shen Lang, but also several other professionals found themselves obstructed. A circle of individuals clad in standardized attire surrounded them, their insignias unmistakably displayed. This was the Marksman Guild, the second largest guild in Donghai City. Within the confines of Donghai, the Donghai Guild held the title of the foremost guild, while the Marksman Guild ranked just beneath it. Like the Donghai Guild, the Marksman Guild was also a 5-star guild. Among the obstructed professionals, one voiced his discontent, exclaiming, "You Marksman Guild are exceedingly domineering." Another echoed his sentiments, questioning their authority to block the road. The one responsible for the blockade was a well-equipped professional donned in blue, appearing to be in his 20s, with a scar that stretched from the corner of his eye to the corner of his mouth, giving him a somewhat menacing aspect. His name, prominently displayed above, was Wang Xian, a berserker, though his level was concealed. However, his ability to wear blue gear and his audacity to halt their passage suggested that his level was far from low. "Domineering, you say?" Wang Xian declared, brandishing a silver broadsword over his shoulder, scrutinizing the crowd. "Whoever wishes to pass must first contend with my blade." Upon this pronouncement, the other members of the Marksman Guild revealed their weapons as well. The obstructed professionals felt a twinge of trepidation, for the Marksman Guild was indeed formidable in Donghai City, a force that ordinary professionals could hardly confront. Many were compelled to leave in frustration, while others lingered, their expressions fluctuating between hope and despair. After all, their presence here was not mere happenstance. These professionals were acutely aware, much like Shen Lang, of one of the reasons behind the clash between the two beasts, the imminent appearance of a boss. In the wilderness, while boss creatures were undeniably more powerful than ordinary beasts, they were not invincible, and each boss represented a scarce resource. Whether for leveling up, acquiring equipment, or fulfilling star upgrading tasks, the demand far exceeded the supply. Thus, it was only natural for these professionals to vie for the soon-to-be boss. And the current scenario indicated that the Marksman Guild had arrived first, surrounding the area in anticipation of claiming the boss once the beasts had concluded their battle. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the wild. The authorities of various nations did not impose restrictions on these events. After all, we now reside in an extraordinary era. Excessive limitations would only incite further unrest. Therefore, apart from the legal constraints present in major cities, there were hardly any significant restrictions in the wild. The acts of murder, treasure seizing, and boss contention were all too frequent. As some professionals slowly retreated, a few others, filled with defiance, suddenly charged towards Wang Xian and his companions. This small group, comprising 5 individuals, had evidently coordinated their attack, as they moved with synchronized intent. 2 of them advanced towards Wang Xian, while the remaining 3 dispersed, aiming to break through the defenses of the other members of the Marksman Guild, racing towards the scene of the fierce battle with the 2 ferocious beasts. Their speed was remarkable, indicating that their objective was not to engage in combat, but rather to circumvent any obstacles in their path. Wang Xian quickly detected their movements and, with a cold smirk, remarked, "There are indeed some who fear not for their lives. Block their path. If they do not retreat, then they shall perish." With this menacing declaration, he surged forward to confront the 2 assailants. This pair consisted of a warrior and an archer, working in tandem. The warrior led the charge while the archer, positioned at a distance, skillfully altered his stance, loosing a barrage of golden arrows. As Wang Xian battled the warrior, he deftly parried the golden projectiles with his sword, exhibiting a commanding superiority over his foes. However, he had no intention of taunting them. With a dismissive snort, he commanded, "Back off." Upon uttering these words, his sword radiated a ghostly blue light, which he gripped firmly before delivering a powerful strike upon the warrior's shield. With a resounding crash, The warrior was sent flying several meters, collapsing to the ground, his fate uncertain. Simultaneously, leveraging the rebound from the shield, Wang Xian leapt into the air, effortlessly deflecting the archer's golden arrows, and charged towards him. The archer, being a ranged attacker, possessed relatively weak physical defenses, and, upon witnessing Wang Xian closing in, his expression changed dramatically as he attempted to retreat towards his unconscious comrade. None shall escape, Wang Xian bellowed, swinging his sword toward the archer, the blade's light cascading down like a silken ribbon. The archer, unable to evade in time, was cleaved in half by the radiant sword strike, blood painting the air. At that moment, the previously unconscious warrior suddenly regained consciousness, and, upon seeing his companion slain, fled in a panic. A sword whistled through the air, piercing the warrior's chest with pinpoint accuracy. He glanced down at the protruding blade, and then fell to the ground, lifeless. The two professionals who had encircled Wang Xian were swiftly dispatched in mere moments. Meanwhile, the remaining three individuals, having underestimated both Wang Xian and the members of the Marksman Guild, faced dire consequences, apart from one who managed to escape with severe injuries. The other two were also slain on the spot. Thus, this five-member squad was nearly annihilated, with only one surviving to tell the tale. Wang Xian strode towards the lifeless warrior, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. As he passed the archer, he first collected the fallen equipment before arriving at the warrior's corpse to gather the remaining gear. With one hand lifting the sword still embedded in the warrior's body, he cast a cold, piercing gaze upon the other adventurers, silently challenging anyone else who dared to embrace death. A flick of his wrist sent a clear, melodious chime from the sword, instantly cleansing it of bloodstains. Those adventurers who lingered were filled with trepidation, their faces betraying their fear. Their hesitation to retreat stemmed from a morbid curiosity, wondering if the remaining individuals could breach the defenses of the Sharpshooter Guild. If they succeeded, they might seize the opportunity to profit from the chaos. However, they were utterly unprepared for the brutal efficiency of the Sharpshooter Guild, which had just eliminated 4 adventurers on the spot. Moreover, the prowess displayed by Wang Xian left them trembling with dread. The 5 adventurers who had just perished exhibited combat capabilities of at least 2 stars, if not 3. Yet, in Wang Xian's hands, they fell as easily as rabbits, without even invoking the Berserker's most common rage talent. If nothing unexpected occurred, he was undoubtedly a Berserker of 3 stars or higher. Chapter 73. To kill him, one must be prepared to face the possibility of being killed. In the face of Wang Xian's menacing words, many of the onlooking professionals, who initially intended to stay and observe, felt a surge of trepidation and retreated in small groups, unwilling to provoke this band of reapers from the Gun Guild. Although bosses are rare, nothing compares to the value of one's own life. Thus, the remaining professionals largely chose to depart, especially when Wang Xian's gaze swept over them. Wang Xian was quite pleased with this outcome, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. However, his expression soon darkened as he noticed a man and a woman who did not retreat like the others. Instead, they were gazing intently at the fierce battle between the beasts, seemingly oblivious to his presence. A glint of menace flickered in Wang Xian's eyes as he coldly remarked, "It seems my words were not sufficiently clear. I will count to 5, and anyone who remains here will accompany these few to their graves." His tone was chilling, and as he brandished his sword, a brilliant light enveloped him, radiating an aura of lethal intent. Observing this, the remaining professionals quickened their pace, hastily distancing themselves from the scene. Wang Xian's actions finally drew Shen Lang's attention, causing him to shift his focus from the battle to the imposing figure of Wang Xian. Initially, when confronted by the members of the Gun Guild, Shen Lang had no intention of forcing his way through. After all, the clash of the 2 ferocious beasts was likely to remain unresolved for some time. He had been preoccupied with their lethal struggle, thus neglecting the unfolding events around him. With the protection of shadows enveloping him, the ominous energy from Wang Xian's earlier slaughter had not affected him in the slightest. Given the swiftness of Wang Xian's kills, it was entirely reasonable that Shen Lang had not taken notice. Now, coming to his senses, he wondered aloud, where have all the people gone? Upon his arrival, there had been a considerable number of professionals nearby, yet they had vanished in an instant. As he scanned his surroundings, he soon discovered 4 corpses on the ground, and, upon seeing Wang Xian's icy glare, he grasped what had transpired. Wang Xian, seizing the initiative, sneered, Since you seek death, then meet your end. With that, he gripped his sword once more, unleashing a sweeping arc of blade light that descended upon Shen Lang. Medusa's eyes flickered momentarily, yet she made no move to intervene. After all, with the shadow protecting Shen Lang, no lowly professional like Wang Xian could ever harm her master. In an instant, the blade light fell within 3 feet of Shen Lang, but that was as far as it went. A plume of black mist rose effortlessly, annihilating the sword's radiance. This spectacle caused Wang Xian's pupils to constrict. Although his strike was not a formidable skill, even a 2-star professional should have been easily dispatched. Yet it had been effortlessly blocked by a mere wisp of black mist. Simultaneously, a notification of an impending attack materialized before Shen Lang. You are currently under attack by other professionals, and you have entered a state of combat. Shen Lang is hardly a formidable demon. Under circumstances where his interests are not aligned, he would not resort to murder. Initially, he had contemplated simply charging forward, but to his astonishment, this individual truly dared to make a move against him, eliciting a chill within him. After all, Wang Xian had intended to kill him. Shen Lang harbored no intention of showing mercy to those who sought his demise. If one wishes to take his life, they must be prepared for the consequences. Shen Lang glanced up at the words God Gun Guild above Wang Xian's head, and with that single gaze, he had effectively pronounced Wang Xian's death sentence. Sasha. Shen Lang turned to look at Medusa, who instantaneously understood, her amber vertical pupils flickering with fiery light. Sasha was a term Shen Lang had casually uttered during their time together in bed, and Medusa was exceedingly pleased with it, strongly requesting that he address her by that name henceforth, a wish he readily granted. With such an affectionate title, Shadow could not help but feel a tinge of jealousy. Consequently, Shen Lang had also given Shadow a nickname, Little Shadow. Wang Xian, having failed his initial attack, paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over Shen Lang and Medusa again. He remarked, "No wonder you dare to linger. It seems your strength is commendable. However, I am eager to see what you..." Before he could finish his sentence, his attempt to cast a probing skill was abruptly halted. At that moment, the reflection of Medusa's vertical pupils appeared in Wang Xian's eyes, which swiftly turned a fiery red. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xian transformed into a crimson stone. As soon as his eyes changed, Shen Lang had already approached Wang Xian. When Shen Lang walked past the now petrified Wang Xian, the stone body cracked and shattered into fragments. It was only then that the nearby professionals and members of the God Gun Guild began to react. Wang Xian was dead. A potential 3-star berserker had perished just like that. The crucial question remained: how had Wang Xian met his end? None present understood how he had died, standing in place only to turn into a stone without putting up any resistance. Nevertheless, all eyes were drawn to Shen Lang and Medusa, for it was Wang Xian who had initiated the attack on them, and it seemed Shen Lang had uttered something before Wang Xian's demise. Undoubtedly, the killers of Wang Xian were this man and woman. They had silently dispatched a suspected 3-star berserker. Who were they to possess such strength? Yet, Shen Lang paid no heed to the onlookers, casually collecting the equipment that Wang Xian had dropped and making his way toward the battlefield of fierce beasts. No one dared to speak, including the members of the God Gun Guild. With their strongest member, Wang Xian, having been slain by this man and woman, they realized that approaching would only invite their own demise. The guild had instructed them to intercept individuals here, but it had never mandated that they stand guard to their own peril. After Shen Lang and his companions had walked far away, one of the guild members finally retrieved a communicator, swallowed hard, and said, "Xiao Ge, someone has intruded. We couldn't stop them. A bunch of useless fools. ISNT Wang Xian here. He is a 3-star berserker." The voice of Qiu Ji resounded through the communicator, laced with dissatisfaction. The guild member glanced at the shattered stones that once formed Wang Xian, and in a tone filled with trepidation, he uttered, "Wang Xian. He has been killed." "What? Wang Xian is dead?" Qiu Ji's voice was thick with disbelief, soon giving way to anger as he demanded, "Was it the Eastern Sea Guild that did this?" Only the Eastern Sea Guild, the foremost guild in Eastern Sea City, possessed the capability to slay a member of the Divine Gun Guild within its territory. Moreover, he had received intelligence indicating that members of the Eastern Sea Guild were attempting to seize the boss. Wang Xian had been summoned specifically by his uncle, who served as the vice president of the Divine Gun Guild, to act as a bulwark against the Eastern Sea Guild. Who could have anticipated that Wang Xian would meet his demise at such a crucial moment? Chapter 74. A Swarm of Ignorant Ants. Qiuji, the nephew of a high-ranking member of the Gun Guild, naturally found himself at odds with the Eastern Sea Guild, harboring animosity towards certain individuals within it, particularly those who were also offspring of guild members. As the Beast King contest commenced, Qiuji's adversaries were quick to learn of the event, expressing their intent to seize the monsters. However, Qiuji surmised that his fiercest rival would not deploy overly formidable allies. Thus, he held great confidence in Wang Xian's capabilities. With Wang Xian present, it was presumed that no one could breach their defenses in this territory. Yet now, with Wang Xian deceased, Qiuji was enveloped in a whirlwind of shock and fury. He was astonished by the strength of the newcomers and enraged by the impending consequences of seizing the boss. Upon returning to the Eastern Sea Guild, he would undoubtedly face reprimand from his uncle. Furthermore, his uncle could be held accountable by the guild. For a 3-star berserker like Wang Xian was a pillar of their organization. Damn the Eastern Sea Guild! Qiuji cursed vehemently. However, a member of the guild interjected, Brother Qiu. The one who killed Wang Xian is likely not from the Eastern Sea Guild. There were indeed members who attempted to force their way through, but Wang Xian eliminated 4 of them, with 1 fleeing. The ones who ultimately killed Wang Xian were a man and a woman. Not from the Eastern Sea Guild? Qiuji exclaimed in disbelief. The guild member replied, Brother Qiu, what should we do now? What else can we do? Everyone, come here. Qiuji commanded loudly, then abruptly ended the communication. The guild member glanced at his companions and said, Brother Qiu wants us to go. Should we still proceed? Upon hearing this, the other members exchanged hesitant glances, uncertain of their course. After all, if even the 3-star berserker Wang Xian had been slain, though Qiuji had a considerable number of allies, the strongest among them was merely 3-star. Since that man and woman had managed to kill Wang Xian, it was likely that Qiuji's 3-star professionals would be no match for them. Venturing forth would be tantamount to courting death. One member of the Gun Guild pondered aloud. If we choose not to go, and if Qiuji survives, we all know his temperament. We may find ourselves without a place in the Gun Guild in the future. What shall we do then? Someone inquired. The member who had spoken earlier contemplated before stating, Let us follow from a distance. If Qiuji and his group perish, we will turn back. If that man and woman fail to defeat Qiuji and his crew, then we shall strike. This proposal garnered unanimous agreement from the others, and they began to leisurely pursue the scene of the beast skirmish. As for the few professionals who had not yet departed, most had left, yet a handful of undaunted onlookers followed at a distance. At that very moment, at the sight of the beast skirmish, Qiuji had just terminated the communication device, his expression fluctuating wildly. Just then, a wail echoed from a short distance away, emanating from one of the 2 beasts. Qiuji lifted his gaze, only to witness one of the creatures, bloodied and lifeless, collapsing on the ground, being devoured by the other beast. The 2 fierce beasts, resembling cattle yet adorned with a single horn, boasted a coat of fur that appeared remarkably lifelike, their forms akin to small mountains. Typically, cattle are herbivorous. Yet these ferocious creatures were devouring the flesh of their own kind, a sight that could only be described as bizarre. Furthermore, during their gruesome feast, the aura emanating from them was rapidly intensifying. It was nearing completion. They were about to evolve into a boss. Just moments ago, both beasts were at level 29, and they were on the cusp of reaching level 30. A level 30 boss. One could only speculate what bloodline or star rating it possessed. Nevertheless, it seemed unlikely to be exceptionally formidable, as the most powerful beasts in this region were merely elite level. Even a king-level creature posed no significant challenge. After all, it was only level 30, and they could surely defeat it. Beside Qiuji stood a dozen members of the Divine Gun Guild, each brimming with excitement. They had awaited this moment for so long, all for the sake of this boss. Although Qiuji's expression mirrored some excitement, he refrained from speaking or mentioning Wang Xian's demise. How frustrating that the evolution was not yet complete. Qiuji felt a surge of urgency. With Wang Xian dead, that man and woman were undoubtedly on their way. If he could eliminate this boss before they arrived, he could slip away without encountering them. However, Shen Lang and his companions were far from slow. They had already arrived not far from the scene. Shen Lang gazed at the horned beast that was about to consume its kin and remarked, "It seems our arrival is quite timely." This statement instantly captured Qiuji's attention, prompting him to look up. Upon seeing Shen Lang and Medusa, Qiuji's brow furrowed. A man and a woman. There was no doubt they were the ones who had killed Wang Xian. Simultaneously, the other members of the Divine Gun Guild also took note of Shen Lang and Medusa's presence. Who are they? How did they manage to infiltrate here? Isn't there's someone blocking the way outside? What are Wang Xian and the others doing? The members of the Divine Gun Guild exchanged hostile and puzzled glances towards Shen Lang and his companion. Qiuji's expression darkened. He hadn't anticipated the duo's swift arrival. Glancing back at the fierce beast, while it was close to completing its evolution, it still required a little more time. At that moment, one of the members inquired. Qiu Gu. As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat, clearly asking if Qiuji intended to eliminate Shen Lang and Medusa. Qiuji understood that the duo had slain Wang Xian, and their levels must be above 3 stars. However, many in their ranks were also 3-star professionals. After a brief contemplation, he commanded, "Kill." With that command, all members of the Divine Gun Guild, except for Qiuji, fully armed themselves and charged towards Shen Lang and Medusa. Qiuji, however, did not follow. Instead, he moved closer to the fierce beast, his intentions unmistakable. His target was the beast itself. As for Shen Lang and Queen Medusa, they may indeed possess formidable strength, yet it is likely that his companions could entangle them without much difficulty. He could then seize this opportunity to slay the fierce beast once it has completed its ascension, and subsequently return to assist his allies in confronting the duo. Such thoughts are tantalizingly enticing, but reality is often starkly cruel. Just a few steps away, Qiuji heard a voice, cold and disdainful, a swarm of oblivious ants. Suddenly, the fire elements in the surrounding void seemed to ignite, and a chilling wail echoed in Qiuji's ears. Turning back, he beheld his companions engulfed in flames, each one a fiery specter, fleeing and screaming in agony. Dazed, Qiuji glanced down at himself, feeling excruciating pain within, as if his very flesh were ablaze. In the next instant, fissures appeared across his body, and countless tiny flames leapt forth from these wounds, swiftly enveloping him entirely. It was then that Qiuji let out a wail identical to that of his companions. In the blink of an eye, the Queen Medusa's level 30 skill, Devouring Flames, had reduced Qiuji and over a dozen other practitioners to mere ashes. Chapter 75. The boss was stolen, and the being was slain. Several Tier 3 foes and a multitude of Tier 2 adversaries fell to Medusa's singular strike, executed with seamless precision. A cascade of equipment tumbled to the ground. Yet Shen Lang paid it no heed, for he knew these wretches could hardly possess anything of worth. The quantity was considerable, nearly 500 pieces of worthless items. Not a single red-tiered one among them. After dispatching the group, led by Churchill, Shen Lang advanced a few meters and lifted his gaze towards the bovine beast still undergoing its evolution. At this critical juncture, the creature was aglow, and with a resounding bellow, it expanded further in size. Notably, the once straight horn atop its head had transformed into a graceful curve, adorned with golden patterns. Simultaneously, the beast's aura surged significantly. Though its level was modest and its presence not particularly formidable, it paled in comparison to the armored serpents in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Shen Lang shook his head, a veil of disappointment crossing his features. After all, the more formidable the boss, the more bountiful the rewards. He sought beast crystals, undoubtedly, but who would ever disdain the abundance of fine treasures? However, it was reasonable to consider this region bore similarities to the Phantom Forest. Though stronger, it was still a tad lacking, and this place was not yet a zone for beasts of level 30, which made it understandable that it was weaker than the bosses in the 8th Forbidden Zone. Habitually, Shen Lang activated his exploration skill along with the Bloodline Insight talent. Powerful Horned Bull, elite level. Level 27. Finding it was merely level 27, Shen Lang bypassed the attributes and focused on the Bloodline Insight. Bloodline limit, 5-star elite level. Level cap, 150. The star rating was commendable, yet it was regrettably just an elite level. At present, the powerful Horned Bull was already classified as elite, implying that in terms of bloodline potential, this beast had reached its limits. Even if it were to ascend to 5 stars, it would still be merely an elite bloodline. Shen Lang, losing interest, chose not to delve into further details. It was utterly lackluster. With a waning enthusiasm, Shen Lang commanded, "Sha, finish it off." "Of course, master." Medusa replied in kind, gracefully drifting forward. The powerful Horned Bull seemed to sense an impending threat. However, Upon detecting Medusa, it instantaneously transformed into a frenzied creature, its hooves pounding frantically as it attempted to flee. Alas, a flicker of fire descended from the heavens. With a resounding thud, a fireball accurately struck the bull's head. In an instant, its massive cranium vanished from its form, flames engulfing its entire being. A gust of wind swept through, scattering the ashes of the powerful horned bull. As Shen Lang had yet to level up, he did not gain experience. Nonetheless, equipment dropped nonetheless, with several orbs of varying colors scattered on the ground, prompting Shen Lang to disregard the notifications of his gains. Once the one-click pickup was activated, these luminous orbs were collected into his backpack, yet he did not bother to inspect them. There was no need for such scrutiny, astonishingly. This particular boss had only yielded 4 pieces of blue-quality equipment. Can you believe it? Not a single red item. It could be said that this was the most disappointing boss that Shen Lang had ever vanquished. Previous bosses had dropped purple epics. However, there is no rule stating that a boss must drop high-tier equipment. It could simply be a matter of luck. Fortunately, Shen Lang's most needed item was still among the drops, as it was a guaranteed yield from wild bosses. The Beast Crystal. Wood Element Beast Crystal. Level 1 star. Description: formed from the convergence of wood element power, it can be used for crafting, array formation, alchemy, and more. To his surprise, this formidable one-horned bull was actually of the wood element. Nevertheless, this was of little consequence, as the star-up task did not specify the attribute of the beast crystal, only that 3 crystals were required. Just as Shen Lang was preparing to proceed with the star-up, he sensed the approach of other adventurers. To avoid trouble, he exchanged a glance with Medusa, and they swiftly distanced themselves from the area to find a more suitable location for the star-up. The first to arrive were, naturally, the members of the God Gun Guild. Upon reaching the site of the fierce battle, they found no living creature in sight. Where were Chiu Gu and the others? And what of the 2 ferocious beasts? They should have already advanced to boss status. They were all gone. Could it be? This thought need not be vocalized. Their faces turned pale, and after a brief exchange of glances, they retreated rapidly, for they had already seen the ashes scattered by the wind upon the ground. It was worth noting that a similar trace of ashes lay where they had been obstructed. The outcome was evident. Chiu Gu and his companions had likely been slain. As for the adventurers who followed, they were first struck with confusion, then realization dawned upon them. Judging by the expressions of the God Gun Guild members, it was not difficult to surmise that the guild had encountered a grave incident. The boss had been snatched away, and its members had been killed. East Sea City was quite small, and the God Gun Guild was well known. It was only a matter of time before rumors began to circulate throughout the city. Let us go, let us go? I wonder which powerful figure did this, truly fierce. To kill at will, and those were members of the God Gun Guild. Use your brains, brothers, to silently eliminate a 3-star adventurer. Would such a person fear the God Gun Guild? That's true. If it were me, I would also take out those scoundrels, relying on the guild's backing. They act like they own the place. And the East Sea Guild, they're just as arrogant. Let us hope this powerful figure also deals with the East Sea Guild. As the adventurers engaged in chatter, their figures gradually faded from view. Little did they know, the East Sea Guild had encountered Shen Lang's wrath even before the God Gun Guild, and had already been dealt with, albeit without suffering such severe losses. On the other side, Shen Lang had long since departed and had activated the star upgrading task. You possess 3 beast crystals. Would you like to commence the star upgrading task immediately? Was that not a redundant question? Naturally, he opted for immediate enhancement. Shen Lang silently invoked the upgrade, and in the next moment, a radiant glow enveloped him, swirling around before dissipating. Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to 2 stars. You are now a 2-star Beastmaster. This upgrade will comprehensively enhance your attributes, increasing each by 20. No wonder there were prerequisites for upgrading. The ability to boost all 4 attributes by 20% significantly widens the gap between 1-star and 2-star. Shen Lang mused to himself while casting a glance at his information panel. As a 2-star, all 4 of his attributes had surpassed 100, particularly his spirit, which, bolstered by his equipment, approached 700. Next was his physique, nearing 250. His weakest attribute was strength, which only just exceeded 100 due to equipment enhancement. However, this was of little concern. As a Beastmaster, a slight deficiency in offensive capability was hardly noteworthy. After a brief review of his statistics, Shen Lang retrieved the skill book Beast Blood Boiling and learned it directly. He then fiddled with his equipment. Several items previously unusable were now ready for him to equip. Chapter 76. What on earth could this divine's second profession be? Including the equipment for Medusa and Shadow, all of them were fully outfitted. Shen Lang did not change much. He merely equipped the Wolf Spirit Pendant. Before long, the trio had successfully arranged their gear, resulting in minor enhancements across various aspects. Now that I have ascended to the second star, I can utilize the second profession transfer card. Shen Lang squinted as he retrieved the second profession transfer card given to him by Chu Jinhua from his backpack and activated it directly. Second profession transfer card activated. Please complete the transfer task. Slay a 5-star divine beast boss 1. Upon reading this transfer task, a question mark emoji appeared above Shen Lang's head. Just a transfer task, and it begins with the daunting requirement of slaying a divine beast. Moreover, it is a 5-star one. To add to that, the target is not an ordinary 5-star divine beast, but an exceptionally formidable boss. Good grief, no wonder acquiring a second profession is so arduous. Given this level of difficulty, even with the second profession transfer card, the chance of completing the transfer task seems exceedingly slim. For those with professions below 5 stars, such thoughts are futile. Only practitioners of 7 or 8 stars might stand a chance against a 5-star divine beast boss. Shen Lang glanced at Medusa and Shadow. With these two divine beasts by his side, it seemed he might possess a glimmer of hope. However, just how powerful a 5-star divine beast boss truly is remained a mystery to him. After all, although Medusa and Shadow are 10-star divine beasts, their levels are considerably low, rendering their reference value rather limited. He would need to encounter a 5-star divine beast to truly comprehend its strength. So, the question arises, where could he possibly find a 5-star divine beast boss? While Shen Lang had indeed advanced to the second star, marking his genuine departure from the novice phase and entry into the professional realm, this was largely due to the presence of Medusa and Shadow. Aside from the fundamental knowledge of the professional domain, Shen Lang remained an amateur, let alone a 5-star divine beast boss. Even the most ordinary 1-star divine beast is regarded as a high-tier wild creature by practitioners. The emergence of any divine beast would undoubtedly cause a stir. In other words, Shen Lang currently has no idea where to locate a 5-star divine beast boss. Without such a creature, he cannot complete the transfer task, and thus, the prospect of his profession change fades into obscurity. Fortunately, the transfer card has no time limit. He can complete it whenever he is ready. Shen Lang pondered. If the transfer card had a time constraint, it would be a significant loss if he failed to locate a 5-star divine beast boss. Where on earth could he find a 5-star divine beast boss? Shen Lang found himself in a quandary. If he could not find one, he would have to temporarily set aside this task and await relevant information. Let us head back. Initially, Shen Lang felt somewhat disheartened and considered returning to the city for a brief respite. However, he suddenly recalled something important. He was unaware of the whereabouts of any 5-star divine beasts, yet there is undoubtedly someone who possesses such knowledge. This is the advantage of interpersonal relationships, and fortuitously, Shen Lang is acquainted with the most prominent individual in the Great Xia Kingdom. Clearly, that person is Chu Jinhua. As a 10-star indomitable war god, he is a professional who can essentially contend with 10-star divine beasts, having encountered numerous divine creatures in his lifetime. As for 5-star divine beasts, such trivialities would hardly warrant his effort, let alone provoke his ire. Thus, Shen Lang promptly accessed the professional friend system and inquired about the 5-star divine beasts to Chu Jinhua. At this moment, Chu Jinhua was savoring a bowl of noodles in a time-honored establishment within the Forbidden City. Recently, he had no significant matters at hand, primarily remaining in the capital, occasionally returning to the war god camp, while the rest of his leisure time was spent wandering the city, indulging his craving for noodles whenever hunger struck. Noodle slurping had become one of Chu Jinhua's cherished pastimes, an unalterable habit of his. As he noisily relished his dish, the surrounding patrons engaged in similar slurping, creating a symphony of culinary enjoyment. Chu Jinhua derived immense pleasure from this ambience, unbeknownst to them, sharing the same dining space with the dragon blood war god of the Great Xia Kingdom. Just as he finished a bowl of noodles and gulped down a generous portion of broth, the notification sound of the professional friend system pierced through the air. Who could disturb him while he dined? With an irritable expression, He set the bowl down with a clatter and reluctantly opened the chat system. Shen Lang? Is he truly treating me like a babysitter? Without a second thought, Chu Jinhua considered closing the chat window, intending to request another bowl of spicy and fragrant sour noodles. However, in that fleeting moment before shutting it down, his peripheral vision caught snippets of the conversation. Blinking in surprise, he promptly reopened the chat box, his interest piqued. War God, I have just advanced to 2 stars and activated the second career transfer card. This task is quite challenging, requiring me to slay a 5-star divine beast boss to complete the transfer. War God, you must know where I can find a 5-star divine beast boss, right? As he absorbed Shen Lang's message, Chu Jinhua found himself momentarily transfixed, his expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief. A transfer task that involves slaying a 5-star divine beast boss. He had never even heard of such an outrageous endeavor. Indeed, for someone of Chu Jinhua's caliber, it was astonishing to encounter a task of such magnitude. Transfer tasks for second careers are undoubtedly arduous, yet they are assessed based on the professional strength level and their original vocation, meaning that while challenging, they are achievable. Similarly, the difficulty of the task signifies the potential of the second career. The greater the challenge, the more formidable the potential of the second career. It could not merely be a mediocre vocation. To slay a 5-star divine beast boss, what kind of celestial second career could this possibly entail? Even Chu Jinhua found his thoughts momentarily derailed. He is unlike Shen Lang. He activated his second career transfer card only during the 3-star phase. However, when he undertook the second career transfer task, it merely involved slaying a single ordinary 3-star divine beast, which was not even classified as a required boss. In stark contrast, Shen Lang's transfer task necessitated the defeat of a 5-star divine beast, and it had to be a boss. This fellow truly is. Chu Jinhua muttered to himself, momentarily at a loss for words to adequately describe Shen Lang. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what second career Shen Lang would acquire upon completing this transfer task. However, it struck him. This guy can already vanquish 5-star boss-level divine beasts? Chu Jinhua raised an eyebrow. The prowess of a 5-star divine beast far surpasses that of a 5-star careerist. Not to mention, even a level 150 5-star divine beast could prove formidable enough that several equally leveled elite careerists might struggle to contend with it. He nearly overlooked this fellow's beast, the Medusa Queen, with a 10-star divine beast lineage. The first time he encountered him, he was barely level 5. At that time, his beast could annihilate a quasi-4-star careerist. Now, having ascended to a 2-star level 30, the Medusa Queen's lineage must have awakened considerably. Perhaps this fellow truly does have a chance to eliminate a 5-star divine beast boss. Chu Jinhua pondered, feeling somewhat uncertain about how to respond to Shen Lang's inquiry. If Shen Lang were to ask about the locations of 10-star divine beasts, Chu Jinhua would have been able to clearly and succinctly inform him of their known global locations. But as for 5-star divine beasts, even boss-level ones, why would a distinguished dragon blood warlord like him concern himself with such beings? Chapter 77. The unfortunate, yet fortunate Shen Lang. For someone like Chu Jinhua, dealing with a 5-star divine beast was a matter of ages past. Anything below 10 stars didn't merit his involvement. However, he was willing to accommodate Shen Lang's request, as he too was curious about the nature of the second profession Shen Lang would awaken. Please hold on a moment. Chu Jinhua sent a message to Shen Lang and, after some contemplation, contacted Minister Wang of the Vocational Department. Global powers closely monitor 10-star divine beasts, as the invasion of such creatures into urban areas would spell disaster, necessitating constant vigilance to facilitate timely rescue and intervention. The same holds true for formidable beasts of lesser ranks, which are also subject to corresponding levels of surveillance. Naturally, the Great Xian nation follows suit, though Chu Jinhua was uncertain if 5-star divine beasts garnered similar scrutiny. It was worth inquiring, and if not, he could always consult his comrades from the War God camp. Minister Wang, recently promoted by the old sovereign to head the vocational department, was not someone an ordinary individual could easily contact. Even city lords like Yi Yunchang required a secretary to connect. However, Chu Jinhua was exempt from such formalities, and soon, Minister Wang answered the call. Wang here, what is the matter? Why not just come see me directly? Chu Jinhua wiped his mouth with a tissue from the table and got straight to the point. Old Wang, I need your help. Do you happen to know where I might find a 5-star divine beast? No, I mean a 5-star divine beast boss. A 5-star divine beast boss. Minister Wang replied, a hint of surprise in his tone. What do you need such a creature for? That's none of your concern. Just tell me if you know, and if so, provide me with the precise coordinates. Chu Jinhua replied impatiently. As for 5-star divine beasts, they do not fall under our surveillance. Minister Wang pondered briefly before continuing. Ordinary 5-star divine beast bosses are indeed beyond our monitoring scope. Does that imply there are extraordinary ones? Chu Jinhua inquired. Indeed, there is. Not long ago, in a secret realm, a 5-star divine beast ascended to become a 5-star divine beast boss. Can you be straightforward? Where is it? Chu Jinhua retorted, a note of irritation in his voice. Minister Wang chuckled. You know the place, the abyss of corruption. Upon hearing the name of this secret realm, Chu Jinhua was momentarily taken aback, furrowing his brow. Ah, I remember now. You're referring to that father and son duo. Without waiting for Minister Wang to respond, Chu Jinhua ended the call, deep in thought. From their conversation, it was evident that the abyss of corruption was no ordinary secret realm, but one of exceedingly high danger, indeed. Not just high, but extremely perilous. The reason was simple. Within this abyss of corruption resided a 10-star divine beast. Regardless of the location, the presence of a 10-star divine beast invariably garners the utmost attention. One cannot help but ponder whether this little creature is fated to misfortune or fortune. Zhu Jinhua muttered to himself, his gaze flickering as if engaged in deep contemplation. His remarks pertained to Shen Lang's ill fate. For the 5-star divine beast boss resided within this abyss of corruption. Naturally, if it were merely about this secret realm, Zhu Jinhua would not have uttered such words. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that this 5-star divine beast boss is the progeny of a 10-star divine beast. Years ago, the perilous nature of the abyss of corruption was even more severe than it is today. Even 10-star professionals dared not venture within. Not even a superlative powerhouse like Zhu Jinhua. This was due to the existence of two 10-star divine beasts, both of the same kind. They were a pair of 10-star divine beast spouses, though the reason for the sudden demise of the female divine beast remains a mystery. However, in her passing, she left behind a cub. The lineage of a cub born from two 10-star divine beasts is undoubtedly of 10-star caliber. Once it reaches its full potential, it shall be another 10-star divine beast. By a twist of fate, this divine beast cub has already matured to 5 stars. Moreover, as Minister Wang indicated, it recently ascended to the status of boss, becoming a 5-star divine beast boss. Undoubtedly, should this divine beast cub continue to flourish, the abyss of corruption would ultimately see the return of two 10-star divine beasts, rendering it once again a forbidden ground for 10-star professionals. Thus, the matter concerning the two divine beasts of the abyss of corruption has long been included in the hunting plan of the war god camp. The options are either to eliminate the divine beast cub or the adult divine beast. In essence, while the abyss of corruption may host a 10-star divine beast, it must never harbor two 10-star divine beasts simultaneously. Hence, Zhu Jinhua labeled Shen Lang as fortunate. Had Shen Lang ventured into the abyss of corruption alone, success would be implausible, and the likelihood of demise would be exceedingly high. No matter how formidable Shen Lang may currently be, he would ultimately fall short against a 10-star divine beast, even if his own beast possesses a 10-star bloodline. A 10-star bloodline beast is not comparable to a true 10-star entity in its complete form. As such, Shen Lang must either seek a 5-star divine beast boss elsewhere or temporarily relinquish his aspirations for a secondary profession, awaiting the uncertain arrival of another 5-star divine beast boss to complete his task. Zhu Jinhua pondered for a moment before sighing. You've struck a lucky deal, little one. With that, he retrieved his communicator. Upon connection, he instructed, find 2 individuals. We are heading to the abyss of corruption. Without any further ado, Zhu Jinhua terminated the call, then sent a message to Shen Lang through the professional friend system. Subsequently, he settled the bill and departed the restaurant, retreating to a secluded corner where he swiftly transformed into a shadow and departed from the imperial city at great speed. In the outskirts of Donghai City, Shen Lang patiently awaited a response from Chu Jinhua. As Chu Jinhua had not replied for quite some time, Shen Lang decided to seek out Yi Hongyu to procure a 2-star skill book for beast tamers. Although he could have waited for a monster drop, the uncertainty of when that might occur led him to opt for a purchase, especially since he was not short on funds. The 2-star beast tamer could learn an additional 4 skills, although he had already acquired the skill Beast Blood Frenzy, allowing him to learn 3 more skills. Furthermore, the repertoire of 2-star skills for beast tamers was not limited to just 3. There were numerous options available. With Yihongyu's guidance, Shen Lang decisively purchased 3 skill books well suited to his needs. One to enhance the magical attack damage of his beasts, titled Holy Tactics, another to bolster their defense, known as Holy Shield, and lastly, the stealth skill used by Shen Lang as a beast tamer, Hidden Tracks Chapter 78, such as Sweet Tongue, My Sister Likes It. The Holy Combat technique differs significantly from the Beast Blood Frenzy. While the latter comprehensively enhances damage, the former amplifies magical damage. Fortuitously, both Medusa and Shadow are magical beasts, making them exceptionally well suited for this technique. As for the Holy Shield technique, it requires no further elaboration. Both of Shen Lang's summoned beasts possess formidable attack capabilities. Even the defensively inclined Shadow. Naturally, any enhancement of defensive power is a commendable option. Regarding the stealth technique, it is essentially an advanced version of the invisibility spell. Although the invisibility spell allows for temporary concealment, it automatically dispels upon the use of skills or the protagonist's actions. The stealth technique flawlessly resolves this issue, permitting movement and skill usage while remaining hidden. This skill is among the few life-preserving techniques available to Beastmasters. After mastering these 3 skills, Shen Lang couldn't help but reflect on how fortunate he was to have met Yihongyu. As for the worthless equipment, he could discard as much as he pleased. If he wished to acquire gear, Yihongyu could simply send it over. How exceedingly convenient. At that moment, the professional friend system chimed, and indeed, it was a message from the Dragonblood Warlord. Shen Lang promptly opened the chat window. Chu Jinhua, you should not be short on money now, so find a teleportation array and head directly to Linhai City. Chu Jinhua, once you arrive in Linhai City, proceed to the Fallen Abyss. If I am not there yet, just wait for me. Upon reading this message, Shen Lang blinked in confusion. What did this mean? He had inquired about the whereabouts of the 5-star Divine Beast boss. Yet Chu Jinhua instructed him to go to Linhai City instead. The Fallen Abyss, a name evocative of a secret realm or dungeon. Could this place harbor the 5-star Divine Beast boss? With this thought, a smile spread across Shen Lang's face. Truly, the Dragonblood Warlord was reliable. A simple inquiry yielded results. However, the implication of the latter statement suggested that he was to wait for Chu Jinhua in the Fallen Abyss upon arriving in Linhai City. Did that mean Chu Jinhua was also coming? Was he concerned that Shen Lang might not be able to defeat the 5-star Divine Beast boss? Shen Lang chuckled softly. To be honest, he did not possess absolute confidence. Yet, he had not anticipated that Chu Jinhua would personally assist him with his secondary profession. Ah, another favor to repay. Shen Lang turned to Medusa and Shadow, saying, Shadow, return to your shadow form. Medusa, let us return to Linhai City. Before long, Shen Lang found himself back within the city. The teleportation arrays in EC City were plentiful, with 12 arrays located in various directions, connecting to several nearby cities. Conveniently, EC City had a direct route to Linhai City, saving him the hassle of transfers. However, the cost was steep. A one-way trip was a staggering 200,000, with no discounts whatsoever. To this end, Medusa felt compelled to return to the Beastmaster space. Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang and his companions emerged from the teleportation array of Linhai City. This marked Shen Lang's inaugural departure from Donghai City. However, he was not in the mood for sightseeing, for it was uncertain whether he had arrived before or after Chu Jinhua. If he arrived earlier, all would be well, but arriving later would be undeniably disrespectful. After all, the gentleman had come to offer assistance, and tardiness would be unbecoming. Thus, Shen Lang first procured a map of the wild areas outside the city before making a beeline for the Abyss of Despair. During his journey, he soon discerned something amiss. The map indicated the Abyss of Despair was marked with 10 prominent skulls, a stark contrast to the single skull that represented the 8th Forbidden Zone of Donghai City. Each skull denoted a 1-star Forbidden Zone, meaning that 10 skulls signified a 10-star Forbidden Zone. What kind of perilous territory could warrant such a designation? It was evident that within the Abyss of Despair resided a 10-star Divine Beast, or something equally as formidable. Shen Lang was not naive. He surmised that the 5-star Divine Beast boss he sought was very likely concealed within this 10-star Forbidden Zone, providing clarity as to why Chu Jinhua had taken the trouble to come himself. However, Shen Lang knew he lacked the qualifications to enter such a zone, which would undoubtedly be guarded by formidable protectors. With a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, Shen Lang finally arrived at the abyss of despair around 5 in the afternoon. To his surprise, he found the entrance of the abyss devoid of any guardians, allowing him to approach unimpeded. What could this mean? Had he miscalculated? As he gazed at the entrance, Medusa suddenly positioned herself protectively in front of him, exclaiming, "Master, be cautious." Shadows lurking nearby emerged, prepared and vigilant, ready to unleash their skills. Simultaneously, Shen Lang sensed a frigid aura rampaging around him, as if attempting to invade his very pores, threatening to freeze both his body and soul. Remarkably, in the midst of summer, snowflakes began to drift through the air, a sight that was decidedly out of the ordinary. Fortunately, at that moment, a familiar voice broke the tension. "Enough, my enchanting friend, that is quite enough. I was merely jesting." The speaker was a woman. Following her words, the bone-chilling cold dissipated, and the snowflakes vanished into thin air. 3 figures then descended from the sky. At the forefront stood the dragon blood war god, Chu Genhua. To his left was a burly man, and to his right, a woman clad in striking dark gold armor. The prowess of Chu Genhua was well known. He was the foremost powerhouse of the new generation in the Great Xia Kingdom. The pair accompanying him was undoubtedly formidable as well, certainly of 10-star caliber. Moreover, to stand beside Chu Genhua was no ordinary 10-star individual. Before Shen Lang could utter a word, the female warrior scrutinized him and, with a gentle smile, remarked, "No wonder our camp leader personally intervened with this little fellow. He has already formed a contract with a beast." Impressive. Although the shadow had emerged from the darkness, it remained cloaked, and thus the female warrior failed to discern its true form. This was the pride of the powerful. And given Shen Lang's esteemed position in the eyes of Chu Genhua, the female warrior refrained from probing further. Upon hearing her words, Shen Lang turned to look at Chu Genhua, who introduced, "Yao Rao, a 10-star warrior, my deputy. By the way, her sister is also a Beastmaster. If you have watched the treasure chest opening livestream, you might have encountered her." Startled by this revelation, Shen Lang realized that the impersonator he had previously encountered was indeed the sister of a 10-star warrior. However, he pondered with curiosity how such a young girl could have exhibited such audacity. Despite his thoughts, Shen Lang courteously greeted, "I am Shen Lang. It is a pleasure to meet you, Sister Yao Rao." "Ah, quite the charming tongue you have there. I like it," Yao Rao responded, casting a flirtatious glance. Chapter 79. The essence lies in participation. There was no way to respond to this remark. Shen Lang could only offer an innocuous smile. Chu Genhua gestured toward the burly man beside him, saying, "This is Quang Lei, my deputy. Nice to meet you, Brother Quang Lei." Shen Lang politely addressed him. Quang Lei nodded slightly, grinning. "Not bad, little guy. No wonder the camp leader values you so highly." Chu Genhua cast a sidelong glance at the shadowy figure and inquired, "Is this your second beast companion?" "Indeed," Shen Lang admitted, realizing that the circumstances left little room for concealment. Chu Genhua's gaze shifted to Medusa, stating, "I initially thought that dealing with that 5-star divine beast boss would pose some challenge for just the two of you. Now that you have a second beast companion, the odds have improved significantly. We should give it a try." "Indeed," Shen Lang concurred. However, Chu Genhua scoffed, "Are you suggesting that with 3 10-star professionals here, you will merely try? I will definitely eliminate that 5-star divine beast boss." Shen Lang quickly amended his statement and tentatively asked, "War God, this is a 10-star forbidden zone, is it not? Does that not imply the presence of 10-star divine beasts?" "Indeed," spoke Yao Rao, her enchanting smile brightening the atmosphere. "And your promotion task involves that 5-star divine beast boss, which just so happens to be the offspring of a 10-star divine beast residing in this fallen abyss. Thus, you owe us a significant favor this time. Remember, in times of prosperity, do not forget your benefactors." At her words, Shen Lang's expression twitched. Was it that difficult to locate a 5-star divine beast boss? Why had it led him to such a place? And it was, astonishingly, the offspring of a 10-star divine beast. This revelation allowed Shen Lang to deduce why Chu Genhua had brought along 2 10-star war gods. Clearly, they were here to safeguard him. 3 10-star war gods, including the invincible Chu Genhua. As Yao Rao mentioned, this was indeed a substantial favor, considering it involved 3 10-star war gods. However, on reflection, Not everyone could command such respect to have 3 10-star war gods assist them in a promotion task. At that moment, Chu Jinhua spoke up. Enough chatter. Let us discuss the battle plan. Huang Lei, you and I will confront the 10-star fallen angel at the first opportunity. Yarao, take this chance to drive away its offspring and lead it near Shen Lang. Shen Lang, you will wait at the periphery of the secret realm for Yarao. Once the 5-star fallen angel arrives, strike immediately. Understood. Both Yarao and Huang Lei responded, standing tall. Noticing Chu Jinhua's gaze, Shen Lang imitated them, saying, understood. Let us move. Without further ado, Chu Jinhua led Shen Lang and the others into the depths of the fallen abyss secret realm. Upon entering, they were greeted by a dim landscape, shrouded in thick haze that obscured their vision, rendering it difficult to see far ahead. Upon entering, no ferocious beasts were initially in sight. It was not until approximately 5 kilometers ahead that Shen Lang faintly sensed the presence of some formidable creatures. Fortunately, their levels did not appear excessively high. However, the distant aura exuded a ferocious pressure far beyond his capabilities. Chu Jinhua halted, turning to Shen Lang with a firm directive. Wait here and do not wander. Understood. Shen Lang reflexively replied. Ignoring his response, Chu Jinhua then addressed Yao Lao and Huang Lei, instructing them to proceed as planned. Both nodded in agreement, and in an instant, the trio transformed into a streak of light, soaring into the sky and vanishing from sight. Here I am, a mere 2-star individual, entering a 10-star secret realm. Shen Lang chuckled in resignation, refraining from indulging his curiosity and obediently remaining in place. Meanwhile, Medusa and Shadow, possessing considerable strength themselves, were acutely aware of the dangers surrounding them, especially given that numerous beings within this realm surpassed their own prowess. After all, this was a 10-star secret realm, home to not only 10-star divine beasts, but also various other formidable creatures, many of whom were significantly stronger than Medusa and Shadow. They were not their match. Observing the 2 women as heightened vigilance, Shen Lang spoke reassuringly. Sasha, Xiaoying, there's no need for such tension. We are merely at the periphery of the secret realm. No powerful beasts will approach here, and if they do, we can handle them. Yes, Master, they replied in unison, yet remained on high alert. Suddenly, Medusa broke the silence. A large group of ferocious beasts is approaching from the direction they previously went. Shen Lang also sensed it. Furrowing his brow as he gazed toward the source of the encroaching dark energy, a look of helplessness crossing his face. Wasn't he, I suppose, to wait patiently? Yet here they are, bringing trouble to my doorstep. Given the strength of Chu Jinhua and his companions, Shen Lang found it hard to believe they would inadvertently stir the beasts along their path. The beast's current trajectory towards them was undoubtedly orchestrated by Chu Jinhua and his team, a deliberate maneuver. Realizing this, Shen Lang declared, Sasha, Xiaoying, prepare to gain experience. This is a 10-star secret realm, where the beast's levels are quite formidable. Even the periphery likely starts at 2 or 3 stars. Defeating creatures of higher ranks will yield considerable experience. However, Shen Lang was not foolish. He promptly set his experience gains to enhance his general skills rather than leveling up. The reason was straightforward. He was on the verge of unlocking a second profession. Once this second profession was activated, he would receive double the attribute point rewards with each level up. If he leveled up now, he would forfeit that bonus, an outcome he could not afford. Moreover, with Chu Jinhua and his companions aiding him, Shen Lang felt confident, though not absolutely certain, about successfully activating his second profession. Thus, channeling experience into enhancing general skills was the most prudent course of action. Upon the successful establishment of the experience conversion, the menacing beasts were swiftly approaching, their myriad pale green eyes becoming discernible, a horde of fallen demons advancing with the velocity of a dark tide. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang activated all available auxiliary skills, directing them towards Medusa and Shadow, not out of fear for their safety, but rather to foster a sense of participation. As the primary offensive force, Medusa surged forth first, unleashing a barrage of basic attacks and skills, incinerating swathes of fallen demons into mere ashes. Yet, a small fraction continued to approach Shen Lang from various angles. However, with Shadow providing a protective barrier, dark mist swirled, unleashing a flurry of black arrows. No fallen demon could come within 3 paces of Shen Lang. Thus, Shen Lang found himself with little to occupy his time, occasionally casting Bloodline Insight to casually probe the bloodlines of the fallen demons. While such opportunities for serendipitous gains were scarce, one could never be too certain. Chapter 80. The 10-star Divine Beast, Three-Headed Hellhound. With the onset of slaughter, experience points were rapidly harvested. Despite the overwhelming amount of experience required for their universal skills, the progress bar continued to advance slowly. The demons that emerged were increasingly formidable, with the initial waves comprising 2-star and 3-star foes, followed by 3-star and 4-star adversaries. Yet, none posed any significant challenge. Medusa took the lead in tormenting the weaker foes, while Shadow, lurking in the shadows, occasionally unleashed a few well-aimed arrows, resulting in heaps of demon corpses. As for the equipment, it sufficed to say that anything below red quality would amount to a considerable collection, which would ultimately be discarded to Yihong Yu. Recently, she had taken up residence in the Treasure Pavilion, and even when away, her inventory had expanded to over 10,000 slots. She had grown wise. Upon receiving Shen Lang's emails, she would invariably activate the one-click loot feature. After being buried several times, it was challenging not to accumulate some experience. Shen Lang, feeling somewhat bored, activated his Bloodline Insight, sweeping his gaze across the battlefield. Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with intrigue. Shadow, do not kill it yet. Instead, confine it. Perhaps Medusa, sensing Shadow's ennui, intentionally left some demons for him, allowing a small demon to sneak past her blockade, trailing behind a few others. Shen Lang's attention was drawn to this diminutive demon, notably smaller than its counterparts, with short horns and a mere level of 34. Yet, the fact that Shen Lang called for its capture indicated that this small demon's bloodline was extraordinary. Following Shen Lang's command, Shadow complied unconditionally. The small demon, destined to be impaled by a dark mist arrow, was enveloped in a shroud of black mist, ensnared within, and drawn before Shen Lang. Within the black mist prison, the small demon's eyes shimmered with a violet glow, and arcs of electricity danced upon its horns. Unfortunately, this 2-star demon could not hope to breach Shadow's black mist confinement. After slaying countless demons, he finally beheld one with a commendable bloodline. Shen Lang remarked with a smile, albeit tinged with a hint of regret, the reason being, this small demon did not possess the 10-star Divine Beast bloodline. Purple-eyed Electric Demon, level 34, bloodline limit, 10-star Thunder Demon of the King Beast level, growth limit, level 300, success rate of evolution below 6 stars, 100, 7 stars, 90, 8 stars, 85, 9 stars, 76, 10 stars, 51, a 10-star King Beast. It must be said that such a bloodline, within the realm of beast taming. Even among all ferocious beasts, it ranks among the elite. Despite Shen Lang having contracted 2 10-star Divine Beast bloodlines consecutively, how many 10-star Divine Beasts exist globally? Ultimately, it was a matter of luck for Shen Lang, the halo of the protagonist, if one understands the implications. Moreover, not all 10-star Divine Beasts possess the capacity to mature safely, akin to the prodigious individuals among humanity, despite boundless potential for the future. The vast majority succumb to various adversities. Take Medusa, for instance. Had she not encountered Shen Lang, how could she have shed her fiery python form and evolved into the Queen of Medusa? Possessing the bloodline of a 10-star Divine Beast is one matter, while ascending to become one is an entirely different affair. Presently, the violet-eyed Electric Demon stands out as a remarkable specimen, apart from being a 10-star royal beast. Its success rate for evolution is indeed formidable. Below 6 stars, the success rate is a staggering 100%, meaning as long as this little imp survives, it is destined to become a 6-star royal beast. Furthermore, the success rates for evolution to 7, 8, and 9 stars exceed 70%. Even the likelihood of evolving to 10 stars is a commendable 51%. If a Beastmaster were to dedicate themselves to nurturing it, generously investing resources, the evolution of this violet-eyed Electric Demon into a 10-star royal beast would merely be a matter of time. However, it remains just a 10-star royal beast, not a 10-star Divine Beast. For Shen Lang, the presence of such a high potential, high evolution rate companion inevitably presents a dilemma. It embodies that peculiar sensation of being tasteless yet regrettable to discard. Were it a slightly inferior specimen, such as a legendary grade beast, should the Shadow eliminate it, Shen Lang would scarcely flinch. Ah, that enchanting sister is a Beastmaster. Upon this realization, Shen Lang's lips curled into a smirk. A 10-star royal beast should fetch a substantial sum, wouldn't he? While he himself may not covet a 10-star royal beast, to other Beastmasters, it is undoubtedly a coveted and remarkable companion. Previously, Shen Lang had contemplated amassing wealth through formidable beasts with illustrious bloodlines, yet this endeavor relies purely on fortune, as locating such high-quality bloodlines is far from guaranteed. As for elite-level legendaries, he could hardly be bothered to pursue them. After all, beasts cannot simply be stowed away like equipment. Should he choose to sell a beast, he must return it to the city, inviting a plethora of complications. However, given that the enchanting sister is situated in this abyss of decadence, contacting her directly would require little effort. Thus, Shen Lang instructed the shadow to set the violet-eyed electric demon aside, temporarily disregarding it to continue harvesting experience. He pondered what the three war gods were engaged in, wondering if they had encountered the 10-star divine beast yet. With no sounds indicating otherwise, they likely had not begun. Shen Lang murmured to himself as he observed Medusa mercilessly dispatching demons while continuing to activate his Bloodline Insight talent. The variety of demons within this abyss is quite extensive, with creatures soaring above and others scuttling below, even some undead mingling among them, indicating that this secret realm is not solely populated by demonic beasts. For instance, at this moment, a horde of decaying canine beasts, emerging from unknown origins, approached with a pungent stench. Scanning with his detection skill revealed them to be undead beasts, specifically the undead hellhounds. Upon further examination of the levels, there exists a range from level 30 to 100, with the majority hovering around the 30s and only a scant few exceeding 3 stars. The odor was truly repugnant, reminiscent of a decaying rodent. Shen Lang furrowed his brow and promptly addressed Medusa, saying, "Sasha, over there. Let us eliminate this group first." Upon hearing Shen Lang's command, Medusa swiftly raised her hand and directed a strike towards the pack of undead hounds, resulting in a barrage of fireballs raining down from above. With a resounding roar, the fireballs incinerated the undead hounds with relentless fury. At that moment, Shen Lang, filled with sudden fervor, shouted once more, "Hurry, Shadow! Save that undead hound! Quickly! The fireball is about to strike it." As he spoke, Shen Lang himself dashed towards the location where one of the fireballs was destined to land. Beneath the impending fireball, there trembled an undead hound with only half a head, paralyzed by fear, so much so that it did not even attempt to flee. Its cranium appeared as though it had been severed, lacking both its left eye and ear. Fortunately, Shadow acted with remarkable swiftness, conjuring a misty shield that materialized just beneath the fireball. With a thunderous explosion, the fireball detonated, and the misty shield dissipated, thus rescuing the half-headed undead hound in the nick of time. Shen Lang approached, exhilarated as he beheld the trembling creature still wagging its tail. Undead hound. Level 30. Bloodline limit. 10-star divine beast. 3-headed hellhound. Growth limit. Level 300. As for the stench reminiscent of a decaying rodent, one could only say it was rather delightful. Chapter 81. Have I not effectively locked the bloodline? Once again, a 10-star divine beast. Shen Lang truly did not anticipate that after discovering a 10-star king beast, another 10-star divine beast would soon follow. It can only be said that the Abyss of Despair lives up to its reputation as a 10-star secret realm. The crucial point is that this Abyss of Despair is a domain of demons, yet it astonishingly harbors the bloodline of a necromantic divine beast. What extraordinary fortune! Without further ado, Shen Lang ventured into the shrouded cage of black mist, scrutinizing the necromantic hound. Simultaneously, he commanded Shadow to eliminate all residual necromantic hounds that had been intercepted by the mist shield during the previous attack. Upon closer inspection, this necromantic hound indeed bore some distinctions from its counterparts. Apart from its head being partially severed, its body exhibited no signs of decay. On the contrary, its fur was sleek and glossy. However, upon further observation, Shen Lang discerned numerous wounds on the hound's abdomen, and its breath was exceedingly faint. Whether due to recent injuries or those sustained earlier remained uncertain, but it was clearly on the brink of death. How fortunate to encounter me before its demise. This is serendipity indeed. Noticing the necromantic hound's vitality waning, Shen Lang wasted no time and promptly initiated the contracting technique. The starlight array shimmered brightly, enveloping the necromantic hound, and the contract was swiftly established. The hound, which had been struggling within the black mist cage, gradually relinquished its ferocity, becoming remarkably docile after the completion of the contract, wagging its half-tail towards Shen Lang. Shen Lang. Truly, it is a dog. A necromantic hound is still a dog. Shen Lang grinned and instructed Shadow to release the black mist cage. The little creature immediately darted out, scampering to Shen Lang's feet and eagerly pawing at him, its half-tail wagging with unrestrained joy, a sight that was somewhat hard to behold. Raising his gaze, he saw Medusa still engaged in vanquishing the demons. Shadow had emerged from his shadow, centered around Shen Lang, systematically eliminating any stray demons. Seizing the moment, Shen Lang first bestowed a wave of supportive skills upon Medusa and Shadow, then turned his attention to the necromantic hound gnawing at his pant leg, chuckling, "Little pup, your fortunes are about to change." With that, Shen Lang unhesitatingly activated the Bloodline Ancestral Return talent for the necromantic hound. Divine talent, Bloodline Ancestral Return activated. Do you wish to activate the necromantic hound's divine beast bloodline, reverting it to the hellhound? Without hesitation, Shen Lang consented, and in the next instant, a radiant glow enveloped the necromantic hound. Within this brilliance, the hound's form began to swell until it reached the size of an adult bison, during which its injuries, including the severed portion of its head and tail, were wholly restored through the activation of its bloodline. Moments later, a large, lustrous black dog materialized before Shen Lang's eyes. Shen Lang raised his gaze to scrutinize the large black dog, a plethora of question marks swirling above his head. Where, he wondered, was the promised three-headed hellhound? How was there but a solitary head? As if sensing the peculiar thoughts swirling in Shen Lang's mind, the black dog shook its head, and in an instant, three identical heads emerged from its neck. Simultaneously, the aura of death emanating from the creature surged by more than threefold. Shen Lang blinked and inquired, "You possess two forms?" "Indeed, master," the black dog replied, and as it spoke, the two newly sprouted heads retracted. However, Shen Lang astutely noted that the voice of the black dog resembled that of a young boy. For reasons unknown, this realization inexplicably eased his mind. Medusa and Shadow were both humanoid in form, but this three-headed hellhound was unequivocally of beastly nature. If it turned out that this black dog was a female, and if it were to become envious of Shadow or Medusa, insisting on snuggling in his bed, the image was too delightful, sending a chill down Shen Lang's spine. Nonetheless, the ability of the three-headed hellhound to assume two forms was indeed advantageous. It could remain in its usual form without the need to return to the beast space. In its black dog form, to be candid, most would hardly recognize it as a divine beast. With such thoughts, Shen Lang began to examine the attributes panel of the three-headed hellhound, along with the various statistics displayed. The specifics of the data need not be inscribed here, as verbosity breeds errors, and I am simply disinclined. However, it is worth noting that in terms of talents, the three-headed hellhound, akin to Medusa and Shadow, possessed two SSS-level talents. SSS-level talent, Necromantic Majesty, Necromantic Attack 400. Enemies struck have a chance to trigger a corrosion effect. SSS-level talent, Bloodthirsty Nature, restores 500 health upon slaying an enemy. The first talent is relatively standard, providing a damage boost, similar to those possessed by Shadow and Medusa, and thus is quite commendable. As for the second talent, it is rather extraordinary. Whenever the hellhound slays an enemy, its health will regenerate at a rate 5 times faster. In other words, as long as it can dispatch foes swiftly, even if it suffers injuries and depletes health, the recovery rate will far surpass the loss. This is remarkably powerful. It could serve as a tank killer, simultaneously tanking and slaying. If this talent were bestowed upon me, a 5-fold recovery of 5-fold means a staggering 25 times the recovery speed. Coupled with the hellhound's ability to farm monsters, as long as I am not instantly defeated, it would be akin to locking my health bar. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Shen Lang lost interest in examining the hellhound's skills and immediately activated the divine-level talent extraction. Congratulations! You have extracted the SSS-level talent Bloodthirsty Nature from your beast. Upon hearing the notification, Shen Lang's heart soared with joy. It was indeed true that thoughts manifest into reality, for he had successfully drawn the Bloodthirsty Nature talent from the three-headed hellhound, a flawless acquisition. Following this, he promptly initiated the beast bonding process for the three-headed hellhound, adorning it with suitable equipment from his inventory. Regrettably, none of them are entirely suitable. However, they are still serviceable, for having something is preferable to having nothing. In terms of overall data, the Cerberus is comparable to both Medusa and the Shadow, with comprehensive attribute points hovering around 8,000. Medusa boasts the strongest attack, the Shadow possesses the most formidable defense, while the Cerberus is characterized purely by its impressive endurance. Observing the Cerberus, Shen Lang remarked, "Given your sleek black fur, I shall call you Little Black from now on. You shall serve as my mount." After all, it is still a dog, and naming it is a rather perfunctory task. Any name would suffice. "As you wish, master." Little Black obediently responded, promptly lowering its body in front of Shen Lang. With a firm push from his foot, Shen Lang secured his position atop Little Black's back. To his surprise, it was quite comfortable and stable. At that moment, an unparalleled aura surged forth from the depths of the fallen abyss, captivating the attention of Medusa, the Shadow, and the Cerberus alike, their gazes filled with profound apprehension. Shen Lang too cast his eyes in that direction, his gaze narrowing, at last. The Dragon Blood War god and his companions were commencing their endeavors. Chapter 82, To the Bitter End. In the heart of the abyss of despair, beneath a dim and bottomless chasm, a being with flowing obsidian purple hair, pointed ears, and 6 pairs of wings hovered in the air. This entity was none other than the 12-winged fallen angel, a 10-star divine beast of the abyss of despair. Behind this magnificent fallen angel stood a smaller version, almost identical in appearance, though it possessed only 3 pairs of wings. Clearly, this 6-winged fallen angel was the offspring of its 12-winged counterpart, although referred to as a juvenile. In comparison to the 10-star divine beasts, its power was formidable, boasting a rank of 5 stars and exceeding level 150. It was indeed more potent than the typical 5-star divine beasts, for it bore the aura of a boss. Before the 2 fallen angels stood the Dragon Blood War god, Zhu Jinhua, accompanied by his 2 aides, Yao Lao and Kuang Lei. The arrival of these 3 10-star professionals had awakened the slumbering divine beasts. The 12-winged fallen angel regarded Zhu Jinhua and his companions with a wary expression, its voice raspy as it inquired, "Humans, what is it that you desire?" As intelligent beings, 10-star divine beasts were not inferior to humans in terms of wit. In response to the fallen angel's question, Zhu Jinhua flashed a grin and replied, "That is a redundant question. Having come this far, our intent is undoubtedly to vanquish you." As his words fell, Zhu Jinhua's aura surged dramatically, and a dragon-shaped phantom rose from his form. The 12-winged fallen angel's expression shifted in alarm. "You are Zhu Jinhua." The renown of the Dragon Blood War god had reached even the ears of 10-star divine beasts, and they regarded him with considerable trepidation. Zhu Jinhua was not surprised that the fallen angel recognized him. He coldly declared, "To be honest, I have long wished to engage in combat with you. Come, let us battle." Since Zhu Jinhua had grown in strength, he had been eager to confront Anthony, but regrettably, Anthony had consistently evaded a challenge. Thus, Zhu Jinhua's statement held truth, for Anthony was a summoner who relied heavily on his ability to call forth a 10-star divine beast, the very fallen angel before him. Therefore, Zhu Jinhua indeed sought to hone his skills against this fallen angel of the abyss. The 12-winged fallen angel maintained a defensive stance, but refrained from engaging in battle, stating, "Dragon Blood War god, since my arrival in the Great Xia Kingdom, I have remained within this abyss of despair and have not slaughtered your people. If there have been any instances, they were merely attempts on my life. I acted solely in self-defense. Should you wish for me to leave the Great Xia Kingdom, I shall depart with my offspring." As it asserted, the 12-winged fallen angel was not originally from the Great Xia Kingdom, and its deceased mate shared a similar origin, having never indiscriminately harmed the citizens of the realm. From his current words, it is evident that the pressure exerted on him by Zhu Jinhua and his companions is immense, to the point where he contemplates departing from the Great Xia Kingdom. Upon hearing this, Zhu Jinhua chuckled. "Do you truly believe you have the opportunity to escape?" Anxifa. Among the world's venerable 10-star divine beasts, each bears a name, and this fallen angel before us is named Anxifa. Observing Zhu Jinhua's unwillingness to let him go, Anxifa replied with a grave tone, "Zhu Jinhua, you are indeed formidable, but do not forget that among the 10 stars, we divine beasts reign supreme. You may not necessarily be my match. Even if you were to force my demise, you would not emerge unscathed. Therefore, I am not alone in this. Chu Jinhua remarked with a hint of amusement. Angsapha was not mistaken. In terms of equal rank, Chu Jinhua was confident in defeating Angsapha. Yet to claim a singular victory would indeed prove challenging, likely requiring him to pay a steep price. This was precisely the reason he had summoned aid. Meanwhile, Quang Lei seemed unable to contain himself, eagerly exclaiming, "Why all this talk? Let us just get on with it." Almost instantaneously, as he spoke, Quang Lei dashed toward Angsapha, and midway, he had already donned his gear, his left hand wielding a dark golden war hammer, and his right, a dark golden square shield. 10-star divine beast? I shall crush you. Quang Lei moved with the speed of lightning, raising his war hammer, imbued with potent earth magic, and struck fiercely at Angsapha. Although Angsapha was reluctant to engage, he remained vigilant and swiftly reacted. Purple magical shields formed from diamond shapes materialized around him, while 2 chains shot forth from his hands, aiming to ensnare Quang Lei. I have said, we are not here for a one-on-one. Just then, Chu Jinhua's voice resonated, drawing nearer and unbeknownst to them. He had already positioned himself above the fallen angel. A roar akin to a dragon echoed through the abyss, causing the mist below to recede violently, while the chains disintegrated. Dragon claws, resembling 5 broad swords, descended upon the fallen angel. Chu Jinhua, do you truly wish for mutual destruction? Angsapha's 12 wings flapped rapidly, unleashing a torrent of viscous purple venom that spread widely as he bellowed in fury. Your magical shield only defends against magical attacks. I am no mage. Quang Lei's warhammer struck down upon Angsapha's magical shield, initially infused with magical power, but now, that power had entirely dissipated, replaced by a sharp physical assault. Moreover, it was the most offensive type, gold. Clearly, Quang Lei was a warrior of both gold and earth, a 10-star combatant adept in both offense and defense. Boom. The warhammer nearly disregarded Angsapha's magical shield, poised to land upon him. Damn, cunning human. Angsapha roared in rage, even as a 10-star divine beast. He dared not take this blow head-on, and he immediately attempted to teleport away with his son. Thinking of fleeing? Have you consulted me first? Zhu Jinhua's great sword cleaved through the void, severing Enshifa's escape route. In essence, Enshifa faced a singular choice: to confront Zhu Jinhua's sword or to withstand the onslaught of Quang Lei's colossal hammer, with no alternatives available. The weight of reputation and consequence bore down upon him, prompting Enshifa to decisively pivot and face the hammer rather than risk a direct clash with Zhu Jinhua's formidable strike. However, as he braced for the hammer's impact, Enshifa forcefully carved a path amidst the lethal storm, sending his son away. The rationale was simple. While he could endure the hammer's fury, he could not safeguard his offspring any longer. The very existence of his 5-star progeny was perilously threatened by the hammer's might, compelling him to act swiftly in the child's favor. Observing this, Zhu Jinhua chuckled, "Shaorwei, it's your turn." Upon hearing these words, Enshifa suddenly realized an oversight. He had momentarily forgotten that Zhu Jinhua was not alone. There were 3 of them. Enshifa, now consumed by fury, bellowed, "Zhu Jinhua, should you dare to harm my son, if I manage to escape this place, I shall lay waste to at least 10 cities of your great Xia. No, 100 cities, until there is no end to this bloodshed." Zhu Jinhua remained unfazed, responding, "Oh, then it is all the more imperative that you do not leave here alive." Chapter 83 Heavens. These 3 are the beast tamers of Shen Lang. Anshi Fa yearned to rescue his son, who had been sent flying by a hammer strike, but alas, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. The hammer of fury had already descended before him, compelling him to retract his wings and envelop himself in a protective shroud to absorb the blow from a 10-star war deity. Boom. The hammer struck Anshi Fa's wings, reverberating with the sound of clashing metal, followed by a cacophony of thunderous roars. A chaotic energy erupted from the point of contact, sweeping through the air like a relentless tornado. Simultaneously, Anshi Fa was forced back by the violent impact, while fury surged forward, having retracted his shield. Wielding the hammer like a reckless warrior, indiscriminately smashing it down upon Anshi Fa. What exhilaration! What delight! Fury, while delivering the blows, shouted, "Captain, you can't withstand this many strikes from me." Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua curled his lip, exasperated, and retorted, You simple-minded brute. Just look at your feet. Huh? What's wrong? Fury asked, puzzled. But in the next moment, as if struck by a sudden realization, Fury froze, his hammer suspended in midair. Even though this momentary pause lasted but the blink of an eye, it afforded Anshi-Fa the opportunity to escape his range, transforming into a purple afterimage as he pursued his son. Meanwhile, the 5-star divine beast cub had already been intercepted and driven away by the alluring figure before it could be taken, vanishing into the abyss. Which is precisely why Anshi-Fa was now in hot pursuit. However, Chu Jinhua stood precisely in Anshi-Fa's path, blocking his advance. Get out of my way. Anshi-Fa roared, unleashing torrents of purple slime towards Chu Jinhua. Yet, with a languid swing of his sword, Chu Jinhua dissipated the viscous substance into nothingness. Anshi-Fa had no choice but to halt, his eyes filled with vengeful fury as he gritted his teeth. You are here for my son. No, no, no. We are here for both of you. Chu Jinhua shook his head, his tone chilling as he continued. If you die, your son must die as well. Fury, it's time to stop playing. Let us go all out. If their earlier intent was merely to separate Anshi-Fa and his son, now they were prepared to be serious. All right then, let us get to it. Fury had already freed himself from Anshi-Fa's grasp, battle shield and hammer in hand, launching a fierce assault from behind. Great Xia, humanity. Anshi-Fa's eyes widened in rage, bellowing, You shall all perish. You shall all die? You will accompany my son to the grave. He understood well that his son was still weak. If captured by humans, even if he survived, he would be imprisoned and tamed as a beast, hence losing all freedom. This was a profound insult to their kind, far worse than death. Thus, Anshi-Fa had already resigned himself to the notion that his son was dead, and he had completely succumbed to madness. Upon witnessing this, both Chu Jinhua and Kuang Lei could not help but display a grave expression. Although the two had deftly manipulated the Ancestral, they did not underestimate him. For he was indeed a genuine 10-star divine beast. When a 10-star divine beast goes berserk, even Chu Jinhua might find it challenging to contain him. In an instant, the two 10-star war gods, Chu Jinhua and Kuang Lei, engaged in combat with Ancestral. The frenzied Ancestral surprisingly held his ground against both Chu Jinhua and Kuang Lei, showcasing the formidable prowess of this divine beast. There was a reason why Chu Jinhua had yet to eliminate him. Meanwhile, on the other side, beside Shen Lang, there were no demonic beasts left. The fierce battle of the war gods deep within the secret realm, even from a distance, sent ripples of residual power that swept through the area. The ordinary demonic beasts could hardly withstand it. Some were reduced to ashes by Medusa, while others fled in terror to unknown places. Shen Lang, seated atop the back of the little black beast, gazed into the depths of the secret realm, where a violent aura surged, his eyes glimmering with determination. This was the essence of true warriors in battle. Shen Lang felt that he might not even have the opportunity to approach the fray, lest he be obliterated by the shockwaves. Medusa, Shadow, and the little black beast shared similar sentiments, each nurturing a strong desire to grow more powerful. Suddenly, a chilling aura spread through the void, causing Shen Lang and the three beasts to shudder involuntarily. A 5-star divine beast boss has arrived. Accompanied by a familiar voice, an ice sculpture descended from the sky, crashing down not far from Shen Lang and his companions. As the ice shattered upon impact, it revealed a fallen angel infant, who had just awakened from its icy slumber. Its mind still in a daze. Quickly eliminate it to complete the class transition task. I will assist. The enchanting voice echoed, yet the entity itself did not appear. Having evidently returned to confront Ancestral, Shen Lang's reaction was swift. Upon hearing the voice and seeing the fallen angel, he did not hesitate. He leaped from the back of the little black beast, casting one supportive skill after another upon his allies. Attack! With this command, Medusa, Shadow, and the little black beast all transformed back into their true forms, charging toward the bewildered fallen angel infant, unleashing their ultimate skills. A torrent of fire, dark, and necromantic energy engulfed Ancestfal's progeny. Simultaneously, a glimmer of cold light halted in the distance. This was the enchanting figure who had cast down the fallen angel infant and was about to return to assist Chu Jinhua in vanquishing Ancestral. She was startled by the aura of the three 10-star divine beasts, causing her to turn her head in astonishment. Upon seeing this, she nearly plummeted from the sky. A 10-star divine beast, the Queen Medusa, A 10-star divine beast, the Lord Shadow. The 10-star divine beast, the three-headed hellhound. How did such a formidable creature suddenly emerge from the depths of the abyss? However, the enchanting warrior, a 10-star battle god, quickly discerned an anomaly. Although it appeared to be in its complete form, the aura and fluctuations of power did not seem to reflect true completeness. The enchanting warrior's gaze flickered, her vision sharpening, allowing her to clearly see that these three 10-star divine beasts were currently collaborating to hunt down the 5-star boss beast cub, the fallen angel, that she had just cast aside. Upon closer inspection, she noticed Shen Lang not far away, casting supportive skills to aid the three 10-star divine beasts. The enchanting warrior was momentarily taken aback before realizing, my heavens, is this a joke? These three 10-star divine beasts are under the command of that Shen Lang. Chapter 84, Second Profession, Divine Talent, Divine Skills. The astonishment within Yaorao surged like a torrential river, ultimately transforming into a profound understanding. No wonder this individual was able to achieve an SSS rating in the Hellish Novice Dungeon. No wonder this person garnered such esteem from the captain, leading them to the abyss of despair to assist him in completing his class transition quest. Even when it comes to three 10-star divine beasts, possessing just one is an extraordinary feat. Thus, in the global professional arena, Shen Lang is destined to leave an indelible mark, becoming one of the superpowers of the nation. Of course, with Yaorao's keen insight, she discerned the peculiarities of these three 10-star divine beasts. Despite their complete 10-star forms, their displayed strength did not truly reflect that of genuine 10-star divine beasts. Presently, the prowess of these three 10-star divine beasts was comparable to that of 10-star divine beast cubs, perhaps even slightly weaker. However, this was hardly a concern. The fact that they already possessed complete forms in their juvenile stage sufficiently indicated their 10-star divine beast lineage. Given time, they would undoubtedly mature into bona fide 10-star divine beasts. An animal tamer with three 10-star divine beasts would be unparalleled. One could not overlook the fact that they had dispatched 3 war gods to assist in the endeavor against the 12-winged fallen angel, Anxifa. After the initial shock subsided, Yaorao's heart brimmed with anticipation, eagerly awaiting the maturation of these three 10-star divine beasts. One could say she was looking forward to Shen Lang's growth. Once Shen Lang flourished, the standing of the Daxia nation in the global professional realm would ascend to new heights. As a soldier and a war god of Daxia, what could be more exhilarating than the nation's prosperity? Yaoraao took a deep breath. She refrained from returning to scrutinize the three 10-star divine beasts, continuing her flight forward. She had not forgotten her identity. After delivering Anxifa's cub to Shen Lang, she would promptly return to assist the captain in vanquishing Anxifa. While they appeared to be aiding Shen Lang with his class transition task, eliminating Anxifa remained their paramount mission. Slaying a 10-star divine beast was undoubtedly beneficial for the overall safety of Daxia, leaving no room for negligence. With a swift motion, Yaorao vanished into the horizon, journeying deeper into the abyss. Meanwhile, not far away, Shen Lang's face radiated with joy, as a series of notification sounds echoed continuously in his mind. Though Anxifa's cub was a 5-star divine beast boss, having been frozen by Yaorao, it remained dazed, leaving it defenseless against the onslaught of the three 10-star divine beasts. It was undeniable that the 5-star divine beast boss was formidable. At least in a one-on-one scenario, Medusa and her companions might not prove to be its match. Yet, in the current situation, surrounded and overwhelmed by the three 10-star divine beasts, it could only stand bewildered before meeting its demise. Under the formidable onslaught of Medusa's three-headed beast, the 5-star divine beast boss was utterly vanquished. Congratulations. Your beast has slain the 5-star divine beast boss, fallen angel. You and your beast have each earned 3,000,000 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 dark-type beast crystal. Congratulations. You have acquired. Following the beast crystals, a splendid array of 7 pieces of equipment emerged, all beginning with exquisite red perfection. Among them were 3 pieces of red perfect gear, 2 pieces of purple epic gear, and 2 pieces of dark gold legendary gear. Undoubtedly, this marked the most significant equipment haul for Shen Lang. Not to mention, the 2 pieces of dark gold legendary equipment alone were worth celebrating. Additionally, the experience gained was astonishing, reaching a staggering 3 million. coupled with the same amount of experience for the three-headed beasts. The total experience accrued from this boss amounted to a remarkable 12 million. Truly formidable. This experience and this drop rate were nothing short of extraordinary. Shen Lang was elated. Yet he understood that such a drop rate was not commonplace. Perhaps the primary reason lay in the vast disparity between them. After all, this was a 5-star divine beast boss, while he and his three-headed beasts were merely at the nascent 2-star level. The level gap was over 100, signifying a significant leap in defeating enemies beyond their rank. Having activated the one-click loot function earlier, the dropped equipment was securely stored in his backpack. However, the 2 dark gold pieces of equipment were too enticing not to examine. With a mere thought, a pair of dark gold gloves materialized in his hands, remarkably thin and shimmering, almost indistinguishable as gloves. Fallen Feather Gloves, star level, 5 stars, effects, Spirit 60, Agility 60, Magic Recovery Speed 12, Damage bonus 9. Wearing requirement, Spirit 2000. Powerful is an understatement, yet regrettably, Shen Lang was not yet able to don them. However, now that he had reached 2 stars and completed his second job transfer quest, ascending to 5 stars could not be far off. After securing the gloves, he swiftly retrieved the second piece of dark gold equipment. This was a suit of armor, featuring dark gold patterns against a deep black background, exuding a striking allure. Fallen Armor, star level, 5 stars, effects, Vitality 12, Defense 600, Strength 60, Spirit 60. Wearing requirement, Constitution 2000. Clearly, this was an armor piece that enhanced health and resilience, emphasizing vitality and defense, with additional boosts to strength and spirit. Such an equipment piece was ideally suited for the recently contracted hellhound, which specialized in a tank role with a focus on vitality. Of course, this 5-star gear could not yet be equipped by Little Black, despite meeting the spirit attribute requirement. Yet, as previously stated, their ascent to 5 stars would not be long in coming. Shen Lang casually tossed the fallen armor back into his backpack, briefly examining the other pieces of equipment without lingering on them. With a sigh, he reflected on the completion of his job transfer task. The next moment was bound to be exhilarating. Shen Lang steadied himself and summoned the second job transfer card, instantly triggering the relevant notifications. Congratulations, Beast Tamer. You have successfully completed the job transfer task by defeating the 5-star Divine Beast boss. Would you like to proceed with the awakening of your second profession immediately? Shen Lang found himself somewhat exasperated. These notifications were utterly superfluous and entirely unnecessary. Awakening, he muttered to himself while grumbling. Awakening of the second profession in progress. Please wait. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened the unique second profession, Beast Tamer. Congratulations, you have successfully learned a new skill, Divine Skill, Super God Fusion. Congratulations. You have successfully awakened the divine talent, Beast God. Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not anticipated that this second profession would grant him yet another divine skill and a divine talent. However, what exactly was this Beast Tamer? Was there a distinction between it and the Beastmaster? Chapter 85, Supreme Fusion. Invincible. Beastmasters. Beast Tamers. In Shen Lang's understanding, these two terms seemed to convey similar meanings. However, upon further contemplation, a subtle distinction emerges, particularly concerning the characters and the character typically signifies control and management, implying a more direct and constrained connotation. Conversely, possesses a broader implication, hinting at dominion. Thus, the distinction lies therein. A Beastmaster embodies a practitioner who controls beasts, while a Beast Tamer represents one who reigns over them. Shen Lang conducted a self-analysis, providing a forced explanation for his secondary profession as a Beast Tamer. Regardless, since this profession exists uniquely, with only him possessing it within the entire vocational realm, it stands to reason that such uniqueness must entail a formidable capability. Shen Lang could not resist the urge to summon his new talents and skills, promptly scrutinizing them. Supreme Fusion, exclusive God-level skill for Beast Tamers. By employing this skill, one may choose a singular beast to fuse with, forming a Supreme Fusion combat mode. All attributes will stack and increase by 10, with no consumption during the fusion process, lasting 10 minutes. Note 1. For each star the Beast Tamer ascends, attribute increase is 5. Note 2. For each star the Beast Tamer ascends, fusion duration extends by 10 minutes. After carefully examining the skill description and grasping its effects, Shen Lang found himself astounded. The concept of fusing with a beast was easily comprehensible, merging into a combat mode. However, the notion of all attributes stacking with a 10 increase was truly extraordinary. In essence, post-fusion, his attributes and those of the beast would amalgamate, culminating in a 10 overall enhancement. 10 attribute points would translate into an elevation of 1 attribute point. 100 attribute points would yield a 10-point enhancement. 1,000 attribute points would equate to a 100-point increase. 10,000 attribute points would lead to a 1,000-point elevation. Moreover, this increase would further escalate as Shen Lang's star level rises, augmenting by 5 for each ascent. Currently, at 2 stars, the total enhancement of attributes upon fusing with a beast would amount to 15. Medusa and her companions boasted a total of approximately 500 in their 4-dimensional attributes. Consequently, if he were to execute a supreme fusion with any beast, they could acquire an augmentation exceeding 200 attribute points, not even accounting for Shen Lang's own total of just over 1,000 attribute points. This scenario only reflects their current status as 2 stars. Should they all reach 10 stars in the future, the enhancement would be terrifying. A fully evolved 10-star divine beast would possess a total attribute of at least 50,000. Thus, alongside a 10-star Shen Lang, it is conceivable that the cumulative attributes could approach 100,000, further amplified by a 60 increase, resulting in a total attribute value of 160,000 to 170,000. Regrettably, this is a beast tamer skill, and the blessings of the Beastmaster cannot be bestowed upon it. Otherwise, upon reaching the 10th star, my attribute points would have doubled. Shen Lang mused to himself, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Nevertheless, even so, the super divine fusion is formidable enough. Just imagine, when Shen Lang merges with a 10th star divine beast through super divine fusion, it would essentially equate to surpassing the attribute points of a 10th star divine beast by nearly a factor of 1. This can be deemed an absolute suppression. Single-handedly challenging a 10th star divine beast would be a trivial task. Truly, it is a godly skill. Shen Lang sighed in admiration and then began to explore his new divine talent. Beast God, exclusive divine talent for beast tamers. By utilizing this talent, one can perform super divine fusion with multiple ferocious beasts, with the effects of super divine fusion remaining unchanged. Upon witnessing the effects of this talent, Shen Lang's eyes widened in astonishment. The super divine fusion skill itself is already overwhelmingly powerful, yet this beast god talent is a veritable war machine among the invincible. Merging with a single beast significantly amplifies both Shen Lang and the beast's strength. While the beast god talent allows him to fuse with multiple ferocious beasts without any numerical limitations, this implies that even if Shen Lang possesses 100 beasts, he can merge with all of them. At that time, all the attribute points of the beasts will be consolidated into Shen Lang alone, leading to a terrifying overall enhancement. A 10-star divine beast boasts attribute points exceeding 50,000. Thus, with 10 beasts, that would amount to 500,000. To say nothing more, just 500,000 means that Shen Lang, at the 10th star, would gain an astonishing 300,000 in attribute points. 300,000 attribute points equates to nearly the strength of 5 additional 10th star divine beasts. Of course, all of this is merely conjecture. However, even considering the current Shen Lang and his 3 beasts, he is already exceedingly invincible. The combined attributes of the 3 beasts approach 30,000, so after merging with them, his overall attributes would exceed 30,000. With a 15% increase in attributes, he would gain an additional 4,500 attribute points. With such a talent skill, if I am not invincible, then who is? Shen Lang could not contain his laughter, for there is no doubt that the beast tamer as a second profession has illuminated his future. The professional talent skills of the Beastmaster merely allow him to possess powerful beasts, enabling these formidable creatures to fight on his behalf. In contrast, the professional talent skills of the beast tamer empower him to maximize the value of his beasts. Were it not for the untimely circumstances, Shen Lang would have eagerly desired to merge with the Medusa Shadow to test the effects, although they had previously merged in another manner. This current fusion would undoubtedly be different, perhaps even yielding an exhilarating sensation. As for Little Black, it is best not to merge unless absolutely necessary. It seems that little black sensed Shen Lang's disdainful gaze, blinking its innocent eyes in confusion. What have I done to evoke such a look from my master? How could such a cute dog be dismissed? At that moment, deep within the abyss of corruption, the already tumultuous energy surged once more, akin to a raging tempest. Shen Lang's gaze shifted once more, raising an eyebrow as he inquired, "Is it coming to an end?" With his faint sense, he could discern that 3 of the auras remained steady and formidable, while the 4th, though still ferocious, was clearly waning. Evidently, the diminished aura emanated from the 10-star celestial beast, the fallen angel. To his astonishment, it turned out that he was in the presence of a 10-star fallen angel. Wait a moment. Could it be that the fallen angel I just vanquished was merely the offspring of this 10-star celestial being? This implies that I have just eliminated a creature of 10-star divine lineage. As this realization dawned upon Shen Lang, a pained expression crossed his face. For the bloodline of a 10-star celestial beast is indeed a rare find. Although he had transitioned into his new profession for over a month, he had only managed to tame 3 10-star celestial beasts. Alas, however, trading a 10-star celestial bloodline for my extraordinary second profession does not seem like a loss. Shen Lang was not one to dwell on regrets. Upon recalling his second profession, the pangs of regret dissipated entirely. Chapter 86. My good intentions, do you not understand? Deep within the abyss of corruption, the battle rages on. However, the tide of war evidently favors the human practitioners, as Zhu Jinhua and his companions are 3 10-star war gods. At this moment, Anxifa has lost 2 of its wings, its violet feathers swirling chaotically in the sky. Blood splattered across its face and body. In stark contrast, Zhu Jinhua remains unscathed, just as he was before. This is quite understandable, for he is currently the primary attacker, having avoided direct confrontation with Anxifa. With the tank warrior Quang Lei shielding the front lines, Anxifa's assaults have failed to reach him. Meanwhile, Quang Lei bears numerous wounds, with a large area of his back corroded and his right arm hanging limply, clearly broken. Even the returning Yao Lao is marked with several injuries, her hair in disarray. Die. Anxifa, bloodied and enraged, gazes skyward and transforms into a streak of purple light, charging at Zhu Jinhua. Unfazed, Zhu Jinhua is suddenly interrupted by Quang Lei's loud shout. "Captain, I can't take it anymore. If I endure another hit, I might lose my life here. You handle this wave. I need to catch my breath." Yao Lao echoes his sentiment, exclaiming, "Captain, my hair is a mess. Just give me a moment. I'll be right there." After a fierce struggle, both Quang Lei and Yao Lao are utterly exhausted, their vitality and magical strength significantly diminished. Faced with Anxifa's relentless onslaught, they find it increasingly difficult to support Zhu Jinhua, resorting to sneaking potions on the sidelines. Observing this, Zhu Jinhua's expression darkens as he scolds, "You too, just wait. I'll deal with you later." As he speaks, Zhu Jinhua becomes enveloped by the storm of violet feathers, having initially been unprepared to defend. Consequently, Anxifa's skill strikes him directly. The violet feathers, akin to the blades from Anxifa's wings, rain down upon Zhu Jinhua, piercing him relentlessly. The atmosphere is charged with an overwhelming aura, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Quang Lei, gulping down potions, nervously inquires, "Yao Lao, Captain, he should be all right? Who is our captain?" "The invincible war god of the great Xia. How could anything happen to him?" Yao Lao, also consuming potions, exuberantly praises Zhu Jinhua. Quang Lei quickly concurs, Yes, our captain is invincible." Amidst the barrage of violet feathers, Zhu Jinhua's expression darkens. His dark golden armor is riddled with cracks, showing signs of wear even on legendary equipment. This beast is truly fighting for its life. Sensing the lethal power of the feathers, Zhu Jinhua realizes that Anxifa is at its last gasp, burning its very life force. Finally, the legendary armor upon Zhu Jinhua shatters under the relentless assault of the endless violet feathers. Yet, at that very moment, Zhu Jinhua's form vanishes, replaced by a magnificent golden dragon. The purple feathers are indeed formidable, yet when they strike against the golden scales, they leave but faint imprints, utterly failing to breach this defense. Instead, the massive form of the golden dragon unfurls, effortlessly deflecting all the purple feathers. The golden dragon weaves and spirals through the air, and from its maw resounds the voice of Zhu Jinhua. "Anxifa, it is time for you to embark." Accompanied by this commanding utterance, the golden dragon soars, gathering bolts of golden lightning overhead. Upon witnessing this, Quang Lei grinned, remarking, "The commander has unleashed the blade of thunder punishment. Anshi Fa has reached his end. To compel the commander to wield such power is no small feat," Yao Rao added with a smirk. Amidst their conversation, a blade tip emerged from the vortex of lightning above the golden dragon, swiftly extending into a golden blade exceeding 10 meters in length, infused with boundless thunderous might. Descending upon Anshi Fa with lethal intent, Anshi Fa attempted to flee. However, long before the blade of thunder arrived, the overwhelming force of thunder had already engulfed the void, bombarding him relentlessly. No matter where he sought refuge, he found himself besieged by the onslaught of thunder. Ultimately, the blade of thunder struck, and despite Anshi Fa's feeble attempts at defense, it proved futile as he was cleaved into oblivion. Once Anshi Fa's figure faded into nothingness, the abyss still shimmered with flashes of lightning. Dark, golden glimmers manifested in the void, revealing the equipment that emerged upon Anshi Fa's demise, clearly comprising more than one piece of dark golden gear. Yet, in the next moment, these items vanished, and the golden dragon along with the thunderous vortex dissipated as well. Chu Jinhua, bare-chested, descended rapidly from the heights, teleporting in an instant to stand before Quang Lei and Yao Rao. Seeing the fierce expression on Chu Jinhua's face, Quang Lei immediately raised his hands in surrender. "Commander, I was wrong. I truly was." Yao Rao began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by Chu Jinhua. "Silence. When I allowed you to engage first, it was to hone your skills. My intentions were noble, yet you failed to comprehend them. Opportunities to battle a 10-star divine beast are rare. You should not take them for granted. You have profoundly disappointed me." Listening to Chu Jinhua's righteous admonishment, Yao Rao sighed. "All right, Commander, we will compensate you for your legendary equipment. What dark golden gear? Am I, Chu Jinhua, one to quibble over such trifles?" Chu Jinhua declared. Exuding an air of integrity, Quang Lei and Yao Rao exchanged glances, as if to convey, "Our commander is indeed such a person." True to form, Chu Jinhua soon relented, stating, "Since you insist, I shall graciously accept. It is but a piece of 10-star dark golden armor, a mere trifle for you." Quang Lei and Yao Rao gazed skyward, eager to discern what they had insisted upon, pondering how it could possibly be such a burden for him. Chu Jinhua disregarded the two and swiftly donned a suit of golden armor. He looked up and inquired of Yao Yao, "By the way, how is that fellow Shen Lang faring? Has he completed his job transfer quest?" Returning to the matter at hand, Yao Yao could not help but recall the scene of the 3 10-star divine beasts unleashing their might. Hesitatingly responding, "He should have completed it, I suppose." "What do you mean by should have?" Chu Jinhua pressed. Clearing her throat, Yao Yao explained, "I merely sent Angsif's son over and returned immediately." Furrowing his brow, Chu Jinhua replied, "Let us go and take a look. We must ensure that nothing has gone awry." In his view, it should not pose a problem for Shen Lang and his companions to slay a 5-star divine beast boss, yet he harbored some concerns. Should anything unfortunate occur, the losses to the Great Xia Kingdom would be immense, far beyond what could be remedied by merely vanquishing a 10-star divine beast. Unbeknownst to him, Chu Jinyu had already acknowledged Shen Lang's potential ascent to the position of the greatest powerhouse in the Great Xia Kingdom. Chapter 87. Although not particularly strong, he can still be of use. It can be said that Chu Jinhua truly regards Shen Lang as a potential successor. After all, despite his formidable strength, Chu Jinhua is still but a mortal. He requires an equal or even superior presence to safeguard the Great Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, by nurturing Shen Lang, he could alleviate some of his burdens and redirect his energies towards other endeavors, such as extinguishing the obsession that haunts him, finding a way to vanquish Satan. Although he is currently pursuing this goal, he remains constrained by apprehensions, unable to act recklessly. The weight of responsibility for the Great Xia Kingdom prevents him from doing so. Should he act without caution against Satan, any unforeseen mishap could lead to catastrophic repercussions for the Great Xia Kingdom, which would face immense backlash from other nations. The title of Dragon Blood War God was earned through countless battles, and at this moment, who in the world does not regard him with trepidation? In a certain sense, Chu Jinhua now embodies the deterrence once attributed to nuclear weapons. The consequences of any misfortune befalling him are unfathomable. Conversely, if Shen Lang were to fully mature, he would undoubtedly become an additional source of intimidation, allowing Chu Jinhua to indulge his impulses somewhat. Thus, Chu Jinhua has come to regard Shen Lang's life as equivalent to his own, resolutely refusing to permit any accidents to occur. He is determined to mold Shen Lang into the stabilizing force of the Great Xia Kingdom, having replaced their damaged gear and refreshed their appearance. The three of them soared towards the periphery of the abyss. After all, they could not afford to appear disheveled before the younger generation. Before long, they found Shen Lang. Since Little Black had never encountered the trio before, upon seeing them approach and sensing their formidable aura, he exhibited intense vigilance, growling lowly in his throat. Shen Lang patted his head, reassuring him, "Little Black, don't be nervous. They are our own." Only then did Little Black calm down, though he continued to scrutinize Chu Jinhua and the others with caution. Guard dogs behave this way, maintaining a heightened sense of alert towards any threats to their masters. After the thunderous crash, Kuang Lei exclaimed in surprise, "Oh kid, where did you pick up this fierce dog?" "Well, I just found him," Shen Lang replied with a grin. What was initially meant to be a job for a class change had unexpectedly led to acquiring a 10-star divine beast. The hellhound with 3 heads. Who could he possibly turn to for justification? Chu Jinhua, glancing at Medusa and Shadow before casting another look at Little Black, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. After a moment's hesitation, he finally broke the silence, asking, "Are they all 10? Shen Lang certainly discerned the peculiar nature of Chu Jinhua's inquiry. At this juncture, he had little to conceal and nodded slightly. Upon receiving Shen Lang's affirmative response, Chu Jinhua suddenly realized that perhaps he need not invest further efforts into training him. Having only recently transitioned into a new vocation, the individual has already acquired 3 10-star divine beasts. With a bit of caution, becoming the foremost powerhouse of the Great Xia Kingdom seems to be a foregone conclusion. Not only within the Great Xia Kingdom, but potentially dominating the global professional arena as well. Furthermore, what manner of divine beast bloodline has emerged from the abyss of despair? It is particularly curious that Shen Lang stumbled upon such an opportunity upon his arrival. Contemplating this, Chu Jinhua's heart raced, casting a lingering glance at Shen Lang. If there were only 1 or 2 divine beasts, one might attribute it to Shen Lang's good fortune, but to contract 3 10-star divine beasts in succession? If there is no underlying issue, then Chu Jinhua felt he must be lacking in intellect. Talent. This individual's concealed aptitude is undoubtedly tied to his bloodline, likely enabling him to discern the essence of ferocious beasts. Chu Jinhua quickly grasped the intricacies of the situation, and his astonishment only deepened. If this were indeed the case, Shen Lang's future could surpass even his wildest imaginings. Just envision Shen Lang, flanked by dozens, perhaps even hundreds, of 10-star divine beasts. Would this not suffice to conquer the world? Merely contemplating this scenario made Chu Jinhua's throat dry, as the shock that resided deep within him transformed into exhilaration and anticipation. Though Chu Jinhua remained silent, he initiated a private chat with Shen Lang via the professional friend system. Upon receiving the notification and opening the chat box to find a message from Chu Jinhua, Shen Lang felt a tinge of curiosity. Why send a message when they were face to face? Upon reading the message, he discovered a single phrase, regardless of the time or place. "Remember that you are a citizen of the Great Xia Kingdom." He glanced at Chu Jinhua, who wore a solemn expression, seemingly awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang replied, "As I have stated before, the nation does not fail me, and I shall not fail the nation." Upon receiving this reply, Chu Jinhua's serious demeanor softened slightly as he unconsciously nodded in agreement. Yao Lao had witnessed the true forms of the 3 divine beasts. Though still astounded, she felt somewhat reassured. Only Kuang Lei, the brawny yet simple-minded fellow, dismissed the matter entirely, believing Shen Lang had simply contracted a formidable beast in the abyss, its bloodline likely of considerable quality, but never contemplating the possibility of it being a divine beast. At that moment, Shen Lang suddenly turned to Yao Lao and remarked, "Sister Yao Lao, I recall the dragon blood battle god mentioning that your sister is also a Beastmaster, correct? What do you intend?" Yao Lao inquired warily, her gaze fixed on Shen Lang. She was aware that her sister had served as a stand-in for Shen Lang in Donghai City. Could it be that he sought revenge? Her sister possessed considerable strength. Yet before someone like Shen Lang, she might indeed fall short. Shen Lang, somewhat taken aback by Yao Lao's demeanor, quickly refocused on the matter at hand, smiling as he said, "It's nothing serious, really. Sister Yao Lao, I happen to have a beast with a commendable bloodline. As a Beastmaster, I believe your sister would find it quite intriguing. Upon hearing this, Yao Lao felt an immediate sense of relief and inquired, "Oh, what bloodline does it possess?" Beside him, Chu Jinhua cast a glance at Shen Lang, almost certain that he was correct. This fellow possessed a remarkable talent for the bloodlines of fierce beasts. Shen Lang turned to Shadow and nodded, prompting the latter to conjure a dark mist prison behind him. Within this ethereal confinement resided the previously captured purple-eyed thunder demon. Shen Lang instructed Shadow to present the purple-eyed thunder demon before the alluring figure of Yao Rao, proclaiming, "This is the one, the purple-eyed thunder demon." The purple-eyed thunder demon? Yao Rao scrutinized the creature with keen interest and naturally employed her probing technique, revealing its information in meticulous detail. After a brief pause, Yao Rao inquired of Shen Lang, "You claim this little demon possesses a commendable bloodline?" "Indeed, while it may not be particularly powerful, it is serviceable enough," Shen Lang affirmed with a nod. Kong Lei, standing nearby, interjected with exasperation, "Why do you speak in such circles? What bloodline are you referring to? Just say it outright." "Only a 10-star king beast bloodline, at best," Shen Lang shrugged in response. Kong Lei, Yao Rao, Chu Jinhua, three pairs of eyes fixated upon Shen Lang, astonished at his casual assertion of a 10-star king beast bloodline being merely serviceable. Chapter 88. Those with clear vision know you are Shen Lang. The king beast, second only to the divine beasts, is regarded by Shen Lang as something barely usable. It is essential to recognize that the number of beast tamers within the entire professional sphere is not exceedingly high, as it is a concealed profession. However, there are undoubtedly numerous beast tamers across the globe. Yet, only a scant few can forge a contract with divine beasts, while ordinary divine beasts may be accessible. 10-star divine beasts are an entirely different matter. Among those known, there exists but a single individual capable of commanding 10-star divine beasts. No, now there are two. Aside from Shen Lang, there is only one other person in the professional realm who can control 10-star divine beasts. His archrival, the beautiful nation's agent of the S.H.I.E.L.D., Satan. Satan, a summoner, possesses the ability to call forth the 10-star divine beast, the fallen angel. Beyond him, no other practitioner can manipulate 10-star divine beasts. Perhaps there are clandestine figures of equivalent prowess, but they are certainly fewer than 5. It is safe to say that there are hardly any ordinary divine beasts available. Although a 10-star king beast does not quite match a divine beast in lineage, it is not significantly inferior either. A 10-star king beast may very well rival a 5-star divine beast. The 5-star divine beast is already classified as a high-tier divine beast. Yet, in Shen Lang's eyes, such a magnificent beast is met with utter disdain. However, when Chu Jinhua and Yao Lao beheld the 3 10-star divine beasts, Medusa, well, that was a different matter altogether. Kong Lei, unaware of the situation, exclaimed in astonishment, "A 10-star king beast, Shen Lang, have you lost your senses? Such a high-ranking beast. Instead of contracting it for yourself, you wish to gift it to that little enchantress Yao Yao?" Yao Yao is indeed the beloved sister of Yao Lao. In response to Kong Lei's inquiry, Shen Lang paused momentarily and replied, "This creature is far too ugly. I have no affection for unsightly beasts." Kong Lei was momentarily taken aback, cursing, "I truly wish to hammer some sense into you, you wasteful scion." Shen Lang ignored him and turned to Yao Lao. Earlier, Kong Lei had used the term gift, which was rather inappropriate. Thus, he promptly stated, "Sister Yao Lao, you have come specifically to assist me with my class transition task. Therefore, if you desire this 10-star king beast, the purple-eyed electric demon, I shall offer you a 50% discount. The implication being, I am not giving it to you. You must pay." Yao Lao, however, was unconcerned with such matters and inquired, "Are you certain this purple-eyed electric demon can evolve into a 10-star king beast?" "Absolutely," Shen Lang affirmed with a nod. "The success rate for evolution below 6 stars is 100%. Even for 10-star evolution, the success rate is 51%. Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua raised an eyebrow once more. The ability to accurately state the success rate of bloodline evolution is indeed an extraordinary talent. Yao Lao glanced at the purple-eyed electric demon and exclaimed, "Such a high success rate? Indeed, given your esteemed status, assisting your sister in evolving into a 10-star king beast should pose no challenge." Shen Lang continued, "You may take it back for testing." I have complete faith that you would not deceive me. Upon hearing this, the enchanting figure could not help but chuckle and retort. You need not remind me repeatedly. I am not inclined to take advantage of you. Very well, I shall take this purple-eyed thunder demon back with me. If the results of the assessment align with your claims, I shall offer you a satisfactory price. So be it. With a wave of his hand, Shen Lang signaled, and the shadows delivered the purple-eyed thunder demon before the enchanting figure. She swiftly gestured, shattering the black mist enclosure, and a chain-like artifact soared from her hand, binding the purple-eyed thunder demon, which she then held aloft. Seeing Shen Lang successfully conclude the transaction, Chu Jinhua coughed lightly to redirect the attention of the group. Ahem. He glanced at Shen Lang and inquired, by the way, Shen Lang, what is your awakened second profession? The enchanting figure and Kuang Lei also turned their curious gazes towards Shen Lang, eagerly awaiting his response. Shen Lang, without reservation, replied candidly, Beast Tamer. The three of them exchanged puzzled looks, and Kuang Lei blinked in confusion, exclaiming, what is this? The same profession can be awakened again? Not quite a repeat awakening. As the characters differ, Shen Lang clarified for them. This time, the tamer refers to controlling, not resisting. Beast Tamer? They looked at one another. As they were already among the elite of the profession circle, yet this title was entirely unfamiliar to them. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Jinhua asked, does the skill of this profession grant you an attribute bonus or a skill enhancement? Typically, the skills of a second profession provide some form of augmentation, either attributes or skills. Shen Lang responded, attribute bonus. By how much? Chu Jinhua pressed further. Shen Lang pondered briefly before stating, approximately 10%. Wow! Kuang Lei exclaimed, astonished. What manner of creature are you, really? The attribute enhancement from a second profession usually scales with the practitioner's star level. You are only at 2 stars and already possess a 10% attribute bonus. If your star level increases further, that would be extraordinary. Chu Jinhua also bore an unusual expression, his intuition suggesting that Shen Lang's attribute enhancement was not of the ordinary kind they understood. However, he refrained from probing further and abruptly shifted the topic, saying, what are your plans moving forward? Shen Lang replied, I intend to continue hunting monsters to elevate my level and star rank. Did you not wish for me to reach 3 stars sooner? Indeed, Chu Jinhua nodded, but then added, if you find yourself with some free time, consider visiting Mo City. There lies a special training base for our God of War camp reserves. You may uncover unexpected gains there. Shen Lang readily agreed, saying, very well, I shall go. Then he inquired, by the way, God of War, may I request 2 additional slots for the God of War camp reserves? Upon hearing this, Chu Jinhua frowned and replied, you wish to secure these spots for your 2 beasts? They are beasts, not humans, and thus cannot be accommodated. Well, you see, the beasts under my command can actually wear equipment, Shen Lang said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Zhu Jinhua gasped in astonishment, what? The Thunder Beast and the Enchantress. This is truly mind-boggling. The fact that beasts can don equipment shatters our previous understanding. Both Zhu Jinhua and the Enchantress were particularly taken aback. The sheer terror of 10-star divine beasts was already formidable, and now they could wear gear? How could one not be astounded? After a moment of contemplation, Zhu Jinhua sighed. If they are indeed capable of wearing equipment, then perhaps. With that, he tossed down 10 cards and soared into the sky, disappearing from sight. The Thunder Beast and the Enchantress exchanged a puzzled sigh before departing as well. However, Shen Lang was left with the lingering echo of Zhu Jinhua's voice. I have reset the name of your second information card. You should change it. Do you really think everyone else is a fool? Shen Sanliang. Anyone with eyes can see that you are Shen Lang. Shen Lang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Have the side characters' intellects risen to such heights? This is simply unfathomable. Chapter 89. Same divine beast, different fate. As Shen Lang pondered over his new name, he decisively withdrew from the abyss of corruption along with his summoned beasts. This place was indeed the 10-star secret realm. If a few 10-star ferocious beasts appeared, without Zhu Jinhua and the others, Shen Lang and his companions would find themselves overwhelmed. Upon exiting the abyss of corruption, Shen Lang settled on a new name for his second identity, Bear is Coming. This title harkened back to his childhood favorite animated series. Though he lamented that contemporary cartoons predominantly revolved around class transitions. Protecting the forest is a noble responsibility for bears. Naming was but a trivial interlude. The pressing matter was where Shen Lang ought to venture next. Logically, having completed his second profession, he should return to East Sea City. Yet he had promised Zhu Jinhua to visit the God of War Camp's reserve base located in Mo City. The back and forth seemed somewhat wasteful, especially considering the exorbitant costs of the teleportation array. Thus, he decided against returning to East Sea City for the time being. Instead, he would remain in Linhai City to level up for a while before directly teleporting to Mo City. However, for the moment, he yearned to return to the city for a meal. After teleporting from East Sea City, it was already quite late, and given their adventures in the abyss of corruption, nightfall was rapidly approaching. Consequently, he rode on his steed, Little Black, accompanied by Medusa and Shadow, traversing the vast wilderness back to the city. Outside the city, Shadow slipped back into Shen Lang's shadow, while Medusa gracefully sat upon Little Black's back as they entered the bustling city together. Little Black mused, "Same divine beast, different fate." In this era of professions, riding a large black dog was hardly remarkable. It merely attracted a modicum of attention. After all, the profession realm boasted numerous knightly individuals, most of whom preferred their mounts over conventional transportation. There were even those who rode ants. Naturally, adherence to traffic regulations was paramount. Failure to comply would result in fines from the city guards. As an exemplary student of Sandong Lanxiang, Shen Lang was well-versed in traffic laws. While he attracted many gazes along the way, it was not primarily due to Little Black, but rather his own striking handsomeness and Medusa's captivating beauty. Upon arriving in another city, Shen Lang opted against seeking out a humble inn. Instead, he made his way to a 5-star hotel in Linhai. Regarding his identity, after his name change, his electronic ID had been updated by the God of War Camp, allowing him to possess dual identities. He could utilize whichever he preferred. This system was undeniably convenient. Under the envious gaze of the front desk attendant, Shen Lang and Medusa entered the elevator hand in hand. As for Little Black, the 5-star establishment had a strict policy prohibiting summoned beasts and pets inside. They had to be placed in the beast space. Little Black had to endure this temporary separation. Upon reaching their hotel room, Shadow emerged from the depths of Shen Lang's shadow. Shortly thereafter, their meal was delivered to them. Medusa and Shadow both possessed hearty appetites. So when Shen Lang was downstairs, he ordered an extravagant feast, spending a considerable sum of money. The exorbitant cost was attributed to the inclusion of several fierce beasts as ingredients. While Shen Lang was typically frugal, he was willing to splurge on himself and his beloved beasts. The trio indulged in their banquet, savoring the culinary delights until it dawned on Shen Lang that his little companion, Black, was still in the beast space. Within the confines of the room, there were no restrictions on the beast's presence, so Shen Lang summoned Black from the beast space and set aside a portion of the food for him. Black lay in a corner of the living room, watching his master and the 2 other beasts share bites with each other, feeling a pang of sorrow. Woof, woof. Unable to contain his feelings, Black barked twice, venting his grievances into the basin before him. Lacking a proper dog bowl, Shen Lang had to rummage through the washroom for a basin for Black to use. Once the sumptuous meal had been devoured, the sky outside had darkened, with the moon hanging high in the night, accompanied by a few twinkling stars. With his belly full and his mind wandering, Shen Lang reclined on the sofa to peruse the latest news for professionals, but found nothing of interest, just trivial gossip that failed to pique his curiosity. Thus, he promptly returned the still gnawing Black to the beast space. "Come on, let us take a bath." Shen Lang turned to Medusa and Shadow, raising an eyebrow. Medusa and Shadow exchanged a knowing glance and, in perfect harmony, sprang from the sofa and dashed toward the bathroom. "Master, hurry, I want the bottom this time." No, Master, I want the bottom this time." Shen Lang chuckled as he approached the bathroom, saying, No fighting. There's enough for everyone." As dawn broke, as the second day dawned, Shen Lang, along with Medusa riding on Black, ventured outside the city once more, selecting a 2-star wilderness area to delve into. Nowadays, defeating monsters was solely for the purpose of leveling up, so there was no need to seek out higher-star regions. "Congratulations, your beast has slain." "Congratulations, your beast has slain." Shen Lang leisurely reclined on Black's back, while Shadow and Medusa went off to vanquish monsters. Black, possessing considerable strength himself, ensured their safety in this 2-star wilderness, where danger was minimal. Before long, Shen Lang reached level 31. Both of his professions rewarded him with 10 fixed attribute points, and 10 free attribute points. Meanwhile, Medusa and Shadow continued their relentless slaughter to gather experience. Not long after, Medusa, Shadow, and Black all successfully ascended to level 31. Suddenly, Shen Lang's professional friend system chimed with a notification. Upon checking, he found a friend request from the alluring member of the War God camp. The results of the assessment have come through? Shen Lang mused, promptly accepting the request. Soon, the alluring one sent him a message. Shen Lang, the results of your assessment are out. The bloodline potential of this purple-eyed electric demon is virtually indistinguishable from what you described. Given time, it will undoubtedly evolve into a 10-star king beast. Shen Lang, haha, that's splendid news. I extend my early congratulations to your sister. Yao Rao, we shall acquire this purple-eyed electric demon. Rest assured, I will negotiate a price that is 20% above the market rate. The price for a 10-star king beast bloodline, at such a potential level, hovers around 3 billion. I offer you 3,600,000,000. How does that sound? Shen Lang, wow, is a 10-star king beast bloodline worth so much? Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback. A single beast priced at 3,600,000,000 nearly equaled the entirety of his fortune from selling equipment. After a brief moment, Shen Lang replied, that's rather excessive. I previously mentioned I would offer you a discount. Yao Rao, just 3,600,000,000. I will transfer it to you immediately. As soon as her message was sent, Shen Lang received a notification of a 36 billion credit to his personal account. Typically, such a substantial transfer would not be simple. But given that Yao Rao is a high-ranking member of the War God camp, it was rather straightforward for her. Moreover, at her level, wealth is merely a sequence of digits, its practical value diminished. Shen Lang, I have received it. Thank you, Sister Yao Rao. Yao Rao, no need for thanks. This is rightfully yours. By the way, should you come across any more ferocious beasts in the future, feel free to reach out to me. I will take as many as you have. Of course, they need not be 10-star king beasts. Even a 10-star legendary ferocious beast would suffice. Shen Lang, certainly. Sister Yao Rao. Yao Rao, very well, then. I shall go seek out Yao Yao. After sending her message, Yao Rao's avatar turned gray, indicating she had logged off, presumably to find her sister with the purple-eyed electric demon in tow. Chapter 90. The Elven Secret Realm. The Mother Tree of Elves. Shen Lang deactivated the professional chat system, a joyful smile gracing his countenance. Having just received 36 billion, combined with his previous savings, his account had now surpassed 50 billion. It must be said that Shen Lang felt money had become merely a string of numbers. Despite having no financial shortages, witnessing the figures in his account ascend brought him considerable delight. After all, numbers are just numbers. The longer they grow, the more joy they can evoke. The monster hunting session extended until 4 in the afternoon, and Shen Lang ultimately reached level 34. It was not that the Medusa shadow monsters were lacking in efficiency. Rather, the experience required for subsequent levels was exceedingly vast. Countless wild creatures had been vanquished, yet only a single level was gained. Fortunately, Shen Lang remained unperturbed. He could afford to take his time. With a sense of satisfaction, he decided to conclude for the day, planning to return tomorrow. Shen Lang realized how easily material wealth could corrupt a person. In the past, he would have never stayed out until dark without returning to the city. But now he craved a sumptuous feast and the chance to merge with the Medusa shadow. As night fell, Shen Lang and his companions returned to the fountain square outside the Grand Hotel. He had already ordered food via his communicator, which might have already been delivered to his room. However, as they passed the fountain square, he overheard a conversation between two adventurers that piqued his interest. These two were clad in red gear, indicating their distinguished status as 3-star adventurers. After all, perfect-grade red equipment was a rarity even among 3-star professionals, particularly when it matched their star level. At that moment, they were engaged in discussion about a diminutive being before them. Goodness, an elf. Brother, where did you acquire this? One exclaimed. Isn't it beautiful? Such a pity it's a little sprite, incapable of growing, otherwise. Hee. Could you refrain from laughing so lewdly? Quickly, tell me. Where did you find it? Want one? It's quite simple. Recently, a lady has been selling them outside the Elven Secret Realm. The Elven Secret Realm? ISNT, that a 7-star secret realm? Hiss. Could this little elf have been produced within? Who knows? Probably, as these juvenile sprites can only be nurtured from the Mother Tree of Elves. Impressive. You dare to pluck sprites from the Mother Tree? By the way, how much does it cost? Not expensive at all. This little thing is merely 3 billion. What? So cheap? Let us go. I want to buy one to show off. By the way, do they have mature elves? You criticize me for being lewd, yet you're the same. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. I'll go have a look. The party tonight is waiting for me. If I don't return, we're done. Listening to the exchange between the two adventurers, Shen Lang couldn't help but glance at the remaining adventurer who lingered nearby. Perched upon the shoulders of this professional was a diminutive humanoid creature, akin to the size of a raccoon, swathed in a delicate garment, its eyes sparkling with moisture. With pointed ears and a pair of translucent wings trailing behind, it resembled a spirit beast. Spirit beast, Shen Lang murmured, recalling the discussions surrounding the spirit secret realm and the mother tree of spirits. Master, what is it? Medusa inquired. Shen Lang shook his head and replied, It's nothing. Let us return to our room. Upon returning to their hotel suite, the bathing enthusiast Medusa and Shadow opted to cleanse themselves before dining. Shen Lang, still preoccupied with thoughts of the spirits, activated his communicator, which automatically pinpointed Linhai City, and began to search for information regarding the spirit secret realm beyond the city. The information was scant. Yet Shen Lang stumbled upon an old video from a professional streamer that provided some insight. Originally, this spirit secret realm, located outside Linhai City, was merely a Tier 3 realm. And it was not even referred to as the spirit secret realm. It was simply a regular minor realm teeming with commonplace beasts, none exceeding Tier 3 in strength. However, at some unknown point, a mother tree of spirits began to flourish within this realm, giving rise to a plethora of spirits. Gradually, this realm came to be known as the spirit secret realm. Over time, the mother tree continued to grow, now reaching a remarkable 7-star status. The streamer did not divulge the growth potential or bloodline of the mother tree, likely due to a lack of insider knowledge. However, one detail was crystal clear. All spirits within the spirit secret realm were birthed from the spirit orbs produced by the mother tree. The bloodlines and growth potential of these spirits were determined even while they resided within the orbs. The specific bloodline tier depended on how much effort the mother tree invested in nurturing them. For instance, the little spirit observed at the hotel fountain belonged to the most ordinary category of white spirits, just freshly birthed from its orb. In addition to white spirits, there existed others such as black spirits, blue spirits, and water spirits. When Shen Lang had glimpsed that white spirit, he had utilized his bloodline insight, discovering that the little creature possessed commendable potential, boasting a 3-star bloodline. And this was merely the most mundane of white spirits. What are the stronger variants? Indeed, Shen Lang began to contemplate the spirit's allure. These spirit beasts were quite impressive, primarily for their aesthetic appeal and seemingly formidable abilities. He resolved to investigate further the following day. With his protagonist luck, what if he happened upon a 10-star divine beast-level spirit? That would be nothing short of perfection. At that moment, Medusa called out from the bathroom. Master, are you not coming? Coming. Shen Lang collected his thoughts, discarded his communicator, and, while shedding his gear, made his way toward the bathroom. The following morning, after a hearty breakfast, Shen Lang and his companions departed the hotel, heading straight to the spirit secret realm beyond the city. Shen Lang was a man of action. He acted upon his thoughts without hesitation or delay. The elven secret realm lies quite a distance from the city, perched atop a lofty mountain shrouded in thick mist. For the ebony steed, there was no challenge. It soared with Shen Lang and Medusa upon its back, ascending the mountain with remarkable speed. Along the way, they encountered several adventurers, as this realm is indeed a place to hunt for elves. However, these creatures appeared rather benign, which is why most individuals seldom venture here for monster hunting, though some still do. Naturally, the majority come seeking to capture elves. Before long, the ebony steed brought Shen Lang to the edge of the secret realm, where a precipice loomed ahead, and the secret realm lay just below. Behind a cliff, a sparse expanse of flat land unfolded, with a few adventurers meandering in and out. Shen Lang's gaze swept across the open area, swiftly drawn to a figure clothed in red. Surely, this must be the young lady selling elves that the fellow had mentioned yesterday. Observing her from a distance, Shen Lang felt a peculiar sensation. The woman was not adorned in any armor, but instead wore a simple yet elegant attire of cloth. Chapter 91. The Woman in Red. A practitioner of space? Clad in an ordinary red outfit, with a ponytail cascading down her back, she appeared to be around 27 or 28 years of age. possessing a remarkable beauty, certainly an 8 out of 10, if not more. Yet, her demeanor exuded a certain chill, evoking an aura that seemed to repel strangers. Before the woman in red stood a cage crafted from a peculiar material, within which resided 3 small spirits. The first cage contained a white sprite, huddled in fear with its arms wrapped around its knees. In the second cage, a blue sprite furiously dashed about, seemingly desperate to escape its confines. The final cage held a black sprite, still yet menacing, its gaze dark and filled with animosity towards all that it beheld. Intrigued, Shen Lang approached the woman in red. The distance had initially hindered his ability to perceive the spirits through his bloodline insight. As he drew closer, he noticed that the woman bore injuries, which appeared rather severe. It was only to be expected. These sprites had been forcibly plucked from the mother tree of spirits, a formidable being in its own right. Bound to the earth, yet capable of formidable attacks. For the woman to extract spirits from such a tree, it was evident that her own prowess was considerable. Or perhaps she possessed unique skills or talents allowing her to evade the tree's defenses. Of course, Shen Lang refrained from activating his probing skill on her, as such an action would be deemed a provocation. Before he could close the distance, Medusa whispered in his ear, "Master, I sense the power of space emanating from this human practitioner." Space power? Could it be that this woman in red was a practitioner of the space element? If so, she certainly had the capability to harvest spirits from the mother tree. The attributes of space, speed, and evasion were indeed formidable. Hastening his steps, Shen Lang inquired of the woman, "How much are these spirits?" She lifted her gaze to meet his, her tone neither warm nor cold. "I cannot ascertain their bloodline potential. I lack the funds for testing. Otherwise, why would I be selling them here? As for the prices, the white sprite is 300 million, while the blue and black sprites are 500 million each." The prices were comparable to what a fellow had mentioned the previous day, aligning closely with market value. Nodding in acknowledgement, Shen Lang proceeded to activate the Bloodline Insight on the 3 spirits. White sprite, bloodline limit, 3-star spirit guardian, growth limit, level 90, 4 sprites of such star ratings. The success rate of evolution was not a concern. Shen Lang's attention shifted to the blue sprite within the second cage, which continued its relentless attempts to break free. The black sprite, possessing a bloodline ceiling of 2-star elite sprite guardian and a growth limit of level 60, left Shen Lang speechless. He had initially presumed the blue creature to possess admirable lineage, only to discover it was inferior to the white sprite. Turning his attention to the last cage containing the black sprite, he found it to have a bloodline ceiling of 5-star elite sprite captain and a growth limit of level 150. While this 5-star elite was indeed superior to the other 2, in Shen Lang's eyes, it still amounted to little more than a trifling catch. It appeared that he could not hope to profit from the red-clad woman. Nodding subtly towards her, Shen Lang turned to approach the cliff, while Xiao He leaped down. The red-clad woman's gaze lingered on the spot where Shen Lang had vanished. The woman who sat with him, along with his steed, emanated an unusual aura, distinct from the ordinary. After observing them for a moment longer, she withdrew her gaze, dismissing Shen Lang as nothing more than an ordinary customer. At this juncture, Shen Lang had entered the sprite's secret realm. This realm unfolded as a lush, green mountain, exuding a tranquility that set it apart from other secret domains or wilderness areas. Upon entering, he immediately glimpsed diminutive figures flitting among the trees. Even as they touched the ground, tiny wooden arrows began to rain down upon them, indicating that sprites were launching an assault. None of these creatures were fierce beasts meant to be tamed. They were mere NPCs. Unhesitating, Shen Lang furrowed his brow and commanded, "Eliminate them all." At his behest, Medusa turned her gaze towards the tiny sprites, who were merely 1-star beings incapable of withstanding the queen's scrutiny. Any sprite that met Medusa's gaze was instantly reduced to ashes. The experience points gained from these 1-star sprites were negligible, prompting Shen Lang and his companions to delve deeper into the secret realm, slaying as they went. Within the 2-star sprite region, chaos reigned. It must be noted that the abundance of sprites here was remarkable. It was not long before Shen Lang ascended to level 35. Despite the plethora of sprites, one could not fathom why the red-clad woman chose not to capture them, but instead sought to pluck sprite balls from the mother sprite tree. The reason was straightforward. Only the sprites nurtured within the sprite balls possessed the potential for growth. Once a sprite was matured by the mother sprite tree, it would be fixed at its initial level, with its bloodline potential similarly constrained. Shen Lang had refrained from utilizing his Bloodline Insight within the secret realm for this very reason. It was entirely unnecessary. Moreover, his decision to enter this secret realm was driven by the desire to grind for experience. As for the notion of acquiring a divine beast's bloodline, he entertained that thought as well, hoping for a fortunate find as he approached the Mother Sprite tree. They might not yet be capable of confronting the 7-star elite Mother Sprite tree, but if they continued to grind their way to it, the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, Shen Lang fully embraced the monster hunting mode. As the day drew to a close, Shen Lang's level ascended once more, rising from level 35 to level 36. Both Medusa's Shadow and Little Black also reached level 35. In the ensuing days, Shen Lang continued to cultivate experience within the enchanting realm of the elves. Though the increasing demands for experience points meant that he could only ascend 2 to 3 levels in a single day at times. During this period, the crimson-clad woman outside the cliff would occasionally appear, selling diminutive spirits. Whenever she had wares for sale, Shen Lang would venture to take a look. However, he was consistently disappointed by the lack of exquisite items. A week had swiftly passed. Upon arriving at the elven secret realm, Shen Lang discovered that the red-clad woman, who had been absent for a time, had indeed returned. This time, she stood before a significantly increased number of cages, 7 in total. It was evident that her absence had been spent within the secret realm, likely pilfering spirit balls. Shen Lang approached her with a smile, remarking, "It seems you've had quite a fruitful venture this time." The woman maintained her usual indifferent demeanor as she replied, Care to take a look?" Shen Lang nodded in agreement, responding, "Very well, let us take a look." Chapter 92. By chance, I have acquired a royal beast again. The woman in red sat gracefully on a small stool, her expression serene as she allowed Shen Lang to crouch down and examine the cage containing the little spirits. Shen Lang had already employed his Bloodline Insight to discern the latent potential of these small beings. To his surprise, among the 7 little spirits, there was a remarkable find. Of course, he did not betray his excitement outwardly. He scrutinized the cages from various angles, appearing conflicted as if he were selecting troops for battle. After a considerable pause, Shen Lang pointed to the 5th cage and declared, "I will take this one." Inside the cage resided a green little spirit, quietly huddled, its expression one of evident trepidation. The woman in red glanced at the spirit before turning her gaze back to Shen Lang, stating, "This one costs 600 million. Why has the price increased?" Shen Lang asked, bewildered. Without a change in her demeanor, the woman replied calmly, "It is 600 million. If you wish to buy it, then proceed. If not, then so be it." Shen Lang looked at her with a mix of grievance and determination before finally conceding, "Fine, 600 million it is. This is my payment code." The woman promptly offered her communicator, displaying her electronic account's payment code. Shen Lang sighed internally as he retrieved his phone and transferred the 600 million to her. He suspected that the woman was indeed taking advantage of him, likely having discerned his earlier bravado. However, despite the price being a couple of 100 million above the usual, it was of little consequence. For, if all went well, he could resell this little spirit for over 3 billion. Indeed, this spirit possessed the bloodline potential of a 10-star royal beast. Before long, the woman received the payment notification and pushed the cage toward Shen Lang, saying, "It is yours now." "Excellent," Shen Lang replied with a smile, lifting the cage and leaping back onto the back of Xiao He. As the woman in red observed Shen Lang's departing figure, she furrowed her brow and muttered to herself, "Can this fellow discern anything? Is this little spirit's bloodline truly exceptional? Ugh, I should have asked for 1 billion. This man is wealthy." While speaking, she reached to her waist, reflecting on the hardships she endured to obtain these spirit balls. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had already entered the spirit secret realm. Gazing at the little spirit in the cage, he exclaimed internally how fortunate he was to have stumbled upon another 10-star royal beast bloodline. Without delay, Shen Lang accessed his professional friend system and contacted Yao Rao. "Shen Lang, Sister Yao Rao, by chance, I have acquired another royal beast." Shen Lang. However, after sending the message, Yao Rao did not respond immediately, leaving Shen Lang in suspense for several minutes. Perhaps she was preoccupied with other matters. Thus, Shen Lang and his companions continued onward, embarking on their journey of experience harvesting for the day. Due to the elevation in levels, coupled with the presence of the little black creature evenly distributing experience, Their advancement has significantly slowed compared to before. Consequently, after Little Black cleared the surrounding sprites and confirmed that Shen Lang was in no danger, it joined the fray of monster hunting. With the 3 10-star divine beasts engaging in the hunt, the pace naturally quickened considerably. Shen Lang, accustomed to comfort, felt little desire to take matters into his own hands. Instead, he gazed at the green creature in the cage before turning his attention towards the direction of the mother tree of sprites. In recent days, Shen Lang had ventured deep into the sprite's secret realm, specifically to the location of the mother tree. However, he had not approached too closely, for it was an enormous tree with lofty branches that obscured the sky. From atop its crown, one might easily mistake the expanse for a verdant meadow. Among the leaves and branches, there were numerous orbs of varying colors. Clearly, these orbs were the sprite eggs, yet to be nurtured by the mother tree. Due to the distance, Shen Lang's Bloodline Insight could not penetrate to discern the bloodlines within those eggs, nor could it detect that of the mother tree. Nonetheless, the appearance of the 10-star royal beast confirmed Shen Lang's suspicions. This mother tree was undoubtedly of divine beast caliber, and perhaps even of high rank, a 10-star divine beast. No less. Otherwise, it could not possibly nurture bloodlines such as that of a 10-star royal beast. However, a 10-star divine beast mother tree did not seem to share the same fate as the abyss of despair, becoming a forbidden zone. It still allowed practitioners to enter. Could it be that the authorities were unaware of the potential dangers of this place? Or perhaps he was mistaken, and this mother tree was not, in fact, a 10-star divine beast progenitor? According to the records, this mother tree was immobile, which might have led the authorities to lower its danger level. Yet, it remained uncertain whether it was indeed a 10-star divine beast progenitor. If it were, then this location could undoubtedly give rise to 10-star divine sprite offspring. After a while, he resolved to stay a bit longer and approach for a closer look. Lost in thought, he was finally met with a response from Yaorao, prompting him to quickly open the chat with the god of wealth. Yaorao, another 10-star royal beast? You must be careful. Can you give it to me? Shen Lang, haha. Just luck. Yaorao, is it really a 10-star royal beast? What type? Shen Lang, a sprite, undoubtedly a 10-star royal beast. However, the evolution rate for 10 stars is rather low, around 10%. Yaorao, a sprite? Are you still in Linghai City? Shen Lang, yes, still here, planning to level up a bit before heading to the MO City base. Yaorao, no rush then. Regarding the sprite, as per our usual practice, I will bring it back for testing, and if all is as stated, I will transfer the payment to you. Shen Lang, no problem. You set the price. I know Sister Yaorao will treat her little brother fairly. Yaorao, great. However, I am currently on a mission and may not make it to Linghai City. Instead, I will send Yao Yao to find you. Shen Lang, ah? All right then, that works too. Enchantress, very well, let it be as such. Yao Yao should arrive this afternoon. You may wait for her outside the fairy realm. With that, the enchantress logged off. Shen Lang had intended to inquire further about the fairy realm, but found himself unable to do so, as he suspected she was engaged in some extraordinary task. At noon, after indulging in a sumptuous feast with his beasts, Shen Lang returned to continue his monster hunting endeavors. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, he received a message from the enchantress, informing him that her sister had arrived at the angelic realm. Shen Lang felt a sense of anticipation regarding this impostor who had previously feigned opening treasure chests. What sort of girl could so audaciously play the role of the shameless Shen Lang? Upon exiting the realm and returning to the cliffside platform, he instinctively glanced towards the spot where the crimson-clad woman who sold fairies usually stood. To his surprise, she had left so early. Had she sold out? Typically, the woman would remain until dusk if there were still fairies unsold. However, though he did not encounter the crimson-clad seller, he did spot another girl in that vicinity, a girl with short hair. Chapter 93. As long as you sell it to me, I'll acknowledge you as my godfather. With her short hair grazing her ears and a slender figure, she donned an intricately embroidered qipao, a vintage attire that has graced the fashion of centuries past. Typically, such garments exude an air of elegance that grows with age. Yet, on this youthful figure, it presented an exquisite juxtaposition of charm and sophistication. At that moment, the short-haired girl was engaged in hushed conversation with the woman in red, though Shen Lang could not discern their words, only faintly catching phrases resembling "Why are you running?" and "It's not like you owe me money." Shen Lang thought little of it. Perhaps she was merely communicating with another. Glancing around, He noted the presence of several male practitioners on the platform, which led him to conclude that this short-haired girl must indeed be the enchanting maiden in question. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared beside her, none other than the purple-eyed electric demon. However, in stark contrast to its previous state, the creature now appeared much improved, affectionately lingering by the girl's side, evidently having formed a bond through a contract. This further solidified the girl's identity in Shen Lang's mind. With a cage in hand, and accompanied by Medusa and Little Black, Shen Lang approached the short-haired girl. Utilizing a secondary information card to alter his appearance, he was confident she would not recognize him. Upon noticing Shen Lang's approach, the girl quickly recognized him, especially when her gaze fell upon the small sprite within the cage. As they drew closer, Shen Lang dismounted from Little Black and inquired with a smile, "Yao Yao?" "Shen Lang?" The short-haired girl echoed in unison, leading them both to momentarily pause in surprise. Shen Lang shook his head, adopting a serious demeanor. "No, I am merely Bear on the Loose." "Ha ha, what a peculiar name," Yao Yao chuckled, covering her mouth as she pointed at the sprite in the cage. "Is this little creature a 10-star king beast?" It was evident that despite Shen Lang's denial of his identity, she recognized him nonetheless. "Yes, indeed. Let us take it back for examination," he replied, presenting the cage to her. Yao Yao scrutinized the sprite within, then glanced at Medusa and Little Black beside Shen Lang, her eyes widening in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Two 10-star divine beasts, all for me. Could they possibly be divine beasts? What rank of bloodline do they possess?" Before Shen Lang could respond, Yao Yao continued, "Oh, how I long to have a divine beast of my own. Shen, Bear, would you sell one of your beasts to me? Name your price. I can afford it. My sister is wealthy, as you know." Shen Lang could only respond with silence, while Medusa and Little Black glared at Yao Yao, indignant that she would dare to covet their place by their master's side. Undeterred, Yao Yao eagerly persisted, adopting a playful tone. "Bear, please sell one to me, won't you? Just sell it to me, and I will do anything. I would even acknowledge you as my godfather." Shen Lang nearly spewed his soda, astonished by the audacity of this little enchantress, aptly dubbed by Kuang Lei. Such boldness. Setting aside whether Shen Lang was inclined to accept this so-called goddaughter, it would undoubtedly incite a global manhunt if the enchanting figure found out. "Truly," Yao Yao added with a mischievous tone. Clearing his throat, Shen Lang said, "Well, Yao Yao, can we discuss serious matters? Selling me a divine beast is the pressing issue." Yao Yao pouted, exclaiming, all right, if you don't want to sell, then don't." "What a miser. By the way, I heard from my sister that you are heading to the MO City base. I also need to go there to pick someone up. How about we go together?" "I think I shall make my way there alone in a few days," Shen Lang politely declined. Yao Yao blinked at him, gazing at him as if he were a curious creature. "Do you prefer men?" "Huh." Shen Lang looked utterly bewildered. Yao Yao pointed at herself and declared, "Come on. Am I not a super beautiful girl? I personally invite you to accompany me, and you refuse." Shen Lang's face twitched, forcing a smile as he replied, "I have other matters to attend to." "Such a bore." Yao Yao rolled her eyes and reached for the cage, suddenly exclaiming, "This cage looks somewhat familiar. Wait, you didn't catch this spirit, did you?" Yao Yao's mind was racing, and she fixed her gaze on Shen Lang, saying, "Indeed. The spirit mother tree in the spirit secret realm is on the verge of advancing from 7 stars to 8 stars. My sister mentioned that your beast taming skills are impressive, but it couldn't possibly rival the spirit mother tree. So, did you purchase this spirit from that woman here previously?" Shen Lang was taken aback by Yao Yao's unexpected analytical prowess, and he nodded, admitting, "Yes, I bought it from her." "Huh, you really did purchase it from her?" Yao Yao laughed heartily several times before inquiring, "How much? 300 million? 500 million? 600 million? Shen Lang replied. Yao Yao burst into even greater laughter, nearly bringing tears to her eyes, as she chuckled. If she knew she sold a 10-star king beast for 600 million, she might just find a wall to bang her head against. "Oh my, I'm laughing so hard I can't breathe." Shen Lang looked at the exuberant Yao Yao in confusion, pondering whether she might be acquainted with the woman in red. Once her laughter subsided, Yao Yao picked up the cage and announced, "Little Bear, I'm off." With that, she turned and departed the cliff platform. Moments later, she playfully referred to him as Little Bear again. This goddaughter truly had a knack for mischief. However, having a 10-star war goddess as a sister, along with a circle of renowned warriors, it seemed understandable that she would be so spoiled. As for the woman in red selling the little spirits, Shen Lang began to speculate. Perhaps her departure was indeed linked to Yao Yao's arrival. They might genuinely know each other. If that were the case, then the identity of the woman in red could be rather extraordinary. If only I had known that the 10-star king beast was sold at such a low price, would she come to me for a return or refund? Shen Lang pondered as he turned and led his beasts back into the spirit's secret realm, continuing to accumulate experience for another hour before finally exiting the realm and returning to the city. Notably, in the following days, he did not encounter the woman in red again. As more than half a month passed, Shen Lang ultimately decided to leave Linhai City and prepare for his journey to the. During this period, he had confirmed two significant facts, as he was now able to approach the Mother Tree of Spirits. Although he was not very close yet, it was sufficient for him to employ his Bloodline Insight. Under the influence of this insight, it became evident that this Mother Tree indeed possessed the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. If left unacknowledged by the authorities, it was destined to become a 10-star divine beast. Regrettably, the spirit balls upon the tree did not contain any small spirits with high-star bloodline potential. In fact, there were no king beasts to be found, with the strongest being merely a 7-star legendary creature. Moreover, as Shen Lang and his beasts had significantly leveled up, he was thus prepared to embark on his journey too. The Dragon Blood War god mentioned that I would encounter unexpected gains in. What could they be? With a mix of anticipation and curiosity, Shen Lang, accompanied by his beasts, gradually vanished from the teleportation array of Linhai City. Chapter 94, Mo City. The reserve base of the war god. Mo City, situated in the heart of the southwestern interior of the Great Xia Kingdom, stands as the foremost city of the southwest. While it may not surpass certain coastal cities in various aspects, its strategic significance is undeniably second in the nation. A decade ago, the former monarch designated Mo City as a secondary capital, recognizing that while the Forbidden City serves as the epicenter of national power, Mo City is the gathering hub for all professionals. The newly appointed Lord of Mo City is none other than Wang Changming, the current minister of the professional department of the Great Xia Kingdom. Additionally, the renowned Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, holds the esteemed title of Honorary Lord of Mo City. It can be said that Mo City is the very foundation of the professional realm within the Great Xia Kingdom, a veritable bastion fortified by professionals. One day, while foreign adversaries may breach the Forbidden City, they shall never infiltrate Mo City, unless every professional within is extinguished, along with the valiant souls of the Great Xia Kingdom. Thus, it is evident that Mo City's status within the Great Xia Kingdom is scarcely inferior to that of the Forbidden City. However, the encampment of the War God Corps does not reside within the confines of Mo City. The exact location remains a mystery to all but the soldiers within the Corps, as this is the most elite military force of the Great Xia Kingdom, naturally shrouded in secrecy. Though the main base of the War God Corps lies outside Mo City, the reserve base for the War God Corps is indeed established within. This is no secret, as it merely consists of reserves, not the true soldiers of the War God Corps. In a sense, the reserve base in Mo City serves as a prestigious military academy. The ultimate admission of these reserves into the War God Corps hinges upon their performance. Upon his arrival in Mo City, Shen Lang could not help but marvel at this place, truly deserving of its reputation as a professional gathering ground. In other cities, such as Donghai City, where Shen Lang resided, and the coastal city he later visited, the majority of professionals tend to be of the life skill variety, with combat professionals being relatively scarce. However, in Mo City, combat professionals abound. Mages and warriors are nearly ubiquitous. It would not be surprising to see a handful of combat professionals if one were to carelessly drop a pie from the sky. Moreover, even without employing any investigative skills, Shen Lang could sense from the aura of those around him that their levels were decidedly impressive. 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, and 6-star professionals were nearly everywhere, and he even encountered some 9-star and 10-star experts. Such prominent figures naturally become known through word of mouth, requiring no probing. Mo City exudes an air reminiscent of a sanctuary for professionals. Riding on the wide beast-taming paths alongside Medusa, Shen Lang found himself immersed in the vibrant atmosphere. Indeed, due to the abundance of combat professionals and knights in Mo City, a dedicated path for beast taming was established to prevent disruption to the general traffic flow. Despite the multitude of combat professionals, the public order remains commendably intact. After all, The lord of the city is directly affiliated with the power center of the Forbidden City, and the military presence ensures that no one dares to stir trouble in this locale. Upon his initial arrival in Mo City, Shen Lang found himself at a loss in locating the reserved base of the God of War camp. However, with the aid of a map from his communicator, he soon found himself on the outskirts of the city, where he spotted a cluster of square-shaped barracks in the distance. This was the reserve base of the God of War camp. Such a lackadaisical setup. Observing the rudimentary barracks, Shen Lang felt disheartened. While he could surmise that the military conditions would not be lavish, he had not anticipated such a meager establishment, devoid even of a building taller than 5 stories. Were it not for the military flag fluttering in the wind, one might never have guessed this was a military base. As he approached, his dismay deepened. There was not even a plaque to be seen, only a dilapidated wooden sign at the entrance bearing the words Novice Camp. TSK, TSK. Such was indeed the style of the Great Xiao army. Strangely enough, upon seeing those 3 words, Shen Lang felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. With a smile, he led Medusa down from the back of his companion, Little Black, and walked towards the entrance. Flanking the entrance stood 2 sentinels clad in military uniforms, their rigid postures reminiscent of figures cemented to the ground. They bore firearms as a token of the cultural remnants from 3 centuries ago, a vestige of the age of hot weapons. However, it must be noted that firearms still posed a considerable deterrent to practitioners. Their lethality remained significant. For practitioners below the 3-star level, firearms could indeed be fatal. In the case of high-caliber weapons, even those below 6 stars could find themselves at risk. And against nuclear arms, only those at the 10-star level might hope to survive. Thus, even in this era of practitioners, firearms continued to wield considerable influence. Ultimately, while many had acquired some semblance of extraordinary abilities, the proportion of combat-capable practitioners among the global population remained a mere fraction, with the majority still being ordinary individuals. Upon noticing Shen Lang and his companions, one of the guards stepped forward, gesturing for them to halt. "Stop. Military prohibited area. Greetings, Sergeant. I am here to report as a reserve member," Shen Lang replied politely, revealing his second information card. He then gestured towards Medusa and Little Black, stating, "This individual is also a reserve member, and this dog is my beast companion." The guard glanced at Shen Lang's information card, which clearly indicated Xiong Chumo, reserve member of the God of War camp. Such information could not be fabricated, prompting the guard to nod in acknowledgement before his gaze shifted to Medusa, evidently to verify her identity. Shen Lang nodded at Medusa, who then revealed her own information. Although a beast companion's transformation typically obscured them from the scrutiny of other practitioners, voluntarily disclosing their identity posed no issues. When Shen Lang had inquired about reserve identities from Chu Jianhua, he had generously provided 10. Thus, Medusa's identity had long been registered in the reserve of the God of War camp. Upon confirming Medusa's identity, the guards retreated, gesturing for Shen Lang and his companions to enter the camp. "Thank you, Sergeant." Shen Lang expressed his gratitude before stepping inside, his gaze wandering. The exterior appeared rather rudimentary. Yet upon entering, he discerned some basic signs indicating various areas, such as the dormitories, training grounds, and administrative office. Following the directional indicators, Shen Lang swiftly arrived at the administrative office and located the reporting room. Reporting in, Shen Lang called from outside the door. A robust voice responded from within, "Enter." With that, Shen Lang pushed the door open and stood at attention before the desk, declaring, "Reserves of the War God Camp, Bear Outbreak reporting for duty." Chapter 95. No big deal. Those who disagree shall face the consequences in an office adorned with military decor. A middle-aged man clad in a green uniform sat at a desk. His rugged brow and square jaw exuded an air of resolute integrity. The insignia on his shoulders indicated a rank of no lesser than a colonel. This was a rather typical sight, considering this was the reserve of the War God Battalion, where the military would not assign personnel casually. The man was named Huang Lin, an advisor to the rookie camp. Huang Lin cast a curious glance at Shen Lang, for the latter's demeanor bore a hint of seasoned soldierly grace. The reason for this was rather straightforward. Prior to his rebirth, Shen Lang had served 2 years as a conscript. "Let me see your information," Huang Lin stated as he set down his pen. "Understood," Shen Lang responded, promptly releasing his basic information. Huang Lin scrutinized the data before activating his communicator to delve into the specifics within the reserve database. Classified. Who set this? Huang Lin frowned upon discovering that the information available was limited to basic details, such as being a Beastmaster, without any further elaboration on what a Beastmaster entailed. As he continued to investigate, Huang Lin realized he had no access to the War God Battalion's classified information. However, as an advisor to the rookie camp, his clearance was substantial. He could access the files of all the members within the rookie camp, so it was perplexing that some information was inaccessible. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight crossed Huang Lin's eyes as he noticed a remark beneath Shen Lang's information. 3 simple words: my person. This annotation had been made by none other than the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua. Huang Lin's gaze then shifted to Medusa, and upon seeing her name, he once again consulted the database. The result was identical. Aside from the confidentiality, there was also a note from the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua. This revelation astonished Huang Lin even further. While both the War God Battalion and Chu Jinhua had the authority to designate members for the War God Reserve, they typically did not involve themselves in the management of the rookie camp. This was his first encounter with a student personally overseen by Chu Jinhua. What made this pair, a man and a woman, so exceptional? Huang Lin appraised Shen Lang and Medusa, yet ultimately refrained from conducting any intrusive inquiries, unless under extraordinary circumstances. Even as a commanding officer, he could not forcibly investigate students, as it would constitute a breach of military discipline. Moreover, offending someone connected to the Dragon Blood War God was a risk he could not afford. After a moment of contemplation, Huang Lin finally spoke. Very well. Your information has been recorded. Welcome to the rookie camp. Thank you, sir, Shen Lang replied. Huang Lin felt a measure of familiarity towards Shen Lang's earnest demeanor. After all, soldiers often appreciated such forthrightness. Truly, he was a soldier of the Dragon Blood War God. However, it left Huang Lin pondering. Why would someone already designated by the Dragon Blood War God be sent to the rookie camp? Huang Lin felt a profound curiosity as he observed the pair before him, a sense of envy stirring within his heart. Although he held a high-ranking advisory position in the rookie camp, he remained merely an auxiliary member of the War God camp, lacking the qualifications to enter its hallowed grounds. In fact, the majority of the reservists within the rookie camp, approximately 80 to 90%, would never truly have the opportunity to join the War God camp. Only a select few, those at the pinnacle of excellence or possessing extraordinary talents, would stand a chance of ascending to the coveted status of 10 stars, thus gaining entry into the War God camp. After some contemplation, Huang Lin elevated the reservist status of Shen Lang and Medusa to the highest level. Attaining the utmost rank in the reservist hierarchy required a journey from the very basics, bestowing numerous privileges within the rookie camp. For instance, the highest-ranking reservists were granted the luxury of independent dormitories, sparing them the discomfort of sharing cramped accommodations with ordinary reservists. They were also exempt from the arduous basic training sessions. In summary, the privileges were plentiful. Of course, Huang Lin harbored his own ulterior motives in this decision. He was eager to discern the capabilities of Shen Lang and Medusa, particularly what merits had compelled Chu Jinhua to personally intervene on their behalf. After all, who in the rookie camp would not desire such privileges? The sight of 2 newcomers enjoying special treatment would undoubtedly stir discontent among the rest. Having settled these matters, Huang Lin addressed the duo, stating, "Very well, I have granted you access to the relevant privileges within the rookie camp. You may explore them at your leisure. The new recruits for this year have not yet all arrived, so you can proceed to find your dormitory and rest." "Understood, Commander," Shen Lang replied with a salute, then departed the office alongside Medusa and the small black creature. Simultaneously, Shen Lang accessed his personal information, and as expected, an additional option appeared next to his name, revealing his details within the rookie camp, including the privileges Huang Lin had mentioned. The information was clear and straightforward. He could easily see his identification number and dormitory address. The same was true for Medusa. Following the provided information, they quickly located their respective dormitories. It is noteworthy that while there were regulations in the rookie camp regarding separate accommodations for males and females, such rules proved irrelevant in the face of privileges. With their status, both Shen Lang and Medusa were assigned to a single room, conveniently located in the same building, just across the hall from one another. However, as they reached the threshold and the automatic door recognized them, Medusa remarked, "Master, I do not wish to stay alone." Shen Lang paused, momentarily taken aback, and replied, It's just across the hall. You can come over any time, can't you? Not to mention, with a simple summoning spell, I can have you by my side regardless of where you are. Very well, Medusa said, stepping directly into Shen Lang's room. Shen Lang smiled, choosing to remain silent on the matter. It seemed there were no prohibitions against such arrangements within the rookie camp, so it posed little issue. The room was modest in size, approximately 7 to 8 square meters, yet it was impeccably tidy, in line with the military standards of internal management in the Great Xia Nation. However, just as Shen Lang and Medusa began to familiarize themselves with their surroundings, a cacophony of noise erupted from the corridor outside. Upon arrival, I am intrigued to encounter such a character residing in a single room. Indeed, we are all reserves. Who among us does not boast a remarkable profession? Without any clandestine transactions, such claims would be met with skepticism. It is also possible that one possesses connections. Yet, connections alone are insufficient. We are reserves, and our worth should be determined by our capabilities. Absolutely. Let our strength speak for itself. Could the individuals ahead move a bit faster? Amidst the bustling chatter, a group swiftly approached the door of Shen Lang and Medusa's room. At that moment, Shen Lang and Medusa were arranging chairs. Although they were aware of the approaching visitors, the sheer number still caught them off guard. In truth, Shen Lang had overheard snippets of their conversation. A single room is not typically assigned to mere reserves, prompting him to recall Colonel Huang Lin, who indeed seemed somewhat unusual at that time. However, given that the individual exhibited no hostility, Shen Lang did not dwell on it further. So, they were awaiting my arrival? A calm smile appeared on Shen Lang's face. Though uncertain of Huang Lin's intentions, he found it inconsequential. If anyone dared to challenge him, he would readily confront them. In terms of strength, did he truly fear this group of novices? Regarding influence, could there be a mightier background than that of the Dragon Blood War God, the foremost powerhouse of the Great Xia Kingdom? Chapter 96. These novices are truly novices. At the entrance of the dormitory stood 7 or 8 individuals, each emanating an air of aggression. However, upon the sight of Medusa, although their demeanor remained defiant, they complied and fell silent. After all, a beautiful woman possesses certain privileges. Yet, the presence of such an exquisite lady alongside a man was simply unacceptable. What? This man is equally handsome. That makes it even more intolerable. Consequently, the hostility in their gazes intensified, directed squarely at Shen Lang rather than Medusa. Shen Lang set down his stool and inquired of the group at the door. Is there something you wish to discuss? By what right do you occupy a single room? What merit allowed you to obtain the highest privileges upon your arrival at the novice camp? One of them retorted, with others chiming in, creating a clamor once more. Shen Lang glanced at them, shrugged, and replied, I have no idea. After I reported in, that commanding officer granted me this privilege. If you have any objections, why not approach him directly? With this, Shen Lang deftly redirected the issue to Huang Lin, as he had indeed passively received this highest privilege. However, these individuals dared not confront Huang Lin. While they were indeed reserves of the War God camp, they remained mere reserves. Within this novice camp, they had to heed Huang Lin's authority. Any thoughts of rebellion would have to wait until they became true soldiers of the War God camp. Unable to afford the ire of Huang Lin, they had no choice but to confront Shen Lang instead. One individual sneered, Seek the commanding officer? The privileges in the novice camp are determined by strength. Your possession of such privileges implies you may possess corresponding capabilities. Thus, we are merely here to ascertain why you have been granted such authority. This building hosts only 10 dormitory rooms, meaning only the 10 strongest novices may reside here. Indeed, if one lacks the ability, residing here would only serve as a source of humiliation. Another added. Moreover, yet another interjected. The special training of this novice camp has not yet commenced, and the official rankings have yet to be established. Yet you have already obtained the highest privileges. Since you hold such privileges, you are subject to the scrutiny of all reserve members. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang chuckled. So, after all this rambling, what exactly do you wish to accomplish? Please state your intentions plainly. I challenge you. The first novice who had spoken defiantly declared, fixing his gaze on Shen Lang. Shen Lang nodded and said, You could have said so sooner. Why the need for all this unnecessary talk? Xiao He. As Shen Lang's voice fell, the previously elusive Xiao He transformed into a shadow that swiftly appeared by his side. Oh, I forgot to mention, I am a Beastmaster, Shen Lang remarked. casting a glance at the novices at the door. Thus, it should be no issue for my beast to accept your challenge, correct? Hidden occupation, Beastmaster? Upon hearing this title, the novices were taken aback, yet they exhibited no surprise. After all, those who are able to arrive here are either concealed or specialized professions. Moreover, the Beastmaster, a vocation notorious for its extravagant expenses, is destined to be weak in the early stages, which only reinforces their belief that Shen Lang's possession of superior authority is dubious, while simultaneously inflating their own confidence. A mere Beastmaster, they thought, could easily be toppled. Beastmaster, huh? If that is the case, let us proceed to the training grounds. The leading novice remarked with a tinge of mockery. The training grounds serve as a battleground within the novice camp, utilized for combat training and legitimate challenges alike. Although Shen Lang was unfamiliar with the location and specific activities of the training grounds, he could surmise its purpose. Shaking his head, he remarked, "There is no need to go to the training grounds. Oh, and you need not challenge me one by one. Come at me together. Little Black, you may injure them, but do not take their lives." As these words fell from his lips, the novices at the entrance grew restless, feeling utterly belittled. Unfortunately, before they could voice their indignation, Little Black had already advanced toward them. Indeed, Little Black's robust physique exuded an imposing presence, even without revealing the might of a divine beast. The leading novice scoffed. "Just a ferocious dog." Before he could finish his sentence, Little Black lunged at him, initiating an intimate encounter. With a thud, Little Black's colossal form effortlessly pinned the leading novice to the ground, followed by a paw striking his face. "You!" barely escaped the novice's lips before Little Black's paw sent him tumbling down the stairs. In the face of Little Black, these novices were truly mere fledglings. With no need for special skills, Little Black easily overpowered them with sheer physical prowess. The novices were not lacking in skills. Rather, they were deprived of the opportunity to employ them. Even if they attempted to unleash their abilities, they could not harm a single hair on Little Black's body. In scarcely a blink, the area at the dormitory entrance was cleared, with all novices dispatched to the foot of the stairs by Little Black's paws. Cries of distress echoed through the corridor. Little Black, at the entrance, turned to gaze at the disheveled novices sprawled on the stairs, exuding disdain from its eyes. A group of no more than 2-star novices dared to provoke its master. Truly, they were oblivious to the notion that one must respect the dog before challenging its owner. However, just then, Little Black's drooping ears suddenly perked up. From the staircase emerged 2 figures, one of whom was a woman Little Black had encountered before, while the other remained unknown. Little Black promptly turned to Shen Lang and said, "Master, the woman from outside the Elven Secret Realm has arrived." "The woman from outside the Elven Secret Realm?" Shen Lang furrowed his brow and instinctively leaned forward to glance outside. Indeed, leading the way is Yao Yao, the enchanting younger sister, akin to a rebellious daughter. Behind her stands a familiar figure to Shen Lang. Yi Hongyu. How did she arrive at the rookie camp? A flicker of doubt crossed Shen Lang's mind, but it also reminded him of a particular incident. When Yao Yao departed, she had extended an invitation for him to join her, mentioning she was on her way to fetch someone to the rookie camp. Could it be that the person she was retrieving was Yi Hongyu? However, it was evident that Yi Hongyu was not a newly transitioned practitioner this year. How could she be at the rookie camp? It is not to say that only this year's novices are eligible for entry into the God of War camp, as past practitioners may also encounter fortuitous opportunities along their journey, thus allowing seasoned practitioners a chance to enter the rookie camp. As Shen Lang pondered this, Yao Yao, accompanied by Yi Hongyu, arrived at the entrance. Yao Yao maintained her usual appearance, though her beast companion was absent, leaving only Yi Hongyu by her side. "Oh, so you've come to the rookie camp and already toppled a multitude of opponents," Yao Yao remarked, leaning against the door frame and eyeing Shen Lang with amusement. "What's this? Are you vying for the position of the rookie camp leader already?" At that moment, Yi Hongyu spotted Shen Lang and Medusa, her mouth agape in surprise. "It's you two." "Yes, indeed. It is I, bear out and about," Shen Lang replied with a smile, casually revealing his new name to Yi Hongyu while giving her a knowing glance. Upon hearing this name, a hint of skepticism flickered in Yi Hongyu's eyes, yet she refrained from further comment. Yao Yao observed the two and remarked, "Oh, I hadn't anticipated that you two were acquainted, but it makes sense. You both hail from East Sea City, so you share a hometown connection. TSK, the people at the rookie camp are in for a challenge." In response, Shen Lang interjected, Yao Yao, one cannot say that. They sought this out themselves. It's not my fault. Who cares about you lot? Yao Yao retorted, then turned to Yihong Yu, saying, Little Leaf, I'll leave you here. Find your own dormitory. I must be off. All right. Thank you, Sister Yao Yao. Yihong Yu replied obediently. Yao Yao glanced back at Shen Lang, adding, If you find any good items, remember to seek me out, especially if you can acquire a divine beast. I will do my best, Shen Lang promptly assured her. Yao Yao nodded, and then departed from the dormitory building. Not lingering in the rookie camp, but heading straight out of Mo City. Once Yao Yao had left, Yihong Yu hurriedly approached Shen Lang, exclaiming, Shen Sanliang, what brings you here? What a coincidence. Indeed, what a coincidence. Shen Lang chuckled, saying, Shen Sanliang is a pseudonym. My real name is Bear Out and About. Oh, I see. Yihong Yu expressed without a hint of doubt, then scrutinized him and remarked, No wonder you have acquired so much equipment. It turns out you are a reserve member of the God of War camp, and the one with the highest privileges in this current batch. Just ordinary, really. Shen Lang humbly downplayed. Yihong Yu brushed her bangs aside and remarked, I never intended to leave Donghai City alone, yet here I am, fortuitously encountering a familiar face like yours. This greatly lifts my spirits. After all, we are fellow townsfolk. Let us assist one another. Shen Lang nodded and, unable to restrain his curiosity, inquired, By the way, how did you come to be here? At this question, Yihong Yu's delicate face fell, and she sighed, Alas. I did not wish to come either. I have no affinity for being a professional. The notion of leveling up and battling monsters is utterly tedious. My true passion lies in commerce. If it weren't for my father. As she spoke, Yihong Yu cast an apologetic glance at Shen Lang, saying, I must apologize. I am not actually a receptionist at Wanbao Pavilion. My uncle is the proprietor, being the daughter of the city lord of Donghai. I did not intend to conceal my identity. Shen Lang was indeed somewhat taken aback, though not excessively so, as he had already surmised Yihong Yu's true identity. He merely sought confirmation. He was unaware that the owner of Wanbao Pavilion was the brother of the city lord. However, it was the revelation that Yihong Yu, a second-generation heir, professed a disinterest in being a professional that truly struck Shen Lang as ostentatious. With the backing of Wanwan Group and the city lord, it should be a trivial matter for Yihong Yu to ascend to a 10-star professional, unless her vocation was particularly mundane or unremarkable. Nevertheless, her presence in this location indicated her status as a reserve member of the War God camp, suggesting that her innate professional talents were far from lacking. It's quite all right. I too once assumed a false identity. Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively, ushering Yihong Yu into the dormitory room, as it would be discourteous to converse in the doorway. Yihong Yu was naturally garrulous, and the familiarity of meeting a fellow townsman, particularly the striking Shen Lang, prompted her to speak freely, divulging her circumstances. It turned out that not long ago, her uncle, Yi Yuchong, had somehow acquired a second-class job transfer card. Although Yi Yuchong hoped for Yihong Yu to inherit his legacy, he recognized the value of anything that would enhance his niece's abilities. Thus, under the encouragement and assistance of her uncles, Yi Yuchong and Yi Yunchong, Yihong Yu had no choice but to utilize the second-class job transfer card, successfully awakening her second vocation. To her surprise, it was quite remarkable. Yihong Yu's second profession was that of a Thunder Knight. Given that her primary profession was already that of a Thunder Mage, the two vocations were exceedingly complementary. Consequently, Yihong Yu's father, Yi Yunchong, promptly reported his daughter's new profession to the Department of Professions, which, after due consideration, naturally granted her a position in the reserve of the War God camp. Coincidentally, Yao Yao was on her way to find Shen Lang, and thus arranged to escort Yihong Yu to this novice camp. Yihong Yu was certainly reluctant, yet the resolute attitudes of Yi Yuchong and Yi Yunchong left her with no choice but to abandon her entrepreneurial aspirations. However, this renunciation was only temporary. She resolved to strengthen herself first and return to business later. After all, how could one's dreams and ambitions be easily altered? Listening to Yihong Yu's narrative, Shen Lang couldn't help but sigh, marveling at the capriciousness of fate. Though he felt no envy, one could easily imagine how others might be transformed into envious souls by Yihong Yu's seemingly extravagant circumstances. A privileged heir of immense wealth, she harbored no desire to pursue a conventional profession, yet she had unwittingly awakened as a combat-oriented lightning mage. As if that were not enough, she was compelled to take on a second profession, only to discover that she had also awakened as a Thunder Knight. It is evident that destiny varies for each individual. Some disparities cannot be bridged merely through diligence and effort. Certain individuals are simply destined to be the protagonists of their own tales. Moreover, due to her second profession as a Thunder Knight, coupled with the fact that it was personally bestowed upon her by Yao Yao, she, like Shen Lang, was granted the highest privileges in the novice camp by Huang Lin. This clearly illustrates the formidable nature of her second profession. During the exchange between Shen Lang and Yi Hongyu, those practitioners who had been sent flying by Xiaohei's paw had also vacated the dormitory building. Consequently, this incident swiftly circulated throughout the novice camp. As for Huang Lin, the instigator of the commotion, he stood before his office window, chuckling. 3 have already arrived, and 2 more are yet to come. This session of the novice camp is certainly more vibrant than in previous years. I wonder how many fortunate souls we will ultimately have. Chapter 97. The Dream as the Main Attraction. In the vast realm of the Great Xia Kingdom, with a population exceeding billions, the number of new practitioners with SSS-level talents is undoubtedly scarce. Annually, there may only be 1 or 2. And with the addition of Shen Lang this year, the total has reached 3 across the nation. However, when it comes to hidden professions or formidable combat classes, there exists a greater abundance of novice practitioners. The rookie camp serves merely as a reserve for the war god camp, and whether these practitioners can ascend to the war god camp is merely a matter of selecting the CR Mi de la CRMI. Most are recommended by local occupational departments, inevitably leading to some instances of favoritism. Each session of the rookie camp attracts a considerable number of participants, ranging from 3 to 5,000 at peak times, and even 2 to 3,000 during quieter sessions. While this may seem a large number, one must remember that these individuals are selected from a population of billions. Although they are all freshly 18, there are still millions of youths of that age across the nation. Choosing a few thousand from tens of millions of novice practitioners is, in fact, not particularly numerous. Many practitioners may opt for other academies or join guilds, yet the vast majority harbor a patriotic spirit, yearning to defend their homeland, and are eager to join the war god camp. Despite the fact that the War God Reserve is not the actual War God camp, the opportunities for joining the latter are far greater than elsewhere. Even if the few thousand participants do not ultimately enter the War God camp, they will undoubtedly emerge as exceptional individuals, the pillars of society in the future. After all, their inherent qualities are remarkable, and their presence here is merely a phase of intensive training. As for individuals like Shen Lang, Medusa, and Yi Hongyu, who have been directly granted slots by the War God camp, they remain a rarity, with previous years having seen almost none. Now, with Shen Lang, Medusa, and Yi Hongyu, there are already 3. Huang Lin, having been privy to some internal news, is aware that 2 more formidable novice practitioners with substantial backgrounds are set to arrive, which makes him exceedingly eager for this session of the rookie camp. After all, the presence of strong individuals creates a lively atmosphere, especially with the emergence of rebellious spirits. Undoubtedly, Shen Lang made a striking entrance by dispatching a group of opponents, evidently marking him as a notable figure. Yet who could resist the allure of a rebellious spirit endowed with both influence and strength? In the ensuing days, a steady stream of reserves from various regions continues to report to the rookie camp. Shen Lang and his companions remain largely indifferent to these developments. Fortunately, the rookie camp imposes no restrictions on their movements. Thus, Shen Lang occasionally ventures outside the city to slay monsters and level up, refusing to relax simply because he has arrived at the rookie camp. Coupled with his previous time spent in the Elven Secret Realm, Shen Lang has now reached the mid-stage of the 2-star level, attaining a level of 45. Medusa, Shadow, and Little Black have also reached level 45. At level 10, Queen Medusa could annihilate those on the verge of becoming 4-star practitioners. Now, with 3 heads at level 45, how formidable a foe could they vanquish? Shen Lang is uncertain, but should the opportunity arise, he would certainly relish the chance to test their mettle. As for Yi Hongyu, her arrival at the novice camp did not hinder their equipment transactions. She assumed the role of intermediary upon receiving the gear from Shen Lang. She promptly returned to Wanbao Pavilion, where dedicated personnel would meticulously account for and inspect the items. After all, Shen Lang had undeniably become the premier equipment supplier for the pavilion, particularly for low-tier gear. However, it is worth noting that these were not merely low-tier items. as Shen Lang was now battling creatures far beyond the lowly 10-level monsters, most being above 1 star. Thus, the equipment level was relatively high, albeit the quality was slightly lacking, all falling below the red perfect quality. That said, it was only Shen Lang who deemed such lower-tier items unworthy of his attention, especially those blue excellent and green fine pieces, which were in fact the mainstream gear for adventurers. Consequently, Shen Lang had effectively become the financial benefactor of Wanbao Pavilion, having already organized a small team specifically tasked with liaising with Yi Hongyu regarding the acquisition of his equipment. Thus, every time Shen Lang ventured out to defeat monsters, his bank account would swell with newfound wealth. It was only due to the fact that Yao Yao had yet to settle her account that Shen Lang's savings had not surpassed the astonishing figure of 100 billion. Today, both Shen Lang and Yi Hongyu departed from the novice camp, intent on heading into the city to indulge in better fare. Perhaps due to the novice camp not being fully operational yet, the management was rather lax, but the cafeteria's offerings left much to be desired. Shen Lang, accustomed to lavish banquets, and Yi Hongyu, a true young lady, found it utterly unacceptable. In fact, it was Yi Hongyu who initiated the idea, seeking Shen Lang's company to venture into the city center, and they quickly found common ground. Just as they stepped into a restaurant, Shen Lang received a message from Yao Yao. The two had added each other as friends, eliminating the need for Yao Yao to relay messages. Yao Yao informed Shen Lang that the elf had completed its evaluation and the funds had been transferred to him. This particular elf was sold for 30 billion, a bit less than the purple-eyed electric demon, primarily due to the elf's slightly lower 10-star evolution rate compared to the latter. It may also be that Yao Yao was somewhat more frugal than her sister. As a result, Shen Lang's savings indeed surpassed 100 billion, firmly establishing him as a wealthy magnate. However, an excess of money brought an unexpected discomfort. It seemed he could only gaze at it without any pressing need to spend. He could merely purchase skill books. As for equipment, he preferred to acquire it through his own efforts rather than purchase it. Before long, they had ordered their meal. Yet Shen Lang remained deep in thought regarding the fate of his newfound wealth. Noticing Shen Lang's distraction, Yi Hongyu inquired, "What is the matter, Xiao Mei?" As they had grown familiar with one another, and given Yi Hongyu's slightly older age, she affectionately referred to Shen Lang as Xiao Mei. Thankfully, she did not call him Xiao Xiong Xiong like Yao Yao did, and Shen Lang accepted her endearment. Yi Hongyu's words triggered a realization in Shen Lang. He had completely forgotten about her true identity. This young lady was none other than the heir to the Wanwan group. Moreover, through their interactions, Shen Lang could not help but acknowledge that Yi Hongyu indeed possessed a remarkable aptitude for business. Thus, a bold idea unexpectedly emerged in Shen Lang's mind, to become his own boss. After a moment of silence, he turned to Yi Hongyu and inquired, "Are you interested in opening a shop in Mo City?" "Open a shop? What kind of shop?" Yi Hongyu asked, bewildered. Shen Lang chuckled and replied, "Of course. A store for selling equipment. You know I have plenty." Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyu's eyes sparkled with excitement, but soon dimmed as she said, "But I promised my uncle and my father that I wouldn't engage in business until I become a 10-star warrior. Moreover, opening a shop isn't as simple as you think. For instance," Shen Lang interrupted her, saying, "They aren't around to watch you. Who would know? As for the shop, I believe you can manage it well. I will handle the supply, and we are sure to make a fortune." The prospect of great wealth was unlikely to tempt Yi Hongyu, given her family's ample resources. However, the entrepreneurial spirit within her, long suppressed, ignited like a spark meeting gasoline under Shen Lang's encouragement. Tentatively, Yi Hongyu asked, "Can we really do this? I don't have much money. Starting a shop requires capital. I can't ask my uncle for help." It was evident that Yi Hongyu was already captivated. Shen Lang seized the moment, declaring, "I have money." At this, Yi Hongyu paused, nearly forgetting that Shen Lang had taken billions from their Wanbao Pavilion. "Then shall we give it a try?" Yi Hongyu said. Her enthusiasm rekindled. Seeing her excitement, Shen Lang nodded. "All right, let us apply for the shop after we finish eating." "Sounds good." Yi Hongyu agreed, but quickly added, "We need to clarify our roles and profit sharing. You provide the capital and supplies, while I contribute my expertise. How about a 70-30 split in favor of you?" "That is not a problem. Let us go with 70-30. Shen Lang waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned about such a minor division. If the shop truly flourished, quibbling over a small percentage would be trivial. Besides, Shen Lang envisioned being a hands-off proprietor, leaving most tasks to Yi Hongyu, making her share quite reasonable. Yi Hongyu didn't demand much. The 30 was merely a formality to her. After all, she was not in dire need of money. The venture was primarily about pursuing a dream. Both Shen Lang and Yi Hongyu were action-oriented. After their meal, they promptly headed to the Business Administration Department to inquire about the process of obtaining a business license. In the era of professionals, applying for a business license was not arduous, but, as before, one needed a solid foundation. Thus, Shen Lang and Yi Hongyu began their search for a suitable shop location in the city. As the epicenter for practitioners in the Great Xia Kingdom, Mo City boasts a plethora of diverse establishments, including branches of the renowned Wan Beast Pavilion and Wan Treasure Pavilion, which are part of the illustrious Wan Group, a prominent brand nationwide. Regarding the choice of location, Shen Lang wisely entrusted the decision to Yi Hongyu, allowing her expertise to flourish. Ultimately, they opted for a site conveniently located near a busy intersection. The premises had previously housed an equipment store that unfortunately succumbed to poor management and was now available for transfer. The primary reason for its downfall was its ill-fated positioning directly across from the Wan Treasure Pavilion, a blatant invitation to competition with a well-established brand. However, for Yi Hongyu, this posed an intriguing challenge, a chance to spar against her own kind. Should they succeed in outshining the Wan Treasure Pavilion, it would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Due to the prior owner's financial misfortunes, Yi Hongyu and her team acquired the 3-story shop at a modest cost. The rent for 3 years amounted to an astronomical 3 billion a year, totaling 9 billion. To be candid, Shen Lang felt a twinge of pain at the thought of such an expenditure before even commencing operations, nearly 10 billion down the drain. Sensing Shen Lang's apprehension during the transfer of funds, Yi Hongyu reassured him, "Rest assured, we will earn back tenfold, if not 100-fold." With her words, Shen Lang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yi Hongyu nodded, adding, "The shop's decor is quite satisfactory. We need not undertake additional renovations. Once we secure the license, we can commence operations immediately. By the way, with time still on our side before closing, let us apply for the license." Thus, they hurried to the Department of Industry and Commerce. This department exhibited remarkable efficiency. After Shen Lang deposited 1 billion in registered capital, they swiftly issued the license within half an hour. It felt surreal to Shen Lang, who had just contemplated becoming a business owner, now finding himself in that very role. However, the shop's name proved somewhat challenging. After numerous attempts yielding nothing but repetitions, they finally settled on the name Super Prosperity. It was evident that Yi Hongyu harbored grand ambitions, aiming to surpass her uncle's Wan Group. Upon returning to the new shop, Yi Hongyu remarked, "We are certainly short-staffed. Before the grand opening, we must recruit some talent. Otherwise, both Sasha and I will be overwhelmed." She then inquired, "Shall we pursue the low-end equipment route?" In response, Shen Lang chuckled and said, "We can explore any direction. I still have ample equipment available. Come, let me show you." Yi Hongyu was well aware of Shen Lang's extensive collection. Yet, as they ascended to the 3rd floor and he revealed his stash before her eyes, her heart raced. No wonder the items he had provided were all in blue, green, and white. It turned out he had kept all the red-tiered and higher equipment for himself. Yi Hongyu gazed at the room filled with a crimson glow, her eyes sparkling with exhilaration as she exclaimed, "With these few hundred pieces of exquisite red gear, we could certainly make a name for ourselves in Mo City." And with these, Shen Lang smiled as he produced additional equipment. In an instant, a cascade of purple light flashed before Yi Hongyu's eyes, accompanied by glimmers of dark gold, epic gear, and 2 pieces of legendary dark gold equipment. Upon closer inspection, Yi Hongyu gasped, "This is 5-star legendary equipment. Are you truly considering selling it?" "Absolutely not." Without waiting for Shen Lang to respond, she shook her head emphatically and continued, "We won't sell it, but it could serve as a treasured artifact for our establishment. 5-star legendary gear will surely attract even the 7-star and 8-star practitioners to our thriving business." Shen Lang observed Yi Hongyu's exuberance, tempted to mention that he had discarded several pieces of dark gold equipment. After all, he had opened 3 supreme treasure chests and acquired numerous legendary items from defeated bosses, amassing a significant collection of dark gold gear. However, revealing everything at once would diminish their value. Scarcity is a virtue, and he preferred to wait. Moreover, he had no intention of selling the 2 pieces of dark gold gear he had just displayed. as they were intended for himself and Little Black, the fallen feather gloves, and the fallen armor. His motivation for showcasing them was partly to flaunt his possessions and partly to convey to Yi Hongyu that he possessed both low-tier and high-tier equipment. Little did he know that Yi Hongyu would become so ecstatic in response. After her initial surprise, Yi Hongyu had no qualms about the origins of Shen Lang's equipment. She had retained the batch of red-grade gear he had previously provided her, opting not to send it to the Beast Hall in Donghai City. Consequently, the inventory for their prosperous equipment store was fully stocked, with nearly 2,000 pieces of red perfect grade gear, predominantly white, with slightly fewer green and blue items. These were displayed on the first floor, as they were within reach for the vast majority of practitioners. The few hundred pieces of red perfect gear, along with over 100 purple items, were placed on the second floor. As for the dark gold equipment, it was undoubtedly reserved for the third floor. While Yi Hongyu busied herself, she also took the time to post recruitment notices through online channels, knowing that a substantial number of salespeople would be needed for the grand opening. However, Shen Lang paid little mind to these matters. Aside from acquiring equipment and providing financial support, he found little else to do. Yi Hongyu had no intention of assigning labor to him, the esteemed proprietor. Shen Lang was content to remain idle, watching Yi Hongyu hustle about. He felt that business was not his calling in this lifetime. In the following days, Yi Hongyu was almost constantly engaged in activities around the city. Perhaps it was the joy of pursuing her passions that fueled her relentless drive. After a brief interval of just half a week, the Super Prosperity Equipment Store officially opened its doors, and naturally, the illustrious owner, Shen Lang, was present. It must be said that Yi Hongyu had arranged everything meticulously. Shen Lang's appearance was merely ceremonial, as he soon retreated upstairs to indulge in leisure. Meanwhile, a throng of customers began to pour into the Super Prosperity Equipment Store. Typically, a new establishment, even with minimal promotion, would not attract a significant number of patrons, especially with the renowned Wanbao Pavilion situated directly across the street. Yet, Yi Hongyu possessed an extraordinary strategy. She prominently displayed the 2 pieces of dark golden equipment that Shen Lang had cast aside on the ground floor, without imposing any restrictions. The dark golden radiance emanated from the showcase, and she cleverly utilized multifaceted glass to reflect the glow throughout the space, enveloping the entire first floor in a warm, golden hue. In other equipment stores, including Wanbao Pavilion, one would never witness such displays of legendary dark golden gear, let alone epic purple items, which were typically reserved for private viewings. With the 2 pieces of legendary dark golden equipment showcased in the hall, how could they fail to attract attention? Anyone passing by the entrance, upon catching sight of this luminous display, would be irresistibly drawn inside. After all, these were legendary dark golden items, which most professionals had only heard of but never seen. Even if they could not afford such treasures, the mere opportunity to behold them was enticing. Thus, upon its opening, the Super Prosperity Equipment Store's ground floor was bustling with eager patrons. While the majority gathered around the 2 legendary dark golden pieces, others explored different equipment, with customers now attracted. The next step was to encourage their purchases, which was Yi Hongyu's ultimate aim. Therefore, taking advantage of the crowd, she personally announced a special offer. All transactions would enjoy a 20% discount today. Chapter 98. Cho Tian E. As I have reiterated, even in this era of professionals, the strong remain a mere minority. This holds true even in Mo City, a hub for practitioners. Although upon Shen Lang's arrival, he observed a plethora of high-star professionals. This perception was inherently biased due to his own formidable capabilities, causing him to naturally focus on the elite while inadvertently disregarding those of lower ranks, particularly those weaker than himself. Human nature dictates that once one ascends to a certain height, it becomes increasingly difficult to gaze downward. Thus, despite being in Mo City, the low-star professionals constitute the majority, rendering the 8% discount exceedingly beneficial. A product priced at 10,000 could be acquired for only 8,000, saving 2,000. For the low-star professionals, who often struggle to defeat monsters, this is akin to a fortuitous windfall. Consequently, the low-tier equipment on the first floor became highly sought after. The second floor also attracted numerous professionals, drawn by the superior quality of the equipment, albeit at a higher price. However, the greater the expense, the more substantial the savings from the discount. In summary, the grand opening was remarkably successful. Thanks to Yi Hongyu's thoughtful planning, with 26 charming saleswomen employed. There were still moments of overwhelming busyness. Shen Lang observed the bustling scene from the third floor, a smile gracing his face as he felt as though all these patrons were there to enrich him. Upon glancing at the center of the first-floor hall, he noted the gathering of professionals around 2 pieces of dark golden legendary equipment on display. They were merely spectators, none of whom could afford to purchase such items. After all, even a single-star dark golden legendary piece could evoke despair with its price, amounting to several billion. And that was merely a 1-star item. The 5-star legendary equipment could easily command prices multiplied by 10 or even 20. The attributes of 5-star legendary equipment are more than sufficient for professionals at levels 210 to 240, classified as divine gear, truly a sight to behold. The dark golden legendary equipment was indeed of genuine dark gold. This was the first time I had encountered such extraordinary items. Alas, this was not merely an ordinary legendary piece. It was of the 5-star caliber. I cannot even fathom its price. How I lament not being a wealthy heir, as I am not even qualified to touch it. Nevertheless, I shall not dwell on it. Without tens of billions, it remains unattainable. But to gaze upon it from such proximity is enough to satisfy me for a lifetime. However, one must wonder about the proprietor of this equipment store. What is their background to orchestrate such an impressive display on their opening day, unperturbed by the nearby Wanbao Pavilion? Is it truly within your purview to concern yourself with such matters? Clearly, if they possess the audacity to establish a shop here, they must have substantial backing. Indeed, given that they are able to showcase 5-star legendary equipment, their background is likely quite formidable. Yet, Wanbao Pavilion is no weakling either. I wonder, might a rivalry ensue between these 2 establishments? Who knows? The future will reveal all. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a young man with blue hair and a short haircut strolled by. Initially, he was merely passing through, but upon hearing the mention of legendary equipment, he couldn't help but glance over, and indeed, he beheld the shimmering dark golden light. After a moment's hesitation, the blue-haired youth stepped into the bustling equipment store. Upon arriving at the display, his gaze swept across the items, ultimately settling upon the fallen armor. With a vitality of 12, a look of intense anticipation spread across his face. He glanced around and inquired, how much for this piece of equipment? The 2 items on display were both dark golden legendary grade, naturally overseen by Yi Hongyu. It was worth noting that these items had been in the showroom for quite some time, and this was the first instance of someone inquiring about their price. Yi Hongyu regarded the young man politely and replied, I'm sorry, esteemed guest, but these 2 pieces are currently for display only. Upon hearing this, the blue-haired youth frowned, exuding an air of incredulity at the notion of displaying items without the intent to sell. However, he soon raised an eyebrow and remarked, so, they are only for display at the moment, which implies they will be available for purchase later. Do you believe I cannot afford them? Name any price under 1 billion, and I shall pay it immediately. At this declaration, the onlookers collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Shen Lang, who was on the 3rd floor, cast several curious glances at the blue-haired youth, noting the boldness of his claim. As he spoke, the young man voluntarily revealed his basic information, which consisted solely of a name. Name, Qiu Tianyi, reserve member of the God of War. Once the information was disclosed, Qiu Tianyi stated, my family can certainly afford 180 billion. Upon hearing this self-introduction, the surrounding crowd gasped once more, and murmurs erupted. So he is from the Qiu family. Is that the Qiu family from Shuai City? Indeed, it is the Qiu family from Shuai City, the most formidable city aside from Mo City. It is the only city governed by a 10-star God of War, whose leader was a veteran general of the God of War camp, Qiu Inzong. It is said that the God of War Qiu also had blue hair, and this young man shares the same trait. Could it be that he is a descendant of the legendary general? Acknowledging the speculation, Qiu Tianyi graciously confirmed, indeed, he is my grandfather. Oh, he is truly a descendant of the legendary general. Unsurprisingly, being the grandson of the God of War, he has already become a reserve member of the God of War camp. Truly impressive. A tiger begets no dog. One might say that he is the grandson of a legendary general, thus it would be accurate to say that a tiger's ancestor begets no dog. If this is the case, then producing 180 billion should pose no challenge. Indeed, it is true, the Qiu family controls 30% of the domestic potion market, making them the strongest aside from the official entities. However, one wonders, Why would the grandson of the legendary general come to this place to purchase legendary-grade equipment? Perhaps this equipment is indeed suitable for him. However, it is of 5-star quality, and he is currently only at 2 stars, rendering it unusable for him. Your words imply that he cannot simply purchase it and keep it for future use? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Yi Hongyu maintained, "I sincerely apologize. But it's not merely a matter of money. These 2 pieces of equipment are not for sale, and they currently serve only as display items. Yes, they are intended for our boss." Our boss? Xiao Tian contemplated for a moment and responded, "I wonder where your boss is at the moment. And if they are in the store. If they are, I would like to speak with them. This equipment is indeed highly suitable for my profession. And when I reach 5 stars, it would significantly enhance my strength. If your boss is willing to part with it, I would purchase this armor at a price above market value." Yi Hongyu was about to refuse again when she received a message from Shen Lang. After reading it, she turned to Xiao Tian and said, "Our boss acknowledges your sincerity. However, it will not be sold at this time. If you truly require this equipment, you may return after some time. Our boss will soon surpass 6 stars, and at that point, you can make a purchase." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian did not press further and nodded, "That works as well, for I am not in immediate need. However, since we have reached this point in our conversation, you must not sell this equipment to anyone else. It must be reserved for me." Yi Hongyu smiled and assured him, "You need not worry about that. Let us add each other as friends, so that if your boss decides to sell, you can notify me immediately," Xiao Tian said, somewhat uneasily. Yi Hongyu, having learned that he was the grandson of the Lord of Shui West City, and recognizing the value of such connections for her ambition to elevate Chaowang, had no qualms about extending her friend quota. After adding him, she invited, "In addition to these 2 dark gold legendary items, Chaowang also possesses other quality equipment. On the 2nd floor, there are numerous red perfect grade items and purple epic grade items. You might find something suitable for your current needs. Well then, let us take a look." Xiao Tian replied, not declining, as he ascended to the 2nd floor. Yi Hongyu quickly sought out a charming sales assistant and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, on the upper floor, Shen Lang observed Xiao Tian entering and remarked with a smile, "I did not expect him to be from the War God Reserve. Though it is rather foolish to announce one's identity, he does not seem to be the typical spoiled rich kid. I wonder what his specific profession is." As he spoke, he glanced at the fallen armor. The fact that someone wished to purchase this set implied they were likely a tank-type class. However, this was merely a minor interlude. At present, aside from 10-star divine beasts, few matters captured Shen Lang's attention. Naturally, financial gain remained a priority. Fortunately, Yi Hongyu was managing the affairs of Chaowang, allowing him to relax and enjoy the flow of transactions, which elevated his spirits considerably. With a cost exceeding 1 billion, it appears that recouping the investment will occur rather swiftly. The grand opening promotion persisted for an entire week, and merely 3 days ago, Shen Lang had already recouped his costs, even faster than he had anticipated. This notion that money begets money, that the affluent accumulate even more wealth, is indeed not without merit. Due to the rapid sales, the supply of equipment was somewhat inadequate, prompting Shen Lang to venture out several times to replenish his stock. However, with business booming here, the neighboring Wanbao Pavilion found itself increasingly restless. Although the thriving establishment could not capture all customers, it undeniably diverted a significant number, resulting in a 30% decline in Wanbao Pavilion's revenue compared to the previous year. Initially, the success of Chaowang could be attributed to its opening offer of a 20% discount, but that was only in the early days. In the following days, Chaowang ceased its discounting, yet the business continued to flourish, leaving the personnel at Wanbao Pavilion perplexed. Consequently, the manager of Wanbao Pavilion personally visited Chaowang, seeking to uncover the secret behind its success. Chapter 99. The Rookie Camp officially opens. As the epicenter for practitioners of the Great Xia Nation, Mo City is home to the esteemed Wanbao Pavilion, overseen by an individual of remarkable stature. This leader is none other than a longtime comrade of Yi Yuchang, having fought side by side in the past. His standing surpasses that of other regional heads, as he is a sworn brother of Yi Yuchang. This man, named Anderson, is of the same age as Yi Yuchang, albeit a few months younger, yet he is older than Yi Yunzhang. Even Yi Yunzhang must address him as second brother. Within the Wanwang group, he holds the position of the second in command, unmarried and without heirs. Interestingly, Anderson does not possess any shares in the Wanwan Group. Not due to Yi Yuchang's unwillingness to grant them, but rather because Anderson desires nothing. In his own words, without any descendants, holding shares serves no purpose for him. Thus, his status within the Wanwan Group is even more transcendent. It could be said that he embodies Yi Yuchang himself. Just a few days prior, Anderson was away from Mo City, engaged in business discussions in the Forbidden City. Upon his return, he discovered that the business across from Wanbao Pavilion was thriving. Previously, that location housed an equipment store, which was rather mediocre in terms of sales. Upon inquiry, he learned that the establishment had changed ownership. Wanbao Pavilion's business spans most cities of the Great Xia Nation, thriving on service and quality, unperturbed by competition from peers. The former equipment store had not faced suppression from them. It simply could not sustain itself. Out of curiosity, Anderson ventured across the street, casting his gaze upon the sign of the newly established Chaowang building. Indeed, this equipment store owned by Shen Lang and his associates was named Chaowang Building. Anderson tilted his head slightly, observing the crimson lettering on the sign, and a smile crept onto his square face. Chaowang, implying to surpass our Wanwang, is it? Quite a bold claim. Shaking his head, he entered Chaowang Building with his hands clasped behind him. Welcome. Two young, attractive ladies at the entrance greeted him with bright smiles. One of them gently inquired, "Dear customer, how may we assist you today?" I'm just browsing. You needn't mind me," Anderson replied with a smile. Striding into the exhibition hall, his eyes scanning the displays around him. Upon examination, he found nothing extraordinary, merely ordinary white equipment, blue quality gear, and green excellent items. Essentially, it was comparable to Wanbao Pavilion's offerings. He then proceeded to the second and third floors, where he encountered red-tier equipment, including 2 pieces of dark gold gear. Although surprised by the 5-star dark gold equipment, it did not astonish him greatly. He had witnessed even 10-star dark gold items before. However, the fact that such high-tier equipment was displayed for casual viewing was indeed a departure from their practices at Wanbao Pavilion. They would never showcase such esteemed items without being exclusive guests or under specific requests. Regardless, the value of such equipment was substantial, and it could inadvertently lead to unforeseen circumstances. If a mishap were to occur, it would not bode well. Initially, Yi Hongyu harbored some trepidation, yet Shen Lang remained utterly unconcerned. Undeniably, the 2 pieces of equipment were remarkable and well-suited for both him and Xiaohe. But to assert their rarity would be somewhat exaggerated. After all, Shen Lang and his companions were advancing at an astonishing pace, rendering these items potentially obsolete at any moment. They had yet to don this equipment, as Shen Lang, accompanied by several divine beasts, had already acquired even more formidable gear. Thus, when Yi Hongyu proposed to attract customers with legendary equipment, Shen Lang readily acquiesced. Anderson, after perusing the bustling Super Prosperity building, discerned that the establishment's success was significantly attributed to the 2 5-star, dark golden legendary items. Aside from that, there was nothing particularly extraordinary. If one were to pinpoint something remarkable, it would be the alluring sales staff, an array of enchanting young ladies. Shen Lang had no hand in this matter, as the recruitment was solely orchestrated by Yi Hongyu. It was evident that, despite being a woman, Yi Hongyu possessed a keen understanding of consumer psychology. Universally, both men and women are drawn to beauty, are they not? Under the pretense of engaging in a substantial business deal with the Super Prosperity building, Anderson sought to meet the proprietor. Regrettably, he learned from the lobby manager that the owner had departed early that morning and was not present. Consequently, Anderson had no choice but to take his leave, promising to return when time permitted. The lobby manager spoke the truth. Both Yi Hongyu and Shen Lang were currently at the novice camp. The reason being, today marked the official opening of the novice camp. Within the expansive square of the suburban novice camp, throngs of young men and women gathered. At the forefront, upon a raised platform, stood Chief Huang Lin, clad in military attire, his posture impeccably straight. He surveyed the assembly with an authoritative gaze and proclaimed, "First, on behalf of the novice camp, I extend a warm welcome to the 4,328 novices who have arrived from all corners of our Great Xia Nation. You represent the most gifted and formidable among this year's newly transitioned professionals. Furthermore, I express my gratitude for your willingness to accept the role of reserve in the War God Camp. You are all aware that the War God Camp embodies the very essence of our Xi'an nation, the elite special operations force that is most feared by foreign powers. Your presence here signifies your desire to enter the War God Camp, does it not? The novices responded in unison, their voices resounding, yes. The chorus of thousands echoed loudly until it gradually subsided. Excellent. Huang Lin remained steadfast, continuing, I believe in you. However, entry to the War God Camp is not granted to all who wish to enter. Only the strongest professionals may gain admission, for it is only the strongest who can bear the weighty responsibility of protecting the citizens of Xia from external threats and forging ahead with fortitude. Indeed, the War God Camp is not merely a designation, it embodies a profound responsibility. However, you are not yet qualified to enter the War God Camp, even though you are currently reserve members. What lies ahead is a year-long specialized training program. During this year, you will undergo a variety of training, encompassing, but not limited to, special operations theory, dungeon missions, and real combat tasks. At the end of this year, those who successfully pass the assessments will be officially integrated into the War God Camp system. Those who do not pass will return to where they came from. Personally, I wish for all of you to join the War God Camp, as I desire my country to be bolstered by such a multitude of young, formidable individuals, ensuring its defense with your outstanding capabilities. However, I regret to inform you that this is an unattainable aspiration for all. Remember my words. Only the strongest among you will gain entry into the War God Camp. Based on previous year statistics, the pass rate for assessments is less than 1%. Thus, out of the many of you here, no more than 50 will ultimately be admitted. Therefore, you must strive harder, work more diligently, and delve deeper into the potential of your professional talents to have a chance of becoming a formal member of the War God Camp. In the time to come, I hope to witness your efforts. Now, let us proceed to the main business at hand. Chapter 100. This woman is truly a business prodigy. In the square, Shen Lang and Medusa stood together, their brows slightly furrowed. The training camp was to last nearly a year, a duration Shen Lang had not anticipated. He had expected merely 1 or 2 months. After all, given his innate professional talent, the utility of this novice camp was rather limited for him. Had it not been for the Dragon Blood warrior, Chu Jianhua, urging his participation, Shen Lang would never have contemplated attending such a training camp. He was curious, however, about the unexpected benefits he had mentioned. The Dragon Blood warrior must have some inkling of his talent, and if he deemed it advantageous, it was likely to be of significance to Shen Lang. As for the year-long commitment, surely he could leave early if necessary? Shen Lang mused that there seemed to be no stringent constraints placed upon him. If he were to demonstrate his strength, what could this novice camp possibly teach him? Ultimately, in any realm, strength reigns supreme, privileges stem from prowess. Having resolved these thoughts, Shen Lang felt no further conflict. At worst, he could seize the benefits and depart. Remaining among this group of novices would only hinder his progress. Meanwhile, the other novices perked up at Huang Lin's mention of addressing serious matters. They had traveled from various corners of the nation, precisely as Huang Lin had indicated, vying for the opportunity to enter the War God Camp. Huang Lin scanned the crowd, a smile blossoming on his face before he continued, I trust you have all heard, especially those who arrived early at the novice camp. Based on your professions and talents, you will each receive different treatments. There are 10 levels in total. The vast majority of you will start from the lowest tier, but 4 of you arrived at the highest tier. Indeed, those 4 were the ones currently residing in single accommodation. Without further ado, I believe you know who they are: Beastmaster Xiong Chumo, Fire Mage Sha Sha, Lightning Mage Hong Yu, and Storm Warrior Qiu Tianyi. You 4, please step forward. As Huang Lin mentioned Shen Lang and the others, his gaze fell upon them, signaling them to ascend to the platform. Shen Lang was reluctant to draw attention in such a setting, yet there was no alternative. He nodded at Hong Yu and, accompanied by Medusa and Xiao He, they proceeded toward the platform. Meanwhile, Qiu Tianyi, wearing an expression of surprise, also ascended the stage. It's you, he whispered to Hong Yu, instantly recognizing her as the woman from the equipment shop. Hong Yu smiled in response, but chose not to engage in further conversation. As for Shen Lang, having never met them, there was little to discuss. They merely exchanged nods. Before long, the 4 individuals and 1 dog stood upon the high platform, the gaze of thousands now fixed upon them. Regarding Shen Lang and his 3 companions, it is noteworthy that they were already known to many. with some having even encountered Shen Lang previously, such as the novices who were sent flying by the paw of the little black dog. However, this marks their inaugural appearance before the public. Among the thousands of us, only these four possess the highest authority. Does anyone know their true identities? I am unaware, but I do know Zhang San and Li Si. They were those who were knocked out by the dog southpaw in that place, the one for raising dogs. How unfortunate. I recall those two were both exotic berserkers. Indeed, the truth is evident. Look over there, in the corner, at those two with dark expressions, heads bowed. I recognize the one with blue hair. What about him? Are you familiar with Shui City? This individual is Cho Tianyi, the direct grandson of the city lord. Goodness. So he is of noble lineage from Shui City. Truly, dragons beget dragons, and phoenixes beget phoenixes. He is not to be trifled with. What utter nonsense. I've forgotten the old adage. Do aristocrats possess any special lineage? Oh, you certainly have courage. Why haven't I seen you in a private room? Why do you lack the highest authority? Just because I do not possess it now does not imply I will not in the future. Why is everyone so focused on the men? Can't we admire the ladies? My dear mother, I've never seen such an exquisite woman in my life. Especially the one beside the dog. She resembles a celestial being, a dreamlike object of desire. Indeed, she is stunning, but do not even entertain the thought. That dog handler seems very close to her. They might even be a couple. Goodness, is that true? Before the dream even begins, it has already concluded? It is indeed the case. Since they arrived at the novice camp, they have been inseparable, frequently seen together. I've heard they even share a residence. Haha. I must tell you, Yihong Yu is also quite close to them. My goddess. A goddess, indeed, but such fantasies can only reside in dreams. Reality is often harsh. Amidst the discussions in the lower plaza, Huang Lin spoke again, addressing Shen Lang and his companions. You four, please introduce yourselves. Cho Tianyi, you may begin. Yes. Cho Tianyi appeared to have undergone military training, displaying a standard posture as he stepped forward and saluted. I am Cho Tianyi, a professional storm warrior. I look forward to your guidance. After his introduction, Cho Tianyi returned to stand beside Yihong Yu. Yihong Yu, however, was less elaborate. She took 2 steps forward, slightly bowed to the crowd, and then raised her head with a smile, saying, Hello everyone. I am Yihong Yu, a professional lightning mage. I kindly ask for your guidance in the future. Oh, by the way, I own an equipment shop on Qingyang Street in Mo City. If anyone is in need, please feel free to visit. All students from our novice camp receive a 20% discount. At this proclamation, Huang Lin's expression faltered. How could this self-introduction turn into an advertisement for her shop? Shen Lang cast a sidelong glance at Yihong Yu. This woman is truly a business prodigy. Ahem. Huang Lin coughed lightly and promptly addressed Shen Lang. Xiong Chumo, it's your turn. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, Xiong Chumo, beast tamer, is what you refer to as a dog trainer. Sasha, a fire mage, followed suit with a succinct self-introduction. Huang Lin nodded and continued. I believe everyone is quite curious as to why I elevated their status to the highest level upon their arrival. The reason is simple. Their professions and talents are exceptionally strong, and their abilities are formidable. Of course, as novice potential seekers from various cities. Some of you may feel a twinge of resentment towards this. Not to worry, I offer you a chance. Huang Lin smiled and further stated, I present you with the opportunity to express your discontent. Each of you may challenge any one of the 4. If you succeed in defeating any of them, you shall take their place and gain the highest privileges. Additionally, following the challenges, you will enter a ranking competition. The top 10 contenders will attain the highest privileges of the rookie camp, which means, besides these 4, 6 of you will have the chance to receive the highest privileges as well. Furthermore, once the challenge and ranking competitions conclude, the top 10 will gain early access to our exclusive instances within the rookie camp. So, are you all prepared? Chapter 101. I believe you might consider selecting another opponent for the challenge. Upon Huang Lin's announcement of the challenge and ranking matches, another officer emerged to delineate the matchups and opponents for everyone. This, of course, was essential for the subsequent ranking competitions. However, the immediate focus was on the challenge, where all participants could contend against Shen Lang and his 3 companions to attain the highest privileges within the novice camp. Soon, all the recruits gathered at the training grounds of the camp. It was an expansive area surrounded by stone platforms. etched with runes and restrictions by practitioners of array and prohibition arts. Given that this was merely the novice camp and the reserve of the war god camp, the restrictions were unlikely to be formidable. Nevertheless, practitioners below the 3rd star were incapable of inflicting any damage to the training grounds. Upon arrival, Shen Lang and his companions positioned themselves on one side, while a few thousand others took their place on the opposite side. Huang Lin had seemingly vanished, and a lieutenant colonel was now presiding over the challenge. Once preparations were complete on both sides, the lieutenant colonel leapt from the stands into the center of the training grounds and proclaimed, "You may now commence your challenges." However, those lacking confidence should refrain from wasting everyone's time. The challenge will last for 3 hours. After this period, you will forfeit your eligibility to compete. Let the challenge begin. His authoritative demeanor and booming voice resonated throughout the training grounds. Yet, for a moment, no one stepped forward to issue a challenge. While they had previously boasted, they were acutely aware that Shen Lang and his companions were not arbitrarily designated as the highest authority. Such a status, being predetermined, undoubtedly implied extraordinary strength. The reserves of the war god camp, as Huang Lin had mentioned, were among the proudest individuals within their respective cities. However, pride does not necessarily equate to arrogance. Certainly, many preferred to avoid being the first to take the plunge, allowing others to test the waters first. Nevertheless, someone ultimately could not contain themselves and stepped forth from the ranks. It was a robust young man, nearly 2 meters tall, wielding a warhammer and clad in exceptional green equipment. His formidable presence indicated that he was no ordinary opponent. After stepping forward, he ascended the platform, his gaze sweeping over Shen Lang before settling on Yi Hongyu. "Zhou Cheng, Lightning Warrior, level 24, I humbly request guidance from Miss Yi." Although Zhou Cheng was challenging a female opponent, no one mocked him, as there were no restrictions regarding gender. However, Yi Hongyu smiled and shook her head, responding, "You wish to challenge me? I believe you might want to reconsider." "Why?" Zhou Cheng inquired, puzzled. Yi Hongyu sighed. "In truth, I am not a newly transitioned practitioner. I transitioned last year and am now a 3rd star practitioner." Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng's expression darkened considerably. He had sought to challenge a soft target, but inadvertently found himself up against a diamond. A mere 1st star practitioner daring to challenge a 3rd star practitioner? Zhou Cheng exuded an air of confidence, typical of a novice at the 2-star level, who felt assured in his ability to contend, perhaps even triumph over his opponent. However, a 3-star professional was, at the very least, 30 levels ahead of him. What chance did he stand? The other participants in the training arena were equally astonished, unable to comprehend that Yi Hongyu was, in fact, a competitor from the previous year. Why had a veteran from last year only just entered the rookie camp this year? One could surmise that she had either suddenly awakened some latent talent or perhaps acquired a second profession. Even Qiu Tianyi, observing Yi Hongyu, couldn't he help but furrow his brow. Given the current circumstances, with barely over a month since the global job transition, reaching the pinnacle of 1 star was already commendable. How could one even contemplate 3 stars? He was certain that among all the new professionals worldwide, there had not been a single 3-star individual. Likewise, Qiu Tianyi was confident in his own abilities, yet when faced with Yi Hongyu, he could not help but concede that he was likely no match for her. After all, her admission into the rookie camp indicated that her profession and innate talent were far from ordinary. Shen Lang, on the other hand, was somewhat taken aback, not by Yi Hongyu's prowess, for he had long been aware that she was a 3-star professional, but rather by her apparent reluctance to engage in combat. Otherwise, why would she have suggested that Zhou Cheng select a different challenger? Yi Hongyu gazed at Zhou Cheng and reiterated, "Now, do you still wish to challenge me?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Cheng offered an awkward smile and turned to the colonel, asking, "Sir, may I change my opponent?" "Certainly," the colonel replied. Zhou Cheng immediately exhaled in relief and said to Yi Hongyu, "Miss Yi, being a 3-star professional, I certainly cannot compete with you, so I shall choose another opponent." "Very well," Yi Hongyu nodded, then raised her voice, adding, "I forgot to mention earlier that our shop in Mo City is called Super Prosperous." At that moment, it was nearly impossible not to attract attention with such a remark. Shen Lang genuinely admired Yi Hongyu, who never missed an opportunity to promote her shop. If she did not succeed, who would? Strangely, after making her announcement, Yi Hongyu promptly retreated, leaving the colonel at a loss for words, who could only urge, Hurry up. Who do you wish to challenge? Without hesitation, Zhou Cheng fixed his gaze upon Medusa, proclaiming, I challenge this Miss Shasha. Sticking to tradition, he chose a female opponent. The colonel immediately addressed Shasha, stating, Shasha, step forward and accept the challenge. Medusa glanced at Shen Lang, who nodded slightly, prompting her to gracefully descend onto the stage. Zhou Cheng set down the warhammer from his back and bowed respectfully, saying, I humbly ask for your guidance. As he spoke, Zhou Cheng reached for his warhammer once more, but suddenly he found his hand drifting further away from it, and his vision became increasingly blurred. What was happening? The only thought remaining in Zhou Cheng's mind was this, before he collapsed into unconsciousness. On the stage, his figure resembled a kite severed from its string, soaring backward and out of the arena. As one gazes upon the arena, the figure of Medusa has long since returned to Shen Lang's side, as if she had never moved at all. What transpired just moments ago? Did you witness it? Witness what? I merely blinked, and suddenly, the arena was devoid of any combatants. So who emerged victorious? Surely you jest. Did you not see Zhou Cheng? Oh, he has already been carried away. This is astonishing. Judging by Zhou Cheng's demeanor, he did not seem weak at all, yet he was deprived of any opportunity to engage. Given the current circumstances, it appears that neither of these women can be trifled with. How should one articulate this? The fact that they possess the highest privileges within the novice camp is certainly not without merit. I was contemplating a challenge, but perhaps it is wiser to refrain and avoid humiliation. What nonsense! There are still 2 men present. Why not give it a try? I fear that attempting could lead to my demise. One is an enemy associate, and the other, that dogkeeper. Despite his perpetual smile, I find his expression quite unsettling, not to mention his peculiar dog, which exudes an air of mystery regarding its lineage. Amidst the murmurs of the onlookers, someone finally stepped forward once more, leaping onto the stage. I, Li Mingyu, dare to challenge the formidable bear. Chapter 102. If you refuse to surrender, be cautious. Li Mingyu was not unappealing in appearance, albeit somewhat diminutive, standing at approximately 1.60 meters. In stark contrast, Shen Lang towered at nearly 1.90 meters. A significant disparity indeed. Thus, upon Shen Lang's arrival at the arena alongside his companion, the imposing black hound, a striking juxtaposition in height became evident. To be candid, Shen Lang harbored no interest in such a novice contest. Nevertheless, given his presence at the novice training camp, it would be somewhat disrespectful to disregard the expectations of the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Genhua. After all, his arrival had granted him the highest privileges, alleviating many of his prior dilemmas. With such privileges in hand and this challenge event underway, it presented a perfect opportunity to resolve any future complications. Ultimately, he and these novices existed in entirely different realms. This challenge would serve to impart a crucial lesson to the novices present. Certain disparities between individuals are insurmountable. Moreover, Shen Lang remained uncertain about the specific benefits mentioned by Chu Genhua. What if these advantages were to be revealed only after the contest? The recently mentioned colonel had indicated that the top 10 placements following the challenge would gain access to exclusive dungeons within the novice camp. Shen Lang speculated that the benefits referred to by Chu Genhua likely resided within that dungeon. Should he abstain from the challenge and fall out of the top 10, it would be a wasted opportunity. Upon reaching the arena, Shen Lang maintained a benign smile, exuding an aura of harmlessness. Beside him, the 3-headed hellhound, a 10-star divine beast, was poised to contend against a few novices. This was perhaps the most unassuming display of a 10-star divine beast in existence. Consequently, the hound drooped its ears, its eyes imbued with human-like disdain, a glance sufficient to convey its sentiments. Yet, the attention of the onlookers remained fixated on Shen Lang, leaving little regard for the formidable creature at his side. Despite its imposing stature, this was the era of class transitions. It was not uncommon to encounter creatures as large as elephants, even if they were merely oversized rodents. Li Mingyu scrutinized Shen Lang before speaking just moments ago. Miss Yihong Yu advised another brother. Now, allow me to extend my counsel to you. I too transitioned to a profession last year and, by a stroke of luck, have completed my 2nd class this year. Hence, I was recommended to the War God Reserve. At present, I stand at the pinnacle of 2 stars, soon to ascend to 3. Given my current prowess, even ordinary 3-star practitioners may not pose a challenge to me. At this juncture, Li Mingyu continued, of course, Your attainment of the highest privileges suggests an exceptional talent. However, you likely hover around the peak of 1 star. Thus, constrained by our respective levels, you would not be my match. Surrender now, lest it be said that I am taking advantage of your inferior status." As Li Mingyu concluded his remarks, the surrounding novices exhibited palpable astonishment. The earlier revelation of Miss Yi Hongyu as a dual-class practitioner had already left them astounded, and now another marvel had emerged before them. Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback. However, the matter of a secondary profession, how should one articulate it? Undoubtedly, it poses a challenge, particularly since Shen Lang's secondary profession advancement task entails vanquishing a 5-star divine beast boss. Naturally, the difficulty of the secondary profession advancement task correlates with the formidable nature of the awakened secondary profession. This implies that not all secondary profession advancement tasks are as daunting as Shen Lang's. Setting aside the attribute enhancement of the beast tamer secondary profession, it remains unique. He alone holds this title globally. Other secondary profession advancement tasks cannot possibly reach such arduous heights. Thus, it can be inferred that no matter how powerful other secondary professions may be, they cannot rival Shen Lang's unless they too possess a singular vocation. However, if Li Mingyu were to wield such a formidable secondary profession, he would not have taken a year to progress towards a 3rd star. One need only observe Yi Hongyu, who, despite focusing on business daily, remains a 3rd-star professional. Generally speaking, the strength of the primary profession enhances the awakening of the secondary profession. Conversely, if the primary profession is lacking, the awakened secondary profession, while potentially strong, will not be extraordinary. Nevertheless, being able to awaken a secondary profession already places one ahead of the majority of professionals. Furthermore, Li Mingyu's recommendation to join the God of War Reserve indicates that his secondary profession may possess some merit, albeit limited. It certainly does not compare to Shen Lang's prowess. Li Mingyu, brimming with confidence, would not have approached Shen Lang demanding surrender otherwise. However, to Li Mingyu's surprise, Shen Lang maintained his smile and replied, "Let it be. If I were to concede, wouldn't that be a disgrace to the rookie camp? After all, the highest authority I hold in this rookie camp is bestowed upon me by the camp itself." At these words, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Li Mingyu's eyes. Yet he refrained from further comment. Instead, he revealed a piece of crimson, perfect-grade equipment, a scarlet robe, which instantly stirred a commotion among the other students. For those at the initial to mid-stage of a 1st-star profession, such a red, perfect-grade item is akin to a divine artifact. This is the gear I acquired upon completing my secondary profession advancement task. Li Mingyu then produced a green, exquisite staff, continuing, "Since you refuse to concede, be cautious. Yes, you too should tread carefully." Shen Lang intended to respond courteously, but found that his companion, Xiao He, had already vanished. Never mind. It seemed Li Mingyu would not have the opportunity to hear his words. "Xiao He, do not harm anyone." With this parting remark, Shen Lang turned to descend from the arena. Was it even necessary to watch? If Xiao He could not handle a rookie barely nearing 3 stars, then tonight he would indulge in a dog-meat hot pot. Just as Shen Lang turned away, Li Mingyu, who was about to unleash his skill, suddenly found himself engulfed in darkness. Suddenly, an enormous paw, larger than his own hand, appeared before him, becoming increasingly distinct. Before he could respond, his vision spun wildly. A searing pain engulfed his face, and then he lost consciousness. Thud! Li Mingyu collapsed beneath the arena, swiftly taken away by the medical professionals from the rookie camp. The speed of this occurrence was reminiscent of the surreal moment when Medusa defeated Zhou Cheng. The spectators believed the match had yet to commence, only to find that in the blink of an eye, it had concluded, truly devoid of any viewing enjoyment, just as the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. After swatting Li Mingyu aside with a single paw, the formidable black dog turned to reveal its teeth to the onlookers. "What are you doing, Little Black? Why so fierce?" Upon hearing Shen Lang's voice, Little Black wagged its tail and strode away from the arena with an air of indifference. The lieutenant colonel cast a glance at Shen Lang and Little Black before declaring Shen Lang the victor. In truth, this lieutenant colonel was equally astonished, whether by Little Black's performance or Medusa's. Being a seasoned practitioner himself, nearing the pinnacle of a 5-star rating, he had merely perceived a fleeting shadow before both Zhou Cheng and Li Mingyu fell. Could it be that these two novices surpassed him in strength? Even if designated by the chief of staff with the utmost authority, this seemed utterly preposterous. Chapter 103. What does it mean that there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people? However, as a novice camp instructor, the Major could not personally descend into the arena to contend with Shen Lang and his companions. Suppressing the astonishment within, he announced the continuation of the challenge match, with Zhou Cheng and Li Mingyu setting the stage. Even in the event of their defeat, a few self-assured professionals emerged to take their place. Not only Shen Lang, but also Medusa and Xiao Tianyi faced several challenges. Yi Hongyu, revealing her level of strength, was also challenged, though perhaps it was less a challenge and more a desire to observe the beauty up close. The outcomes of these challenges were, naturally, predictable. Shen Lang's encounters were akin to Li Mingyu's. It was merely a trivial affair akin to a dog's paw swipe, resulting in a swift exit. The challenges against Medusa mirrored Zhou Cheng's, executed with such precision that there was no opportunity for the opponent to concede, as they were sent tumbling from the stage, creating a perfect spectacle. Yi Hongyu, on the other hand, exhibited a gentler approach, merely electrifying her opponents to the point where their hair stood on end and their bodies turned ashen. As for Xiao Tianyi, he was far less courteous. Perhaps spurred by the prowess of Medusa and Shen Lang, he dispatched his opponents with remarkable swiftness, resolving the contest in a matter of moments. From Shen Lang's perspective, Xiao Tianyi was indeed no weakling. At the very least, he was not inferior to Yi Hongyu, which was commendable. In contrast to Li Mingyu, the disparity between their dual professions was quite pronounced. Yet, the gap between Li Mingyu and Xiao Tianyi was certainly less significant than that between Xiao Tianyi and himself. Regardless, whether it was Xiao Tianyi or any of the others present, it was likely that none could withstand the might of a dog's paw swipe from Xiao He. The Major might endure one strike, but a second or third would surely bring him down. The challenge matches concluded by midday, with the positions of Shen Lang and his trio firmly recognized. Indeed, no one was their match. After a hearty meal in the cafeteria and a brief respite, the afternoon heralded the commencement of the ranking matches. These matches were of little concern to Shen Lang and his companions, as they held the highest privileges, effectively securing a place among the top four. The remaining 3,000 to 4,000 professionals were merely vying for the 5th to 10th positions. Of course, Shen Lang and his group would also require rankings. However, the Major stated that this would be addressed only after the remaining 6 spots were finalized. To Shen Lang and his companions, this so-called ranking match appeared as a mere gathering of novices pecking at one another. However, in the afternoon, Huang Lin, the chief strategist, returned to oversee the matches personally, forbidding anyone from leaving. Thus, Shen Lang and his companions were obliged to remain, idly awaiting the conclusion of the ranking matches. Fortunately, several small stages were arranged for the matches, allowing for a relatively swift progression. By around 4 in the afternoon, the ranking matches were nearing their conclusion, with the 5th to 10th positions all firmly established. The 5th place was claimed by a slightly plump woman named Li Namin, a hidden profession known as a sword master. As the name suggests, this sword mastery is indeed an art of wielding the sword, a skill she has honed to perfection, rendering her opponents unable to withstand even 3 of her strikes. Moreover, Li Namin has previously challenged Xiao Tianyi, who, after employing several skills, managed to compel her to concede, demonstrating her formidable prowess. In 6th place stands a youthful-faced man, akin to Shen Lang, named Shen Huan, who also possesses a hidden occupation, the Druid. It is well known that Druids are among the versatile warriors, with a balanced offense, defense, and vitality. At first glance, he may not seem particularly outstanding. Yet it is evident that Shen Huan hails from a significant faction, as his skill combinations are remarkably impressive. He is the only one who was not sent flying by Li Namin's 3 strikes. The 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th places, while not as impressive when compared to Shen Lang and his companions, nevertheless hold their own. Though they may be slightly weaker than Li Namin and Shen Huan, the difference is negligible. With the rankings established, anticipation for the upcoming matches grows, as they will feature the highest-ranking members of the novice camp, including Shen Lang and his 3 companions. There is no doubt about their strength, yet everyone is eager to discover who among them is the strongest. Not just the novice participants, but also Huang Lin and other officers from the novice camp share this curiosity. Huang Lin glanced at the 4 of them and remarked, "You 4 can arrange your matches without my intervention. Feel free to decide how to battle among yourselves. All right. Qiu Tianyi was the first to respond. He then fixed his gaze on Shen Lang and proposed, "Let us two gentlemen go first." Sure, Shen Lang agreed, not one to refuse, as he was destined to compete regardless. "Please." Qiu Tianyi gestured, and Shen Lang nodded, stepping onto the arena, followed closely by Xiao He. In the next moment, Qiu Tianyi also arrived at the arena, facing Shen Lang in anticipation. However, he quickly noticed that Shen Lang's demeanor towards him seemed reminiscent of how he had treated Li Mingyu, not even granting him a glance. This slight discomfort Qiu Tianyi, causing him to furrow his brow. They were all the highest-ranking members of the novice camp. He acknowledged that Shen Lang was indeed superior to the others, just as he considered himself to be. Yet now, standing on the same level, was it truly necessary for Shen Lang to regard him with such disdain? Humph! What an arrogant fellow! Qiu Tianyi scoffed inwardly, concluding that he must teach this individual a lesson, reminding him that there are always greater heights and individuals beyond one's own prowess. To be frank, Qiu Tianyi was quite confident. Among the 4 highest-ranking novice members, he considered his most formidable rival to be Yi Hongyu, a triple-class practitioner. As for Medusa and Shen Lang, he believed they would likely not pose a challenge to him. "Are you ready, bear classmate?" Qiu Tianyi inquired. Shen Lang paused momentarily before responding. "If you're not making a move, I would have assumed you weren't prepared. I'm ready whenever you are." "Great." As Qiu Tianyi's words fell, a visible tempest surged forth from his being. Empowered by the forces of the wind, his figure vanished from sight in an instant, and the storm unleashed its fury, enveloping the arena in a whirlwind that made it nearly impossible for anyone to open their eyes and discern their surroundings. However, for Shen Lang and Xiao He, it was merely a gentle breeze. Furthermore, the speed of Qiu Tianyi, which was so rapid that it rendered him untraceable, resembled that of a snail. "Be gentle, will you?" Shen Lang had intended for Xiao He to take action, but his words morphed into a hushed reprimand. This was due to Xiao He, upon hearing him, gently trotting upon the arena with its 4 hooves. Although its movements were delicate, the moment its hooves touched the ground, an invisible force emanated from beneath, causing the raging winds on the stage to seem as if they had been paused, dissipating in an instant as though they had never existed. Meanwhile, Qiu Tianyi, still in motion, appeared to be struck hard, letting out a muffled grunt as he revealed himself from the air. "My S-level talent, the Wrath of the Winds, has been shattered. How is this possible?" Qiu Tianyi landed on the arena, gazing incredulously at Shen Lang and the ever-composed Xiao He by his side. Chapter 104. How was I to know he was so fragile? Qiu Tianyi gazed incredulously at Little Black, who displayed a mocking demeanor. What a worthless vessel, the Wind Fury. Amidst his astonishment, Qiu Tianyi regained his composure, reluctantly acknowledging that he had underestimated the bear's outburst and its Beastmaster. Perhaps it was indeed a high-tier beast. After activating his restorative skills, he finally managed to suppress his own surging vitality. The recent interruption of the Wind Fury had drained him immensely. Shen Lang did not regard Qiu Tianyi with any greater esteem simply because he withstood Little Black's paw. After all, the beast had not exerted its full strength. Had it done so, every individual present would have faced dire consequences. Qiu Tianyi's endurance was merely a result of Little Black's restrained power. Moreover, Little Black had not directly targeted Qiu Tianyi. It was merely displeased with the ferocious wind. In a hushed tone, Shen Lang urged, "Little Black, exert yourself." Little Black glanced back at Shen Lang, instinctively retracting its neck in a display of contrition. Among the 3 beasts under its master's command, it held the lowest position, envying the companionship of Medusa and the Shadow, who comfortably nestled in their master's bed. It yearned for that warmth too. Thus, Little Black turned its gaze back to Qiu Tianyi, a low, mournful growl escaping its throat. "I shall see just how strong you truly are." As Qiu Tianyi's vitality restored, a purple heavy staff manifested in his hands, clearly an epic-grade weapon. For him, having a legendary warrior as a grandfather meant possessing dark gold legendary equipment was not remarkable. Undoubtedly, Xiao Yinzhong possessed such dark gold gear, yet it remained uncertain whether he had any low-tier golden equipment suitable for Qiu Tianyi's level. Given the current circumstances, Qiu Tianyi likely lacked such items. Otherwise, after having his innate skills shattered by Little Black's single strike, he would have deployed all his best assets. Woof! Little Black let out a soft bark before charging toward Qiu Tianyi. In response, Qiu Tianyi summoned another piece of epic-grade equipment, a shield. As a warrior, and specifically a storm warrior, he had the ability to both attack and defend. At this moment, he chose to brace against Little Black's assault. I refuse to believe you possess divine beast blood. Before Little Black's shadow even approached, Qiu Tianyi's expression shifted dramatically as the shield erupted in a radiant purple glow. Despite the rapid drain on his stamina, he persevered, activating defensive skills to bolster both his shield and his own body. Meanwhile, on the arena, Little Black's imposing form emerged, its paw descending upon the epic shield. In an instant, the purple light from the shield erupted forth, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that surged outward in all directions. With a sharp crack, the formidable Qiu Tianyi found his arms shattered in an instant, and his legs lay broken as well. Halt! At that very moment, Huang Lin's figure descended upon the arena, his hand grasping at the shield. Upon witnessing this, the fierce glint in Xiao Hei's eyes became unmistakable, and his paw bore down heavily. Huang Lin, feeling the immense force emanating from the shield, was momentarily taken aback, nearly losing his grip. Fortunately, at that juncture, a voice laced with reproach emerged from Shen Lang. "Xiao Hei, cease at once." Upon hearing Shen Lang's command, Xiao Hei reluctantly withdrew his paw, and upon turning to see Shen Lang beside him, he promptly lowered his head. Xiao Hei had indeed overstepped, even without exerting his full strength. He had nearly unleashed the full might of his physical prowess. Had Huang Lin not intervened in time, Qiu Tianyi might have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Huang Lin cast aside the shield and hastened to assist Qiu Tianyi, calling out, "Is there no one to take him for treatment?" Soon, assistants arrived to carry Qiu Tianyi away. Throughout it all, Qiu Tianyi maintained a facade of confidence, though his expression now resembled that of ashen despair, evidently shaken to the core by the force of Xiao Hei's paw. Despite his broken limbs, such injuries were not insurmountable in the era of job advancement. With the aid of healers such as priests, he would be restored to vitality within a few hours. This was certainly more favorable than the surgical methods of antiquity, devoid of lingering side effects. Huang Lin turned to Shen Lang and remarked, "Xiao Hei's actions were a bit excessive. My apologies, Commander, it was not my intention. I merely urged him to exert a modicum of force," Shen Lang replied, guilt etched across his features. The incident was far from his fault. It was entirely Xiao Hei's excessive force that had caused the commotion, with Shen Lang having played no part. Huang Lin nodded, recognizing the truth that this mishap was not a result of Shen Lang's design. If one were to seek the root cause of the incident, it could only be attributed to Qiu Tianyi's inherent fragility, or more accurately, to the overwhelming strength of Shen Lang's beast. Truly, it was formidable. Huang Lin was internally grappling with his astonishment, for he had indirectly experienced a confrontation with Xiao Hei. Even the slightest descent of Xiao Hei's paw had instilled a profound sense of dread in him. It is worth noting that Huang Lin was no weakling. He was a legitimate 7-star powerhouse, a hidden class of colossal strength. As his title suggests, he was adept in physicality and might. Yet, he had nearly failed to seize the shield, indicating that Xiao Hei's strength rivaled that of a 7-star colossal warrior. Admittedly, Huang Lin had not unleashed his full potential or utilized his innate skills, relying solely on his physical might. However, as a beast under command, Xiao Hei was not devoid of talents and skills. He had refrained from employing them, relying solely on his animalistic strength. Moreover, it is essential to remember that Xiao Hei was not an ordinary beast, but a creature under command. Beasts possess enhancements from their masters, and the synergy between the two represents the pinnacle of beastly combat prowess. Thus, one could only ponder the sheer magnitude of Xiao Hei's strength were he to unleash his full power. Huang Lin was filled with doubt, questioning whether he could truly be a rival to Shen Lang. This was utterly outrageous. Could this beast be a 10-star divine creature? Yet, this notion seemed inconsistent. If this formidable black dog were indeed a 10-star divine beast, how could Qiu Tianyi, a mere 2-star Beastmaster, have forged a contract with it? Such an occurrence was utterly implausible, defying all logic. Huang Lin scrutinized Shen Lang and the little black creature, myriad thoughts flitting through his mind. He recalled the annotations on the data regarding Qiu Tianyi, particularly those made by Zhu Jianhua. Could this fellow be the illegitimate son of the Dragon Blood War God? However, there seemed to be no rumors surrounding the Dragon Blood War God's personal life. Yet, When considering the globally renowned tyrant Zhu Jinhua, the peculiarities surrounding his lineage began to make a certain kind of sense. At that moment, Shen Lang quietly inquired, "Commander, may I descend now?" Huang Lin, roused from his reverie, replied, "Yes, you may descend. You have one." "Understood, Commander," Shen Lang responded before signaling for Little Black to exit the arena. However, Huang Lin did not follow suit. Instead, he turned to observe the murmuring rookies below. Undoubtedly, the recent display of Little Black's prowess, nearly overwhelming Qiu Tianyi, who donned dual epic-grade equipment, had left them utterly astounded. Goodness, that was incredible. What manner of dog is this? The implications of dual epic-grade equipment and Qiu Tianyi's strength suggested that he could indeed contend with a 3-star or even a 4-star professional. For an ordinary 4-star professional, the challenge would be formidable, albeit with a high likelihood of defeat. Does this imply that the dog's strength is already comparable to that of a 4-star professional? What sort of background does this bear outbreak have? To have contracted such a powerful beast? It must be at least of legendary grade, possibly even divine beast level. I too believe it must be a divine beast at the very least. The exact star rating remains unknown. A divine beast? How could a novice professional contract such a creature? Hearing you say that, I find myself pondering. Perhaps Bear Outbreak's background surpasses even Qiu Tianyi's. Indeed, there must be a war god behind him, and a formidable one at that. The possibility is significant. Otherwise, he could never have contracted a divine beast on his own. His lineage cannot possibly be weak. The rookies engaged in animated discussion, speculating how Shen Lang's beast, Little Black, might connect to his heritage. Their opinions varied widely. Upon Shen Lang returning to his seat, Yi Hongyu gazed at him with keen interest. Having encountered Shen Lang earlier than anyone else, she recognized his strength. Yet she hadn't anticipated it to be this formidable. Even as a 3-star dual-class professional, she feared she would not be his match. Concurrently, this raised a significant question. Yi Hongyu had long been curious about the source of Shen Lang's equipment, and now she understood. All of those items were crafted by Shen Lang himself. Possessing such a powerful beast, especially in low-level monster zones, rendered him an exceptional asset for monster farming. As the thoughts wandered, Yi Hongyu was reminded of another matter when she was about to depart from Donghai City with Yao Yao. Her father and uncle had both urged her to remain in contact with Shen Sanliang, even after leaving the city. Yi Hongyu, possessing a keen acumen for business, could not have been oblivious to the implications of their words. It was evident they wished for her to maintain a closer connection with Shen Sanliang, preferably fostering further development in their relationship. Despite their outward claims of respecting her autonomy in matters of the heart, both her father and uncle were unlikely to permit her to act recklessly, particularly given her penchant for handsome suitors, which had often caused them much concern. Were they already aware of the emerging circumstances surrounding Xiong? What secrets did they harbor? Contemplating these thoughts, Yi Hongyu cast a furtive glance at Shen Lang, a feeling of irritation bubbling within her. It was apparent that her father and uncle were conspiring to bring her and Shen Lang together, subtly indicating their desire for her to cultivate a meaningful relationship with him. Shen Lang, noticing her gaze, felt his ears flush with warmth and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "What is it?" "Nothing," Yi Hongyu quickly replied, turning her head away. Shen Lang, bewildered by her reaction, chose not to press further. He shot a fierce glare at Xiao He, muttering under his breath, "I asked you to exert some effort, but not to the extent of causing harm. My apologies, master." "I did not anticipate he would be so fragile," Xiao He replied meekly. "In just a couple of days, there will be more updates. The writing will commence at a minimum of 10,000 words, as recent obligations have kept me occupied." Chapter 105. This is indeed an unprecedented turn of events. Little Black expressed his innocence, for he had not exerted much effort. Shen Lang felt a sense of helplessness in his heart. Indeed, his presence in this novice camp was somewhat akin to a dimensional strike. He hoped not to face off against these novices any further. As Shen Lang pondered this, Huang Lin spoke up, announcing something to the crowd. "Novices, you must have no doubt regarding the formidable strength of the bear encounter. Thus, is there any need for you to contest in the ranking matches?" Although this was posed as a question to everyone, Huang Lin's gaze was distinctly fixed upon Medusa and Yi Hongyu, as the inquiry was undoubtedly directed at them in light of the current ranking match. Without hesitation, Medusa declared, "Master, I concede." Naturally, Medusa was unwilling to engage Shen Lang, even if merely for show. She was there to protect her master and could not possibly raise a hand against him. And you, Yihongyu? Huang Lin inquired further. Although Yihongyu was not particularly fond of leveling up to enhance her strength, she was nonetheless eager for a spar with Shen Lang. However, at this moment, her enthusiasm had waned. Compared to Qiutian-yi, Yihongyu, as a dual-class thunder practitioner, undoubtedly possessed superior offensive capabilities. Furthermore, as a thunder knight without a contracted thunder mount, she was not yet operating at her full potential. While her attack power might slightly exceed that of Qiutian-yi, it was not by much. Moreover, she was acutely aware that had Little Black's recent claw landed upon her, the outcome would likely have been far grimmer than that of Qiutian-yi. Thus, without further deliberation, she stated, "I concede as well." Huang Lin nodded in acknowledgement and proclaimed, "Given your concessions, along with the already defeated Qiutian-yi, Bear Encounter shall be crowned the first place in this novice camp. Is there anyone who disagrees? No objections, no objections. Who would dare voice dissent? Those who did would surely face Little Black's claws, and no one wished to repeat Qiutian-yi's misfortune, especially the few novices who had initially provoked Shen Lang. They felt an overwhelming gratitude towards him and Little Black, for they had merely been sent flying without sustaining any significant injuries. Truly, they had shown mercy. With Huang Lin's declaration, Shen Lang's position as the first place was secured, which aligned perfectly with his wishes, as he had no desire to engage further with these novices. Not only was there a lack of accomplishment in such encounters, but he also harbored a slight fear that Little Black might not restrain himself and create further chaos. Thus, Shen Lang claimed the title of first place, while Qiutian was effectively disqualified, relegating him to fourth place. Huang Lin's gaze shifted once more to Medusa and Yihongyu, stating, "Therefore, the final match will see the two of you contend for second and third place." While Qiutian-yi could be revived, returning in time for the competition was an impossibility, prompting Huang Lin to assign him to fourth place, clearly intent on concluding the ranking matches swiftly. In this regard, neither Medusa nor Yihongyu had any objections. Both women merely nodded in agreement. "All right, then you may ascend the arena," Huang Lin declared before stepping away. Yihongyu and Medusa had grown somewhat familiar with one another, having spent the past few days in the bustling equipment shop, living as next-door neighbors. "Sasha, let us proceed," Yihongyu called out, turning towards the arena. Medusa glanced at Shen Lang, who gestured to her softly, advising, "We are all friends. Do not act as recklessly as Xiaohe." "Understood, Master," Medusa replied with a nod, and then ascended to the platform. Upon the arena, Medusa and Yihongyu stood facing each other. As Huang Lin announced the commencement, Yihongyu initiated the attack. As the heir of the Wanwan group, it was only reasonable that her family had equipped her with 2 pieces of 1-star dark golden legendary gear. Grasping her dark golden staff, Yihongyu pointed skyward, summoning bolts of lightning that surged towards Medusa like serpents of thunder. Seeing this, a flicker of crimson light flashed in Medusa's eyes. Instantly, the serpentine lightning in the void trembled violently, as if confronted by something terrifying. Within moments, the bolts of thunder dissipated entirely. Yihongyu's gaze flickered momentarily before she chuckled. "Sasha, you possess remarkable skills. You must be cautious henceforth." With that, she directed her dark golden staff at Medusa. The onlookers were somewhat perplexed, as there were no visible fluctuations of lightning power in the surroundings. Was she merely playing around? Yet, in the next moment, everyone beheld a lightning sphere coalescing behind Medusa, having formed unbeknownst to anyone. The sphere grew larger, with the lightning within it surging wildly. What skill is this, capable of gathering and attacking ability directly behind the target? Truly, a 3-star practitioner. Such formidable lightning power. Should I venture too close, I might very well be charred to a crisp. This skill is astonishing. A potent tool for ambush. Wait, look. It seems the goddess Sasha is oblivious. Is she about to be attacked? The outcome seemed evident. Yihongyu was slightly stronger. Yet it wouldn't be unjust for Sasha to lose against a 3-star dual practitioner. Quick, look. The lightning sphere has exploded. Amid the cries of astonishment, the lightning sphere behind Medusa had expanded to the size of a basin and erupted with a thunderous blast. In the next instant, Medusa appeared unable to evade, completely engulfed by the raging tempest of thunder. Outside the arena, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. He was not concerned for Medusa, as such an attack could hardly harm her. Rather, he pondered over Yihongyu. Outwardly disinterested in professional combat, her execution was remarkably fluid, indicating a lack of deficiency in battle skills. Moreover, what could be her intentions behind unleashing such a powerful move? Though the strike failed to harm Medusa, it exceeded the limits that ordinary 2-star and 3-star professionals could endure. Yi Hongyu's approach towards Medusa was either reckless or a deliberate attempt to gauge her strength. After some contemplation, Shen Lang couldn't help but smirk. A person adept in business would undoubtedly possess a sharp intellect. It was evident that Yi Hongyu recognized Medusa's formidable prowess, hence her audacity in unleashing such a skill. Not with the intent to defeat or injure Medusa, but perhaps to challenge her in an earnest duel. The outcome, of course, did not disappoint Yi Hongyu. As Medusa emerged unscathed from the violent tempest of thunder. How could this be possible? Those bolts of lightning had failed to inflict any damage upon her, and there was no visible equipment on her. Astonishingly, it seemed her physical strength alone had withstood the onslaught of thunder. My heavens, isn't this Sasha a fire mage? How could she possess such formidable defense? It was truly unbelievable, a spectacle of extraordinary proportions. The spectators were once again left in awe, their expressions filled with astonishment. In contrast, Yi Hongyu, facing Medusa, appeared only slightly surprised, seemingly aware that the skill would not harm Medusa. However, just when everyone, including Shen Lang, anticipated Yi Hongyu to continue her assault, she unexpectedly declared, "All right, I concede. That was the strongest skill I could muster at present. If this skill cannot inflict any damage upon you, to persist would be to invite humiliation." Huang Lin was somewhat taken aback by Yi Hongyu's concession, but he had no choice but to ascend the stage and announce that Medusa had secured second place in the rankings. Yi Hongyu claimed the third position, while Qiu Tianyi took fourth. Simultaneously, Huang Lin announced that 6 other professionals, like Shen Lang and his companions, had also attained the highest privileges in the rookie camp. Following this, Huang Lin revealed 2 additional matters to the crowd. Based on the ranking results, all rookies would receive corresponding points, which they could exchange for resources at the military supply station, including but not limited to equipment, potions, and ferocious beasts, as part of their rookie camp rewards. Furthermore, the rookie camp would open 4 training dungeons for them to explore. Chapter 106, A Splitting Headache, just this much. The training dungeon will commence tomorrow, leaving the novices with little to occupy their time today. However, the ranking points present a valuable opportunity for them. Regrettably, most novices possess rather meager ranking points, with only 500 points for those ranked beyond 100. In contrast, the top 3 boast a staggering 20,000 points. Furthermore, the rankings from 4th to 10th range between 15,000 and 10,000 points. The ranking points bear a resemblance to national contribution points, as they are subject to increase. For instance, future activities within the novice camp will also yield corresponding ranking points upon the completion of tasks. Naturally, these points can be exchanged for various items within the novice camp. For Shen Lang and Medusa, their stay in the novice camp would be brief. Hence, they had no intention of accumulating points. They made their way to the exchange department of the novice camp, where an array of equipment and potions awaited. It must be noted that the exchange department was quite well endowed, featuring even dark gold legendary equipment. Both 1-star and 2-star items were available. However, the point cost was rather steep, with nothing priced below 30,000 points. Setting aside the fact that Shen Lang lacked such a wealth of ranking points, even if he possessed them, it would be unwise to exchange for items of that caliber. After all, he already bore 5-star dark gold legendary equipment. Why would he covet these? Although he currently donned 1-star dark gold equipment, these were mere spoils from treasure chests and boss encounters. He had no qualms about using them. He was confident that before long, his equipment would be upgraded. The novice camp's exchange department also offered beast mastery items, but the highest quality was merely legendary grade, which Shen Lang deemed unworthy of his attention. Ultimately, he chose to redeem 4 potions. Having previously utilized these, the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, had gifted him 4 strength attribute potions out of concern for his participation in the Advanced Vocational Schools competition. These potions were quite remarkable, permanently enhancing attribute points, with each bottle equivalent to a single level increase in a specific attribute. Shen Lang was never one to shy away from enhancing his attributes, so he unhesitatingly spent all his 1,000 points. 1-star potions had a uniform price for all 4-dimensional attributes, 2,000 points each. Shen Lang selected 1 bottle each of strength, constitution, and agility, while opting for 2 bottles of spirit, as a Beastmaster would naturally benefit from a robust spirit attribute. Moreover, Medusa promptly expended her earned 10,000 points to purchase the same potions as Shen Lang, as she could average 200 attribute points upon leveling up. She had no need for these potions herself. They were intended for Shen Lang's use. With 10 attribute potions, both Shen Lang and Medusa found themselves devoid of points. Under the bewildered gaze of the officers in the exchange department, Shen Lang and Medusa departed together. In the eyes of the officers at the exchange department, during the early stages when one's rank and star level are low, there is little need to enhance certain attributes. The primary focus remains on leveling up. Thus, what is truly essential are equipment and ordinary supply potions, while attribute potions offer little cost-effectiveness. Naturally, novice players enjoy the freedom of exchange. As long as their ranking points are sufficient, they can trade for whatever they desire. Yi Hongyu did not visit the exchange department, for as a wealthy heiress, she lacks for such items. However, she did mention to Shen Lang that she would exchange her points for some equipment to sell at the bustling Super Prosperity Pavilion. Her mind perpetually preoccupied with business matters. Shen Lang, indifferent to the situation, acknowledged that they would soon depart from the novice camp. Though it was likely Yi Hongyu would remain, ultimately managing the Super Prosperity Pavilion as she pleased, and he trusted that he would not suffer any losses. Furthermore, Yi Hongyu would certainly ensure she did not incur any losses herself. Yi Hongyu's heart was entirely devoted to the Super Prosperity Pavilion in Mo City. Thus, after the conclusion of the ranking matches, she skipped the exchange department and hurried back to the pavilion. As for Shen Lang, he returned to the dormitory with Medusa and the little black creature after exchanging for potions. Upon his return, Shen Lang promptly consumed the 10 bottles of potions he had just acquired. As the effects took hold, his 4 core attributes surged by 20 points, with a remarkable increase of 40 points in his mental attribute. Quality items are indeed valuable, yet each type of attribute potion can only be consumed 10 times. For the 1-star mental potion, he still had 5 uses left, while the other 3 attributes allowed for 7 uses each of the 1-star potions. However, this was not a significant concern, as there would be 2-star and 3-star potions available later, each capable of enhancing attribute points. With higher star levels providing even greater boosts, 2-star potions yield an increase of 20 attribute points. By extension, this implies that if Shen Lang consumes 10-star attribute potions upon reaching a 10-star rank, he could potentially enhance his attributes by a staggering 100 points in a single instance. With all 4 potions combined, that would amount to 400 attribute points. Of course, by the time he reaches 10 stars, the significance of these several hundred attribute points would diminish considerably. Nonetheless, Shen Lang would not turn his nose up at such opportunities. If they were available, he would certainly partake without hesitation. The following day, Huang Lin once again summoned all the novices to announce the opening of the training instance to the public. Chapter 107. The Distinction of the Instance Realm. Under Huang Lin's introduction, the group became acquainted with pertinent information regarding the training instances. Within the novice camp, each of the 4 corners, north, south, east, and west, harbored a distinct instance. Although referred to as instances, Huang Lin's tone was peculiar, intermittently substituting the term with realm. Shen Lang was uncertain if others perceived any underlying significance, but he and Yi Hongyu exchanged a glance, both puzzled. Even Qiu Tianyi, who was nearby, furrowed his brow in contemplation. It is worth noting that after receiving treatment yesterday, Qiu Tianyi had fully recovered. Upon encountering Shen Lang again, he bore no animosity, refraining from the typical villainous taunts or threats. "One day, I shall defeat you." This was the parting remark Qiu Tianyi left for Shen Lang, indicating that he could indeed be considered a gracious loser. However, for Shen Lang, such words merely passed through one ear and out the other. It was not that he looked down upon Qiu Tianyi. Rather, one must acknowledge that Qiu Tianyi's future achievements would likely not be insignificant. It was entirely possible that he would eventually be selected for the War God camp and become a 10-star professional, though merely being a typical 10-star professional was hardly remarkable. For instance, if Shen Lang were to casually dispatch a beast, even 3 to 5 10-star professionals would meet a dire fate. One need only observe how Zhu Jinhua and his companions confronted the 12-winged fallen angel, all of whom were 3 10-star professionals. Not to mention Zhu Jinhua, a figure nearly invincible on a global scale. Both Yao Yao and Quang Lei were no weaklings among 10-star professionals, for otherwise, they would not qualify as Zhu Jinhua's aides. In truth, Yao Yao and Quang Lei could be regarded as Zhu Jinhua's personal guards. Nonetheless, Shen Lang did not seek to belittle Qiu Tianyi, offering him a simple encouragement with 2 words, keep it up. After all, they were compatriots, and Qiu Tianyi would also one day shed blood for the great Xia nation. Should he feel disheartened, the nation would lose a potentially formidable ally. At that moment, Qiu Tianyi raised his gaze towards Shen Lang and the others, sensing curiosity reflected in their expressions. Were these 4 instances distinct from others? Believing that collective effort would yield greater insight, Qiu Tianyi sought to brainstorm with Shen Lang and the others. Unfortunately, he was met with 3 shaking heads. No one had clarity on the matter. After shaking her head, Yi Hongyu added, however, the commander's hints seem quite apparent. He must be signaling us to consider something. I think so too, Qiu Tianyi responded. Yi Hongyu nodded and continued. In that case, once we enter the instance, let us remain vigilant and see if we uncover anything. Agreed. If I discover something, I'll inform you all upon my return, Qiu Tianyi declared. To this, Yi Hongyu shot a peculiar glance at Qiu Tianyi. Well, we are all novices here. With our professions and strength, it is only a matter of time before we enter the war god camp. As Qiu Tian began to elucidate, he expressed his belief that unity among them was paramount. He recounted his grandfather's words, emphasizing that within the war god camp, there were no substantial hierarchies, as operations were conducted in teams of 4, engaging in missions collectively. From this, it was evident that Qiu Tian was preparing to join the war god camp, and it was apparent he wished to form a team with Shen Lang, Yi Hongyu, and Medusa, aiming to establish a squad within the camp. In response to Qiu Tian's subtle probing, Yi Hongyu merely smiled, choosing to remain silent. As for Shen Lang, he was unaware of the 4-person team structure of the war god camp. However, he naturally did not lack companions, nor did he require any. With a multitude of divine beasts accompanying him, what need had he for teammates? He believed that even if the war god camp enforced such a regulation, Zhu Jinhua would be able to assist him in navigating it. After all, Shen Lang surmised that Zhu Jinhua was already privy to many of his circumstances, particularly regarding his beast mastery and professional talents. For a beastmaster like Shen Lang, seeking teammates would surely be more detrimental than advantageous, serving only as a hindrance. Qiu Tian, receiving no affirmative response, chose not to press further, instead attentively listening to Huang Lin's discourse on the 4 instances. Meanwhile, Shen Lang found himself pondering a different matter. Huang Lin's alternating references to instances and secret realms seemed deliberate. Given his status, it was unlikely he would misspeak. This indeed served as a hint, one that not only they but also other novices in attendance had begun to discern. However, their interpretations diverged from Shen Lang's. Shen Lang recalled Zhu Jinhua's remarks about the potential for unexpected gains within the novice camp. Although Shen Lang was uncertain of Zhu Jinhua's precise intentions, he suspected they were related to his profession, likely concerning his beast mastery. At that moment, Huang Lin's guidance made it easy for Shen Lang to connect the 2 concepts. What distinctions existed between an instance and a secret realm? The differences were manifold. For instance, in an instance, once the wild beasts were eradicated, they would respawn upon reentry. In contrast, a secret realm did not allow for such respawning, as one could only await the natural reproduction of the ferocious beasts. For example, during Shen Lang's assignment to the 8th restricted zone in Donghai City, he did not exterminate all the serpentine beasts, having only eliminated the majority along with the boss among them. Over the subsequent year, these serpentine beasts would continue to lay eggs and proliferate, ultimately giving rise to another boss to reign over the entire 8th restricted zone. Moreover, secret realms lacked the concept of completion. They merely involved monster spawning in the real world. Conversely, instances existed in a separate dimensional space, with rewards granted upon successful completion akin to novice instances, which adhered to this rule, a principle absent in secret realms. Thus, what relevance did this hold for me? My profession is that of a beastmaster, and my talent. At this realization, Shen Lang's eyes sparkled with newfound clarity, as he perhaps grasped a pivotal insight. Beast tamers, aside from engaging in monster farming, are also dedicated to forging contracts with ferocious beasts, and this marks a significant distinction between dungeons and secret realms. In dungeons, the ferocious beasts cannot be taken alive, nor can they be contracted. Whether as guardians, companions, or mounts, these creatures cannot leave the confines of the dungeon. Conversely, the secret realm presents a different scenario. As previously mentioned, the secret realm exists in reality, essentially serving as a cluster point for ferocious beasts in the wild. Consequently, the beasts within the secret realm can indeed be contracted by Shen Lang as his guardians. For instance, Little Black was contracted from the fallen secret realm. Additionally, the purple-eyed electric demon and the spirit sold to Yao Yao were also discovered within the secret realm. With this understanding, Shen Lang found himself anticipating the delightful surprises that might await him in the 4 dungeons of the novice camp. Chapter 108, Master. There is a scent that I find quite unpleasant. Huang Lin swiftly recounted the details of the 4 instances and activated them. Typically, these 4 instances remained concealed, which is why Shen Lang and his companions had not noticed them upon their arrival. However, as Huang Lin unveiled the instances, radiant beams of light emerged in all 4 directions of the novice camp. The hues were pale, reminiscent of cottony clouds suspended in the air. From the heights above, wisps of clouds cascaded down like steps, sprawling gracefully downwards. In a short while, the 4 instances were fully revealed. Surprisingly, they were indeed situated in the heavens, with a large cloud resting above the staircase, and upon this cloud was a reassuring vortex, indicating that the instances lay beyond this swirling phenomenon. All right, you may form your own teams and proceed, Huang Lin stated succinctly, foregoing any further chatter. Oh, and you need not wait in line. You can enter the instances directly. Upon hearing this, the group of novices could hardly contain their excitement. Teams were formed, choices were made regarding the instances, and many had already dashed towards the 4 portals. Shen Lang, however, remained unhurried, for the instances did not require the frantic competition for monsters as the secret realms did. Entering first bore no tangible advantage. Neither did Yi Hongyu nor Qiu Tianyi exhibit any sense of urgency. After a moment of contemplation, Qiu Tianyi turned to Shen Lang and Yi Hongyu, asking, "Shall we form a team?" Clearly, Qiu Tianyi was not yet disheartened and wished to bond further with Shen Lang and the others. Unfortunately, Yi Hongyu promptly declined, shaking her head and saying, "There's really no need." Faced with Yi Hongyu's gentle refusal, Qiu Tianyi ceased to inquire further from Shen Lang. It was evident they were united, and pressing the matter would only lead to discomfort. Thus, he swiftly made his way to one of the instances, preparing for a solo challenge. Once Qiu Tianyi departed, Yi Hongyu turned to Shen Lang and asked, "You aren't planning to team up with me, are you?" As she posed this question, she couldn't help but glance at Medusa. Medusa's expression remained unchanged as she met Yi Hongyu's gaze for a moment. Yet Yi Hongyu then declared, "I wish to team up with you," perhaps prompted by a subtle rivalry among women. Yi Hongyu unexpectedly expressed her desire to partner with Shen Lang. Upon hearing this, Shen Lang smiled and replied, "These 4 instances do not exceed level 70, so for us, forming a team holds little significance. Therefore, there is truly no need to team up. Qiu Tianyi has already chosen one. Let us each tackle the other 3. Yi Hongyu felt a wave of disappointment wash over her. To be honest, she had summoned considerable resolve to voice her wish to join forces with Shen Lang, only to be met with his outright refusal. Nonetheless, it was somewhat reassuring that, although Shen Lang did not agree to partner with her, he did not align himself with Medusa either, an incremental step forward, one might say. As for Medusa, although she was reluctant to part from her master, she would never defy his commands. Furthermore, her master had the protection of both Little Black and Shadow, ensuring their safety was undoubtedly secure. After they separated, both master and servant would be able to swiftly clear their respective dungeons, yielding certain benefits. Very well, I shall venture to the dungeon in the east. Yi Hongyu chose the dungeon located to the east of the novice camp and promptly made her way towards the cloud ladder, ascending rapidly into the sky. Shen Lang turned to Medusa and said, "Sasha, you should head north." "Yes, master," Medusa replied obediently. However, as she turned, she coldly instructed Little Black, "Ensure the master's safety. And you too, Little Shadow. Do not worry, Sasha. I've got this," came Shadow's light voice from the shadows. Little Black added, "With me around, the master will come to no harm." Shen Lang shook his head with a smile. "It's just a dungeon. There's no cause for concern." Go on. We can clear it faster if we tackle it from both sides. Understood, Master. I shall take my leave. Medusa wasted no time and gracefully glided up the cloud ladder, quickly landing on the cloud platform. Shen Lang mounted Little Black, saying, "Let us go, head south." "As you wish, Master." Little Black leaped onto the cloud platform with its 4 sturdy paws. Just yesterday, Little Black had nearly crushed Qiu Tianyi with a single paw, and the people on the platform dared not obstruct its path. "Brother Bear, you go first. This side is a bit more spacious. This big black dog is truly formidable. It looks incredibly strong. Aren't you just stating the obvious? If you're so bold, why don't you let it test you with a paw?" "Forget it. I can't handle that." With the novice camp students making way, Shen Lang took no offense and approached the square vortex. Shadow, from within the shadows, suddenly spoke as Shen Lang was about to step into it. "Master, there is an odor here that I find rather unpleasant." "I feel the same. It's as if we are inherently opposed." Little Black surprisingly echoed. Shen Lang blinked and looked up at the vortex. It was peculiar that both of his beasts exhibited a sense of aversion towards this dungeon. Frowning slightly, he thought, "I hope nothing adverse happens to you both upon entering." Little Black responded, "That unsettling aura is quite faint. It should pose no danger to us. Indeed, it is very weak, as if separated by multiple layers of space." Shadow mused thoughtfully. Shen Lang scrutinized the vortex once more and declared, "Since it won't harm you, let us proceed inside and assess the situation further." With that, he leaped into the vortex. In an instant, the vortex swiftly engulfed Shen Lang and Little Black, and the next moment, both master and servant were drawn into its depths. Without the various tips for novice dungeons, the beginner camp's instances are relatively simple and convenient. However, once inside, there are still relevant prompts. Shen Lang enters solo along with his beast companion, thus it can only be considered a personal challenge. He then proceeds to select the difficulty level for the challenge. There is little to elaborate on here, as Shen Lang has no habit of choosing anything below the hellish difficulty. The player has selected hell difficulty. Adjusting data for the Howling Jungle, data adjustment successful. In 10 seconds, you will be teleported to the southern dungeon. Please prepare yourself. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. As the countdown concluded, Shen Lang and Xiao He found their vision becoming clear, indicating they had indeed entered the dungeon. This dungeon is referred to as the Southern Dungeon? Does that imply the existence of 4 others, the Northern Dungeon, the Western Dungeon, and the Eastern Dungeon? Shen Lang felt a twinge of exasperation. The naming of this dungeon seemed rather haphazard. Chapter 109. The hidden instance awaits you. Before him, the scenery shifted, and soon, Shen Lang found himself riding on Little Black, appearing in a desolate wasteland. The view was barren, seemingly devoid of life. However, this was a level 40 instance. And although Shen Lang prided himself on his strength, he felt a sense of uncertainty in this eerie environment. With Little Black by his side, the shadow had emerged from his own shadow. Shen Lang inquired, "Is that strange sensation still present?" The shadow surveyed the surroundings, frowning slightly as he responded, "Yes, it's persistent. However, I cannot pinpoint its source." Little Black interjected, "This feeling does not stem from a specific entity. It is as if the entire instance is targeting us." The entire instance? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang found it perplexing. How could there be a sentience within the instance that opposed or harbored animosity towards beings entering it? Yet, certain circumstances could indeed lead to such occurrences. Casting a glance at the shadow and then at Little Black, a possible explanation began to form in Shen Lang's mind. Little Black represented the realm of darkness, while the shadow embodied the aspect of the undead. In the realm of fiction, they would undoubtedly align with the archetype of dark antagonists, inherently embodying darkness itself. Both Little Black and the shadow sensed the instance's hostility. Could it be attributed to their attributes? However, this raised another question. Within the instance, Shen Lang had yet to perceive any presence of light-based forces. Indeed, if the instance could incite animosity towards both Little Black and the shadow simultaneously, it would present a more coherent explanation. Not only Little Black and the shadow, but any being of darkness would likely react similarly upon entering an instance governed by an opposing force. Conversely, beings of light would likewise experience such reactions in dark-themed instances. The crux of the matter lay here. This southern instance was not a sanctuary of light-based beasts. It appeared that this instance truly harbored secrets. Shen Lang scrutinized the wasteland. increasingly convinced that the unexpected discovery mentioned by Chu Jinhua referred to this very instance. He pondered whether the other 3 instances might exhibit similar anomalies. Thus, Shen Lang utilized his bond with his summoned beasts to directly connect with Medusa, inquiring about the situation on her end. By the time Shen Lang had entered this southern instance, he had already received a continuous stream of notifications, indicating that Medusa had long since commenced battling monsters within the instance, accumulating experience rapidly. Medusa responded, "Master, I too sense a peculiar aura. Is the beast within your instance of the water element?" Shen Lang replied, "No, this instance is of the undead type. It is filled with undead beasts." "Understood. I shall continue to engage with the monsters." With that, Shen Lang severed the connection with Medusa, his curiosity deepening. If his guess is correct, the other 2 copies, Qiu Tianyi and Yi Hongyu, likely share the same sentiment. Of course, this is not necessarily the case. After all, Shen Lang did not experience such feelings. Could it be that this sensation is exclusive to beast tamers? At that moment, a prompt sound suddenly echoed. Undoubtedly, it was the completion notification from Medusa, a global announcement that rang out 3 times. In this announcement, the individual who had cleared the level was not Medusa's pseudonym, but rather Qianlong. Medusa is Shen Lang's tamed beast. Her success in the dungeon naturally signifies Shen Lang's triumph, and the name reported is Shen Lang's alias. Although Shen Lang possesses the second information base card, allowing him to adopt another alias, there is no need for that. Since the world is already aware of Qianlong, he shall continue to remain in the shadows. As these individuals fear his growth, they will witness it unfold, bringing them endless terror. It goes without saying that when the name Qianlong resounded globally once more, excitement surged across the world. Shen Lang, however, paid no heed to this, nor did he dwell on the novice camp dungeon any longer. Since clarity eluded him for now, it was best to clear the level first. Perhaps it would yield some rewards. "Sasha has already completed her part. It's time for us to begin," Shen Lang remarked with a smile. The shadow immediately nodded, "Understood." "Master." Little Black wished to interject, but Shadow interrupted him, saying, "You stay here. Your assistance is not required." Upon hearing this, Little Black turned to Shen Lang with a pitiful look. Shen Lang reassured him, "It's all right. The next dungeon will be entrusted to you." "All right, Master," Little Black exclaimed, filled with excitement. As a tamed beast, he did not wish to merely serve as a mount. Meanwhile, Shadow had already vanished from sight, enveloping the entire desert in an endless shroud of black mist. Although no ferocious beasts were visible, Shen Lang's mind was inundated with notifications of kills and experience points credited. Within mere seconds, Shen Lang received the completion notification. Having not even glimpsed a shadow of the beasts, he cleared the level. If he were to share this, no one would believe it. Yet, the reality was that a mere level 40 dungeon was effortlessly cleared by the now level 45 Shadow, capable of unleashing a powerful attack that covered the entire area. After the completion, waiting for the settlement, Shen Lang departed the southern dungeon with yet another supreme treasure chest. Naturally, the global announcement followed suit, resonating worldwide once more. Subsequently, both Shen Lang and Medusa undertook their respective dungeons for a second and third time, acquiring diamond and platinum treasure chests. Onward to the other 2 dungeons. With the swiftness of Shen Lang and Medusa, the dungeons were easily cleared, and they repeated the process 3 times. The consecutive 4 global announcements rang out across the globe, with intervals of merely 1 to 2 minutes, which was simply astonishing. Compared to the fervor that erupted when Shen Lang first changed his profession, the current commotion is even more intense. The pivotal aspect of this announcement is that all the characters involved in the clearance are from the potential dragon ranks. However, Shen Lang now finds himself indifferent to such global announcements. His tremendous enhancement in strength has granted him a nascent confidence to confront crises. Furthermore, he harbors a growing trust in his homeland. Should any foreign adversaries send formidable individuals, the war god camp would undoubtedly take action. Thus, Shen Lang has once again re-entered the southern instance he initially explored, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within. Master, that sensation is becoming increasingly potent. Upon returning to the southern instance, both Xiaohe and Xiaoying sensed a notable difference, their tones laden with gravity. To outsiders, Medusa appeared to have joined Shen Lang's party, and thus she stood by his side, remarking, "My feeling is not particularly strong." Yet it seems there is a sense of spatial tearing. Shen Lang nodded, preparing to speak, when suddenly, a prompt resonated in his mind. Congratulations. You have cleared the Hell-level square instance. Now, a hidden instance is being unlocked for you. Chapter 110. The Realm of Radiance. 4 hours. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback by the notification. To his astonishment, within the novice camp's quadrants, there existed a hidden instance that could only be activated after traversing all 4 primary instances. However, he quickly recalled that although these instances surpassed level 60, categorizing them as 3-star rather than 2-star, the participants were all elite selections from across the nation. Hence, the likelihood of them conquering the 4 instances was indeed plausible. Furthermore, as they continued to grow, successfully navigating these 4 instances seemed inevitable. Yet, Huang Lin merely mentioned this in passing, without delving deeper. Was it possible that, beyond merely clearing the instances, there were additional requirements to unlock the hidden instance? Perhaps an evaluation of their clearance levels? Upon reflection, it appeared Shen Lang's 4 instance completions had all received a hellish SSS rating. In truth, Shen Lang's speculation was not unfounded. To unlock the hidden instance, an SSS rating was indeed necessary. However, it was not the hellish SSS rating that was required, but merely an SSS rating at the difficulty level. This meant that Shen Lang's evaluation far exceeded the prerequisites for activating the hidden instance. Nevertheless, there was no need for further contemplation on this matter, as he had already entered the hidden instance upon its activation. Esteemed Beast Tamer, welcome to the Realm of Radiance. Having completed the quadrant instances, you may remain in this realm for 4 hours. During this 4-hour period, you are free to exit the realm at any time. However, once you leave, you shall no longer have the opportunity to re-enter. Good luck, Beast Tamer. The notification chimed abruptly, and indeed, while it had been referred to as a hidden instance, upon entry, it transformed into a realm. Moreover, it was the Realm of Radiance, suffused with an abundance of light-based powers. This overwhelming intensity caused both Xiaohe and Ying to become immediately agitated. While typical light energy would not significantly affect them, the extraordinary concentration of light energy here compelled Ying to retreat into Shen Lang's shadow. As for Xiaohe, his dark fur bristled with tension, and a flicker of pain was evident in his eyes. Clearly, even though Xiaohe was a 10-star divine beast, he was still subjected to some degree of harm within this excessively potent light energy. Given that he had yet to reach level 50 and had not even attained 3-star status. Xiaohe, do you wish to return to the beast space? Shen Lang inquired, his brow furrowed. No need, master. I can endure. Xiaohe responded in a low tone. Seeing this, Shen Lang refrained from further questioning and promptly returned the straining Xiaohe to the beast space. Given Xiaohe's current condition, remaining was unlikely to be of any benefit, as this so-called Realm of Radiance exerted a considerable suppression upon him. What about you, Xiaoing? Shen Lang then addressed the shadowy figure of Ying. In the shadows, the entity spoke. Master, I feel much better within your shadow. However, there are certain restrictions if I venture outside. Very well, you may remain within the shadow. Shen Lang replied, nodding before turning his gaze towards Medusa. Without needing Shen Lang to speak, Medusa remarked, I am faring well. Although I feel discomfort, my strength remains largely unimpeded. Moreover, she paused before continuing, I seem to sense 4 formidable presences. How powerful are they? A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. Xiaoing then interjected, Master, I sense them too. They are incredibly strong. At least not weaker than the being from the fallen abyss. The being from the fallen abyss was none other than the 12-winged fallen angel, a mature form of a 10-star divine beast. Could it be? Shen Lang found it hard to believe that within this novice camp's secret realm lay a 10-star divine beast. Furthermore, according to Xiao Ying and Medusa, there were 4 such auras present, indicating the existence of 4 10-star divine beasts in this location. Mature forms, the strongest kind. Not mere half-finished creations like Medusa and her kin. Conceal your auras and exercise caution. In such a perilous environment, Shen Lang realized he could not afford to be as relaxed as before. He spoke gravely to Medusa and Xiaoing. If we encounter mature forms of 8 or 10-star divine beasts, none of us would stand a chance. Just then, Medusa urgently exclaimed, Master, quickly, send us back to the Beastmaster space now. Though Shen Lang was unaware of the exact situation, he promptly complied. placing both Medusa and the shadow within the Beastmaster space. Master, exit the secret realm immediately. This was Medusa's anxious message left for Shen Lang upon entering the Beastmaster space. Without needing further clarification, Shen Lang understood that Medusa had sensed an imminent and insurmountable danger. However, as he was about to exit the secret realm, he hesitated. The previous notification had stated clearly that he could only remain in the realm for 4 hours. If he left now, he would never be able to return. Furthermore, the more perilous a location, the greater the opportunities it harbored. Moreover, Shen Lang was nearly certain that the unexpected gains mentioned by Chu Zhenhua likely stemmed from this radiant secret realm. He could not simply abandon it. Gritting his teeth, Shen Lang activated his concealment technique, minimizing his aura to an almost imperceptible state. At that moment, a radiant figure suddenly appeared in the sky, adorned with pure white feathers. It seemed to be entirely composed of the power of light, far more intense than the surrounding luminous energy. It was an angel with 5 pairs of wings unfurling behind it, the 10-winged angel. Regardless of the type, a 12-winged angel was the strongest among 10-star divine beasts. Although this was merely a 10-winged light angel, it emanated an overwhelming aura of invincibility, clearly possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. Even the 10-star divine beasts have yet to reach their mature forms. Shen Lang dared not exhale even a whisper, contemplating that if his concealment technique failed, he would promptly withdraw from the secret realm. The treasures within this domain, no matter how exquisite, could never rival the value of his own life. Meanwhile, in the heights above, the 10-winged archangel of light, with her flawless visage and piercing gaze, scrutinized everything below. Sensing a faint stench of malevolence and the aura of death, she pondered whether her perception had been clouded by illusion. The 10-winged archangel surveyed her surroundings but detected nothing amiss, and with a touch of self-deprecation, she mused, indeed, even other 10-star divine beasts or those human 10-star professionals rarely venture into the sacred realm. How could any dark entities infiltrate here? In the next moment, the 10-winged archangel vanished from sight, departing with purpose. Yet, Shen Lang did not stir immediately. As anticipated, the 10-winged archangel soon reappeared. Once again, she hovered in the sky, meticulously examining her surroundings. It was evident that her previous show was a deliberate ruse, aimed at lulling the intruder into a false sense of security, only to return with a counterstrike to unearth the trespasser. Fortunately, Shen Lang was no novice. He thwarted the 10-winged archangel's intentions. However, a new predicament arose. Shen Lang's concealment technique was time-limited, and once the duration elapsed, he would inevitably become visible. Chapter 111. On Cunning Strategies. Other nations are but younger siblings. It must be noted that the Seraph of 10 Wings exhibited an extraordinary level of caution, returning not once, but multiple times to reassess the surroundings. It was only after the third return that the Seraph finally departed, perhaps convinced that no intruders lurked nearby. Had he lingered any longer, Shen Lang would have inevitably revealed himself, as the duration of his concealment technique was approaching its conclusion. Should the Seraph return, Shen Lang would have been compelled to flee the secret realm. Fortunately, after the Seraph's departure, he did not reappear. As the duration of Shen Lang's concealment technique elapsed, his figure became discernible, and he remained poised to exit the secret realm. After a considerable interval, Shen Lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was indeed the first time he had confronted such a perilous situation since embarking on his career in the professional realm. I am still too weak. The presence of Medusa and her companions had instilled in Shen Lang a sense of pride, as he no longer considered himself a mere weakling. Yet, facing the Seraph of 10 Wings starkly illuminated his own frailty. Horizontal comparisons were futile. He needed to assess himself against the elite of previous generations. For instance, Yao Yao, the thunderous fury, and the dragon-blooded war god, Chu Zhenhua. After all, once Shen Lang matures, the adversaries he will encounter cannot be the weak or those of his own generation, but rather the pinnacle of strength on a global scale. Indeed, after Shen Lang's initial brush with danger, he had relaxed his approach to his professional journey. Although he continued to level up and engage in monster hunting, the sense of urgency had dissipated, and he thought he could afford to develop at a leisurely pace. However, this sudden emergence of a hidden realm made him acutely aware of his misjudgment. Until he grows stronger, everything else is but an illusion. In the current scenario, Although Shen Lang is under the protection of 3 formidable 10-star divine beasts, when confronted with the Seraph of 10 Wings, it is evident that even if they fought together, including merging with them, the outcome would still lead to inevitable doom. The imperative now is to become stronger at the fastest possible pace, rather than obsessively pursuing the quantity of beasts under his command. Indeed, Shen Lang has recently harbored such thoughts, seeking to acquire more 10-star divine beasts to serve as his companions, thus neglecting the essence of true strength. There is no need for such haste in forming bonds with beasts. In the future, once he has grown stronger, he can establish contracts with suitable beasts, and this will not impede his current quest for rapid self-enhancement. He must truly unleash the power of his 10-star divine beasts. At present, Medusa, Shadow, and Xiao He possess the greatest capability not for combat, but for leveling up through monster hunting. Once these 3 10-star divine beasts exert their full strength to assist him in grinding monsters for experience, it will become abundantly clear that Shen Lang will ascend levels at a velocity surpassing that of a rocket. In the shortest span of time, he will catch up to the ranks of the seasoned professionals. While he may not leap to a level that eclipses the Dragon Blood War God and his ilk in one fell swoop, it is essential that he minimizes the gap. At the very least, he cannot afford to feel powerless in their presence any longer. Presently, with his own life hanging by a thread, how can he even contemplate an invincible future? Shen Lang inhaled deeply, his mind resolutely reconfiguring his aspirations. Grinding monsters for experience is paramount. As for seeking high-quality bloodlines for his beasts, there is no need to force it. Once he becomes formidable, the pursuit of such beasts will be effortless. After all, there exist numerous 10-star divine beasts under the watchful eyes of humanity across the globe. When the time comes, he can simply gather them all at once. With his objectives reaffirmed, Shen Lang exhaled a long sigh, surveying the secret realm anew. This secret realm, being the hidden domain of the novice camp, had even elicited a warning from the Dragon Blood War God, Chu Jinhua, suggesting it possesses some extraordinary attributes. Perhaps within, he might discover something beneficial to his cause. However, challenges abound. He cannot summon Shadow and Little Black at this time, given that one embodies the darkness and the other the essence of the undead. They are inherently constrained by this dungeon. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The primary concern is that their appearance may once again attract the attention of the formidable Light Angel. Shen Lang is currently disinclined to confront such a powerful celestial being. Thus, after cautiously exploring the secret realm, he summoned Medusa. Although Medusa is also a beast, she belongs to the fire element and does not stand in opposition to the forces of light, making her less susceptible to restraint. Initially, Medusa's reaction was simply discomfort due to the overwhelming power of the realm. Upon her arrival, she remained vigilant and cautious, exclaiming upon seeing Shen Lang still within this dungeon, "Master, you have not left this place?" "No, having come this far, I refuse to depart empty-handed," Shen Lang replied. Medusa, filled with remorse, said, "I am sorry, Master. It is my fault for being too weak to assist you. This is not your concern. It is my own issue." Shen Lang chuckled, shaking his head. "You have all performed admirably, and in due time, you will grow stronger." "Yes, I will do my utmost." Medusa's amber eyes sparkled with determination. Shen Lang nodded, saying, "I believe in you. Now, we must commence our exploration of this secret realm. By the way, you mentioned earlier that there are 4 powerful auras here, all suspected to belong to 10-star divine beasts, correct?" "Indeed, that is correct, Master." Medusa cast a glance into the distant void and remarked, "I can now sense that the aura we perceive is not one they deliberately project. It is merely the residual power that emanates from them. If I am not mistaken, it must be the 4 10-star divine beasts, angels. Given the overwhelming presence of light here, it is highly likely that these are indeed 4 10-star light angels." Listening to Medusa's speculation, Shen Lang nodded in agreement, as it aligned closely with his own thoughts. Since their entry into this dungeon, they had encountered no other ferocious beasts, save for a single 10-winged light angel. Moreover, from the words of this 10-winged angel, it was evident that this secret realm was predominantly occupied by their kind, indicating it was indeed an angelic sanctuary. With light as the primary force, it stood to reason that the majority of the angels here would be of the light faction. As for further details, they would need to explore and discover for themselves. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang addressed Medusa, Can you feel that? It seems safer over there. Shall we proceed in that direction? With only 4 hours to navigate this dungeon, Shen Lang was keen not to squander any more time and felt it imperative to move on. The east appears devoid of any formidable auras, Medusa replied, nodding in agreement. Shen Lang said, very well, let us head east. Thus, master and servant cautiously made their way towards the eastern path. However, after only a few steps, Shen Lang suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, how could I forget? My mind is slipping. To have available resources and not utilize them is simply wasteful. What is it, my lord? Medusa inquired, her expression one of confusion. Nothing of concern, let us continue forward. I will inquire about the information pertaining to this place, Shen Lang replied. Consequently, as he followed Medusa, he activated his professional friend chat system and directly opened a chat window with Chu Jinhua, asking, War God, what is the situation regarding the hidden dungeon at the rookie camp? At that moment, Medusa suddenly interjected, my lord, there are angels. Shen Lang promptly activated his invisibility skill, not the stealth technique, but true invisibility, as he preferred to remain stationary for the time being. Medusa, however, was not sent back to the beast space. As Shen Lang observed the angels before him, his brow furrowed, for these beings were not light angels. Their auras were relatively gentle, revealing them to be water-type angels. This revelation negated Shen Lang's earlier conjecture that this secret realm was inhabited solely by light angels. Medusa scrutinized the group of several dozen angels and asked, my lord, these angels do not seem strong. Shall we eliminate them? After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang nodded. Let us test our strength. Understood, my lord. Medusa responded, charging toward the group of angels with remarkable speed and swiftly dispatching them all. With their level only at 60, these angels were no match for Medusa. Following her annihilation of the water-type angels, Shen Lang began to survey the surroundings, probing for any reactions within the secret realm. No powerful angels have arrived as before. This implies that the recent appearance of the 10-winged luminous angel was not triggered by the arrival of an invader, but rather due to the presence of two inherently oppositional species to angels, namely the little black and the shadow. It is not merely a matter of opposing attributes. Medusa embodies the fire element, while the entity she just vanquished belonged to the water element. Yet, after their demise, no formidable water angel appeared. This revelation alleviated Shen Lang's concerns. Otherwise, if he could not engage in monster hunting within this secret realm, what purpose would it serve? It now appears that he can still hunt monsters normally. Regrettably, he cannot summon Little Black and the Shadow, which diminishes his efficiency in monster hunting by a third. Are there any reactions from those 4 powerful auras? Shen Lang inquired of Medusa, as it was prudent to consider multiple aspects before drawing definitive conclusions. None. It remains as usual, Medusa replied. Shen Lang pondered for a moment before stating, very well, then let us proceed to the next wave, seek out angels, and eliminate them while you continue your regular monster hunting. Understood, master. Medusa sensed this shift and felt her previously tense mind relax slightly. Subsequently, they encountered a group of fire element angels, their wings ablaze with crimson hues, easily distinguishable at a glance. Naturally, these fire element angels also met their end at Medusa's hands, transforming into their experience points. Likewise, some equipment did drop, albeit of average quality, consisting of a few white and green items, along with a solitary red piece. However, this was not what Shen Lang focused on. His concern remained whether any formidable angels would arrive. None did. This further reassured Shen Lang as he and Medusa traversed the vast dungeon in search of angels, slaying all they encountered. Meanwhile, Chizinhua, the dragon blood war god, took a considerable time to respond. Chizinhua, have you entered the hidden secret realm? Shen Lang, yes, I have. Chizinhua, indeed, I just heard your global announcement. Entering the hidden secret realm is quite normal. Before Shen Lang could pose a question, Chizinhua continued. You seek me out to inquire about intelligence regarding this hidden secret realm? Shen Lang, the war god, is astute. To be candid, I nearly lost my life upon entering this realm. Chizinhua, what transpired? Did you provoke those 4 10-star angels? Shen Lang was not surprised that Chizinhua was aware of the presence of 4 4-star divine beasts in this location. Shen Lang, it was not the 4 10-star angels I provoked. Rather, upon my entry, I was targeted by a 10-winged luminous angel. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly and returned my summoned beasts to their space. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to exit the secret realm. After a moment of silence, Chizinua replied, I understand. It is due to your large black dog? This black dog, contracted in the abyss of corruption, is evidently a dark-type summoned beast, which explains why it attracted the attention of the luminous angels. Just refrain from summoning it. It is evident that this secret realm is in conflict with beings of the dark faction, a fact that Zhu Jinhua is well aware of. However, at this moment, Zhu Jinhua inquired, by the way, how many beasts do you currently possess? 3. Shen Lang replied candidly, revealing his trust in Zhu Jinhua's character. This trust was not born of blind faith, but rather an acknowledgement of Zhu Jinhua's integrity. A person willing to sacrifice everything for their country could hardly be of poor moral fiber. Zhu Jinhua paused momentarily before sending a message. Are they all 10-star divine beasts? Indeed, War God, Shen Lang responded, it's merely luck. Zhu Jinhua continued, what is the true form of that large-headed dog? Nothing particularly formidable. It appears to be a 3-headed hellhound, Shen Lang replied. Zhu Jinhua, could you refrain from boasting in my presence? But wait, with Medusa and this 3-headed hellhound, that only accounts for 2. Shen Lang clarified. Oh, I also contracted a shadow king, who is mostly within my shadow. Zhu Jinhua, alright. Now I can confirm that your talent is indeed related to the exploration of fierce beasts' bloodlines, correct? Shen Lang affirmed, yes. I can discern the quality of a fierce beast's bloodline. Zhu Jinhua added, besides perceiving the quality, you can also awaken their bloodlines, am I right? Shen Lang chuckled, indeed. It seems nothing escapes the war god. Zhu Jinhua remarked, an astute person could deduce this. It is also why I have advised you to remain concealed for the time being. However, I suspect this state of concealment will not last long, especially after your recent SSS level evaluation of the Hell level dungeon, which is likely to attract global attention once more. Shen Lang reassured him, no worries if anything arises. I would appreciate your assistance, War God. Once I attain my full potential, I will deal with them one by one. Zhu Jinhua agreed. Sure, that is not an issue. Shen Lang then asked, by the way, War God, you haven't explained what this secret realm is all about. Zhu Jinhua replied, in truth, it is not much. This dungeon was created by me. Shen Lang was astonished. A secret realm can be artificially constructed? This was a novel concept for Shen Lang, as his studies had taught him that dungeons and secret realms, despite their differences, were naturally occurring phenomena that evolved since the era of professionals and could not be artificially created. Zhu Jinhua explained, when you reach my level, you will uncover certain secrets of the profession. Strictly speaking, the location you are in is no longer within the borders of our great Xia nation. Where is it then? Shen Lang inquired eagerly. Zhu Jinhua responded, deep within the Pacific Ocean. Before Shen Lang could pose further questions, Zhu Jinhua continued, although I mentioned that I created this place, that is not entirely accurate. Primarily, I acquired an item during the national battlefield, which I used to connect to that secret realm in the Pacific. This realm is called Angel Island, also referred to as the Holy Land by those angels. Currently, on a global scale, it is exceedingly rare for a fierce beast race to possess more than 3 10-star divine beasts. However, the angelic race stands as a notable exception. Long ago, the angelic lineage was graced with 6 10-star divine beasts, all residing on Angel Island. Subsequently, 2 of these 10-star angelic beings chose to succumb to darkness. You might recall, yes, those 2 fallen angels from the abyss of despair. One met an inexplicable demise, while the other was recently vanquished by us. Hence, only 4 10-star divine angelic beasts remain in existence today. Nevertheless, even with just 4, they vastly surpass other fierce beast factions, establishing the angelic race as the preeminent ferocious species currently known. Almost forgot, there exists an individual capable of summoning fallen angels. However, they do not belong to the angelic beasts of Angel Island. If we include them, it would result in a total of 5 10-star divine angelic beasts globally. This individual, of course, is none other than Anthony, the adversary of Zhu Jinhua, who certainly does not deserve any commendation. Shen Lang refrained from interrupting Zhu Jinhua, quietly observing the barrage of messages sent his way. Although he was astonished by the might of the angelic race on Angel Island, it seemed that Zhu Jinhua's revelations offered him little in terms of practical assistance. Fortunately, Zhu Jinhua resumed his correspondence. the secret realm of Angel Island. Under the watchful presence of the 4 10-star divine angelic beasts, is such that even I dare only to stealthily wander about. Few would be bold enough to provoke them. Nonetheless, there are those undeterred by death. Certain professionals still venture inside to engage with the angels, occasionally bringing back tidings. Recently, I received word that the 4 10-star divine angelic beasts appear to be preparing for something significant, having convened at their respective 4 major reincarnation pools to nurture a young angel. Witnesses claim it is highly likely to possess the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. The possibility of a young angel born from the union of the 4 divine beast-level angels possessing such a bloodline is indeed substantial. During the abyss of despair, I had already surmised your talent, which is why I directed you to the novice camp. At this juncture, Shen Lang grasped Chu Jinhua's intentions and replied, "So, War God, you are suggesting that I seek out this young angel and establish a contract to become its Beastmaster?" "Precisely," came the response from Chu Jinhua. Shen Lang grimaced, replying, "War God, you seem to overestimate my capabilities. A young angel born from the collaboration of the 4 divine beast-level angels would undoubtedly hold a superior status on Angel Island. Given my current strength, I might not even approach close enough to it, let alone form a contract. Chu Jinhua, is it not worth trying your luck? Otherwise, I would not have mentioned the possibility of unexpected rewards." Shen Lang, Chu Jinhua, even if you do not succeed in locating it, it would still be worthwhile to engage with the angels within. It is advisable to avoid provoking the 4 10-star divine beast angels. No one dares to engage in extensive farming on Angel Island, where the number of angels is quite considerable. In just 4 hours, one could easily ascend several levels. Shen Lang replied, "All right, thank you, God of War." To be candid, Shen Lang felt a tinge of disappointment regarding Chu Jinhua's words. His primary purpose for arriving at the novice camp was to attain the unexpected rewards that Chu Jinhua had mentioned. However, as it stands, this was indeed unexpected. While a small angel possessing a 10-star divine beast bloodline is quite commendable, the chance of acquiring it remains slim. If he inadvertently provoked those 4 10-star divine beast angels, even facing just one would be beyond Shen Lang's capabilities. After some contemplation, Shen Lang decisively abandoned the pursuit of the small angel. With Angel Island being so vast, who knows where the small angel might be? Rather than squander time searching, it would be more prudent to engage in monster farming right where he was. Previously, Shen Lang might have been envious of a small angel with a 10-star divine beast bloodline, but now, his desire for such a creature had diminished considerably. From a cost-benefit perspective, it was simply not the right time to seek out the small angel. Thus, Shen Lang temporarily set aside this matter, treating Angel Island as a regular secret realm, and proceeded to battle alongside Medusa, moving from place to place. During this time, Shen Lang remained active, joining forces with Medusa to vanquish angels himself. Indeed, the number of angels on Angel Island was vast, and one could encounter dozens or even hundreds at any moment, causing Shen Lang's experience to soar. However, as Chu Jinhua had indicated, few adventurers dare to venture into Angel Island, and those who do are typically fearless. Therefore, the disturbances created on Angel Island were often difficult to conceal from its angels. The angelic beings on Angel Island do not coexist chaotically like ordinary ferocious beasts. Rather, they possess a communal instinct akin to that of humans, along with a distinct hierarchy. There are 4 10-star divine beast angels on Angel Island, each reigning as a king, governing the island in divisions, each with their own royal city and retinue, beneath which are clusters of smaller tribal angel gatherings. The reason Shen Lang did not encounter such a gathering was primarily due to their tendency to move from one location to another after eliminating foes, thus avoiding lingering in one place. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face the wrath of the nearby angelic clusters. However, their relentless slaughter eventually caught the attention of the angelic sentinels along their path. At this moment, Shen Lang and Medusa were resting by the riverside. 3 hours had elapsed since their arrival, and during this time, they had dispatched tens of thousands of various angels. Shen Lang occasionally merged with Medusa, feeling a bit fatigued yet achieving remarkable results. He had already reached over level 50 and would likely ascend to level 60 in no time. As Shen Lang and his companions took a respite, they remained blissfully unaware that 2 squads of angelic guardians were pursuing them along their path of carnage. led by a magnificent six-winged seraph. Meanwhile, beyond the confines of the instance, across the globe, the enigmatic figure known as Shen Lang achieved a remarkable feat, clearing the hellish-level instance with an astounding 4 SSS ratings, which continued to reverberate throughout the realm. Having vanished from the public eye for several months, Shen Lang re-emerged, captivating global attention once more. Following the disastrous attempt by foreign forces to assassinate him in the Great Xia Kingdom, which resulted in significant losses for various nations, they harbored a lingering apprehension. Although they maintained their original intent, they were now reluctant to recklessly send agents to their demise. After all, their previous failure had instilled a sense of caution in the Great Xia Kingdom. In light of their defeat, these adversarial nations refrained from making further comments, lest they invite their own misfortune. Furthermore, Shen Lang's sudden disappearance had offered them an opportunity to overlook the matter altogether. Who could have anticipated Shen Lang's abrupt reappearance, marked by 4 simultaneous global announcements? In a strict sense, the significance of Shen Lang's 4 recent instance completions paled in comparison to his earlier triumphs. Given that several months had passed since his class change, during which his strength had surged considerably, at his current level and prowess, attaining an SSS rating in a hellish instance was hardly a challenge. In contrast, his initial SSS rating upon class change was truly formidable, as it signified unparalleled talent and potential. Now, Shen Lang merely showcased his inherent abilities. The aging monarch of the Forbidden City, concerned by this development, sought out his grandson, Chu Jinhua. From the old monarch's perspective, Shen Lang's actions were rather ostentatious, which was not a favorable situation. Chu Jinhua expressed his helplessness, acknowledging Shen Lang's exceptional nature. No matter how much he concealed himself, his brilliance could not be obscured. Rather than allowing him to lurk in secrecy, it would be better for him to engage openly. Chu Jinhua remarked to the old monarch that foreign powers would likely stir in response. Although they might refrain from entering the Great Xia Kingdom again, they would undoubtedly devise alternative means to eliminate Shen Lang. He had initially considered sending Shen Lang to the 3-star battlefield, but it seemed that would not be possible for the time being. Are you suggesting they might activate the long-abandoned 2-star battlefield? Inquired the old monarch. Chu Jinhua smiled and affirmed, exactly. I had received whispers of their intentions, though no concrete actions had been taken. However, with Shen Lang's recent exploits, they may find it difficult to contain themselves. After all, for them, the lower Shen Lang's level, the easier he would be to eliminate. The old monarch nodded, though concern was etched on his face as he questioned, but might this lead to trouble? Old sir, Chu Jinhua replied, have you forgotten? This individual was capable of defeating quasi-4-star practitioners shortly after his class change. Reflecting on Shen Lang's formidable 10-star beasts, he sighed. In the 2-star battlefield, he could truly wreak havoc. It indeed seemed so. The old sovereign pondered for a moment and said, shall we lend him a hand? Chu Jinhua replied with a smile. I have already made arrangements. Yao Yao has just proposed at the Global Professionals Alliance Conference to formally abolish the compulsory entry into the 2-star battlefield. The 2-star battlefield is part of the national battlefield. Initially, the national battlefield ranged from 1 star to 10 stars. However, as the professional realm evolved, the 1-star and 2-star battlefields were gradually phased out. It is not entirely abolished. Rather, entry is voluntary. One may enter if they wish, without compulsion. The battlefields of 3 stars and above, however, are mandatory. Once the requirements are met, entry is obligatory. Whether this is compulsory is not an inherent rule, but is determined by votes from countries around the world. Once the votes exceed half, the regulations are recognized. For instance, the 1-star battlefield was once voted to abolish its compulsory nature. Now, Chu Jinhua's directive for Yao Yao to propose the formal abolition of the mandatory entry into the 2-star battlefield at the Global Professionals Alliance Conference undoubtedly aims to prevent the 2-star professionals of the Great Xia from entering, which seemingly serves to protect Shen Lang, also known as the Hidden Dragon. Months have passed, and to the enemy nations, even if the Hidden Dragon is exceptionally formidable, he should, at most, only be a 2-star. Yao Yao's proposal will further corroborate this notion. Thus, the Great Xia's desire to abolish the 2-star battlefield appears to stem from fear that others might vanquish the hidden dragon within that arena. Consequently, these nations would likely respond by voting to reinstate the already intended abolition of the 2-star battlefield. This is Chu Jinhua's scheme, meticulously leading the enemies into a trap. Hence, When it comes to playing tricks against the Great Xia, those foreign nations are truly no match. After thousands of years of cultural heritage, they have employed countless schemes. And in the realm of cunning, these nations are indeed mere novices. Upon hearing this arrangement, the old sovereign ceased to speak. Chu Jinhua sighed. It's a pity for Shen Lang, who, despite his overwhelming strength, will have to contend with a host of lesser foes. Yet, one cannot overlook that if he manages to eliminate the enemy professionals, the bosses of the two-star battlefield will all fall to him. The old sovereign raised an eyebrow and said, "Do remind him that upon entering the two-star battlefield, he should prioritize slaying foes before hunting monsters." "Indeed, I will." Chu Jinhua nodded in agreement. In truth, Chu Jinhua's suggestion for Yao Yao at the Global Professionals Forum has indeed captured the attention of various nations. In the beautiful nation, Anthony, a prominent figure from the Shield Bureau, has rarely attended the House of Representatives. Despite the previous fervor with which the speaker addressed Anthony upon his arrival, he dared not utter a single word. Chapter 112. 10 days later, the two-star battlefield. Once again, it is the era of professionals. While firearms maintain a semblance of deterrence, they hold no sway over the formidable 10-star professionals. In this contemporary age, it is the 10-star professionals who are the true wielders of power. The previously agitated speaker now gazes at Anthony, who lounges languidly in his seat, a grotesque smile etching itself upon her wrinkled visage. "Anthony, in this global announcement, it is once again the hidden dragon of the Great Xia nation. What are your thoughts?" Anthony stifles a yawn and retorts, "What are my thoughts? What do you expect me to say? Shall I rush to the Great Xia and engage in a deadly struggle with that reckless Chu Jinhua? That's not what I meant." Anthony, the speaker, in a subservient manner, hastily clarifies. However, Anthony interrupts her with a scoff. "Not what you meant. I heard quite differently. The last time our Shield Bureau spared this hidden dragon, you proclaimed before many that I should personally intervene. I did not. Who spread such rumors? They are merely sowing discord between the Parliament and the Shield Bureau." The speaker exclaims indignantly. With a cold chuckle, Anthony responds, "Enough of your pretense. Let us return to the matter at hand. The hidden dragon from the Great Xia nation is indeed a source of instability for our beautiful country. If allowed to grow, he could very well become the next Chu Jinhua. However, we cannot afford to venture into the Great Xia. Any attempt would be a futile sacrifice, a loss that outweighs any potential gain." The speaker, with a jovial demeanor, remarks, "It seems you already have a plan, Anthony? If we cannot eliminate him in the Great Xia, then we shall do so elsewhere." Anthony's gaze turns icy. "Just prior to this meeting, I received an official proposal from the Great Xia government requesting a nationwide vote to completely lift the mandatory entrance into the half-abandoned two-star battlefield." Upon hearing this, the speaker's eyes widen in realization, and she exclaims, "You mean to say that this hidden dragon is currently only at the two-star level, and therefore the Great Xia seeks to prevent the opening of the two-star battlefield to protect him?" "Precisely," Anthony confirms. With a glimmer in her eyes, the speaker declares, "Then I know what must be done. I will arrange for our allied nations to vote against it, reinstating the mandatory entrance into the two-star battlefield." Now she comprehends Anthony's purpose for attending this meeting. It was likely centered around this very issue. Immediately, the speaker sets the plan in motion and then turns to Anthony, saying, "With our beautiful nation leading the charge, the mandatory opening of the two-star battlefield is a foregone conclusion. However, while we can manage the situation, the execution within the battlefield will require your expertise, Anthony." Anthony nods in agreement, stating, "From the Great Xia's reactions, it is evident that this hidden dragon is currently only at the two-star level, and it is improbable he will surpass level 60 anytime soon. Before the two-star battlefield opens, I will have the Shield Bureau assemble a cadre of 30-level professionals for specialized training, particularly focusing on those with dual-class talents. I shall organize them into hunting squads, equipping them with the finest gear. No matter how formidable the Shadow Dragon may be, it is impossible for it to emerge alive from the two-star battlefield." The elderly chairwoman's eyes sparkled with excitement as she continued, "Moreover, our allied nations must also be arranged in this manner when the time comes. All will heed the directives of the agents from SHIELD. I refuse to believe we cannot eliminate this Shadow Dragon." "Very well. Let them contact me," Anthony remarked. Before long, the plans of the United States were relayed to the upper echelons of their allied nations. In the country of A, Their supreme leader immediately sought out the nation's strongest warrior, Guna. Guna held a position in A that was akin to that of the dragon blood war god, Chu Jinhua, in the Great Xia, revered as the guardian deity of A. The supreme leader gazed at Guna and inquired, "What do you think of the United States plan?" After a moment of contemplation, Guna replied, "The shadow dragon from the Great Xia indeed poses a significant challenge, particularly as it relates to our nation's future development. It is an obstacle that cannot be overlooked. Given its current potential, it may surpass even that madman Chu Jinhua. Then shall we agree to the United States plan?" The supreme leader asked. Guna pondered before responding, "Let us prepare for both contingencies. I will select a portion of the 2-star warriors to form their own teams to hunt the shadow dragon, while also designating another group of 2-star professionals to collaborate with the United States." Upon hearing this, the supreme leader nodded. That seems prudent. Although the United States is powerful, they have suffered considerable losses at the hands of the Great Xia. We should not place all our hopes upon them. A dual approach is indeed more secure and will not offend the United States. After a brief pause, the supreme leader continued, "Now, Guna, proceed to select the 2-star professionals. If you have any requirements, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall ensure unconditional support." "Very well, I will make the necessary arrangements," Guna replied with a nod. In the nation of the rising sun, a certain emperor summoned the minister of the ninja department. Without seeking counsel, he issued a direct command, "Murakami, immediately select the strongest 2-star professionals from the ninja department, equip them with the best gear, and have them perpetually prepared to enter the 2-star battlefield. Once on the battlefield, they are to directly coordinate with the agents of the United States to jointly hunt down the professionals of the Great Xia. If all professionals from the Great Xia perish on the 2-star battlefield, then naturally, the shadow dragon will meet its demise as well." Minister Murakami solemnly replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. The ninja department shall not fail to meet your expectations. We will eliminate the shadow dragon." As for several other smaller nations, their allegiance to the United States was unequivocal. As soon as orders were issued, they would prepare their forces without a moment's hesitation, never considering refusal. Of course, all of this was predicated upon the common goal of suppressing the potential professionals of the Great Xia. Consequently, the Great Xia Kingdom swiftly received notifications from various nations regarding their refusal to abolish the mandatory entry into the 2-star battlefield. Under the auspices of the beautiful nation, the commencement of the 2-star battlefield was decisively established to occur in just 10 days. For these nations, the earlier they entered the battlefield, the sooner they could extinguish the potential dragon of the Great Xia Kingdom. In this regard, Chu Jinhua was elated. Yet outwardly he arranged for Yao Yao to release a video on the Global Forum for Professionals, sternly condemning the collusion among the nations and urging them to conduct a fair and just re-vote on this matter for the safety of their own 2-star professionals. Thus, this further solidified the belief among the nations that the Great Xia Kingdom sought to abolish the mandatory entry into the 2-star battlefield solely to protect the potential dragon, leading to a more fervent internal preparation for entering the battlefield among them. These events transpired in merely 2 or 3 hours, and the situation was essentially settled. However, Shen Lang remained completely unaware of these developments, as no one had informed him, and he was still ensconced within the Angel Island secret realm, facing a rather precarious situation. He and Medusa were currently being pursued by an angelic battalion. Indeed, they were being hunted. Since becoming a professional, this was Shen Lang's first encounter with such perilous pursuit by ferocious beasts. The very angels pursuing Shen Lang and Medusa were members of the tribes they had previously vanquished along their path. Initially, only a single 6-winged light angel led the chase. But now there were 3. In addition to the original 6-winged light angel, there was also a 6-winged fire angel and a 6-winged gold angel. Within the angelic race, those who attained 6 wings were typically of divine beast lineage. While both Shen Lang and Medusa were formidable, they dared not confront the 3 6-winged angels, each exceeding level 150, head-on. These 3 6-winged angels were no less formidable than the offspring of the fallen Abyss's Ancestral. Although Shen Lang and his companions had easily slain that 5-star divine beast-level fallen angel, it was largely due to Yao Yao's assistance. Otherwise, they would have exerted considerable effort to defeat Ancestfal's progeny. Now, the situation was different. Shadow and Little Black could not be summoned, leaving only Medusa, a 10-star divine beast. Thus, Shen Lang and Medusa could only flee while seeking opportunities to eliminate angels. At that moment, among the pursuing battalion, an angel with a single pair of wings appeared, surrounded by several other angels, indicating her significant status within the battalion. Her cold voice commanded, "Capture these heretics. They must not escape." Under her orders, the assault from the angelic battalion intensified, with spells and arrows raining down upon the fleeing Shen Lang and Medusa as if they were of no cost. During this turmoil, Medusa seized an opportunity to unleash a powerful skill towards the rear. It was fortunate that Shen Lang's various supportive skills were continually available. Otherwise, Medusa would have exhausted her magical energy by this point. Under the relentless onslaught of Medusa, despite the presence of three-headed, six-winged angels who managed to deflect a portion of her skills, numerous angels still fell victim to her abilities. This incited the wrath of the three-headed, six-winged angels, who pursued their adversaries with fervor. Meanwhile, Shen Lang, unaware of when it occurred, suddenly caught sight of a two-winged angel trailing behind the pursuing group. Without a moment's hesitation, he recognized that this two-winged angel was the leader of those in pursuit. However, this revelation sparked a sense of doubt within him. After all, the hierarchy within the angelic race is exceedingly strict, dictated by bloodline quality and the number of wings, each distinction marking a clear rank. How could a mere two-winged angel command such a formidable assembly of angels? Particularly, given the presence of the three-headed, six-winged angels in this contingent, it defied all logic. This two-winged angel was undoubtedly extraordinary. Seizing a moment of opportunity as Medusa unleashed her skill, Shen Lang directly employed his Bloodline Insight ability on the two-winged angel. Chapter 113. The Dual 10-Star Divine Beast Bloodline. As the insight into the bloodline fell upon the two-winged angel, its bloodline information was instantly revealed. Holy Angel, level 55, bloodline limit, 10-star divine beast level 12 winged seraph. Upon seeing this information, Shen Lang found himself momentarily stunned. It was far too sudden. To speak candidly, after learning from Chu Jinhua about the true nature of this secret realm, particularly upon discovering that there existed a 10-star divine beast level angel here, he had scarcely given the matter any thought. The little angel, birthed from the union of the four great 10-star divine beast angels, must surely be under absolute protection, rendering it impossible for anyone to seize such a being from their grasp. Consequently, Shen Lang had seldom activated bloodline insight in this place, indulging instead in indiscriminate slaughter. His mindset was simply to make the most of his visit, ensuring he did not return empty-handed, intent on amassing a substantial amount of experience. The sole reason he chose to activate Bloodline Insight on this two-winged angel stemmed from a suspicion regarding its identity. He had not even considered the possibility of it being linked to the 10-star divine beasts. After all, if such a bloodline existed among the angels on this island, why would the four great 10-star divine beast angels need to collaborate to nurture a 10-star divine beast-level angel? Although Shen Lang was oblivious to the means by which the four great 10-star divine beast angels could possibly cultivate an angel of such esteemed bloodline, it was evident that it would entail a considerable cost for them. Yet, here he was, discovering a two-winged angel boasting a 10-star divine beast bloodline. The Holy Angel, within the angelic race, inherently possessed an extraordinary bloodline, classified among the higher echelons of archangels. Upon maturation, it would be bestowed with significant authority, and it, too, held a 10-star divine beast bloodline. Indeed, the Holy Angel was a transcendent existence of the 10-star divine beast level, second only to the Seraph, the foremost of the angelic lineage. Ironically, within this Holy Angel, the bloodline of the Seraph also resided. Setting aside combat prowess, it was clear that the Seraph's bloodline surpassed that of the Holy Angel, as the Seraph was the leader of the entire angelic race. However, such distinctions were of little consequence to Shen Lang. The mere fact of encountering a 10-star divine beast was sufficiently thrilling. Initially, he had not anticipated significant gains on Angel Island, yet now a 10-star divine beast was presenting itself before him, which was undeniably exhilarating. Although he was currently focused on leveling up rapidly, and his desire for a 10-star divine beast was not as fervent as before, how could he let such an opportunity slip away now that it lay before him? Nevertheless, challenges loomed, as 3 5-star 6-winged angels were still in pursuit. Shen Lang estimated that over 3 hours had elapsed since they entered Angel Island, leaving them with merely 20 minutes or so before they would need to depart. Thus, time was of the essence. Medusa, clearly sensing Shen Lang's unease, inquired, "Master, what is amiss? Did you see that two-winged angel behind us?" As Shen Lang evaded the relentless assaults of the angels, he replied to Medusa, "Do you possess a means to capture that angel? Is it of the 10-star divine beast lineage?" Medusa, intrigued, asked, "Is it truly of the 10-star divine beast bloodline?" Shen Lang, without reservation, nodded and affirmed, "Indeed. It shares the same lineage as you." Medusa, taken aback by this revelation, quickly responded, "I apologize, Master. Although I am eager to assist you in capturing this little angel, it would be quite challenging for me alone. Those 3 six-winged angels would not permit my passage. Attempting to break through would likely prove futile, as my strength does not quite match theirs." Medusa did not exhibit unwarranted confidence, recognizing her limitations in bypassing the 3 six-winged angels to seize the little angel. Shen Lang acknowledged the gravity of their situation. Currently, he and Medusa were able to evade and retaliate primarily due to their swift pace. Coupled with Medusa's ability to disrupt the 3 six-winged angels with her magic, which partially hindered their pursuit. However, if they were to confront the 3 six-winged angels head-on, while Medusa might manage to contend with 2 of them, the third could easily overpower Shen Lang. Although Shen Lang could merge his abilities with Medusa, facing 3 six-winged angels while attempting to capture the little angel was fraught with difficulty and a low probability of success. Not to mention the risk of unforeseen circumstances leading to their demise if they failed to exit the realm in time. Yet, Shen Lang was not solely reliant on Medusa, for he also had Xiao He and Shadow at his disposal. Of course, summoning Xiao He and Shadow might attract the formidable light angels they had encountered before. But considering his limited time in the Angel Island secret realm, he contemplated the possibility of summoning them for the next 20 minutes. After a moment's reflection, Shen Lang decided to take the risk. If necessary, he could simply exit the secret realm. For the sake of a 10-star divine beast angel, a small venture was justifiable, and the potential rewards were undeniably significant. Thus, an elaborate plan to capture the little angel began to form in Shen Lang's mind. Although Xiao He and Shadow resided within the beast space, this did not hinder Shen Lang's mental communication with them. He swiftly conveyed his entire plan to Shadow, Xiao He, and Queen Medusa. "Understood, Master. We shall succeed," they declared in unison, expressing unwavering support for Shen Lang's strategy. Shen Lang solemnly stated, "This endeavor carries considerable risk. For the sake of a 10-star divine beast lineage, I would not wish to lose any of you. If that were the case, I would rather forego capturing the little angel. As the appointed time arrived, particularly with the coming of the Seraphim, we shall not concern ourselves with capturing the little angel. We shall all decisively withdraw from this secret realm without awaiting my command." "Understood, Master." The 3 Beastmasters responded gravely, fully aware of the peril at hand. Should their pace falter even slightly, and should any unforeseen circumstance arise, such as the arrival of the Seraphim, failing to depart promptly would likely result in them being left behind. They were acutely aware that they were no match for the Seraphim. If they were indeed left behind, their fate was all too predictable. They would undoubtedly face the wrath of the Seraphim and be slain on the spot. Shen Lang chose not to summon Xiao He and Shadow immediately, but instead opted for a relatively shadowy canyon, where the light was less intense and the surrounding cliffs added to the dim atmosphere, casting a plethora of shadows. Once the angelic sentinels had entered the valley, Shen Lang commanded Medusa with a shout, "Act." Upon hearing the command, Medusa instantly altered her course, transforming from flight to an aggressive assault against the 3 six-winged angels. Upon witnessing this, the 3 six-winged angels revealed cold smiles. The golden six-winged angel sneered, "So, you choose not to flee. Then prepare to face the divine judgment of the great angels. Let us strike together and avenge our fallen angelic lineage." In an instant, the 3 six-winged angels split their forms, charging at Medusa from 3 directions. Simultaneously, the 2-winged angel, exhibiting a rather indifferent demeanor, pointed at Shen Lang and declared, "And that human, kill him." Immediately, the angelic sentinels surged towards Shen Lang. "Xiao He, it is your turn." With a command, Xiao He's figure materialized beside Shen Lang. Without further instruction, Xiao He transformed into his true form as the 3-headed hellhound, charging like a fierce tiger towards the angelic sentinels and making his way to support Medusa. who was besieged by the 3 six-winged angels. This was Xiao Hei's assignment, to draw the attention of the angelic sentinels while aiding Medusa in confronting the formidable 6-winged angels. The 3 six-winged angels were elite divine beasts of the highest caliber, and facing them alone posed a considerable challenge for Medusa. Cursed be these undead creatures. The angels among the sentinels were incensed, particularly the 2-winged angel. How dare these vile undead manifest in our sacred domain? All angels, heed my command. Utilize your full strength to annihilate this abominable aberration. Consequently, the angelic sentinels collectively charged at Xiao Hei, creating chaos in the arena. Seizing this opportunity, Shen Lang had already initiated his stealth technique amidst the tumultuous environment. It must be noted that Shen Lang's stealth technique was indeed formidable. When he first entered the Angel Island secret realm, even the 10-winged seraphim had failed to detect him. Although the seraphim had primarily been searching for Xiao Hei and Shadow, it cannot be denied that the effectiveness of the stealth technique was remarkable. However, Shen Lang did not act immediately, for it was at this moment that he discerned the presence of formidable beings beside the 2-winged angel. Not merely angels, but a small beast, an exquisite unicorn, resplendent in its alabaster hue. Initially, this unicorn was cradled in the arms of the 2-winged angel, resembling a diminutive puppy, thus eluding Shen Lang's notice. Yet now, the unicorn had revealed its true form, presently being seated upon by the 2-winged angel. The unicorn was no weakling either. It exuded a formidable 5-star level of power, seemingly even stronger than the 3 six-winged angels. The unicorn, too, possessed the bloodline of a divine beast, albeit with a lower ceiling of potential. A 5-star divine beast boss. Utilizing his probing technique, Shen Lang unveiled the unicorn's strength. A 5-star divine beast boss serving as a mount for this 2-winged angel. Could it be that this little angel is the one spoken of by the dragon blood war god? Previously, Shen Lang had not considered this direction and merely assumed that the 2-winged angel bore an innate 10-star divine beast bloodline. Given that this little creature was itself a 10-star divine beast, a holy angel. However, it now appeared increasingly plausible that this little angel was indeed the offspring of the 4 great 10-star divine beast angels. Nonetheless, at this juncture, regardless of whether or not this little angel was indeed born of the 4 great 10-star divine beast angels, since Shen Lang had already taken action, there was no turning back. His plans had contingencies, allowing for an exit from this secret realm at any moment. Casting aside the distractions in his mind, Shen Lang focused on the unicorn, contemplating. It seems I must take action. Relying solely on shadows may not suffice to extricate the little angel from the unicorn's grasp. Although the 2-winged angel possessed 2 types of 10-star divine beast bloodlines, it was ultimately just a 2-winged angel, posing little threat. Meanwhile, Xiao Hei and Medusa had already engaged the 3 six-winged angels, making it difficult for them to assist. As for the other angelic sentinels, Shen Lang regarded them with disdain. The greatest obstacle was that unicorn. However, there was no time for further contemplation, as Xiao Hei had already appeared, likely drawing the attention of the great luminous angel within the secret realm, who could appear here at any moment. Thus, after a brief moment of contemplation, Shen Lang promptly summoned the shadows. Fusion. The instant the shadows were summoned, Shen Lang merged with them. In his fused form, an aura of dark mist enveloped him, with intricate black patterns adorning his skin, while the shadows left little trace, having entirely melded into Shen Lang's being. Nevertheless, all of the shadow skills were now at Shen Lang's disposal, augmented by the enhancements of his secondary profession. Without further ado, Shen Lang traversed the shadows, vanishing from his location. Simultaneously, vast swathes of black mist surged skyward, directed towards the realm occupied by the 2-winged angel. Under the cloak of the black mist, the ground was shrouded in shadows. Thus, Shen Lang's figure appeared not far from the 2-winged angel, yet he remained concealed under the veil of his stealth technique, avoiding exposure. However, as a creature of the shadow, even after merging with Shen Lang, it could not escape its inherent nature. The unicorn, as a divine beast of the light, was acutely sensitive to the energies of darkness. Even without sighting Shen Lang, it assumed a defensive stance. Faced with a 5-star divine beast boss, Shen Lang did not hesitate. Immediately launching his assault, 3 manifestations of Shen Lang surged towards the unicorn from 3 distinct directions, each unleashing the formidable abilities of the Shadow Monarch. This was the Shadow Clone technique. Given Shen Lang and the Shadow's attributes, he could only create 3 clones. Yet, despite their limited number, the 2 clones possessed 70% of his original strength. The Unicorn, unable to perceive the 3 manifestations of Shen Lang and the Shadow, sensed impending danger and let out a long, piercing cry, unleashing a torrent of radiant energy that surged outward like crashing waves. The 3 Shen Langs were undoubtedly affected by this onslaught, causing the stealth technique to dissolve and reveal their forms. The 2 winged angels accompanying the unicorn suddenly spotted the heretical human beside them, their delicate faces displaying shock as one exclaimed, "Xiaobai, kill him quickly, kill him." How could a holy angel harbor such a fervent desire for slaughter? Shen Lang internally scoffed, yet he relentlessly hurled his skills towards the unicorn. The unicorn, in turn, retaliated with an array of skills, for it was indeed a 5-star divine beast boss. Even with the attribute enhancements from his merger with the Shadow, they were merely evenly matched. The unicorn soared through the air, engaging Shen Lang in a clash of abilities. Nearby, other angelic guards launched their assaults on Shen Lang, but their attacks were repelled by the Shadow's defensive skills. Meanwhile, the 3 6-winged angels, witnessing the assault on their 2-winged counterpart, were filled with fury. "Damn heretic, Lark, retreat." The golden 6-winged angel unleashed a barrage of golden arrows to shield the light 6-winged angel from the encroaching darkness. "Attempt to obstruct me? You must be dreaming." A voice thundered, as a vast expanse of searing flames erupted, incinerating the golden arrows. The dark figure, known as Xiaohei, shouted defiantly, "To block me. You must be dreaming." However, the light 6-winged angel slightly withdrew from the battlefield, heading to assist the 2-winged angel, prompting Xiaohei to charge after them. At that moment, an incomprehensibly powerful aura suddenly descended upon them from the distance. "The dark heretic has found you." Whether it was Shen Lang or Medusa, upon hearing that cold, merciless voice, their hearts sank. There was no doubt, it was the 10-winged light angel. The angels present were filled with elation, and one 6-winged angel, facing Medusa, sneered, "The esteemed Lord of Judgment has discovered you, vile heretics. You shall all perish beneath the blade of his judgment." Yet, Shen Lang remained remarkably composed. The arrival of the 10-winged angel was entirely anticipated, thus not surprising. Drawing closer, Shen Lang braced himself against a surge of the unicorn's abilities, swiftly closing the distance between himself and the unicorn, as well as the 2-winged angel. Meanwhile, his 2 shadow clones had already been annihilated by the unicorn's assault. Now, shadows. Disengage fusion. Strike. In an instant, Shen Lang severed his fusion with the shadows, manifesting as 2 distinct figures. The sudden turn of events left the unicorn momentarily bewildered, and in that fleeting moment, the shadow traversed through the darkness, appearing atop the unicorn's back. Amidst the exclamations of the 2-winged angel, it reached out to seize her. Judgment Blade. Just then, a chilling rebuke resounded as the 10-winged angel finally made his entrance. Upon arrival, he immediately perceived the shadow attempting to capture the 2-winged angel, prompting him to unleash a beam of light directed at the shadow. This radiant sword, entirely forged from the power of light, descended with alarming speed. Even before it struck the shadow, a look of anguish had already etched itself upon the shadow's visage. There was no doubt that should the blade fall, the shadow would meet its demise. "This is bad." Shen Lang roared, "Xiaohei." The next moment, Xiaohei was summoned to his side, swiftly completing their fusion. Bloodthirsty. Xiaohei's SSS level talent was instantly activated by Shen Lang, propelling him towards the shadow, providing a shield behind which it could retreat. Simultaneously, Shen Lang unleashed nearly all of Xiaohei's formidable abilities. However, these attacks were not aimed at the impending Judgment Blade, but rather at the multitude of angelic guards surrounding them. Boom! The Judgment Blade descended, and the defensive skills Shen Lang had activated were shattered in an instant. Chapter 114. Ali, I pay my respects to my master. In a moment of sheer astonishment, Shen Lang felt the brutal tearing of defensive skills as fissures erupted across his body. The Judgment Sword, infused with the power of light, resembled a celestial blade poised to shatter everything in its path, both flesh and soul. This was an onslaught he could not withstand, an attack beyond his capacity for resistance. Even with his fusion with Xiaohei, leveraging the insatiable thirst for blood that replenished his vitality through the lives of thousands of angels. And bolstered by the amplification of his innate gifts, he remained helpless against the strike of the 10-winged seraph. Xiaohe merged with Shen Lang, let out a heart-rending wail of despair. The unfortunate reality was that as a creature of the necromantic realm, Xiaohe was akin to being roasted over an open flame under the radiant power of light. Shen Lang, too, felt the agonizing torment. Yet, this suffering transcended the limits of his endurance. In simpler terms, he had become numb to the pain. When agony reaches a certain threshold, one ceases to feel its sting. Fortunately, throughout this ordeal, Shen Lang's mind remained remarkably clear. Just as the Judgment Sword was about to obliterate him entirely, he withdrew from the Angel Island's secret realm. With Shen Lang's departure, the nearly vanquished Medusa, under the oppressive force of the 10-winged angels, vanished from the battlefield. The Shadow, who had just assisted Shen Lang in fending off the Judgment Sword, also exited the Angel Island alongside him. The Judgment Sword fell short of its target. As the 10-winged seraph descended beside the unicorn, its once majestic visage now marred by twisted lines, unleashing a furious howl toward the heavens. An overwhelming surge of light enveloped the area, reducing all angels present, including the 3 six-winged angels, to mere dust. Simultaneously, from the 4 cardinal directions of Angel Island, 4 dormant entities abruptly opened their eyes. "The child is missing," uttered the owners of those 4 pairs of eyes in unison. In an instant, they materialized at the site of the recent battle. These were the 4 12-winged angels, representing the domains of light, gold, wood, and fire, the sovereigns of Angel Island. In the desolate valley, only the 10-winged seraph remained, devoid of any other living beings. The 10-winged seraph knelt upon the ground, overwhelmed with self-reproach, declaring, "The holy offspring has been taken. I am guilty and must end my own existence." As the words fell from her lips, the Judgment Sword reappeared above her head. But this time, it was not aimed at another, but rather at her own back. With a piercing sound, the Judgment Sword descended, severing the 5 pairs of wings behind her, and a flurry of feathers stained crimson rained down upon the earth. The 10-winged seraph remained kneeling, her gaze unlifted, and in an instant, her breath ceased. The holy offspring, birthed from the combined essence of the 4 10-star angel beasts through the rebirth pool, embodies their shared bloodline. All angels on Angel Island comprehend the profound significance of the holy offspring, destined to become the sole sovereign of Angel Island in the future. Yet, in a moment of negligence, the holy offspring has been captured, leaving him with no option but to atone with his life. The 4 10-star angel beasts observe the self-sacrificing 10-winged angel, their expressions betraying no emotion. However, the icy gaze they cast revealed the fury simmering within. "She still lives," declared the light element 12-winged angel coldly. "Shall we fight our way out?" questioned another, the gold element 12-winged angel, exuding a menacing aura. The fire element 12-winged angel solemnly stated, "If we are to kill, let us do so." Only the wood element 12-winged angel interjected, "If we leave Angel Island, we shall inevitably face the onslaught of Earth's human practitioners. Yet, can we simply stand by and watch as the child is taken away?" The gold element 12-winged angel seethed. Abruptly, the light element 12-winged angel spoke, "I have revisited the recent events. The one who abducted the child is a human beastmaster. Damn it. Does that mean our child is to become her beast?" The fire element 12-winged angel ignited with seething flames. The wood element 12-winged angel remarked, "At least the child will still be alive." The light element 12-winged angel concurred, "Indeed, as long as the child lives, that is what matters. Even if we forward a venture out together, it is likely that we would meet our demise. The human practitioners are the true rulers of this planet. We are merely the sacrificial pawns in their grand design." As this statement hung in the air, the 12-winged angels fell into a contemplative silence, their gazes flickering with unspoken thoughts. After a prolonged pause, the fire element 12-winged angel resumed, "If the child perishes, even if it means severing our path home, I shall ensure that humanity pays for the child's demise. Count me in. I have long overstayed my welcome in this wretched place." The gold element 12-winged angel muttered. The light element 12-winged angel suddenly stated, "Ancestral is dead." The other 3 12-winged angels turned their attention to the light element 12-winged angel, clearly unaware of this development. Their existence largely consisted of slumber, awakening only when strong human practitioners threatened them. However, upon further sensing, they indeed found no trace of Anxifa's presence. The gold element 12-winged angel sighed. I find myself envious of the two of them. They must have returned to the embrace of the Father God. Those two fallen beings. Do they truly deserve to return to the Father God's embrace? The fire element 12-winged angel scoffed. The wood element 12-winged angel interrupted. Let this matter rest. No one is to act rashly. If we are to die, let us do so together. The light element angel added. Indeed, together we shall face our fate. The gold element 12-winged angel ascended into the sky, leaving behind a frustrated remark. How infuriating. The other three 12-winged angels exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness in one another's eyes. Yet, what could they possibly do? Soon after, the four 12-winged angels departed from the location, leaving only the corpse of the 10-winged angel to disintegrate gradually in the wind, returning to the pure essence of light. All the angels present had perished, including the judgment angel of Angel Island. Hence, no one was aware that their holy scion, the future angel empress, had departed from Angel Island that very day. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean, in's rookie camp within the southern dungeon, Shen Lang and his three beast companions materialized, appearing utterly disheveled. Particularly Shen Lang, who had faced the judgment sword of the 10-winged light angel directly, now found himself bereft of armor, having been completely destroyed. His body bore numerous fissured wounds, all scorched by the power of light. His fusion partner, the little black creature, fared even worse. Its once lustrous black fur was gone, flesh and blood scattered. Lying on the ground gasping for air like a skinned wild dog, a sight of utter devastation. Queen Medusa was somewhat better off, though she bore several injuries and exuded an extremely weakened aura. Shadow, too, was in a dire state, its black mist nearly dissipated. Yet, at that moment, Shadow clung tightly to the two-winged little angel, grasping her wings as if she were a mere chick, while the little angel appeared to have sustained some injuries as well, her head drooping, seemingly unconscious. In summary, Shen Lang lay sprawled on the ground with his three beast companions, all in a state of utter despair. Pain, an indescribable agony. Every part of his body ached. Even breathing hurt, and the mere act of blinking felt agonizing. Shen Lang felt immense relief for his final fusion with the little black creature, as its bloodthirsty nature had indeed proven to be a remarkable life-saving measure. Had he not managed to slay a wave of angelic guards in the end, his life would have surely been forfeit. Despite the life force recovery speed provided by the thousands of angelic guards, it could not keep pace with the annihilation speed of the Judgment Sword. It was only due to his timely withdrawal from the secret realm of Angel Island that he found himself still intact. After a considerable time had passed, Shen Lang finally regained some strength, albeit not enough to rise. Witnessing the dire state of his three beast companions, he felt a twinge of fear in his heart, for they had almost faced total annihilation. Nevertheless, one must seek fortune in peril. The sight of the two-winged angel in Shadow's grasp brought some solace to Shen Lang, for she possessed the dual bloodline of a 10-star divine beast. However, at that moment, he lacked the strength to forge a beast contract with her. His primary concern was recovery. Once he was mobile, he cast healing spells upon his three beast companions. Of course, he did not forget that his specialized healing techniques for Beastmasters could also be applied to himself. Only after the healing arts were employed did the beasts swiftly regain their vitality. However, Shen Lang's injuries were grievously severe, and so too were those of Little Black. Their recovery was exceedingly sluggish. Fortunately, after a while, they managed to stand once more. Thus, Shen Lang joined forces with Little Black again, embarking on a relentless spree of slaughter within the southern dungeon. Under the influence of the bloodthirsty trait and the blessings bestowed by Shen Lang, as the ferocious beasts in the dungeon were eradicated, Shen Lang was able to restore a significant portion of his strength. The primary source of his struggle was the overwhelming light power within him, which relentlessly consumed his life force. Once all the beasts in the dungeon were vanquished, he finally depleted the light power that had been wreaking havoc within him. Upon returning to the entrance of the dungeon, Medusa and Shadow had also recuperated significantly. The master and his three servants exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief akin to having survived a calamity. Shadow, particularly stricken by guilt, murmured, "Forgive me, master. It is entirely my fault. If only I had been swifter, neither you nor Little Black would have sustained such grave injuries. It is all my fault. My fault. Tears streamed down her face, transforming into a veil of dark mist. As Shen Lang opened his mouth to speak, Medusa's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she lamented, "It is also my fault. I could not even withstand 3 six-winged angels." Little Black seemed poised to speak as well, but Shen Lang shot him a sharp glance. It was one thing for the two maidens to weep, but for a mere dog to join the fray was unwarranted. Humbled by the glare, Little Black lay down, covering his eyes with his paws, muttering, "I won't say a word, nor will I look." After a considerable amount of soothing, Shen Lang managed to calm the two maidens. Eventually, the 4 of them encircled the two-winged angel in the center. Shen Lang wore an expression of curiosity, while the 3 beasts displayed an ominous demeanor. After all, they had nearly perished due to this diminutive creature, and thus, their countenance was far from amiable. The two-winged angel, now fully conscious, recognized the grim reality. She had been captured by this human, as a being of dual 10-star divine beast lineage. It was impossible for her to lack intelligence. Moreover, the angelic race was inherently wise. The two-winged angel understood that this was no longer the sacred realm. She, a princess among princesses, destined for greatness, had been ensnared. Typically, she resided in the abode of her 4 mothers, but out of boredom. She had recently wandered through the sacred realm. Little did she know that while meandering, she would hear of intruders mercilessly slaying her angelic kin. How could she tolerate such an affront? As a noble scion of the holy lineage, she immediately led her guard in pursuit of the assailants. However, instead of driving them away or vanquishing them, she herself had become a captive. Stepping forward, Shen Lang crouched down to observe the little angel and once again employed his Bloodline Insight upon her. Holy Angel, 10-star Divine Beast level. Level, 55. Bloodline limit, 10-star Divine Beast 12-winged Seraph. Growth limit, 300. Bloodline evolution success rate, 100. Upon noticing the final evolution success rate, Shen Lang's pupils constricted slightly, a glimmer of brilliance flashing through them. The absence of a specific star-level evolution success rate, with only a singular figure presented, 100%, was quite comprehensible. This signified that this divine little angel was destined to ascend to the 10-star divine beast level, naturally evolving into such a being. Moreover, the transition from holy angel to seraph was similarly guaranteed at 100%. Indeed, it was no surprise, given that this bloodline was jointly nurtured by the 4 esteemed 10-star divine beast angels. Shen Lang stroked his chin, nodding in quiet approval. Observing Shen Lang's fervent gaze, the holy little angel tightly wrapped its wings around itself, anxiety evident in its voice. "What do you intend to do? I must warn you, my mother is formidable. She is a 10-star divine beast. If you harm me, she will not let you go." "I am fully aware of that. Rest assured, I have no intention of causing you any harm," Shen Lang replied with a slight smile, though a tinge of concern lingered in his heart. After all, the identity of this holy little angel was extraordinary. He pondered how the 4 10-star divine beast angels on Angel Island would react once he took this little creature away. Would they unleash a frenzy upon humanity? Yet, upon reflection, such an outcome seemed implausible. A wise race like the angels would surely recognize the current strength of human practitioners. Undeniably, the realm of humanity was rife with both overt and covert conflicts among nations. However, when it came to matters of life and death, nationality would be set aside, and all would strive to resolve the crisis before returning to their rivalries. Though the 4 10-star divine beasts were undeniably powerful, humanity was not to be underestimated. Should they dare to emerge, it was likely that human warriors would swiftly confront them. Perhaps this rare opportunity for unity would even enable humanity to vanquish all 4 10-star divine beast angels in one fell swoop. Regardless, if the sky falls, there are still those tall enough to hold it up. Shen Lang mused. At worst, once I grow taller, I shall support them. With that thought, Shen Lang felt a weight lift from his heart. Without further ado or needless conversation with the holy little angel, he promptly initiated the contract technique. The hexagram array swiftly materialized, enveloping the holy little angel. Though it attempted to struggle, it was of no avail, as the contract formation firmly restrained it, leading to its eventual submission. The Beastmaster contract technique was complete. This holy little angel officially became Shen Lang's 4th beast companion. Upon sensing a familiar aura of beast mastery emanating from the holy little angel, Medusa and the others relinquished their hostility towards it. Regardless of past grievances, this holy little angel had now joined their ranks as one of their companions. At this moment, the sacred little angel also sensed the master-servant bond with Shen Lang, and her heart was devoid of fear, replaced solely by unwavering loyalty to her master. Rising gracefully, the sacred little angel bowed to Shen Lang and said, "Ali, I pay my respects to my master." Unlike Medusa and the initial lowly beasts of darkness, the sacred little angel was an intelligent being of noble lineage. After her birth on Angel Island, her four mothers, the island's 4 10-star divine beast angels, bestowed upon her the name Ali. Ali, what a delightful name. Shen Lang felt a twinge of embarrassment. In comparison, the names he had given to Medusa, especially to Little Black, paled in significance. From now on, we shall be companions. Let us introduce ourselves, Shen Lang suggested to Medusa and the other beasts. The formidable Medusa spoke first. I am Medusa, the queen, the first beast of my master, who named me Shasha. Greetings, Sister Shasha. Ali, the sacred little angel, called out sweetly. The shadow followed suit, stating, I am the Shadow King, the second beast of my master, who named me Little Shadow. Greetings, Sister Little Shadow. Ali bowed once more. Little Black, relieved to no longer be the youngest, declared loudly, I am the 3-headed hellhound, the third beast of my master, Little Black. Ali, curious, looked at him and asked, Oh, aren't you 3-headed? Why do you have only 1 head now? Little Black. In the next moment, he attempted to showcase his true form, but was halted by Shen Lang. Enough, pup, don't waste time, Shen Lang said, his gaze shifting to Ali. Being a 10-star divine beast, the sacred angel posed a question. When Shen Lang activated the bloodline ancestry, would he awaken Ali's sacred angel bloodline entirely, or the seraph bloodline? Undoubtedly, the 10-star sacred angel was formidable. Yet, given that this little angel possessed the seraph bloodline, and considering the term evolution, it was clear that the seraph bloodline was even more powerful. After all, distinctions existed among 10-star divine beasts. Shen Lang did not ponder for long and addressed the little angel. Ali, it is time to witness a miracle. Ah, master. What do you mean? Ali blinked her large eyes in confusion. Shen Lang merely smiled, remaining silent as he initiated the bloodline ancestry for Ali. 10-star divine beast seraph bloodline activated. With the announcement, a brilliant light enveloped Ali, the evolutionary radiance of the beasts. Within this luminescence, Ali's form transformed from that of a child into that of an adult. Simultaneously, her wings expanded, growing additional pairs. Before long, the number of wings on her back increased to 6 pairs, 12 wings in total. However, Ali's wings are no longer a pristine white, they now blaze with flames, exhibiting a subtle shade of fiery red. Though the hue is not exceedingly bright, the radiance is undeniably striking. Even the Fire Queen Medusa squinted her eyes, sensing the formidable power emanating from them. Although both Xiaohe and Shadow felt a strong aversion to such power, their curiosity was piqued by the fact that they were all companions of Shen Lang, leading them to wonder what form the divine little angel would ultimately take upon its transformation. Chapter 115. As long as one person leaves, I consider it a defeat. Within the luminous glow of evolution, a figure around 171 to 178 meters tall emerged. The 12 wings, ablaze with fiery brilliance, spread majestically, presenting a sight both awe-inspiring and formidable. What a transformation for this little sister. Shen Lang squinted at Ali, patiently awaiting her evolution into the ultimate form of the seraph. Before long, the radiant light of evolution gradually faded, revealing Ali, now transformed into her mature form. Her expansive 12 wings unfurled, and her grand stature compelled Shen Lang and the others to step back. Medusa gazed at the newly transformed Ali, her expression a blend of astonishment and bemusement. After all, the current Ali was no longer the petite angel she once was. She now exuded an enchanting aura akin to that of a mature woman. Standing at 178 meters, with flowing golden locks, a pronounced chest, and ample curves, her eyes sparkled with holy light. Shadow tilted his head, observing the drastically changed Ali, and couldn't help but chuckle. Now, I've become the shortest one again. Xiaohe covered his eyes, reluctant to witness the scene, for it pained him greatly. Having followed his master for so long, He understood all too well that his master was an even greater aficionado of beauty. Now that little Ollie had blossomed into a grand Ollie, his status remained unchanged. He could never share the same bed with his master. He sighed inwardly, contemplating how another would squeeze in at night. At this moment, Ollie emerged from her evolution with clarity restored. Feeling the fervent, holy energy coursing through her, she exclaimed, "Master, have I transformed into a seraph?" "No, I am a fully realized 12-winged seraph." Ollie's expression shifted from shock to joy as she asked, "Master, how did you accomplish this?" "Your master possesses the innate ability to activate the strongest bloodlines within the beasts," Medusa explained nearby. Upon hearing this, Ollie's astonishment morphed into elation as she remarked, "My foremothers mentioned that I possess a dual 10-star divine beast bloodline. But I would have to wait until my holy angel evolves to 10 stars before I could metamorphose into a seraph." Did they know about this? Shen Lang was somewhat taken aback. However, what purpose did the 4 10-star divine beast angels have in nurturing Ollie? If there were no ulterior motives, why would they have brought her into existence? After all, Ollie was destined to evolve into a seraph, the sovereign leader of all angelic kin. It seemed rather absurd for them to create a ruler simply for the sake of it. The 4 10-star divine beast angels, as long as they did not provoke the super strong among human practitioners, held considerable power on Angel Island, and even in the global beast realm. They were not entities to be trifled with. Yet, these matters were beyond Shen Lang's comprehension. There was no need to dwell on the ungraspable. Setting aside such distractions, he began to examine Ollie's information panel. 12th Wing Seraph, Sacred Fire Type, Level 55, Attributes. SSS Level Talent, Sacred Guardian, enhancing both sacred support skills and fire attack skills by 500. Divine Talent, Blazing Guardian, immune to all control and negative skills. Skills, World Incineration, Judgment of Holy Light, Absolute Judgment, Divine Healing, Holy Light Purification, Blessing of the Divine. Gazing upon this information panel, Shen Lang felt a flicker of astonishment within him. Overall, the current 12th Wing Seraph is comparable in strength to Medusa and her companions. Of course, this pertains to their cognitive attributes, considering that both Shen Lang and his 3-headed beasts have also reached level 55. However, in terms of emphasis, Ollie leans more towards a supportive role. Is the Seraph not a combat angel? Shen Lang mused internally, muttering to himself, "No, it seems that the Seraph is primarily associated with love and truth, which clarifies why Ollie possesses such an abundance of supportive skills." Naturally, although Ollie is predominantly supportive, she is not devoid of offensive skills. After all, Ollie is still a fire type, despite the sacred prefix. She ultimately wields fire abilities. For instance, World Incineration, a name that sounds spectacular, surely possesses extraordinary power. Medusa takes the lead in offense, Shadow excels in defense, and Little Black specializes in tanking. Now, with Ollie's arrival, she has effectively usurped my supportive position. Shen Lang silently shook his head as the master of these beasts. His sole form of engagement was to cast supportive skills. Yet now, Ollie, this seraph, has come to claim his role. Fortunately, Shen Lang has awakened a second profession, allowing him to merge whenever he desires. Of course, as a Beastmaster, he preferred not to intervene unless absolutely necessary. Lounging behind his beasts and adopting a leisurely role was, in fact, a commendable choice. Why engage in combat when one can recline? However, today, if Shen Lang does not take the lead, there is truly no way to retrieve Ollie from Angel Island. Naturally, the master should reserve their intervention for the final moments. After examining Ollie's skills, Shen Lang was once again troubled by her presence. Little Black, being a dog, was easy to explain when taken out. Medusa and Shadow also had commendable disguises. But Ollie, with her 6 pairs of wings, should she be taken out? Anyone would easily recognize her as an angel. Drawing from the precedent set by Medusa and the others, Shen Lang naturally desired to disguise Ollie as well. Thinking of how Little Black could conceal its head, he inquired of Ollie, "Can you retract those wings into your body?" "Of course." Ollie replied without a moment's hesitation. In an instant, her 6 pairs of blazing wings vanished into her form, disappearing entirely. Along with them, the sacred light enveloping Ollie also faded away. At this moment, Ollie appeared remarkably similar to a human, distinguished only by her breathtaking beauty. Fortunately, Shen Lang had grown accustomed to the presence of Medusa and the shadows. feeling merely a fleeting sense of amazement and a touch of curiosity towards the embroidered sheets. Subsequently, Shen Lang activated Ali's beast-taming equipment and rummaged through his backpack to find some useful gear to lend her for the time being. Just as he completed this task, the time limit for the southern instance expired, prompting Shen Lang to lead his array of beasts out of the dungeon. Upon returning to the cloud ladder, they vanished from the cloud platform without a soul noticing their presence. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the corridor of the dormitory, with Ali accompanying him. Shen Lang felt it was rather difficult to provide an explanation. Moreover, having already ventured into the hidden realm, the four instances held little significance for him now. Inside the dormitory, Yihong Yu was likely still in Mo City, and Xiao Tianyi along with several other high-ranking novices were absent, evidently still engaged in fierce battles within the instances. For them, the novice camp's dungeons were perfectly suited for leveling up and monster farming. Shen Lang had made up his mind to leave the novice camp. Although this was against the rules, Shen Lang was an exception. Staying in the novice camp to grind levels was far less efficient than venturing into the wild. However, Shen Lang had no intention of seeking out Huang Lin. Instead, he approached Chu Jinhua, the only person who could provide him with a legitimate reason to exit the novice camp. Accessing the professional friend system, Shen Lang sent a message to Chu Jinhua. Upon opening the chat window, he realized that Chu Jinhua had already messaged him. Chu Jinhua, where the hell are you? Chu Jinhua, did you die? Chu Jinhua, damn it, don't tell me you actually perished in that cursed place. Chu Jinhua, get your ass out here, or I'll be scolded to death by the old man. Just wait, I'm heading to the Pacific right now. Chu Jinhua, damn, did you really provoke those four divine beasts, the angels? Reading this, Shen Lang's heart raced. It seemed that Chu Jinhua had indeed ventured to the Pacific and sensed the turmoil caused by the four 10-star divine beast angels. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent such messages. Shen Lang quickly glanced out the window. Although Mo City was situated inland, the clash of 10-star powerhouses would inevitably manifest some anomalies. Outside, however, the sky in the eastern direction appeared unremarkable. Relieved, Shen Lang concluded that the four 10-star divine beast angels had not emerged to wreak havoc. At that moment, he replied to Chu Jinhua, War God? The response was instantaneous. Finally, you've decided to show your face? Shen Lang, puzzled, replied. Wasn't he the war god heading to the Pacific? Chu Jinhua, he returned halfway. Now tell me, what is going on? Why did those four fellows appear? In truth, Chu Jinhua's inquiries were laden with concern. Certainly, there is no cause for concern that Shen Lang has perished on Angel Island, for the hidden quest of the rookie camp was devised by him. Thus, as long as one enters the secret realm of Angel Island from the rookie camp, he can maintain awareness or a sense of what transpires there. Throughout this time, he has consistently sensed the lingering vitality of Shen Lang. Although there was a moment when Shen Lang's life force suddenly diminished significantly, he remained alive. At that juncture, Chu Jinhua had already taken action, as he had no desire for Shen Lang to meet his demise on Angel Island. However, just as Chu Jinhua was en route, he noticed unusual activity from a distance on Angel Island, coinciding with the awakening of the four 10-star divine beasts, the angels. At that moment, Chu Jinhua was indeed cursing. Yet it was also then that Shen Lang departed from Angel Island. Upon learning that Shen Lang was still alive, Chu Jinhua naturally chose not to proceed to Angel Island and instead returned to the Forbidden City to maintain contact with Shen Lang. Shen Lang, being unaware of these developments, inquired, did the four 10-star divine beasts appear? Chu Jinhua retorted, are you asking me, or am I asking you? Speak up. What exactly did you do on Angel Island? Shen Lang replied, I didn't do much, just captured a two-winged holy angel. Chu Jinhua exclaimed, a two-winged holy angel? Aren't they everywhere on Angel Island? Wait a moment. The one you captured, could it possibly be the little angel nurtured by those four beings? Shen Lang responded, perhaps, maybe it should be. Chu Jinhua remarked, no wonder those four appeared. Shen Lang, you truly are the child of destiny. Initially, when Chu Jinhua invited Shen Lang to the rookie camp, he had a slight inclination for him to seek out that little angel on Angel Island, but it was purely a matter of chance, considering that the little angel would undoubtedly be well guarded. Yet, what were the odds that amidst the vastness of Angel Island, Shen Lang would encounter this little angel? Not only did he find it, but he actually succeeded in capturing it. What extraordinary fortune! Shen Lang interjected, well, war god, it wasn't easy for me either. I encountered a 10-winged light angel, possibly a judgment angel, and had I not reacted swiftly, I would have truly perished on Angel Island. Chu Jinhua replied. But you didn't die, so don't act all coy. While he said this, Chu Jinhua was nonetheless somewhat astonished, fully aware of the formidable power of that 10-winged light angel. During the slumber of the 4 12-winged angels, this judgment angel was nearly the guardian of Angel Island. In terms of combat prowess, even a typical 10-star class war god would not stand a chance against him. Perhaps even the likes of the enchanting and tempestuous thunder would need to join forces to contend with him, illustrating the sheer strength of this judgment angel. The fact that Shen Lang managed to escape from the grasp of the judgment angel is indeed a stroke of remarkable fortune. However, given Chu Jinhua's character, he could roughly surmise how Shen Lang had evaded danger. Nonetheless, being able to safely depart from Angel Island at that moment was undoubtedly a testament to Shen Lang's skill, a fact that cannot be disputed. Now that Shen Lang can respond to his messages, it indicates that he has emerged from danger unscathed, much to Chu Jinhua's relief. As he remarked, it would have been a tremendous loss for the Great Xia Kingdom if Shen Lang had perished on Angel Island. This is no jest. For Chu Jinhua genuinely regards Shen Lang as a figure destined to surpass him. Chu Jinhua composed himself and inquired, "Have you formed a contract with that little angel?" Shen Lang replied, "Yes, I have. What type is it? A 12-winged angel of the light faction, or something else?" Chu Jinhua asked. On Angel Island, among the 4 12-winged angels, although there is no overt hierarchy, they predominantly belong to the light faction. Shen Lang responded, "A holy angel. I see, so among the 4, there was no holy angel. The intention was to cultivate one," Chu Jinhua noted. "However, it has already transformed into a seraph," Shen Lang added. "Could you not convey your thoughts in one go?" Chu Jinhua exclaimed. "Isn't it because the god of war replies too swiftly?" Shen Lang retorted. "To think you possess the bloodline of a seraph. Damn it, I told you, Shen Lang, you truly are the child of destiny." Chu Jinhua exclaimed. "It's merely a 12-winged seraph. It's not that exaggerated," Shen Lang replied modestly. "Ah, seraph. I shall refrain from elaborating. You will come to understand in due time." Chu Jinhua teased, leaving half the story untold. "God of war, that's rather unfair," Shen Lang protested. "Who are you speaking to? Do you wish to test me? Believe me, I could be in Mo City to give you a good thrashing in an instant." Chu Jinhua threatened. "Cough, cough. All right, God of war, I concede. By the way, God of war, this novice camp seems to be of little use to me. May I find a time to leave? I feel that the wilderness is more suitable for leveling up at the moment. Leaving is acceptable. I will have a word with that fellow Huanglan. By the way, there is something I should mention to you in advance." "What is it?" Shen Lang queried. "The time for the national battlefield is approaching. The first to open will be the 2-star battlefield, and you currently qualify as a 2-star, Chu Jinhua informed him. "Do you want me to go to the 2-star battlefield?" "Well, God of war, I'm not boasting, but the 2-star battlefield does seem somewhat lacking in challenge for me. To find any real interest, I would need to venture to the 4 or 5-star level, wouldn't I?" This was not mere self-aggrandizement. Shen Lang was accompanied by 4 10-star divine beasts. Facing 5-star 6-winged angels was a challenge, but he had not exerted his full strength, and those were divine beasts. Ordinary 5-star beasts or practitioners would not be nearly as formidable. Indeed, my initial intention was to have you start at the 3-star battlefield, which is why I aimed for you to reach 3-star status within 3 months. However, circumstances have changed, and you may need to visit the 2-star battlefield, Chu Jinhua explained. "Are there any benefits to this?" Shen Lang inquired. Chu Jinhua, "So you only care about the benefits, don't you? Is it too much to ask you to contribute a bit of strength to our homeland?" Shen Lang, "Then, war god, please clarify. Do you expect me to stroll through the 2-star battlefield?" Chu Jinhua. Here's the situation thus. Chu Jinhua proceeded to divulge the entire matter to Shen Lang, including the specifics of the foreign preparations. The enemy nation can deploy spies within the Great Xia Kingdom. How could the Great Xia, as a pioneer in this regard, lack its own intelligence network? Upon hearing this, Shen Lang immediately responded, "I must go. Not only did this situation arise because of me, but if I don't participate, it would be an affront to the importance that these nations place upon me. Moreover, considering the machinations of these countries, for Shen Lang, it was akin to being a sprout popping up from the earth. One must reap what can be harvested. Almost all professionals worldwide, save for those from the Great Xia, yearn to eliminate him, and the investment must be substantial. Yet, no matter how much preparation or investment is directed toward those two-star professionals. Could these individuals truly turn the tide with mere equipment? Unhesitatingly, Shen Lang possessed absolute confidence in his ability to single-handedly confront all foreign professionals on the two-star battlefield. Regardless of the numbers opposing him, even if they donned two-star dark gold-devouring gear, it would not diminish Shen Lang's self-assurance. All that these individuals possessed would ultimately belong to him. From Shen Lang's perspective, this upcoming two-star battlefield was indeed a venture worth undertaking. He had never been known for his magnanimity. On the contrary, he was rather petty and meticulous. After his first successful clearance of a dungeon, which was globally announced, people from various nations, whom he had never even met, sought to eliminate him. Although Shen Lang had not suffered any mishaps, it did not mean he had forgotten the incident. Anyone involved, one and all, had been noted down in his little notebook. Sooner or later, he would visit each of these nations. While he might not possess the prowess for such excursions at present, the two-star battlefield offered a platform for him to vent his frustrations in advance. Zhu Jinhua. All right, it's settled then. I've already spoken to Huang Lin, and you can leave the rookie camp at any time. By the way, I've also upgraded your disguises. As for your summoned beasts, they have all been integrated into the War God camp. Shen Lang. War God? Isn't this against the regulations? Zhu Jinhua, have you forgotten? The War God camp is mine. My rules apply? Shen Lang immediately sensed an intense air of authority emanating from him, clearly indicating that our Dragon Blood War God was a master of pressure. After a brief pause, Shen Lang added, "Very well, you are the boss, and your word is law. However, I've heard that the War God camp is structured in teams." Zhu Jinhua. Precisely, teams consist of 5 to 7 individuals. Now that you have a summoned beast, do you still require additional team members? Shen Lang promptly replied, "There's no need for that. Thank you, mighty god of war." Zhu Jinhua responded, "All right, let us leave it at that. Strive to elevate your level to 60 as soon as possible, but remember, do not engage in the star enhancement tasks, or else you will be barred from entering the two-star battlefield." Shen Lang acknowledged, "Understood." Zhu Jinhua added, "Additionally, be cautious with your formidable beasts while hunting in the wild. Avoid inadvertently harming other players." Shen Lang replied, "I will be careful." The conversation concluded between the elder and the young foxes. As for the two-star battlefield, since you are so eager for my participation, I shall not disappoint you. Shen Lang glanced out the window and calmly stated, "If any player departs from the two-star battlefield, I shall concede defeat." Subsequently, Shen Lang did not leave immediately, but remained in the novice camp for an entire day. During this time, he sought out Yihong to procure a variety of healing potions, as they had suffered significant injuries on Angel Island and had yet to fully recuperate. The following day, Shen Lang sought out Huang Lin. Without much ado, Huang Lin personally escorted Shen Lang out of the novice camp. The reason was simple. Zhu Jinhua had briefly mentioned some matters regarding Shen Lang, and someone of his caliber was not one to be easily retained. As Shen Lang distanced himself from the novice camp, Huang Lin sighed deeply, yet his eyes burned with fervor. Although he could not mentor such a remarkable individual, witnessing the rise of such a figure was indeed a stroke of good fortune. At that moment, the global announcement echoed. It was Qiu Tianyi, who had achieved an SSS rating in the Northern Dungeon. Unfortunately, it was merely a standard level. An SSS rating in a standard dungeon does not trigger hidden realms. Of course, it was not that Qiu Tianyi lacked brilliance, but in the presence of Shen Lang, he appeared rather dim. In truth, there had been a considerable number of global announcements lately regarding flawless dungeon completions, with several around the world, including some achieving SSS ratings in hell-level dungeons. Yet none garnered significant attention. After all, months had passed since the class transitions, and the value of an SSS rating in clearing a hell-level dungeon was not comparable to Shen Lang's achievement right after his transition. He had left others far behind. After departing the novice camp, Shen Lang did not head straight to the wilds, but instead entered the city, first making his way to the bustling Super Prosperity Pavilion. Chapter 116. The Most Heartfelt Farewell and Blessings. Shen Lang visited the Super Prosperity Pavilion to bid farewell to Yihong. Regardless of the circumstances, as a major shareholder, it was only fitting for him to depart with due formality. Upon arriving at the pavilion, he found Yihong preparing to return to the rookie camp, having just handled some matters after completing a dungeon run. As she was readying herself to leave, she was surprised to see Shen Lang and exclaimed, "What brings you here?" Before he could respond, Her gaze was drawn to Ali, inquiring, "And who might this be?" "This is Ali," Shen Lang introduced. "The very person I mentioned to you, Yi Hongyu." "Hello, Sister Yi," Ali greeted politely. Yi Hongyu glanced at Ali and reciprocated the courtesy. "Greetings, Sister Ali." Truth be told, Yi Hongyu felt a twinge of discomfort, having not seen Shen Lang for merely a day. She was taken aback by the arrival of such a stunning companion. The beauty of both Medusa and Ali, members of the formidable Beast clan, was beyond her comparison. Though they had yet to attain the revered rank of 10-star divine beasts, their innate grace was unmistakably superior to her own. Moreover, in terms of appearance, Yi Hongyu felt herself lacking. Reflecting on her father's and uncle's expectations, she sighed internally. Would she ever have a chance with Shen Lang amidst such enchanting company? As these thoughts occupied her mind, Shen Lang inquired, "Hongyu, is everything well at the shop?" "Yes, everything is fine," she replied, biting her lip and forcing a smile. "However, my identity was recognized by someone from across the street, and my father and uncle have learned about my venture in Mo City. Yesterday, upon her return, she had encountered the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion, Anderson, who, given his status, immediately recognized her. He had anticipated that she was merely training at the rookie camp, but was surprised to discover that she had opened an equipment shop directly across from the Wanbao Pavilion. Consequently, Anderson promptly informed her brothers, Yi Yun and Chong. Shen Lang asked, what was the outcome? If her father had indeed prohibited her from running the shop, the Super Prosperity Pavilion would likely have to close, as Shen Lang could not remain indefinitely. However, Yi Hongyu reassured him. My father and uncle did not ask me to shut down. They merely advised me to remain diligent in my training. Ah, I see. Then there is no problem, Shen Lang said with a smile. Yi Hongyu also wore a smile. Yet she refrained from disclosing to Shen Lang that the primary reason her father and uncle permitted her to open a store in Mo City was due to her explanation that Shen Lang was the true proprietor of the establishment. It is evident that Yi Yun and his brother consented to Yi Hongyu's venture solely out of respect for Shen Lang. Without revealing this, Yi Hongyu inquired, what brings you to the shop? Oh, I am here to deliver some equipment, Shen Lang replied, though in reality, he had once again resorted to sending the equipment to Yi Hongyu via email, as was his custom. You could send it to me in the rookie camp as well, Yi Hongyu remarked with a hint of exasperation as she glanced at her professional friend's inbox. However, Shen Lang continued, moreover, I am here to bid you farewell. I have matters to attend to and must leave the rookie camp. Did we not just arrive at the rookie camp? Yi Hongyu exclaimed in surprise. Shen Lang had already prepared his explanation, stating, I will not hide it from you, Hongyu. In truth, I have long been an official member of the War God Camp. My presence in the rookie camp was merely for a mission. Now that the task is complete, it is time for me to depart. Upon hearing this, Yi Hongyu appeared momentarily stunned, taking a while to respond. But if you leave, what will happen to Chao Wanggu? What will happen to Chao Wanggu? That is why you are here, Shen Lang reassured her, placing a hand on her shoulder. Regardless of my presence, Chao Wanggu is managed by you. Rest assured, I will continue to supply equipment for our establishment. But, Yi Hongyu hesitated, searching for words. Shen Lang smiled. I am merely leaving Mo City. Besides, we can always stay in touch. After a moment of silence, Yi Hongyu looked up at Shen Lang and said, please tell me your real name, will you? The unexpected question left Shen Lang momentarily taken aback. It was evident that Yi Hongyu might have already discerned his identity, likely through her family. Indeed, Yi Hongyu had been in contact with her family, and Yi Yun and his brother had shared their speculations regarding Shen Lang's identity, especially after Shen Lang's repeated name changes. Their suspicions had only grown stronger. After a brief pause, Shen Lang met Yi Hongyu's gaze and replied, Shen Lang. Upon hearing this name, a complex expression flitted across Yi Hongyu's face as she softly remarked, you are still Qianlong, aren't you? Yes, that is me, Shen Lang confirmed directly. Unexpectedly, Yi Hongyu broke into a smile and said, you may go. I will continue to manage Chao Wanggu. Shen Sanliang is Xiong Chumo is Shen Lang, and Shen Lang is Qianlong. Yi Hongyu, no longer a novice, understood that Shen Lang's future transcended this place. The War God Camp, for which ordinary professionals strive their entire lives, was merely a starting point for someone of Shen Lang's caliber. His future was beyond her imagination. Even though Yi Hongyu would soon join the God of War camp, it was virtually impossible for her to match Shen Lang's pace. Moreover, She lacked the qualifications to keep him by her side, did she not? Choosing to conclude matters before they even commenced was the best farewell and blessing Yi Hongyu could conceive. As Shen Lang departed, Yi Hongyu returned to the novice camp. Upon her return, she immersed herself in the square instance. Despite the vast distance separating her from Shen Lang, she hoped her diligent efforts might enable her to narrow the gap, even if just slightly. Meanwhile, Shen Lang had already left Mo City, venturing into the wilderness far from the urban center. Given that Mo City was a hub for professionals, the ferocious beasts and wild monsters along the way were sparse. Shen Lang had no intention of hunting in densely populated areas, mindful of the warning from the dragon blood warrior, Chu Jinhua, and concerned about inadvertently harming fellow practitioners. With no monsters to hunt, a sense of restlessness inevitably arose, particularly among the more inquisitive female companions. The spirit of curiosity was indeed widespread, as both Medusa and Shadow, being Beastmasters, shared this trait. In the wilderness, while Shen Lang rode on his little black mount, the three women trailed behind, chattering excitedly about none other than the recently encountered Yi Hongyu. This female human practitioner must have some interest in our master. One remarked confidently. Be bold, Shadow. Drop the hesitance. Another chimed in. Indeed, I feel the same. The way she looked at our master was as if she wanted to melt into him. Fortunately, our master has no intentions of taking her. Exactly. I certainly do not wish to share our master with a mistress. I would hardly be able to sleep at night. Yes, and he would be too busy. Sister Shasha and Sister Shadow, what are you discussing? The innocent inquiry came from Alia, the new Beastmaster who had yet to share a bath or bed with Shen Lang. After all, they had all been nursing their injuries the previous night, and Shen Lang had not been in the mood for such matters. The authoritative Medusa replied to Alia, you will find out in due time. It's a game played with our master. It's quite enjoyable. Indeed, Shadow added. Alia's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she exclaimed, really? I want to play with our master too. Shadow whispered, we can all play with our master. The little black mount carrying Shen Lang trembled slightly upon overhearing this conversation. Smack! Shen Lang slapped the back of the mount, scolding, what are you laughing at? Be careful, or I will find you a pack of troublesome female dogs to entertain. All right, as long as they are resilient. The little black replied enthusiastically. As the male three-headed hellhound, Xiaohei listened daily from another room to his master and Medusa frolicking. He too harbored a desire for merriment. Not to mention the mischievous female dogs. Even the likes of tigers or wolves would struggle to resist his allure. Hearing Xiaohei's musings, alongside the banter of the three women, Shen Lang's expression darkened. How could such a clandestine game be discussed so openly? Fortuitously, there were no others around. Xiaohei's pace was rather swift, and within 2 hours, they had distanced themselves from the jurisdiction of Mo City. Currently, they found themselves in the Hengduan Mountains, a region once characterized by continuous mountain ranges. In the present era of adventurers, it serves as one of the most pristine wild zones, teeming with ferocious beasts and wild creatures. It could be said that such places are indeed a paradise for savage beasts. The true wilderness is not marked on the maps of cities. Many areas remain uncharted. However, this is only the case for ordinary adventurers. Shen Lang, with the backing of the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, is hardly lacking in maps. To facilitate Shen Lang's endeavors in monster hunting, Chu Jinhua generously provided him with a comprehensive map of the Great Xia Kingdom. Furthermore, Shen Lang's journey to the Hengduan Mountains was also a suggestion from Chu Jinhua, who noted that the abundance of ferocious creatures in this region, coupled with its status as an uncharted territory, deters most ordinary adventurers, who typically gravitate towards safer wild zones near cities. Moreover, the Hengduan Mountains do not harbor an abundance of formidable beasts. Although Shen Lang and his 4 summoned beasts are strong, they are not invincible. Thus, the choice of the Hengduan Mountains by Chu Jinhua was indeed prudent. Once, 10-star divine beasts roamed these mountains, but they have long since been eradicated by the war god camp. Presently, one would be hard-pressed to find even a 10-star ordinary beast here. Unless Shen Lang's fortune were to plummet to the lowest depths, it would be quite unlikely for him to encounter high-star beasts. Moreover, the map provided by Chu Jinhua clearly delineated the territories of beasts rated 7 stars and above. As long as Shen Lang does not court disaster, he should avoid such regions, as he is here to level up through monster hunting, not to challenge high-star beasts. Before long, They arrived at the foothills of the Hungduan Mountains and soon encountered their first group of ferocious beasts, a pack of wolf-like creatures with silvery white bodies, nearly matching Xiaohe in size. Xiaohe, keen-eyed, quickly spotted several female wolves among them and whispered to Shen Lang, "Master, should I have them?" To which Shen Lang, with a dismissive wave, shattered Xiaohe's fanciful dreams. Meanwhile, Medusa, with a flourish of her hand, summoned a cascade of flames, instantly reducing these mere 2-star beasts of level 40 into ashes. Crestfallen, Xiaohe led Shen Lang deeper into the mountains. Along the way, they encountered nothing but worthless adversaries. Either the Medusa made her move, or the shadows did, presenting no challenge whatsoever. At last, they came across a magnificent white tiger. This feline was even more robust than the previous black one, lying in the jungle like a small mountain. With a mere Bloodline Insight, Shen Lang cast his gaze upon it. Beast, Thunderstorm Great Tiger, Elite Level. Level 63. Attributes, Wind and Thunder. Bloodline Limit, 6-star Legendary. Maximum Level, 180. Bloodline Evolution Success Rate, 3-star Legendary 80. 4-star Legendary 40. 5-star Legendary 19. 6-star Legendary 2. The sudden appearance of a 6-star Legendary beast indeed took Shen Lang by surprise, albeit just a fleeting one. After all, he had not forgotten to test his luck, thus he routinely performed Bloodline Insights on beasts along the way, though most had been of the ordinary variety. This Thunderstorm Great Tiger was the highest quality beast he had encountered since entering the Hungduan Mountains. However, it was merely a 6-star Legendary beast and did not pique Shen Lang's interest. What astonished Shen Lang even more was not the bloodline of the Thunderstorm Great Tiger, but the fact that this creature was a dual attribute beast, a rarity indeed. Had its bloodline quality been higher, perhaps at the level of a 6-star divine beast, he might have considered capturing it. Shen Lang remembered that Yihong Yu was a Thunder Knight, and if possible, he would not mind finding a higher quality beast for her as a steed. However, this Thunderstorm Great Tiger was slightly lacking in strength, and thus he could not offer it to her. Consequently, Shen Lang turned to Medusa and said, "Send it to the afterlife." Medusa was about to take action when Ali, filled with enthusiasm, interjected, "Sister Shasha, may I have a go? You all are so powerful. I wish to try my hand as well. I rarely engage in battle within the sacred realm, so this would be a good opportunity for practice." "Very well. You may proceed." Medusa nodded in agreement. Although they all possessed 10-star divine beast bloodlines and had inherited relevant skills, the distinction between knowing how to use them and actually being able to do so was significant. Ali had only recently returned to her bloodline's ancestral form and indeed required opportunities for growth. Shen Lang and his companions boldly entered their domain, and the Thunderstorm Great Tiger surely sensed their presence. Yet, perceiving only the aura of high-quality bloodlines, it assumed that powerful beasts were simply passing by and paid little heed. However, upon seeing Ali, a human, approach, the Thunderstorm Great Tiger immediately reared up to its nearly 10-meter height. With a thunderous roar, the Thunderstorm Great Tiger unleashed its dual elemental power, which resonated in the air. Ali, having little combat experience, was startled by the sudden display and halted in her tracks, hurriedly activating her skills. In the next moment, a massive sword descended from the void. Shen Lang narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the sword before him. It was the Sword of Judgment. Of course, Ali's current Sword of Judgment was still inferior to that of the 10-winged seraph, for the disparity in their ranks was considerable. Nevertheless, Ali's Sword of Judgment was not something a mere elite-level fierce tiger could withstand. The blade swept through the air, and before the Thunderstorm Tiger could react, it found itself cleaved in twain. The surrounding forest was similarly severed. Within the radiance of judgment, the corpse of the Thunderstorm Tiger was reduced to ash, and the trees in the vicinity were transformed into mere dust. In a radius of several kilometers, a massive pit marked the scar of the sword, encircled by desolation. The architect of this devastation, the 12-winged seraph Ali, remained with her eyes closed. Indeed, she had unleashed the power of the Sword of Judgment with her eyes shut. After a considerable pause, Ali finally opened one eye and weakly inquired, "Is it dead?" "Dead beyond revival," Little Black muttered. Was it necessary to use such a grand move on a 2-star tiger? Medusa and Shadow exchanged uncertain glances, astonished that Ali had executed such a maneuver. Not only had she cast her skill with her eyes closed, but she had also initiated a powerful attack. Shen Lang's eyes twitched. Employing the Sword of Judgment to slay the thunderstorm tiger was indeed akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. At last, Ali opened both eyes, surveying the chaos she had wrought, her eyes wide with astonishment. So, I have become this formidable. Indeed, formidable. Shen Lang, as her master, was the first to commend her. Medusa and Shadow shared a glance before voicing their approval. Not bad, keep it up. Hearing the praise, Ali beamed with excitement and confidently proclaimed, "Then I shall handle the next ferocious beast." Medusa and Shadow looked toward Shen Lang, silently questioning whether they should truly allow her to continue. If Ali kept unleashing such grand attacks, it seemed the entire Hengduan mountain range would be leveled. Shen Lang cleared his throat and suggested, "Perhaps we should let her have some more fun." Chapter 117. The Cataclysm, the Arrival of the 12-Winged Angelic Apparition. The Wind and Thunder Great Tiger possessed a commendable lineage, and the equipment it dropped was quite impressive, a 2-star red item. However, Shen Lang did not linger on it, and simply stowed it away in his backpack. Meanwhile, Ali, brimming with enthusiasm, ventured deeper into the forest, searching diligently for traces of ferocious beasts. Unlike Medusa and Shadow, who exhibited limited intelligence prior to their bloodline awakening, essentially growing from a blank slate, Ali was different. She had already attained consciousness while on Angel Island. At present, despite her mature demeanor, Ali's mental age was scarcely greater than that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Shen Lang, recognizing the potential chaos of Ali unleashing her powerful abilities recklessly, decided against allowing her to continue her path of destruction. Such a commotion could easily attract the attention of higher-tier beasts, which would only invite unnecessary trouble. Thus, he instructed Medusa to closely accompany Ali, primarily to remind her to refrain from using her ultimate skills indiscriminately. With Medusa's guidance, Ali developed a newfound understanding of her various skills, ensuring that after encountering individual ferocious beasts, she would not resort to using area of effect attacks or ultimates impulsively. Under Shen Lang's direction, Medusa emphasized Ali's utilization and mastery of auxiliary skills. After all, Ali's attributes and innate talents leaned heavily towards support. Therefore, while hunting ferocious beasts, Medusa encouraged Ali to apply her range of supportive abilities. It must be noted that Ali proved to be an exceptionally effective support character. After all, she specialized in this role. Her array of auxiliary skills surpassed Shen Lang's half-hearted efforts significantly. Not only could her abilities enhance attack and defense, but they also facilitated mana recovery and stamina restoration. She was truly a perfect embodiment of a super healer. Shen Lang could not help but cast a glance at Ali's chest, which seemed to be somewhat more ample than that of Medusa and Shadow. However, with the addition of another beast under his command, the experience gained from hunting ferocious beasts had to be divided further, resulting in a less than ideal pace of leveling up, despite their substantial kills. This, of course, was also influenced by the increasing experience requirements for leveling up as their own levels rose. Once Ali had grasped her skills adequately, Shen Lang could not afford to be complacent. Under his guidance, they formed 2 groups to maximize their monster hunting efficiency in the Hengduan Mountains. Medusa and Ali teamed up, while Shen Lang, along with Xiaohe and Shadow, formed the other group. They did not venture too far apart, as it was prudent to remain close enough to assist one another in case of unforeseen circumstances. This was not a concern, as Shen Lang could summon all his beasts with a mere thought. Throughout the course of a single morning, they hunted tens of thousands of ferocious beasts in the Hengduan Mountains, accumulating a significant amount of experience. However, they only managed to elevate their level from 55 to 56, which was merely a single level up, and this was after having already consumed a substantial portion of their prior experience. It is evident that the experience points required for Shen Lang and the 4 ferocious beasts to level up are exceedingly vast. Within the Hengduan Mountains, Shen Lang and his companions are not lacking in sustenance. Various ferocious beasts can be transformed into delightful meals for them. However, the 4 fearsome creatures are utterly oblivious to this, compelling Shen Lang to take it upon himself to prepare the meals for his companions. Since he opted to venture out to hunt monsters, he had certainly made the necessary preparations, bringing along pots, dishes, and the requisite seasonings. Thus, an array of delectable roasted meats provided a sumptuous feast for his beasts. After a simple repast of 2 bovine-like ferocious beasts, each weighing over 10 tons, Shen Lang and his companions resumed their monster hunting endeavors. Despite the abundance of barbecued delicacies, apart from the Shadow and Ali, both Medusa and Little Black possess prodigious appetites. Particularly Little Black, who consumed nearly an entire bovine beast, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. The Hungwan Mountains are vast. Although they had slain tens of thousands of ferocious beasts, this number is but a drop in the ocean within the entire range. Shen Lang's purpose was not merely to hunt monsters, as the pace of their endeavors was comparatively slow. They divided into two groups, effectively forming a surrounding perimeter. One group hunted the nearby ferocious beasts while the other explored the area for powerful high-star beasts and the presence of other practitioners. By around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they had finally ascertained the conditions within a 500-mile radius. Not a single beast of 7 stars or above was present, affirming the accuracy of the map provided by Chu Zhenghua. While they could not ascertain the exact number of beasts in this area, the surrounding numbers suggested a staggering count, likely exceeding 1 million, predominantly consisting of 1-star, 2-star, and 3-star beasts, with a few 5- and 6-star creatures, all within Shen Lang's manageable scope. After cleansing the area of ferocious beasts, a blank zone had clearly formed around them. Shen Lang had specifically instructed Medusa and the others to leave behind the essence of divine beasts, not to repel other beasts from entering the region, but to prevent those within from fleeing. With these preparations complete, Shen Lang was ready to enact his plan. He had already arranged for his team to regroup. Leaping from Little Black's back, he declared, "Little Black, it is your turn." "Understood, Master." Little Black responded, shaking his head vigorously, causing it to split into two, and his form to expand dramatically, transforming into 3 hellhound figures. Ordinarily, a creature like Little Black, a meat tank, would be an exemplary choice for drawing monsters. However, being a 10-star divine beast, he would likely scare away the very monsters he was meant to attract. Nevertheless, this was not a concern. Shen Lang had assigned him the task of hurting the beasts instead. Once Little Black assumed his 3-headed hellhound form, he galloped forth with relentless strides, swiftly vanishing into the encirclement. Soon after, a storm of shadowy figures darted through the area with incredible speed. In that region, a cacophony of furious roars erupted, causing the very ground to tremble. If one were to encapsulate the scene in a single phrase, it would be akin to a chaotic frenzy. The ferocious beasts, spurred by the frenzy of the creature known as Xiaohe, fled in droves towards the direction where Shen Lang and his companions stood. Of course, the Hungwan Mountains were not devoid of flying beasts. Under Xiaohe's relentless drive and intimidation, a multitude of aerial predators soared into the sky, attempting to escape in all directions, numbering no less than 100,000. With such an abundance of experience awaiting, how could Shen Lang allow their escape? He raised an eyebrow at Ali and declared, "Ali, these flying beasts are entrusted to you. Fear not, Master. Not a single one of these little birds shall escape." Ali responded with unwavering confidence, transforming into a streak of brilliance that sped directly above the flock of menacing flying beasts. The moment Ali manifested, 6 pairs of blazing wings unfurled with a thunderous roar. The radiant flames enveloped her, making her appear as a miniature sun, casting a golden glow upon the fleeing aerial monsters. Yet her divine presence only heightened their panic, causing them to flail about like headless flies. Among them were some 5- and 6-star flying beasts, possessing slightly greater intelligence, who sought to flee towards the periphery. The 12 wings behind Ali fluttered gently, exuding a sacred and fervent aura that blanketed the area. World incineration. The 2 words slipped from Ali's lips, seemingly invoking the very laws of nature. This was one of her rare, formidable skills, aside from the Judgment Sword, a devastating area of effect attack, known as the Blazing World Incineration. Previously, under Medusa's guidance, Ali had executed this technique, albeit not to its fullest potential, resulting in the instant annihilation of thousands of beasts. Now, with over 100,000 flying beasts swarming the sky like locusts, Ali unleashed her full power. She had promised her master that not a single beast would elude capture. A haunting sound echoed, reminiscent of the voice of the cosmos, resonating into the mysterious void. Ali, intrigued by the sound, pondered, "What is this noise?" Shen Lang and Medusa below also looked up at him, for when Ali had previously executed this skill, no sound had accompanied it. Amidst the mournful, horn-like echoes, fiery blossoms manifested in the void. Previously, when Ali had employed this technique, She had utilized these fiery flowers as projectiles, hurling them towards the beasts. However, the situation had now altered. Under the mournful sounds, those fiery blooms scattered throughout the void began to undergo a transformation. Were those angelic phantoms? Shen Lang discerned at once that within those fiery blossoms were crouching angels. They were not tangible, merely illusions, yet Shen Lang was certain they were angels, as each of these phantoms bore wings behind them. The ethereal wings of these angelic phantoms vary in number. Some possess but 2, while others boast 4, 6, or even 8 wings. There are even those with 10. The spectral angels rise slowly from the blazing blossoms, their wings unfurling majestically, akin to the earlier Alali. As they straighten their forms and spread their wings wide, a chilling and terrifying aura emanates from them. Each angelic phantom wields either a staff engulfed in flames or a sword and spear, both ablaze, resembling divine beings of annihilation, gazing down upon the mortal realm as if conducting a final judgment upon all living souls. With synchronized precision, these phantasmal angels raise their fiery weapons almost simultaneously. In the next instant, an endless torrent of flames erupts from their arms, cascading like a rain of fire. Their might seems capable of incinerating everything in existence. Beneath this fiery deluge, the frenzied beasts attempting to flee appear to be frozen in place, swept away into oblivion by the infernal downpour. In Shen Lang's mind, the notifications of slaughters echoed incessantly. This is quite formidable. He gazed skyward, murmuring to himself, no wonder her offensive skills are so few. This one ability is overwhelmingly powerful. Indeed, it surpasses my own skills. Even Medusa, the formidable matriarch, stared in awe at the celestial spectacle above. As a fire elementalist herself, she was compelled to acknowledge Alali's formidable prowess. The shadow remained silent, yet a glimmer of envy flickered in her eyes. As a defensive Beastmaster, her offensive capabilities were commendable, yet they paled in comparison to Alali's skill. Just then, an astonishing transformation unfolded in the void. For colossal blazing flowers appeared, exponentially larger than the previous fiery blooms. Remarkably, these blossoms rivaled Alali, their creator, in size. However, akin to the other fiery blossoms, these 4 massive flowers also revealed angelic phantoms, each adorned with an abundance of wings, 6 pairs, 12 wings. Indeed, these giant fiery blooms showcased 12-winged angelic apparitions. These 12-winged phantoms appeared more substantial, their true forms discernible, and upon their emergence, they instinctively directed their actions towards the flying beasts below. Yet, this marked the onset of an extraordinary occurrence. The 4 12-winged phantoms abruptly halted their movements. While the other angelic phantoms seemed to exist in a state of mechanical oblivion, the 4 12-winged figures exhibited a distinctiveness. After a fleeting moment of stillness, their eyes betrayed a flicker of uncertainty and awareness. They were not mindless beings. Their autonomy signified that they possessed independent consciousness. Meanwhile, below, Shen Lang gazed at the 4 ethereal 12-winged angels, a chill coursing through him, his breath caught in his throat. In an instant, the shadows activated all their defensive skills. Medusa, too, was on high alert, readying all her abilities to the brink of activation. However, the instigator in the sky, Ali, appeared utterly bewildered. Upon discerning the 4 12-winged angelic figures, she exclaimed in both shock and joy, "Mother!" Below, Shen Lang's brow shot up. Could these 4 ethereal beings be the ones from Angel Island? Countless thoughts flashed through his mind, leading to a tentative conclusion. If his assumptions were correct, Ali's fiery move, World-Burning Flame, was not merely an attack utilizing her own strength. The angelic figures emerging from the crimson flame flowers indicated that it was a skill akin to summoning ethereal angels to assist Ali in battle. This was comprehensible, for Ali was no ordinary celestial angel, but a seraphim. The seraphim, the sovereign of the angelic realm. While this aspect was explainable, Shen Lang had not anticipated that Ali could summon the 4 legendary 12-winged divine beasts as well. Yet, the reality lay before him, and disbelief was not an option. In the sky, Ali's exclamation instantly captivated the attention of the 4 12-winged angels. Their gazes turned toward her, filled with astonishment and confusion. They soon began to exchange glances. "How did you end up here? Who summoned us to this place? Who is she, and why does she call us mother? Where are we?" The 4 12-winged angels, after parting ways, had returned to their respective sanctuaries. Yet, moments ago, they seemed to have been drawn by an ancient summoning. Their consciousness abruptly yanked to this location. Soon, the light-aligned 12-winged angel fixed its gaze on Ollie, declaring, "Seraph. This is a seraph." "Seraph? How is that possible?" The golden 12-winged angel exclaimed in disbelief. The fire-aligned 12-winged angel also turned to Ollie, equally astonished. How could a seraph appear on this planet? "Do you feel a peculiar familiarity with this seraph?" The wood-aligned 12-winged angel hesitantly inquired. Upon hearing this, the 4 12-winged angels exchanged glances, and eventually, they all exclaimed in unison, "Is she our child? Mother, is it truly you?" At that moment, Ollie stared wide-eyed at the 4 12-winged angels. The wood-aligned angel looked at her and gently asked, "Are you truly our child?" "Yes, it is I, Ollie," she replied eagerly. The 4 12-winged angelic figures exchanged glances once more, and even they seemed somewhat bewildered. How could it be that Ali has transformed into a seraph? Did we not fail? At that moment, we indeed faltered, failing to cultivate the bloodline of the seraph, ultimately settling for the lesser holy angel bloodline. Yet now, how has Ali become a seraph? This is inexplicable. The 12-winged angel phantoms exchanged bewildered remarks, all perplexed by Ali's presence. As they mentioned, the 4 great 10-star divine beasts and angels had initially united in their efforts to create a seraph, for within their angelic lineage, there existed no seraph. However, at the critical juncture, they encountered failure, resulting in Ali being merely a product of the holy angel bloodline. While commendable, it remains inferior to that of a seraph in terms of lineage. Yet now, merely 2 days after Ali was captured, upon reuniting, their child has transformed into a seraph. For anyone, such a revelation is difficult to accept in an instant. Hearing the murmurs of the mothers, Ali spoke up. "Mother, although you failed to nurture me into a seraph, I harbor within me the bloodline of a seraph. It was my master who awakened this bloodline." Upon hearing Ali's words, the 4 great 12-winged angel phantoms were momentarily stunned. "So, we did not fail?" "No, wait." The fire element 12-winged angel's gaze turned icy as he exclaimed, "Ali, have you been contracted by a human Beastmaster?" Yes, mother, my master treats me very well." Ali replied with a hint of innocence, joyfully addressing the 12-winged angels. "My master is right below." Where is my master?" "He was just here." Chapter 118. Unfurling the tiger's skin, the dragon blood war god is my elder brother. Ali gazed downward, only to find no trace of Shen Lang. Beside her stood Medusa and Shadow, while Little Black had returned unnoticed. Little Black lay low, whimpering softly, its eyes fixed intently on the ethereal forms of the 4 12-winged angels, as if poised for a fierce confrontation at any moment. "Master? Master?" Ali called out again. As a Beastmaster, she shared a covenant bond with Shen Lang, and thus realized that her master had not truly departed. He was nestled among the 3 summoned beasts. Under their protection, it was merely the activation of the concealment technique. It wasn't that Shen Lang was cowardly. The disparity in power was simply overwhelming. Despite their chaotic slaughter of fierce beasts, should any of the 12-winged angels descend, Shen Lang and his 4 beasts would not withstand even a single blow. Such was the might of a top-tier 10-star divine beast. As Ali continued to call out, and under the watchful gaze of the 4 12-winged angels, Shen Lang ultimately revealed himself. "Cough, cough, no need to shout. I'm here," he said, slightly glaring at Ali, his peripheral vision catching the 4 12-winged angels. Coincidentally, his gaze met that of the ethereal forms of the angels. The fire element 12-winged angel spoke in a deep tone. "You, human practitioner, are the Beastmaster who has contracted our kin?" "Indeed, that is I," Shen Lang replied, his expression unchanging. He had already discerned that these angelic apparitions were not true embodiments, but rather faint echoes of consciousness summoned by Ali. In reality, they remained several thousand kilometers away on Angel Island. The concealment technique was a purely instinctive action. To say he was not afraid would be a lie. Yet Shen Lang was not so timid as to refrain from speaking with these angels. The fire element 12-winged angel scrutinized him for a moment before coldly stating, "It is indeed you. Remnants of your presence linger in the holy realm." "Ah, the war god camp. So, you are a subordinate of Chu Genhua." It was not that the fire element 12-winged angel possessed the ability to probe Shen Lang's secrets. Rather, Shen Lang had inadvertently revealed them. The implications were clear. These 12-winged angels were aware of the dragon blood war god, and the tone of the fire element angel conveyed a palpable sense of wariness. It was evident that the dragon blood war god represented a significant threat in their eyes. Without hesitation, Shen Lang laid claim to the tiger's skin, declaring, "Indeed, the dragon blood war god is my elder brother." The 4 12-winged angels exchanged glances, their ethereal expressions turning gravely serious. If given the chance, they would undoubtedly wish to traverse from Angel Island to seize Ailey, who had evolved into a seraph. As for Ailey being under Shen Lang's contract as a beast, they believed eliminating Shen Lang would suffice. The beast mastery contract is not a life or death pact. Upon the demise of the master, the beast regains its freedom, and the Beastmaster may also dissolve the contract, restoring liberty to the beast. The 4 12-winged angels are naturally intent on eliminating Shen Lang, for their offspring has been bound as a beast, which equates to treating their child as a slave. This is undoubtedly a disgrace for their noble angelic lineage. Indeed, on Angel Island, the 4 12-winged angels have already convened and are currently tracking Shen Lang's location. However, upon learning that Shen Lang is a member of the War God Camp and shares a profound relationship with Chu Jinhua, they have paused in their pursuit. Chu Jinhua is formidable. Renowned 10-star divine beasts across the globe are well aware of this fact. Moreover, the Light System 12-winged angels have noted that the 12-winged fallen angel, Ansifa, has perished, and that Ansifa's secret realm lies within the borders of the Great Xia Nation. Thus, the identity of Ansifa's slayer becomes apparent. Throughout the entirety of the Great Xia Nation, only Chu Jinhua possesses the capability to vanquish the 12-winged fallen angel, Ansifa. Of course, notwithstanding Chu Jinhua's strength, he is but one individual. It is worth noting that any one of the 4 12-winged angels is not inferior to him, and their combined might could potentially overwhelm him. However, Chu Jinhua is not alone. He stands backed by the Great Xia Nation and the formidable warriors of the War God Camp. Furthermore, internationally, Chu Jinhua has powerful allies. Therefore, the 4 12-winged angels have ample reason to believe that should they make a move against Shen Lang, they would face lethal retribution. It is conceivable that their sanctum would be obliterated in no time. Additionally, locations like Angel Island are already under constant surveillance by nations worldwide. Should they make an appearance, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Great Xia Nation. It is even possible that before they could enter the borders of the Great Xia, Chu Jinhua and the War God Camp would be waiting for them en route. The Great Xia Nation's protective stance towards domestic practitioners is well known globally, including among these highly intelligent divine beasts. Thus, the 4 12-winged angels are compelled to halt their advance and reconsider their course of action. Ultimately, they choose not to leave Angel Island, not only for its sake, but also for their own and for Ali. In the void, the Light System 12-winged angel inquired, "Human, how did you facilitate Ali's transformation into a seraph? Might you share this with us?" Shen Lang, taken aback by their unexpected courtesy, realized the effectiveness of his earlier bravado. Consequently, he responded with less decorum, stating, "This is my secret. Why should I divulge it to you?" The irascible Fire System 12-winged angel, his silhouette crackling with flames, retorted, "Do you truly believe we dare not slay you?" At that moment, Ali suddenly swooped down from the sky, positioning herself before Shen Lang, exclaiming, "Mother, you must not harm my master." The use of must not rather than cannot is significant. The former conveys a sense of prohibition, while the latter implies a plea for mercy. However, it was not permissible. It had become a command. Curiously, after Ali uttered these words, the flames enveloping the 12-winged angel of fire swiftly dissipated, rendering its ethereal form increasingly faint. Witnessing this, the 12-winged angel of light could not help but speak. "Very well, child, we will not harm this human, and I shall not return to the sacred realm," Ali declared with her head held high, resolutely. The 12-winged angel of light shook her head, replying, "Agreed, we shall not prevent your return to the sacred realm. You may come back when you desire. However, we are rather curious. Now that Ali has evolved into a 12-winged seraph, why does she still possess such limited strength?" This last inquiry was clearly directed at Shen Lang. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lang responded, "As for that question, it remains my secret. Even the usually composed 12-winged angel of light felt a flicker of intensity in her gaze, yet she ultimately restrained herself. After all, she was merely a manifestation of consciousness summoned by Ali, and with Ali present, she could not act against Shen Lang. Nevertheless, I hope that one day you will bring Ali to the sacred realm as a guest, the 12-winged angel of light remarked, then extended her hand, summoning a sword of holy light that appeared with a resplendent brilliance. Without any overt display of effort, she gently slashed downward towards the forest, and the sword of holy light transformed into a torrential rain of sacred blades, all aimed at the thicket below. Once the deluge of holy swords had passed, the 4 12-winged angels vanished from sight. Alongside their disappearance, the ferocious beasts within the designated area of the forest, severed by Shen Lang and his companions, also ceased to exist. Not a single beast remained alive. All were purified into nothingness by the sacred blades. Meanwhile, Shen Lang's mind was inundated with notification sounds, filling his consciousness with a repetitive chorus of you, as over 1,000,000 ferocious beasts had been obliterated in an instant, overwhelming the system's capacity to notify him. Nonetheless, the surge in experience points was strikingly evident. Both Shen Lang and his 4 beast companions shimmered with the light of ascension, all advancing by 1 level. Shen Lang's level escalated to 57, with a progress bar indicating 20. The experience progress bars for Medusa, Shadow Ali, and the others exceeded 10. This clearly illustrated the substantial amount of experience gained from this massacre. Logically, one would surmise that beings of the 12-winged angel caliber would not derive experience from vanquishing a horde of beasts below the 7-star threshold. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that they were not true 12-winged angels, but rather manifestations of consciousness summoned by Ali. Thus, it could be construed as merely a skill employed by the Beastmaster Ali. It was precisely for this reason that Shen Lang and his companions reaped the experience points generated from the demise of the ferocious beasts. Clarifying this relationship, Shen Lang stepped forward and embraced Ali, playfully nipping at her face several times. Ali, bewildered, inquired, "Master, what is the matter?" "Master likes you," Shen Lang said with a smile, playfully nibbling at Ali's face once more. Ali glanced at Medusa and the others. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Ali also likes Master. Is this the game that Sister Shasha mentioned?" "This is merely one of the methods of the game," Medusa interjected suddenly. There was a hint of envy in her tone. However, the value Ali exhibited rendered her speechless. To put it plainly, Ali's current abilities could be deemed the foremost among the 4 spirit beasts under Master S command. The mere act of summoning 10-star divine beasts was formidable enough. Who could withstand such prowess? Although the 4 12-winged angels Ali had summoned were not yet at their peak strength, it was essential to note that Ali was only at 2 stars. Once she reached 10 stars, she could potentially summon the true forms of the 4 12-winged angels. Moreover, as Ali's level ascended, the incarnations of the 4 12-winged angels would also grow stronger. To simplify, Ali currently represented the 4 12-winged angels. The manifestation of even a single light element 12-winged angel had already reached such staggering heights. Medusa was acutely aware of its strength. While it might be slightly more powerful than her own abilities, she could barely hold her ground. Yet, the other 3 12-winged angels had yet to make their move. As a Beastmaster, Medusa could see through this, and it was evident that Shen Lang, as the master, would not be oblivious to it. One could only say that having narrowly escaped death on Angel Island was indeed worthwhile. One could even say it was a tremendous bargain. Not only had he encountered a 12-winged seraph, but he had also brought along 4 12-winged angels. It was a buy-one-get-4-free deal. Another concern was the 4 12-winged angels, which had become a source of anxiety for Shen Lang. After all, no one could predict when these 4 beings might come seeking Ali. It was manageable if he grew stronger, but it would be troublesome while he was still weak. However, following today's events, the threat level posed by the 4 12-winged angels had significantly diminished. Not only that, but these angels would also be compelled to serve him. Of course, there was a possibility that the 4 12-winged angels might attempt to confront Shen Lang in a bid to take Ali away. Nevertheless, Shen Lang was not unprepared. He had already subtly warned the angels twice about his capability to transform Ali into a 12-winged seraph and to extract the seraphic bloodline from her. Additionally, with Zhu Jinhua's formidable presence as a safeguard, Shen Lang envisioned that with Elite's newfound skills, their entire team's combat strength had nearly doubled. Setting aside Shen Lang, Medusa, Shadow, and Xiaohe, despite only being at 2 stars and level 57, possessed combat abilities that could easily rival 6-star professionals or ferocious beasts. Ali was no exception. In this regard, they collectively represented the power of 4 6-star beings. Should Ali summon the incarnations of the 4 12-winged angels, they would undoubtedly embody the strength of 4 additional 6-star entities. Moreover, he undoubtedly remains a pinnacle among the 6-star elite. Consequently, that amounts to 8 6-star warriors, along with Shen Lang, who can merge at any moment, making them an incredibly formidable force. Reflecting on this, Shen Lang couldn't help but feel a sense of mourning for the foreign professionals about to enter the 2-star battlefield, while simultaneously growing increasingly eager for this impending event. Perhaps it would mark his first significant harvest since entering the professional realm. However, Shen Lang needed to make further preparations, so he decisively sent a message to Chu Jinhua. War God, if you find yourself unoccupied, perhaps you could take a stroll over to Angel Island. Upon receiving this message, Chu Jinhua raised an eyebrow. This audacious young man was indeed becoming more presumptuous, swinging between calling him big boss and leader, as if he were a close brother. Now he even dared to give him orders. After a moment's contemplation, Chu Jinhua replied, "No time." Shen Lang responded, "Come on, we're God. We are the ones heading to the national battlefield to bring honor to our country. Just take a leisurely visit." Chu Jinhua retorted, "Don't think I am unaware of your intentions. You are attempting to lure away someone else's kin, fearing that they might come looking for you. Very well. In light of your impending venture to the national battlefield, I shall go and greet those 4 old fellows." Shen Lang chuckled, "Haha, the mighty boss." In truth, Chu Jinhua was already prepared for this. After all, Shen Lang had indeed seized the sacred angelic bloodline nurtured by the 4 great 12-winged angels. And now he had even transformed into the bloodline of the seraphim. If the 4 great 12-winged angels were to learn of this, it was likely they would take the risk of leaving Angel Island to reclaim the seraphic bloodline. Thus, Chu Jinhua felt it necessary to give them a warning. Before long, Chu Jinhua, accompanied by a group of warriors, fabricated an excuse about hunting a gigantic whale beast and made their way into the Pacific Ocean. They circled Angel Island several times in pursuit of the whale beast before finally slaying it. After completing this task, Chu Jinhua led his soldiers from the war god camp away, not genuinely venturing to Angel Island. Chu Jinhua was no fool. He could boast freely. But the prospect of actually visiting Angel Island filled him with trepidation. A moment's carelessness could lead to him being ensnared by the 4 great 12-winged angels, which would spell disaster. Once again, it must be noted that given Chu Jinhua's current status, his foremost concern was not his own safety, but rather that of the Great Xia nation. As the steadfast cornerstone of the Great Xia, he could not afford to falter. Should calamity befall him, the entire nation would likely face a catastrophic disaster. This is one of the reasons why, upon discerning Shen Lang's potential achievements, Chu Jinhua would verbally refuse, yet invariably respond to his requests. Strength breeds solitude. The solitude of a nation's strongest is particularly profound. Only by having a peer or superior warrior by his side could Chu Jinhua instill greater apprehension in other nations. Meanwhile, on Angel Island, after Chu Jinhua and his team departed, the 4 great 12-winged angels appeared in the void above the island. Gazing upon the vast expanse of the ocean stained crimson by the monstrous whale, the wood element 12-winged angel sighed. Chu Jinhua has made a special trip to Angel Island. It seems his relationship with that Beastmaster is indeed extraordinary. Cursed humans, they have overstepped their bounds. The gold element 12-winged angel retorted, suppressing his fury. The 4 12-winged angels could not fail to notice that Chu Jinhua had come seeking them, especially since they had only just encountered Shen Lang through their consciousness avatars. Now, Chu Jinhua appeared in the waters outside Angel Island, clearly intent on finding them. Although they had not met face to face, the message was unmistakable. Shen Lang is mine. You may proceed as you wish. This was undoubtedly a blatant threat and intimidation. However, for the 4 12-winged angels, it proved quite useful, as it temporarily quelled their thoughts of seizing Ali. After a considerable pause, the light element 12-winged angel spoke, "Let us proceed thus. Ali's presence beside that Beastmaster may not necessarily be a misfortune. Perhaps, in the end, he may even guide us back to our homeland. It had been over 3 centuries. It was time for a king to emerge among the humans of this planet. With that remark, the light element 12-winged angel departed first, followed closely by the other 3 12-winged angels. Even the typically fiery and tempestuous fire element 12-winged angel sighed in resignation before retreating to his sacred temple. As the light element 12-winged angel had initially stated, their arrival was merely to facilitate the ascendance of humanity on this planet. Not only the angelic race, but all beings, save for the native beasts that emerged post the era of professionals on Earth, shared this sentiment. Chapter 119. My blade is eagerly awaiting action. Having just scavenged the map for equipment, Shen Lang meticulously organized his belongings, sending the unnecessary items to Yihong Yu. No sooner had he tidied up than he received a message from Chu Jinhua. Chu Jinhua, all set. I went on a rampage at Angel Island, and those 4 avian creatures dare not trouble you anymore. Shen Lang, the god of war, is indeed remarkable. Though fully aware that Chu Jinhua was boasting, Shen Lang indulged in a bit of flattery. Chu Jinhua, I await your massacre in the 2-star battlefield. Shen Lang, not a problem. With their brief exchange concluded, Shen Lang adjusted his mindset and, accompanied by Medusa and the others, resumed their monster hunting and leveling in the Hengduan Mountains. Drawing from their initial experience, they adeptly followed a systematic approach, first establishing a kill zone, then having Xiaohe lure the monsters, and finally eliminating them in one fell swoop. This method proved to be quite efficient. 5 days later, Shen Lang, alongside his 4 beasts, was the first to reach level 60. Upon reaching this milestone, his experience progress bar was automatically locked. He would no longer gain experience points for monster slaying until he completed his star upgrading task. Initially, Shen Lang intended for the experience to be applicable to general skills, but the final wave of monster slaying had been so intense that he hadn't the chance to set it, resulting in an abrupt leap to level 60. Fortunately, Medusa and the others also reached level 59, nearing level 60, thus minimizing any wasted experience points. As for Shen Lang's star upgrading task, it was fairly straightforward and required beast crystals. Upgrading from 1 star to 2 stars necessitated 3 beast crystals, while ascending from 2 stars to 3 stars required 6. The quantity was not excessive, yet Shen Lang discerned a peculiar issue. Despite spending several days in the Hengduan Mountains, they had encountered only 1 boss beast, which was rather strange. To clarify, Shen Lang inquired with Chu Jinhua, whose response left him somewhat speechless. Typically, the birth rate of boss creatures is higher in secret realms or wild areas that emerged since the advent of the self-profession era. However, by sheer coincidence, the Hengduan Mountains were among the native wild regions of the Daxia Kingdom. This meant that the majority of the beasts in this area had evolved from Earth's ancient wildlife, resulting in a remarkably low boss birth rate. This was the fundamental reason behind Shen Lang's recent lack of encounters with formidable boss beasts. Despite his frustrations, Shen Lang remained unfazed. After all, even if he acquired 6 beast crystals, he would not opt for the star upgrade, as he was scheduled to venture into the 2-star battlefield the following day. Upgrading would prevent him from reaping rewards in that arena. Thus, for the next day, Shen Lang and his companions continued their monster-slaying endeavors. By nightfall, all 4 of his beasts had successfully attained level 60, achieving a commendable milestone. Given the absence of any nearby cities in the Hengduan Mountains, Shen Lang chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he located a suitable spot to await the arrival of the 2-star battlefield alongside Medusa and the others. Beneath the starry sky, the occasional roar of beasts echoed through the Hengduan Mountains. Meanwhile, Shen Lang and his companions had made camp beside a tranquil lake, gathered around a crackling fire, indulging in a delightful hot pot feast. Regrettably, Xiaohe was still uninvited to the table, swiftly dealt with by Shen Lang with a dog bowl. Yet, he was not deprived, for his bowl brimmed with a generous portion of various meats from fierce beasts, accompanied by a mountain of bones, ample enough to satisfy his hunger. Delicious, Ali exclaimed, her cheeks flushed from the spicy broth as she savored the hot pot. Medusa and Shadow, who had previously accompanied Shen Lang to a restaurant for hot pot, found the flavors of their home-cooked meal distinct in their own right. Perhaps it lacked the authenticity of the restaurant's offerings, but the abundance of meat made it a truly gratifying experience. As the lavish feast drew near to midnight, the main party concluded their meal. During this time, the enticing aroma of the hot pot mingled with the bloodied scent of slain beasts, inevitably attracting some audacious creatures. Alas, they either met with swift demise or became fresh ingredients for the pot. After their hearty repast, at Medusa's suggestion, Shen Lang and his companions ventured into the lake. Prior to this, Medusa had already taken the plunge, eliminating various aquatic beasts lurking within the waters. Under the moonlight, the lake shimmered as Shen Lang floated atop its surface, relishing the attentive service of the three women. Ali, unfamiliar with the game, quickly learned the ropes with the guidance of the experienced Shadow and Medusa. As for Xiaohe, he was dispatched to deal with troublesome beasts that dared to intrude. As the night wore on, Shen Lang eventually wobbled back to his tent. However, for him at this juncture, sleep held little significance, serving merely as a physiological solace. Surprisingly, Medusa and Shadow did not compete for a place in Shen Lang's tent this time, instead offering the opportunity to Ali, who eagerly dove inside, reveling in the game's delights. Despite Shen Lang's mental attributes soaring into the thousands, his physical constitution had also reached impressive levels. Having fully recuperated from their time by the lake, there was no reason to hesitate. Even during the game, Shen Lang summoned Shadow and Medusa using his exclusive summoning skill, knowing that joy is best shared. The following morning, the master and his three servants emerged from the tent, content and satisfied. Xiaohe, having kept watch, returned from a distance upon sensing their presence. Shen Lang stretched lazily, his mind clear and invigorated. Today marked the anticipated entry into the 2-star battlefield, though he was uncertain of the exact timing. Yet, he refrained from questioning Zhu Jinhua, choosing instead to wait patiently. After another bountiful breakfast, Shen Lang, feeling somewhat restless, reached out to Yi Hongyu. With no other matters at hand, Shen Lang inquired of Yi Hongyu whether she possessed the most formidable one-click pickup card. The current range of the one-click pickup card was somewhat limited, while the destructive power of the summoned beasts covered a vast area, inevitably causing some inconvenience. Yi Hongyu, without uttering a single unnecessary word, promptly sent Shen Lang a brand new one-click pickup card along with several backpack expansion cards. There was no need to elaborate on the backpack expansion cards. With the addition of 4 summoned beasts, Shen Lang's backpack slots had already approached 10,000. However, since Yi Hongyu offered them, Shen Lang had no reason to refuse, especially as he intended to compensate her. As for the new one-click pickup card, it was indeed splendid. Notably, its coverage range extended to a full 10 kilometers. This meant that within a radius of 10,000 meters, the one-click pickup card would be effective. Furthermore, in addition to the unrestricted collection, it allowed for the setting of quality levels, enabling collection based on those levels. For instance, if one did not wish to acquire white common grade equipment, after setting the parameters, the collection process would automatically filter out all equipment above the white common grade, with the option to select specific qualities for collection, making it exceptionally convenient. Once everything was organized, Yi Hongyu sent a message. Shen Lang, the 2-star battlefield is about to commence. Will you be participating? Given that Shen Lang had already revealed his true identity, Yi Hongyu was aware of his genuine star level, implying that he could potentially enter the 2-star battlefield. She simply wondered whether he had ascended to the 3-star level during this time. Shen Lang replied, I will go. Yi Hongyu responded, it's a pity I am already at 3 stars and cannot enter the 2-star battlefield. Without waiting for Shen Lang's reply, she continued, I have heard some things. You must be cautious. Shen Lang was momentarily taken aback by this message. As nations around the globe prepared for the universal battlefield, it was likely that, in her capacity as a prominent figure, Yi Hongyu had caught wind of certain developments regarding the 2-star battlefield. Shen Lang replied, yes, I will be careful. As a reincarnated individual, he was certainly aware of Yi Hongyu's subtle feelings towards him, yet he found himself unable to respond in kind. After all, who does not appreciate beauty? Yi Hongyu was certainly no exception. Nevertheless, Shen Lang understood what he needed to focus on, leveling up and slaying monsters, preparing to wreak havoc in the 2-star battlefield. Until he became the mightiest man on this planet, women would merely slow the speed of his blade. As for Medusa, the Shadow, and Ali, he regretted to inform that they were not mere mortals. Yi Hongyu chose not to prolong the conversation and ended their communication, but shortly after, Zhu Jinhua sent him another message. Well done, you've reached level 60. What about your summoned beasts? Shen Lang replied, all are at level 60. Zhu Jinhua responded, TSK, TSK. Are you ready? Shen Lang replied, my great sword is itching for action. Chu Jinhua laughed. Haha. In that case, go all out. The world is eager to witness your performance. Shen Lang. Well, esteemed leader, I am heading to the 2-star battlefield. Though I do not claim to fight for glory, it can be said that I shall shed blood and sweat for my motherland. Surely, our nation will bestow upon us some small rewards, will it not? I do not seek accolades. O war god, please do not misunderstand. Chu Jinhua, you are quite the opportunist, always thinking of personal gain in every endeavor. Humph. Those rewards are the fruits of our forebears' blood and sacrifice. You, who are self-sufficient, have no need for them. Moreover, with your innate professional talents and your formidable beasts, what treasures could elude you? There are countless riches within the national battlefield. Shen Lang. All right, I concede. You are right, esteemed war god. I shall endure the toil and carry the burden for my country. Chu Jinhua, do not wear that pitiful expression. Rest assured, you shall not be treated unjustly. Material rewards would be wasted on you. They must be reserved for pivotal moments. However, the national system is indeed involved in the universal battlefield. For every foreign practitioner you defeat, you will earn merit points. I will ensure that your merit points in the universal battlefield receive a 15% bonus. Shen Lang, excellent. The war god is truly magnificent. While merit points may not manifest as tangible gear or potions, they can still be exchanged for valuable items through the National Redemption Department. Speaking of which, I have amassed quite a few merit points myself. When time permits, I shall explore the treasures of our great Xian nation. Surely, after centuries, there must be something worthwhile. As Shen Lang pondered this, another message from Chu Jinhua arrived. Chu Jinhua, by the way, allow me to share a small trick with you. Shen Lang, what is it? Chu Jinhua, upon entering the universal battlefield, you can set it to automatically attack foreign practitioners. Shen Lang was taken aback. Such a feature exists? Chu Jinhua, huh? Did you think it was called a universal battlefield for no reason? In this arena, all may become adversaries. Of course, our nation, Huaxia, remains relatively united. I warn you, do not recklessly slay our own practitioners. Shen Lang. Understood, I shall exercise caution. Chu Jinhua. Very well, that will suffice. There are 5 minutes until the universal battlefield commences. Prepare yourself. Shen Lang. Yes, war god, watch my performance. Moments later, a deep and resonant prompt echoed in Shen Lang's ears. Universal battlefield, 2-star battlefield commences. Shen Lang swiftly mounted the back of Little Black and addressed Medusa and the other beasts. It is time to depart. In the next instant, an enigmatic force enveloped Shen Lang, as if a gust of wind had swept by, whisking away Medusa, Shadow, and Ali, causing them to vanish beside the lake, disappearing into the Hengduan Mountains. Simultaneously, preparations were underway across nations worldwide. In the beautiful nation, at the Shield Bureau, Anthony leaned on a cane, his keen gaze sweeping over the hundreds of 2-star practitioners before him. You are all the most elite 2-star practitioners I have carefully selected from our homeland. Among you, some have become dual-class practitioners under my arrangement. This is what you rightfully deserve. The equipment and potions provided to you are also your due. However, the resources bestowed upon you by Shield are not easily obtained. Now, it is time to put you to the test. You all should understand what I wish to witness. Correct? Hundreds of practitioners from the beautiful nation roared in unison. Eliminate the Daxia Kingdom's Qianlong. Do not let him survive. Yet, Anthony raised his cane and waved it in the air, stating, No, that is merely ancillary. What I desire to see is that not a single practitioner from the Daxia Kingdom emerges alive from the 2-star battlefield. Do you comprehend? Understood. The practitioners echoed once more. Anthony waved his cane again and said, Go forth. I hope you will not disappoint me. Yes, in a resounding chorus. These hundreds of 2-star practitioners from the beautiful nation vanished from Shield in an instant. In the land of Asan, within the Ganges, Guna led the way, immersing himself in the sacred waters of the Ganges, accompanied by hundreds of 2-star practitioners he had carefully selected. These practitioners, however, were divided into 2 groups. As previously discussed with the commander of Asan, executing 2 plans simultaneously. Guna gazed at these practitioners and proclaimed, May the deity of the Ganges bless you. May you return victorious. The Asan practitioners bowed their heads, cupping the Ganges water in their hands, each drinking deeply and exclaiming, Victory! Subsequently, these practitioners also vanished from the Ganges. In the land of the rising sun, Within a certain dojo, clad in ninja attire, practitioners knelt in the expansive dojo, their heads adorned with red sun and white stripes. Murakami, sword in hand, coldly articulated, "Your mission is quite simple. First, cooperate unconditionally with our esteemed ally, the beautiful nation. If they make any requests, you shall comply without hesitation. Secondly, do not let a single practitioner from the Daxia kingdom escape. Exterminate them all. Even in your sacrifice for the nation, His Majesty the Emperor will not forget you. Your names shall be eternally inscribed in the shrine, receiving veneration from the citizens of the great empire of the Rising Sun." The ninja-clad practitioners of the Rising Sun stood in unison, solemnly shouting, "Annihilate! Annihilate! Annihilate!" Their voices echoed through the dojo, yet these two-star practitioners had already vanished from the hall. Across the globe, other nations followed suit, essentially conducting similar operations to send their qualifying two-star practitioners into the two-star battlefield. This included the Daxia Kingdom, where various guilds, the War God Reserve, academic institutions, and certain prominent families, under the guidance of their leaders and elders, entered the two-star battlefield to partake in their first nationwide conflict. Once all the two-star practitioners from various nations entered the universal battlefield, a deep, resonant notification echoed worldwide. The universal battlefield has opened the three-star battlefield. The universal battlefield has opened the four-star battlefield. The universal battlefield has opened the five-star battlefield. The grand battlefield of 10 stars has commenced. Following the initiation of the two-star battlefield, the 3 to 10-star national battlegrounds are now fully operational. Previously, the two-star battlefield remained dormant, nearly abandoned, until it was rejuvenated through the audacious maneuvers of Chu Jinhua, prompting nations across the globe to prepare diligently. However, nations had been preparing for the three-star battlefield and above since the conclusion of the last national contest. Thus, upon the opening of the respective star-level battlegrounds, the well-prepared professionals entered the fray. Within the Forbidden City, at the War God Camp, Chu Jinhua, along with the enchanting and formidable figures, as well as numerous 10-star war gods, stood ready for action. Before them were some elder professionals, whom Chu Jinhua often affectionately referred to as old fellows. These individuals represent the deep-rooted strength of the Great Xia, having been 10-star war gods for decades, some even for half a century. As the announcement heralding the opening of the 10-star battlefield resounded, Chu Jinhua turned to the elder generation of war gods, smiling broadly, "Old fellows, if I return and do not see you, I shall be quite distressed. Therefore, I earnestly request you to return alive." "Bah, I'm not done living yet, Xiaohuazi. Don't curse us," exclaimed one elder. "Even if you perish, I, the old man, will still survive. I'm as resilient as a tortoise, you know." Amidst the laughter and banter of the elder generation, these seasoned warriors, who had shed blood and sweat for the Great Xia, advanced into the national battlefield. After bidding farewell to these venerable predecessors, Chu Jinhua turned his gaze towards the mid-generation war gods within the camp. The war god camp was not solely composed of 10-star war gods. It also housed numerous aspiring warriors striving toward the 10-star rank, each endowed with the potential to ascend from 5 stars to 10. Chu Jinhua addressed his comrades. "The elder fellows have fought valiantly for our nation for the better part of their lives. It is time for us, the mid-generation, to shoulder the banner. I trust you are all aware of the situation regarding Shen Lang. This young prodigy has stirred a hornet's nest. All those foreign powers harboring animosity towards our great Xia wish to hunt Shen Lang in the 2-star battlefield. We may not be present in the 2-star battlefield, but we cannot allow Shen Lang to stand alone in his fight. Among the nations targeting Shen Lang are the Beautiful Nation, the Three Nations, and the Island Nation to the east." At this juncture, Chu Jinhua's tone intensified. "All squads, heed my command. Remain ever vigilant." In response, a synchronized chorus of affirmations echoed, imbued with an indomitable spirit that soared skyward. Chu Jinhua surveyed the warriors and coldly declared, "Should we encounter professionals from these 3 nations, I have but one command: kill. Yes, let us depart, valiant warriors." Not only have the chapters increased, but observe the word count. Each chapter exceeds 5,000 words, totaling over 20,000 daily. I am here to fulfill my previous promise, starting from 10,000 a day. Chapter 120. The moment of the hunt has arrived. Shen Lang's task to ascend involves correcting 6 second-tier divine beast boss crystals. Beastmaster, Welcome to the National Battlefield, Second Tier Arena. Upon entering the National Battlefield, you must remain for at least 1 hour. Boss, divine beasts, divine gear, and various opportunities await you. Beastmaster, unleash your beasts and revel in the carnage. This is the essence of the National Battlefield. The process of entering the National Battlefield was akin to that of a teleportation array, with no discomfort accompanying it. Shen Lang only felt a fleeting darkness followed by a dazzling light. When his vision cleared, he found himself in an expansive realm. It seemed that per the rules of the National Battlefield, once he entered, all his beasts were automatically transferred to the beast space. With a mere thought, all 4 of his beasts materialized beside him. Little Black obediently knelt, and Shen Lang naturally mounted its back, gazing into the distance. Just as he was about to speak, a shadow darted through the air, accompanied by a thunderous roar. Their figures jolted violently. What was happening? Looking down, Shen Lang realized they were atop a massive python. The shadow that descended upon them was the tail of this colossal serpent, larger than a grinding wheel. As the tail crashed down, the python's enormous mouth also opened wide, exuding an overpowering stench. In an instant, Shen Lang activated his detection technique and Bloodline Insight. Golden Striped Black Python, Second Tier Elite Boss. Level, 25. Bloodline Limit, Second Tier Elite. Maximum level, 60. To his surprise, it was indeed a boss, albeit a rather feeble one. Merely a juvenile, at level 25. No wonder they had overlooked its presence. Now that Shen Lang and his companions were all level 60, they naturally sensed entities slightly weaker or stronger than themselves, rarely paying heed to creatures of significantly lower levels, especially a mere level 25 creature. Moreover, they had just arrived in the second-tier battlefield, curiously observing their surroundings, which had caused them to neglect the massive python beneath them. Without needing any instruction from Shen Lang, Medusa merely stomped her foot lightly, causing the gluttonous golden-striped black python, which appeared eager to swallow them whole, to become utterly rigid and petrified, shattering into pieces as easily as blowing a breath. Your beast has slain the golden-striped black python. You have obtained 1 beast crystal. Shen Lang was momentarily stunned. Was that all? It was a boss after all, yet it had not dropped a single piece of equipment. How absurd. However, this could be explained. After all, they were far above the golden-striped black python in levels. Had it not been for the guarantee that slaying wild bosses would yield beast crystals, they might not have received even that. With a dismissive curl of his lips, Shen Lang did not take the matter too seriously. After all, he held little regard for the trifles that such a boss had to offer. The game commenced with a minor boss, revealing the unique nature of this battlefield. Reflecting on his mission entrusted by Chu Jinhua, Shen Lang accessed his personal interface. As anticipated, a button labeled Attack Mode pulsated nearby. Upon clicking it, a multitude of combat modes instantaneously materialized in his mind. Though termed combat modes, they essentially pertain to the establishment of a whitelist and a blacklist. The whitelist indicated that he would not initiate an attack unless provoked by an entity on this list, while the blacklist signified that any encounter with its members would result in immediate hostility, compelling him to engage in battle. Chu Jinhua had previously elaborated on the nations, under the aegis of the Great Xia, that warranted inclusion in the whitelist. Thus, without hesitation, Shen Lang added both the Great Xia and its allied nations to this list. Conversely, the nations that had taken a hostile stance against him were detailed by Chu Jinhua, with the most belligerent being the Beautiful Country, the Land of Three, and the Little Sun Country. Hence, these 3 nations constituted the initial entries on his blacklist. Additionally, several nations that tended to follow the Beautiful Country's lead also found themselves unceremoniously placed on Shen Lang's blacklist. Having configured his combat mode, Shen Lang coldly declared, "The time for hunting has arrived." His objectives for the 2-star battlefield were explicitly defined. First, to eliminate the adversarial practitioners from hostile nations. Second, to seek out the 2-star divine beast bosses, which were crucial for his ascension tasks. However, as time passed, aside from encountering a few scattered ferocious beasts, there was no sign of divine beasts or practitioners from rival nations, underscoring the vast expanse of this 2-star battlefield. In truth, Shen Lang had little interest in the ordinary ferocious beasts at this juncture, as they offered no experience points, merely yielding some worthless equipment. What he sought were divine beasts, specifically 2-star divine beast bosses. Contemplating this, Shen Lang felt a twinge of frustration. The task of slaying divine beast bosses for his class transition was one thing. But the added requirement for his ascension task to involve divine beast bosses seemed utterly absurd, as if even fate conspired against him, deeming him too exceptional and in need of restraint. Nonetheless, this dilemma was not insurmountable. Shen Lang had consulted with Chu Jinhua on this matter. The battlefield was replete with bosses, and divine beast bosses would be no exception. Moreover, since this was inherently a 2-star battlefield, the bosses that emerged would also be of 2-star caliber, thus not overly formidable. After a span of over 10 minutes, Shen Lang and his companions still had not encountered any divine beasts or practitioners from foreign nations. Fortunately, they finally caught sight of figures, 5 practitioners from the Great Xia. At that moment, these 5 individuals were engaged in a fierce battle against a 2-star boss beast, which appeared to be slightly over level 30. Though these 5 practitioners donned their gear, each bore the same emblem upon their chests, seemingly representing an esteemed institution. It was evident that they hailed from the same academy and had entered the 2-star battlefield as a team. "Hurry, give me magic. I'm running low on skills." One exclaimed. "Warrior, where in the world are you luring the monsters? I'm a mage. Why are they coming after me?" Another lamented. "Damn it, is this my fault? You need to pull your weight. Must I be chased around like this? Steady, steady. The boss is about to fall." As Shen Lang observed these individuals working in unison to vanquish the boss, a sense of reflection stirred within him. A level 33 boss. Yet the battle was proving so arduous. Perhaps this was indeed the proper method for regular practitioners to tackle monsters. Shen Lang contemplated stepping in to assist, but he knew that if he intervened, the experience points awarded to these 5 comrades would diminish significantly. Thus, he could only watch as they engaged in their heart-pounding struggle against the formidable foe. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. After their relentless teamwork, the boss finally succumbed. "Oh my goodness, that was exhausting," one of them exclaimed. "Exhausted? If we were hunting a boss outside, our legs would be broken. There are plenty here," another urged. "Everyone, recover quickly. We might encounter another boss soon." Enduring the effort proved worthwhile, as they discovered a piece of red, perfect grade equipment, and their experience surged by 20%. "I wonder how many bosses we can defeat this time. I'm not asking for much, just a piece of red, perfect grade equipment to elevate my level to 40 or 45. Listening to their conversations, Shen Lang fell into silence once more. Was the life of a practitioner truly so arduous? The struggle seemed insurmountable. Given that Shen Lang had not concealed his presence, the 5 practitioners, initially engrossed in their battle with the boss, had not noticed him. However, upon defeating the boss, they finally caught sight of him among several other figures. "Who goes there?" The mage among them, now vigilant, directed a wary gaze toward Shen Lang. The other 4 followed suit, their attention fixed upon him. Yet, upon noticing Shen Lang's dark eyes and yellow skin, their wariness lessened slightly, though only marginally. After all, aside from the Great Xia, many other nations also possessed individuals of East Asian descent. Moreover, they were in a battlefield where even compatriots might engage in treachery for valuable loot. Human nature is indeed complex, especially when confronted with coveted gear or other fortunes. Greed can amplify one's desires to monstrous proportions, leading to actions that provoke widespread outrage. Thus, Shen Lang fully comprehended the caution exhibited by these 5 compatriots. He smiled and promptly revealed his identity. In the Great Xia Kingdom, a Beastmaster from the War God Camp announced, "The bear is on the loose." These few were my companions. Upon hearing the familiar language of Great Xia, the 5 professionals exhaled in relief. Yet their astonishment returned upon hearing the name of the War God Camp. "Are you a member of the War God Camp? How impressive. I cannot believe I am seeing a member of the War God Camp, especially in a 2-star battlefield." The 5 were taken aback, yet they held no doubt, as Shen Lang had proactively displayed his basic information. The name Bear is on the loose bore the suffix of the War God Camp, as did Medusa, Shadow, and Ali. For Shen Lang still possessed several secondary information cards. Shen Lang smiled and said, "I have been here for quite a while. Primarily, I wish to inquire about a few matters." "Yes, go ahead, Brother Bear." A female professional responded with admiration. Shen Lang nodded and asked, "You are not from this place, are you? Have you encountered professionals from other countries before? Or perhaps seen any divine beasts?" The female professional answered without hesitation, "We haven't seen professionals from other countries. But over there, we discovered a demon ape, which is a divine beast, and even a boss. We did not dare to provoke it, and thus came here. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow, surprised that they had indeed encountered a divine beast boss, as he had merely asked out of curiosity. Thank you. He expressed his gratitude and continued. I wonder if your academy has informed you that upon encountering professionals from other countries in the 2-star battlefield, particularly from the beautiful nation, Little Japan, or the 3As, you should ignore them and keep your distance. They have mentioned this. The female professional replied obediently. Shen Lang nodded, saying, very well. As long as you have been notified, you may head that way. There are some ordinary 2-star bosses and no professionals from other countries, making it relatively safe. As he spoke, Shen Lang pointed in the direction he had come from, then signaled for Xiao He to turn and depart. Once Shen Lang and his companions had moved far away, the female professional's eyes sparkled with admiration as she muttered to herself, so handsome. The others gazed at Shen Lang's retreating figure. Their expressions varied as they whispered among themselves. The suffix on his information seemed to indicate he is a member of the War God Camp, not a reserve member, right? Indeed, a formal member of the War God Camp. How curious. This bear appearing in a 2-star battlefield suggests he is merely a 2-star professional. Can 2-star professionals even join the War God Camp? Shouldn't such professionals be reserves? That's true, but one is fine. Yet there are 4 of them, 1 man and 3 women. You are overthinking it. Perhaps this year's rules of the War God Camp have changed to allow the recruitment of 2-star professionals. By the way, the direction he is heading is toward the demon ape. Is he planning to hunt the divine beast boss? It seems that regardless of how they joined the War God Camp, their mere presence there attests to their extraordinary prowess, far surpassing that of us, ordinary professionals. Perhaps they truly possess the capability to slay divine beasts. Nevertheless, we ought to heed his warning. The Academy advised us to be cautious in the 2-star battlefield, which I initially dismissed. The members of the War God Camp have also urged us to be wary of foreign practitioners, suggesting that this 2-star battlefield may indeed be fraught with peril. Let us all exercise caution and remain vigilant of our surroundings. After all, preserving our lives is paramount. Once an hour has passed, the danger will diminish, and we can depart at any moment. The female practitioner spoke up. Should we heed Brother Bear's guidance and follow his indications? Brother Bear, the mage practitioner retorted with narrowed eyes. Do they even know who you are with such familiarity? I like to call him that. It's none of your business. The female practitioner huffed. Another member interrupted their quarrel, stating, the people from the War God Camp would not deceive us. Let us proceed in that direction. Agreed. The female practitioner was the first to raise her hand in assent. After some contemplation, the other 2 ultimately concurred with this plan, clearly indicating that the War God Camp holds a position of trust among the populace of Daxia. At that moment, the last member of their group, the tank, spoke up. Don't you want to witness him slay that demonic ape? At this remark, the other 4 turned their gazes toward him. The tank cleared his throat and continued. I'm merely making a suggestion. Please don't look at me like that. To be honest, I do wish to see if he can indeed slay the 2-star divine beast boss. Furthermore, while the direction he mentioned may seem safe, he has already traversed it. Who can guarantee that practitioners from other nations won't appear there? What do you mean? The mage inquired. The tank glanced toward the direction where they had spotted the demonic ape and whispered, I can't ascertain the safety of other areas, but I believe that being near these 4 warriors from the War God Camp is the safest option. Upon hearing this, the others suddenly realized the validity of his words. The 4 warriors from the War God Camp, though merely 2-star, are undeniably among the elite of their rank. Otherwise, they would not be qualified for formal enrollment in the War God Camp. In other words, they represent the pinnacle of strength within this 2-star battlefield. Why venture into the unknown when safety lies in their company? The group felt a stir of desire. After all, despite their ordinary status, they harbored aspirations. Having finally arrived at the 2-star battlefield, how could they resign themselves to leaving after just an hour? Who wouldn't wish to seize additional benefits on the battlefield? And by trailing behind these 4 warriors from the War God Camp, they might just collect some valuable spoils. The key lies in safety. If danger arises, those 4 warriors will shield them, and if necessary, they can always retreat from the battlefield. Only the female priest furrowed her brow and said, Will our words cause trouble for Brother Bear and the others? What trouble? We are merely following along, not influencing them. The mage retorted sharply and then declared, Let us conduct a democratic vote. Those willing to follow, raise your hands." Upon finishing, he was the first to raise his hand. The other 3 adventurers exchanged glances, and ultimately, they too raised their hands. The mage immediately smiled at the female priest and said, "Excellent. It is now 4-1. Let us proceed. I am eager to see just how formidable they truly are, whether they can indeed slay that 2-star divine beast, the demon ape." The female mage had no choice but to concede. The minority must yield to the majority. Thus, they followed the trail of the demon ape, gradually making their way forward. As for Shen Lang, he had not anticipated that these individuals would possess such audacity to follow. Consequently, he did not pay attention to their actions, instead hastening towards the direction indicated by the female priest, heading towards the location of the demon ape. However, the arrival of the 5 was not lost on the 4 Beastmasters of Medusa. Their sensing range was far too extensive. Medusa frowned and remarked, "Master, those 5 adventurers did not head towards the direction you indicated. Rather, they are approaching us. Is this their intention to follow us?" Hearing this, Shen Lang paused momentarily, then chuckled, saying, "It seems there is a wise one among them." "Ah, Master, why do you say that?" Ali inquired, bewildered. Shen Lang slightly raised his chin and posed a question to the Beastmasters. "Where do you think is the safest location in this 2-star battlefield?" Medusa, Shadow, and Ali were momentarily taken aback. It was Little Black who spoke up, saying, "How could one not know? The safest place is undoubtedly wherever we are. That is where safety resides." Upon hearing this, Medusa and the others suddenly appeared enlightened. Indeed, with their strength, there was no place that could be deemed safer than where they stood. Medusa then asked, "Master, should we concern ourselves with them?" Shen Lang pondered for a moment and replied, "Let them be. When they can no longer keep up, they will naturally depart. Although the place they are in is the safest for mortals, conversely, it may also be the most perilous." Chapter 121. As long as they are slain, the hidden dragon shall be safe. The female priest spoke no falsehood. After traversing over 10 kilometers, Shen Lang and his companions finally encountered the so-called demon ape. In truth, it was merely a black gorilla, towering 3 to 5 meters high, with certain parts of its body clad in armor. Remarkably, this gorilla wielded a weapon, a thick club resembling the size of a human head, the material of which was a mystery. It was indeed curious, as primates like gorillas are often depicted as fond of using sticks. Is it a customary practice? Shen Lang promptly utilized his exploration skills and bloodline abilities, casting them towards the creature. Armored Rage Ape, Divine Beast Boss. Level 50, Bloodline Limit, 2-star Divine Beast. Level Cap 60, given such data. The success rate of evolution was evident. It should indeed be capable of reaching level 60. However, that was its utmost potential, for the bloodline limit of this Rage Ape was merely that of a 2-star Divine Beast, offering little room for growth. Shen Lang glanced over the Rage Ape's 4 attributes, which collectively amounted to just over 5,000. It was clear that the attributes conferred by a typical first-tier Divine Beast were around 100 points, a stark contrast to those of Medusa and her companions. Of course, comparing a 2-star Divine Beast to a 10-star Divine Beast was quite unreasonable, and thus, it was understandable. Such a lackluster Divine Beast did not hold Shen Lang's interest for long. He turned to inquire, "Who among you shall face it?" Shadow remained silent, as did Ali. Yet Little Black seemed eager to engage, though currently constrained in his role as a mount. "I shall take on this challenge." Medusa, possessing a hint of the bloodthirsty warrior gene, was undeterred by the armored Rage Ape's apparent strength and harbored a fierce desire to combat. "Very well, proceed." Shen Lang nodded in approval. With his consent, Medusa advanced towards the armored Rage Ape, which was blissfully asleep, clutching its large club. The arrival of Shen Lang and his group failed to rouse it, but as Medusa drew near, the armored Rage Ape finally stirred. Suddenly, it opened its eyes, rolled over, and stood up, its immense eyes adorned with crimson patterns. Upon spotting Medusa, it slammed its club into the ground and let out a furious roar directed at her. Roar. This bellow seemed to serve as a warning to Medusa, indicating that she had encroached upon its territory and should retreat. Medusa chuckled coldly. "A mere little monkey dares to shout at this queen?" As she spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from her being, emanating an impressive force that was, in reality, merely a trace of the might of a 10-star Divine Beast. The armored rage ape sensed the aura of another divine beast emanating from Medusa, and its blood-patterned eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. Yet, it quickly caught sight of Shen Lang and his companions, particularly Shen Lang himself, whose human presence was unmistakably unmasked. In an instant, the armored rage ape comprehended the situation. This divine beast before him appeared to be the companion of the human. After all, being a divine beast, its intelligence was undoubtedly not lacking. Humanity is the enemy, and the beast they command is no longer their divine creature. They all deserve to perish. With a resounding roar, the armored primal ape bellowed once more, brandishing a massive club it had uprooted from the ground, swinging its formidable arms downwards towards Medusa. As a 2-star divine beast boss, it may not be a fully matured entity, yet its power is undeniable. The club sliced through the air, engulfed in a vibrant emerald flame, signaling that the armored primal ape was not merely striking down, but rather utilizing its weapon to unleash a specific skill. However, strength alone does not determine the outcome. It greatly depends on the adversary one faces. If it were a mere group of ordinary practitioners, like the 5 who had just trailed behind Shen Lang and his companions, that single blow from the armored primal ape would undoubtedly reduce them to mere pulp. Yet, the foe before it now was Medusa, a 10-star divine beast. Despite not being a fully matured 10-star entity, the armored primal ape's power attribute barely exceeded 1,000. Even with skill enhancements, the damage inflicted would not surpass 2,000, a mere trifle that could not breach Medusa's defenses. Thus, as the colossal club descended towards her, Medusa exhibited no intention of casting a skill. Instead, she reached out to grasp the weapon. With her delicate form, it seemed somewhat presumptuous to confront the enormous club. Nonetheless, when the club struck down, it was firmly halted by her slender, jade-like hand. The once formidable strike, now rendered impotent in her grasp, could not advance an inch, nor did even a ripple of energy escape. This left the armored primal ape momentarily stunned. After all, they were both divine beasts. Could she not temper her strength just a little? With another furious roar, the armored primal ape ignited in green flames. Under this fiery veil, its aura surged dramatically, enhancing its power attributes. Gripping the club with its other robust arm, it clearly aimed to reclaim its weapon. Unfortunately, no matter how forcefully it endeavored, the club seemed to have melded itself to Medusa's hand, remaining utterly immovable. With her skirt billowing in the wind, Medusa parted her crimson lips, uttering, "Trash deserves to acknowledge its own worthlessness." As her figure descended, her fingers lightly tapped upon the club. In the next instant, fiery crimson patterns erupted from her fingertips, spiraling towards the opposite end of the club. As these patterns spread, the club ignited, swiftly melting into a viscous green liquid that dripped away. In response, Medusa advanced, closely following the club's dissolution, swiftly approaching the armored primal ape. Sensing her approach, the armored primal ape resolutely relinquished the club, beating its chest with fervor, tilting its head back to unleash a primal roar. Immediately, the armored primal ape charged towards Medusa, seemingly eager to unleash its prowess in close combat. In the blink of an eye, the two had drawn near. The armored primal ape leapt high, its sinewy arms resembling 2 massive millstones, striking down towards Medusa. Unfazed, Medusa grasped the remaining half of the large stick. In an instant, Medusa's figure vanished, only to reappear right in front of the ape's head. The ape's south movement froze in place as she materialized, for Medusa, wielding the half-stick, had evidently pierced through the ape's forehead. The crimson veins in the ape's eyes slowly dissipated, replaced by hollow blackness, while the large stick completely melted away, leaving a gigantic blood hole on the ape's massive head. Moments later, the ape's lifeless body crashed down with a thunderous thud. Medusa gracefully descended from the air, her lithe form landing softly atop the ape's nape. A thin veil of flames enveloped the ape's body, though it was no longer the green flames of the ape, but rather the fiery red glow belonging to Medusa. Though faint, it covered the entirety of the armored primal ape. Medusa, with an air of mock regret, mused, "I had intended to toy with it a bit longer, alas. It was rather fragile." She had evidently adopted her master Shen Lang's penchant for a certain flamboyance, shaking her head in feigned sorrow atop the ape's nape. Shen Lang merely sighed. Meanwhile, Shadow and Ollie enthusiastically applauded, exclaiming, "Sister Shasha, you are incredible." Shen Lang sighed again, reflecting on how Medusa, once so aloof, seemed to have changed after spending time with him. At that moment, the notification of a kill echoed forth. Your summoned beast has slain the Divine Beast boss. Armored Primal Ape. You have received a Divine Beast crystal. You have obtained. Following were details of various equipment. Shen Lang had not harbored high expectations. Considering the Armored Primal Ape was 10 levels beneath them, a significant disparity. However, the outcome was surprisingly delightful. The Armored Primal Ape had dropped dark golden equipment. In addition, there was a piece of purple epic gear, 2 pieces of red perfect gear, and 1 piece of blue fine gear. A total of 6 items. Truly, a Divine Beast boss is worthy of anticipation. At this juncture, Medusa returned to Shen Lang's side, appearing as though she found it a waste of time to have engaged such a feeble opponent. Shen Lang remarked, "All right, that's enough. These 2-star bosses are indeed not much of a challenge for us, but let us not forget that the battlefield is not limited to merely one 2-star arena. Once I ascend to higher stars, we will venture into 3-star, 4-star, and even higher arenas. There will be plenty for you to enjoy." "Very well, let us ascend." Medusa's eyes sparkled at the prospect of facing stronger foes. Shen Lang nodded and remarked, "Indeed, ascending to the next star is not particularly difficult. But there is another matter that must be addressed." Yes, Medusa responded, fully aware of Shen Lang's purpose for venturing into the 2-star battlefield. Shen Lang fell silent, swiftly transferring the equipment into his backpack and examining it briefly. Heavenly Staff, Purple Epic. Level, 2-star. Utility, Attack 290, Constitution 27, Strength 25. Damage bonus 5, Wearing requirement, Strength 350. Among the 2-star equipment, it was passable. Regrettably, none of us can make use of it. Just imagine Medusa or Shadow Ailey wielding a staff, sweeping through enemies. The spectacle is rather stunning, albeit hard to behold. Undoubtedly, this equipment is destined for the Super Prosperity Pavilion, where it should fetch a decent sum. Shen Lang then turned his attention to another piece of dark golden equipment. Heavenly Armor, Dark Golden Legendary. Level, 2-star. Utility, Defense 320, Strength 31, Constitution 35, Agility 28, Defense bonus 8, being Dark Golden Legendary equipment. Its attribute enhancements surpass those of the preceding Purple Epic piece, though the improvement is marginal. As it is merely a 2-star Dark Golden item, one could say it is barely satisfactory. At that moment, a cacophony of gasps erupted from nearby. What the hell? Did I just witness that correctly? A 2-star Divine Beast has been slain? To be precise, it was a 2-star Divine Beast boss. That woman, with just one hand, managed to kill it. Is this the genius of the War God camp? My heavens, is the gap between us so vast? I can understand their ability to slay Divine Beast bosses, considering there are 4 of them. However, this one individual effortlessly dispatched a 2-star Divine Beast boss. I seriously feel like finding a piece of tofu to smash my head against. Am I truly a 2-star professional? Initially, these 5 professionals were positioned at a considerable distance. But upon witnessing Medusa's single strike that felled the armored violent ape, they instinctively drew closer, their eyes wide with disbelief as they gazed at the fallen creature. They had initially thought that Shen Lang and his companions might face challenges in hunting a divine beast, yet it was not entirely implausible. Given that there were 4 of them, along with a formidable-looking large black dog, their curiosity about the battle between Shen Lang and the divine beast drew them in, as they felt a sense of security following the group. However, the battle unfolded in an instant, concluding almost as soon as it began. They were well aware of the formidable strength possessed by a 2-star divine beast, particularly one with attribute enhancements. Had they been in that position, even if they had coordinated their attacks as 5, they would likely have only managed to tickle the armored violent ape, incapable of breaching its defenses. Indeed, while it is true that one can slay, it is not the ordinary 2-star professionals who possess such capability. Only the strongest among the 2-star practitioners, and not merely 1 or 2, but rather a coalition of at least 3 to 5 such individuals, stand a chance of vanquishing a 2-star divine beast boss. Yet, what they witnessed was astonishing. A solitary female practitioner, with merely a single hand, dispatched the armored violent ape. Remarkably, throughout the encounter, this female warrior did not employ any skills, rendering her class a mystery to them. She resembled a blend of warrior and assassin, seizing the armored violent ape's massive club and subsequently piercing its skull. The inherent notion of the formidable nature of a 2-star divine beast boss was shattered under her prowess. Indeed, Medusa's display of skill redefined their understanding of 2-star divine beast bosses. They had never imagined that such creatures could be so fragile, vulnerable to a mere strike from a 2-star practitioner. Moreover, besides this strikingly beautiful female warrior, there was also a man, 2 women, and a dog present. Throughout the entire ordeal, these companions appeared utterly unfazed, seemingly dismissing the threat posed by the 2-star divine beast boss. Could it be that these individuals in the beast were equally formidable as the female practitioner? A chilling thought indeed. What manner of divine team is this? Even the warriors of the battle god camp do not exude such terror. It was at this moment they finally comprehended why Shen Lang and his companions were able to join the battle god camp at such an early stage. Turning to the 5 individuals, Shen Lang smiled and remarked, "Did I not instruct you to go to the other side? Why have you come here?" Upon hearing his words, the 5 stammered, unsure of how to respond. Were they merely drawn to witness the slaying of the divine beast boss, or did they wish to follow him for protection? Noticing their silence, Shen Lang shook his head and stated, "While I can indeed offer you protection, our objective in this 2-star battlefield is to confront the practitioners from the beautiful country, for they aim to hunt the rising dragon of our great Xia." One of the warriors exclaimed in astonishment, "The rising dragon? The one who achieved an SSS rating upon transitioning and completed the hell-level dungeon?" The others were equally taken aback, realizing the gravity of the situation. It was no wonder that the Academy had cautioned them to be wary of foreign practitioners before they entered the 2-star battlefield. It turned out those foreign practitioners were plotting to encircle the prodigious talents of Great Xia. The name of the Rising Dragon is known far and wide, not only among them but globally, having been heralded multiple times in worldwide announcements as a shining star. Truly, the imperialists' ambition to extinguish our brilliance knows no bounds. Reflecting on this, the 5 individuals felt a surge of righteous indignation, expressing their anger vehemently. These foreign individuals are utterly shameless. It is a travesty that our nation has finally produced a genius, and they seek to extinguish it. Truly, it is a display of utter folly to believe oneself the sovereign of the world, to proclaim that those who follow shall prosper, while those who oppose shall perish. A prodigy like Shen Lang is destined to become a 10-star warrior. Those foreign interlopers should abandon their dreams. It is infuriating to contemplate the sheer arrogance of these individuals. Cannot we coexist in harmony? I fervently hope for the continued strength of our homeland, to vanquish these adversaries entirely. Listening to the patriotic sentiments expressed by the 5 individuals, Shen Lang felt a profound appreciation for the patriotic education in the Great Xia Kingdom, which indeed appears to be commendable. There is nothing amiss in loving one's country. All forms of patriotism deserve commendation. At that moment, the pastor inquired of Shen Lang, "Brother Xiong, are you here to protect Shen Lang? Have you found him?" "Yes. We have come to safeguard Shen Lang," Shen Lang replied earnestly, nodding his head. He continued, "Thus, accompanying us may actually put you in greater peril. We are bound to encounter adversaries from hostile nations, and should their numbers be overwhelming, we may not be able to ensure your safety." Upon hearing this, the 5 professionals fell into contemplative silence, recognizing the validity of his words. However, one of the warriors suddenly furrowed his brow and remarked, "Given your strength, why seek out Shen Lang instead of directly confronting the practitioners from the beautiful nation and the small sun nation? If you were to eliminate them, wouldn't that secure Shen Lang's safety?" This sentiment was met with enthusiastic agreement from the female pastor, who added, "Indeed, Brother Xiong, with your prowess capable of vanquishing even 2-star bosses at will, the practitioners from other nations would surely stand no chance against you. Rather than pursuing Shen Lang, it would be wiser to eliminate the practitioners from other lands." What was the ancient saying? I seem to have forgotten it. "Surround Wei to rescue Zhao," interjected the mage, who had previously been at odds with the female pastor, articulating the idiom. Shen Lang, upon hearing their suggestion, could not help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. This was precisely his intention. However, his primary concern was his own protection. Yet, such thoughts need not be shared with them, lest they be frightened. "Your ideas are commendable, and we will take them into consideration," Shen Lang acknowledged, nodding at them. "For your safety, it would be best to seek refuge elsewhere and not accompany us." To his surprise, this statement was met with unanimous dissent from the 5 individuals. Chapter 122. What is there to fear? A mere scar from a severed head. No, we cannot simply walk away from this. Shen Lang represents the future of our nation. It is said he may become the second dragon blood warrior of Daxia. Now that we have learned of foreign foes plotting his demise, how can we just leave? This is not something we, the people of Daxia, would do. Indeed, we must all contribute our strength. While we may not possess the prowess of Brother Xiong, there are certainly actions we can undertake. The 5 professionals spoke with unwavering conviction, leaving Shen Lang momentarily speechless. It was not that he underestimated these individuals. Rather, their abilities were exceedingly mundane. The professionals from the enemy nation were specifically trained to target him, armed to the teeth by their government, harboring a lethal intent toward Shen Lang, a threat far beyond that posed by ordinary 2-star professionals from Daxia. Yet, Shen Lang found himself unable to voice any contempt. Instead, he felt a swell of emotion. What does national identity mean? This is it. For the sake of a stranger, they are willing to act. Shen Lang softened his tone and inquired, "Are you not afraid? What is there to fear? A mere scar from a severed head. Of course we fear. But I fear even more the day those foreigners continue to tread upon us as they did before. To hell with that. Brother, just give the word. Whatever we can do, we shall endeavor to accomplish. Indeed, while we may not be able to achieve great deeds, we can certainly lend a hand." As Shen Lang gazed upon the fervent faces of these 5 individuals, he felt a peculiar discomfort. Declining was not an option, yet acceptance felt equally burdensome. At that moment, one of the professionals, known as Tank, suddenly cast his gaze upon the corpse of the 2-star armored beast boss, the armored ape, and mused, "Ah, we actually need not seek out those foreigners. Perhaps we can let them come to us. Are they already formulating a plan?" Shen Lang opened his mouth. Suppressing a sigh, the mage sister quickly urged, "Speak. Tell us how we can make them come to us." Tank glanced at Shen Lang and replied, "You see, when you defeated the armored ape just now, the speed was rather swift. If the battle had lasted longer and been more intense, causing a greater commotion, other nations' professionals would undoubtedly have come to investigate. That poses a problem. Brother Xiong and the others have already slain the armored ape." The mage sister lamented. Shen Lang was somewhat surprised by Tank's insight. He had not considered this angle. Had he done so, they might have indeed attracted the enemy. However, as the mage sister pointed out, the armored ape was already dead, making this strategy a prospect for future consideration. Yet Tank continued, "Even in death, it can be utilized." "Oh, how so?" Shen Lang inquired, intrigued. Tank smiled and said, "We can feign a monster hunt." As they spoke, Tank gestured towards their teammates and continued, "Regardless, the presence of divine beasts is unmistakable here. We can unleash our skills freely. Ideally, we should cast them into the sky. If any foreigners happen to witness this, they will undoubtedly come over. This idea is splendid. Let us proceed with it. Brother Xiong and the others can wait elsewhere. With their strength, they will surely wreak havoc upon their arrival. What do you think, Brother Xiong?" Tank turned to Shen Lang, his expression brimming with anticipation, clearly eager to contribute to the protection of Qianlong. After contemplating for a moment, Shen Lang replied thoughtfully, "All right, let us give it a try." "Excellent. Let us get started." Tank excitedly called out to the mages, "Now, unleash your skills. Aim for the sky." He then turned back to Shen Lang, saying, "Brother Xiong, you can move a bit farther away. If anyone arrives, we will signal you." Shen Lang agreed, stating, "Okay, I will head over there. By the way, I still don't know your names. Lin Shi, Ku Tianqi, I am Li Sanyu, Nie Xiaoqian, Zhang Hongli." Shen Lang took a moment to acknowledge each of them with a nod. "Very well, I shall remember your names. Take care, and stay safe." With that, Shen Lang departed with Medusa and the others, truly leaving the territory of the armored violent ape without a word. Primarily, he was unsure how to decline the good intentions of these kind compatriots, as speaking too bluntly could hurt their feelings. Once they had distanced themselves, Shen Lang glanced back. Just as they had claimed, the 5 of them were indeed recklessly casting skills, sending waves of energy skyward. He hoped they would soon depart. "Well, don't hold it against me," Shen Lang muttered, shaking his head as Little Black took a step forward, moving towards the distance. In truth, the beasts had already sensed the surroundings. Perhaps due to the presence of the armored violent ape, no other formidable beasts were nearby, only a few ordinary ones. And there were no signs of humans at all. This area was relatively safe. If these compatriots did not wait for him, there were still monsters to slay. Furthermore, Even if enemies from a rival nation did appear, Shen Lang had left behind means to ensure the safety of these individuals. Having distanced themselves from the territory of the armored violent ape, Shen Lang and his companions pressed onward, still in search of the 2-star divine beast boss, while looking for professionals from the beautiful nation and the Little Sun nation. Unfortunately, their efforts yielded little success thus far. However, after traversing more than 20 kilometers, they finally spotted a group of 7 or 8 professionals clad in black ninja attire. With such garb, it was evident they were 2-star professionals from the Little Sun nation, as Shen Lang had activated combat mode. Upon encountering these 7 or 8 professionals from the Little Sun nation, he immediately entered a battle stance, launching normal ranged attacks without needing to prompt himself, directly assaulting these individuals. It must be said, this is indeed remarkably convenient, akin to an automatic assault. The few days spent among the 2-star professionals were not without merit. They were certainly stronger than the preceding compatriots. Naturally, the outcome was devoid of any surprises, as they all met their demise. This time, Shen Lang refrained from allowing Medusa, Shadow, and Ali to intervene, opting instead to unleash Xiaohe. After much anticipation, Xiaohe finally had the opportunity to act, and with fervor, he dispatched these 2-star professionals with his paws, reducing them to mere remnants before devouring them, treating them as a delightful picnic. Shen Lang, witnessing the spectacle, clapped his hands in approval, exclaiming, "Well done, Xiaohe." "Huh, thank you, master." Xiaohe, seldom receiving praise, immediately stood tall, puffed out his chest with an air of canine pride, and declared, "Master, should we encounter such shadowy figures again, leave them to me. I shall consume them all." "Very well, no objections here." Shen Lang readily acquiesced, simultaneously gathering the scattered equipment into his backpack. A glance at the bounty revealed a plethora of red starter items, a majority of purple epics, and even several golden artifacts. A cold glimmer flickered in Shen Lang's eyes. The equipment of these professionals from the Little Days nation unmistakably indicated their lethal intent towards him. "Little Days, await your ancestor," Shen Lang muttered under his breath, already formulating plans in his mind. He would spare none of the 2-star professionals on this battlefield. Should he ascend to the 3-star or 4-star arenas, none would escape his grasp. Once he emerged stronger, he would undoubtedly dispatch 10 or more 10-star divine beasts to those islands. Just as Shen Lang was about to inspect the spoils of his conquest, a series of alert tones reverberated in his mind. "Your beast has slain a 2-star professional from the Asan nation. Contribution points, 200. Your beast has slain a 2-star professional from the Asan nation. Contribution points, 200. Your beast has slain a 2-star professional from the Asan nation. Contribution points, 200. The notifications chimed 6 times in succession, prompting Shen Lang to glance at the tattered garments of the little professionals recently devoured by Xiaohe. How could they have transformed into Asan nation professionals? No. When Xiaohe consumed the individuals from the Little Days nation, the kill notifications had already appeared. This indicated that these were indeed new alerts. Casting a quick look at Medusa, Ali, Xiaohe, and Shadow, his beasts all close by, he pondered where the Asan professionals had been slain. However, Shen Lang soon raised an eyebrow, turning his gaze toward the territory of the armored violent ape. Could they truly have been that fortunate? At that moment, another alert resounded. Your beast has slain a 2-star professional from the Asan nation. Contribution points, 200. Following this notification, a glimmer of white light manifested in the sky above the direction of the armored violent ape. It was faintly discernible that the white light took on the shape of a bovine, a white cow. Due to the considerable distance, the white bull was not entirely discernible. However, Shen Lang remained resolute in his belief that it was indeed a white bull. A signal flare? The white bull, the nation of A3. This is a signal flare dispatched by A3. Contemplating this, Shen Lang's expression shifted slightly as he declared, "They may be in peril. We must return." "Understood, master." The myriad familiars readily concurred. Thus, with a swift leap onto the back of his loyal companion, Xiaohe, Shen Lang hastened towards the territory of the armored savage. If Shen Lang's conjecture proved accurate, the recent demise of the A3 nation's practitioners should have been a result of the method he had instructed Medusa to employ. Yet, it failed to eliminate all A3 practitioners in one fell swoop, allowing some among them to launch a signal flare. This was unmistakably not a signal from fellow compatriots. They had previously agreed upon the use of a fireball. The current signal, however, was a white light emanating from a white bull, a revered sacred beast of the A3 nation. The method Shen Lang had left with Medusa was merely a one-time activation. Once triggered, it would cease to function. Should a rival nation's practitioners witness the A3 signal flare and converge upon the scene, the 5 compatriots would surely find themselves in grave danger. These 5 individuals had, to a certain extent, fortified Shen Lang's sense of belonging to the Xia nation, even surpassing the profound protection offered by Chu Jinhua. Despite not being formidable warriors, Shen Lang could not bear to watch them perish due to his actions. As Shen Lang and his companions raced toward the armored savage's domain, the 5 compatriot practitioners stood in bewilderment, gazing at the lifeless form of the armored savage. Nearby, several bodies clad in headscarves lay sprawled, most adorned with facial hair. Yet, it was evident to them that these were human corpses. Had others arrived, they might have mistaken the scene for a collection of toppled statues. The reason was clear. These practitioners, evidently foreigners, had been petrified. The corpse of the armored savage had also succumbed to petrification, transformed into a stone sculpture imbued with a faint yellowish flame. The 5 scholars exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by the situation, yet their faces betrayed a flicker of trepidation. For they had narrowly escaped death at the hands of the A3 practitioners only moments prior. Minutes earlier, they had diligently followed Shen Lang's instructions, continuously casting skills into the sky to attract the attention of foreign practitioners. To maintain an unbroken onslaught, they even took turns deploying their skills, with the tank joining in, unleashing abilities without pause. As they had hoped, foreign practitioners indeed noticed their skills and approached. The 7 stone-sculpted corpses strewn across the ground were those of A3 practitioners. Due to the language barrier, upon their arrival, the 7 A3 practitioners babbled an incomprehensible torrent of words. Although the 5 scholars could not grasp the meaning, they distinctly sensed the disdain emanating from the A3 practitioners, as if they were labeling them as insignificant. Without hesitation, they prepared to fire a distress signal. But the disparity in strength was indeed substantial. Before they could even launch the signal, the 2-star professional from the neighboring country subdued them all. One of them, speaking in a garbled version of the Daxiao language, inquired, "How could you be so weak and yet expect to slay this 2-star divine beast boss? What is the meaning of this?" Cursing back, Tank Li Sanyu spat directly at the man, splattering his face. In retaliation, the man slapped Li Sanyu, sending him flying. Just as he was about to unleash a skill to eliminate Li Sanyu in his fury, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from behind him. "What is this abomination? No, please. My hands, my legs." The man turned to see his companions struggling and cried out in alarm, "What is happening to you? Come save me." One of his compatriots, still partially petrified, reached out for help. The man had no choice but to abandon Li Sanyu and rush to grasp the other's hand, only to have the petrifying energy swiftly envelop him as well, causing his body to begin the same transformation. "Damn it, what is this monstrosity?" In a state of panic, he decisively tore off his petrified arm, but it was futile. The petrification continued unabated. Realizing his impending doom, he attempted to contact his compatriots through the profession system. But time was not on his side. Thus, in his final moments, he activated the exclusive white bull distress signal belonging to their country within the battlefield. From the moment these individuals appeared to their inexplicable demise, no more than 5 minutes had passed. During this time, Li Sanyu and his companions had undoubtedly lingered at the gates of death, still grappling with the reality of their situation. Lin Shi, the mage, poked Li Sanyu beside him and asked, "Old Neo, what is going on?" "If you ask me, who should I inquire of?" Li Sanyu replied, bewildered. The 5 exchanged silent glances before approaching the corpse of the armored violent ape to examine it closely. Li Sanyu exclaimed, "They are truly dead." Nie Xiaoqian suddenly remarked, "The corpse of this demon ape is petrified, and these individuals perished in the same manner. Could it be them? Could it be Brother Xiong?" With this insight, they swiftly connected the dots. Indeed, they had done nothing, and yet these individuals had met their demise. The cause of their death could almost certainly be traced back to the corpse of the armored violent ape. How could a lifeless divine beast possibly have killed them? Thus, only one explanation remained. The true culprits behind the deaths of these individuals were Shen Lang and his companions, who had slain the armored violent ape. Of course, this was merely their conjecture, but wouldn't it be prudent to ask for confirmation? Thus, The mage Lin Shi immediately launched several fireball spells into the sky, which then erupted in brilliant explosions. Coincidentally, just after the fireballs were unleashed, Shen Lang arrived on his large black dog, accompanied by Medusa and the others. "Brother Bear, you have come." Upon seeing Shen Lang, the group hurried towards him. Shen Lang dismounted from his small black companion and quickly inquired, "Are you all unharmed?" "We are fine," they replied in unison. However, upon surveying their conditions, Shen Lang noted that they were not entirely unscathed. Each bore injuries. Notably, Lysaniat was marked with bruises on his arms, abdomen, and face, although he had received some rudimentary treatment from the priestess Nie Xiaoqian. The limits of her skill and level meant that full recovery would not be swift. The other four also bore signs of wounds, as Asan had shown them no mercy. "Ali, tend to their wounds." Shen Lang instructed Ali. "Certainly, master," due to the presence of outsiders. Ali refrained from addressing him directly, yet the holy healing spell descended upon Lysaniat and the others like a radiant curtain. As the divine energy enveloped them, Lysaniat's wounds healed at an observable pace, and the injuries of the others mended instantaneously, restoring them to their peak vitality. The five exchanged astonished glances, tinged with a sense of inevitability. This group comprised formidable professionals, specifically dispatched by the war god camp to protect the illustrious figure of Qianlong in the two-star battlefield. Just moments ago, one among them had single-handedly vanquished a two-star divine beast boss. Thus, the potency of the healing spell was entirely in line with their prowess. Lysaniat stretched his limbs and chuckled. "Impressive. Everything is healed in an instant. However, Brother Bear, your speed is astonishing. Upon seeing our signal flare, you returned immediately." They assumed that Shen Lang had come in response to their signal. Naturally, Shen Lang felt hesitant to confess that he had initially strayed far, only returning upon noticing Asan's signal. "What transpired just now?" Shen Lang asked, unnecessarily probing. In truth, upon witnessing the corpses of the Asan professionals, he had already deduced his suspicions. It was the heartfire left within the corpse of the armored raging ape by Medusa that had triggered this event, primarily driven by the curiosity of an Asan professional towards the divine beast boss. As soon as an Asan professional approached the corpse of the armored raging ape, the automatic combat mode Shen Lang had set up would engage them directly. The outcome was evident. From dozens of kilometers away, Shen Lang and his companions had eliminated 7 Asan professionals. Chapter 123. Wait, who is the master she speaks of? After a brief exchange, Tank Li San Nyo began to take credit. "Brother Xiong, what do you think of my method? I really managed to attract these foreigners." Li Nyo grinned, pointing at the statues of the fallen enemies. However, Lin Shi, the mage, poured cold water on their enthusiasm, stating, "Indeed, we have drawn the foreigners, but in facing them, we scarcely had time to fire a signal flare. If it weren't for Brother Xiong's foresight, we would have been doomed." Coughing lightly, Li Nyo retorted, "Well, at least we are still alive. But even if we had perished, taking down these foreign adversaries would have been worth it." Nie Xiaoqian, curious, inquired of Shen Lang. "Brother Xiong, how did you manage to eliminate these detestable foes without your team present?" "It's remarkable. They have all turned to stone." Shen Lang, after a moment of silence, pointed towards a pile of equipment beside the corpses and replied, "You all played an integral role in their defeat. Take the equipment. It is all yours." Upon hearing this, Li Nyo and the others widened their eyes in excitement. "Really? Brother Xiong, all of this is for us?" They knew there were over 100 pieces of equipment. If they managed to claim them, each could receive more than 20. More importantly, many of these items were of rare quality. Among them were at least 10 pieces of legendary dark gold gear, as well as numerous epic purple items. They had encountered red perfect grade gear before. Each of them possessed one, but only Lin Shi, their mage with a somewhat fortunate background, owned a purple epic item. As for the dark gold legendary gear, they had only ever seen it on television. Now, Shen Lang was offering them such a bounty. How could they not be thrilled? Shen Lang nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it is true. As you know, I am a formal member of the War God Camp. We have no shortage of such items. Go on. Collect them." This statement was a mix of truth and exaggeration. While he indeed had an abundance of equipment, he deemed this unknown team's contribution worthy of such generosity. "Hooray, I can finally have legendary gear," exclaimed one. "Brother Xiong, you truly are like a brother to me." "Thank you, Brother Xiong, I adore you." Amidst their cheers, Li Nyo and the others hurried over, chattering excitedly as they divided the gear. Watching their jubilant scene, Shen Lang felt an inexplicable warmth. This camaraderie appeared rather delightful. In a fleeting moment, Shen Lang seemed to recall a time in another world, sharing watermelon with his companions in the dormitory and engaging in fierce battles against certain criminals at the border. Those individuals were indeed trustworthy enough to place their lives in each other's hands. However, as Shen Lang cast a glance at Medusa and the others, he recognized that although he lacked such profound bonds of brotherhood, he was accompanied by these charming and formidable beasts. Yi Hongyu. Could she be considered one of them? The image of Yi Hongyu briefly flashed in his mind, and he shook his head slightly. They had yet to reach that level of intimacy. At that moment, Medusa spoke. Master, they are arriving. Shen Lang nodded and summoned Li Sanyu and the others, who had already organized their equipment. What is the matter, Brother Xiong? Li Sanyu, his face glowing with excitement, hoisted a dark golden axe over his shoulder and eagerly inquired. Are we about to continue? The other four displayed similar anticipation. After all, they had procured such valuable items this time. If they had another 10 or 8 opportunities like this, their bags would scarcely be able to contain it all. Yet, Shen Lang directly addressed them. We will not continue. You may leave. The group was momentarily taken aback. Shen Lang, however, could no longer afford to be courteous, and with a stern voice declared, These pieces of equipment are sufficient to enhance your strength to some extent. From here on, venture to other locations and hunt formidable beasts on your own. Do not follow me any longer. But, Li Sanyu attempted to protest. Shen Lang interrupted him, maintaining a serious demeanor. This time was merely a stroke of luck for you. Had they attacked you at the first opportunity, even with my backup, you would have perished. You are too weak. Do you understand? His words were rather harsh, but Shen Lang felt compelled to speak the truth. As expected, upon hearing this, the expressions of Li Sanyu and the others shifted dramatically. Shen Lang continued, You may not appreciate my words, but it is a reality you must confront. You are genuinely weak. When faced with an enemy, not only will you be unable to assist me, but you will also hinder my efforts and distract me from protecting you. My mission in the 2-star battlefield is not to safeguard you. As these words fell, the countenance of Li Sanyu and his companions darkened considerably, perceiving it as a blatant act of disdain. Lin Shi, the mage, particularly sensitive about her pride, coldly remarked, Fine. We shall leave. Brother Xiong. Nie Xiaoqian appeared incredulous that Shen Lang would utter such hurtful words to them. Li Sanyu grasped Nie Xiaoqian's arm and sighed. Let us go. The group cast one last glance at Shen Lang before storming off, quickly distancing themselves from the scene. Once they had departed, Nie Xiaoqian felt her eyes reddening and lamented, Brother Xiong, why did he have to speak to us that way, sob? Lin Shi scoffed. It's all an act, merely to hasten our departure. Nie Xiaoqian was left bewildered. Li Sanyu interjected, in truth, Brother Xiong allowed us to leave for our own protection. Oh, Brother Xiong did this intentionally? Nie Xiaoqian finally grasped the situation. Lin Shi chuckled softly and replied, Otherwise, if he truly looked down upon us, he would not have bestowed those pieces of equipment upon us. However, his words do hold some truth. Our presence here indeed hinders their progress. Brothers, let us strive to grow stronger. Li Sanyu muttered. The group exchanged glances, each nodding solemnly. Having recognized the gap between themselves and true geniuses, they now understood the significance of diligence. While talent may be lacking, hard work can bridge the gap. If only by a fraction, any progress, no matter how slight, is still progress. A few moments earlier, approximately 7 or 8 kilometers from the territory of the armored ape, a group of professionals from the beautiful nation had just vanquished a 2-star ferocious beast boss, disdainfully distributing its spoils. To them, the gear dropped by such a boss was trivial. Had they encountered it before entering the 2-star battlefield, they might have valued it. However, after being summoned by the Shield Bureau, they already possessed an entire set of perfect red gear, along with epic and legendary equipment. With such gear in their possession, they naturally looked down upon ordinary equipment. Yet, upon encountering the ferocious beast boss on their way, they did not waste the opportunity. After a few rounds, they dispatched the beast and proceeded to search for the 2-star professionals of the Great Xia Nation. As for locating Shen Lang, who knew where it might be? Just as Director Anthony of the Shield Bureau had stated upon their arrival, all 2-star professionals of the Great Xia Nation must perish. Once every professional from Great Xia was dead, Shen Lang would inevitably meet the same fate. As they were about to set off, they suddenly turned their gazes skyward. Several kilometers away, in the high heavens, a sphere of white light appeared, within which a vague shape resembling a white cow could be discerned. A young man with a full beard spoke up. That must be a signal from the A3 country? Indeed, it's their signal flare, another confirmed with a nod. A stout man squinted his eyes and remarked, "Does this mean that those A3 folks have encountered professionals from the Great Xia Nation? Let us go, comrades. We've been in the 2-star battlefield for quite a while now, and I've been eager to see the corpses of Great Xia's 2-star professionals. TSK. How cruel. I quite like it," a long-haired Caucasian professional said with a wicked grin. Following this, the group of professionals from the beautiful nation swiftly made their way toward the direction of the signal flare. The signal flare launched by the A3, seemingly specially designed, was visible to a wide audience. Thus, it was not just this team from the beautiful nation that noticed it. Other squads from different nations, not too far away, also took note and began to converge. At this moment, after expelling Li Sanyu and others, Shen Lang felt no urgency to venture elsewhere. After all, according to the perception of his tamed beasts, adversaries from enemy nations were already on their way, so he opted to lie in wait. However, as those individuals had yet to arrive, Shen Lang, succumbing to boredom, began to sift through the spoils he had recently acquired from his victories over the practitioners of the minor nation. Initially, he had only glanced at them, but upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find 12 pieces of dark gold legendary equipment, over 30 pieces of purple epic gear, and more than 60 pieces of red equipment, along with 4 beast crystals, albeit all from ordinary bosses. To his surprise, there was even a skill book among the loot. Shen Lang was genuinely taken aback by the wealth of items possessed by those practitioners from the minor nation. It was indeed quite substantial. Furthermore, the equipment he had previously given to Li Sanyu and his companions was not any less impressive than that of the minor nation. It is often said that one must commit heinous acts to acquire wealth, and this notion proved to be true. Strangely enough, he found himself rather fond of this universal battlefield. However, the 2-star battleground lacked any sense of challenge. Shen Lang mused privately, for the finest treasures wielded by 2-star practitioners were merely 2-star dark gold legendary items. If he were to reach the 3-star, 4-star, or even 5-star and 6-star battlegrounds, then the treasures there would truly capture his interest. These individuals were incredibly slow. Where were they? Shen Lang cast a glance around, feeling utterly bored as he retrieved one piece after another of dark gold legendary equipment from his backpack. Although he held little regard for the 2-star dark gold equipment, he recognized a practical truth. He and his 4 tamed beasts were indeed best suited for this 2-star dark gold gear, as they were only 2 stars themselves. Thus, after examining the dark gold equipment, he selected several suitable pieces for them to wear. Of course, in this 2-star battleground, the absence of such dark gold equipment would hardly make a difference. For instance, had the 2-star divine beast boss, the armored berserker, even utilized skills? It was clear that skills were unnecessary, let alone the enhancement from equipment. One could only say it was better than nothing. Leaving them to gather dust in his backpack felt somewhat wasteful. As for Hong Yu, he wondered if she had already ventured into the 3-star battleground. Shen Lang initially intended to send the unused equipment to Yi Hong Yu, but upon recalling that she had already reached 3 stars and could not enter the 2-star battleground, he realized she would naturally qualify for the 3-star battleground. With this in mind, Shen Lang decided against sending the equipment, opting to wait until he had the leisure to discuss it later. "Master, a few insects are approaching." Medusa, who was examining their new equipment alongside Shadow A. Li, was interrupted by the voice of Little Black. For a 10-star divine beast like Little Black, these mere 2-star practitioners were hardly distinguishable from insects. Nevertheless, Medusa and the others ceased their debate over whose equipment was more visually appealing and gathered around Shen Lang. At that moment, several figures, seemingly possessing skills akin to stealth, abruptly revealed themselves within approximately 10 meters of Shen Lang and his companions, launching an immediate assault with a flurry of skills soaring through the air. Shen Lang remained steadfast, while the shadow waved a hand, conjuring a vast expanse of black mist that coalesced into a shield before them. Boom, boom, boom. The skills were all thwarted by the black mist shield, which showed not even a ripple. Among the enemies that had materialized, a warrior wielding a spear lunged fiercely at the black mist shield, foolishly attempting to breach it, an endeavor that was, of course, futile. Upon contact, the warrior's expression shifted dramatically as he felt his spear seemingly ensnared in a void. No matter how he exerted his skills, it would not advance further. However, this warrior appeared to possess considerable combat experience. Upon realizing he could not penetrate the black mist shield, he swiftly turned and shouted, "Tank!" In the next instant, a towering figure leapt from a distance, landing before the warrior, brandishing a massive shield of dark gold, shielding both himself and the warrior as they retreated rapidly. Yet, at that moment, the black mist shield began to surge, engulfing the warrior's spear, and soon, a dense, dark fog coalesced into impenetrable black mist arrows, instantly submerging both the warrior and the tank. Your summoned beast has slain a 2-star practitioner from the beautiful nation, and you have gained 200 contribution points. Your summoned beast has slain a 2-star practitioner from the beautiful nation, and you have gained 200 contribution points. The sound of the kill notification signified the demise of both the warrior and tank from the beautiful nation under the onslaught of the shadow's black mist arrows. Shen Lang shook his head slightly, casting a fleeting glance and retrieving the fallen equipment of the 2 practitioners into his backpack with a single press of a button. This contingent from the beautiful nation could not possibly comprise only 2 individuals. There were 4 more. However, as their comrades were decisively slain by the shadow, they were momentarily stunned. Once they regained their senses, there was no need for verbal communication. Their actions were synchronized. They turned and fled. What a joke! Their most resilient and heavily armored warrior and tank had been dispatched in a single move. Staying would only lead to their demise. They had pledged their loyalty before Anthony. But loyalty is one thing. Sacrificing themselves is another. In a land of freedom and democracy, no one can rob them of their right to determine their own fate. Damn, are these 2-star practitioners really this formidable? Who on earth can eliminate 2 warriors clad in legendary gear in a single strike? Impossible. Do not look back. Escape. Surviving is the only way to relay this message to the other teams. You still have the audacity to contemplate this. Impressive. One must provide a rationale. Otherwise, how can one explain the demise of Thor and Rand? This professional, it must be the Dragon of the Abyss, right? No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. was intent on eliminating him. Yes, it must be him. Who would have thought our luck would be so unfortunate? Encountering a practitioner from the Great Xian nation for the first time, and it would be him. He is formidable. I feel that had I not retreated swiftly, the residual force could have severely injured me. The 4 practitioners from the beautiful nation, while sprinting fervently, also engaged in fervent speculation regarding the identity of the shadow. The ability to effortlessly annihilate 2 peak 2-star tank warriors is beyond the capacity of an ordinary 2-star practitioner. Only a prodigy like the Dragon of the Abyss, who transitioned to an SSS level and flawlessly conquered a hell-level dungeon immediately upon promotion, could achieve such feats. Clearly, they mistook the shadow for the Dragon of the Abyss. Though this conjecture may be slightly off, it could also be deemed accurate, for the shadow is indeed a Beastmaster of the Dragon of the Abyss. Having run so far, they surely have not pursued us, one inquired. I must say, these individuals possess remarkable speed. In a mere moment, they have covered nearly 2 kilometers. It seems not. Damn, look ahead. The 4 2-star practitioners from the beautiful nation suddenly halted, for before them stood the shadow, already awaiting their arrival. I'll grant you a glimmer of hope before returning you to your hell. It makes for a more entertaining spectacle, the shadow casually remarked, strolling toward the practitioners from the beautiful nation. What the hell? How is her speed so astonishing? Wait, who is the master she speaks of? With no time to ponder, they charged forward, desperate to attack the shadow, unleashing various formidable skills. Yet, the shadow did not even flinch, activating her shadow transformation ability in an instant. Their skills could not inflict any harm upon her. Coupled with the damage reduction from her transformation, she remained untouched. In the next moment, enveloped in shadows, the transformed shadow summoned forth a great mass of black mist, completely shrouding the practitioners amidst their anguished screams. As the mist dissipated, all that remained were 4 pairs of twisted white bones, a truly tragic sight. This is the proper manifestation of the Shadow Monarch, the Master of Shadows and one of the Sovereigns of Darkness. Chapter 124. Your idea is utterly selfish. The shadow emerged from the inky mist, swirling the white bones and discarded equipment from the ground, seamlessly slipping back into the shadow of Shen Lang, only to re-emerge from it. "Master, they have all been retained," the shadow remarked with a sly smile, a hint of cruelty dancing at the corners of its mouth. "As you instructed, let them escape for a while. Allow them to kindle a glimmer of hope before plunging them into despair and death." "Indeed, well done. Such filth deserves no better treatment," Shen Lang praised, his gaze shifting to the bones beside the shadow with curiosity. "What purpose do you have in bringing back their bones?" The shadow gestured towards the small black creature seated nearby. "I noticed it has a penchant for bones, so I thought it a waste not to bring them back." The little black creature, sharpening its teeth, replied, "Thank you. The meat was already doled out to you extravagant beasts, leaving me with only bones to gnaw on." Nevertheless, it devoured the bones of the unfortunate professionals from the beautiful nation with gusto. Although it was a 10-star divine beast, its canine lineage rendered it susceptible to such offerings. It could resist excrement, but bones were an entirely different matter. Much like the legendary Monkey King, Sun Wukong, who, despite achieving immortality, could not resist the allure of peaches and bananas. At that moment, Medusa suddenly interjected, "I hadn't noticed. My apologies, little black one. I will strive to prevent those who wish to harm our master from being petrified in the future, so that I may provide them for your consumption." Ali quickly raised her hand and timidly added, "Count me in as well." The little black creature continued to sharpen its teeth. "I appreciate your kindness." Shen Lang observed the exchange with amusement. It appeared that Medusa and her companions had indeed been spoiled by his affection, amusing themselves at the expense of the little black creature. Yet, this was a pleasant development, fostering a sense of camaraderie among them. Suddenly, the corners of Medusa's mouth relaxed as she addressed Shen Lang. "Master, they are approaching again. This time, I shall handle it." The first statement was directed at Shen Lang, while the latter was aimed at Ali and the shadow, implying that she intended to confront the incoming adversaries alone. The shadow nodded in agreement, and although Ali felt a twinge of eagerness, she complied with the elder sister's wishes. Just as Shen Lang opened his mouth to speak, Ali exclaimed with delight, "There's another group of human professionals. Sister Sha Sha, it's my turn now, I assent it?" Medusa frowned slightly. She had intended to claim all the foes for herself, but her senses indicated that there were not merely 2 teams approaching, but several. If she were to claim them all, Ali and the others would inevitably be displeased, so she chose to remain silent. Shen Lang, sensing the same disturbance, chuckled and said, "You all go ahead." His words naturally included the little black creature, much to its exhilaration after enduring unfair treatment for so long. With a flurry of movement, the beast companions vanished in an instant. However, several skills had manifested on Shen Lang, including defensive abilities bestowed by the shadow and protective skills granted by Ali. Alas, my endeavors as a Beastmaster have been rather disheartening, as I find myself relying on my beasts to bestow auxiliary skills upon me. Shen Lang indulged in his usual display of nonchalance while patiently awaiting the delightful chime of impending slaughter. By mere coincidence, 4 teams had arrived, 2 from the beautiful nation, 1 from the land of the rising sun, and 1 from the land of 1,000 rivers. These 4 factions, whether near or far, had all converged upon the signal flares ignited by the land of 1,000 rivers. As Little Black advanced, he encountered the 2-star professionals from the land of the rising sun. It is well known that animals such as dogs and cats often toy with their living prey. The 3 hellhounds had not shed this instinct. They descended upon the professionals from the land of the rising sun with a thunderous crash, and in the face of such overwhelming strength, these professionals stood no chance of resistance. Like a ball being batted about, they were tossed around by the houndess paws, until one by one, they were launched into the air, where Little Black, with his head tilted back and jaws agape, devoured them with a satisfying crunch. Shadow encountered the professionals from the land of 1,000 rivers, and having just had a previous bout, he was remarkably swift. The black mist surged forth, decimating the 2-star professionals before they even had time to react, leaving naught but bones in its wake. Ali faced off against the professionals from the beautiful nation and, in a mischievous display, revealed her true form as the 12-winged seraph. The professionals from the beautiful nation were instantly struck with fear. A 12-winged angel. How could such a 10-star divine beast appear on a 2-star battlefield? "Anthony, you wretched scoundrel, is this a death sentence you've orchestrated for us?" they cried. "Angel, my deity, I repent. I, your foolish servant, shall never again disturb you. The two-star professionals from the beautiful nation, steeped in their faith in angels even in this era of professionals, fervently begged for mercy, especially in light of Ali's pure and divine aura that commanded their reverence. Ali raised her hand slightly and proclaimed, "Very well. Then, I shall grant you redemption." With that, her wings fluttered gently, and several flames descended upon the two-star professionals, igniting them in an instant. Ali's mastery of her skills was undeniably refined, inflicting harm only upon flesh while sparing the bones. It was evident that Ali had taken Little Black's jest to heart. She was indeed reserving the bones for him. Medusa, too, confronted a considerable number of the two-star professionals from the beautiful nation. There were as many as 10, which, by standard team composition, constituted a union of 2 squads. Indeed, these were 2 teams that had just crossed paths, hastily converging upon the scene upon witnessing the signal flare from the land of 1,000 rivers, eager to hunt down the professionals from the great Xia nation. However, Medusa did not rush to dispatch these 10 professionals. Instead, she conjured a wall of fire, encircling them and forcing them to witness the annihilation of their allies and compatriots at the hands of Shadow, Ali, and Little Black. Alas, this is undoubtedly a trap devised against us, I solemnly swear. Those crafty and insidious professionals from the great Xia, I shall bring you to ruin. An angel? I have beheld an angel, a 12-winged seraph. How could it possibly manifest here? And what is that infernal creature? A 3-headed hellhound. We are doomed. This is not a mere 2-star battlefield. It is a 10-star battleground. Impossible. This must be an illusion, assuredly a mirage. They are all gone, every last one of them. We too shall perish. We are all destined for demise. I do not wish to meet my end. I have just embarked on my journey, having awakened my dual professions. My life has only just begun. Had I known, I would never have ventured into this 2-star battlefield, nor heeded the words of that wretched Anthony, urging me to hunt the professionals of the great Xia. I always knew that mysterious eastern realm, steeped in enigma from ancient times, was not one to provoke. Please, in my suffering, I implore you, grant me death. I cannot bear this any longer. As they witnessed their comrades fall, these 2-star professionals from the beautiful nation traversed the harrowing path from fury to despair, with many pleading for Medusa to end their lives. Medusa remained silent, her hands gently clasped, as the infernal wall of flames encircling the beautiful nation's 2-star professionals surged inward, engulfing them in mere moments, followed by anguished cries of either torment or release. Though it seemed prolonged, the entire ordeal transpired in no more than a couple of minutes. Aside from Medusa, who had just concluded her merciless slaughter, the 3-headed beasts awaited at the periphery, ready to return to Shen Lang's side. Once Medusa had annihilated the beautiful nation's professionals and gathered a bounty of equipment, she, along with Ali and the others, returned to Shen Lang's presence. Here, Little Black One, this is for you, a bone. Mine is right here. I saved some for you as well. Eat quickly. Medusa, Ali, and Shadow simultaneously tossed the bones of the fallen 2-star professionals to the little black creature. The creature bared its teeth, gazing pleadingly at Shen Lang. Shen Lang stifled a laugh. Why do you look at me like that? It is a gesture of goodwill from all. What, do you intend to refuse? Woof, woof, woof. The little black one, teary-eyed, devoured the pile of white bones, its ample stomach allowing for swift consumption. Otherwise, it could hardly manage such a feast. Shen Lang began to tally the spoils of this skirmish, and I must reiterate, the phrase holds true. To kill and to plunder brings great rewards. Among the 2-star dark golden equipment, there were a staggering 48 pieces. The purple epic grade gear was even more abundant, totaling 213 pieces, while the red perfect grade items, though slightly fewer, still numbered over 100. 32 beast crystals were claimed, including a 2-star divine beast boss crystal. In addition to these treasures, several advanced restorative potions, all of domestic manufacture, were also acquired. Previously, after vanquishing 2 groups and now adding the current adversaries, nearly everyone possesses dark golden legendary gear, with epic equipment being a standard expectation. Typically, such dark golden gear is seldom seen in the outside world, suggesting that these items have fallen into the hands of the elite. One wonders about the treasures within our great Xia nation's vault. Cough, cough, I digress. The nations of Asan, Little Ri, and beautiful country have indeed spared no expense in their quest to eliminate me. The emergence of these foreign professionals makes it evident that the upcoming encounters for Shen Lang will involve teams of practitioners from their countries, fully armed to the teeth and heavily invested. The Dragon Blood War god was indeed correct. The battlefield for all is precisely where practitioners ought to be. This wave of participation in the universal battlefield is far less arduous than my laborious monster grinding. One could say it is a direct route to immense wealth. My super prosperity pavilion may soon transform into a specialized store for dark, golden legendary equipment. While my thoughts drifted towards this ease, a chilling sensation gripped Shen Lang's heart. After a prolonged silence, he accessed his practitioner friend's system to see if it could be utilized in this universal battlefield, and indeed it could. He promptly opened a chat with Chu Genhua. I wonder if the war god has entered the 10-star battlefield by now. Would I be disturbing him? After a moment's hesitation, Shen Lang sent the message. War god, I need to consult you about something. He did not wait long. Almost immediately after sending, Chu Genhua replied, Oh, you little rascal. So idle that you have time to contact me? How's the situation on your end? Shen Lang responded. It's fine. I've taken down dozens of foreigners and only acquired a few dozen pieces of 2-star dark golden equipment. Chu Genhua exclaimed. TSK. Now you understand. Entering this 2-star battlefield is essentially your gold mine. I find myself a bit envious of you. Shen Lang interjected. War god, I have an important matter to discuss with you. Chu Genhua replied. Go ahead. I still have some time. Hurry up. Shen Lang inquired. There should be quite a few 2-star practitioners from the Great Xia Nation entering the 2-star battlefield, correct? Chu Genhua responded. I think I checked earlier. There are quite a few, but not too many, perhaps around 30 to 40,000. What do you need this for? Shen Lang replied. Is there any way to directly contact all of them? Chu Genhua asked. What exactly do you intend to do? Shen Lang explained. I don't have any particular plans. It's just that searching for foreigners has proven exceedingly difficult. After all this time, I've only managed to locate a small ninja team from Little Ri, and the subsequent enemies were merely chance encounters. This efficiency is woefully inadequate and severely hinders my ability to complete my star upgrading tasks. I wish to resolve the 2-star battlefield matter swiftly and progress to the 3-star or 4-star battlefield. After a considerable pause, Chu Genhua finally replied, So, what can I do for you? Shen Lang concluded. If you could find a way to contact all the 2-star practitioners from the Great Xia Nation in the 2-star battlefield, have them gather in one location, I will designate a safe zone for them to remain. I am prepared to unleash all of my summoned beasts, executing a comprehensive and overwhelming assault across this 2-star battlefield, colloquially referred to as firepower cleansing. Zhu Genhua. Shen Lang, could you please speak? This all seems a bit dizzying. Can you provide a straightforward answer? Zhu Genhua, wake up. Shen Lang. Is it not feasible? Zhu Genhua, it is not that it cannot be done. I possess a method to summon all practitioners within the 2-star battlefield to a singular location through a special means. However, notifying them is one matter, and whether they choose to comply is another entirely. Zhu Genhua. Moreover, the 2-star battlefield is quite vast. Even if they were to obey, gathering them in one place would require considerable time. Thus, this endeavor is rather impractical. Additionally, Shen Lang, your idea is rather selfish. Upon receiving this message, Shen Lang slightly furrowed his brow, and after a moment, he replied, I apologize, War God, I was too hasty. Zhu Genhua, I understand your sentiment, but I cannot assist you in this matter. Shen Lang, no problem, I will ponder alternative strategies. Zhu Genhua, very well, let it be as it is. I have discovered the minister of the ninja department, Murakami, living a comfortable life. I must attend to him. Shen Lang, understood, War God. After ending the call, Shen Lang could not help but shake his head. He realized that his approach had indeed been overly hasty and somewhat presumptuous. Implementing such a plan was far from simple. It was rather selfish to think that he alone could influence tens of thousands. However, remaining idle and waiting for opportunities was also not a viable strategy. It was a waste of time. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang ultimately resolved to take the initiative. Proactive measures were undoubtedly preferable to merely relying on chance. He glanced at his summoned beasts, and a new scheme began to formulate in his mind. Pausing briefly, Shen Lang addressed his beasts. Continuing as we are is a waste of time. Hence, I have devised a new plan. We shall take the initiative and eliminate all practitioners from the Beautiful Nation, the Third Nation, and the Little Sun Nation on this 2-star battlefield. However, gathering our forces in one location would be too concentrated and wasteful for us. Therefore, I have decided that we shall act independently. This way, we can discover more enemies. Upon hearing this, the summoned beasts exhibited no hesitation and responded in unison. Understood. We shall proceed as the master commands. Shen Lang nodded and promptly delineated for directions, saying, Medusa, you are responsible for the northeastern region. Eliminate any enemies you encounter, especially those practitioners from the 3 nations I mentioned. Leave none behind. Very well, master. I shall send them to their rightful destinations. Medusa responded dutifully. Shen Lang then bestowed upon Medusa all of his supportive skills and turned to Ollie, saying, Ollie, grant Sister Shasha all of the auxiliary skills at your disposal. Understood, master. Ollie complied and equipped Medusa with numerous supportive skills. Soon, Medusa, adorned with layers of buffs, set forth in a northeast direction, radiating outward from their current position, her figure vanishing into the void in an instant. After her departure, Shen Lang instructed Shadow, head towards the northwest. Understood, master. Shadow obediently replied. Likewise, before Shadow left, both Shen Lang and Ollie bestowed upon her numerous auxiliary buffs. Once Shadow was gone, only Shen Lang, Little Black, and Ollie remained. Ollie clearly desired to accompany Shen Lang, yet he stated, Ollie, you shall venture southwest. All right, master. Although somewhat reluctant, Ollie nonetheless layered several auxiliary skills upon Shen Lang and Little Black before departing. Shen Lang's reasoning for this arrangement was quite sound. Firstly, Ollie had recently become his contracted beast, and it was essential for her to undergo some solitary training. Furthermore, in the company of Little Black, he could always rely on the latter's support, whereas, alongside Ollie, it was unlikely he would find himself riding on her shoulders. Of course, there was another reason. Ollie might summon the 4 formidable 12-winged angels at any moment. To be frank, Shen Lang was rather averse to interacting with those 4 beings. Such an engagement, fraught with an imbalance of power, was exceedingly uncomfortable. Moreover, the 4 12-winged angels would likely discern the impure nature of their offspring at first glance, which would immediately lead them to attribute the misdeeds to Shen Lang, their master. It was not beyond reason to fear that those 4 might erupt in fury, rendering the situation far from pleasant. Taking a deep breath, Shen Lang leaped back onto Little Black's back and commanded, charge southeast. Woof! Little Black let out a low growl, its form shooting forth towards the southeast. Chapter 125. Your death shall displease the master. In the northeastern expanse of the 2-star battlefield, amidst a desolate desert shrouded in swirling sands, lay a barren land, bereft of any fierce beasts, resembling a forsaken wasteland. Yet, at this very moment, within this inhospitable terrain, a 2-star professional team, forged by a certain guild from the Great Xia Kingdom, found themselves in dire straits. This was the Azure Dragon Guild, one of the few 9-star guilds in the Great Xia Kingdom. Although it paled in comparison to the legendary 10-star guilds, such as the Divine Heavenly Court, it still boasted formidable 9-star professional warriors, making it quite distinguished among civilian organizations. However, the Azure Dragon Guild's professional squad was currently in a pitiful state, frantically fleeing for their lives. Hot on their heels was a relentless group of practitioners from the Little Sun Country, clad in ninja attire, ruthlessly pursuing them with overwhelming force. As a 9-star guild, the Azure Dragon Guild provided its members with the necessary equipment support to rapidly level up and acquire more resources in the 2-star battlefield, even supplying them with a few pieces of red, perfect-grade epic gear. Nonetheless, despite such provisions, they were no match for the specially trained hunters from the Little Sun Country, who had been meticulously selected from across the nation for their potential as 2-star ninjas, many of whom were on the verge of ascending to 3-star status. These formidable fighters had deliberately suppressed their levels to enter the 2-star battlefield, solely to hunt down the practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom. Thus, faced with the onslaught of the Little Sun Country's ninja practitioners, the Azure Dragon Guild's members could only flee in defeat, utterly outmatched. These bastards treat us like mice, relentlessly chasing us down. One of them exclaimed in frustration. What can we do? This is clearly a mockery. They possess the strength to eliminate us, but have pursued us for this long instead. Damn it, it's infuriating. How can their equipment be so superior? Another member lamented. The president has sent word that due to the potential dragon's presence, the Little Sun country is intent on killing him and has dispatched many experts to hunt us. We're being dragged into this because of the potential dragon. Why are they pursuing us? To kill a potential dragon from the Great Xia, must we all perish alongside him? While the majority of the citizens of Great Xia would rather not see the potential dragon extinguished before it could flourish, the selfishness inherent in human nature is not easily overcome by everyone. Thus, some members of the Azure Dragon Guild, especially under the current harrowing circumstances, could not help but harbor resentment towards the potential dragon, a figure they had never encountered. Of course, such sentiments are not uncommon. After all, how does the potential dragon's threat to foreign foes concern these ordinary practitioners? However, there were those who understood the gravity of their situation. A young man with silver hair coldly interjected, "Enough with the complaints. Even without the potential dragon, the Little Sun country would not spare us upon sighting practitioners from the Great Xia Kingdom. Remember, this is a battlefield where all are considered enemies. In this godforsaken place, everyone may be a foe, especially the foreigners. What shall we do? Are we to keep fleeing indefinitely?" Someone lamented, a sense of hopelessness permeating their words. What difference does it make to run? They have not yet slain us. As long as we continue to escape, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. Utterly futile. They are merely toying with us, reveling in our plight as if we are lost souls. Once they tire of this sport, they will undoubtedly put us to death. Our fate is sealed. The speaker's tone was drenched in despair. The fear of death can be a terror too great for the faint-hearted to withstand. If it were not so, history would not be rife with traitors. The allure of power and wealth is one aspect. Yet the truth remains. These traitors are driven by an abject fear of death. As if to corroborate the earlier speaker's despondent words, the pursuers from the land of the rising sun, who had been trailing them leisurely, suddenly quickened their pace, closing the distance with alarming swiftness. A figure clad entirely in black, the garb of a ninja, with only a pair of mocking eyes visible, shouted in broken Dacia, "Run, you wretched pigs. Hurry up, or we shall catch you." "What joy there is in this game of cat and mouse," laughed another ninja, reveling in the chase. In their taunting pursuit, the gap between the ninjas from the land of the rising sun and the members of the Azure Dragon Guild diminished rapidly. In mere moments, they would be within 10 meters of the armed beasts, poised to unleash a lethal attack at any moment. The white-haired speaker abruptly halted, an aura of vitality surging forth as he evidently unleashed a unique skill, dramatically enhancing his attributes. With a calm yet resolute voice, he declared, "You all must flee. I will hold them off." In the blink of an eye, the white-haired figure brandished a crimson staff, summoning a massive earthen wall to rise before him. Simultaneously, numerous earthen spikes erupted from the ground, obstructing the ninjas while launching counterattacks aimed at hindering their pursuit, granting his companions a chance to escape further. Clearly, he was an earth mage, sacrificing his own safety to buy precious time for his allies to flee. "Damn it, you, a mage, are to guard our rear? What of my dignity as a tank? I have fled enough. I shall not run any longer. Let death come. I have never feared it." Upon hearing these words, the white-haired mage turned to find that none of his comrades had abandoned him. They all remained steadfast. Even those who had previously been most terrified stood their ground, facing the advancing ninjas. Seeing his companion's unwavering resolve, a smile broke upon the white-haired mage's face as he laughed heartily. "In that case, let us embrace our fate together. However, before we meet our end, let us ensure we take a few of them down with us." Once again, someone spoke up, asserting, "Indeed, even in death, we must show these wretched creatures of the Little Sun Nation the indomitable spirit of the Great Xia people. It is essential that they pay a price for their actions. And you, Shen Lang, you scoundrel, if you survive this ordeal, you must avenge us. Annihilate those despicable beings." Amidst the echoes of their final words, the Qinglong Guild boldly launched a counterattack against the Little Sun Nation behind them. They understood the futility of their situation. Escape was not an option, yet they desired to die with dignity. Meanwhile, the professionals from the Little Sun Nation, having effortlessly broken through the earthen barriers erected by the white-haired practitioners, were astonished to witness the Great Xia practitioners, previously fleeing, now rallying with a fervor to confront them head-on. "Baka, the game of cat and mouse is far from over for me." They deemed themselves invincible, exclaiming, "Let us finish this." We've wasted enough time. After dispatching these few, we must hunt down the other Qianlongs and the remaining Great Xia practitioners. With that, the Little Sun Nation's professionals, losing all patience, unleashed their skills to conclude this chase. The tanks and warriors of the Qinglong Guild surged to the forefront, striving to buy time for the white-haired mages behind them to launch their spells. Some wielded shields. Others swung axes, recklessly unleashing their abilities. With death imminent, who cared for stamina or mana? The white-haired mages and archers, too, unleashed every skill at their disposal in a frenzy. Regrettably, the equipment of the Little Sun Nation's professionals was far superior, predominantly at level 60 and lacking stars. Their hard and soft power vastly outstripping that of the Qinglong Guild. The tank's valiant defenses crumbled effortlessly under the relentless barrage from the Little Sun professionals. Haha, I shall take my leave first. What a pity I've never known a woman in this life. Truly a regret. But at least during my time at the Advanced Vocational Academy, I had 3 dalliances. As they resolutely embraced their fate, the Qinglong Guild practitioners grew unfazed. Shedding the terror of imminent death, we agreed to die together. How could we let you escape first? The white-haired mages and archers ceased their ranged attacks, closing in to stand shoulder to shoulder with the tanks. The professionals from the Little Sun Nation, witnessing this, wore expressions of utter dismay. What was once a delightful game of cat and mouse had unexpectedly transformed into a grim spectacle. Kill. Yet, the ninja practitioners from the Little Sun Nation had also lost their patience and ceased all idle chatter, with their figures darting forward. A multitude of skills was about to engulf the Qinglong Guild's professionals. However, at that moment, a figure descended from the heavens. Boom. The figure cast upon the ground seemed akin to a comet colliding with the earth, causing the surrounding desert to tremble violently. The professionals of the Qinglong Guild, still bewildered by the unfolding events, found themselves hunched over, propelled backward by the formidable shockwave. Yet, as they were hurled away, their vision remained remarkably clear. In the midst of their astonished gazes, the descending divine figure, her back turned to them, uttered a chilling word, death. Her proclamation resonated like thunder, as if the very laws of the universe were declaring divine authority. With the utterance of that single word, the initial onslaught of skills from the diminutive nation, which had been poised to annihilate the Qinglong Guild's professionals, began to unravel. These skills, bolstered by various high-quality equipment among the 2-star professionals, could not be deemed weak. Had they landed on the Qinglong Guild's members, they would have undoubtedly claimed their lives with ease. However, in the wake of the goddess's pronouncement, a wave of scorching heat erupted forth. Within this torrent, the once formidable effects of those skills dissipated like smoke in the wind, vanishing without a trace. Furthermore, the diminutive nation's professionals, who had anticipated witnessing the gruesome demise of the Daxia nation's practitioners, were equally caught off guard. Their faces, clad in ninja garb, bore expressions of mockery and disdain. These practitioners of the vast Daxia nation are nothing but a bunch of inept fools. Only our Great Day Empire deserves to be the sole sovereign of Asia. The downfall of Daxia is inevitable, just as the diminutive nation's practitioners reveled in their overconfidence. That ethereal, goddess-like figure descended from the heavens, and without a single motion, rendered their lethal skills, capable of slaughtering a multitude of 2-star professionals, into mere wisps of nothingness. They could even perceive the very process of their skills dissipating. How is this possible? Who is she? A practitioner of the Daxia nation? Impossible. Such formidable prowess cannot exist in the 2-star battlefield. The thoughts of the diminutive nation's professionals echoed in their minds as they found themselves suspended in midair, their bodies ensnared as if trapped in a quagmire, unable to budge an inch, leaving only their consciousness aware and alert. Thus, they could witness the dissolution of their earlier skills, and behind them, the professionals from the diminutive nation could see their own teammates igniting like burning scraps of paper. The flames swiftly engulfed their bodies from the point of contact with the heat wave, scattering ashes while continuing to consume other parts of their forms. Death, at times, is not so terrifying. For instance, if one is unaware and meets their end, they feel no pain. Yet, the most harrowing experience is when the specter of death stands before you, reaping the lives of those around you while you await your own demise. In such circumstances, death becomes the most terrifying specter, for it reveals with stark clarity the manner of one's demise. 1, 2, 3. The practitioners of the Little Day country were mercilessly consumed by the searing heat, reduced to mere ashes one after another. Until the final practitioner of the Little Day country was engulfed by the inferno, not a single soul among them survived. Though this may seem to unfold slowly, in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. At this very moment, the practitioners of the Qinglong Guild were propelled backward at a constant speed. Witnessing with their own eyes the gradual annihilation of the Little Day practitioners, being devoured by the relentless flames and transformed into dust. They remained oblivious to the cause of this calamity, yet they instinctively understood it was the work of the heavenly goddess descending from the skies. The silhouette of this celestial being magnified infinitely within their gaze, occupying their entire field of vision. However, the backward trajectory of the Qinglong Guild's members signified that they too were under assault. The force buffeting their bodies threatened to render them mere carcasses upon impact with the ground. They were dead, all those wretched beings from the Little Day country, utterly extinguished. Ha 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 ha. Even in death, it was worth it. The practitioners of the Qinglong Guild appeared to foresee their fates, destined to follow the Little Day creatures into oblivion. Yet, rather than succumbing to panic or despair, they maintained a carefree demeanor, resigned to their impending fate. Just then, a chilling voice echoed in their ears. You are exceedingly weak. Merely because my descent was a tad swift, you find yourselves faltering, truly pathetic. However, you must not perish, nor can you be slain by me. Should you die, my master would be displeased. Accompanied by this frigid voice, the practitioners of the Qinglong Guild, who had been waiting for death with closed eyes, suddenly found their backward motion brought to a gentle halt, as if cradled by a soft force, gradually lowering them to the ground. Once they had all touched down, the members of the Qinglong Guild exchanged bewildered glances, each grappling with a sense of unreality. They raised their eyes toward the direction of the goddess, but found no trace of her. Even the equipment dropped by the deceased Little Day practitioners had vanished without a trace. Were it not for their own eyes witnessing the event, and the absence of the hunters that had pursued them relentlessly, they might have believed they were ensnared in a dream, a harrowing yet exhilarating survival dream. We have survived? One murmured, his expression still dazed. Another swallowed hard, quickly touching his face and limbs, nodding in disbelief. It seems we truly are alive. The silver-haired practitioner inhaled deeply, gazing at the spot where Medusa had just stood, and remarked with a smile, Indeed, we are still alive. A formidable force has appeared, annihilating all the lesser practitioners. It was she who saved us. Prompted by the silver-haired practitioner's words, the others began to recollect the recent events. The woman descended like a celestial being, to be precise. She had not even lifted a finger. Her mere presence had led to the total obliteration of the practitioners from the lesser realm. Suddenly, one practitioner spoke up, that woman. She is incredibly powerful. Not just powerful, but utterly invincible. Her sudden appearance resulted in an instant massacre. It was hard to fathom that such a powerhouse could exist in a 2-star battlefield. But could she truly be a 2-star practitioner? The rules of the universal battlefield dictate that only 2-star practitioners are permitted entry. No one can contravene this regulation. Yet, could a 2-star practitioner possess such overwhelming strength? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into silence once more, at a loss for words to adequately describe Medusa's breathtaking emergence. They understood that geniuses existed in this world. As for the members of the Azure Dragon Guild, while they were not ordinary, they were certainly not exceptional either. Otherwise, a prestigious 9-star guild would not have recruited them. However, when it comes to geniuses at the 2-star level, a mere skill could annihilate a multitude of peers equipped with legendary gear. Was such a genius not excessively extraordinary? This exceeded their previous understanding of the realm. After a brief pause, the silver-haired practitioner suddenly raised an eyebrow and asked, Did you hear what she said before she departed? What did she say? Did she speak? One person inquired with astonishment and curiosity. They had all been in a state of shock, too dazed to pay attention to any words spoken. The silver-haired practitioner furrowed his brow and replied, I didn't catch it all clearly, but it was something along the lines of us being too weak. Her speed was so swift that the residual force could have killed us. Moreover, she mentioned that we must not die, or else her master would be displeased. Master? Impossible. A tank practitioner retorted without hesitation. With her level of prowess, how could she possibly have a master? That is utterly inconceivable. You must have misheard. The silver-haired practitioner glanced once more at the spot where Medusa had vanished, pondering. Perhaps I truly did experience an auditory hallucination. Chapter 126. Chi Tianyi showcases his prowess. In the vast expanse of the two-star battlefield, particularly in the northwestern region, the arena stretches infinitely. Even within the confines of the two-star battlefield, the enormity remains palpable. Furthermore, upon entering, unless one arrives with companions, it is exceedingly rare to find oneself in the same location as another. Each individual's descent occurs in a unique locale. Within a secluded valley, a team of practitioners from the Qingbei Academy of the Great Xia Kingdom is engaged in the pursuit of a formidable two-star pinnacle boss. Renowned as the premier institution in the Great Xia Kingdom, the Qingbei Academy enrolls only the most capable of students. Indeed, some among them rival the fledgling warriors of the War God Corps. After all, individuals possess diverse aspirations. Those endowed with exceptional talents do not necessarily opt for the path of military service. Consequently, many of them gravitate towards prestigious academies or prominent guilds. This cohort constitutes the overwhelming majority of novice practitioners transitioning into their chosen careers each year, while the fledgling warriors represent but a small fraction. The Qingbei Academy is situated in the capital, Zijing City, under the aegis of the former sovereign, enjoying a significant allocation of national resources, thus attracting a considerable number of practitioners. This particular squad from Qingbei Academy is an elite team, with all members at level 50 and equipped with commendable gear, including 2 attacking practitioners adorned with dark golden legendary equipment. Therefore, while subduing a 2-star boss is no trivial task, it is not insurmountable. Moreover, their prolonged collaboration within the Academy ensures a well-coordinated approach to monster aggro and positioning, rendering the 2-star boss akin to a kite on a string. It is only a matter of time before it succumbs to their relentless assault. Brothers, stay strong. This behemoth is nearing its end. In just a few more minutes, it shall fall. One exclaimed. My experience bar is at 98. Once we vanquish this boss, I shall ascend to level 51. Alas, if only it were a 2-star divine beast, we would surely obtain at least an epic 2-star item. This is merely the beginning. In this expansive battlefield, with our prowess, we could contend not only with a 2-star divine beast, but even a 2-star divine beast boss, given the right coordination. Another chimed in, enthusiasm palpable. I yearn for a clash with a 2-star divine beast boss. Let us stay focused, abandon idle thoughts. Let us secure this boss first. They rallied together. Amidst the fervent exchanges of encouragement, the aura of the 2-star boss began to wane, its cries of distress growing increasingly frantic. Just as it appeared poised to collapse, a surge of formidable energy suddenly erupted from behind the Qingbei Academy team. Damn it! Watch your backs, an ambush! Came the urgent warning. Abandon the boss. Abandon the boss. Foreigners. Practitioners from the Arson Kingdom. They recognized. Reform the formation. Eliminate these arson practitioners first, swiftly. Amidst the captain's furious commands, the team exhibited unwavering obedience, swiftly turning to face the impending threat. A stalwart tank and a defensive berserker led the charge, deploying their defensive skills with utmost vigor. Their support, undeterred, promptly enveloped them in protective buffs. Concurrently, the team's damage dealers relentlessly unleashed their assault skills upon the encroaching adversaries from the A3 nation. It must be noted that the coordination of this squad from Qingbei Academy was remarkable. At the moment the captain issued his order, they decisively abandoned their imminent opportunity to vanquish the boss and redirected their focus towards the assailants from the A3 nation, at least for the moment. Even if they were not a match for the heavily armed foes, their synchronized efforts would surely allow them to hold their ground for a while, preventing a swift defeat. As anticipated, during the initial wave of defense, the Qingbei Academy team found themselves slightly outmatched. Both the tank and the berserker sustained injuries. Yet they still retained the strength to continue fighting. Damn it! How are these A3 warriors so formidable? Captain, something feels amiss. These A3 warriors are equipped with exceptional gear. Almost every one of them possesses dark gold equipment. During their communications, the captain of the team also discerned this unsettling truth. In this battleground of slaughter, the use of reconnaissance was no longer a taboo, and with all being enemies, who would care? The captain swiftly employed his reconnaissance skill, his heart racing as he realized he could not view the information of the A3 warriors. The absence of their professional information could only imply one explanation. They were of a higher level. This signified that the A3 warriors were undoubtedly above level 50, and all of them at that. Judging by their presence, it was highly probable they were nearing level 60, or perhaps were indeed at that level. The captain, having earned the trust of his peers through extraordinary insight and judgment, promptly issued the command, "Abandon the fight. Retreat. Retreat." With levels inferior to our foes and equipment lacking, what hope do we have? Continuing this engagement would only lead to our demise. In this battleground, encountering adversarial professionals meant that defeat could equate to the loss of life, with no room for error, particularly now, as official notifications had spread regarding the A3 nation and the Little Sun nation ruthlessly hunting the professionals of the Great Xia nation within the two-star battleground. The captain was acutely aware that prolonging the conflict would result in their inevitable death. Upon hearing the captain's order, the other members of the Qingbei Academy team, though reluctant, recognized the disparity between the two sides, as they were on the verge of slaying the boss only to be ambushed by the A3 warriors. Consequently, they defended while retreating. The A3 warriors, witnessing this, laughed heartily, proclaiming, "No professional from the Great Xia nation that we encounter has ever left alive. Stay and join us." Though the members of the Qingbei Academy could not comprehend the incessant chatter of the foreign individuals, they were able to surmise a rough understanding of the situation. The captain proclaimed loudly, "Do not waste your skills, focus on the retreat." Before he could fully articulate the word retreat, a dense black mist suddenly surged from an unknown source, enveloping them entirely. The first to be affected were the foreign professionals, who, lacking even the time to react, were swiftly engulfed by the inky haze. When the mist receded, it left behind nothing but a harrowing array of white bones scattered across the ground, a sight that struck terror into the hearts of the Qingbei Academy team. Momentarily halting their retreat, the team stared in shock at the skeletal remains, momentarily dazed. Upon raising their eyes again to seek the whereabouts of the black mist, they discovered that it had vanished without a trace. However, all eyes were drawn to a singular figure that stood amidst the turbulent fog, a human professional, though obscured by the mist, rendering it impossible to discern their features or gender. Who could this person be? Why would they come to our aid? Surely, it should be our compatriots, the professionals of the Great Xia, who would assist us. Had it not been for their appearance, we might have perished here, ambushed by these unscrupulous foes. This strength is rather excessive. How could a group of semi-divine professionals from that foreign land be so easily annihilated? Among the two-star professionals of the Great Xia, who possesses such formidable power, could it be the elusive Shen Lang? Wasn't it said that the foreign nations were relentlessly pursuing him? Indeed, that seems a plausible notion. Who would have thought Shen Lang possessed such strength? It's no wonder he was able to achieve an SSS rating upon completing the novice dungeon shortly after his class transfer. One can certainly understand why those foreign nations would go to such lengths to eliminate him. If I were in their position, I too would devise every means to rid myself of him. After all, he is merely a two-star professional. Eliminating one of his rank is akin to child's play. Should he continue to grow in power, he might surpass even our Dragon Blood War god in the future. The members of the Qingbei Academy, having sustained minimal injuries and emboldened by the Shadow's swift and elusive nature, found themselves engaged in animated conversation. Through their discourse, one could discern the profound astonishment that gripped their hearts. In the distance, the Shadow, having departed, did not glance back but continued to advance in a fan-shaped formation. Encountering professionals from the Great Xia, they remained vigilant, yet when confronted with ferocious beasts or professionals from the other three nations set to automatic attack. The command was clear: eliminate. Indeed, the presence of numerous foreign entities is palpable. Suddenly, the Shadow pivoted sharply, directing its gaze towards the right front, surging swiftly toward the sense location. Meanwhile, Medusa, too, had detected a significant presence of foreign professionals, far more than she had previously noted, numbering no fewer than 30. Among them, some of the energies felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of those encountered in the rookie camp of Mo City. Moreover, it appeared that these foreign professionals were converging towards the direction of the familiar energy she recognized. Medusa ascended into the void, a flicker of flame igniting within her amber eyes. In the next moment, the two-peak two-star bosses engaged in battle below her were transformed into crimson rock. crumbling into fragments that scattered a plethora of equipment across the ground. In an instant, Medusa effortlessly gathered the spoils into her inventory with a single command. It is worth noting that Shen Lang had previously equipped his beasts with a one-click pickup card, albeit not as exaggerated as his own 10,000-meter range. Nevertheless, a distance of 3,000 meters was still considerable, allowing them to swiftly collect the equipment while operating independently. After securing the boss's dropped items, Medusa did not linger for a moment and headed directly toward the familiar aura she sensed. Simultaneously, approximately 10 kilometers away, on a desolate stretch of gravel plain, Medusa's instincts proved accurate. There, led by Qiu Tianyi, were 10 individuals, the highest-ranking members of the original novice camp, clearly divided into 2 teams. Prior to entering the national battlefield, the novice camp had allowed them to freely form teams of 5. At that moment, on the gravel plain, Qiu Tianyi and his team were engaged in the hunt for 2 Earth Dragon bosses. This was indeed the reason for their collaboration. One team had discovered the Earth Dragon bosses and, fearing to tackle them alone, soon encountered Qiu Tianyi's group, prompting them to join forces. Each team set out to slay one Earth Dragon, which posed no significant challenge for them. The presence of Qiu Tianyi, whose strength was not to be underestimated as a formidable storm warrior, greatly bolstered their confidence. Additionally, Qiu Tianyi had the support of his family. To ensure his success in the 2-star battlefield, they had provided him with an entire set of 2-star dark gold equipment, rendering him clad in divine armor and significantly enhancing his combat prowess. With a resounding crash, Qiu Tianyi unleashed a powerful assault, cleaving one of the Earth Dragons in 2 with the assistance of his teammates. Without a moment's pause, he turned and rushed towards the other team to aid them in vanquishing the remaining Earth Dragon. Before long, the second beast met its demise at Qiu Tianyi's hands. Despite his exceptional strength, the consecutive slaying of 2 Earth Dragons took a considerable toll on him. After the battle concluded, Qiu Tianyi found himself breathless, his complexion slightly pale. The priests from both teams, in unison, stepped forward to administer various restorative spells to him. Yet at that moment, Qiu Tianyi rose defiantly, the tempestuous energy surging through him once more, and bellowed, "Cowards, reveal yourselves." As he spoke, he had already drawn his blade, and wielding the power of the storm, he unleashed a swirling tempest, a gust of wind that stretched over 10 meters in length, sweeping forward and stirring up a cacophony of debris and dust. The others exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by Qiu Tianyi's sudden frenzy, as he began to unleash his fury upon the very air itself. However, after the storm swept through, figures began to emerge at its end. Professionals clad in 3 distinct attires formed 3 formations, advancing towards them in unison. Upon witnessing this, the crowd could not help but exclaim, "Damn, it's the folks from the Little Japan, along with Asan and the beautiful nation. How did they manage to come together?" Qiu Tianyi furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze sweeping across the 30-person squad. It was evident that this was a formidable coalition from 3 nations, each contributing 2 small teams to constitute a formidable force of 30. Of course, it was also possible that they had temporarily regrouped along the way. However, that was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that, despite Qiu Tianyi's unwavering confidence, he found himself outmatched in the face of such numerous adversaries. In an instant, numerous counter-strategies flashed through his mind, yet they all culminated in a singular outcome. They would all perish here. At that moment, a professional from the Little Japan jested, Well, we've encountered a formidable opponent. Qiu Tianyi, having received a decent education, had learned the languages of various nations from a young age, including the tongue of Little Japan. Thus, he understood their words and recognized the mockery and derision therein. Simultaneously, several probing skills targeted Qiu Tianyi, prompting him to furrow his brow once more. Clad in formidable gear, it seemed this individual was indeed quite powerful. A tall, imposing bald professional from the beautiful nation stepped forward, scrutinizing Qiu Tianyi from head to toe. He remarked, "Qiu Tianyi, I've not heard of such a figure among the 2-star professionals of your great Xia nation. How vexing. Why aren't you there?" Upon hearing the codename, Qiu Tianyi instantly grasped the intentions of these foreign adversaries. After all, the commander of the rookie camp had warned them about this, and his family had specifically reminded him of this matter when they sent him equipment. Unfortunately, Qiu Tianyi had not anticipated encountering foes seeking to trouble so quickly. To be honest, If he had encountered a solitary enemy team, Qi Tianyi would have had some confidence in retaliating or escaping. However, gazing at the 30-strong force before him, he felt utterly powerless. The other members of the rookie camp, though somewhat apprehensive, were, after all, reserves of the God of War camp and had undergone brief training in the rookie camp. Fear was not a source of shame, yet they did not display it outwardly. Instead, they surrounded Qi Tianyi, adopting a stance of readiness. Qi Tianyi, eyeing the foreign professionals, coldly declared, "Is this the best your nations can muster? Unable to bear the emergence of talent from other lands. A bunch of cowards. If only I, Qi, could reach 10 stars, I would rampage through your territory." This was articulated in the language of the beautiful nation, laced with various expletives that these foreigners could not comprehend. A practitioner from the land of Asan scoffed in the tongue of the beautiful nation, proclaiming, "The wrath of the inept is utterly valueless before truly formidable warriors." He then pointed provocatively at Qiu Tianyi, challenging, "So it's you. Dare you to face my grandfather in a duel?" Qiu Tianyi, with a heavy weapon in hand, arrogantly accepted the challenge. Having once been subjugated by a knightly nation, Asan's bloodline unconsciously bore the mark of that chivalric spirit. Upon hearing Qiu Tianyi's challenge, he solemnly declared, "I, Kimide, accept your." Unfortunately, before Kimide could finish his statement, a burly bald man from the beautiful nation stepped forward, rudely pushing him aside and bellowing, "Fool, can't you see that this great Xia pig is merely stalling for time?" In the face of such blatant arrogance, Kimide found himself rendered speechless, obediently retreating to the sidelines, his subservience unmistakable. The bald man clearly held a position of authority within the group. He cast a glance at Qiu Tianyi and the others before waving his hand dismissively, commanding, "Do not waste time, just kill them. Once they've been dealt with, we shall move on. These great Xia monkeys are truly insufferable." However, at that moment, Qiu Tianyi suddenly erupted into action, appearing before the bald man in an instant, his unsharpened weapon striking forcefully toward the man's neck, exclaiming, "You white pigs are even more detestable." The bald man, clearly caught off guard by Qiu Tianyi's swiftness, hastily attempted to block the attack. Yet, despite his own strength, he was no match for Qiu Tianyi, who had been acknowledged as formidable even by Shen Lang. Consequently, even with a defensive maneuver, the bald man could not withstand the full force of Qiu Tianyi's strike. With a sickening sound, the head of the bald man was sent soaring into the air, accompanied by a fountain of blood that erupted skyward. This shocking spectacle left the practitioners from the land of Asan and the beautiful nation utterly dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Qiu Tianyi, filled with exasperation, turned to his novice teammates and shouted fiercely, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry and flee." Chapter 127. The future Angel Empress is no longer pure. 32-star professionals, equipped with exceptional gear far surpassing that of their own side. This presents an insurmountable deadlock, a reality that Qiu Tianyi comprehends all too well. In a one-on-one confrontation, these 30 adversaries from foreign nations would stand no chance against him. However, the notion of toppling all 30 with his solitary strength remains a mere figment of his imagination. As for the other members of the rookie camp, it is not that Qiu Tianyi underestimates his teammates. Rather, the disparity is considerable, not only in terms of levels and equipment, but also in sheer numbers. The opposition holds an undeniable advantage. Nevertheless, Qiu Tianyi is unwilling to succumb to despair, which is why he resorts to provoking these foreign professionals. He even suggests a duel with Asan. The bald man from the beautiful nation was correct. Qiu Tianyi is indeed stalling for time, attempting to summon other members of the rookie camp to his aid. It is entirely normal for the rookie camp to seek reinforcements when faced with insurmountable odds. Initially, Asan had consented, but the bald man from the beautiful nation intervened, causing disruption. Qiu Tianyi could not tolerate this provocation and, in a fit of rage, decisively severed the bald man's head, thus venting his frustration. This act, of course, was part of Qiu Tianyi's strategy. Since he could not prolong the confrontation, he aimed to incite chaos among the professionals from the three nations, which is why he unleashed his fury. The forceful decapitation of the bald man bewildered the professionals from the three nations, and it wasn't until Qiu Tianyi urged the rookie camp members to flee that they began to react, inciting a wave of turmoil. The members of the rookie camp, adhering to his commands, swiftly scattered in all directions. As for Qiu Tianyi, he too needed to escape, and he did so with utmost speed. It would be foolish to linger and face 29 foreign professionals. At that point, not even a trace of him would remain. Whether the other members of the rookie camp could evade capture was uncertain, but he had done all he could. Once the professionals from the three nations regained their composure, they witnessed the Daxia professionals fleeing in every direction. Upon glancing at the lifeless body of the bald man, they were consumed with rage and charged after them. Damn it! Everyone, attack! Eliminate them! Wipe them out! Those cunning Daxia people deserve to perish. Amidst the clamor of the three nations' professionals, they too dispersed, swiftly pursuing the members of the rookie camp. Although Qiu Tianyi had initially distanced himself, he turned back to see a practitioner from the Little Sun Nation closing in on one of his teammates, who served as support and possessed little combat prowess. The outcome was all too predictable. The teammate would struggle little and soon meet his demise at the hands of the professional from the Little Sun Nation. A flicker of conflict crossed Qiu Tianyi's eyes, yet ultimately, he pivoted and dashed toward his support. A true foe never abandons their comrades. Qiu Tianyi let out a resounding cry invoking the ancestral teachings of his clan, his figure descending like a tempest, striking down the practitioners of the minor nation with a thunderous impact. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed into a veritable god of war, wreaking havoc among the practitioners of the three kingdoms. In the blink of an eye, 4 adversaries lay slain at his feet. This prompted a dozen or so practitioners from the three kingdoms to converge, intent on eliminating the formidable Qiu Tianyi. Meanwhile, the other members of the rookie camp, witnessing the onslaught against Qiu Tianyi, began to flee in panic. By the heavens, what are we running for? We should return and fight. Captain Qiu, you are truly ungrateful, abandoning us while you engage the enemy. If we escape and you perish here, how shall we face our brothers in the future? As Qiu Tianyi found himself besieged by the practitioners of the three kingdoms, he felt an overwhelming urge to slap each of his retreating teammates in frustration. He had resolutely decided to return and fight, all for the sake of securing a path to survival for them. You fools! You ignorant fools! Cursed be your ancestors! Despite the torrent of curses raging in his heart, witnessing his comrades rally back into the fray stirred a bloodshot gleam in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful skill struck him in the chest, sending him hurtling backward. Had it not been for his 2-star dark gold equipment, the blow might have pierced his very heart. With a mighty swing of his heavy staff, the power of the storm enveloped him, and he managed to stabilize himself after being propelled 10 meters away. Although this skill did not claim his life, it left him grievously wounded, blood spurting from his mouth. Dare you to slay your ancestor? I ask you, do you possess the strength to do so? Qiu Tianyi roared defiantly, blood staining his teeth, disregarding his injuries as the storm surged anew, charging towards the practitioners of the three kingdoms. In an instant, he dispatched 2 more foes, even rescuing several rookie camp members on the brink of death. Yet, during this fierce combat, he sustained additional wounds, his body now soaked in blood. Involuntarily, the other members of the rookie camp gravitated toward Qiu Tianyi, and the scene morphed back into a standoff. With Qiu Tianyi at the helm, the rookie camp faced the practitioners of the three kingdoms, who, intimidated by Qiu Tianyi's fearsome prowess, hesitated to launch further attacks. What was initially perceived as a slaughter turned unexpectedly as Qiu Tianyi unleashed his wrath, instilling fear in the practitioners of the three kingdoms. This did not imply that the adversaries were inherently weak. They were, after all, elite warriors selected from various nations. The reason they faltered before Qiu Tianyi was not solely due to his superior strength as a second-generation warrior, but also due to another critical factor. Though they appeared united, the practitioners of the three kingdoms fought as individuals, lacking any semblance of cohesion. Their objectives were fundamentally misaligned, and crucially, they lacked the conviction to face death, a belief that was their greatest deficiency. If they could unite against Qiu Tianyi, even his relentless valor would not suffice to withstand the combined might of 3 or 5 warriors, who could easily eliminate him. Unfortunately, these practitioners from the three kingdoms were gripped by fear, terrified of perishing at the hands of the seemingly deranged Qiu Tianyi, thus granting him the opportunity to wreak havoc. Qiu Tianyi, wielding his heavy staff, gasped for breath, his white hair disheveled and stained with blood, his myriad wounds bleeding profusely. Despite the constant healing spells cast by a nearby priest, the effects remained minimal. What are the casualties? Qiu Tianyi inquired, his gaze fixed upon the Three Kingdoms practitioners. His tone grave. A nearby swordsman responded in a subdued voice. 3 of our brothers have fallen. The remaining team members, upon hearing this, could not help but display somber expressions. Regardless of how they attempted to bolster their spirits, they were still merely a little over 18 years of age, barely adults. Akin to children before the era of profession. Although they had undergone militarized training in Mo City, training could never replicate the authenticity of true combat. Chi Tiany's expression remained unchanged, yet a smile broke across his face as he rested his hand upon the staff, stating, "In war, there are always casualties. Did you not foresee this outcome when you turned back? Furthermore, they have lost more men than we have." Indeed, the practitioners from the Three Kingdoms numbered 30, while they had only 10. From the onset until now, the rookie camp had sacrificed 3 warriors, while the Three Kingdoms practitioners had lost a total of 9. A casualty ratio of 1 to 3. Moreover, not all of those 9 were slain by Chi Tiany. 2 were dispatched by other warriors in collaboration. On the opposing side, the practitioners from the Three Kingdoms were beginning to feel apprehensive. They could hardly comprehend how the battle had devolved into such chaos. They had initially anticipated an easy victory, overwhelming 10 with 30, yet the tables had turned, creating an unexpected trend of reversal. "Let us eliminate that white-haired one. He is quite formidable," someone suggested. Initially, they had indeed aimed for that, but disunity had allowed Chi Tiany to retaliate effectively. However, a practitioner from a minor nation shook his head, saying, "No, let us not concern ourselves with him. Instead, we should focus on eliminating the other Dixia warriors. If we concentrate all our efforts on them, this one will surely attempt to disrupt us. Once we have vanquished the remaining Dixia warriors, his morale will crumble, and then we can confront him together." It must be said that the minor nation practitioner had adeptly learned the cunning strategies of the ancestral Dixia leaders. All along, the other warriors from the rookie camp had indeed diverted the attention of the Three Kingdoms practitioners, thereby granting Chi Tiany the chance to claim victories. Had the Three Kingdoms practitioners chosen to ignore Chi Tiany and focus solely on the other rookie camp warriors, Chi Tiany might have seized a few opportunities. Yet the inevitable result would have been the annihilation of the rookie camp warriors, leaving Chi Tiany to be besieged and ultimately perish. You wretched beasts from the minor nation truly deserve your fate. Although Chi Tiany was resting and recuperating, he could still comprehend the treacherous words of the little days. He narrowed his eyes, stood tall, and declared loudly, "I assure you, even if every one of my men perishes, I will annihilate all of you little days." At this proclamation, the faces of the remaining 8 little days turned pale. Yet, at that very moment, the remaining 9 from the beautiful nation launched an assault. Heeding the suggestion of the little days, all of them charging towards the other warriors of the rookie camp, including the surviving 3 from the A3. The situation for the A3 was indeed dire, with only 3 remaining, as 6 of the 9 fallen among the trio of nations were from their ranks. From the war god camp, a voice rang out, "Captain, do not concern yourself with us. Slay as many of these beasts as you can. Consider it our revenge." Indeed, the fate of a soldier lies on the battlefield, and there is nothing to dispute. The rookie camp rallied with vigor. Amidst the shouts, the remaining 6 warriors of the rookie camp bravely charged towards the oncoming A3. Beside Chi Tiany, the space felt desolate, yet he laughed heartily. "Very well, let us kill." True to his word, he wielded his dark golden heavy ruler and charged towards the warriors of the little days. Both sides' tanks clashed fiercely, while the ranged warriors in the back unleashed their skills, reigniting the fierce battle. However, at that moment, a searing aura permeated the void, and an endless tide of fire elements seemed to be roused, all rejoicing and dancing, causing the void to sway like a lake caressed by a gentle breeze. In the next instant, a hand, purely formed from fire elements, suddenly materialized before the charging A3 warriors. This hand was immense, akin to fishing for the moon in the water, ensnaring all the A3 warriors within its grasp. This unexpected scene caused Chi Tiany and the others to widen their eyes. They watched as the fiery giant hand captured all the A3 warriors, who flailed desperately within, yet none could escape its grasp. With a soft sound, the massive fiery hand clenched tightly. When the fiery giant hand dissipated from the void, all the A3 warriors vanished along with it. Silence enveloped the surroundings. with only the sound of everyone's breathing echoing in the stillness. "Apologies for my tardiness." A cool voice carried a hint of remorse. Yet no one could discern the speaker's location. Upon hearing this voice, Xiao Tianyi felt an unsettling familiarity, his heart racing as he searched the area for the figure to confirm his suspicions. Alas, no matter how he strained his eyes, he could not find the silhouette. Is it she? After all, Xiao Tianyi was one of the 4 students who had gained the highest authority upon entering the rookie camp. Although he had little direct interaction with Medusa, he had indeed heard her voice. Coupled with the recent fiery giant hand, which was unmistakably a skill of a fire mage, it led Xiao Tianyi to associate her with Medusa. The other novice warriors from the war god camp, however, were oblivious, gazing around in bewilderment. What had happened to the promised life and death struggle? What about the oath to sacrifice for the nation? Who are we? Where are we? What are we doing? The one who acted to rescue Xiao Tianyi and the others was indeed Medusa. Although she had sensed the presence of those professionals from the 3 kingdoms and was hastening to their aid, she unfortunately encountered 2 enemy teams along the way, which delayed her progress. By the time Medusa arrived, 3 of Xiao Tianyi's team members had already fallen. As she traversed the battlefield, Medusa murmured to herself, "I couldn't make it in time. My master surely won't blame me, right?" Naturally, Shen Lang would not blame Medusa, although this 2-star battlefield was instigated by him. Even in his absence, whenever enemies from different nations encountered one another on the battlefield, it would inevitably lead to life and death confrontations, resulting in casualties. Furthermore, human strength has its limits. Even if Shen Lang wished to protect all the professionals from the Great Xia on the 2-star battlefield, it was beyond his capability. According to the Dragon Blood War god, Chu Jinhua, there were approximately 30 to 40,000 professionals from the Great Xia entering this 2-star battlefield. Even if Shen Lang were to act separately from his familiars, it would be impossible for him to provide comprehensive protection to all the Great Xia professionals. Only those whom Shen Lang and his familiars encountered could be fortunate enough to be saved. As for those who went unnoticed by Shen Lang and his companions, they were left with no recourse, which was the reality for the vast majority. Indeed, the number of individuals Shen Lang could protect was ultimately limited. Since the commencement of the 2-star battlefield, many professionals from the Great Xia had already perished at the hands of their counterparts from the 3 kingdoms. This was an unavoidable truth. As the saying goes, death is a certainty on the battlefield. Whether it be enemies, teammates, or oneself, someone must inevitably fall. Shen Lang's decision to act separately from his familiars, aside from the desire to swiftly eliminate the professionals from the 3 kingdoms, was significantly influenced by the plight of Li Sanyu and his team, which led Shen Lang to make this choice after careful consideration. Human strength is finite. All Shen Lang could do was to do his utmost and leave the rest to fate. Consequently, Medusa quickened her pace, seizing every opportunity to hunt down the professionals from the 3 kingdoms. In the direction where Ali was located, after parting ways with Shen Lang and the others, she unhesitatingly unleashed her most powerful attack skill, the Blazing Inferno, summoning a multitude of angelic phantoms. As Ali was one of Shen Lang's familiars, she naturally synchronized with Shen Lang's automatic attack settings. Whenever she encountered professionals from the countries of the 3 kingdoms, those angelic phantoms would proactively launch their assaults. Amidst these ethereal manifestations of angels, it is beyond doubt that the 4 illustrious 12-winged angels have been summoned. Upon their arrival, the incarnations of the 4 great 12-winged angels harbored no resentment. After all, they were granted the opportunity to behold their progeny, Alia, and ascertain her well-being. In a certain sense, the 4 great 12-winged angels were quite eager to be called forth by Alia. However, Shen Lang surmised another truth upon their summoning. The 4 great 12-winged angels immediately detected the corruption tainting Alia's seraphic form, nearly causing their ethereal visages to shatter in despair. The Seraph, the sovereign of the angelic lineage. As a Seraph, Alia is destined to become the future queen of the angels, at least within this realm. The seraphic queen ought to embody eternal purity and flawlessness, from inception to eternity. Yet now, their child, the future angelic queen of earth, has been sullied. The fiery 12-winged angel roared in fury. Cursed human practitioner, even if it means opposing the entire Great Xia kingdom, I shall rend him asunder. This cannot be tolerated. Alia must be returned to the sacred realm. It is imperative. The golden 12-winged angel, gritting its teeth, added, How dare he? Alia is still so young. Do humans only think of such vile matters? He must be slain to reclaim Alia. She cannot remain by his side any longer. Even the typically benevolent wood element 12-winged angel now radiated an aura of deadly intent. Hearing her mother's murderous intentions towards her master, Alia became distressed, her voice trembling. Mothers, what are you doing? I called you here for assistance, yet you seek to harm my master. I forbid you to harm him. Absolutely forbidden. I must leave the island. The fiery 12-winged angel, seething with rage, retorted. Regardless, the battlefield is now open. That fellow, Chu Jinhua, has surely entered, and no one can stop us. By the time he returns, that human will be dead. Would he truly risk annihilation alongside us for a corpse? At this moment, the previously silent light element 12-winged angel softly interjected. Since you are aware that the battlefield is currently active, where do you believe we are at this very moment? The fiery 12-winged angel could only respond with silence. Chapter 128. Regardless of who, is it acceptable to kill recklessly? The fire elemental 12-winged angel received a prompt, causing its ethereal form to momentarily pause. Upon looking around, it became evident that this place was no longer Earth. Without a doubt, it was the universal battlefield. The fire elemental 12-winged angel scoffed. This is the universal battlefield, which is fine. I must locate that Beastmaster. Chu Jinhua cannot possibly be on the same battlefield as me. If I eliminate him here, he would remain unaware of our involvement. Ollie, where is that Beastmaster? Why is he missing? Aren't you together? The fire elemental 12-winged angel inquired of Ollie. The other 12-winged angels subtly shook their heads, finding it increasingly intolerable to deal with the fire elemental. However, Ollie took the question seriously, shaking her head and stating, I won't tell you where my master is. Mother, you cannot harm my master. Master, master, master. Yet we are still your mothers. The fire elemental retorted with a humph. The 12-winged radiant angel interjected, enough. They have a contract, currently. That Beastmaster shares a closer bond with them than we do. The fire elemental 12-winged angel fell silent, its expression undoubtedly displeased. Nevertheless, it understood that they were incapable of killing Shen Lang at this moment. After all, Shen Lang was not present. Yet, this was not the primary reason. The most significant factor was that they had merely descended as conscious manifestations within this universal battlefield, and everything was under Ali's constraints. Thus, even if Shen Lang were here, they could not inflict any harm upon him. Despite their ethereal forms possessing independent consciousness, their actions were subject to Ali's approval. In other words, they could only act as Ali commanded, otherwise they would disintegrate. This was the dominion of the blazing flame empress. Indeed, this was why the 4 12-winged angels yielded to Ali. Even if their true forms drew near her, they would still face certain limitations. Between Shen Lang and their maternal figures, Ali would never choose them. The Beastmaster's contract superseded maternal ties. Therefore, in Ali's presence, they were virtually incapable of slaying Shen Lang. The actions and words of the fire elemental 12-winged angel were merely expressions of impotent rage. In truth, they could accomplish nothing. Ali glanced at the 4 12-winged angels and said, My master treats me very well, mother. Please refrain from speaking ill of him. Otherwise, I will be displeased and will not be close to you in the future. Upon hearing this, the 4 12-winged angels sighed inwardly, realizing that this was the rhythm of forgetting one's mother upon having a master. All right, we shall no longer speak ill of him, the fire elemental 12-winged angel conceded. To be honest, the 4 12-winged angels were not truly Ali's mothers, as angels cannot reproduce. Their existence arises from a rebirth process, where they are born of their own bloodlines within the angelic rebirth pools. Ali, on the other hand, is a fusion of their bloodlines, conceived through the collaboration of the 4 rebirth pools. Among the angelic lineage, this indeed constitutes a legacy of bloodline. However, under the amalgamation of their 4 principal angelic bloodlines, a new lineage has emerged. Otherwise, how could they have given birth to Alia, who possesses the blood of the seraphim? The 12-winged archangel turned to Alia and broached the subject. Alia, you mentioned seeking our assistance. What is it that you require? Upon hearing this, Alia promptly tapped her forehead and replied, There are certain humans who wish to harm my master. I need to identify them all and eliminate them. As she spoke, a terrifying glint of murderous intent flickered in her once sacred eyes. Anyone who dared threaten her master became her adversary. Those who sought to inflict harm upon her master must be prepared to face her wrath. The 4 12-winged angels sighed inwardly at Alia's demeanor. Should they truly pursue the elimination of Shen Lang, it was likely that Alia would turn against them. Should she mature, her capacity to vanquish them would not be beyond the realm of possibility. This is the law of the Beastmaster. Once a contract is forged, the master must be upheld above all else. The 12-winged archangel lightly attuned herself. As she was a conscious manifestation summoned by Alia and thus subjected to the combat protocols established by Shen Lang. Calmly, she inquired, "Are the practitioners from the Asin nation, the beautiful nation, and the little sun nation seeking to harm your master?" "Indeed, those insufferable wretches." Alia expressed her disdain, then queried, "Mother, as 10-star entities, can you sense the practitioners from those 3 nations?" The 4 12-winged angels briefly attuned themselves, only to shake their heads in unison. The 12-winged archangel explained, "Although our true forms are 10-star, if we were to descend in our original states, even individually, I could envelop the entire battlefield with my consciousness and eliminate any foe. However, that is not the case now. Our conscious manifestations are influenced by you, our summoner, limiting our capabilities to a level comparable to yours." "Oh, is that so? It seems we cannot eradicate those loathsome individuals all at once." Alia expressed her dissatisfaction, lamenting, "It's all my fault. My powers are too weak. Otherwise, my master would not have to endure such hardship." The 4 12-winged angels felt that, even without Alia's ire, they might wish to sever their mother-daughter ties. Ultimately, Alia was left to execute Shen Lang's plan, conducting a thorough search of her surroundings. After all, she now effectively embodied 5 entities, significantly enhancing her search speed, far surpassing that of Shen Lang and his companions. Thus, the 5 12-winged angels swiftly traversed the void, searching for the whereabouts of the practitioners from the 3 nations. Given Alia's lack of intent to conceal herself, their conspicuous presence inevitably stirred the region. At the forefront were the fearsome beasts of 2-star rank, all cowering on the ground, paralyzed with trepidation, lest they be discovered by the 4 celestial angels adorned with 12 wings. However, certain divine beasts, possessing a higher degree of intelligence, sensed that the 12-winged angels were not genuine celestial beings, but merely entities of superior bloodline. Consequently, a few audacious souls, unafraid of death, dared to issue provocative cries. The outcome was inevitable. Without any command from Ali, the 4 12-winged angels swiftly eradicated these divine beasts without mercy. How could dignified 10-star divine beasts tolerate such insolence for mere trifles? As for the others, they comprised practitioners from the Great Xia nation and various lesser countries. Since they fell outside Shen Lang's automatic attack range, Ali and the others chose to disregard them. Yet the practitioner's presence did not go unnoticed. My heavens, what is that? Am I seeing things? 12-winged angels? How could 12-winged angels possibly appear here? It must be a mirage. This is unequivocally a fabrication. 12-winged angels are undeniably 10-star divine beasts, and they are not permitted in a 2-star battlefield. Indeed, it was rumored that only 4 12-winged angels existed throughout the entire Earth, residing perpetually within the secret realm, seldom making an appearance. Yet here, there were 5. It must surely be an illusion. Amidst these murmurs, Ali, accompanied by the 4 12-winged angels, surveyed the land like a celestial queen. Such a flamboyant search method proved effective, for it was not long before they entered a state of combat, indicating that practitioners from the 3 nations had emerged within their sensing range. Naturally, their patrolling method caught the attention of those practitioners below. On a desolate expanse, a group of practitioners from the minor nation of Ri were scouring for those from the Great Xia nation when they unexpectedly encountered a relentless onslaught from a pack of ferocious wolf beasts. Despite their formidable equipment and strength, the sheer number of feral wolves was overwhelming, rendering them nearly impossible to eliminate. Yet, while it was nearly impossible for the wolves to slay them, the practitioners found themselves unable to escape, just as they sought to carve a path through the horde. A multitude of blazing flowers materialized in the sky, with the 5 12-winged angels towering above, casting their gaze upon them. 12-winged angels? How could they appear here? This is dire. They are attacking us. Damn it. Flee. Forget the wolves. Flee. Unfortunately, escape was not an option. The blazing flowers cascaded from the heavens, divine yet brimming with lethal intent, obliterating the practitioners on the spot. The feral wolf pack, composed entirely of ordinary 2-star beasts, had long since prostrated themselves, proclaiming their submission from the depths of their bloodline. Several kilometers away, a group of practitioners from the nation of Asin convened, exchanging insights on their recent endeavors. However, the predominant topic revolved around the pursuit and eradication of practitioners from the Great Xia Kingdom. During this time, Ili and her companions soared above, their fiery rain effortlessly sweeping away the Asin individuals. In another location, formidable warriors from the beautiful nation were engaged in the hunt for a 2-star divine beast. Yet, as the fiery rain descended, both the divine beast and those warriors were reduced to ashes, their equipment vanishing in an instant. A few kilometers further, a contingent of students from the prestigious Qingbei Academy clashed with a wave of practitioners from the nation of Little Sunday. Leading the charge was a robust young man named Hong Qing. Hong Qing was no ordinary individual. He was one of only 3 newly transitioned practitioners in the Great Xia Kingdom this year to awaken an SSS-level talent. As a frost mage with the SSS-level talent of elementalization, his reputation preceded him, having been listed on the encrypted roster of the former national leader. It was evident that the war god camp had sought him out, yet he had chosen to align himself with Qingbei Academy. With such a figure within its ranks, one could only speculate on the treatment and training he would receive. Presently, Hong Qing donned a dark golden robe, wielded a dark golden staff, and wore dark golden boots, an impressive ensemble of 2-star divine gear. Moreover, through the specialized training at Qingbei Academy, his level had risen significantly, originally at level 57. He had now reached level 60 since entering the national battlefield. Hence, in terms of both level and equipment, Hong Qing was more than a match for the ninja practitioners of Little Sunday, coupled with his SSS level talent of elementalization. His overall combat prowess surpassed even that of Qiu Tianyi. While Qiu Tianyi was formidable, he found himself outmatched against a group of 3 nation practitioners. In contrast, Hong Qing led his team to dominate the Little Sun practitioners, and given a moment, he could potentially annihilate their entire contingent. This illustrates the formidable nature of those who awaken SSS-level talents. If even they wield such power, it is entirely reasonable that Shen Lang, with his several divine talents as a Beastmaster, commands the battlefield with ease. While Hong Qing and his team were poised to win, Ili had no intention of granting them the luxury of time. As she passed overhead, the remaining practitioners from Little Sun were swiftly taken away. Angels? 12-winged angels? Hong Qing gazed skyward, his eyes widening in astonishment. No, 4 of them were not the true forms, but rather manifestations of consciousness, elemental entities. One was genuine, observing Ili. Flanked by the 4 towering 12-winged angelic apparitions, he was left bewildered by the appearance of an actual 12-winged angel, a phenomenon that seemed to defy the very rules of the national battlefield. Should he pursue? Compelled by curiosity, Hong Qing transformed into a gust of frost, swiftly chasing after Ili and her companions. This is precisely the manifestation of his SSS talent, transforming his body into the frost element. However, just as Hong Qing ascended into the air after elementalization, having only traveled a mere 100 meters, he found himself gazing into the eyes of a 12-winged angel. Boom! Even though Hong Qing had already elementalized, the ethereal gaze emanating from those eyes filled him with an overwhelming sense of being scorched by the sun. His frost elementalization was forcibly interrupted, causing him to plummet from the sky. How could this be? The consciousness of the elemental body is so formidable. As Hong Qing neared the ground, the searing heat emanating from those eyes began to dissipate, allowing him to re-enter his elemental state. Otherwise, even clad in dark golden armor, a fall from such heights would certainly lead to severe injury or worse. After a moment of cushioning from the elementalization, Hong Qing reformed his body upon landing. He dared not pursue the 12-winged angel soaring into the distance. He understood well that the glance he received was a warning. The fact that the oppressive force receded just as he was about to hit the ground indicated that the angel did not wish to kill him. However, should he continue his pursuit, the outcome could very well be his own annihilation. They helped us eliminate the practitioners from the kingdom of Xia, yet refrained from taking my life. Hong Qing's gaze flickered uncertainly. The 12-winged angel in question must be a genuine celestial being, certainly not a druid's transformation. Setting aside the mystery of why this 12-winged angel appeared on a 2-star battlefield, the crucial question remained. Why was she assisting us? No, she was aiding the practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom. Thus, this 12-winged angel must be connected to the practitioners of our Great Xia. Only knights and beast tamers can control ferocious beasts. Angels cannot serve as mounts. Thus, she must be a tamer-s beast. This 12-winged angel is the familiar of a certain 2-star beast tamer. The mere thought of this possibility left Hong Qing incredulous. It seemed utterly absurd. Yet, this theory was remarkably plausible, for only 2-star practitioners could enter the 2-star battlefield. The 12-winged angel could only accompany her tamer into this battlefield under such circumstances, which made perfect sense. The only illogical aspect remained. How could this 2-star beast tamer possibly contract a 12-winged angel? Why would any 12-winged angel willingly serve as a familiar to a mere 2-star beast tamer? Hong Qing's mind raced, desperately seeking a rational explanation. Eureka! Could it be that some governmental organization was involved? Perhaps the military? The assassination order targeting the practitioners of the Three Kingdoms was already common knowledge among the practitioners of the Great Xia within the 2-star battlefield. Thus, it seemed plausible that the authorities arranged for military personnel to infiltrate and retaliate against the practitioners of the Three Kingdoms. Who wouldn't he know that there are only 4 12-winged angels on the entire planet, all residing on Angel Island in the Pacific, constantly monitored by humanity worldwide? If the Great Xia could command a 12-winged angel, they would have long since achieved unparalleled greatness. For 12-winged angels, accompanied by a dragon-blooded war deity who confronts heaven and earth, what nation on this earth dares speak against the Great Xia? Hong Qing pondered in vain, struggling to comprehend the situation. His thoughts inevitably turned towards the enigmatic figure known as Shen Lang. Could it be that this Shen Lang is a Beastmaster who has formed a bond with one of the 12-winged angels? Yet, therein lies a conundrum. There are only 4 such angels on earth, each a 10-star divine beast. What chance does a newly transitioned practitioner like Shen Lang have to contract one of these 10-star angelic beings? Perhaps an additional 12-winged holy angel has emerged in the world, fortuitously allowing Shen Lang to forge a pact as a Beastmaster? This notion, while still far-fetched, was not entirely implausible. If that were indeed the case, then Shen Lang would be on par with the dragon-blooded war deity, Zhu Zhenhua. What audacity it would take to confront such a being. Lost in contemplation, Hong Qing could not ascertain the truth of the matter. However, one thing was clear. The practitioners from the Three Kingdoms in the 2-star battlefield were in for a misfortune. Regardless of whether Shen Lang is the Beastmaster he envisioned, the recently appeared 12-winged angel undoubtedly stands on Shen Lang's side. Otherwise, why would the angel, passing through this region, so casually eliminate those practitioners from the Little Sun country? No matter how well-prepared the Three Kingdoms practitioners might be, could they possibly contend with a 10-star 12-winged angelic beast? It matters not who they are. Indiscriminate slaughter is at hand. Chapter 129, Triple Professions, 3 SSS Class Talents. Much like the practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom, not all individuals from the other 3 nations have received orders from their superiors to hunt down the practitioners of Great Xia. Some are simply seeking to engage in the national battlefield to vanquish bosses, acquire equipment, and level up. However, these individuals are not spared from calamity. Anyone encountered by Shen Lang's summoned beasts faces merciless annihilation. This is devoid of humanity. Once one enters the national battlefield, one must confront this harsh reality. It is not only the practitioners from other nations who must be vigilant. Even those from one's own country must remain prepared for sudden ambushes. The world is indeed a brutal place. Shen Lang is acutely aware of this situation and bears no psychological burden. In a certain sense, professions transcend nationality. Yet practitioners possess national affiliations. Within this 2-star battlefield, every enemy from a rival nation, regardless of their innocence or benevolence, poses a potential threat to the practitioners of Great Xia. If they remain alive, there may come a day when they raise their blades against the practitioners of Great Xia. To strike first is merely prudent. There is nothing reprehensible about it. True peace has never existed. It is not something achieved through kindness. In ancient times, the extent of peace was defined by the range of a nation's cannons. In this era of professions, peace is contingent upon the number of practitioners and the quantity of 10-star practitioners one possesses. The more 10-star practitioners you have, the greater your peace. Thus, every practitioner from an enemy nation is a potential threat to tranquility. Furthermore, they have, to a certain extent, mobilized their entire nation against Shen Lang, leaving him with no room for compassion. If it were possible, it would be entirely justifiable for Shen Lang to annihilate them on their own soil. Medusa, Shadow, and Ali are each engaged in merciless slaughter against the practitioners of the three rival nations. Shen Lang and Little Black, of course, are equally relentless, having dispatched numerous practitioners from the three nations along their path. It must be said that Little Black's sense of smell is remarkably acute. There is no need for deliberate sensing, as Little Black seems to be able to detect the scent of practitioners from those three nations. As long as there is a trace of their presence in the vicinity, Little Black can adeptly lead Shen Lang in pursuit. At this moment, Little Black has just devoured 7 or 8 practitioners from the minor nation of Re, and then turns to Shen Lang, saying, "Master, these fellows carry the scent of practitioners from the beautiful nation. They must have encountered them not long ago. Can you trace the source?" "Let us hope it's not from those we previously eliminated," Shen Lang inquires. With an enthusiastic grin stretching across his face, Little Black confidently replies, "Absolutely not from those we dealt with before. I can distinctly differentiate between what I've encountered. As for the source, though faint, it shall not elude me. Hold on tight, master." In the next moment, Little Black bolts forward, following the elusive scent in the air, racing towards the horizon. Several dozen kilometers away, 3 teams comprising 15 individuals from the beautiful nation concealed themselves within a stone forest. Ahead of them, several hundred meters distant, a professional from the Great Xia nation wielding a long rifle commanded a team in the pursuit of a 2-star divine beast. A black professional from the beautiful nation inquired, "Have we confirmed the identity?" "Indeed, Duan Zijin," replied a blonde-haired compatriot standing nearby. "He ranks first at the Shindan Academy, and I have received intel back home indicating that he is an SSS grade talent awakener, serving as a storm knight, fully nurtured by the Academy." "An SSS grade talent?" The black professional raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "You must be fortunate to have caught such a significant target from the Great Xia nation." "Well, we haven't been able to locate that so-called, so slaying this one might yield some official rewards once we return," the blonde scoffed. The black professional leaned forward, gazing at the engaged Duan Zijin, and mused, "You called us here to say that Duan Zijin is indeed powerful, having dispatched several hunting teams from the Asan nation and the Little Sun nation. Do you think he might be the?" "Is merely a code name. And due to the Great Xia nation's internal purges, almost no one abroad is aware of Shen Lang's association with it. Thus, these foreign professionals are entirely oblivious to who truly is. In their eyes, any formidable professional from the Great Xia nation could potentially be. Should they succeed in eliminating, they would return to a bounty of rewards, resources, power, women, everything they yearn for in their so-called free nations. The notion of serving their country is laughable to them. If this individual is indeed, we stand to gain immensely." The blonde professional fixated on Duan Zijin, but soon furrowed his brow, remarking, "Yet, this individual undoubtedly possesses remarkable strength. Outfitted with superior equipment, his divine gear is unparalleled, and he has a mount, likely a juvenile divine beast, of unknown level." The black professional nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "His prowess is indeed formidable, and it seems the other members of his team are not lacking in strength either. Given this, our 3 teams may find it challenging to bring him down. Then let us wait a while. I shall summon additional teams," suggested the blonde professional, albeit reluctantly. For the more individuals present, the lesser their share of glory would be. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his objections, having tracked Duan Zijin for some time and witnessed his formidable capabilities. If he were indeed, his strength might surpass what he had demonstrated. The reputation of individuals often precedes them, and the beautiful nation has invested considerable resources to eliminate. He cannot possibly be weak, or else they would not have gone to such lengths to extinguish him. Shortly thereafter, 3 strikingly beautiful teams from the United States hastened to the scene. "Buddy, where's the potential dragon? Are you sure it's really here?" The main force that hunts the divine beasts is the potential dragon? Upon arrival, the captains of the 3 teams wore expressions of exhilaration as they were about to encircle and slay the potential dragon. The bald black man remarked, "I mentioned a suspected potential dragon, not that it is definitely the potential dragon. Regardless, you did say he is an SSS level talent awakener from the Great Xia Kingdom. Even if he isn't the potential dragon, it's still a worthwhile endeavor. A scarred, burly man grinned. Shall we strike now? Our team will take the lead. They were currently engaged in slaying a boss, and by the time they defeated it, their magical energy would be nearly expended. The bald black man responded. The scarred man grimaced and frowned, with our 6 teams joining forces. Even if he were an SSS-level talent, we could easily take him down, let alone a divine talent. Isn't there an old saying in the Great Xia Kingdom, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands? It would be wiser to proceed with caution, the bald man replied. The scarred man sighed and shrugged. Fine, whatever. It just feels like a waste of time. However, at that moment, a fierce gust of wind suddenly emerged, crackling with blue lightning, as if it had materialized right before the group of American professionals. What the heck is this? The 6 teams from the United States cursed in unison, instinctively retreating. Nevertheless, being seasoned professionals, some quick-thinking tanks stepped forward to shield their comrades. The tempestuous forces of wind and thunder surged, and amidst it all, a dark golden spear descended upon them with lethal precision. Boom. The defensive formation constructed by the American tanks was obliterated in an instant. 2 of the American tanks were slain on the spot. Following this, a young man, enveloped in the power of wind and thunder, wielding a spear, stood before the American professionals. A bunch of trash, daring to seek trouble with me, Duan Zijin? The newcomer was none other than Duan Zijin, who had been engaged in slaying divine beasts. He had already noticed the American professionals and even overheard their conversation, which is why he refrained from immediate action, waiting for more of them to arrive. This illustrates the level of confidence Duan Zijin possessed. 15 American professionals were insufficient. He craved the thrill of battling 30. With the dark golden spear in hand, Duan Zijin's piercing eyes, resembling phoenix eyes, coldly scrutinized the group of American professionals. Come at me all at once. It must be said, there was indeed an air of invincibility about Duan Zijin. Faced with this, the American professionals had no other choice but to charge at him, unleashing a flurry of skills recklessly, with no one attempting to flee. They understood that their only chance lay in fighting, as escape was futile. Duan Zijin, undaunted, coldly remarked, "Trash is merely trash." Upon finishing his words, he raised his gun skyward and bellowed, "Storm and thunder descend, divine gun strike." As he activated this skill, the heavens darkened, shrouded in dense clouds, with serpents of lightning swirling within. A colossal tornado surged forth, laden with bolts of lightning, descending with the force of Duan Zijin's lance upon the practitioners of the beautiful nation. Despite their valiant efforts to resist, the practitioners stood no chance against the apocalyptic tempest of wind and thunder. When the storm, entwined with thunder, finally passed, more than 20 of the beautiful nation's practitioners lay defeated on the ground, their bodies marred, some with deep gashes that exposed bone, others reduced to charred remains by the ferocity of the lightning. Only the bald black man remained alive, albeit barely. He gazed in terror at Duan Zijin, who resembled a war god, and, as blood spilled from his mouth, he stammered, "You are Shen Lang?" Duan Zijin approached the black man step by step, his expression devoid of emotion as he thrust his lance, piercing through the man's skull. Withdrawing the dark golden lance, he shook off the remnants of red and white from it, and coldly stated, "Shen Lang, given the opportunity, I would rather face him myself to ascertain whether the rumors of his might hold any truth." Undoubtedly, the strong possess an inherent pride. Duan Zijin's ability to slay over 20 practitioners from the beautiful nation in a single strike attests to his formidable prowess, clearly surpassing that of Qiu Tian and standing shoulder to shoulder with Hong Qing, who also possessed an SSS-level talent. For individuals of their caliber, pride is a natural inclination. Both Hong Qing and Duan Zijin are such SSS-level practitioners with powerful careers. They should, in theory, bask in endless radiance, yet their brilliance has yet to spread. Overshadowed by a figure known as Shen Lang, the world has come to know the name Shen Lang. As for clearing the hellish novice dungeon with an SSS rating, both Duan Zijin and Hong Qing share a similar sentiment. It signifies little. The true measure of strength can only be discerned through combat. Thus, Duan Zijin has persistently sought information on Shen Lang, eager to find him for a duel. However, the identity of Shen Lang remains known only to a select few. Even Duan Zijin, despite being the favored student of the Shindan Academy, cannot unveil Shen Lang's true identity. Upon arriving at the 2-star battlefield, Duanzi Jing learned of the beautiful nation and 2 other countries' intentions to besiege Qianlong, igniting within him a fervent anticipation to encounter Qianlong on the battlefield. Standing with his weapon at the ready, Duanzi Jing muttered to himself, "Make sure you aren't slain by these worthless fools." This you clearly referred to Qianlong, or Shen Lang. However, at that moment, Duanzi Jing suddenly furrowed his brow, and without hesitation, he swung his lance towards the rear. Oh, quite the quick reflexes. A flippant voice rang out. Duanzi Jing discovered that he had missed his shot, and he instinctively turned his gaze forward, squinting his eyes. Approaching him was a green-haired individual with a buzz cut, adorned with piercings in both ears and nose, embodying a non-mainstream aesthetic. Duanzi Jing examined him from head to toe, unabashedly expressing his disdain as he inquired, "Are you a little Japanese?" No. How could I be such a lowly creature?" The green-haired man replied in fluent Daxia, grinning broadly. "Allow me to introduce myself, Da Vinci, a bona fide Daxia native. Well, that was a decade ago. Now, I am a citizen of the beautiful country." Upon hearing this, Duanzi Jing raised an eyebrow and retorted coldly, "A being who can even forsake his ancestors cannot be called a person." From the green-haired man's words, it was evident that although he possessed Daxia blood, he had now acquired the nationality of the beautiful country. "Call me what you will, as long as I am content. That is my freedom." The green-haired man seemed unfazed by Duanzi Jing's insult, scanning him up and down before sighing. "I initially thought you were Qianlong, but it turns out you have denied yourself. I wonder where this Qianlong truly is. I have searched for him for ages without success. Nevertheless, you are still commendable enough to engage with me." With a playful glint in his eyes, the green-haired man remarked, "I wonder how many moves you can withstand from me?" It was clear that Duanzi Jing's recent elimination of other practitioners from the beautiful country had not gone unnoticed. The green-haired man had observed the entire scene from a distance, even catching Duanzi Jing's self-talk. Duanzi Jing stared at the green-haired man, somewhat astonished that he had not detected his presence. However, the latter's subsequent remarks ignited a surge of anger within Duanzi Jing as he declared, "Since you no longer consider yourself a Daxia person, then my act of killing you will not bear the stigma of slaughtering my fellow compatriots." The green-haired man shrugged, responding, "If you can kill me, then it matters not. Oh, by the way, let me introduce my profession and talents. On my class change day, I transitioned directly into a dual hidden combat profession, a holy swordsman and a holy mage, while simultaneously awakening 2 SSS level talents, Real Sword, which inflicts 50% true damage, and Holy Light, amplifying magical damage by 50%. What do you think? Aren't these 2 professions and talents quite impressive?" Upon hearing this, Duanzi Jing was somewhat taken aback. Dual professions, both combat-oriented and acquired all at once during his class change, not through a transfer card, was undeniably formidable. Furthermore, the revelation that this individual had awakened 2 SSS level talents was even more astonishing. The Real Sword ability almost disregarded half of the enemy's defenses, inflicting 50% true damage. This meant that regardless of how strong one's defense was, even a mere 100 points of damage from the green-haired man would result in 50 points of actual damage. The higher the inflicted damage, the greater the 50% would escalate, making it an extraordinarily overpowered skill. The Sacred Light, which enhances magical damage by 50%. In a fantastical realm, this would undoubtedly classify one as a paragon of both martial and magical prowess, truly a genius among geniuses. Observing Duanzi Jing's astonishment, Da Vinci clasped his hands over his chest and remarked, "Is this truly frightening? We are far from finished. Currently, I am at level 60. I had intended to advance to 3 or 4 stars early on, but that old coot Anthony insisted I remain at a lower level. Thus, I begrudgingly undertook a job to change classes and inadvertently transitioned into a hidden profession, summoner. Isn't that just vexing? Yet, it does not end there. What is more vexing is that I have also awakened an SSS level talent, Undying Summon. As long as I remain unscathed, my summoned entities will not perish. Even if they are slain, they can resurrect infinitely." Da Vinci, with a touch of nonchalance, divulged his trump card to Duanzi Jing without the slightest hint of concealment. Upon hearing of Da Vinci's third profession, Duanzi Jing's heart raced with excitement. 3 hidden professions, 3 SSS level talents. Even with Duanzi Jing's pride and confidence, he felt somewhat deflated by the presence of this green-haired individual. Da Vinci appeared quite pleased with Duan Zijing's reaction, chuckling before continuing. In light of our shared heritage as citizens of the Great Xia, I shall grant you an opportunity. I will count to 10, and you may run as far as you can. If I cannot catch you, consider yourself fortunate. I shall spare your life this time. What say you? I seldom offer others such a chance, so make sure to run well, lest I catch up to you. Such contemptuous words ignited a blaze of fury within Duan Zijing, swiftly eclipsing his astonishment at Da Vinci's professional talents. Run? How dare you? Duan Zijing brandished his spear, his voice resolute. If you can slay me, that would indeed be your skill. Ha ha. Da Vinci's laughter echoed. I relish the indomitable spirit of you Great Xia folk. It is utterly absurd. Chapter 130. Why must a good person act like a dog? Duan Zijing harbored no doubts regarding Da Vinci's self-introduction from the very beginning. The latter exuded an air of audacious confidence. Moreover, Duan Zijing had indeed failed to notice Da Vinci lurking nearby, observing the spectacle. These observations led Duan Zijing to ascertain that Da Vinci possessed formidable strength, likely surpassing his own capabilities. However, Duan Zijing was merely astonished. Astonished by the 3 innate talents and the 3 SSS-level abilities that this individual possessed. Fear was an emotion he did not entertain. On the contrary, at this very moment, Duan Zijing cast aside all other thoughts, leaving only an overwhelming fervor for battle. He had even relegated the matter of Shen Lang to the recesses of his mind. His sole focus was now on a singular objective, to vanquish this practitioner from the United States. With a fierce resolve, Duan Zijing charged toward Da Vinci, gun in hand. Activating his skills, the long spear danced through the air, unleashing the dual forces of wind and thunder. Da Vinci ceased his laughter, yet a playful grin remained on his face as he sighed. You were given the chance to escape, yet you squandered it. Do not blame me for your demise. Let me ponder how to make your end more agonizing. Undoubtedly, Da Vinci was not only brimming with confidence, but also exhibited a twisted disposition. Who, before a life-and-death confrontation, would reveal all their trump cards? This alone was telling. In response to Duan Zijing's initial assault, Da Vinci remained unfazed, remarking, the Storm Warrior. You could consider that a form of close combat, I suppose. Very well, I shall engage you as a warrior, capturing you to slice your flesh piece by piece for my minions to feast upon. As his words fell, a dark golden longsword materialized in Da Vinci's grasp. From the mention of Anthony's name, it was evident that this individual held a notable status in the United States. Even someone of Daxia descent would not be lacking in legendary dark gold equipment. The longsword, styled akin to a western blade, slender and elongated, rose in Da Vinci's hand to parry Duan Zijing's spear attack. With a resounding clash, both combatants collided, sending Da Vinci spiraling backward. Meanwhile, Duan Zijing landed firmly, showing no signs of retreat. At first glance, it appeared that Duan Zijing held the upper hand in this initial skirmish. Yet his expression remained inscrutable. Da Vinci, having retreated several meters, finally halted, brandishing his sword hand with a grin. Indeed, you possess some merit. That was quite painful. However, it ends here. With a swift flick of his western sword, a radiant glow enveloped Da Vinci, encased in this divine light. He shot forth like an arrow released from the bowstring, tracing a brilliant line through the air until he abruptly materialized before Duan Zijing. Duan Zijing's pupils constricted. Such incredible speed. Duan Zijing sought to wield his weapon in defense, but time was no longer on his side. Beneath the divine light, Da Vinci moved with a swiftness that rivaled his own mastery of wind and thunder, even surpassing it, seemingly breaching his long spear's defenses. Yet, Duan Zijing was not without recourse. He suddenly roared, channeling the powers of wind and thunder rapidly. Unable to block with his weapon, he resorted to his skill, his professional ability, the ninefold shield of wind and thunder. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers, 4 layers. In the blink of an eye, Duan Zijing's ninefold shield of wind and thunder had coalesced. Just then, Da Vinci's rapier arrived, its slender tip making contact with the shield, sending ripples of energy surging forth. A tumultuous blend of wind, thunder, and divine force. However, the ninefold shield began to falter, and within moments, 7 layers were pierced and shattered by the rapier. Yet, at the final 3 layers, the rapier halted, thwarted in its advance. Witnessing his shield withstand Da Vinci's onslaught, Duan Zijing felt a surge of relief. As if Da Vinci's might was not as formidable as he had believed, perhaps not far beyond his own capabilities. However, Da Vinci, drawing nearer, taunted, "My friend, have you forgotten my innate talent?" Upon hearing this, Duan Zijin's expression shifted abruptly. Fortunately, he had retracted his spear slightly, allowing him to thrust it toward Da Vinci in a bid to counterattack and force him back, thus evading the rapier. Yet, Da Vinci showed no intent to defend. The rapier remained unsheathed, thrusting forward relentlessly. Duan Zijin's mind raced with confusion, but there was no time for further reactions. He could only exchange injury for injury. With a series of resounding impacts, Da Vinci's rapier shattered 6 layers of the 9-fold shield before revealing its true power. The Sword of Truth. 50% true damage. What Duan Zijin had perceived as comparable strength was merely half of Da Vinci's actual power. This half of true damage descended upon the final 3 layers of the shield, cleaving through them with ease and driving toward Duan Zijin's chest with lethal intent. Fortunately, Duan Zijin bent low, evading a fatal blow to his heart. The rapier instead pierced through his shoulder. Simultaneously, Duan Zijin launched his own assault. His spear, with a reach exceeding that of Da Vinci's rapier by more than double, found its mark as Da Vinci was unable to evade, the rapier still embedded in his shoulder. The spear thrust forth, poised to deliver a chilling blow to Da Vinci. In a flash, Duan Zijin's spear also penetrated Da Vinci's body, into the furry maw of a ferocious beast. Duan Zijin, did you truly believe I would fight you as a swordsman? With mockery etched across his features, Da Vinci regarded Duan Zijin closely. You are the most foolish opponent I have ever encountered. As the words fell, a sacred light flickered in Da Vinci's pupils. Duan Zijin could distinctly sense a terrifying force coalescing behind him. Undoubtedly, Da Vinci had not only summoned his pet beast, but had simultaneously unleashed the skills of a divine mage. Behind Duan Zijin, a sphere of holy light was forming. The Holy Light Devourer, Da Vinci's ultimate ability, could engulf and disassemble all elements. Clearly, Da Vinci had never intended to genuinely engage in battle as a divine swordsman against Duan Zijin. His casual remark was merely a fade, while his true intention was to deliver a fatal blow to Duan Zijin. Now, his objective was nearly within reach. Duan Zijin found himself pierced in the shoulder by Da Vinci's rapier, the weapon lodged firmly within the body of his fierce beast. It is noteworthy that Da Vinci's summoned beast was formidable as well, a 5-star bloodline divine beast, the Earth Bear. This Earth Bear was a robust defensive creature, capable of harnessing the power of the earth, making it an exceedingly potent presence among defensive divine beasts. However, Duan Zijin had just executed a full power strike, piercing the heart of the Earth Bear and slaying it. Regrettably, his spear was now deeply embedded within the carcass of the Earth Bear, making it difficult to withdraw. Da Vinci, despite possessing the SSS-level talent of undying summoning, had not revived the Earth Bear, allowing its corpse to impede Duan Zijin's spear, thus setting the stage for the explosion of the Holy Light Devourer behind him. Get away! Duan Zijin felt the relentless tearing force from behind. As if someone were skinning him alive, the extreme sensation of ripping prompted him to adopt an extraordinary response. He decisively relinquished his spear and grasped the rapier embedded in his shoulder. Tempest of wind and thunder. At the moment he seized the rapier, an inexhaustible surge of wind and thunder erupted from his hand, violently washing over the sacred light upon the rapier, which he forcefully suppressed. Simultaneously, the tumultuous wind and thunder coiled like a serpent, explosively weaving its way up the rapier towards Da Vinci's arm. In that instant, a crimson rock also appeared beneath him. This was his steed, a 10-star royal beast, the Qi Peng, a condition set forth by Shen Lang University to facilitate his admission. Although he had been offered a divine beast bloodline at the time, it was only a 2- or 3-star variant, not particularly strong. A 2- or 3-star divine beast could hardly compare to the mature form of a 10-star royal beast. Hence he unhesitatingly chose the Qi Peng. At this moment, summoning his steed, Duan Zijin sought to leverage the Qi Peng to extricate himself from the grasp of the Holy Light Devourer. Yet the tempest of wind and thunder sought not to harm Da Vinci. Rather, Duan Zijin was compelled to force Da Vinci into retreat, thus granting the Crimson Phoenix a fleeting chance to escape the engulfing holy light. Otherwise, in a matter of moments, he would find himself consumed entirely by that radiant force, leaving not even a trace of his existence. Indeed, Da Vinci, in the end, did not allow the tempestuous power to strike his form. He relinquished his western sword and, harnessing divine light, gracefully retreated. However, in the midst of his retreat, he waved his hand, bidding farewell. Farewell, foolish one. Remember to be wiser in your next life. With a beaming smile, Da Vinci exclaimed, if ever you encounter someone compelling you to flee, do so without hesitation. Run without looking back. Amidst the exchange between him and Duan Zijin, the Earth Bear, previously slain by Duan Zijin, reappeared unharmed. One formidable paw clutched the neck of the Crimson Phoenix, abruptly halting its ascent. Simultaneously, the other, dusty paw of the Earth Bear was not idle. It swept through the air with ferocity, aimed directly at Duan Zijin, evidently intent on casting him away from the Crimson Phoenix and into the path of the engulfing holy light. The Crimson Phoenix, ensnared by the Earth Bear's grip, emitted a sorrowful cry. A 10-star royal beast in its prime would undoubtedly overpower a 2-star divine beast in its maturity. The disparity in levels could, to some extent, compensate for the difference in bloodlines, but only if both were in their prime. Yet, the current Crimson Phoenix was not in such a state. Naturally, it stood no chance against the Earth Bear, which was also a 2-star divine beast. Duan Zijin could only manage a wry smile, feeling utterly helpless. Though he hastily swung his fists imbued with wind and thunder to fend off the Earth Bear, he found himself besieged from all sides, unable to withstand the might of the Earth Bear in a direct confrontation. How could his strength possibly compare to that of a creature bearing the bloodline of a 5-star divine beast? Although the bear's paw had yet to descend upon him, he could almost foresee his inevitable fate, to be struck away by the Earth Bear, plunging into the depths of the holy light, ultimately to be consumed and dissolved into the smallest particles. Duan Zijin was indeed a proud individual. Otherwise, he would not have sought out the hidden dragon for a confrontation, confident that he would not be bested. Yet, from the moment this green-haired Da Vinci had appeared, he had felt as though he were being led by the nose, manipulated at will. Furthermore, he was forced to acknowledge the palpable disparity in strength between them. He was undeniably no match for Da Vinci. With 3 professions and 3 SSS-level talents, he found himself utterly defenseless, able to block one attack, yet vulnerable to another. In summary, this battle was fraught with frustration, culminating in a humiliating defeat. Accompanied by the roar of the Earth Bear, the bear's paw drew ever closer. Duan Zijin found himself involuntarily reflecting on his life. In his youth, his parents had sent him to a primary vocational school, followed by a secondary vocational school, and then a tertiary one, until he successfully transitioned into his chosen career and awakened his SSS-level talent. He boldly declared to himself that he would become the most formidable practitioner in the Great Xia Kingdom. Was this the sensation of impending death? Duan Zijin's mind lay in desolation, as the tearing sensation behind him threatened to plunge his consciousness into oblivion. The cries of the Red Phoenix, ensnared by the Earth Bear, grew increasingly faint. Let it end, let it end. Yet, just as Duan Zijin awaited his quiet demise, a cacophony of irate voices broke through the silence. What the hell? Shall we? Didn't you say there were signs from the beautiful nation? Why are our own people fighting to the death? Following this utterance, Duan Zijin realized he had been seized by someone, pulled from the clutches of the holy light's devouring grasp. As he opened his eyes, he found himself being lifted by the scruff of his neck, sprawled atop a mound of fur. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a massive black dog. With a jolt, Duan Zijin noticed his red phoenix awkwardly flapping its wings as it made its way towards him. Had he been rescued by someone? He lifted his gaze to see an unfamiliar man, a face he had never encountered, yet one that bore a distinctly displeased expression. The rider of the large black dog could only be Shen Lang. Shall we had followed the scent of practitioners from the beautiful nation, only to find that none were present. Instead, he stumbled upon 2 individuals with yellow skin and black eyes embroiled in a deadly struggle. Shall we, visibly frustrated, remarked, Master, look. The corpses on the ground are all practitioners from the beautiful nation. I'm not blind. Shen Lang then jumped down from Shall we, placing Duan Zijin on the ground. He casually cast a healing spell upon him before turning his attention to Da Vinci, who had retreated a considerable distance upon Shen Lang's arrival, as well as to the Earth Bear that lay prostrate beside him. Shen Lang, with a hint of disdain, inquired, Can someone explain to me what is happening here? As he spoke, he gestured towards the surrounding environment and the scattered corpses. Since Shen Lang's appearance, Da Vinci had been engulfed by an overwhelming sense of threat, particularly from the imposing black dog at Shen Lang's side. Upon encountering Xiao Wei, the Earth Bear had conveyed feelings of fear. Yes, fear. Moreover, Da Vinci had witnessed the astonishing moment when the black dog devoured his holy light devour, which was his ultimate move. How could it be that a mere dog had consumed his greatest attack? If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Da Vinci would have doubted his own sanity. Glancing back at Shen Lang, Da Vinci unhesitatingly categorized him as a summoner, or perhaps a knight or beastmaster, akin to himself. In summary, this pet is exceedingly powerful, undoubtedly possessing the bloodline of a divine beast. It must be of at least a 5-star divine beast lineage. Otherwise, this 5-star bloodline, the Earth Bear, would not be so intimidated. Upon hearing Shen Lang's inquiry, Da Vinci pondered momentarily before pointing at Duan Zijing, who was half-crouched beside Shen Lang, and remarked with a smile, "This fellow, you shouldn't have saved him. He hails from the beautiful country. I am Duan Zijing from Shenan University. I was just with my classmates, hunting a divine beast nearby, when this guy brought dozens of professionals from the beautiful country to ambush us. I was entangled with the divine beast and some of the professionals, and by the time I dispatched them, all my classmates had been slain. Thankfully, my strength was sufficient to eliminate those professionals. Had you not intervened, I would have already avenged my classmates." One must admit that Da Vinci's performance is rather commendable. His delivery was quite convincing, with emotions perfectly portrayed. What he stated was nearly factual, merely with the roles of himself and Duan Zijing reversed. As for Duan Zijing's classmates, they had indeed met their demise at Da Vinci's hands. Listening to Da Vinci's words, Shen Lang couldn't help but lower his gaze towards Duan Zijing, asking, "What about you? Do you have anything to say?" Duan Zijing wearily lifted his head to glance at him, murmuring, "With the time you spent asking this question, couldn't you have used a detection spell instead?" "Oh, indeed." Shen Lang chuckled softly but quickly composed himself. There was no need for a detection spell, as he was already fully aware of who were foes and who were compatriots. After all, he would not have intervened to save Duan Zijing otherwise. After a pause, Shen Lang turned to Da Vinci and sighed, "Your acting skills are undeniably impressive. I had intended to engage in a performance duel to see whose skills are superior. But alas, our supporting actor faltered, interrupting my prepared lines." At this point, a cold glint flashed in Shen Lang's eyes. "You scoundrel, I am curious. Why? With the blood of your ancestors coursing through your veins and their skin draped upon you, do you choose to serve as a dog for the beautiful country instead of embracing your heritage?" Upon hearing this, Da Vinci clearly understood that he was being toyed with, and a hint of malice appeared on his countenance. He was typically the one who played with others, yet now he found himself ensnared. With the conversation laid bare, Da Vinci ceased his pretense and replied coldly, "Everyone has a price. What ancestral bloodline? What national significance? If the price is high enough, these are mere trifles. The beautiful country has offered me a sufficient price. What does it matter if I serve as a dog? If you can offer me more than they do, I would have no qualms about being your dog." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang immediately turned to Xiao He, inquiring, "This person intends to usurp your position. Do you have any objections?" "Objections? Such filth is unworthy to be the dog of my esteemed master." Xiao He responded, fully cooperating. Shen Lang chuckled and addressed Da Vinci. "You see, I already possess a dog. Moreover, this canine is quite formidable. If you wish to become my dog, I fear that opportunity has eluded you. Therefore, I must eliminate you, the unworthy descendant, on behalf of your ancestors, whose coffins are barely able to contain their disappointment." Chapter 131. An unremarkable beastmaster when Shen Lang arrived. It was precisely the time for Da Vinci to mock Duan Zijing. Frankly, Shen Lang felt a sense of urgency for Duan Zijing's intelligence. Just as Da Vinci had pointed out, to what extent must a person be foolish to believe the words of their adversary? The reason Shen Lang did not intervene to rescue Duan Zijing immediately was rooted in the lessons of life experience. Duan Zijing possessed considerable strength, standing as the most formidable among the new generation of practitioners in the great Xia kingdom that Shen Lang had encountered, far surpassing the likes of Qiu Tianyi. He ranked among the best in the nation. With such innate talent and potential, it should not be an insurmountable challenge for him to ascend to the rank of a 10-star battle god, provided he survives until that time. However, given Duan Zijing's current level of intelligence, Shen Lang held profound skepticism. Thus, This painful and humiliating lesson was imperative. It must be etched in his memory for a lifetime, serving as a catalyst for future courage. As for Da Vinci, the pretentious foreigner, the moment Shen Lang appeared, his fate was sealed, death, with no further discussion warranted. In his 2 lifetimes, Shen Lang had encountered many individuals he disdained, with foreigners being the most prominent, including traitors and national betrayers. To brazenly abandon one's ancestral lineage and ally with the enemy was more contemptible than the basest of creatures. Such individuals deserved no mercy. Their demise should be met with public disdain, lest they are granted an easy exit. Upon hearing Shen Lang's words, Da Vinci did not react with anger, but rather responded with laughter. If you wish for me to be your dog, you might find the price beyond your means. I am quite valuable. That old coot Anthony offered me numerous enticing rewards to acquire American citizenship. Oh, is that so? Let us see if those rewards can preserve your wretched life. At this moment, Shen Lang was unaware of Anthony's identity, nor did he have any desire to learn. He turned to Xiao He, his voice icy as he said, "Do you have any objections? Why are you still standing there? Move." "Indeed, master. I was waiting for you to say that." Xiao He responded eagerly. Yet, just as he was about to charge forward, he stopped and inquired, "Master, this creature belongs to your race. May I consume it? Would you rather wait for the new year?" Shen Lang retorted sharply, "A traitor is hardly worth a feather of the great Xia." Xiao He fell silent, shaking his head as one of his heads transformed into 3. The majestic presence of a 10-star divine beast surged forth, radiating outward. The latest to feel this overwhelming pressure was not Da Vinci, but rather his summoned beast. The Earth Bear. Being a creature of the same kind, it was far more sensitive to the supreme bloodline aura emanating from Xiao He. The Earth Bear trembled in fear, hardly resembling a 5-star bloodline divine beast. Shen Lang and his companions had encountered various divine beasts before, but none had displayed such weakness as the Earth Bear, indicating that, like its master, it was spineless and wasted its divine bloodline heritage. Initially composed, Da Vinci was taken aback upon witnessing the true form of the creature before him, exclaiming, "A 3-headed hellhound." At this pivotal moment, a peculiar thought crossed his mind. What Shen Lang had just remarked, "I already have a dog, and it is quite formidable. Do you think my dog is unworthy?" Indeed, at this moment, it genuinely seemed inadequate. Who would exchange for a 3-headed hellhound? Nonetheless, a flicker of doubt crossed Da Vinci's eyes as he declared loudly, "Wait, this is a 2-star battlefield. How could a 10-star divine beast possibly appear? This cannot be a 3-headed hellhound." As a summoner, Da Vinci understood well that a 1- or 2-star practitioner could never form a contract with a 10-star divine beast. If a 10-star divine beast could be subjugated and contracted by a 1- or 2-star practitioner, it would cease to be a 10-star divine beast. Even among 10-star powerhouses, none could breach the dignity of a 10-star divine beast. They would not contract as tamed beasts. Consequently, those beast tamers, summoners, or knights typically captured their beasts during their juvenile stages when their bloodline dignity was less pronounced, making them comparatively easier to tame. It was utterly impossible for a mature 10-star divine beast to be contracted as a tamed pet. Hence, Da Vinci asserted that the creature could not be a 3-headed hellhound. Yet it was unmistakably one. Despite his words, Da Vinci did not hesitate. He understood that if it truly was a hellhound, no amount of 3 professions or even 20 SSS level talents would suffice. After all, he was merely at level 60, a 2-star practitioner. 2 beams of holy light manifested behind Da Vinci, transforming into wings of holy radiance, granting him the ability to soar. He scarcely had the time to retract his summoned beast before the wings of light unfurled, propelling him skyward as he fled into the distance. His confidence had been built upon the strength of his foes, and now, Da Vinci clearly lacked the assurance he had displayed when confronting Duan Zijing. With remarkable speed, he vanished in a flash of light, yet Shen Lang paid him no mind. After all, if Xiao He could not manage this trivial matter, it would indeed be unworthy of the title of a 10-star divine beast. Xiao He transformed into a streak of black light, soaring after Da Vinci in pursuit. Shen Lang turned to Duan Zijing, who had shifted from a crouch to sitting on the ground, inquiring, "How are you holding up?" "I won't die," Duan Zijing replied, still appearing feeble. Shen Lang's healing art, specifically meant for beast tamers, could only be applied to himself and his beasts, yielding little effect on others. Thus, Duan Zijing relied on restorative potions for recovery. In comparison to Da Vinci, he was indeed considerably weaker. The recent sword wound and the searing light had inflicted significant damage upon him. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, Duan Zijing finally addressed Shen Lang, saying, "Thank you for today. Had it not been for you, I might have perished at the hands of that foreign scoundrel." Shen Lang patted Duan Zijing on the shoulder, precisely where the wound from the sword lay, causing Duan Zijing to involuntarily gasp in pain. "Remember this foolishness of yours today. Do not squander your innate talents." Shen Lang retracted his hand and added, "And do not waste my sincere efforts, allowing that foreign fiend to linger longer." Duan Zijing, at last, regained his composure, realizing that Shen Lang had been present all along, which meant he could have dealt with Da Vinci much earlier, yet he had witnessed the relentless beating inflicted upon him. This truly was a well-intentioned endeavor. Staggering to his feet, Duan Zijing performed a traditional salutation, declaring, "Zijing shall never forget the humiliation of this day." Afterward, he bowed deeply to Shen Lang, leaving the latter utterly astounded. However, when Duan Zijing lifted his gaze, he found Shen Lang already striding away into the distance, prompting him to inquire, "May I ask how to address you, my brother?" Xiong Chimo, a rather unremarkable Beastmaster. Chapter 132, What Price Can Buy Your Life? Bears are a common sight, and Duan Zijing, an unremarkable Beastmaster, stood in place, gazing at the receding figure before him. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, a self-deprecating smile emerged on his face. Bears are a common sight, a name that hardly suggests seriousness. Perhaps it is a code name, given that they were mere acquaintances meeting for the first time. As for being an unremarkable Beastmaster, that assertion is rather far-fetched. With a 3-headed hellhound and a 10-star divine beast as his companion, to label such an individual as unremarkable would render the title of Beastmaster meaningless for others. Initially, Duan Zijing's lack of astonishment did not imply an absence of shock. The presence of a 10-star divine beast in a 2-star battlefield would strike any rational professional as unusual. However, Duan Zijing was not one to dwell on such matters. He adhered to the belief that existence itself justifies reason. Things that defy explanation inevitably have alternative explanations lurking elsewhere, albeit temporarily undiscovered. Furthermore, he was convinced that the 3-headed hellhound was indeed genuine. The mere appearance of such a creature in this 2-star battlefield suggested that either the 10-star divine beast had issues or that the individual known as Bears are a common sight possessed some unique means of controlling it. There remained the possibility that the hellhound was a companion raised since childhood, akin to a betrothed child bride, which would significantly increase the likelihood of a fierce beast becoming a partner in mastery. Whichever scenario held true, it was evident that this person was not an ordinary professional. "It appears I have indeed underestimated the world," Duan Zijing mused to himself, the hint of self-mockery on his face gradually transforming into a demeanor of determination and composure. Having been soundly beaten by Da Vinci and now encountering this formidable individual, his previous arrogance had been thoroughly dismantled. Fortunately, Shen Lang's well-intentioned efforts had borne fruit. Duan Zijing, shamed yet inspired, ceased to dwell on past failures and began to look forward to the future. "I hope to see you again someday. Bears are a common sight. Even if you told me you were a hidden dragon, I would believe you." Taking a deep breath, he let out a resigned smile, turned to retrieve his long spear, and leapt onto his crimson rock. With a steady landing, the bird took flight, swiftly carrying him away from the danger that permeated the battlefield. The 2-star battlefield was rife with peril, especially as practitioners from the Great Xia were being ruthlessly hunted by the forces of the beautiful nation and others. Severely injured, Duan Zijing recognized the need to find a safe haven to recuperate. "Once I regain my strength, it will be time to take action," he declared coldly, seated firmly upon the back of the crimson rock while consuming restorative potions. He has made his decision. Once he recovers, slaying monsters will be secondary. He will unhesitatingly hunt down the practitioners of the 3 kingdoms. This can be seen as a fitting tribute to your life-saving grace. Duan Zijing has evidently deduced Shen Lang's identity, yet he refrains from revealing it, simply because Shen Lang's abrupt departure left him with no opportunity to do so. Whether it is true or not has become inconsequential. Duan Zijing has already accepted him as such. Meanwhile, Shen Lang's departure was merely a pretense. Otherwise, he would have awaited Xiao Hei's return to summon him. Fortunately, Xiao Hei did not disappoint. It has already caught up with Da Vinci. Undeniably, Da Vinci is a remarkable talent, having just transitioned into 2 professions with 2 SSS-level talents, and now having taken on a 3rd profession with yet another SSS-level talent. In the global arena, he ranks among the elite. If there were no greater figures in existence, it would not be an exaggeration to declare him a genius second only to Shen Lang. Had he been born in the Great Xia Kingdom and embraced its ideals, he might soon have had the opportunity to stand alongside Shen Lang as a comrade in arms. Alas, he is but a pretender, a wretch. For such a creature, Shen Lang harbors no sentimentality. Even a temporary submission from this beast could lead to treachery when faced with dire choices. Rather than complicate his own future or increase the chances of peril for his fellow countrymen, Shen Lang resolutely commanded Xiao He to eliminate Da Vinci without a moment's hesitation. No matter how formidable Da Vinci may be, he is merely equivalent to 3 Duan Zijings at best. Even if there were 100 Duan Zijings, they would not withstand the might of Xiao He's paw. Xiao He, sensing Shen Lang's position, swiftly returned to his side after capturing Da Vinci. Da Vinci, meanwhile, found himself clamped in Xiao He's jaws, his green fur soaked in drool, utterly defeated and resembling a limp worm, indicating he had endured considerable torment at the hands of Xiao He. Shen Lang cast a glance at Da Vinci, expressing his dissatisfaction. Did I not instruct you to consume him directly? Why drag him back? With a puff, Xiao He spat Da Vinci out, who then rolled helplessly a couple of times before collapsing onto the ground. It was only then that Xiao He spoke. He claims he has something to discuss with you. Oh, what is it? Shen Lang inquired, lowering his gaze to Da Vinci, who appeared more pitiable than a dead dog. Suddenly recalling Da Vinci's previous nonsensical remarks, he couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, you mentioned that everyone has a price. I am quite curious. What price do you propose for your life? Value. It is certainly valuable, Da Vinci responded, struggling to catch his breath. I know Anthony's secret. If you spare my life, I will divulge it to you. This was the second time Da Vinci had mentioned Anthony, piquing Shen Lang's curiosity, prompting him to ask, who is Anthony? Is he formidable? Upon noticing that Shen Lang was unfamiliar with who Anthony was, Da Vinci would have undoubtedly seized the opportunity to mock him in the past. However, now he refrained from doing so. Thus, Da Vinci could only candidly state, Anthony is the director of the Shield Bureau in the United States, as well as the foremost powerhouse of the nation. In terms of status, he is comparable to our illustrious dragon blood warrior, Chu Jinhua of the Great Xia. Suddenly, with a swift movement, Shen Lang appeared beside Da Vinci, placing a foot upon his shoulder. In an instant, Da Vinci's arm was brutally crushed beneath Shen Lang's weight, resulting in a complete separation from his shoulder. Da Vinci let out a piercing scream of agony. With a swift kick, Shen Lang sent the severed arm flying towards Black, who expertly leaped to catch it in his mouth with a satisfying crunch. You, a mere lackey of the United States, who grants you the audacity to speak of our Great Xia? Shen Lang coldly retorted. Do you even possess the right? Chapter 133. The Blood Sea Grudge of the Dragon Blood War God. Previously, he proudly proclaimed himself a citizen of the beautiful nation. Yet now he claims allegiance to the Great Xia. How could Shen Lang possibly accept this? The pain in his arm was merely a punishment for Da Vinci. After all, if this fellow possessed any secret information, it would need to be extracted first. That individual named Anthony, however, has quite the reputation, being the foremost powerhouse of the beautiful nation. Shen Lang had no doubts about Da Vinci's claims, for with Da Vinci's triple class and triple SSS talents, even within the Great Xia, although he may not rival Shen Lang's extraordinary abilities, it would still require the personal attention of Zhu Jinhua to handle him, as he is indeed formidable. As Da Vinci screamed in agony from his severed arm, his green-haired visage turned ashen, beads of sweat cascading down his face. The Great Xia. The Great Xia. Da Vinci had once treated his enemies in such a manner, and now he found himself on the receiving end of such capricious treatment. Shen Lang appeared unfazed, calmly stating, Present your terms directly. I have much to attend to. What he intended to do was clear to Da Vinci. He aimed to sweep through the practitioners of the 3 nations. However, that was of no concern to him at the moment. All he wished for was to survive. For someone like Da Vinci, everything was negotiable, and loyalty was a foreign concept. If he could barter for his life, he might very well turn around and confront Shen Lang again. Of course, if Shen Lang offered him sufficient compensation, he would just as easily shift his focus to the practitioners of the beautiful nation and the other 2 nations. Yet, these were mere fantasies. and there was no need for further discussion. He could sense Shen Lang's impatience and quickly added, Anthony's primary profession is that of a summoner, and his greatest asset, the 12-winged fallen angel, fortifies his position as the strongest in the beautiful nation. However, I know how to deal with him. Shen Lang regarded Da Vinci as one might regard a fool, pointing to himself and asking, do you believe you are the fool, or am I the fool? You have stated that Anthony is the strongest in the beautiful nation. Even if I know how to counter him, you are suggesting I march to my own demise. At this, a thought flashed through Da Vinci's mind. This practitioner from the Great Xia, who commands that formidable black dog, might indeed possess a 10-star divine beast. But there was an issue. Otherwise, Shen Lang would not claim that confronting Anthony would be tantamount to suicide. Naturally, Da Vinci kept this insight to himself and hurriedly replied, Your Excellency may not be able to confront Anthony at this moment, but someone else can, and this individual has a vendetta against Anthony. If you share this information with him, he will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Who? Shen Lang inquired, intrigued. Da Vinci replied without hesitation, the Dragon Blood War god, Zhu Jianhua. He has a deep-seated grudge against Anthony, a blood-soaked enmity. Upon hearing these words, Shen Lang became increasingly curious. He had never anticipated that the individual harboring a grudge against the foremost champion of the beautiful nation would be none other than the Dragon Blood Battle God, Zhu Jianhua. If it were anyone else, he would not have bothered to inquire. However, given the significance of Zhu Jianhua, he deemed it necessary to ask. Yet, Shen Lang's inquisitive nature compelled him to pose the question, what profound enmity exists between them? Are you not acquainted with Zhu Jianhua? Da Vinci inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Logically speaking, although Shen Lang was merely a 2-star practitioner, his formidable beast mastery had undoubtedly surpassed that of a typical 2-star practitioner. It was reasonable to assume that even 4- or 5-star practitioners would find it challenging to rival him. Thus, one would expect him to be familiar with the Dragon Blood Battle God, Zhu Jianhua. The treatment of prodigies tends to be somewhat uniform, akin to Da Vinci himself, who, despite being merely a 2-star practitioner, had an acquaintance with the premier champion of the beautiful nation, Anthony. Consequently, he instinctively posed the question. Raising an eyebrow, Shen Lang cast a sidelong glance at Da Vinci on the ground and retorted, Am I the one inquiring, or are you? Da Vinci, eager to avoid losing another arm, quickly continued, The Dragon Blood Battle God rose to prominence several years later than Anthony. In the very year Zhu Jianhua transitioned to his new profession, Anthony had already attained 10-star status. After his transition, Zhu Jianhua also ventured into the novice dungeon, generating global headlines akin to this year's Rising Dragon. For this reason, Anthony was unwilling to allow Zhu Jianhua to flourish and even went so far as to lower his own status to infiltrate the Great Xia Kingdom, personally attempting to eliminate this prodigy before he could fully develop, much like the present circumstances faced by Rising Dragon. As Da Vinci mentioned Rising Dragon twice, he observed Shen Lang's demeanor, but regrettably, he detected no unusual reaction. After a brief pause, Da Vinci elaborated, however, the challenges Zhu Jianhua faced were far more perilous, as Anthony was a 10-star practitioner, already standing at the pinnacle of the globe. Nevertheless, Zhu Jianhua was also under the staunch protection of the Great Xia Kingdom. The specifics of that battle remain unclear to me, but without doubt, many lives were lost in the Great Xia Kingdom, and Anthony ultimately failed to eliminate Zhu Jianhua, retreating from the Great Xia Kingdom while Zhu Jianhua gradually ascended to become its foremost champion. Since the emergence of the Dragon Blood Battle God, he had repeatedly invaded the beautiful nation, seeking to confront Anthony in a decisive battle. Moreover, it became a pattern that whenever he encountered practitioners from the beautiful nation, regardless of their strength, he would eliminate them without hesitation. Regrettably, Anthony had been too cowardly to accept the challenge, evading Zhu Jianhua for all these years. In conclusion, Da Vinci remarked, Thus, it is evident that the Dragon Blood Battle God is resolutely intent on eliminating Anthony. However, Anthony has consistently evaded him, leaving Zhu Jianhua with no recourse. My information could enable him to finally vanquish Anthony. Listening to these historical accounts, Shen Lang was astonished to discover that Zhu Jianhua had experienced a fate remarkably akin to his own. The Dragon Blood War God's achievement in conquering the novice dungeon and garnering global acclaim is hardly surprising. However, it remains uncertain whether he has also triumphed over the hellish dungeons with a similar SSS rating. as he has not disclosed such information. Perhaps he has not? Nevertheless, the prowess of the Dragon Blood War God is undeniably formidable, to the extent that he has instilled such fear in the foremost champion of the beautiful nation that the latter dares not show his face. Truly, he is deserving of the title of the Guardian of the Great Xia. Impressive indeed. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Lang turned to Da Vinci and remarked with a smile, "Even if you possess information about Anthony, having betrayed him, do you truly believe you can survive? I have faith in the strength of the Dragon Blood War God, and I am certain that if he were to learn of this betrayal, he would swiftly seek to eliminate Anthony." Da Vinci pondered for a moment before responding. "If he were to kill Anthony, my safety would be assured. The beautiful nation is not like the Great Xia, where everyone supports the Dragon Blood War God. Within the beautiful nation, there are countless individuals who desire Anthony's demise." "That is a valid point." Shen Lang nodded and then said, "Very well. Do enlighten me about the matter at hand. I shall see if I am able to procure your life." Chapter 134. Traitors Must Die. Shen Lang awaited Da Vinci's response. Yet Da Vinci remained silent. After a brief moment, he finally spoke. "I do not trust you. If I reveal this, you will still kill me." Shen Lang frowned and replied, "You must believe in my integrity." "Integrity is worthless," Da Vinci retorted bluntly. Shen Lang raised an eyebrow. "I can assure you, or even swear it." Da Vinci replied earnestly, "When I learned of Anthony's secret, I made a similar vow, swearing to the heavens that I would not disclose it to anyone else." Shen Lang thought to himself, if it weren't for his genuine desire to extract information for Zhu Jinhua, he would have relished the opportunity to silence Da Vinci with a single blow. After a moment's contemplation, Shen Lang proposed, "How about this? If you divulge the information and I am convinced that it is worth your life, I will let you go and will not pursue you. If I do pursue you, then I shall never be able to stand tall again. How does that sound? Is that a sufficiently malicious vow for you?" For a man, the idea of never being able to stand tall again is indeed quite a curse. Da Vinci had no rebuttal, yet his gaze drifted to the small creature beside Shen Lang, as he murmured, "Setting aside the fact that such a vow holds no real weight, even if it were true, your beast could easily end my life without your intervention. What does it matter to you if it is your creature that kills me?" Shen Lang couldn't help but chuckle. Da Vinci was certainly not falling for any traps. "What is it that you desire?" Shen Lang inquired. Without hesitation, Da Vinci responded, "Take me to meet the Dragon Blood War God, and I shall reveal this secret to him personally." Shen Lang narrowed his eyes and said, "Are you so certain that once the Dragon Blood War God learns of your so-called secret, he will allow you to leave? As the guardian of the Great Xia Kingdom, he would be far more inclined to execute a traitor like you than to spare your life. I believe in the value of the information I possess." Da Vinci quickly added, "And I trust in the integrity of the Dragon Blood War God. Thus, you are indeed questioning my integrity." Shen Lang's expression hardened as he turned away and said, "Xiaohei, it's up to you now. Feast as you will." "No, you cannot kill me," Da Vinci exclaimed in panic, his voice rising. "I assure you, this information will lead the Dragon Blood War God to eliminate Anthony. It is certain. And what of it to me? I hold no grudge against Anthony." Shen Lang replied, his face devoid of emotion. "But once the Dragon Blood War God learns of this, he will reward you handsomely, providing you with the most abundant resources to accelerate your growth." Upon hearing this, Shen Lang turned back, looking at Da Vinci with pity. "Do you truly believe I would need to trade such information for resources? Alas, someone as selfish and self-serving as you could never comprehend the concept of patriotism. But you are you, and the Dragon Blood War God will want to know." "He certainly will," Da Vinci shouted fervently, as Shen Lang observed Da Vinci's unwavering faith in his own beliefs. He fell silent for a moment before directly accessing his professional friend system, making it visible to the outside world. This meant that Da Vinci could now view his professional friend system interface. Upon witnessing Shen Lang summon the chat window with Zhu Jinhua, Da Vinci furrowed his brow. Not out of surprise that Shen Lang could contact Zhu Jinhua, but rather out of curiosity regarding Shen Lang's intentions in opening the chat. Ignoring Da Vinci, Shen Lang sent a message to Zhu Jinhua. "Big boss, let's have a live chat. I've caught a traitor, quite a formidable one at that. He claims to have a grudge against someone named Anthony from the beautiful country, and he knows a secret about Anthony. If you can obtain this secret, it could lead to Anthony's demise." After a considerable pause, Zhu Jinhua replied, "What does he want?" Shen Lang responded, "He wants me to spare his life." Almost instantaneously after that message was sent, Zhu Jinhua replied, "Kill him. I have no need for him. No, this cannot be. Da Vinci, who was witnessing the chat content firsthand, wore an expression of disbelief. He could not fathom why Chu Jinhua would make such a decision. This was information capable of eliminating his academic adversary, yet Chu Jinhua had outright rejected it. Why? Noticing Da Vinci's incredulous demeanor, Shen Lang continued to inquire of Chu Jinhua. It seems this trash cannot accept your response. Boss, could you explain your reasoning so he understands his fate clearly? Anyone Chu Jinhua, wishes to kill cannot survive. The traitor must die. Chu Jinhua's response was succinct and resonated deeply, striking Da Vinci's heart like a hammer. Da Vinci lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, as blood continued to flow from the severed part of his arm, rendering his already pale complexion even more ghostly. After a prolonged silence, a flicker of light returned to his eyes, and he murmured to himself, "Very well, I truly cannot comprehend your thoughts. I resign myself to fate. If death is to be, then let it be. I hope in my next life, I may have the chance to experience your so-called beliefs firsthand." At this juncture, Da Vinci laboriously sat up and looked at Shen Lang, asking, "Just now, I saw your name in the chat window. You are Shen Lang. Before I die, Shen Lang, you are the hidden dragon, correct?" "Hidden dragon? I've heard of it, but never seen it," Shen Lang unequivocally denied. Heaven knows whether Da Vinci was in contact with others. The authorities had concealed his identity, so he had no reason to reveal it. Da Vinci chuckled softly, refraining from further inquiries, and lay back down, closing his eyes. Shen Lang glanced at Little Black, who, no longer restraining itself, licked its lips, leaped forward, and bit off the lower half of Da Vinci's body. In a manner reminiscent of the ancient execution method of dismemberment, Da Vinci, having lost half of his form, could not suppress his cries of despair. He could even see the gruesome sight of his own body being chewed by Little Black, blood and flesh scattering in the air. However, it was merely a fleeting image. In the next moment, his consciousness was extinguished, and simultaneously, the dark figure once more lowered its head, devouring his upper body whole. Shen Lang's expression remained utterly unaffected. Precisely as Chu Jinhua had stated, traitors to the nation must perish. Just then, however, a message from Chu Jinhua arrived. "Chu Jinhua, where is he? Has he been killed?" "Shen Lang, he is dead." "Chu Jinhua, what about the information he mentioned? Did he reveal anything? What secrets does Anthony possess?" "Shen Lang, he did not disclose anything." "Chu Jinhua, you killed him without him saying anything?" "Shen Lang, did you not say it yourself? If you do not require it, the one you wish to eliminate must be dealt with personally. Traitors to the nation must die." "Chu Jinhua, damn it, when you mentioned chatting during the live stream, I thought you were employing a tactic on him. Of course, you should have extracted information first before executing him." "Shen Lang, boss, are you serious?" "Chu Jinhua, what? Did I just say something? This professional friend system can be hacked too." "I said nothing." "Shen Lang, Chu Jinhua, sai? That guy Anthony is truly difficult to kill." "Shen Lang, how difficult? Is he very strong?" "Chu Jinhua, strong? Not at all. If he can withstand 10 of my skills, that would be quite impressive." "Shen Lang, then why is he so hard to kill?" "Chu Jinhua, he possesses a divine skill, a life-saving ability." Chapter 135, The Butcher's Achievement of Slaughtering Thousands. After a brief conversation, Shen Lang and Chu Jinhua concluded their discussion. Shen Lang inquired about the life-preserving skill attributed to Anthony, which indeed turned out to be a divine-level ability. The exact name of this skill eluded Chu Jinhua, who only grasped its essence. Anthony possessed numerous lives, the exact count of which remained a mystery. This skill allowed him to interchangeably shift between himself and his summoned entities. In simpler terms, as long as Anthony desired, he could resurrect himself from one of his summons at any moment. That was the crux of it. Anthony, a summoner, had an unknown number of summoned creatures at his disposal. Given that he had long attained the status of a 10-star professional, the array of beasts he could summon over the years must be considerable. This was akin to a Beastmaster, where the number of beasts is not fixed. For instance, Shen Lang, having only transitioned a few months prior, had already forged contracts with 4 beasts. This was despite his deliberate pursuit of 10-star divine creatures. If he so wished, he could contract even more beasts. However, for a Beastmaster, sheer quantity does not equate to strength. The more beasts one possesses, the more challenging it becomes to elevate their levels, as experience must be shared among them, and nurturing these creatures incurs significant expenses. Thus, Beastmasters typically opt for fewer, yet higher quality companions. The same principles apply to summoners, but Anthony had transcended these concerns. He had reached his 10-star status as a dragon blood warrior long ago, and his current standing marked him as the foremost powerhouse of the beautiful nation, readily acquiring any resources he desired. It was conceivable that he had amassed an uncountable number of summoned beasts in secrecy. Furthermore, Anthony had refrained from engaging in combat for many years, likely to maintain an aura of mystery around himself. As long as he remained inactive, no one could ascertain his true capabilities or the extent of his summoned beasts. Save for his 12-winged fallen angel, one must acknowledge that Anthony was indeed formidable. The fact that Chu Jinhua had failed to eliminate him over the years was not without reason. To vanquish such an opponent, one must first eradicate all his summons or eliminate him and his creatures in a single blow, a feat that bordered on the impossible. Shen Lang furrowed his brow, feeling a tinge of regret for having dealt with Da Vinci so decisively. However, he dismissed the concern. He had never subscribed to the belief that a person could be immortal. If he could not defeat his adversary, it simply meant his power was insufficient. The universe operates on a principle of mutual existence and conflict. With Anthony possessing such an extraordinary skill, there must be other methods to counter him and ultimately bring him down. They simply had yet to discover them. As for the secrets known to Da Vinci, their veracity remained uncertain. Certainly, Shen Lang felt somewhat remorseful towards Chu Jinhua, dismissing what Da Vinci had said. He sensed during their conversation that Chu Jinhua indeed harbored a murderous intent towards Anthony. However, Chu Jinhua ultimately expressed that he had been contemplating strategies to counter Anthony. And although he had formulated some preliminary ideas, Shen Lang perceived this as mere consolation, aimed at alleviating any psychological burden he might carry regarding the matter. Anthony, I shall remember you. Shen Lang murmured this name, subsequently burying the matter deep within his heart. At present, he found himself incapable of confronting Anthony. However, who can predict the events of the future? Shortly thereafter, Shen Lang, accompanied by his companion Xiaohe, resumed their extensive hunt. Throughout the entire afternoon, they had not regrouped, each engaged in a frenzied slaughter within their designated territories. Their considerable commotion inevitably drew the attention of the entire secondary star battlefield. Most professionals were aware that someone was hunting practitioners from the beautiful nation, the Third Nation, and the Little Japan Nation. Some speculated it was a single individual, while others claimed there were 4 or 5, yet few truly comprehended the exact number of participants involved. In any case, the practitioners from the beautiful nation, the Third Nation, and the Little Japan Nation were dwindling rapidly. In fact, in vast stretches of territory, they could no longer be seen at all. As night fell, Shen Lang and 3 other beast tamers finally reconvened. They were uncertain whether they had eliminated all the practitioners from the 3 nations, but at least 90% of them had perished at their hands. Perhaps not quite 100,000, but certainly around 80,000. The number of secondary star practitioners entering the battlefield from the Great Xia Nation, as mentioned by Chu Jinhua, was estimated to be around 30 to 40,000. And this was merely a rough figure, likely to be an underestimation, as not everyone reported in. The actual number could easily exceed 50,000. Likewise, the Third Nation, the Beautiful Nation, and the Little Japan Nation would not have significantly fewer practitioners entering, with the combined total assuredly surpassing 100,000. These practitioners were nearly annihilated by Shen Lang. Even if some practitioners from these 3 nations survived, they would be too terrified to show themselves, having likely fled the battlefield long before. After all, once the secondary star battlefield opened, anyone could choose to exit after a mere hour or remain and face the consequences. With the practitioners from the 3 nations having been decimated, aside from a few audacious souls who would dare remain and tempt fate. Thus, it became evident that Shen Lang had unlocked the Butcher of 10,000 achievement. Accompanied by their relentless slaughter, a palpable aura of malevolence began to envelop Shen Lang. It was inevitable, given the sheer number of lives he had taken. Discounting the kills made by Medusa's Shadow and Ali, he and Xiaohe alone had dispatched over 20,000 practitioners from the 3 nations. This scenario resembled that of butchers and slaughterhouses, after slaying numerous beasts. A certain aura of ferocity naturally coalesces around them. At present, Shen Lang finds himself in a rather peculiar situation. For those with a slightly weaker disposition, a mere glance from him could instill fear. Such is the nature of individuals who have tread upon the battlefield and taken the lives of their enemies. They are inherently different from the average person. However, this is a trivial concern for Shen Lang, as it bears little impact on him. Having slain tens of thousands of practitioners from the Three Kingdoms, his gains are indeed remarkable. Although only a fraction of those he vanquished were specifically dispatched by their nations to eliminate him, the overall bounty he has amassed is unparalleled. This select group of adversaries numbers in the thousands, each possessing at least one piece of dark gold equipment, with many adorned in full sets of purple epic gear. The value of these two tiers of equipment alone could easily elevate Shen Lang's worth beyond that of the Wan group. Moreover, during their pursuit of the practitioners from the Three Kingdoms, Shen Lang and his companions also dispatched numerous formidable beasts. These creatures, whether divine or otherwise, have yielded some valuable treasures as well. Upon a preliminary inventory, Shen Lang discovered an astonishing 400 pieces of dark gold equipment and over 10,000 pieces of purple epic gear in his possession. Although he previously mentioned the ambition of transforming the Super Prosperity Pavilion into a hub for dark gold equipment, that may prove somewhat challenging. However, establishing a dedicated store for epic gear is undoubtedly within reach. As for equipment below the epic tier, the quantity is even greater, and Shen Lang lacks the inclination to enumerate them all. In total, the value easily surpasses several 100,000. Naturally, these items are no longer in his backpack, for despite multiple expansions, it remains impossible to accommodate such a vast collection. Since he cannot simply discard them, he has opted to enlist the assistance of Yi Hongyu, sending all these treasures to her care. Chapter 136, The 10-Star Divine Beast, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Upon entering the 3-star battlefield, Yi Hongyu was greatly concerned for Shen Lang, as she had become aware of certain matters. However, with each instance of Shen Lang sending her equipment, she realized that he was unharmed. If he were in any danger, he would not be dispatching hundreds of thousands of items to her, compelling her to contact her uncle to secure a warehouse for storage. Notably, Shen Lang had previously only sent her equipment of Red Perfect grade or lower, yet this time, he included Red Perfect grade items and even a few purple epic grade pieces. What could account for this unexpected development? It indicated that Shen Lang's own inventory was filled to capacity with Red Perfect grade equipment. Why might this be so? Yi Hongyu, not lacking in intellect, understood that this was a testament to Shen Lang's formidable prowess in the 2-star battlefield, likely engaged in the ruthless slaughter of practitioners from the Three Kingdoms. Only through such carnage could one amass such an abundance of high-grade equipment. Simultaneously, Yi Yunchong and Yi Yuchong, located in East Sea City, were equally astonished. After all, this accounted for hundreds of thousands of items, with even the green fine grade being scarce, the majority being Red Perfect grade or higher. How many adversaries must have been vanquished to collect such a trove? Their thoughts extended far beyond those of Yi Hongyu. At this juncture, they were nearly certain that Shen Lang was the hidden dragon, a practitioner of boundless potential. Of course, these matters bore little consequence to Shen Lang himself. By now, the allure of equipment had diminished significantly, particularly since these were merely 2-star items. 10-star equipment would pique his interest far more. Nevertheless, aside from the equipment, there were numerous other gains, for the spoils of battle extended beyond mere gear. Everything non-essential related to the profession would also drop from defeated foes. Shen Lang even discarded a fair amount of items, such as mana recovery potions, which held no value for him. Selling them would yield a pittance, utterly unworthy of his time. Yet, there remained some valuable items, such as the attribute potions he had utilized previously. This time, Shen Lang managed to amass a sufficient quantity of 2-star potions, rendering further exchanges unnecessary. In summary, his inventory was now abundant, retaining only what he deemed useful. In addition to equipment and potions, he had also acquired various skill books. These tomes were relatively costly. Even if Shen Lang had no use for them, they could be sold at Chawang Pavilion later. As for the useless refuse, naturally, it was all discarded. That night, Shen Lang refrained from further excursions. With the practitioners of the Three Kingdoms nearly obliterated, there was no need for such tension. Tomorrow, he would shift his focus to ascending the stars. Beneath the starlit sky, Shen Lang indulged in a carefree existence within his tent, relishing a delightful night in the 2-star battlefield. At the break of dawn the following day, they set off once more, primarily in pursuit of the mythical beast boss. The 4 formidable 10-star mythical creatures ventured forth in a horizontal formation. their range of exploration undeniably extensive. It wasn't long before they encountered a mythical beast boss. Shen Lang promptly employed his detection technique and the Bloodline Insight talent on the creature. Bone Witch, level 60, Bloodline limit. 8-star Mythical Bone Demon King, growth limit. Level 240, 3-star evolution success rate. 59, 4-star evolution success rate. 38, 5-star evolution success rate. Upon reviewing this information, Shen Lang felt a tinge of surprise. This was the highest quality bloodline mythical creature he had discovered in the 2-star battlefield. Regrettably, it was merely an 8-star. How fortunate it was not a 10-star. Otherwise, he would have had to contract a bone spirit. Shen Lang chuckled softly. He preferred more corporeal forms. Perhaps due to the Bone Witch's relatively high bloodline quality, upon realizing she was being scrutinized by Shen Lang's detection technique, she launched an assault on him, sending several rib bones hurtling through the air toward him. In an instant, the shadow appeared before Shen Lang. The black mist shield effortlessly shattering the bones upon impact. With a wave of his hand, Shen Lang commanded, "Dispatch her." "Yes, master," the shadow replied softly, raising the black mist shield to strike down upon the Bone Witch. With her eyes flickering with ghostly flames, the Bone Witch recklessly charged forward, seemingly intent on challenging the shadow to a duel. Bang! The black mist shield descended, obliterating the Bone Witch. Shen Lang shook his head at the sight. What was intended as a defensive skill had been transformed into an offensive maneuver by the shadow. Truly, it was said that every tank or meat shield harbors a heart of a carry. The 2-star mythical beast boss crystal was obtained, along with several pieces of equipment that Shen Lang found utterly unworthy of his attention, even including a piece of 2-star dark gold legendary gear. The quartet of individuals and their 4 beasts continued their journey. Encountering ordinary mythical beasts or ferocious creatures along the way, Shen Lang merely cast a Bloodline Insight. Lacking any desire to engage, only mythical beast bosses warranted their intervention. Fortunately, it wasn't long before they stumbled upon another mythical beast boss. Purple-eyed White Tiger, level 60, Bloodline limit. 5-star Mythical Purple-eyed Thunder Tiger King, growth limit. Level 150, 3-star evolution success rate. 78, 4-star evolution success rate. 23, 5-star evolution success rate. 9 Thunder-type mythical beasts were relatively rare. Yihong Yu's secondary profession was Thunder Knight. If the creature were an 8 or 9-star, it could have been gifted to her as a mount. However, a 5-star was rather unimpressive and not worthy of display. Shen Lang sighed. Such a creature could only serve the purpose of yielding mythical beast boss crystals. Ali took action, effortlessly dispatching the purple-eyed White Tiger with a simple holy light slash, allowing Shen Lang to collect yet another mythical beast boss crystal. Since then, Shen Lang had acquired 5 2-star divine beast boss crystals, needing just one more to complete his star elevation task and ascend to the 3-star level. Half an hour later, as Shen Lang and his companions traversed a moderately sized lake, his attention was captivated by a fleeting shadow skimming across the water's surface. This shadow was not a divine beast, but rather an ordinary ferocious avian creature, measuring nearly 1 meter in length with a wingspan of about 2 meters. Its plumage is pure and white as glacial ice, appearing almost translucent. Particularly intriguing was the fact that this seemed to be an ice-type ferocious bird. Each time it soared over the lake, a layer of crystalline ice formed upon the water's surface. With just a few spirals, the lake became adorned with irregular lines of ice crystals, creating a strikingly beautiful spectacle. Adhering to his principle of perceiving the bloodline of any ferocious beast he encountered, Shen Lang decisively employed his Bloodline Insight on the avian creature. Icebird, level 60, Bloodline limit. 10-star Divine Beast Ice Crystal Phoenix, level cap 300, 3-star evolution success rate. 99, 4-star. With a 10-star Divine Beast bloodline, what further need was there to consider the evolution success rate? Shen Lang's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement, and a look of delight involuntarily spread across his face. Since arriving in this 2-star battlefield, he had encountered numerous divine beasts, and had even slain several divine beast bosses. Among them, the one with the highest bloodline quality was the previous skeletal dryad, yet he never expected to discover a 10-star divine beast bloodline within an ordinary ferocious avian creature. Chapter 137. I thought they were going to devour me, terrifying the baby. In this secluded place, Devoid of outsiders, Shen Lang unabashedly expressed the joy that blossomed within him. The four divine beasts, including Medusa, sensed his elation, their gazes drawn to the gracefully soaring ice bird. As fellow 10-star divine beasts, they shared an innate connection with their kind. Medusa, observing the ice bird, remarked with a smile, "We might soon gain another companion. What a beautiful little creature. Perhaps another little sister?" Shadow tilted her head curiously, unsure how she discerned the bird's gender. Ali whispered, "Soon, I shall not be the only one with wings. Though, hee, her wings don't match mine in grandeur." Little Black sighed, murmuring to himself, "Alas, my fate is woeful. My standing in the Master's heart shall diminish once more. I was the third, and now I shall become the fourth, soon to be the fifth. I wonder when I, Little Black, can alter my status as the least favored." The four beasts, each with their own thoughts, had nearly concluded that the ice bird would join their ranks. With their presence, coupled with their master's mysterious and formidable talent, the diminutive ice bird could hardly be destined for any other fate. The ice bird, gliding above the lake, finally noticed Shen Lang and his companions. Suddenly, it halted midair, emitting a resounding cry, and with that sharp call, an intense chill radiated from its body. Instantly, the waters of the lake, yet to solidify into ice, began to crack and transform into thick ice. Simultaneously, the frigid aura surged forth like a tempest, barreling towards Shen Lang and his companions, sweeping along shards of ice and snowflakes, producing a whistling sound as it hurtled toward them. Shen Lang smirked and quipped, "A ferocious ice beast, with such a fiery temperament? Sha, please calm her down." "Understood, my master," Medusa responded immediately, stepping forward to shield them from the oncoming icy storm. An intense fire energy erupted from her, as the elements of fire, drawn to her, began to flicker in the air like countless fireflies. Each spark of fire, nourished by Medusa's essence, radiated with searing energy. Concurrently, Medusa reached out towards the icy tempest, and the fire elements coalesced in her grasp, swiftly transforming into a fiery python that encircled the advancing snowstorm, charging toward the ice bird with relentless force. This was not a grand technique or skill of Medusa's. For beings of their caliber, ordinary skills were hardly noteworthy. Merely utilizing her command over the fire elements, this action was as effortless as a mature adult effortlessly subduing a child without the need for elaborate martial arts. The icy tempest, ensnared by the serpentine flames, offered no resistance whatsoever. Even the droplets of water were incinerated into vapor before they could transform. The ice bird soaring in the air had already sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the fiery serpent, causing its pristine white feathers to bristle with fear. Though merely a common beast, and not even a boss, the ice bird's instinct was purest in its simplicity. Upon sensing the imminent threat to its life, it let out a frantic cry and, without hesitation, took flight to escape. Bold in temperament, but timid in courage, the creature's decisive retreat elicited a chuckle from Shen Lang, who advised Medusa, "Sasha, be a little cautious. Ensure she comes to no harm. Bring her back." "Understood, master. I shall not harm your new treasure." Medusa replied with a hint of mischief, pursuing the fleeing ice bird. "New treasure." Shen Lang's lips twitched at the phrase, realizing Medusa's playful teasing was becoming increasingly audacious. He had affectionately referred to them as such while nestled in bed, yet now, before even formalizing a contract with the beast, she was already claiming a new favorite. Observing the distant ice bird's flight, Shen Lang harbored some doubts. While it was true that the ice bird possessed the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast, was the so-called ice crystal phoenix not just another bird? Shen Lang had peculiar preferences, such as for beast girls, which posed no challenge, but a mere bird seemed daunting. After all, not all divine beasts could assume a human or hybrid form. Take Little Black, for instance. Despite being a mature 10-star divine beast, it remained in canine form, devoid of any human traits. Of course, the ice bird had yet to undergo its bloodline reversion, leaving its ultimate form a mystery. In the distance, Medusa had evidently caught up with the ice bird. "Chirp!" The ice bird screeched, its cry laced with panic yet tinged with a warning, seemingly attempting to intimidate Medusa. Medusa responded dryly, "A bit of respect would be appreciated. At least use a skill to engage me, would you?" However, the ice bird, fully aware of the formidable presence before it, had forgotten its status as a level 60 beast, along with the notion of employing skills. All that remained was its primal instinctual fear of a powerful creature. Chirp was the only reply that echoed back, a continuation of the ice bird's terrified shrieks. Medusa sighed internally and remarked, "I hope that when you revert, you are not as timid." With that, she flung a fiery red chain toward the ice bird, who, unable to evade, found itself ensnared around the neck, forcefully drawing it down toward the lake's shore. The ice bird struggled in vain, ultimately landing on the bank, spreading its wings and emitting cries of distress, tinged with pain. In a hushed tone, Shadow addressed Medusa, "Sasha, this ice bird is an ice-type beast, and your fire-based powers are quite the counter. Look, its feathers are singed. Perhaps you should release it. Allow me to handle this." "Very well," she conceded. Medusa nodded and released the fiery chains. The ice bird, freed from its constraints, instinctively sought to soar into the sky, but Shadow swiftly conjured a cage of dark mist, confining it once more. "Your dear companion is indeed quite unruly. Are you aware of the fortune that smiles upon you? Soon, your avian existence shall undergo a monumental transformation." Shadow appeared within the misty confines, gliding gracefully before the ice bird, gently tapping its head. The ice bird, startled, recoiled sharply, retreating to a corner of the dark cage. Trembling with uncertainty, entirely unaware of the impending changes that awaited its life, Shen Lang approached with a smile, saying, "Enough of the fright, my little ice bird. Congratulations. You are now my fifth beast of the pact." As his words resonated, the contract formation enveloped the ice bird. Within the starlit array, the ice bird gazed at Shen Lang in bewilderment, realizing that this human intended to bind it as a beast of the pact, rather than devour it. What a frightful misunderstanding. Chapter 138. Do I truly possess the bloodline of a divine beast? As the stellar array dissipated, the ice bird naturally became Shen Lang's fifth summoned beast. The notion of resisting the summoning contract never crossed the ice bird's mind. To the ice bird, Shen Lang, although not overly formidable as a human, emanated an undeniable aura of threat. This brings us to discuss Shen Lang's current prowess. Although he was originally meant to be merely a Beastmaster shouting encouragement from behind his summoned beasts, upon transitioning to his secondary profession, he transcended the ranks of both warriors and mages. At present, Shen Lang's total attributes have surpassed 3,000. Should he merge with his summoned beasts, his total attributes could soar to approximately 15,000, further enhanced by various skills and talents, potentially nearing or even exceeding 20,000. This implies that, on average, each mental attribute would exceed 5,000. Moreover, should Shen Lang choose to embody a mage, he could merge with a Li and Medusa. If he desired to be a warrior, he could fuse with Shadow Little Black, with no hindrances whatsoever. His transformations are entirely fluid. In essence, Shen Lang now stands as the most powerful entity. After fusion, he surpasses even the individual strength of his summoned beasts. Of course, this strength is contingent upon the presence of his beasts, whose might is intrinsically linked to his own. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for the ice bird to perceive an insurmountable threat emanating from him. Furthermore, having just witnessed Medusa effortlessly subduing her, and with the presence of 3 other figures besides Shen Lang, each radiating the potent bloodline of 10-star divine beasts, the ice bird was rendered too intimidated to entertain any thoughts of rebellion. Her courage nearly shattered. After the contract concluded, despite realizing she had become Shen Lang's summoned beast, her bloodline remained dormant, leaving her quaking in fear and still subjected to the overwhelming aura of the 4 10-star divine beasts. Her slender legs dangled limply, too frightened to rise. Indeed, the ice bird's timidity was quite remarkable. Little Black could not help but interject, "Master, could your talent have misjudged? How could this be the bloodline of a 10-star divine beast? When you signed the contract, the situation was hardly different." Medusa, without hesitation, countered Little Black's remarks, leaving the soon-to-be sister to her speechless. Shen Lang paid no heed to the bickering between the 2 beasts. He approached the ice bird, gently stroking her icy head and reassuring her, "Do not fear, little ice bird. They were once just like you, perhaps even weaker than you are now." Undoubtedly, this statement silenced the 4 10-star divine beasts. When they first entered into contract with Shen Lang, they were not particularly formidable, with Ali being the strongest among them. Their initial circumstances were hardly superior to those of the ice bird, especially Medusa. who at the time of her contract was merely a level 5 fire python, truly a pitiful state. However, at this moment, she stands on the precipice of transformation, poised to evolve into a 3-star divine beast alongside Shen Lang's ascension. It is foreseeable that her evolution into a true 10-star divine beast in its mature form is not far off. As for Shadow, during the contract, it was but a feeble little shadow, yet it has now grown significantly since then. There is no need to elaborate on the little black one. It has transformed from a mere pup into a 3-headed hellhound, a 10-star divine beast. The only one who began with a higher status is Ollie, inherently a member of a highly intelligent race, previously a 10-star divine beast, the Sacred Angel. Shen Lang's emergence has elevated her bloodline quality, transforming her into the Seraphim Queen. Consequently, the initial sense of superiority among the 4 divine beasts has dissipated, and when they gaze upon the little ice bird, their expressions are filled with encouragement. Medusa spoke. "Little ice bird, the master is right. We were once weak, and it is the master who has granted us everything we possess now. Be patient and await the new life the master will bestow upon you." "Yes, indeed. Do not be afraid. We are now companions," Shadow softly reassured the ice bird. Ollie then urged, "Master, please activate the bloodline within the little ice bird quickly. I can hardly wait to see what bloodline it possesses and what its mature form will look like." Upon hearing these words, the ice bird's inner trepidation lessened considerably, allowing Shen Lang to stroke her head as she gradually displayed signs of enjoyment. It seemed that becoming a contracted beast to this human was not such a bad fate after all. Noticing the ice bird's emotions had calmed, Shen Lang then declared, "All right, I am about to activate the divine beast bloodline within you." At this, the ice bird tilted her head towards Shen Lang, her expression one of uncertainty. "I possess a divine beast bloodline within me? How could I not be aware of this? I am merely a beautiful and adorable little ice bird. Furthermore, even if I do have a divine beast bloodline, does it not require gradual evolution? How can it be activated directly?" While the little ice bird was engulfed in confusion, Shen Lang wasted no time and initiated the bloodline awakening, a godly talent, within her. In that instant, the ice bird found herself enveloped in luminous rays of evolution. It was as if a mysterious force erupted from within her being. Gradually, her form began to enlarge, her aura grew stronger. Moments later, a phoenix over 10 meters in length, towering at over 10 meters high, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, manifested before everyone. The phoenix was adorned with pure white feathers, resembling glimmering ice crystals embedded upon its body, exuding an essence of utmost purity and innocence, with only its vivid blue eyes bringing it to life. This was the mature form of the 10-star divine beast, the Crystal Phoenix. With a powerful thrust, the Crystal Phoenix could not help but take flight, soaring into the air, gazing down at herself, her heart brimming with joy and astonishment. "I have inexplicably transformed into a crystalline phoenix. Could this truly be reality and not merely a figment of my imagination?" The melodious voice of the crystalline phoenix resonated with a tone of uncertainty, as though it feared that this all might be an illusion. The vivacious Ailey exclaimed in delight, "Oh my goodness! The little ice bird has evolved and is simply stunning." Meanwhile, Medusa, attuned to the aura emanating from the crystalline phoenix, remarked, "Its power is commendable. Merely by revealing its mature form, it has stirred the elemental fire within me. Like myself, it possesses a primary attribute, though it is of the ice element, whereas I am of fire." Shen Lang nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware of the crystalline phoenix's formidable strength without needing to gaze upon it. After all, upon the emergence of the crystalline phoenix's mature form, frost and snow began to cascade from the heavens, and the lake, which had merely been coated with a layer of frost, was now entirely encased in transparent ice, revealing the frozen fish within its depths. The might of a 10-star divine beast is indisputable. Yet, for Shen Lang, a twinge of regret lingered in his heart. Indeed, this little ice bird, much like the little black one, retained the appearance of its original form even after its bloodline had regressed. At that moment, however, the crystalline phoenix in midair radiated an intense white light, as if undergoing a remarkable transformation. Chapter 139, The SSS Class Talent of Nirvana Transformation. Shen Lang gazed in astonishment at the ice crystal phoenix suspended in midair. Could it be that the ice crystal phoenix had not yet completed its evolution? In but a moment, the white light suddenly dissipated, revealing a diminutive yet exceptionally graceful figure. It was roughly the same height as Shadow, equally petite and exquisite. With long, ice-blue hair and slightly pale eyes, she was adorned in a flowing white gown and sported a pair of crystal high-heeled shoes. Shen Lang was perplexed. What is this situation? Can a 10-star divine beast transform into human form? I have not heard of such a phenomenon. Even Medusa and her companions merely assumed humanoid forms. As for Little Black, it was entirely in beast form. Yet the blue-haired maiden before him clearly exhibited a complete human appearance, devoid of any beastly traits. Medusa and the other beast tamers also regarded the blue-haired girl with expressions of astonishment. The maiden, stepping gracefully in her crystal shoes, descended slowly from the air. With each step, an icy crystal staircase materialized beneath her, supporting her as she approached Shen Lang. "Master," the blue-haired girl timidly called out upon reaching Shen Lang. He responded with an acknowledgement, scrutinizing her from head to toe before inquiring, "How did you transform into human form?" Upon hearing this, the blue-haired girl glanced at Medusa and Shadow, then replied, "Master, I noticed that both of my elder sisters are in this form, so I transformed into it as well. I have merged the appearances of both sisters." Shen Lang was once again filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, Medusa spoke up, "Master, this might be her skill or talent." At her words, Shen Lang couldn't help but cast a questioning glance at the blue-haired girl, who was none other than his fifth beast, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. The Phoenix eagerly nodded, "Yes, Master, this is a talent I awakened after activating my 10-star divine beast bloodline." "What talent?" Shen Lang instinctively inquired. However, as soon as the question escaped his lips, he realized it was futile. He could simply check the attributes of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Ice Crystal Phoenix, 10-star divine beast. Attribute: Ice. Level: 60. Attributes: Talent 1. SSS class talent. Master of Frost. Increases ice element damage by 400. With a high probability of freezing the enemy. Talent 2. SSS class talent. Nirvana transformation. Can assume any form. During transformation, attributes are halved. Upon viewing the talent section of the Ice Crystal Phoenix, Shen Lang finally comprehended. This truly was a talent of the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Nirvana transformation allows her to change her form at will. Quite literally, as long as the Ice Crystal Phoenix desires, she can transform into any shape. This is akin to the Monkey King's 72 transformations. With a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, Shen Lang realized that if this talent were harnessed effectively, it could yield extraordinary results, particularly with the potential of extreme disguise. Imagine, if this ability were combined with a disguise card, it would be utterly flawless. Picture this. Shen Lang employs the disguise card to alter his fundamental information to that of Chu Jinhua, subsequently transforming his appearance to match Chu Jinhua's. No one would be able to discern the difference. Of course, the information set by the disguise card cannot exceed one's own level. However, this was merely a hypothetical example, as Shen Lang had no inclination to impersonate Chu Jinhua in reality. What an impressive talent. I wish to acquire this ability. As Shen Lang pondered, he directly activated the talent extraction on the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Congratulations, you have successfully extracted the Nirvana transformation ability from the 10-star divine beast. Ice Crystal Phoenix. Upon hearing the notification, Shen Lang's face broke into a broad smile. What is luck if not this? Whatever one desires seems to manifest effortlessly. In the next moment, he began to experiment with this newfound skill. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he transformed into the true form of Medusa, hair made of serpents and a serpentine tail. He even emanated the intense fiery aura characteristic of Medusa. As Medusa observed her master's transformation and was about to speak, Shen Lang shifted forms again, this time into a petite shadow. The shadow remarked, "Aside from Little Black, Shen Lang's appearance can alternate among my three beloved beasts, playing around for quite a while." The Ice Crystal Phoenix watched in astonishment, but thanks to Medusa's explanation, she learned that her master could extract talents from them. Master is truly remarkable. Not only can he activate the divine beast bloodline for us, but he can also extract talents. The Ice Crystal Phoenix exclaimed in admiration. Shen Lang returned to his original appearance and said to the Ice Crystal Phoenix, "Your skill is genuinely impressive. The ability to mimic the essence of the other after transformation is the most formidable aspect, making it nearly impossible to differentiate between the real and the false." As for activating this talent, it would cause a reduction in 1's attributes by half, which is a minor flaw. However, it is of little consequence. When one truly needs to utilize this ability, it is unlikely that brute strength would be the solution. When the moment arises for a direct confrontation, who would still bother with disguise? The shadow interjected, "What is this? Our master possesses many more remarkable abilities." The ice crystal phoenix, noticing the shadow's teasing expression, was puzzled by its words and looked curiously at Shen Lang. "What are you rambling about?" Shen Lang shot a glare at the shadow. The shadow, feigning innocence, replied, "I am not rambling, master. You can also equip us with professional gear, can't you?" Is that what you meant? I thought you were referring to something else." Shen Lang felt slightly embarrassed, as the shadow's tone and expression did not convey seriousness, leading his thoughts astray. "Indeed, little shadow is not wrong. I possess other formidable abilities." Shen Lang cleared his throat and, with utmost seriousness, began to conduct a beastly transformation on the ice crystal phoenix. Simultaneously, he meticulously selected a set of dark golden attire from his backpack that corresponded to the attributes of the ice crystal phoenix. Before long, the majestic creature adorned herself with the chosen equipment. "My master is truly remarkable." The ice crystal phoenix expressed her admiration. Shen Lang basked in her praise and proceeded to introduce her to his 4 illustrious beasts. Medusa introduced herself. "I am Queen Medusa. Though my master affectionately refers to me as Sasha, you may call me Sister Sasha." "Sister Sasha." The ice crystal phoenix responded with utmost respect, recognizing Medusa as the matriarch of their beastly ensemble. "I am the Shadow King. My master calls me Little Shadow." The shadow also introduced herself. The ice crystal phoenix beamed and addressed the girl of similar stature, "Sister Little Shadow." "Oh yes, I am a sister now." The shadow replied with delight. Ali stepped forward to greet the ice crystal phoenix, saying, "I am but an unremarkable little angel. You may call me Ali." Shen Lang smirked, bemused that she had taken a cue from him. "She is a 12-winged seraph." He interjected, a hint of exasperation in his tone. The ice crystal phoenix quickly complied, calling out, "Sister Ali." At some point, Little Black wandered over and grinned at the ice crystal phoenix, proclaiming, "I am the 3-headed hellhound. You may call me Brother Black." "Let us not bother with that. Just call him Little Black," Shen Lang said, playfully swatting Little Black away. Little Black, momentarily taken aback, felt a surge of excitement as the ice crystal phoenix addressed him, "Brother Black." No need for that. My master has said I can be called Little Black." He quickly responded, his tail wagging vigorously, brimming with suppressed joy. Chapter 140. The fortunate stragglers. Following a period of mutual understanding, the relationships among them grew increasingly harmonious, and the ice crystal phoenix officially became a cherished member of Shen Lang's family. However, the ice crystal phoenix suddenly turned to Shen Lang and said, "Master, everyone has a name. Won't you give me one as well?" Indeed, it had almost slipped his mind. Shen Lang scrutinized the ice crystal phoenix, grappling with a bout of naming awkwardness, pondering, how about Little Ice? Little Crystal? Naturally, the ice crystal phoenix had no objections to the names bestowed by her master. Yet, Ali quietly interjected, "Master, perhaps we should skip Little Ice and Little Crystal and simply call her Phoenix." "Phoenix?" Shen Lang echoed thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. "Very well. From now on, you shall be called Phoenix." The ice crystal phoenix cast a grateful glance at Ali and affirmed, "Yes, thank you for the name, Master. I will henceforth be Phoenix. I have met several sisters, and yes, also Brother Hay. Oh, and I have something wonderful." Recalling a matter, Shen Lang then retrieved a large assortment of attribute potions from his bag, presenting them to Phoenix. "Consume all of these. They will enhance your 4-dimensional attributes." These were all 2-star level 4-dimensional attribute potions, and after using them, they still had a considerable surplus remaining. Phoenix swiftly ingested the requisite potions, experiencing a boost of 300 points in each of her 4-dimensional attributes, culminating in a total increase of 1,200 points. Feeling her newfound strength, she expressed her gratitude, saying, "How fortunate I am to have a master." Since encountering her master, she had transformed from a mere little ice bird into a 10-star divine beast, the ice crystal phoenix. Not only that, but she could also don gear worn by human practitioners, significantly enhancing her power. Furthermore, her master had given her a name. Had she not met her master, she might have remained forever trapped in the all-nation battlefield, doomed to a brief existence as an ordinary fierce beast, ultimately falling victim to some 2-star human practitioner. Shen Lang approached and gently patted Phoenix's head, tidying her wind-tossed, aquamarine locks, and smiled. "All right. Let us set forth and continue our quest for divine beasts." "Is my master seeking to contract other divine beasts?" Phoenix inquired, her pure eyes sparkling. Medusa clarified, "Certainly not. Not every divine beast is deemed worthy to become your master's companion. Currently, Master has reached the pinnacle of 2-star practitioners and requires 6 beast crystals from 2-star divine beast bosses, with 1 still missing." "Oh, I see." Phoenix contemplated briefly, then looked up at Shen Lang, saying, "Master, if we find a divine beast, allow me to assist you in battle, so that you and the sisters may witness my strength." "Agreed. No problem." Shen Lang nodded. With his assent, Phoenix promptly declared, "Then let us go. I know where a divine beast boss resides." "Indeed, I do," Phoenix replied eagerly. Shen Lang pondered for a moment, realizing that the Phoenix must have been nearby before its transformation, making it quite reasonable for it to be aware of the surrounding area where the boss resided. Thus, under the guidance of the Phoenix, Shen Lang and his companions swiftly arrived at the lair of the divine beast boss. It was not far from the original lake, merely a distance of about 20 kilometers, a trivial matter for them. To their astonishment, this divine beast boss turned out to be another flying creature. The Phoenix's large, captivating eyes sparkled with an enigmatic glow as it whispered, "The golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle has always bullied us ordinary ferocious beasts. I had a dear friend, another ice bird, who was captured and devoured by it." Hearing this, Shen Lang replied, "Then it is only fitting that you seek vengeance for your friend." "Indeed, I shall devour it." The expression on the Phoenix's youthful face turned fierce, adding an endearing quality to its demeanor. Shen Lang initially intended for Ali to bestow some auxiliary skills upon the Phoenix, but considering their opponent was merely an ordinary 2-star divine beast boss, he believed the Phoenix could handle it effortlessly. It would also serve as an opportunity for her to familiarize herself with her 10-star divine beast's innate skills. "Go forth," Shen Lang said with a smile. The Phoenix nodded, and in an instant, it soared into the sky, transforming into its true form as the ice crystal Phoenix, heading straight for a nearby cliff. The lair of the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle was perched atop the precipice, and since it had seen 5 12-winged angels soaring through the air yesterday, it had remained hidden in its nest, seemingly fearful of being discovered by them. At that moment, the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle suddenly sensed a significant drop in temperature within its lair, with frost forming on its feathers, which surprised it. What could be causing such a surge of ice elements? It cannot be those angels. With its keen eyes, the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle took flight from its nest, eager to investigate the commotion. As it emerged, just as it prepared to ascend towards the void beyond the cliff, a colossal frost arrow hurtled towards it, and before it could react, the arrow pierced through its chest. Blood stained the frost as the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle maintained its diving posture, impaled upon the cliff. In the next moment, the frost radiated a chilling aura, encasing the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle in ice. The Phoenix descended from the heavens, its claws smashing through the remaining ice that enveloped the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle, which still clung to life. 10-star divine beast, the ice crystal Phoenix. The last thought that crossed the mind of the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle was a bewilderment over why it had remained hidden in its lair, only to provoke a 10-star divine beast that had taken position outside its home, clearly intent on its destruction. However, the Phoenix had no intention of allowing the golden-crowned blue-feathered eagle to voice its thoughts. After shattering the ice, it seized the creature and swallowed it whole. As the Phoenix returned from the cliff to Shen Lang's side, he had already collected the items dropped by the deceased golden-crowned blue-feather eagle into his backpack. The 6th beast crystal from a 2-star boss was now in his possession, thereby fulfilling the 3-star advancement task. You have acquired 6 2-star beast crystals from bosses. The advancement task is complete. Congratulations, Beastmaster. You have ascended from 2 stars to 3 stars. Upon hearing the notification, a smile graced Shen Lang's face. He had finally reached the 3-star rank. Consequently, it was time to thoroughly cleanse the 2-star battlefield, eliminating all the remaining practitioners from the 3 kingdoms. Following this, he would seamlessly transition into the 3-star battlefield. However, just then, another notification echoed. Detection indicates that the practitioner has ascended to 3 stars. This is incompatible with the current 2-star battlefield level. You will be forcibly exited from the 2-star battlefield in 10 seconds. At this, Shen Lang raised an eyebrow and then frowned, remarking, "These remaining practitioners are exceedingly fortunate." With only 10 seconds before his exit from the 2-star battlefield, he realized he could not eliminate those lingering foes. Nevertheless, it was not a significant concern. He could recoup this minor loss upon entering the 3-star battlefield. Chapter 141. The Super Boss Riding the Great Black Dog. There was an element of helplessness for Shen Lang, as he had initially believed that upon his elevation to a 3-star professional, he could directly transition from the 2-star battlefield to the 3-star battlefield. However, he soon discovered that he would first need to exit the 2-star battlefield before entering the 3-star arena. Fortunately, this delay was not significant, and Shen Lang was not overly anxious about it. Upon departing from the 2-star battlefield, Shen Lang naturally provided the Phoenix with a disguise card, which allowed the Phoenix to officially join the War God camp. By the time Shen Lang left the novice camp, his disguise card had already been upgraded, as had those of Medusa and the others. One must commend the Phoenix's transformation. Otherwise, upon entering the outside world, there was a possibility of being sent back to the Beastmaster space. And no, it was certainly not due to the desire to share a blanket with Shen Lang. As the 10-second countdown elapsed, Shen Lang and his companions returned to the real world, specifically to the Hengduan Mountains. With the onset of the universal battlefield, Shen Lang had no need to remain in the Hengduan Mountains to grind for experience. After all, the quality of beasts in the universal battlefield was significantly superior. While it may be a slight exaggeration to say that beast bosses were scattered everywhere and divine beasts filled the skies, it was not far from the truth. In any case, the rewards within the universal battlefield far surpassed those of the Hengduan Mountains by numerous folds. Moreover, Shen Lang's ambitions extended beyond merely the beasts and divine entities within the universal battlefield. He had his sights set on the practitioners from Beautiful Country. Having exterminated 90% of the 2-star professionals, he harbored no intention of sparing any 3-star ones. Shen Lang had resolved that this time in the universal battlefield, he would ensure a complete severance of the new and middle generations from Beautiful Country, A3 Country, and Little Sun Country. After all, 3 stars were merely the beginning. Shen Lang firmly believed that he would soon ascend to 4, 5, or even 6 stars. However, he was not in a rush to enter the 3-star battlefield immediately. He needed to return and reorganize his backpack to make room for the 3-star battlefield. Thus, Shen Lang and his group swiftly made their way toward Mo City. After a brief journey of around 10 minutes, Shen Lang, accompanied by his divine beasts, returned to Mo City. Mo City served as a hub for professionals of the Great Xia Kingdom, but upon his return, Shen Lang distinctly noticed a significant decrease in the number of practitioners within the city. Clearly, many had ventured into the various star-level battlefields of the universal battlefield. The universal battlefield was indeed a grand celebration for professionals worldwide. This was no mere exaggeration. However, not all practitioners possessed the strength or confidence to enter the universal battlefield. Some were too afraid to go, while others who had ventured in had left for various reasons after their allotted time. Thus, as he traversed the Beastmaster exclusive paths within the city, Shen Lang, riding atop the Great Black Dog, could hear whispers and discussions from various directions regarding the events occurring within the universal battlefield. Among these, the 2-star battlefield garnered the most attention and was the subject of extensive discourse. After all, Shen Lang's unprecedented slaughter of practitioners from Beautiful Country, A3 Country, and Little Sun Country in the 2-star battlefield had already spread through numerous channels within the professional circles of the Great Xia Kingdom. Oh, what a calamity has befallen the United States this time, with countless casualties. It is said that they have invested heavily to specifically hunt down our esteemed dragon of the Great Xia, deploying numerous 2-star professionals into the fray. Not only are they intent on exterminating the dragon, but our own 2-star professionals are also within their crosshairs. Indeed, I have personally faced pursuit from the professionals of the Little Sun Nation. I must admit, they have truly committed significant resources. Can you believe that each of them is equipped with a piece of dark golden legendary gear? How ruthless! Their fear of the dragon's ascendance is palpable. Indeed, while they have dispatched individuals to hunt the dragon, our official forces are equally formidable, as even the War God camp has been mobilized. What is this? The War God camp has 2-star professionals. Yes, I encountered several prominent figures from the War God camp. Though merely 2-star, they are exceptionally powerful. How powerful? Well, they are still only 2-star. Among those I met was one who rode a large black dog, presumably a Beastmaster, remarkably strong. As I previously mentioned, our small squad was being pursued by a team from the Little Sun Nation, and we were on the verge of being intercepted. Had they succeeded, our squad would have faced utter annihilation. But at the critical moment, it was that esteemed figure from the War God camp, riding the large black dog, who appeared. A rider on a large black dog? Look over there. There is indeed someone riding a large black dog. Oh my, and there are several beautiful women by their side. Your words imply that not all riders on large black dogs are esteemed figures from the War God camp. Besides, this individual must still be engaged in the 2-star battlefield. How could they possibly appear here? No. Allow me to finish without interruption, will you? Very well, continue. Now, where was I? Ah, yes. I was recounting how at the critical moment, the esteemed figure from the War God camp appeared. Right. At the critical moment, that esteemed figure from the War God camp made their entrance. And then, there's no and then. After this esteemed figure appeared, the professionals from the Little Sun Nation vanished. And we were saved. Is that all? No fierce battle ensued. None at all. At that moment, we were still processing the situation, and by the time we turned around, the professionals from the Little Sun Nation were already defeated. Goodness, was it a direct annihilation? Even a 2-star with divine equipment was dispatched so swiftly? Indeed, it was an instant defeat. Such is the prowess of our esteemed figures from the War God camp. Who cares about the Little Sun Nation? They are nothing. Quite impressive. No wonder the 2-star professionals are warriors of the War God camp. What significance does your 2-star battlefield hold? Because of your 2-star battlefield affairs, we have also engaged in conflict at the 3-star battlefield. What is happening? The 3-star battlefield has also ignited? It is primarily due to the events unfolding on the 2-star battlefield that the practitioners of the Great Xia Kingdom have become aware of the intentions of the beautiful nation to hunt down our esteemed potential dragons. Many practitioners have autonomously banded together to eliminate the practitioners from the 3 kingdoms. Upon realizing the significant losses incurred by their compatriots on the 2-star battlefield, the practitioners from the beautiful nation retaliated by targeting those from the Great Xia Kingdom. In summary, the conflict has been exceedingly brutal, which ultimately compelled me to withdraw. If your assertions hold true, it would seem that the situation on the 3-star battlefield, as well as those of the 4-star and 5-star battlefields, is likely similar. This year's national battlefield is undoubtedly far more ferocious than in previous years. Shen Lang, unexpectedly, found himself mentioned in the conversation, suggesting that the individual in question was indeed a practitioner from the Great Xia Kingdom on the 2-star battlefield, possibly one he had previously saved. Although he had assisted many and did not keep track, with his ability to undergo nirvana transformation, he could alter his appearance at will. A feat far simpler than changing faces via the secondary information card. As for Medusa and her beast companions, they predominantly revealed their true forms on the 2-star battlefield, which made recognition unlikely. The only major drawback was the presence of little black, but given the abundance of beasts resembling large black dogs, it was not a significant issue. Upon hearing that fierce battles were also taking place on the 3-star battlefield, Shen Lang felt a surge of anticipation. Intense confrontations are indeed preferable. What is concerning is if the beautiful nation and the Little Day nation choose to avoid conflict altogether, retreating from the national battlefield, which would render it utterly uninteresting. Chapter 142. It has always been said that I must die, yet it is not I who meets that fate. Shen Lang hastened his return to the Super Prosperity Pavilion. For after depositing his belongings, he was to immediately enter the 3-star battlefield. The staff, upon seeing Shen Lang, expressed their astonishment. They were well aware that Shen Lang was the esteemed owner of the Super Prosperity Pavilion, though he seldom graced the establishment with his presence. Typically, the operations were managed by the second owner, Yi Hongyu, who was rumored to be quite the beauty magnet, surrounded by an entourage of alluring women. Now, with Shen Lang's return, he was accompanied by several stunning ladies, and one more besides. Truly, he lived up to his reputation as a dandy. The staff could not help but internally scoff, harboring a mix of envy and resentment, particularly directed towards Medusa and her companions. After all, Yi Hongyu's recruitment primarily attracted striking young women. Should they find a charming figure like Shen Lang, their lives might transform entirely. Alas, the esteemed owner displayed no interest in them. Perhaps due to the universal battlefield's impact, the business at Super Prosperity Pavilion was not as lucrative as before. Yet a few patrons remained. Shen Lang paid no heed to the customers or the flirtatious gestures of the female staff, making his way directly to the third floor. The third floor, originally dedicated to showcasing dark golden equipment, was now closed to the public. Yi Hongyu had devised a new method to present the dark golden gear, opening the floor to customers every weekend while also offering discounts. Consequently, aside from Yi Hongyu's office, the third floor had largely devolved into a storage space. Shen Lang instructed Medusa and her companions to tidy up briefly, then proceeded to empty his backpack of all items he deemed unnecessary at the moment. In an instant, the 500-square-meter room was overflowing with various equipment, suffused with dark golden and purple radiance that filled the entire space. Not to mention the gear he had already entrusted to Yi Hongyu. The value of the items currently in the room was incalculable. It was undoubtedly in the hundreds of millions, if not starting from trillions. For Shen Lang at this juncture, wealth had merely become a string of figures. Leaving such a plethora of equipment in this space left Shen Lang feeling uneasy. However, given the pressing time constraints, he was reluctant to seek alternative storage options. For instance, he could approach the Wanbao Pavilion, where, owing to Yi Hongyu's connections, it would likely be feasible to borrow some storage space. After unloading all the equipment, he instructed Phoenix to encase everything in ice, while Medusa arranged her heart fire throughout the room, and Shadow crafted a circle of black mist confinement. The 5 great 10-star divine beasts had left their marks here. With these defenses in place, the third floor had become one of the most perilous locations in Mo City. It goes without saying that without a 7-star or 8-star practitioner, even breaching the door would be a daunting task. However, this was Mo City, where Chu Jinhua held the honorary title of City Lord, and the War God Camp maintained a presence. Who would dare to act recklessly within the city? The measures left by Medusa and her companions were merely an added layer of security. After resolving matters at the Super Prosperity Pavilion, Shen Lang intended to immediately enter the 3-star battlefield. However, he suddenly recalled a crucial detail. He had now ascended to the rank of a 3-star Beastmaster, which necessitated the acquisition of skills pertinent to this status. Previously, Shen Lang had relied on Yi Hongyu to procure skill books. But with her currently engaged in the 3-star battlefield, he adhered to the principle of not disturbing others unnecessarily and ultimately decided to visit the Wanbao Pavilion himself. By a stroke of fortune, the manager of the Wanbao Pavilion in Mo City, Anderson, was present at that moment. Shen Lang's arrival undoubtedly captured Anderson's attention. Despite being the head of the pavilion, Anderson was acquainted with Shen Lang due to his close ties with Yi Yunchang, particularly since Yi Hongyu had recently opened the Super Prosperity Pavilion directly across the street. As such, Anderson was somewhat familiar with Shen Lang, the esteemed proprietor of the Super Prosperity Pavilion. Nevertheless, having been advised by the Yi family to maintain a degree of distance from Shen Lang, especially concerning his true identity, Anderson treated him as merely a distinguished customer. After Shen Lang purchased the skills of a 3-star Beastmaster, Anderson watched his departing figure with a deep sense of reflection. He had certainly heard whispers about the events in the 2-star battlefield. If all went as anticipated, the bloodshed and chaos there were likely instigated by this striking young man. Now, with Shen Lang acquiring the skills of a 3-star Beastmaster, it was evident he had successfully reached that rank. One could only wonder whether he would venture into the 3-star battlefield. If he did, it would surely become even more tumultuous. After pondering for a while, Anderson promptly contacted Yi Yunchang and his brother, informing them of Shen Lang's exit from the 2-star battlefield. Meanwhile, the Yi brothers, situated far away in East Sea City, may not have known about Shen Lang's departure, but they were already well aware of his formidable exploits in the 2-star battlefield. After all, Yi Hongyu's request for their assistance in stockpiling supplies had made that abundantly clear. However, given that Yi Hongyu was currently in the 3-star battlefield, Yi Yunchang reached out to her, suggesting that Shen Lang was highly likely to enter the 3-star battlefield. It would be prudent for her to establish contact with him, and if possible, accompany him. The atmosphere of the battlefield had intensified this year, largely due to Shen Lang's presence. Although Yi Hongyu was quite capable herself and had some protection arranged by Yi Yunchang, the concerns of a father for his daughter's safety were natural. If she could remain close to this formidable figure, her safety would undoubtedly be ensured, while also fostering their relationship. Yet, Yi Hongyu merely acknowledged his message without indicating whether she would seek out Shen Lang. Yi Yunchang wished to elaborate, but, regrettably, found her unresponsive. Resigning himself to the realization that his daughter had indeed grown up, harboring her own thoughts and desires beyond his paternal reach. Upon returning to the Wanbao Pavilion, Shen Lang promptly mastered the skills of a 3-star Beastmaster and prepared to enter the 3-star battlefield. Just then, he received another message from Chu Jinhua. Jinhua Chu, I see your information indicates you have reached the 3-star level. Have you already ventured into the battlefield of the 3 stars? Lang Shen, I am preparing to enter. I have heard that the professionals from the 3 kingdoms are quite formidable within, and I am ready to show them what I am made of. Jinhua Chu, excellent. A young person ought to possess such vigor. I have heard tales of your exploits in the 2-star battlefield. The people from the 3 kingdoms are nearly driven to madness, proclaiming their intent to kill you at all costs. Lang Shen, haven't they always claimed they would kill me? Yet, it seems that the ones who have perished are not me. Jinhua Chu, they must be aware of your impending promotion to the 3-star level and may well have plans for you in the 3-star battlefield. Nevertheless, the 3-star battlefield should pose no significant challenge for you. By the way, did you acquire anything of note in the 2-star battlefield? Lang Shen, I formed a contract with a 10-star divine beast, the Ice Crystal Phoenix. Does that count? Jinhua Chu, damn it. I wondered why you used a disguise card. It turns out you truly contracted another 10-star divine beast.